In a simple, thatched hut, a man was lying quietly on the bed, with several people standing around the bed. In a daze, the man kept hearing the sound of mourning. The man was a little confused, as he remembered that he was killed by his enemy. The man's name was Shu Tianxi. In his previous life, he offended his enemy because of business matters, which led to his enemy spending a lot of money to hunt him down. In the end, he unfortunately fell at the feet of his enemy. Shu Tianxi had a headache. He wanted to understand the situation, but suddenly some vague images appeared in his mind. After understanding them, he realized that he seemed to have traveled through time. At this moment, a man beside the bed grabbed his body and kept shaking him. Cough, cough. It seemed that something was stuck in his throat, causing Shu Tianxi to cough violently. Shu Tianxi's eyes suddenly opened, and he saw the scene before him. He saw 2 men and 3 women squatting in front of him, staring at him in a daze. Tianxi, you're not dead? At this moment, a woman's surprised and happy voice came from the side. Shu Tianxi looked over and saw a young woman with a pale and thin face and patched clothes. The woman in front of him was the original owner's second sister, Shu Xianglian, who was 20 years old this year. Tianxi, I'm so glad you're not dead. Seeing that Shu Tianxi was still able to speak and call for help, Shu Xianglian rushed over excitedly. Before Shu Tianxi could react, several more figures rushed over. Shu Tianxi looked down, and the digested memories made him recognize several people at once. Shu Tianxi has 6 brothers and sisters in his family, and the 2 girls and 1 boy in front of him are his younger siblings. Such a large family can be said to be very happy, but this era does not allow it. According to Shu Tianxi, he was reborn into a time of natural and man-made disasters, when people were starving and starving. He was able to travel into this body because the original owner had first become ill from starvation, and then died of a weak body. Shu Tanyu, who was standing by, was happy for a while about his 3rd brother's awakening, but suddenly realized, the 3rd brother is awake. Why haven't parents woken up yet? Shu Tianxi looked over and saw a man and a woman lying on a mat nearby. They were wearing plain cloth trousers cut to the knees, and their tops were tattered and covered in patches. Shu Tianxi glanced at the group of brothers and sisters who were still crying and said, "Stop crying. Dad and Mom are dead. They look just like when Grandpa died, truly dead." Shu Xianglian suddenly choked up halfway through her words. Finally, she hugged Shu Tianxi and burst into tears. At this moment, the shouts of villagers were heard outside the door. A few men and women carrying farm tools came in and were startled by the movement in the house. Soon, the news of Shu Tianxi's parents' death spread throughout the village. Most of the villagers rushed over and shook their heads at the stiff Shu Fuguei and his wife. This wasn't the first case to happen. Families with many children either had 1 or 2 die or lingered on due to illness. Some families even gave their extra sons away as a way to survive. The Shu Fuguei couple had always enjoyed a good reputation in the village, and now that they had passed away, they received help from most people. The village carpenter made 2 coffins for them for free, using ordinary wooden boards. There was no wake, no funeral music, just a simple burial. As the sky gradually darkened, only Shu Tianxi and the other 6 were left at the grave. "Sister, let's go home." Shu Tianxi stepped forward and pulled Shu Xianglian, saying softly. Shu Xianglian was also tired of crying and could not shed tears. Upon returning home, Shu Tianxi discovered that the village chief, Shu Daqiang, was still at their home. On the 8 immortals table, which had a missing corner, were some wild vegetables, cornmeal steamed bread, and a few sweet potatoes. Shu Tianxi and the other 6 sat down together, then looked at Shu Daqiang. He said, "Don't look at me. Eat something first." No one said anything, nor did they move to get anything. They knew that these were not their own, otherwise their parents would not have starved to death. "Village chief, I know that these things were collected by the villagers. Don't worry, we will definitely repay you when we have something in the future." Shu Tianxi looked at the village chief and said a few words, then divided the things on the table into 6 parts. He was starving, and he knew his brothers and sisters were also starving, so there was no need to be reserved. As soon as the food was distributed, he started to eat with big mouthfuls. Seeing his expression, his younger brother and sister also started to talk loudly. Facing the brother's promise, Shu Daqiang nodded and said, "It's good that you have this intention. The harvest is poor now, and every household is having a hard time. If you are really successful, it'd be great if you could help them. But what you need to do now is to take care of yourselves. Eat your fill today, and Tianyu and Xianglian will come to the team to work tomorrow." At this point, He looked at Shu Tianci, who was holding a bowl of wild vegetable porridge with a frown on his face. Tianci, stop being lazy. Go to the production team with your brother tomorrow and then go to work. Okay, Shu Tianci nodded, then drank the wild vegetable porridge while holding his breath. Shu Daqiang sighed, turned around, and left. That night, Shu Tianci slept together with his eldest brother and the fifth son, Shu Tianci. The Shu family's house was not big, and the walls were made of dried yellow mud. There were only 3 rooms inside and outside. Shu Tianci had 6 brothers and sisters, 3 boys and 3 girls, each with a room, and 1 room for their parents. Now that his parents had passed away, there was an empty room. Shu Tianci lay in bed, lost in thought. Due to the weather and locusts, the harvest in the village was not very good. Later, the food became worse and worse, and now no one can eat enough. Shu Tianci was a time traveler who had decades of memories from another world. But facing this natural disaster, he was powerless. He closed his eyes and prepared to fall asleep. The moment he closed his eyes, he felt a black screen before his eyes. The scene that appeared before him again seemed like a paradise. There are 2 one-acre black soils here, dark and devoid of any vegetation. Beside the land is a lake, with mist swirling around its surface, resembling a fairyland. Spirit, like a word, popped up in Shu Tianci's mind, and then his face lit up with ecstasy. Shu Tianci immediately ran towards the lake, ready to pounce on it and enjoy the cleansing of his muscles and veins brought by the spirit lake. Unexpectedly, because he was too excited, he braked unsteadily and fell forward. Shu Tianci emerged from the lake and wiped his face with his hand. He subconsciously pursed his lips, and a hint of sweetness instantly filled his mouth. An unknown warm current slowly flowed through his body, making his body, which was originally weakened by hunger, become stronger. Great! Shu Tianci shouted, then took off his clothes and began to pour water into his mouth with both hands. The more spiritual spring water he drank, the more powerful he felt. Shu Tianci glanced down at the clearness of the spiritual spring. The original owner hadn't bathed in a long time due to the drought and lack of available water. Logically, he was very dirty, and falling into the water would have affected the water quality. But the spring water before him was still shrouded in mist, and the water had not deteriorated in the slightest. It seemed that this spiritual spring water had the ability to purify itself. Third brother. At this moment, a familiar voice called out. Shu Tianci looked up and saw a Qilin light screen that looked like a mysterious mirror. Seeing this light curtain, Shu Tianci couldn't help but think of his family heirloom from his previous life. Wasn't that jade pendant the same shape as the Qilin light curtain before him? It seemed that his time travel was also related to this jade. The Qilin screen showed Shu Tianci's room and the surroundings of his home. His 5th brother, Shu Tianci, had already stood up and was walking out of the room, shouting. It seemed that after his parents died, he was a little scared to be alone in the room. After all, he was only 10 years old. Shu Tianci thought about it and appeared at the gate in the next second. A gust of evening wind blew over him, and he suddenly felt a little cold. Fuck, the clothes are still in the space. His mind invaded the jade pendant space, and the clothes by the lake immediately appeared in his mind. As soon as he thought of it, the clothes were in Shu Tianci's hands again. Shu Tianci quickly put on his clothes, and then saw the door was opened. Third brother, why are you outside the door? Shu Tianci looked at Shu Tianci in confusion and asked. Outside the door? He must have peed outside the door. Shu Tianci said perfunctorily, and then pushed the other person back to the room. It's getting late. Go to bed quickly. Watching his third brother close the door and bolt it, Shu Tianci felt something was wrong. But he was too sleepy to think much about it, so he walked into the room and lay down on the bed. Shu Tianci glanced at the sweet potatoes the village chief had sent him, picked one up, and dropped it into the jade pendant. He lay down on the bed, ready to use his mental power to insert the sweet potato into the black soil. He tried it, and it worked. The sweet potato's pores are pointed deep into the soil, making it very convenient. Shu Tianci tried to use his mental power to control the lake water and irrigate the sweet potatoes. Once they sprouted leaves and vines, he could expand the planting. As for how long it would take for the seeds to sprout and grow leaves, it probably wouldn't take long. Just as Shu Tianci was overjoyed, Shu Tianci beside him hadn't fallen asleep yet. Shu Tianci suddenly said, Third brother, will parents come back? Shu Tianci shook his head and said, No, third brother will support you from now on. Why won't they come back? Are they dead? Shu Tianci ignored eating for the first time and focused on his deceased parents. Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment, shook his head, and said, "They're not dead. They just turned into stars. They're always watching us from the sky. When the stars come out, you will be able to see them." Really, really. That night, Shu Tianxi slept exceptionally well. Perhaps due to the spiritual spring's marrow cleansing, his health improved significantly in every aspect. When he opened his eyes and was about to go to the space to check the growth of the sweet potatoes, the door was suddenly pushed open. "Third brother, get up quickly." Shu Tianyu walked in and shouted at Shu Tianxi, who was lying on the bed. Shu Tianxi sighed helplessly. Although he didn't want to go to work, there was no food left at home. In order to fill his stomach and to use the crops in the space in the future, he knew that he had to go to work today. So, Shu Tianxi nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." When he walked out of the room, his second sister had already wrapped her headscarf and was waiting outside. In this era, breakfast did not exist. Everyone had to go to work as soon as they opened their eyes. Shu Tianxi found an excuse to let the others go first, and then immediately entered the space. As soon as he entered the space, he saw that many vines and leaves had grown on the surface of the sweet potatoes that he had planted in the soil yesterday. Shu Tianxi's face lit up with joy, and he thought to himself, as expected, the flow of time and space and the outside world is different. Based on this germination rate, the ratio of the flow of time and space and the outside world is at least about 10-1. He speculated that spiritual spring irrigation might also have some effect, although the specific effect was still unclear. Shu Tianxi stepped forward and picked off the vine leaves. He counted them and found that there were more than 20. He was overjoyed and quickly buried the vines in the black soil. Then, with a thought, the spring water in the lake immediately rose into the air, curved into an arc, and irrigated the buried vines. Just keep burying the vines in the soil, wait for them to grow more vines, and then continue to cultivate them. At this rate, you can plant an acre of land in a few days. Sweet potatoes have a very high yield, and even if planted in ordinary soil, they can yield several thousand kilograms per mu. The soil in front of us is black soil, and it is irrigated with spiritual springs, so the harvest will definitely be more abundant. Thinking of this, Shu Tianxi's heart was filled with hope. The sweet potato yield was so high that when the harvest came, there would be at least tens of thousands of kilograms, which was enough to ensure that the 6 of them would not go hungry again. However, 6 people can't always eat sweet potatoes, right? Looks like we need to get some other food. Shu Tianxi muttered to himself, then exited the space. Shu Tianxi suddenly noticed the teapot on the 8 immortals table. His eyes lit up, and he picked up the teapot and filled it halfway with spiritual spring water. After checking the quality of the spring water, he carried the teapot with satisfaction and walked towards his workplace. There are more than 40 households in Shujia village, and all work is managed by the production team, leader Shu Xiaoqing. Shu Fugui and his wife originally went to work with the team, and now Shu Tianyu has also gone with them. Shu Tianxi soon saw Shu Tianyu and Shu Xianglian in the lotus pond. "Brother, sister," Shu Tianxi called out, then walked over with a kettle. "Have a drink of water first." Shu Tianxi smiled and handed the kettle to Shu Xianglian. Shu Xianglian drank 2 more sips, and strangely, she suddenly felt more energetic after drinking. She looked at Shu Tianxi in surprise, then handed the teapot to Shu Tianyu. "Brother, you have a few sips too." Shu Tianyu nodded, took the kettle, and drank from it. "Give some Italians and the others when you're done. I'll go find the captain." Shu Tianxi said hello and walked towards the team leader. Chapter 5. Was there sugar in the water? "Uncle Qing, are you busy?" Shu Tianxi walked over to the team leader, Shu Xiaoqing, and greeted him with a smile. Shu Xiaoqing, who was busy, looked up at him and then smiled. "Tianxi is here? I thought you were going to mess around again. Since you're here, then take some tools and go dig a canal down there." Shu Tianxi laughed and shook his head. "Uncle Qing, I'm not here to work." "Go to work? That's impossible. He'll never work in his lifetime. Even with the work points he earned, how could they be enough to feed himself? Not to mention, with food being scarce right now, work points wouldn't be enough to buy much food." "Not going to work? What do you want to do if you don't go to work?" Shu Xiaoqing frowned. "Forget it. I already starved to death once. My parents worked all day, and all 3 of them starved to death. If I continue to work, won't I die faster?" Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes and complained to his heart. He chuckled and said, "Uncle Qing, I understand what you said, but I have my own plans. I came here today just to borrow a shovel." "Borrow a shovel? What do you want?" Shu Xiaoqing asked with a dark face. Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment and said, I want to go up the mountain to hunt 2 rabbits to nourish my brother and sister. Go up the mountain. If you don't want to lend it to me, forget it. After learning of Shu Tianxi's intention, Shu Shaoqing decisively refused. I won't lend you the shovel, and you can't go up the mountain. It's too dangerous there. What if you encounter wild boars or poisonous snakes? If you don't want to lend it to me, then don't lend it to me. Shu Tianxi waved his hand and turned to leave. If he hadn't turned in all his iron items, why would he have come to see Shu Shaoqing ever since the team implemented the communal dining system? Every household had to turn in their stoves and farm tools. The main reason was that the government needed large quantities of iron for steelmaking, so they had to confiscate the people's iron utensils. Even the hoes and shovels were distributed by the team, and each household didn't have an extra set. Seeing Shu Tianxi's attitude, Shu Shaoqing laughed a little angrily, but didn't care much. She just shouted, "Tianxi, you are not allowed to go up the mountain. Do you hear me?" Shu Tianxi just waved his hand, and Shu Shaoqing sighed helplessly. They didn't know what sin this family had committed to have such a lazy guy. Before, he did nothing, just sat around and waited for death. And now he's learned to be too ambitious and unrealistic. "Tianxi, why are you back empty-handed?" Shu Xianglian saw Shu Tianxi's empty hands and couldn't help but feel curious. Didn't he go to the team leader to get farm tools for work? Why did he come back empty-handed? "I asked Uncle Qing for a shovel, but he wouldn't give it to me." Shu Tianxi hesitated and lied. Not giving it to him? That's not right. Shu Xianglian and Shu Tianyu frowned, feeling something was wrong. Shu Tianxi was coming to work. How could the captain not give him tools? "Take this for now. I'll go find Uncle Qing." Shu Tianyu handed his farm tools to Shu Tianxi and went to find Shu Shaoqing. He had never encountered such a thing before. Could it be that the captain was bullying his family? Shu Tianxi quickly stopped him and quickly reached out to hold him and said, "Brother, forget it. You guys continue working. I'll go get you some more water." After saying that, he bent down to get the teapot. But at this moment, Shu Xianglian suddenly reached out and grabbed him. Shu Tianxi was stunned and looked at his second sister in confusion. "What's wrong?" Shu Xianglian whispered. "Did you add sugar to the water?" "No." Shu Tianxi shook his head, looking serious. "No." Shu Xianglian's expression was subtle. The water she had just drunk was incredibly sweet. Not only was it sweet, but after drinking it, she felt incredibly energized. She could work much faster than usual, too. Although she still felt hungry quickly, she was clearly feeling much better. "Second sister, you're overthinking it. We can't even afford to eat. So where's the sugar coming from?" Shu Xianglian was still a little skeptical, but she also thought that maybe she hadn't had sugar in so long that she was hallucinating. She almost thought she was drinking some kind of magic water, but it must be her imagination. Shu Xianglian shook her head, put these unrealistic thoughts behind her, and lowered her head to start working again. Seeing her second sister's confused look, Shu Tianxi smiled and said, "Okay, second sister, don't think too much. I'm going home. I won't be here with you today." "Why are you going back? Don't you want to work anymore?" Shu Tianyu glared at him and asked in a silly voice. "I have nothing to do." "What's the point of doing this?" Shu Tianxi spread his hands, picked up the teapot, and turned to leave. Shu Tianyu also wanted to quit, but when he thought of his younger brother and sister, he decided to continue working and held the farm tools tightly. Shu Xianglian, who was standing by, looked at Shu Tianxi's back and pondered for a while. "Brother, let's just ignore him. I always feel that Tianxi is different, a feeling I can't explain." "Really?" Shu Tianyu was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully. Shu Xianglian stared at Shu Tianxi's departing back, thinking for a long time. "Tianxi, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly different also? Was that feeling just now really just an overthinking on the way home?" Shu Tianxi felt a little annoyed. "My second sister was suspicious just because I drank some water. Fortunately, she only suspected that there was sugar in the water. But he had to be more careful next time, at least until he had a job." His second sister's words had nearly made his heart leap to his throat. If he were exposed, wouldn't he be captured and studied? He planned to dilute the spiritual spring water a bit, so it would be enough to improve the health of his brothers and sisters. After returning home, Shu Tianxi couldn't wait to find some tools. There were mountains and forests near the village, and there were many big wild animals in the deep mountains. Many villagers were so hungry that they went deep into the forest to look for food. Instead of finding food, they became prey to wild animals. After several people died, no one dared to venture into the mountains again. It was unknown how many wild animals would remain after the drought. Shu Tianxi decided to try his luck and see if he could improve his family's diet. Got it. After searching for a while, Shu Tianxi finally found a rusty small axe in the woodshed. He picked it up and weighed it. Although it felt a little heavy, it was fine as long as it worked. Just as he was about to leave, a young woman walked in. Old, third brother? Shu Tianxi's eyes lit up and he laughed. Sister-in-law, why are you here? Chapter 6 Sister-in-law. Shu Tianxi looked at the woman in front of him and said with a smile, Third brother, don't talk nonsense. I'm not your sister-in-law. The woman's face turned red instantly, and she looked a little flustered. She carried a basket and took out some wild vegetables and cornmeal from it and whispered, You guys eat. Shu Tianxi smiled and continued to tease. Sister-in-law, is it for my eldest brother or for my brothers and sisters? The woman's face turned even redder, and her bronze skin was particularly obvious. Seeing this, Shu Tianxi smiled and did not continue to tease. He stuffed the things in the basket back and said gently, Sister-in-law, you should take it back. The woman showed a puzzled look and asked hesitantly, Why? As if she thought Shu Tianxi was dissatisfied with the small amount of food. The woman hurriedly explained, I know it's not much, but this is all I can take. You misunderstood. Shu Tianxi immediately interrupted her and said with a smile, I know you're good to my eldest brother and us brothers and sisters, but your family doesn't have much food. If you take this, you will be discovered, and then your Uncle Kai will be angry again. This woman was Song Yuro from Songjia village, known to everyone as Daya. She was thin, dark-skinned, and wore patched pattern clothes. While not particularly attractive, she was exceptionally capable and kind-hearted. However, her stuttering wasn't a natural symptom, but rather a lingering effect from the accident in which she rescued Shu Tianyu. At that time, Shu Tianyu almost drowned, and it was Song Yuro who jumped into the water without hesitation to save him. Afterwards, Song Yuro had a fever for a few days, but after the fever subsided, she became stuttering. Shu Tianyu also became somewhat stupid due to the improper treatment of the fever. Because of this, Song Yuro was not well liked at home. Previously, Song's father had asked the Shu family to marry Song Yuro, but the bride price he asked was too high, and the Shu family simply could not afford it. In the end, Song's father gave up, and Shu Tianyu never mentioned the matter again. Despite this, Song Yuro still often took care of Shu Tianyu, like this time, when she brought food to Shu Tianxi's family. Shu Tianxi knew that if he accepted it, Song Yuro would definitely be beaten when she returned, and even her parents would be implicated. It's okay. Song Yuro quickly waved her hands and explained, Your family has lost your parents now, and there's not much labor, so there's definitely no food at home. But I still have some at home. You can take some over, and we won't be discovered. Shu Tianxi had already made up his mind and didn't believe what she said at all. He stuffed the food back in her basket and said with a smile, Sister-in-law, we have food at home. The village chief sent us some food yesterday, which will last us several days. Really? Song Yuro was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully. Of course it's true. I wouldn't dare lie to you. Shu Tianxi nodded, his tone firm. Seeing Shu Tianxi say this, Song Yuro could only say helplessly, Then I'll take it back. She hesitated and finally said with a smile, If you don't have anything to eat, remember to tell me. Shu Tianxi smiled and nodded. Okay, we will definitely not be polite. Song Yuro chuckled, took the basket and turned to leave. Looking at her back, Shu Tianxi shook his head helplessly. This good girl became stuttering in order to save Shu Tianyu. If Shu Tianyu didn't marry her, it would be really a conscienceless thing. Although Song's father's side was difficult to resolve, he decided to find an opportunity to match them up after a while. He picked up his axe and walked out of the house. The village was unusually quiet, with only the elderly and children busy in the fields. Although they did not work much, they could still earn enough food. Shu Tianxi did not meet anyone along the way and soon arrived at the foot of the rural forest. Little did he know, however, that after leaving the fields, Shu Shaoqing was becoming increasingly uneasy. Wild boars were ferocious in the forests, and poisonous snakes lurked there. If something were to happen, how would he explain it to his brother, Fugui, and his wife? So he decided to go find Shu Tianxi. After briefing the villagers, he grabbed his shovel and ran to where Shu Tianxi was. Tianyu, Xianglian, Shu Shaoqing shouted loudly. Hearing the voice, Shu Tianyu looked up and looked at the hurried Shu Shaoqing. He immediately stood up from the river and shouted loudly, Uncle Qing, I was just about to look for you. Tianxi asked you for farm tools. Why didn't you give him to him? Shu Shaoqing was stunned when he heard this, thinking that he was being wronged. However, he was not entirely wrong. Give him a shit. Shu Shaoqing rolled her eyes and said bluntly, If I gave him a shovel, I would be harming him. Shu Tianyu and Shu Xianglian were stunned. They hadn't expected Tianxi to actually be telling the truth, not even giving them farm tools. Uncle Qing, what do you mean? Shu Xianglian asked, her expression serious. The nearby villagers gathered around after hearing this, apparently finding an excuse to slack off. What can I mean? Shu Xiaoqing saw everyone gathering around and said simply, he wants Taisho to go hunting in the mountains to improve your food. What? Everyone was stunned, and Shu Tianyu and Shu Xianglian's faces changed drastically. There are wild boars and wolves in the mountains. It's too dangerous. If I didn't give him the shovel, Shu Xiaoqing explained. But I have a feeling Tianxi is restless and might go back into the mountains. I came here to ask if you know where he went. After hearing this, Shu Xianglian dropped the bamboo basket without reply and quickly ran towards home. Shu Tianxi and the others saw this and immediately chased after her. Xianglian, Shu Tianyu shouted loudly, and then said to Shu Xiaoqing, Uncle, I'll go back and take a look first. Okay. Shu Xiaoqing nodded and reminded, if Tianxi really goes to the mountains, don't be impulsive. Remember to come back and tell us, and we will find him together. I know. Shu Tianyu responded and turned around to chase his younger brother and sister. Chapter 7. Hunting, the magical use of space. Shu Tianxi tucked his axe at his waist and walked to the foot of the mountain. There used to be a lot of sour wild vegetables here, but now they've been plucked out. Even the weeds are scarce. The drought has just begun, and the rural plight is already apparent. By next year, the bark on the mountain will be stripped away bit by bit. That was the worst disaster. However, since Shu Tianxi had a magical space, he could not only protect his brothers and sisters, but also let them live a good life. He glanced around and walked into the forest. There was no major danger at the entrance to the forest, and there weren't many wild boars, but because of his intrusion, the surrounding birds were startled and flew away. Chirp, chirp! The birds chirped everywhere, and Shu Tianxi looked up and found that the leaves on the tree had almost fallen, and the bird's nest on the branch was exposed. Seeing the bird's nest, Shu Tianxi came up with an idea, to use the eggs to improve his brother's and sister's food. He rubbed his hands and began to climb the tree. However, after climbing just 2 meters, he felt something was wrong. The fabric on his clothes was thin and worn, and the trunk was dry and smooth. He quickly developed wounds, and the patches on his clothes became loose. He immediately shook his head, realizing that climbing the tree was not feasible. What should I do? Shu Tianxi hesitated. But seeing the bird's nest before him, he decided he couldn't give up. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. I got it! An idea flashed through Shu Tianxi's mind, and he quickly vanished. In a blink of an eye, he appeared above the bird's nest. Using the magic of space, he observed the contents of the nest through the visuals. He saw 6 eggs in the nest. This method really worked. He looked at the eggs, smiled, and decided to try to reach out from space and grab the nest. However, when he tried to reach out, the image moved forward. It was obviously impossible to try to grab the real object through the image. Shu Tianxi looked at the tree trunk, took a deep breath, and decided to give it a try. He disappeared from space and reappeared at the top of the tree, clinging to the trunk tightly. The trunk began to bend, unable to bear his weight. Shu Tianxi suddenly exclaimed, Holy crap! The dry trunk made it unable to bear more weight, and cracks soon appeared. Shu Tianxi didn't dare to delay and quickly reached out to grab the bird's nest, disappearing instantly. The trunk lost its pressure and quickly rebounded, even cracking. Shu Tianxi appeared in the space, and before him were 6 quail eggs. His face was filled with ecstasy. I'm too weak. Let me eat 2 to replenish my body. After he said that, he opened the 2 bird eggs without hesitation and swallowed them raw. After a burp, Shu Tianxi patted his stomach with satisfaction. Although he was not full, at least he had tasted something sweet. He then observed the surrounding bird nests again and found 4, each containing 2 to 5 eggs. He used the same method to store these nests in the space. Eventually, he collected more than a dozen eggs and unexpectedly discovered a small green sprout in one of the nests. Shu Tianxi immediately recognized it as a rice seedling. He was delighted, speculating that the rice seedling might have sprouted successfully after the bird had stolen some undigested grain. Shu Tianxi carefully removed the seedling and immediately planted it in the second plot of black soil. With this rice seedling, we won't have to worry about going hungry anymore. Shu Tianxi muttered happily to himself, then began to irrigate the rice seedlings with spring water. He carefully tended the rice seedling, his eyes filled with anticipation. Then, he looked at the empty bird nests, hesitated for a moment, and decided to put them back. He wasn't being sanctimonious, but rather felt that if he took something from someone else, he should leave them a way out. After taking care of these matters, Shu Tianxi continued his journey deeper into the forest. He never missed a single bird's nest in this woodland. To his surprise, he also found 2 pumpkin seeds. These pumpkin seeds were a rare treasure in this day and age, with a yield per acre comparable to that of sweet potatoes. Shu Tianxi excitedly buried the pumpkin seeds in the black soil alongside the rice seedlings. Within minutes, the pumpkin seeds began to take root and sprout, and small bean sprouts quickly emerged. This speed is simply amazing, Shu Tianxi exclaimed sincerely, feeling a surge of pride. He exited the space again and decided to continue collecting. By the time he reached the bird's nest on the eastern outskirts, he had successfully harvested over 30 bird eggs, 2 pumpkin seeds, and a rice seedling. With that, his operation was considered complete. Then, Shu Tianxi reached the depths of the forest when suddenly, a cooing sound came from the grass, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings. Pheasants, wild ducks, his eyes darted, and he quickly vanished from his original position, entering the space. He saw 2 pheasants lying in the grass, maintaining a strange posture, one flapping its wings constantly, as if struggling. Shu Tianxi didn't care about that, knowing that he could have an extra meal tonight. The 2 pheasants were unaware of this and continued to work. Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed over them. Before the pheasants could even react, they were strangled by the neck. "You're choking me, aren't you?" The pheasants shouted angrily, but were quickly thrown into space. Shu Tianxi was unaware of the changes taking place within the space. After dropping the pheasant into the space, he noticed a large number of pheasant eggs in the grass. "I've made a fortune." He smiled and prepared to continue harvesting. Chapter 8. There's a wild boar nearby. Shu Tianxi found 7 or 8 pheasant eggs in the grass, all still emitting residual heat. He happily put the eggs into his space and continued walking around. He had finally come here, so how could he be satisfied with just catching 2 pheasants? He spent half an hour catching 3 more pheasants and collecting a dozen eggs. He also discovered several rabbit nests and snatched 2 rabbits from them. Just then, Shu Tianxi's eyes fixed on several depressions in the ground. He immediately stepped forward to examine them carefully and quickly discovered that they were animal footprints. Wild boar! He was delighted, realizing there was one nearby. This was great news. Although wild boar meat has thick skin and little fat, its offal is absolutely delicious. Shu Tianxi decided to follow these footprints to find this giant creature, thinking that today he could finally feast on it. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling from afar. "Tianxi, Tianxi, where are you?" Shu Tianxi was stunned for a moment, then recognized the voices of his eldest brother and his second sister. They had come looking for him. He patted his head, realizing that going further into the mountains was impossible, so he entered the space and prepared to take 2 pheasants from it as a pretense. However, when he looked at the scene in the space, he was suddenly stunned. A chicken coop had appeared out of nowhere next to the thatched hut in the space, and the pheasants he had just caught were all locked up inside. Shu Tianxi didn't have time to study how this chicken coop suddenly appeared. He could only put the question aside for the time being and study it later. Retrieving 2 pheasants from his space, he strode toward the outskirts of the forest. Soon, he spotted Shu Tianyu and Shu Xianglian. "Tianxi," they saw him and quickly came over. "I'm here, big brother, second sister." Shu Tianxi greeted them with a smile as he approached. Shu Tianyu and Shu Xianglian breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the response. Shu Xianglian quickly grabbed his arm and asked anxiously, "Tianxi, are you okay? Are you hurt? Tell me quickly. I'm so worried about you." Shu Tianxi was about to say that he was fine when he suddenly saw his eldest brother swinging his fist at him. This silly eldest brother was so adorable. "Wait!" Shu Tianxi immediately raised his hands and blocked the 2 pheasants in front of him. "Pheasants! Pheasants!" Shu Tianyu stopped and saw the pheasants in his hands with a hint of surprise. "Yes, pheasants." Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and nodded. "Tianxi, where did you get this pheasant?" Shu Xianglian asked in surprise. "Of course I caught it." Shu Tianxi raised his eyebrows proudly. "I'll make you some soup tonight to nourish you." "I don't need it to nourish myself. I'll leave it for Tiance and the others." Shu Xianglian shook her head. "That won't do, you have to eat it," Shu Tianxi said firmly. Seeing her brother's insistence, Shu Xianglian finally compromised. Then I'll drink some soup and give the meat to Tyance and the others. Seeing the brother and sister discussing how to eat the chicken, Shu Tianyu also swallowed his saliva and expressed his admiration. Third brother, you are amazing. But I heard there's a wild boar around here, so let's go. Shu Tianyu immediately became serious when he mentioned the wild boar. Shu Xianglian nodded in agreement and pulled Shu Tianxi down the mountain. Shu Tianxi looked back and thought to himself, I must catch that wild boar next time. After the three of them descended the mountain, Shu Xianglian felt relieved. She hadn't expected her brother to be so capable, not only at hunting. Big brother, second sister, third brother. Shu Tianxi's siblings finally arrived. Shu Tyance and the other two also arrived, followed by Shu Xiaoqing. Nonsense. How did you guys come here? Shu Xianglian scolded her younger brother and sister immediately after seeing them follow. This mountain is so dangerous. What if we encounter wild boars? Shu Shulian looked aggrieved and explained. Second sister, we came here with Uncle Qing. At this moment, Shu Xiaoqing noticed a pheasant in Shu Tianxi's hand. Her face changed, and she asked in surprise, Tianxi, did you catch a pheasant? Yes, I wanted to feed my family. Shu Tianxi nodded and replied with a smile. Uncle Qing, is this considered embezzlement of collective assets? Shu Tianxi joked. Shu Xiaoqing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and waved her hands. Don't worry, catching pheasants is your ability. As long as you don't take them to the market to sell, no one will care. If they really care, the villagers who dig wild vegetables will starve to death. That's good. Shu Tianxi breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Then I feel relieved. Tianxi, Uncle has to give you some advice. Although you caught 2 pheasants today, it was probably more of luck. There are wild boars on the mountain, and you with your weak arms and legs are no match for them. Don't go up the mountain alone in the future. Shu Xiaoqing seemed very concerned. Shu Tianxi pretended to be obedient and nodded. I understand. But he had his own plans in mind. How could his family eat meat if he didn't go up the mountain? Seeing his brothers and sisters looking at the pheasant eagerly, Shu Tianxi said mischievously, Third brother, do you have meat to eat today? Yes, I'll give you a chicken, but later. Shu Tianxi teased with a smile. Shu Tyance swallowed his saliva when he heard the chicken, but he didn't seem to fully understand what it meant. After going down the mountain, Shu Xiaoqing was about to part ways with them. He looked at Shu Tianyu and reminded him, Tianyu, Xianglian, remember to come to work in the afternoon. You've been delayed for the whole morning and have missed a lot of work. Uncle Qing, we got it. Shu Tianyu and Shu Xianglian responded in unison. Wait. Shu Tianxi suddenly called out to Shu Xiaoqing, handed the pheasant to his elder brother and second sister, and walked forward. Under Shu Xiaoqing's puzzled gaze, Shu Tianxi took out 4 pheasant eggs from his pocket and handed them over. Uncle Qing, thank you for always taking care of us brothers and sisters. I found this in the mountains. Take it home and cook it for Qilin and the others. No, how can that be? Shu Xiaoqing quickly refused. It's okay. Just take it. Don't forget, we're having meat today. Shu Tianxi insisted with a smile. The two declined for a long time before Shu Xiaoqing finally took the egg, patted Shu Tianxi on the shoulder, and said with emotion, Tianxi, Uncle was right about you. If you need anything in the future, just come to Uncle. Chapter 9, If I don't go to the mountains, how can we have meat at home? After separating from Shu Xiaoqing, Shu Tianxi returned home excitedly with his 6 brothers and sisters. Along the way, the pheasant in his hand attracted many people's attention. When the villagers learned that Shu Tianxi had caught these fish, their eyes immediately changed. They had previously thought he was a lazy, good-for-nothing, but now they had no idea he had hunting skills. Praise poured in. If it were someone else, they might have exchanged a few pleasantries and then invited the villagers to their home to eat chicken. However, Shu Tianxi was no fool. He didn't say a word about these invitations, trying not to draw attention to himself. Although the eldest brother also had the urge to speak, he was stopped by Shu Tianxi in time. Shu Tianxi knew that wanting to repay a favor was a good thing, but the life of his own family was the most important thing. When they got home, Shu Xianglian smiled and said to him, Tianxi, take a rest. I'll boil water and pluck the chicken feathers. I'll help you chop wood. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly, picked up the axe, and sat aside to chop wood. Seeing this, Shu Shulian also said excitedly, Then I'll help you light the fire. And me, I want to help too. The other brothers and sisters all expressed their willingness to help cook. Shu Tianxi looked at the group of children and said with a smile, You guys go ahead. Today's meat is for everyone to eat together. As the eldest brother, Shu Tianyu could only ask, Third brother, What should I do? You, go to the cafeteria and see if you can get some food back, Shu Tianxi said after a moment's hesitation. I'll go. Shu Xianglian immediately clapped her hands and stood up. She knew that although the food in the cafeteria was poor, they could still get some food. If the two of them went, they might be able to get more. Shu Tianxi did not stop his second sister's decision. Although his eldest brother was simple-minded, he might be bullied if he went to the cafeteria alone. He nodded and said, "Then you go ahead and leave the house to us." Shu Tianxi watched his older brother and younger sister walk toward the cafeteria. He then looked away and instructed Qilin to light the stove. Although they didn't have a cast iron pot, they did have kettles and clay pots. After Qilin helped him light the fire, Shu Tianxi placed a kettle filled with water on top to heat up. He pulled a few freshly picked bird eggs from his trouser pocket, and Qilin exclaimed, "Bird eggs!" "What?" Seeing the bird eggs, Shu Qilin, Shu Tianxi, and Shu Tianshui's eyes immediately lit up, and they couldn't help swallowing. "Don't worry, you'll all have your share later." Shu Tianxi smiled and comforted them. "Third brother promises that we'll have meat to eat every day from now on." "Thank you, third brother." The three children responded excitedly, their eyes filled with anticipation. After comforting their younger siblings, Shu Tianxi continued to pick up the kitchen knife and asked his younger sister to help. Although the knife was a bit blunt, it was no problem to chop the pheasant's throat. He collected the pheasant's blood in a bowl and quickly brought the water in the kettle to a boil. He placed the dead chicken in a wooden basin and quickly covered it with hot water. After soaking it for a dozen seconds, Shu Tianxi and Shu Lian began plucking the chicken's feathers. They gasped repeatedly as they laboriously plucking the chicken. Meanwhile, the other siblings busied themselves chopping wood and breaking branches nearby, occasionally glancing at the eggs in the kettle, their eyes gleaming with longing. "Wipe your saliva. Wait until big brother and second sister come back. Then we'll eat together." Shu Tianxi glanced at them and gently reminded them. He lifted the plucked and gutted pheasant. It wasn't a large bird, weighing a little over a pound after plucking. He chopped the chicken into small pieces and tossed them into a large casserole. Instead of using water from the lake at home, he poured in water from the spiritual spring. He then added a few slices of ginger, covered the pot, and began to simmer. Clearly, one pot of chicken soup wasn't enough for the six of them. There was no rice, noodles, or even cornmeal at home, so Shu Tianxi took a few sweet potatoes sent by the villagers and steamed them in a steamer. Not long after, Shu Tianyu and Shu Xianglian returned with a large bowl of wild vegetable porridge, corn porridge, and 4 steamed buns, which were obviously extra from the canteen. "Brother, sister, you're back." Shu Tianxi and Shu Shulian couldn't wait to greet them when they came back, hugging their thighs and asking excitedly, "Are you hungry? Come and eat." Shu Xianglian smiled and put the food on the 8 immortal table. The two little guys looked at the food in front of them, but did not start eating immediately. Instead, they looked at Shu Tianxi. Shu Tianyu and Shu Xianglian were a little confused when they saw this scene. They didn't understand why they didn't eat. So, they turned to look at Shu Tianxi and asked, "Tianxi, what's going on?" Shu Tianxi smiled mysteriously and placed the cooked bird eggs on the table. "Bird eggs." Shu Tianyu and the other two were stunned for a moment, looking at Shu Tianxi in surprise. Shu Tianxi nodded and gave 2 to each of his brother and sister. "Little guys, are you greedy?" "Thank you, third brother." The 3 of them couldn't wait to take the bird's egg and stuffed it directly into their mouths. The taste on the tip of their tongues made the little ones show happy expressions. Seeing their expressions, Shu Xianglian also took out a bird's egg and handed it to the 5th brother. "Tiansu, second sister will give you this one to eat." "No." Shu Tianxi immediately stopped her. "Second sister, just eat it by yourself. I still have bird eggs and pheasant eggs that haven't been cooked yet, so they won't be missing out." And more, everyone was stunned, full of surprise and expectation. "Eat quickly. The chicken soup will be ready soon." Shu Tianxi smiled, peeled the eggshell, and ate the smooth egg. After hearing what he said, Shu Xianglian no longer insisted. Shu Tianyu looked at the bird egg in his hand, stunned for a moment, then looked at Shu Tianxi and said, "Third brother, you are not allowed to go to the mountains again." Shu Tianxi gave him a strange look and asked, "Why, if I don't go to the mountains, how can we have meat at home?" Shu Tianxi retorted, "The mountains are too dangerous. You'd better come with us to work honestly." Shu Tianyu's tone was unquestionable. "If I could survive on the few work points I earned, my parents wouldn't have starved to death." Shu Tianxi shook his head. "The drought might be even worse next year. The team won't even have enough to eat. and the communal meals will definitely be canceled. If I could catch some big fish, I could make some bacon to help our family get through this difficult time. Then take me with you, Shu Tianyu said after thinking. Fortunately, Shu Xianglian reacted quickly, stood up and stopped him and persuaded him. No, none of you can go. Chapter 10. Eating chicken and drinking chicken soup. Brother, Tianxi has never liked working since he was a child. It must be because he excels in other aspects. Maybe he is just particularly good at hunting. Being able to do something for the family is better than doing nothing all day. Right, as long as he doesn't go deep into the mountains and forests, there shouldn't be any danger. To convince her elder brother to let Shu Tianxi do what he wanted, Shu Xianglian found an excuse. Shu Tianxi nodded immediately. Yes, I'm really good at hunting. That's because I don't have a hunting rifle. Otherwise, I'd definitely kill a few wild boars. No way. Before Shu Tianxi could finish, two voices came from the room, trying to stop him. Third brother, I heard from the villagers that Tai Dan was killed by a wild boar. You can't go. You can't die. Shu Tianyu shook his head seriously. Okay, I definitely won't go. Shu Tianxi smiled, but he knew in his heart that once he reached the mountain, he would have the final say on where to go. Third brother, it smells so good. Is the chicken soup ready? Shu Shuilian suddenly shouted excitedly. Shu Tianxi came to his senses and ruffled his little sister's hair. I'll go check. Steam rose from the small holes in the clay pot lid, and the air was filled with an alluring aroma. As Shu Tianxi lifted the lid, the rich aroma hit him. The smell at that moment would definitely make the children next door cry with envy. Second sister, try it and see if it's done. Shu Tianxi picked up a chicken wing and handed it to Shu Xianglian. Shu Xianglian shook her head and refused. Try it yourself, or give it to Tiance. In this era, women either favored boys over girls, or like Voldemort, put their families first. Shu Xianglian was no exception, always considering her brothers first. Shu Tianxi didn't force it and handed the chicken wing to Shu Shuilian. Little sister, try it. The little sister's eyes lit up, and she quickly opened her mouth and took a bite of the chicken wing. The delicious taste filled her entire mouth, and she couldn't help but close her eyes. She was finally able to eat meat. She was so happy. How is the meat? Is it tender? Seeing that the little sister didn't say anything, Shu Tiance couldn't wait to urge her. The little sister took a bite and curled her lips. A little tough. Okay, it's done. Shu Tianxi waved his hand and started to prepare to share the dishes, regardless of whether the other party was satisfied or not. He picked up 6 bowls, placed them on the stove, and began to distribute the meat and broth. He gave the drumsticks and feet to the 2 youngest children, while the wings and breasts went to the 2nd and 4th children. Although the pheasant was very lean, with only the breast and legs showing any meat, the meat was very firm and the broth was very delicious. The 6 siblings each held a bowl of chicken soup and a sweet potato and happily began to eat. Just as everyone was enjoying the meal, Shu Xianglian put a piece of chicken breast into the eldest brother's bowl and said, Brother, you usually do a lot of work, so eat some to replenish your body. Shu Tianyu paused and shook his head. Give it to the third brother. He caught the chicken. I don't want it. Just give it to you guys. Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes and refused. Shu Tianyu looked at the 4th, 5th, and 6th brothers, each of whom put their bowls on their waists. Shu Tianxi couldn't help but smile. He looked at his 2nd sister and said, Second sister, you eat yours. I'll cook another one for big brother tonight. Shu Xianglian finally gave up her insistence. Burp. After finishing their sweet potatoes and chicken soup, everyone couldn't help but burp. Although their stomachs weren't completely full in this era of food scarcity, this meal was already very satisfying. At that moment, the village chief, Shu Daqiang, suddenly appeared at the door. Tianyu, Xianglian, are you eating? He asked, then suddenly sniffed, his expression becoming a little strange. Shu Tianxi and his 6 brothers and sisters immediately stood up and greeted them. Village chief, we just finished eating. Have you eaten yet? Eva eat then. I came to see if you need any help. Shu Daqiang waved his hand and walked into the living room. However, he was obviously reluctant to leave the aroma in the air, sniffing from time to time. He glanced at the food on the table. His face changed, and he asked in confusion, Tianxi, what did your family have for lunch today? Shu Shuilian leaned over and whispered, Uncle Village Chief, we had chicken soup for lunch. Chicken soup. Shu Daqiang's eyes widened, and he looked at them in surprise. This family had just lost their parents. If it weren't for the villagers' help, they would have starved to death long ago. It's outrageous that I can actually drink chicken soup today. Village chief, this is what happened. Seeing Shu Daqiang's shocked face, Shu Tianci hurriedly explained. When he learned that he had caught 2 pheasants, Shu Daqiang's eyes suddenly changed, and he smiled. You kid, I said you're not a person without skills. It turns out you have a hunting skill. Luck, pure luck. Shu Tianci chuckled modestly. Shu Daqiang waved his hand and advised, luck or strength. The mountain is very dangerous anyway. If you want to go, be careful. Understand. Shu Tianci nodded. Okay, since you've already eaten, I'll leave. Shu Daqiang turned and left. When he reached the door, he couldn't help swallowing, thinking to himself, damn, this aroma is too tempting. Shortly after Shu Daqiang left, Shu Shaoqing came to find Shu Tianyu to go to work. Shu Tianyu and Shu Xianglian didn't rest, put on their knitted hats, and prepared to go with him. Brother, take this. Shu Tianci hurriedly called them over and handed them the water bottle. There's not much water left at home. Don't give it to others if you can drink it yourself. Shu Tianyu glanced at the kettle in confusion. Can't we give it to the villagers? Yes, but we have to focus on ourselves. Shu Tianci nodded and instructed. Okay, I'll listen to you. Shu Tianyu nodded and turned to leave. Shu Tianci looked at his brothers and sisters and quickly drove them away before entering the space. Chapter 11. Guessing the Laws of Space. I guess this chicken coop must have appeared out of thin air, right? Shu Tianci sat in the space of the Qilin jade pendant, staring at the chicken coop in front of him, lost in thought. Recalling the first time he entered the space, there was no bamboo shed for poultry next to the thatched hut. However, today, after he caught a few pheasants and brought them in, a chicken coop quietly appeared next to the thatched hut. He speculated that the space might generate certain things based on needs. For example, after catching chickens, the space automatically generated a chicken coop to house them. What intrigued Shu Tianci even more was that the captured rabbits were also given a place to stay in the corner. He also noticed that these areas seemed to have certain restrictions, preventing the poultry from moving freely. Even if there was no ceiling above, the pheasants could not fly out of the chicken coop. If I catch a couple of wild boars and bring them in, will a pig pen appear behind the thatched cottage? Shu Tianci's mind stirred. If that were the case, wouldn't he be able to raise wild boars himself? He couldn't help but feel a little excited and decided to go to the mountains again tomorrow to catch some wild boars and give it a try. The thought of this made Shu Tianci even more excited. He then turned to look at his sweet potatoes, rice seedlings, and pumpkins. His sweet potatoes had already sprouted quite a few stalks, estimated to be several hundred, but he wasn't sure if the potatoes had sprouted from the soil yet. I'm really looking forward to it, he thought to himself. Although he felt a strong urge to pull them up, he resisted. The other 2 pumpkin seeds had also sprouted, growing 7 or 8 large leaves and beginning to climb. Although Shu Tianci was not a professional grower and hadn't even built a bamboo frame, he was amazed at the speed of growth. The rice seedlings were also growing rapidly, almost half a meter tall. Judging by their growth rate, they were definitely much faster than those grown in ordinary soil. Shu Tianci estimated that the flow of time in this dimension was roughly 10 times faster than in the outside world. Combined with the nourishment of the black soil and the spiritual lake water, the plants were growing much faster than normal. However, there were only 2 acres of land in the space, so he began to wonder how he could acquire more. Could it be, planting all these 2 acres? Shu Tianci's eyes suddenly lit up. Since the space generated products based on demand, if he planted both plots of land with sweet potatoes and rice, and then wanted to plant corn and pumpkins, would the space generate more land? This speculation filled Shu Tianci with curiosity, and he decided to verify it. So he immediately began to pick off the extra sweet potato vines, and using his mental power and manual power to quickly bury them in the soil. He also put some sweet potato vines in the chicken coop and rabbit hutch to prevent them from starving to death. Although the whole process went smoothly, he only planted half an acre of sweet potato vines for an acre of sweet potato vines, and the other sweet potato vines would have to wait until tomorrow to grow. After watering, Shu Tianci felt a little dry in the mouth and dizzy. He knew it was due to excessive mental energy consumption, so he immediately drank a few sips of spiritual lake water to restore his physical strength. After leaving the space, Shu Tianci lay on the bed and rested for a while. Tianci, Tianci, a familiar voice came to his ears, and Shu Tianci slowly opened his eyes. He saw Shu Tianyu looking at him with a puzzled look and asked, Tianci, you slept all afternoon? Shu Tianci stood up and glanced out the window, noting that it was already dark. He knew that this was due to excessive mental energy consumption, which caused him to sleep for a long time. He shook his head and explained, I was busy with other things for a while and fell asleep because I was tired. Shu Tianyu didn't think much about it and nodded. Get up, it's time to prepare dinner. Okay. Shu Tianxi followed his elder brother to the living room and immediately smelled the rich aroma of chicken soup. Tianxi's awake. Come have some chicken soup. Shu Xianglian called out to Shu Tianxi, bringing out a bowl of steaming hot chicken soup from the kitchen. The family of 6 sat down at the 8-person table again, their appetites whetted as they stared at the bowls of chicken soup. In those days of food scarcity, even a soup made with just a little meat could make the surrounding villagers salivate. However, compared to the chicken soup at noon, the taste of the evening soup was slightly inferior, probably because the water from the spirit lake was not added. Shu Tianxi glanced at his eldest brother and second sister and asked curiously, the villagers won't gossip about us eating this way, right? Shu Xianglian smiled and shook her head, saying, who would gossip about us? That's not true. Second sister, you're lying. Shu Shulian suddenly stood up and exposed her. Aunt Yuning said we were secretly eating meat. We are ungrateful. Little sister. Shu Xianglian frowned and shouted, drink your soup and don't talk. Shu Shulian pursed her lips and lowered her head, saying nothing more. Shu Tianxi looked at them, knowing that the villagers must have smelled the aroma of the chicken soup and got angry. Perhaps they felt that they had given them sweet potatoes and steamed bread, but they had not expected Shu Tianxi to catch pheasants. Perhaps they felt that Shu Tianxi should give these pheasants to them to eat. He said coldly, this kind of village woman likes to gossip. Don't pay attention to her in the future. When I kill a wild boar one day, I will share it with the whole village. Hey, I won't give it to her. It will piss her off. Shu Xianglian and Shu Shulian covered their mouths with their hands and smiled, then rolled their eyes at him. But it's a gift from heaven. Shu Tianyu suddenly hesitated and asked, Aunt Yuning gave us food after all. If you don't give her the game you hunt, she'll gossip about it. If word gets out, won't everyone call us ungrateful? You know more and more. Shu Tianxi looked at him in surprise, and then complained, Aunt Yuning did give us food, but the half a handful of wild vegetables she gave us was just icing on the cake compared to the dozens of sweet potatoes given by other villagers. We didn't say we wouldn't repay her. We haven't even eaten enough yet, so we can't just repay her like this, right? And she uses this as an excuse to point at us and scold us every day, calling us ungrateful wolves? For someone like that, I wouldn't even hit her. Yes, that Aunt Yuning loves to gossip. Shu Tianxi and the other 2 immediately echoed. Tianxi, it's not good to hit people. Shu Tianyu shook his head and frowned, saying, if Aunt Yuning wants to eat it, give me mine. Shu Tianxi also frowned and said, then you go and give her the chicken soup. Okay. Shu Tianyu stood up without hesitation and was about to serve her the chicken soup. Brother. Shu Xianglian glared at Shu Tianxi, then stepped forward and grabbed Shu Tianyu. Tianxi, you're joking. We definitely have to repay Aunt Yuning's kindness, but we also have to survive. You have to go to work tomorrow, so you can't send her the chicken soup. Shu Tianxi ignored his eldest brother, but looked at his younger siblings and threatened, drink quickly, or I will give yours to Lu Yuning. The expressions of the 3 changed, and they immediately lowered their heads and began to eat voraciously. Chapter 12. Stargazing. In the 1960s, the village was quiet at night. After dinner, everyone retired to bed. The only active people were probably the married couples. The creaking of the beds continued almost all night. However, Shu Tianxi took a nap in the afternoon, and after dinner, he still didn't feel like sleeping for a while. So he moved a stool to the courtyard and sat down, gazing at the stars. The entire village had no electric lights. Many families used oil lamps, and some people went to bed before dark to save money. But in this era, there's really no need for lights at night. The light of the stars and moon is bright enough. Shu Tianxi sat in the courtyard, the brightness of the stars and moon allowing him to see even 100 meters away. Shu Tianxi grew up in the city, where streetlights always flickered. Unexpectedly, it was so bright here at night, without even turning on the lights. And the surroundings were not quiet at all. The chirping of crickets, earthworms, and birds mixed together, making it seem quite lively. Third brother, aren't you going to sleep? Suddenly, Shu Tianxi carefully moved a stool, sat down next to him, and asked softly. Shu Tianxi glanced at him, shook his head, and chuckled. I slept in the afternoon and will sleep again at night. What about you? Why don't you sleep? Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment, and finally whispered, I miss my parents. Shu Tianxi was slightly stunned, and a sense of sadness welled up in his heart. Little Tyance was only 10 years old. After being separated for such a long time, it was indeed difficult for him to accept the pain of losing his relatives. Shu Qianxi looked at his sad face and put his arms around him. Tian's mom and dad must be thinking of you too. Tian's eyes lit up and he asked anxiously, Really? Of course it's true. Shu Qianxi nodded in affirmation, then pointed to the starry sky. Look, Mom and Dad are right there. He told Tian so that their parents had turned into stars in the sky. Tonight, the sky was dotted with stars, and Shu Qianxi hoped to find 2 stars as a symbol of his brother's sustenance. Tian looked in the direction of Shu Qianxi's finger for a long time, and finally said, Why can't I see it? Shu Qianxi patiently explained, Those 2 brightest stars, twinkling, must be responding to you. Tian looked carefully again, his eyes suddenly lit up. I found it. He immediately stood up and excitedly shouted to the sky, Dad, Mom, is that you? Shu Qianxi looked at his happy expression and smiled without stopping him. Tian saw the 2 stars twinkling and turned around with a look of surprise on his face. Third brother, you really didn't lie to me. It seems that my parents responded to me. Shu Qianxi smiled slightly and stood up. Of course, third brother would not lie to you. Dad and Mom will always be with us. You must be good and obedient, okay? Tian nodded immediately and shouted to the sky, Dad and Mom, don't worry, I will definitely listen to my elder brother and second sister. Hearing this, Shu Qianxi felt a little dissatisfied and thought to himself, I care about you so much, but you say you only listen to my elder brother, a second sister? He didn't think much of it and reached out to rub Tian's hair. Okay, I've said hello to my parents. It's getting late, go to bed. Tiansu responded and prepared to go back to the room with his third brother. Just as they turned around, they suddenly found 2 people standing behind them. Holy crap! Shu Qianxi was startled and turned around to see his eldest brother and second sister standing at the door. He said helplessly, Brother, second sister, why are you standing there without saying anything? Shu Xianglian looked up at the sky and said nothing. Shu Tianyu asked curiously, Is that really my father and mother? Shu Qianxi looked at them and knew that his conversation with his brother had been heard. He smiled and said, It doesn't matter whether it is true or not. As long as you think they are, then they are. It's getting late. You should go to bed early. He patted his second sister's shoulder and took his brother back to the room. The next day, when Shu Qianxi woke up, he found that his eldest brother and second sister were no longer at home. Shu Shulian came over in tattered clothes, looking dirty, and shouted, Third brother, are you awake? Yeah. Shu Qianxi nodded and asked, Have the eldest brother and second sister gone to work? Shu Lian nodded and explained, Uncle Qin came over to call my elder brother and his second sister before dawn. It seemed that the people really had to get up early to work. Shu Qianxi dug into his pocket and took out a few pheasant eggs. Little sister, do you want some? Shu Shulian's eyes lit up, and she drooled as she stared at the eggs. Shu Qianxi smiled and ruffled her hair. Take them all and go to the kitchen to cook them. Then I'll get you some water so you can take a good bath later. A bath? Shu Lian was stunned. How much water does that take? She shook her head and said, Third brother, I'll boil the eggs, but there's no water at home, so I can't take a shower. How can that be? Your flesh will rot if you don't take a shower. Shu Qianxi immediately denied it and comforted her. Don't worry, third brother can get some water. There wasn't much water at home, and Shu Lian had no idea how long it had been since she'd showered. Plus, she was lively and active and growing fast, so Shu Qianxi decided to give her a good bath. After all, the water from the spirit lake in the space was more than enough. Shu Lian, half believing, took the eggs to the kitchen, while Shu Qianxi went to prepare water. He carried the wooden bucket into his younger sister's room, filled it with water from the spirit lake, and then headed to the kitchen. Shu Lian was busy fetching firewood, the fire illuminating her dark face, making her look particularly busy. Don't bother. I'll get you some water. Shu Qianxi walked over with a smile. The water is in your room. Go take a shower. Did you really get some water? Shu Lian looked at Shu Qianxi doubtfully, then walked into her room. When she saw the bucket of crystal-clear lake water, her mouth dropped open. Chapter 13: Pheasants lay eggs and rabbits reproduce. Not long after Shu Qianxi cooked the 6 pheasant eggs, his younger sister came running over. Third brother. She looked at Shu Qianxi with anticipation and a hint of admiration in her eyes. At this time, the other person's clothes were a little tattered, and his dark skin actually had some traces of whiteness. It seems that this spiritual lake water has many wonderful uses, and Shu Tianxi will have to slowly explore them in the future. He smiled at the little sister with satisfaction, then handed over 5 pheasant eggs. Eat one for yourself, and share the rest with my eldest brother and second sister. Okay, thank you, third brother. Shu Xuelon couldn't wait to take the egg, then turned around and ran out. Etc. Shu Tianxi quickly pulled her back and reminded her, little sister, water resources are very scarce nowadays. Don't tell anyone that you have water for bathing outside, okay? I understand. Shu Xuelon nodded, not knowing whether she took the words to heart. Shu Tianxi didn't say anything else and let the other party go find his elder brother and the others. He picked up the only pheasant egg left on the table, peeled it, and started eating it. He finished an egg in 2 bites, and the next second he disappeared. In the jade pendant space, Shu Tianxi used his mental power to turn over the uncultivated land. After drinking Linghu water and taking a bath in the past 2 days, his physical condition has improved a lot. Especially after overusing your brain, drink some water from the spirit lake, and wake up. That mental state has an indescribable feeling. Now he has discovered the magical effect of the water from the spiritual lake, which seems to be able to whiten the skin. Perhaps it can be used as medicine to treat diseases. Shu Tianxi made a subconscious guess, and then continued to open up the land. After clearing the remaining half-acre of the sweet potato field, he buried all the sweet potato vines that had grown there. At this point, the acre of land in front of us is full of sweet potatoes. Shu Tianxi exhaled, then came to the sweet potato vine that was buried in the soil first. He reached out and grabbed the root, then pulled hard. Perhaps because he used too much force, the sweet potato vines covering several square meters around were pulled up. What caught my eye were the dozens of big, red sweet potatoes at the roots. What the hell? Shu Tianxi exclaimed, and then immediately used his mental power to get all the sweet potatoes down. He buried the pulled vines back into the soil and continued to pull out other sweet potato vines. After pulling dozens of times, he had turned over 1/5 of the sweet potato vines. At the beginning, there were several big sweet potatoes at the root of each sweet potato vine, and that feeling was so great, until it gets smaller and smaller until it disappears. Shu Tianxi didn't dare to pull out the vines anymore, so he just buried them again. After doing all this, he came to the side to check today's harvest. The ground nearby was filled with large, red sweet potatoes, probably hundreds of them, and each one weighed at least 1 or 2 kilograms, and he couldn't get the small ones. Shu Tianxi touched his chin and murmured, "This must be over 1,000 pounds, enough for the whole family to eat for several months. How can we preserve so many sweet potatoes? If I just leave it here, it shouldn't rot, right?" Before Shu Tianxi could think about it, a few chickens suddenly crowed. Chi-chi-chi-chi. He immediately looked sideways and found that one of the 2 pheasants in the chicken coop was lying in the chicken coop. It raised its head and screamed, sounding very painful. Oh shit, is it laying eggs? Shu Tianxi's eyes lit up and he ran over immediately. The other pheasants seemed to sense the danger and flew over to attack Shu Tianxi. But there seemed to be a restriction in the chicken coop, and the pheasants could not fly out. However, Shu Tianxi was able to reach his hand and unimpeded. He grabbed the pheasant and gave it 2 slaps. "It makes you crazy. It makes you special, and you want to peck me." After feeling a little relieved, he threw the pheasant back into the chicken coop. The pheasant lying in the chicken coop seemed to be frightened and suddenly flew out. Shu Tianxi took a closer look, and his eyes widened immediately. In that still warm chicken coop, there were 5 pheasant eggs. He immediately glanced at where he had stored the pheasant eggs and saw only a dozen or so eggs left. In other words, all 5 eggs in the chicken coop were laid by pheasants? Judging from the speed of space and time flow outside, it seems possible. Since they can continuously bring value to ourselves, we must cultivate them well. Shu Tianxi showed ecstasy on his face and immediately picked a large amount of sweet potato leaves and threw them into the chicken coop. 2 pheasants immediately flew over and started pecking at the leaves. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and said, "Brother Chicken, just eat some leaves first. When the rice is ripe, I will replace it for you." After saying this, he turned around and observed the rice seedlings he had transplanted and the pumpkins he had grown. The rice seedlings have grown quite strong and seem to be showing signs of bearing fruit. According to the flow of time and the effect of Linghu water, the fruits should turn yellow in 2 days at most. As for the 2 pumpkin vines, they had grown very long, and their leaves were bigger than Shu Tianxi's face. 7 or 8 green fruits the size of a baby's fist are hanging on it, and it will take some time before they ripen. However, according to the flow of time, it is only about a day outside. At that time, you can continue to cultivate it and it will grow more and more. What bothered Shu Tianxi was how to store the food. It seems that he needs to find a market as soon as possible. Shu Tianxi scratched his scalp and suddenly remembered that he had also caught 2 rabbits. A small bamboo nest was built for them in the space, and Shu Tianxi saw it when he approached. However, to his surprise, there were more than 2 rabbits inside. In the rabbit hutch nearby, there were more than a dozen little rabbits the size of an adult's finger. Oh my God, is she giving birth? Rabbits are known for being fertile, but who knew they were so fertile? However, Shu Tianxi was surprised and happy, and quickly picked a lot of sweet potato leaves and threw them into the rabbit's nest. If you cultivate them well, you might be able to make a fortune from rabbits. He turned around and took out the 5 eggs from the chicken coop, then put the dozen or so eggs he had picked up earlier into another chicken coop. The purpose of doing this is to hope that the pheasants can be bred and hatch chicks from these pheasant eggs. Today is such a fruitful day. Shu Tianxi stretched, drank some water from the spirit lake, and then disappeared into the space. He left dozens of sweet potatoes at home and went out with an axe. On the other side, Shu Xuelon found Shu Tianyu and Shu Xianglian with eggs. Big brother, second sister. Shu Tianyu stopped what he was doing and looked at Shu Xuelon in confusion. Little sister, have you taken a shower? Third brother won't let me say it. Shu Xuelon glanced at the villagers around her, left a word, and ran towards Shu Xianglian. If Tianxi doesn't allow me to say it, then I won't say it. Shu Tianyu murmured, while Shu Xianglian beside him urged him softly. Hurry, go back. Although the voice was low, everyone still looked over. Chapter 14, Dispute Caused by Eggs. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Shu Xianglian immediately realized that something serious had happened. It was too late for her to stop them now. The other villagers put down their work and gathered around. Wow, so many eggs. Xuelon, where did you get so many pheasant eggs? Are you going to share all these pheasant eggs with us? Haha, that's why they say that children from wealthy families are sensible and know how to repay their gratitude. A group of women were talking at once and were about to come up to get the eggs. Shu Xuelon quickly protected him, her eyes red as she shouted, Get out of the way. This is what my third brother cooked for us. Shu Xianglian didn't dare to neglect it and quickly shared the eggs with her 3 younger brothers and sisters. Be good, go eat. The 3 children held the eggs tightly, looked at the villagers warily, and ran away. Seeing this scene, the villagers immediately became unhappy. Hey, Xianglian, what do you mean by this? Lu Yuning asked, rolling up her sleeves and putting her hands on her hips. Shu Xianglian clutched the 2 eggs tightly and pretended to be dumb. Aunt Yuning, what's wrong? Stop playing dumb with me. Your parents died a few days ago, and our family helped. The village chief also said that he was worried that you would be hungry, so he asked us to collect some food. These days, everyone is struggling to make ends meet. Taking away that food would be the death of our family. Lu Yuning kept yelling and saying that her things were more important than her life. Hey, how come Nana's wild vegetables become something more precious than eggs in your mouth? Shu Xianglian was not afraid either, and she shouted at the top of her voice, Listen, everyone listen. Listen to what Lu Yuning is saying. Is it human language? A group of villagers gathered around and asked, Aunt Yuning, what are you doing? Tianyu, come here. Lu Yuning snorted coldly and asked, Let me ask you, did you brothers and sisters eat the food I gave you? Half a handful of wild vegetables? Shu Tianyu frowned and thought carefully, then shook his head and said, I didn't eat it. Well, hearing these straightforward words, all the villagers were stunned. Lu Yuning was also stunned for a moment, and then started crying. Oh my God, how can I be such an ungrateful person? The half handful of wild vegetables I scraped out from between our family's teeth were really fed to the dog. Even if I feed the dog, it still knows to wag its tail at me. Oh my God, what a sin. Shu Xianglian wanted to sit on the ground and roll around, but the villagers came up to stir things up, advising her, Tianyu, be kind. Your Aunt Yuning gave your family half a handful of wild vegetables, and we all know that. Now you say you didn't eat. Isn't that just a lie? That's right, Tianyu. Your parents are both well known for their honesty in the village. You can't lie and be such an annoying, ungrateful idiot. Seeing more and more villagers standing on her side, Lu Yuning's hand covering her face secretly revealed a crack. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and then she immediately stepped forward, waved her hands, and shouted, All right. I think Tianyu and Xianglian know they've done something wrong. After she finished speaking, she looked at Shu Tianyu and his sister and said, "Just tell me, have the villagers done you any favors?" Shu Tianyu's expression changed, and he nodded. "Aunt Yuning's kindness will be remembered by our whole family. Since there is a favor, shouldn't you brothers and sisters repay it?" Hearing this, Shu Xianglian immediately shouted, "Don't you just want our eggs?" "What did you say?" Lu Yuning glared and cursed. "What do you mean I want her eggs? Am I that kind of person? We gave our entire family's food rations to you ungrateful wolves to feed you. Now our whole family is going to starve, and you're eating eggs. Ask your elders, how long has it been since they last had meat? How can you open your mouth to eat eggs when facing these elders who have done you so much good?" Shu Xianglian would also throw a tantrum, but now it was clear that the other party was more arrogant. Faced with the aggressive attitude of Lu Yuning and the villagers, they could not withstand it at all. Shu Tianyu didn't want his sister to be bullied, so he handed the egg to her. "Aunt Yuning, here are my eggs for you." "Brother." Shu Xianglian's face changed, and she wanted to stop him. But although Shu Tianyu was stupid, he was stubborn, so he didn't let the other party succeed. Lu Yuning was afraid that she would miss the egg if she was a step late, so she quickly stepped forward and snatched it away. The villagers' hearts are warm, but they may also become cold when it comes to interests. Looking at Lu Yuning, who looked very surprised after receiving the eggs, Shu Tianyu said in a simple voice, "Aunt Yuning, now our family doesn't owe you anything, right?" "I don't owe you anymore. I don't owe you anymore." Lu Yuning had no words to say when half a handful of wild vegetables was exchanged for an egg. The other women in the village stared at the eggs in her hand, drooling with greed. Just then, someone came forward and said, "Yuning, can you give me some of these eggs to try? Get out of the way. I don't owe you anything when I leave." Lu Yuning glared at him, then waved her hand and pointed at Shu Xianglian. "Go find whoever owes you money." The women's expressions changed, and finally they set their eyes on the egg in Shu Xianglian's hand. Compared with Lu Yuning, this Kefnezi is obviously easier to bully. "What are you doing? You don't want to work points anymore, do you?" Shu Xiaoqing suddenly ran over, stared at the group of villagers, and scolded them. "Lu Yuning, are you bullying the Tianyu siblings again?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yuning immediately retorted, "Captain, what are you talking about? Then how come they owe me something? And that means I'm bullying them." Shu Xiaoqing also knew that this woman was not easy to deal with, and he couldn't handle her if she started throwing a tantrum. So he could only make a big deal out of a small matter and waved his hand, saying, "All right, this matter ends here. Fugue's family only has 6 children left, Tianyu, and life is not easy. Just behave yourself and stop trying to bully them." Hearing this, the women could only look at the eggs in Shu Xianglian's hand reluctantly. He looked at Shu Xiaoqing again and turned back to work. Shu Xiaoqing shook her head, looked at Shu Tianyu and said, "Tianyu, you are stupid too." "I'm not stupid," Shu Tianyu quickly retorted, but Shu Xianglian said gratefully, "Thank you, Uncle Qing, for today. It's just a small matter. You just need to learn to be a little stronger. You guys go back to work, and come to me if you need anything later." Shu Xiaoqing also took a look at the egg, swallowed, and turned away. "I gave all the eggs I brought back yesterday to my child. He was really greedy." After everyone went to work, Shu Tianyu also started working. Suddenly, a hand holding half an egg was handed over. "Brother, you eat." Shu Tianyu glanced at Shu Xianglian and shook his head. "No, you eat it. Each of us eat half. How can we have the energy to work if we don't eat?" Seeing Shu Xianglian's insistence, Shu Tianyu took it. The two of them stuffed the eggs into their mouths and smiled happily. Chapter 15. Capture the Wild Boar. At this time, Shu Tianxi had already gone up the mountain, and he was even more curious about what his elder brother and second sister were thinking after being targeted. When he asked his younger sister to deliver the eggs, he already had an idea of the approximate result in his mind. His eldest brother is sometimes silly and cute, and sometimes a little clever. I hope he can understand more about people's hearts. Maybe it will be good for his brain. He didn't care that it was just a matter of wasting a few pheasant eggs. After reaching the mountain, he suddenly found that something was wrong here. There were many traces of trampling on the dry grass and branches on the road, as if many people had walked by. Moreover, there were many footprints made by straw sandals on the dry mud ground in front. Shu Tianxi squatted on the ground to investigate, then blurted out, "Fuck, how many people went up the mountain?" He could more or less guess the reasons and purposes of this group of people going up the mountain. However, his purpose today was not to eat meat, but to eat wild boar. So he chose to take a detour and used his rusty axe to cut a path from the other side into the forest. Since animals can be raised in the space, there is no need for him to pursue wild game such as pheasants and rabbits too much. With a space flow rate of 10-to-1, pheasants and rabbits can quickly be bred to a quantity that cannot be eaten. Chichikichichi. As we walked deep into the forest, we could hear the sounds of disturbed birds all around. There were also some birds circling in the sky, as if trying to make sure they could return to their nests. Shu Tianxi glanced at the treetops swaying in the distance and shook his head helplessly. It seems that many people in the village have been robbing bird nests. However, he had already emptied out all the bird nests over there, so even if there were any left, there would only be 1 or 2. If those kids try to pull it out again, they'll probably just end up firing blanks. The village has a professional intelligence organization, and the news that they ate chicken yesterday must have spread everywhere. So there will definitely be villagers who are greedy and risk their lives to go into the mountains to look for meat. But most of the people who can come here are children. After all, the production team has tasks to do, and the group of adult laborers must go to the fields to complete the targets. Only those children were so hungry that they couldn't concentrate on reading and could only look for food everywhere. When Shu Tianxi thought of the hardships of this era, he couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, he suddenly saw a bird's nest on the dry tree in the distance. He had cleared out all the bird nests on that road before, but there are still some here. Shu Tianxi immediately looked around and disappeared on the spot when he saw that there was no one around. The next second, he appeared at the top of the tree, took down the bird's nest, and disappeared. After a while, he put the bird's nest back. Following this method, he once again swept all the way to the depths of the forest. What's this? After putting a dozen bird eggs into the space, Shu Tianxi squatted down and pulled away the dry grass. Fuck. Shit. It's not the poria that looks like pig dung, but real pig dung. Shu Tianxi waved his hand with disgust, then stood up and looked around. Logically speaking, since there is pig manure here, there must be wild boars nearby. Moreover, wild boars are social animals, so there must be at least several of them when they appear. Shu Tianxi picked up a stick and dug through the grass, mixed with dead grass. A moment later, he found some messy footprints. He immediately went forward to check it out and found that the grooves of varying depths were exactly the same as those on a pig's foot. I followed the footprints for more than 10 to 20 minutes and caught 2 pheasants and a hare along the way. Sudden, he looked carefully and found that there was a cave in front of him blocked by dead grass and branches. If nothing unexpected happens, the wild boars must be inside. What should I do? Shu Tianxi hesitated, fearing that he would be gored to death by a wild boar as soon as he entered. You can't see the scene inside the cave from outside, and you probably won't be able to see it even if you enter the space. It seems that the only option is to try to lure or disturb them. Shu Tianxi thought of a way and picked up a small stone from the side. Then he took 2 steps back, picked up the stone, and threw it into the cave. Humph. Huff, huff. Soon, the angry sounds of wild boars were heard from inside, and there was more than one. Shu Tianxi's eyes lit up, and he picked up another stone and threw it in. After leaving 2 sweet potatoes on the ground, he disappeared from the spot. The next second, several wild boars rushed out like rockets. The head was pushed up from the bottom, as if it wanted to knock the intruder away the moment it rushed out. Shu Tianxi, who had hidden in the space, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. If he was still standing there, he would have been dead. Looking at the wild boars digging up sweet potatoes on the ground, he knew his opportunity had come. At this time, there were 3 wild boars digging for sweet potatoes on the grass, and their butts were facing the sky. Suddenly, 2 wild boars felt that their tails were entangled by something foreign. Years of living here had developed their sensitive reactions. They were about to resist, but the next second they felt dizzy and lost consciousness. The last wild boar had red eyes and stared at Shu Tianxi as if he saw the murderer of his father. Shu Tianxi looked at the last wild boar and struck a provocative pose. Come here. The wild boar roared angrily and used all its limbs to push toward Shu Tianxi. The next second, it suddenly felt empty. It steadied itself and turned to look back at the spot it had just been at. There was a hint of doubt in its eyes, and it looked a little silly. Suddenly, it also realized that its tail was entangled by a foreign object, and the next second it started to spin dizzy. Done. Shu Tianxi clapped his hands proudly, then looked at the jungle cave behind him. He knew the habits of wild boars and knew that there must be more wild boars in there. But why the other party didn't come out is unknown. He picked up the leftover sweet potatoes on the ground and threw them into the jungle cave. He waited outside for 2 minutes lying sideways, then used a stick to make the hole a little bigger. Shu Tianxi walked into the jungle cave cautiously and saw a scene that made his eyes light up. There were 12 wild boars of different sizes in the cave, scrambling for the sweet potatoes that had just been thrown in. According to their gregarious habits, wild boars are generally divided into 2 types. One is the large group, and the other is the sow with her last litter of piglets. It now appears that the 3 wild boars just now are the mothers of this group of wild boar cubs. When they heard the noise at the cave entrance, a dozen wild boars immediately looked over with vigilance. The next second, they immediately gave up fighting for food, and a hint of ferocity appeared on their faces. The sudden appearance of a strange alien species forced them to be on guard. Shu Tianxi rubbed his hands with a chuckle and said, "My little darlings, I'm here to reunite your family." After a few minutes, there was no wild boar in the entire cave. Shu Tianxi clapped his hands and strode out of the jungle cave with satisfaction. "Help! There's a wild boar." The sudden cry for help forced Shu Tianxi to look in that direction. This voice is... Chapter 16. Saved a childhood sweetheart. "Help! There's a wild boar. Is anyone here? Please help." Deep in the jungle, a huge wild boar that looked to weigh at least 300 or 400 pounds was chasing a man who was about 20 years old. The man was holding a hunting rifle and must have gone up the mountain to hunt. But as he was being chased by a wild boar, he had no chance to use his hunting rifle. In the dead woods outside the jungle, there was a girl about 16 or 17 years old and a group of children. Seeing the man's plight, they didn't dare to step forward to help. Although they didn't think of escaping, they could only shout for help. "Stop shouting and leave." The running man turned around and shouted, then jumped up and hugged a big tree. The wild boar's eyes were red, and its sharp fangs came straight towards him. The man was immediately frightened, dropped his hunting rifle, and started to climb up using his hands and feet. There was a loud bang, and the women and children around subconsciously closed their eyes and screamed. "Ah!" Looking at the fangs under his skin, the man clinging to the tree breathed a sigh of relief. The pair of red eyes made him feel a little uneasy, so he climbed up again. The wild boar began to struggle frantically, trying to pull its tusks out of the tree. As a result, the big tree was shaken wildly by it, and pieces of dead leaves fell down. "Brother!" The woman standing on the periphery saw this and screamed out loud. The man in the tree had red eyes and shouted, "Go!" The woman came to her senses and turned to the group of children and said, "Go! Go quickly! Go to the village and call the militia to come over and ask them to rescue my brother." "Good." The group of children also understood what was happening and immediately turned around and ran down mountain. After watching them disappear from her sight, the woman turned back to look at the man. When the woman saw the broken tree, she immediately showed a look of horror. "Elder brother." The man suddenly became anxious and shouted, "Go. You go too." The woman quickly shook her head, not wanting to abandon her brother like this. However, at this moment, another wild boar was attracted by their shouting. It slowly walked out of the dense, withered forest, staring at the woman with red eyes. The woman panicked and took 2 steps back in fear, then tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. "Ah! Run! Run!" The man who saw this scene was even more panicked than the woman and screamed heart-wrenchingly. "Oomph! Roar!" The strong desire to survive prompted the woman to get up and run forward quickly. "Oomph!" The wild boar seemed angry and chased the woman with a roar. "Ah! Help!" Looking at his sister whose life was hanging by a thread, the man hugging the tree felt anxious and regretful. He shouldn't have agreed to let her follow him up the mountain. At the same time, Shu Tianxi came over with an axe in his hand, following the sound. As he got closer to the sound, he saw a familiar figure running towards him. Xiao Qian? The woman was from the Su family next door, and she had been Shu Tianxi's playmate since childhood. Shu Tianxi was also shocked when he saw the wild boar behind the other party. "Fuck, a wild boar that big. Brother Tianxi, help me." "No, run, run." Su Qian originally wanted Shu Tianxi to save her, but then she remembered that the person chasing her was a wild boar. So she immediately changed her words and wanted Shu Tianxi to run away quickly. Unexpectedly, he was distracted and tripped by a stone again. She immediately turned around and watched the wild boar slowly crawling back towards her. "Move!" The wild boar suddenly snorted angrily and pushed towards Su Qian with its front legs. Ah! Su Qian screamed and immediately covered her eyes, waiting for death to come. More than 10 seconds passed, and the imagined severe pain did not seem to happen. Su Qian's body trembled, and a few gaps slowly appeared between her tightly clenched fingers. When she opened her eyes, she saw a yellow and withered smiling face. The dazzling sunlight shone on his body, as warm as the sunshine in early spring. He held out his hand to her and whispered, "Are you okay?" "It's okay." Su Qian's heart trembled, and she slowly put her hands down. She looked around anxiously and asked curiously, "Brother Tianxi, where is the wild boar?" "Don't worry, I have chased them away." Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and raised his right hand. "Get up first. Won't the branches on the ground prick your butt?" Only then did Su Qian feel the pain in her buttocks, and she held Shu Tianxi's hand with a flushed face. With the other party's strong pull, Su Qian stood up smoothly. But a sudden sharp pain in her foot made her a little unsteady. Hiss! The two stumbles made her feet unable to bear the weight, and she felt unbearable pain when she moved. If Shu Tianxi hadn't been quick enough to catch her, she might have fallen to the ground. Shu Tianxi supported her waist and armpits and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Did you bump your foot just now?" "It should be." Su Qian blushed and hummed, then suddenly thought of something. Her face changed, and she quickly grabbed Shu Tianxi's clothes and said, "Brother Tianxi, go and save my brother. He was chased into a tree by a wild boar. It would be dangerous if we keep him there." Shu Tianxi frowned and asked, "Are you here with Su Jun?" Su Qian hummed, then stared at Shu Tianxi with pleading eyes. "I beg you, go and save him." Shu Tianxi didn't refuse, but just looked at the other person and said, "What about you? Don't worry about me. Saving my brother is more important." "That won't do. This is the edge of the forest. It's too dangerous to leave Su Qian here alone." Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment, then squatted down and said, "Come up. I'll take you with me. But don't say, but if you keep on procrastinating, your brother will be dead." Shu Tianxi did not allow Su Qian to refuse. He directly picked up her legs and let her lie on his back. "Ah!" Su Qian just screamed, and her chest was pressed against the other person's back. Seeing that the other party was running towards her, Su Qian stopped resisting, looking at that angular profile, although a little dark. But at this moment, Su Qian suddenly felt that the other party was very handsome and charming. "Brother Tianxi, you are so handsome." "Ah?" Shu Tianxi was stunned and asked curiously, "What did you say?" "Nothing, I just said thank you." Su Qian's face flushed, and she shook her head and shouted, "It's a small matter, but don't go up the mountain again." Shu Tianxi waved his hand nonchalantly, shouting without blushing or panting, "He is very strong now, and it should be no problem for him to carry something weighing 300 kilograms. It doesn't take much effort to carry a skinny little girl on his back." Soon, they arrived at the area where Su Jun was. "Brother Tianxi there." Su Qian stretched out her hand and pointed, and Shu Tianxi saw a big tree falling down. A figure jumped down from above and ran away. "Look, isn't this person Su Jun? Just sit here and don't move. I'll go help your brother." Shu Tianxi put Su Qian down, then ran towards Su Jun with an axe in hand. "Brother Tianxi, be careful." Chapter 17, Kill the Wild Boar and Save the Su brothers and sisters. At this time, Su Junhun was almost out of his shell, and he had nowhere to hide as he was being chased by the wild boar. He wanted to go and see if his sister was safe, but he was afraid of causing trouble for her. So he could only jump onto a tree again and climb up madly. However, the wild boar chasing him seemed to have learned its lesson and did not bump into the tree again. One man and one pig are going back and forth, and it depends on who can hold out longer. Su Jun was extremely anxious and just hoped that the rescue team would arrive quickly. Roar! Roar! The wild boar seemed to understand Su Jun's thoughts and suddenly began to emit a series of piercing growls. Oh no, he's also asking for help. Su Jun's face changed drastically, and he thought to himself that this time he was really finished. Once the wild boars are called in, the tree won't be able to hold out for even a minute. He looked out at the outskirts of the forest in panic, hoping that the rescue team would arrive soon. Phew! Puff puff! Suddenly, there was the sound of several sharp blades entering the body, and Su Jun looked down when he heard the sound. Fuck! Shu Tianxi? Shu Tianxi appeared under the big tree at some point, chopping the wild boar's head with an axe. After more than 10 axe blows, the wild boar was immediately dying. Holy crap, that's awesome. Su Jun couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, but he found that Shu Tianxi suddenly picked up the wild boar. That thing weighed at least 300 pounds, and he actually carried it all by himself? Just as Su Jun was surprised, he heard Shu Tianxi curse. Idiot! Are you waiting for the wild boars to arrive? Su Jun finally reacted and quickly slid down from the tree. Tianxi, wait for me. Looking at Shu Tianxi running out carrying the wild boar, Su Jun shouted and went to pick up his hunting rifle. He quickly caught up with Shu Tianxi and shouted, Tianxi, don't leave so quickly. My sister is in danger. Please help me rescue her. Shu Tianxi glanced at him and cursed. Su Jun, are you crazy? The mountains are so dangerous, and you brought your sister with you? Well, although he was very unhappy about being scolded, Su Jun still accepted it. He nodded and said, I was wrong this time. I will never do it again next time. Now I beg you to help me and help me rescue my sister. If you help me this time, I will marry my sister to you. Nerves! Are you spending a lot of money on this? Shu Tianxi looked at him in surprise, then shouted, Look to your left. Su Jun looked back in confusion and found Su Qian standing not far away with a flushed face. Sister, brother. I'm so glad you're okay. Su Jun took Su Qian and looked her over. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qian smiled and explained, It was Brother Tianxi who saved me, and I asked him to save you. He saved you. Su Jun looked at Su Qian in surprise, then looked at Shu Tianxi. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that the other party had already run away carrying the wild boar. Su Jun immediately grabbed his sister and chased after the other person. Shu Tianxi, you are my brother from now on. Brother Tianxi, wait for me. Brother-in-law. Su Qian's feet were already hurting so much that her face turned red from holding it in. Hearing the big brother shouting like that, the little face turned even redder. At this time, Shu Tianxi had already started to breathe heavily. After all, he had been running for such a long time carrying a 300-pound wild boar. He put the wild boar down and began to rest. He actually didn't want to go down the mountains so early, but the Su brothers and sisters were there, so he couldn't perform well. Moreover, the killed wild boar must be processed as soon as possible, otherwise the quality of the meat will deteriorate. If it weren't for the brother and sister, he could have put the wild boar into the space. Brother-in-law, how strong are you? How can you run so fast carrying such a heavy wild boar? Looking at the brother and sister catching up, Shu Tianxi shook his head speechlessly. He glared at Su Jun and scolded him. Stop yelling. I didn't agree to marry your sister. Without waiting for Su Qian to be disappointed, he continued. Besides, my parents just passed away, and I don't want to get married now. It's okay. You saved my life and my sister's life today. From now on, you are my brother, and my life is yours. Su Jun patted his chest and said proudly. Shu Tianxi looked at him with admiration, but before he could say anything, he heard a noise coming from the front. Hurry up, it will be too late if you go too late. This Su family kid is so outrageous. He actually brought Su Qian up the mountain. I hope it's not too late, but please don't let anything happen. Judging from the sound, it should be the village rescue team coming up. I just don't know if this person is from the Su family or the Shu family. Village Chief, Captain. The leader of the rescue team was none other than Shu Daqiang, the chief of Shujia village. There is also the captain of the Su family militia, Su Kai. Following behind them was a group of villagers and militiamen. Su Jun, are you and your sister okay? Su Kai looked at the Su siblings in surprise, then looked at Shu Tianxi. Shu Daqiang also noticed the huge object next to Shu Tianxi, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Tianxi, you are. That thing looks like a wild boar. How many years will it take to eat such a big one? This can't be a killing by God. This is too powerful. What? Look at his tiny arms and legs. How can he have such ability? I think it was our Su Jun who killed him. What do you mean Su Jun killed him? Didn't you hear them say Su Jun was almost killed by a wild boar? The villagers of Shu family and Su family started arguing, seemingly trying to fight for the ownership of the wild boar. That's enough. Su Kai suddenly scolded, then looked at Su Jun and said, Tell me, what's going on? Captain, it was the third brother who saved me and my sister. Su Jun stepped forward and shouted. That's right, the wild boar was also killed by Brother Tianxi. Su Qian nodded and stepped forward to agree. The brother and sister talked back and forth, explaining the whole story. When they heard that it was really Shu Tianxi who killed the wild boar and saved Su Jun and his sister, Everyone looked at him in surprise. Sukai even took a step forward with the militia and saluted, "Comrade Shu Tianxi, thank you for your selfless dedication. Because of you, Comrade Su Jun and his sister are safe. Our Su family militia owes you a favor, and we will definitely repay you in the future. It's a small matter, just a piece of cake." Shu Tianxi waved his hand and said indifferently. Shu Daqiang looked at Shu Tianxi and asked with concern, "What are you trying to show off, kid? How's it going? Are you hurt anywhere?" "It's okay, wild boars can't get close to me." Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and waved his hand. After hearing this, the villagers from the two villages looked at him with a hint of respect in their eyes. This is a ruthless guy who can fight a wild boar alone. Who else would dare to do that? Shu Daqiang scolded Shu Tianxi a few times, then said, "Since everything is fine, let's go down the mountain quickly." After saying that, he looked at the villagers and said, "Come on, help Tianxi carry the wild boar down the mountain." Chapter 18, Dividing the Pork. Big news! Big news! Tianxi went up the mountain and rescued the Su brothers and sisters. This is incredible. Tianxi killed a 300-pound wild boar. Big brother, second sister, and third brother killed a huge wild boar. Really? Where's the wild boar? He was carried to the village chief's house. I heard they were going to divide the meat. What? Divide the meat? The news that Shu Tianxi killed a wild boar quickly spread in the village, and everyone's first reaction was that it was absolutely impossible. But when they heard that the meat was to be divided, they no longer cared whether the news was true or not. Not to mention those who were idle. Even those who were working would just drop their things and run to the village chief's house. Shu Shaoqing didn't stop them and shouted to Shu Tianyu and his sister, "Go and have a look." Shu Tianyu and his sister stepped forward and grabbed Shu Shuilan, who had come to report the news, and asked, "Little sister, what's going on? Did your third brother really go up the mountain and kill a wild boar? Is he okay?" "Third brother's fine, and he even saved sister Su Qian." Shu Shuilan shook her head and said excitedly, "Sister Su Qian encountered a wild boar and was killed by third brother with an axe." Everyone ran towards the cafeteria while listening to Shu Shuilan's narration. When the villagers heard how brave Shu Tianxi was, they found it incredible. How could that skinny, lazy guy be so powerful? When they arrived at the cafeteria, there were already hundreds of people gathered there. When everyone saw the big wild boar with its hair removed from it on the chopping board, they had no choice but to believe it. This lazy son of a wealthy family is incredible. I heard before that he caught a pheasant. Now, they've even brought back wild boars. They'll have enough to eat until the new year, right? What are we going to eat for the new year? I heard he's going to distribute meat to all the villagers. Holy crap. Is this true? Such a big wild boar. Are you going to give it to us to eat for free? Hearing the villagers' discussions, Shu Tianyu and Shu Xiangyan hurried forward and pulled Shu Tianxi back from standing next to Shu Daqiang and Su Jun. "Tianxi, what's going on? Did you really kill this wild boar? Isn't it obvious?" Shu Tianxi spread his hands and said speechlessly. Shu Xiangyan continued to ask, "Then what about the fact that they said you wanted to distribute the pigs to the villagers?" "Second sister, what's worrying is not the lack of wealth, but the inequality." Shu Tianxi chuckled and explained, "Don't even mention that this wild boar has been seen by everyone. Even if no one saw it, I wouldn't eat it all by myself. The villagers have been kind to our family, and today is the day for us to repay them." Good. Someone heard Shu Tianxi's words and immediately shouted and applauded. "You are so grateful and repay the kindness you have received. You are worthy of being a man of our Shu family." Yes, Tianxi is really great. When the village chief asked us to help, I took out the only food rations in my family without saying a word. After all, I believe that children from wealthy families will not be too bad. This time, I wonder who dares to say that our Tianxi is a lazy, good-for-nothing. That's right. I've always thought Tianxi would be a promising kid. Everyone was talking about it, and they were finding different ways to say how optimistic they were about Shu Tianxi in the past. If the original owner's memory had not been still in his mind, Shu Tianxi would have almost believed it. As for why they still distributed meat to these people, even though they knew they had several faces. First, he was discovered by the rescue team, and it was difficult for him to keep it secret. After all, in this day and age, even a bowl of water is considered a collective asset, let alone such a big wild boar. Besides, his family couldn't finish eating so much, and selling it was even more impossible. If someone reports you, you will definitely be charged with the crime of speculation and profiteering. So in every way, he had to divide the wild boar. Seeing that everyone in the village praised their younger brother so much, Shu Tianyu and Shu Xianglian were also very happy. Shu Xianglian's face was filled with pride as she patted Shu Tianxi and said, "Tianxi, you really bring honor to our family." Shu Tianxi chuckled and didn't say much. "Tianxi, how are you going to divide this pig?" After Shu Daqiang had the pig cut open, he looked at Shu Tianxi and said. Hearing this, Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment before saying, "I only want 10 pounds, and only pork belly. You won't want the pig's offal and bones, so leave them to me. In addition, give Su Jun and his sister 10 kilograms and distribute the rest to the villagers according to their households." When Su Jun heard that Shu Tianxi wanted to give him some pork as well, his face was filled with disbelief. He immediately cried out, "No, you have done me and my sister a great favor by saving them. How can I ask for pork when I haven't thanked you with a gift yet? That would be a disgrace to our family, so we can't accept it. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to recognize me as your big brother, then accept it quickly." Xiao Qian was frightened today, and she needs to eat something good to calm her nerves. Shu Tianxi glared and pointed at Su Qian. Hearing that the meat was for his sister, Su Jun was stunned for a moment and then chuckled. "In that case, I'll accept it for my sister. When the time comes, I will ask my parents to include this meat in the betrothal gift. Come on." Shu Tianxi quickly raised his hand and said, "Let's divide the meat. We can talk about other things later." Looking at Su Qian's flushed face, he could only secretly curse that it was a sin. Shu Daqiang agreed with Shu Tianxi's statement and spoke a few fair words for him in front of the villagers. No matter how dangerous the mountains are, hunting the wild boar was the work of Shu Tianxi alone. Now that he is willing to share the meat with everyone, the whole village should thank him. So he deserved the 10 pounds of meat and pig offal. This statement was agreed by some villagers, and the opinions of other villagers could be ignored. After the communication, Shu Daqiang began to ask the butcher to divide the meat. This wild boar weighs about 300 kilograms, and after removing the hair, blood, and internal organs, there is still more than 200 kilograms left. Shu Tianxi and Su Jun, brother and sister, took away 20 kilograms and handed over part of it as collective assets. This piece of meat belongs to Shu Tianxi's family, so they can get more when they distribute money during the new year. As for the remaining more than 100 kilograms of meat, they were divided equally among the more than 40 households in the Shu family. Distributing the meat according to households is the fairest. After all, some families have more than a dozen people. If they feel unbalanced and think that there are too many people in the family, but too little share, then they can only blame themselves for having too many children. After getting the meat, the villagers went home excitedly. When Shu Tianxi was about to go home, he suddenly heard Shu Shuilan complaining. "Third brother, Aunt Yunying and other aunts are stealing our eggs. After my eldest brother gave the eggs to Aunt Yunying, they still wanted my second sisters." Hearing this, Shu Tianxi immediately turned his head to look at Shu Tianyu. The other party immediately stepped forward and shouted, "They are bullying my second sister. I didn't want them to bully my second sister, so I gave the eggs to Aunt Yunying." Hearing this, Shu Tianxi walked up to Lu Yunying, who was about to get the meat. Just as Butcher Zhang was about to hand the meat over, he snatched it away. Well, Lu Yunying's burning eyes suddenly changed, and her outstretched hand froze. She looked at Shu Tianxi in surprise, frowned, and said, "Tianxi, why are you stealing my aunt's meat?" Chapter 19. You only get a share if I say, I will share it with you. Tell me again, whose pork is this? Looking at Lu Yunying, who had a puzzled and slightly angry look on her face, Shu Tianxi calmly picked up the pork and said. It seemed that she didn't understand what he meant, or was pretending to be confused. Lu Yunying pointed at herself and said, "Of course it's mine. Who else could it be?" The surrounding villagers looked over and listened to the conversation between the two in confusion. When they heard that Lu Yunying was pretending to be confused, an old lady who had already received the pork stood up immediately. "Yunying, you are being a bit shameless when you say that. This is a wild boar that Tianxi hunted. How can it be yours before the meat even reaches you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yunying became furious. She glared at the aunt and said, "Who are you calling shameless? Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart." When the aunt heard this, she was not afraid. She rolled up her sleeves and pointed at her face. She shouted, "Hey, how dare you, a newly married daughter-in-law, be so arrogant? Come on, tear one off and show it to me. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lu Yuning couldn't stand the provocation and rushed forward without saying a word. Seeing this, the surrounding villagers immediately stepped forward to separate the fight. The two women were being pulled by the crowd and kept shouting and making aggressive moves, causing harm to many people. All right, the village chief, Shu Daqiang, shouted angrily, staring at the two women and asking, "You don't have enough food at home, do you? How can you still have the energy to fight?" Hearing this, the two women gave up. However, the dissatisfaction in his eyes could not be concealed at all, and there was a strong momentum of tit-for-tat confrontation. If looks could kill, they would have killed each other thousands of times. Lu Yuning snorted coldly, walked up to Shu Tianxi and stretched out her hand, saying, "Third child of the wealthy family, quickly give me the meat." "Good man, you don't even call my name now, right?" Shu Tianxi was neither anxious nor slow, and smiled and said, "Let me ask you, whose pork is this?" Lu Yuning glared and was about to shout, but saw the other party's fearless expression. Helpless, she could only wave her hands and shout, yours, okay?" "Wrong. This is a collective." Shu Tianxi coughed and corrected. "But I killed this pig, so the distribution is mine. Anyway, I said I would share it with you, so you have a share." Hearing this, Lu Yuning's face changed instantly. The anger that had just been suppressed suddenly erupted, and he pointed to Shu Tianxi's nose and yelled, "What do you mean, you little bastard? Are you kidding me?" Shu Daqiang also looked at Shu Tianxi in confusion and said hesitantly, "Tianxi, what are you doing?" Shu Tianxi waved his hand and asked, "Village chief, do you still remember why I wanted to distribute pork?" "Remember? What does this have to do with you not giving your Aunt Yuning meat?" Shu Daqiang nodded. "I said, my parents just passed away 2 days ago. It was the help of all the villagers, elders, uncles, aunts and uncles that allowed them to rest in peace. It was also because of everyone's generosity that they took out the few food rations at home. This is how we 6 brothers and sisters were able to survive. To express my gratitude and repay you, I am willing to share this wild boar with you." But, speaking of this, Shu Tianxi suddenly strengthened his tone. Looking at the villagers nodding in agreement, he pointed at Lu Yuning. "In order to repay a favor, I asked my elder brother for a pheasant egg. To repay this favor, my eldest brother gave her the pheasant egg, which he had never tasted. In other words, my eldest brother had already returned the favor of the half-handful of wild vegetables to her. Since she has no favor, why should I give her some pork? Folks, do you think I am right?" "Yes, that's right. I think that's right. Tianxi and the others really don't owe her anything." Yuning made Xianglian cry just to eat an egg. She lost 2 kilograms of meat for an egg. She's going to cry her heart out. "Bah, you deserve it." Lu Yuning was anxious and shouted, "Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I force them? The egg was clearly given to me by Shu Tianyu himself." After saying that, she pointed at several women in the crowd and said, "And you too. Don't you guys also want to eat Xianglian's eggs, which is why you made her cry? What? Now you want to put the blame on me just for 2 kilograms of pork? I tell you, no way." After Lu Yuning exposed their thoughts, the group of women immediately became unhappy. So a group of old women refused to give in and started fighting here. Shu Tianxi was too lazy to care about them. As the village chief, Shu Daqiang would handle such matters himself. He looked at Butcher Zhang and said, "Uncle Zhang," except for Lu Yuning, continued to divide the others. "Okay." Butcher Zhang nodded and said with a smile, "Who's next?" Shu Tianxi smiled and went home with his brothers and sisters carrying the meat. On the way, Shu Xianglian frowned and looked at the pig offal in Shu Tianxi's hand. "Tianxi, what do you want these things for? There's shit all over it." Shu Tianxi glanced at his younger brothers and sisters who were moving away from him and explained, "What else can I do? Of course I'm eating." "Eat? How do you eat? We don't have much water at home, nor do we have oil or salt. Yeah, and what we do with all this shit? I always feel like third brother is joking. This smell makes me feel uncomfortable. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with it." Shu Tianxi smiled and explained, "Third brother is so awesome. Third brother, can I eat meat without eating pig offal?" The younger brothers and sisters chattered a lot, but they couldn't help frowning when they saw the yellow objects in the pig offal. It's not that people nowadays don't know how to eat, but the conditions are really too poor. After all, the family only has 1 bucket of well water every day, which is for daily drinking. They don't have water to wash the pig offal, so it's all pig shit. Who would eat shit? Even if we had water to wash it, what would we use to make the seasoning? We only had coarse salt, which was extremely hard, and there wasn't much left. No one dares to eat pig offal without removing the feces and fishy smell. Shu Tianxi believed that as long as he made it, these guys would rush to grab it. As soon as they got home, several people stared at the 10-pound piece of pork and drooled. Shu Shuilan raised her head, looked at Shu Tianxi and said, "Third brother, can we have this for lunch?" "Of course. How about we have braised pork for lunch?" Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and nodded. "Yeah, that's great. Finally, we have braised pork to eat. Third brother is so awesome." Looking at her younger brothers and sisters with excited faces, Shu Xianglian also showed a smile on her face. She glanced at Shu Tianxi and thought to herself that the third brother had finally made it. If only he could have been so successful earlier. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, "Why eat braised pork? I can't live like this. Just cut off 2 ounces of meat and make some wild vegetable soup. As for the rest, pickle it and eat it slowly." "Second sister, wait." Shu Tianxi suddenly called out to Shu Xianglian. Under the other person's puzzled gaze, he used an axe to cut the pork in half. Then he picked up a piece and handed it to Shu Tianyu, saying, "Brother, take it to my sister-in-law's house." Shu Tianyu was stunned and said quickly, "What sister-in-law? How can you have a sister-in-law? Why not Song Yuro?" Chapter 20. Third brother said that he would make sure you have enough to eat. "No, she is not your sister-in-law." Shu Tianyu immediately retorted when he heard Shu Tianxi mention Song Yuro. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianxi's face immediately hardened. "Of course not. I became a stutterer because I saved you." Because of her stuttering, she was not valued by her uncle and aunt in her family. She was either scolded or beaten every day. Shouldn't you repay her by marrying Song Yuro and pampering her? Hearing this, Shu Tianyu's face suddenly turned red. He retorted, "It's not that I don't want to marry, it's that they want too much. Our family doesn't have the money to marry her." As soon as the words fell, Shu Xianglian beside him nodded. She said, "Yes, God-given. I also want my eldest brother to marry Song Yuro home so that he can have someone to take care of him." But the Song family wanted a 20 yuan betrothal gift and 16 legs. Now that there is a natural disaster and everyone has nothing to eat, they must want even more. Our family is poor, and our parents have just passed away, so I'm afraid we cannot afford to marry her. And even if we marry Yuro into our family, what will we give her to eat? What both of them said made sense. The Song family really wanted too much. When Shu Tianxi's parents were around, it was difficult to come up with 20 yuan. Not to mention, now that both parents have passed away. However, Shu Tianxi should not ask his elder brother to marry Song Yuro home now. He glanced at Shu Xianglian and said, "Don't worry about what to eat. I won't let the whole family starve. As for the betrothal gift the Song family wants, it's fine as long as we have food and drink before. But now that natural disasters have occurred repeatedly, their family probably doesn't have much food, let alone meat. Bring these meats to talk to them. They can't resist their desire for meat at all. If we were to be more assertive, we might be able to get Sister Yuro to marry us." Hearing this, Shu Xianglian suddenly understood. She looked at Shu Tianxi hesitantly and asked, "Tianxi, can you really feed the whole family? Don't go hunting in the mountains every day. That's too dangerous. Second sister can't let you go." "Don't worry, I won't go hunting in the mountains every day." Shu Tianxi shook his head and said affirmatively, "I'm also sure that I can feed the whole family, believe me." Looking at the serious look on third brother's face, and thinking about how he had changed over the past 2 days, Shu Xianglian decisively chose to believe and nodded, then looked at Shu Tianyu. "Brother, then you go quickly. Our family lacks a capable hostess, and Tian Su and the others need a sister-in-law." Seeing that his second sister and third brother said so, Shu Tianyu could only say, "Okay then." Just as he picked up the 5 pounds of cut wild boar meat, Shu Tianxi suddenly pressed his hand, etc. Shu Tianyu was stunned and looked over puzzledly. "What's wrong, Tianxi? You can't go alone." Shu Tianxi shook his head, looked at Shu Xianglian and said, "Second sister, you have to go with big brother." "Brother, take these 5 pounds of meat by yourself. It would be like throwing meat buns at a dog. Forget marrying Sister Yuro. You can't even bring back a single hair of her." Shu Tianyu is such a fool. What can he achieve by negotiating with the Song family? My second sister, Shu Xianglian, has to deal with this matter. At worst, she will just throw a tantrum. Shu Xianglian finally reacted and nodded quickly, saying, "Tianxi, you're right. I'll go with my brother." After saying that, she looked at Shu Tianxi again and said hesitantly, "Then your lunch. Don't worry, Leave the house to me. Shu Qianxi smiled slightly and nodded. Come back soon. After hearing this, Shu Xianglian felt relieved and left home with Shu Tianyu. They carried the meat in their hands and walked side by side towards the Song family to negotiate. Shu Tianxi looked at their backs and guessed that they would most likely fail. So he couldn't help but shout loudly, "Second sister, if they don't agree, take the meat back. I believe they're more anxious than we are." Shu Xianglian turned around, waved her hand, and shouted, "I know, your second sister is not stupid." Shu Tianxi chuckled and turned around to see 3 dark and withered faces. Although it looked unsightly, those eyes were as dazzling as stars. "Why are you looking at me? Hurry up and make a fire and fry the meat," Shu Tianxi said with his eyes glared. "Oh, let's eat meat." The 3 guys cheered softly and went to build a fire and cut the meat. Shu Shuilian is already 14 years old, and she can do all the housework. The other 2 little ones are not small anymore. They can't do heavy work, but they have no problem making fire and other things. Shu Tianxi glanced at them, then walked into the room carrying a bamboo basket. When I came out after a while, the bamboo basket was full of sweet potatoes and sweet potato stems. He came to the kitchen with a bamboo basket and saw Shu Shuilian and the other 2 busy. The wild boar meat has been diced, mainly because there is no good knife at home. "Third brother, this meat is fried directly." "Hey!" When Shu Shuilian saw Shu Tianxi come in, she wanted to ask how to stir-fry wild boar meat. However, when she looked over, her attention was immediately attracted by the bamboo basket in the other person's hand. Seeing him put down the bamboo basket, she immediately rushed over, staring at Shu Tianxi, and said, "Third brother, why are there so many sweet potatoes?" Shu Tianxi and Shu Shuilan also gathered around, staring at the basket of sweet potatoes in surprise. "So many. Enough for us to eat for a long time. Don't shout. Be careful not to be heard by the neighbors and passers-by." Shu Tianxi shook his head and said with his index finger raised his mouth. Seeing his 3 younger brothers and sisters covering their mouths, he smiled and said, "Third brother said that he would make sure you have enough to eat." The 3 of them were overjoyed and quickly shouted, "Thank you, third brother. Third brother is really amazing." Shu Tianxi ruffled his youngest sister's hair, looked at his 4th sister, and said, "Steam some sweet potatoes for us to eat at noon. And wash those sweet potato stems and stir-fry them with meat." "Okay." The younger brothers and sisters nodded immediately and squatted down. They carefully picked up the sweet potato stalks and broke them into pieces as if they were treasures. A few years ago, this thing was used to feed pigs. But in years of famine, this thing becomes 1,000 times more precious than weeds. Seeing them all coming to help, Shu Tianxi chuckled and said, "We don't need so many people here. Shuilian, go steam the sweet potatoes." "Good." Shu Shuilian had no objection, so she took the sweet potatoes and got up to prepare to steam them. After glancing at the other person's back, Shu Tianxi looked at Shu Tianxi again. "Tiansu, go make a fire." "Good." "Little sister, you just fold the sweet potato stems here, and third brother will go stir-fry the meat." "Good." After making the arrangements, Shu Tianxi rubbed his little sister's hair and came to the chopping board. The 4 of them divided the work among themselves, and soon the kitchen was filled with the rich aroma of meat. Shu Shuilian and the other 2 took a deep breath, swallowed their saliva, and said, "It smells so good." They hadn't smelled such delicious food for a long time, and their stomachs began to growl. Chapter 21, What the Song Family Thinks. At the same time, in the fields of the Song family in the neighboring village, a group of dark and skinny men, women, old and young were busy. Song Yurua's father, Song Shengli, suddenly sniffed. He frowned and asked in confusion, "Oh my God, what is this smell? It smells so good." Hearing this, the people around him immediately sniffed hard. Song Yuro's elder brother, Song Yang, shouted, "Meat! Dad, this smells like meat." "Shengli family, are you crazy about eating meat?" The other villagers rolled their eyes and complained, "We're so poor, we're starving. Who can afford to eat meat right now?" Upon hearing this, Song Shengli's family immediately looked puzzled. What the villagers said makes sense. 2 people from Song family have starved to death this year. In this world, who in the nearby villages can still afford to eat meat? Maybe they really were crazy about eating meat, so they had hallucinations. The smell of meat. It really smells like meat. Suddenly, someone pointed in the direction of the Shu family and shouted, "It's coming from the Shu family. Someone in their village eats meat." Hearing this, the villagers in the fields immediately looked up in the direction of the Shu family. "Good job. The thick smoke made it seem like more than one restaurant was frying meat. At this moment, they saw Song Xiaoying, the daughter-in-law of the Song family who married into the Shu family. The other person was smiling and walking hurriedly towards the Song family. What caught people's attention the most was that she was holding a large piece of chopped meat in her hand. Everyone swallowed their saliva, and Song Xiaoying immediately shouted, "Xiaoying, ni Xiaoying." Song Xiaoying paused, then turned her head and realized that the villagers were working in the fields. "It's Uncle Xiaoying. Is there anything wrong?" She responded with an evasive look and subconsciously hid the meat behind her. Song Xiaoying frowned, then smiled and said, "I want to ask you, is there any happy event in Shujia village? I see that thick smoke, but why do I only smell the aroma of meat?" "Yes, Sister Xiaoying." Song Yang also walked over, staring at Song Xiaoying's hand, and said, "I see you have a piece of meat in your hand too. Could it be that your Shujia village is distributing meat today?" "You are right. Shujia village did distribute meat today." Seeing that she had been exposed by the other party, Song Xiaoying no longer hid it. "What? Are they really dividing the meat?" The Song villagers' pupils widened, their faces filled with shock. Every household in this village can't even afford to eat, so how come Shujia village is still getting meat? Song Xiaoying shook his head repeatedly and shouted, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the village distribute meat to the villagers for no reason?" Song Xiaoying rolled her eyes and pointed at the Shu family, saying, "How can you say it's for no reason? This is all thanks to the third son of Uncle Fugue's family. The third son of the wealthy family." Song Yang was stunned for a moment, then confirmed, "Are you talking about Shu Tianxi?" Without waiting for Song Xiaoying's confirmation, Song Xiaoying waved his hand and denied it. "That's even more impossible. That kid has always been lazy and greedy. How could the village's meat distribution have anything to do with him?" Looking at the self-righteous father and son, Song Xiaoying rolled her eyes. Tianxi was indeed lazy and gluttonous before, but he is different now. Today, he went up the mountain and not only rescued the Su brothers and sisters, but also killed a 300-gene wild boar. This kid is so sensible, he actually distributed the pork to the whole village. After saying that, Song Xiaoying picked up the meat in her hand and said with a smile, "See, this is the 2 kilograms of wild boar meat that our family was allocated. I discussed it with my head of the family and decided to give a pound to my mother's family to try." Looking at the wild boar meat with distinct fat and lean parts, Song Xiaoying and his son had to believe this fact. "Uncle Xiaoying, I'm in a hurry to send some meat to my parents. Let's talk next time when we have time." Song Xiaoying had finished showing off, so naturally she didn't want to continue chatting with them. So he waved his hand, turned, and left. Looking at the other person's back and the wild boar meat shaking his hand, Song Xiaoying and his son couldn't help swallowing. The family is running out of food, let alone oil and water. Greedy. At this time, the villagers of the Song family came forward and said, "Victory! Aren't your Euro and Tianyu engaged? Tianyu is your future son-in-law. When they distribute meat today, there will definitely be a share for you, the father-in-law, right?" "Yes, Dad." Song Yang's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward and said, "If Shu Tianyu wants to marry my sister, he has to please us. If the third brother is willing to share the pork with the whole village, then he will definitely be willing to share it with us too. At worst, God will give his own family the largest share. It's not too much to ask Shu Tianyu to give us half, right?" Hearing this, Song Xiaoying pondered for a moment and nodded. "That's right, if that guy doesn't give us some meat, don't even think about marrying you, Ro. Let's go. Go home and discuss it with your mother." Soon, the father and son told the news to other family members. "Really? The third brother can actually hunt?" The first one to respond was Song Euro, her face full of surprise. Since the other party can hunt wild boars, then they brothers and sisters should not go hungry. However, before she could get too happy, the woman next to her glared at her. "Old third, why are you calling me so affectionately? You haven't married that big, stupid Shu Tianyu yet, so don't think about them all the time." After that, she pointed to the young man in the room and said, "Look, your eldest brother is the only one in the family who is married. Whether the remaining 2 brothers can get married depends on whether you can marry them off at a good price." "Mother," Song Euro immediately retorted, "didn't you promise me to brother Tianyu?" After she finished speaking, her face immediately turned red. "I did say that, but he can't afford the bride price, right?" The woman glared at him and cursed. "As long as someone pays the betrothal gift, I will marry you off immediately." That is, Song Yuro's third brother also nodded and said, that idiot just lost his parents, so he definitely can't come up with the money. If you ask me, you could just find an old bachelor to marry and take some betrothal gifts. Anyway, no one wants you because you stutter, and my younger brother and I are still waiting for money to marry a wife. That's right, a money-losing commodity. The woman snorted coldly and cursed. All right, let's talk about that later. Song Shengli waved his hands and shouted, now let's talk about this pork. Let's see how we can get Shu Tianyu to share some of it with us. Yeah, Song Yang nodded and complained, I'm almost dying of greed just by smelling that meat. As they were talking, everyone looked at Song Yuro with unfriendly eyes. Song Yuro was stunned and said anxiously, Mom and Dad, you don't want me to go and beg for meat, do you? You saved that big idiot's life, and he still hasn't repaid you. Mother Song glared and said as a matter of course, he gave you some pork. Isn't that what he should do? I don't. Song Yuro was about to refuse when Shu Xianglian's voice suddenly came from outside the house. Uncle Shengli, Annie, are you home? Chapter 22. You guys just decide whether to marry or not. Who's here? Hearing the woman's voice outside the house, Song Shengli's family inside the house were stunned. They looked at each other, and then they heard Song Yuro say, it's Xianglian. After saying that, Song Yuro quickly ran out of the room. Talking about this scene, the woman couldn't help but curse. A money-losing commodity is a money-losing commodity, and its heart has begun to lean towards other families. Let's see what's going on first. Maybe they're delivering meat to us. Song Shengli waved his hand and stood up to walk outside. Everyone looked at each other and hurried to follow. As soon as they went out, they saw Song Yuro arguing with Shu Xianglian, saying something like, take it back quickly. Several people looked at Shu Xianglian's hand, and their pupils suddenly shrank. What are you doing? Mother Song scolded her, then stepped forward to pull Song Yuro back and scolded her. You damn girl, are you going to rebel? Song Yang, who was behind him, came up and whispered, Mom, pork. Mother Song nodded repeatedly, pushed Song Yuro to the back, and then looked at Shu Xianglian and the others. Xianglian and Tianyu, why are you here? Before Shu Tianyu could speak, Shu Xianglian took the lead and said, Uncle, Aunt, we came here to discuss something with you. No need to say, we all understand. Song's mother laughed and stepped forward to grab Shu Xianglian's wrist. Come on, let's go inside and talk first. As she spoke, her fingers continued to rub the pork. So fat and smooth. Shu Xianglian and Shu Tianyu were pulled into the house, and Song Yuro poured them a cup of tea. Before she even picked up the cup, Mother Song couldn't help but say, Xianglian, I have something to ask you. I just heard that Tianxi killed a wild boar and distributed 2 pounds of meat to all the villagers. Our Yuro and Tianyu are engaged, so they're almost a family. So we must have a share of this pork, right? Shu Xianglian chuckled, but before she could respond, Song Yang's wife spoke up. She chuckled and said, Mom, look at what you said. Didn't you see that this Xianglian girl brought all the meat? Hearing this, Shu Tianyu immediately reached out and took the meat from Shu Xianglian's hand and hid it behind his back. This group of people are so scary. Their eyes are glowing as if they want to eat people. Upon seeing this, Song's mother and others' expressions suddenly turned serious. Song Yang's wife reacted quickly and immediately said with a smile, I understand. This meat must be left by Tianyu for Yuro. Look, he knows how to love his wife before he even gets married. Alas, your brother Yang wouldn't be so compassionate. Everyone laughed, and Song's mother also said, Tianyu, what are you doing? Since the meat is brought for Yuro to eat, let Yuro take it and cook it. Stay for a quick meal later. Your uncle still has half a bottle of sweet potato wine. No. Shu Tianyu shook his head decisively and said, the third brother said that if you don't agree, I can't give you the meat. Promise? Promise what? Everyone looked confused. So, Shu Xianglian explained, Uncle, there's no rush for the meat. We are here to discuss business today. As long as the business is settled, the meat will be given to you as a gift. Upon hearing this, the Song family members' faces looked a little unhappy. The meat is indeed delivered, but this seems to be conditional. Xianglian, God bless you. Song Shengli looked at Shu Xianglian and the others and sighed. I heard that your parents passed away 2 days ago. Your aunt almost fainted from crying when she heard the news. Fuguwei and I have been brothers since we were young. So why did he just leave like this? You guys should also mourn and take care of your health, okay? What do you mean you fainted from crying? I didn't even see you come over to pay your respects. Thank you, Uncle. You and Aunt should also take care of your health. Shu Xianglian chuckled and nodded perfunctorily. Song's mother pretended to wipe away her tears and said, "Okay, Xianglian, tell me, what exactly did you come here for today? I want to marry you Ro and take her home." Shu Tianyu said directly without waiting for Shu Xianglian to be polite. He spoke so loudly that Song Yuro, who was in the kitchen, heard it. Her dark face instantly turned red. Seeing Song Shengli and the other's stunned expressions, Shu Xianglian smiled and said, "Uncle and aunt, my parents have always had a wish. I just hope that my eldest brother and you Ro can become a family. As you two just said, our two families are actually one family. Now that my parents have passed away, I think you would be willing to fulfill their last wishes, right?" Everyone's expression froze, but Song's mother chuckled and said, "Xianglian, if you want Tianyu to marry Yuro, that's fine. But you have to pay the betrothal gift." "That's right. You can't marry our woman with just one word, right?" Song Yang's wife nodded and agreed. "Not just one word. We have meat." Shu Tianyu shook his head repeatedly and raised the meat. The 5 pounds of fat and lean pork made Song Yang's eyes light up, and he immediately reached out to grab it. But Shu Tianyu reacted much faster than him and hid the pork behind him in an instant. "You can't snatch it away. Marry Yuro, and I'll give it to you." Shu Xianglian stood up and pointed at Song Yang, saying, "Why? Are you still trying to snatch it?" "No, that's not the case." Song Yang laughed and swallowed a little embarrassedly. Shu Xianglian snorted coldly, turned around and looked at Song Shengli and his wife, and said, "Uncle and aunt, just tell me whether you want to marry or not. This is 5 pounds of wild boar meat. There's a food shortage right now, so even if you have money, you might not be able to buy it." Song's mother was about to speak, but her youngest son kept pushing her arm and said, "Mom, I want to eat meat." Song Laosan, who was standing by, pushed Song Shengli's hand and said, "Dad, I want to eat meat too." "No, no." Mother Song pushed her youngest son away, shook her head and said, "You want to exchange 5 pounds of pork for the daughter I've raised for 20 years? No way. If it doesn't work, forget it." Shu Tianyu also got angry and turned to leave. It would have been fine if he just left, but he even left a message behind. "Anyway, our third son knows how to hunt, so he can eat meat every day and won't have to worry about not being able to find a wife." After saying that, he pulled Shu Xianglian outside. When the Song family heard this, they looked at each other and thought to themselves, "Who said this big guy is stupid?" The third and fourth Song brothers didn't want to endure it anymore and immediately stood up to protest. "Mom, I want to eat meat. I'm tired of wild vegetable porridge and sweet potatoes." Song Yang's wife couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted, "Song Yang, I want to eat meat too. Your sister's worthless item is not wanted anyway. So what else can you do if you can exchange it for 5 pounds of pork?" "Okay, stop arguing." Mother Song glared, stood up, and ran outside. "Xianglian, Tianyu, wait a minute." Shu Tianyu and his sister stopped and were asked to go back by Song's mother. Mother Song glanced at the two and said, "Xianglian, Yuro, I can marry Tianyu. But besides these 5 pounds of pork, I have another condition." "Auntie, please tell me first." Shu Xianglian didn't rush to agree. Chapter 23, Let's Write a Document. Regarding Shu Tianyu's plan to marry Song Yurua, Song's mother put forward her conditions. First, in addition to the 5 pounds of meat that Shu Xianglian brought, she also wanted a betrothal gift of 10 yuan. Because the third child in their family is also getting married, the woman's side is asking for a betrothal gift of 10 yuan. As an older sister, Song Yuro should pay for her brother. Of course, this is what people would say in a family that favors boys over girls. The topic of favoring boys over girls was recognized by everyone in the 1960s, and Shu Xianglian was no exception. So she didn't refuse. After all, the gift was much cheaper than what she had asked for before. But the situation at home hasn't improved yet, and she needs time to raise money. Shu Xianglian frowned at this offer before saying, 10 yuan is fine, but I don't have any money at home right now. I can give it to you later, but Yuro must marry my eldest brother first. Impossible. How can I still get money after Yuro marries into your family? Mother Song waved her hand and refused. The Song family is not fools. They will not marry their daughter to the Song family without getting the money. But if Song Yuro doesn't marry Shu Tianyu, they won't be able to give away the 5 pounds of meat in their hands. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and it seemed as if the air had thickened. After a moment of stalemate, Song Shengli suddenly said, "Niece Xianglian, don't say that your uncle is ruthless. 1 month. Uncle will give your family 1 month. As long as you can come up with $10 within this period, Yuro will marry him. If you can't come up with it, Yuro will suffer hardships if she marries him, so I'd rather stay at home. Hearing this, Shu Xianglian pondered for a few seconds and then nodded in agreement. Okay, just 1 month. But I'm afraid my uncle and aunt will go back on their word, so I need you to sign a document. Good. Wait. Song Shengli was about to agree when his mother suddenly raised her hand and said, I have one more condition. Shu Xianglian frowned and stared at the other person without saying a word. Song's mother continued, Doesn't your Tianzi know how to hunt? I want him to give us a share of every prey he catches. As soon as these words were spoken, the Song family members' eyes suddenly lit up. If Shu Tianzi really has this ability, their family will never lack meat to eat. One Song Euro can make the whole family eat meat regularly. This deal is really worth it. Song Yang nudged his mother, gave her a thumbs up and said, Mom, that's a good idea. Song's mother first waved her hands with a smug look on her face, seeming to be very satisfied with her idea. No. Suddenly a voice of restraint was heard, and Song Euro strode over. She was full of anxiety, waved her hands at Shu Xianglian, and then looked at Song's mother. Mom, you are too. What are you talking about? Go cook your meal, you little girl. Song's mother pushed Song Euro away with an impatient look on her face and scolded her. Then he looked at Shu Xianglian with a serious face and said, Niece Xianglian, if you agree, let's sign a document. If you don't agree, please go back. Agree? How could I agree? Shu Xianglian glared and stood up and shouted. It's Tianzi's ability to hunt. That's his ability. Why should he always give your family a share of the meat? Right. Shu Tanyu also nodded and shouted. The things given by God can only be eaten by ourselves. Hey! Mother Song laughed angrily and pointed at Shu Tianyu. As long as you can agree on his behalf, your eldest brother can marry you Rohome. Aren't Tianzi and Tianyu brothers? What's wrong with brothers helping each other? Anyway, this is impossible. Shu Xianglian shook her head decisively, stood up and said, Since we can't reach an agreement, forget it. After saying that, she wanted to pull Shu Tianyu away again. The Song family members were so greedy for the pork that how could they let them leave? So Song Shengli hurriedly tried to persuade her to stay and advised, Niece Xianglian, don't be anxious. We can first sign a receipt for $10 and 5 pounds of meat, and Tianyu and Euro's marriage will be settled. As for whether Tianzi is willing to share a portion of the prey with our Song family, you can go back and ask him. Let's find out his wishes first before deciding on this matter. Shu Xianglian hesitated when she heard this. After all, she really wanted her elder brother to get married. This way, the other person will have someone to take care of him, her, in the future. But this involves my third brother Shu Tianzi, so I have to think about it seriously. Sister Xianglian, what do you think? Seeing that Shu Xianglian didn't speak for a long time, Song Yang asked hurriedly. Shu Xianglian glanced at him and said calmly, I'll go back and talk to Tianzi about it. After saying that, she pulled Shu Tianyu away again. Xianglian. Everyone in the Song family panicked and rushed forward to grab Shu Xianglian. Song Yang's wife was even quicker and snatched the meat from the other person's hand. Shu Tianyu's face changed, and he shouted angrily, Give me back the meat! Seeing his fierce look as if he was about to hit someone, Song Yang's wife was also frightened. Song Shengli hurriedly stepped forward to appease Shu Tianyu and said with a smile, Son-in-law, don't be angry first. This meat is included in the betrothal gift. Let's go sign the agreement now. As long as you bring $10 to me within a month, Yuro will be yours. No, I won't marry her. Shu Tianyu was also stubborn and shouted directly. Hearing this, Song Yuro, who was not far away, turned pale. Brother? What nonsense are you talking about? Shu Xianglian glared at Shu Tianyu, a little unhappy. Now that the meat was in the hands of the Song family, she looked at Song Shengli and said, Uncle, let's sign a document. Okay, I'll write it now. Song Shengli smiled and took out a pen and paper from the room and handed it to Song Yang. Song Shengli and his wife were illiterate, and only their 3 sons received 2 years of schooling. Afterwards, Song Yang wrote down the terms for Shu Tianyu to marry Song Yuruo on a piece of paper, and finally both parties put their fingerprints on it. After getting the receipt, Shu Xianglian and Shu Tianyu did not stay any longer. Next, I just hope that everything goes well and that my eldest brother can marry his wife. Song Shengli and his wife laughed and waved their hands, saying, Niece Xianglian, son-in-law, come earlier. I asked Yuro to get ready and marry into your Shu family as a daughter-in-law. After Shu Xianglian and her brother left, Song Yang's wife suddenly looked at Song Shengli and the others and said, "Mom and Dad, are you really going to marry Yuro to that idiot for $10? What are you talking about?" Song's mother glared and said, "You want to marry my daughter for $10? You're dreaming." Song Yuro was anxious and shouted, "Mom, what are you doing? You what?" Song's mother glared at him, handed the meat over and said, "Go and cook the meat, quickly." Seeing that no one in the family spoke up for her, Song Yuro could only take the meat with grievance and turned into the kitchen. Mother Song snorted coldly, looked at everyone and said, "That idiot's family is already poor, and his parents just died. That $10 wouldn't be enough to cover their family's expenses, let alone a month's wages. If it lasts more than a month, I will sell that money-losing item to the old bachelor in the next village." Chapter 24: Energy Consumption of the Jade Pendant Space. Inside the Jade Pendant Space. Great! I finally planted rice all over this half-acre of land. Looking at the rice seedlings on the field in front of him, Shu Tianxi's face was full of excitement. The few rice seedlings that were picked from the bird's nest have finally matured after these days of cultivation. So he couldn't wait to pick all the rice and plant them one by one in the black soil. After watering them, the rice quickly sprouted and grew small pointed shoots. The 2 pumpkin seedlings he planted had already matured the night before yesterday. What's amazing is that there are about 10 big pumpkins growing on each pumpkin vine. What makes Shu Tianxi even more excited is that each pumpkin weighs about 20 kilograms. It is said that the black soil and spiritual spring in this jade pendant space are so good that anything you plant can be produced in abundance. Shu Tianxi was excited for a while, and then he cut open a pumpkin and took out all the seeds inside. Then they were planted one by one on half an acre of black soil, and now long vines about 20 centimeters long have grown out. On this side, there is half an acre of rice and half an acre of pumpkin on 1 acre of land, and the other acre of land is all sweet potatoes. Looking at a small thatched hut not far away, Shu Tianxi became more and more amazed at the beauty of this space. Not only can it build poultry shelters out of thin air, it can also build warehouses out of thin air. The thousands of kilograms of sweet potatoes collected earlier were all automatically stored in the warehouse. Moreover, Shu Tianxi discovered that the space in the warehouse was completely still. Even if he went in, his movements would be somewhat restricted. However, since the supplies inside could be taken out at will, he didn't care so much. Once the crops here show initial success, the poultry over there will be even more amazing. There were many eggs in the 2 pheasant nests every day, referring to the time outside the space, and Shu Tianxi gave them to his family to eat. And 8 little pheasants were hatched from the dozen or so eggs picked up in the mountains. As for the others that had not hatched, Shu Tianxi tortured them and gave them to his younger brothers and sisters to eat. The shapes of the 8 little pheasants change every day, and you can really see it. Shu Tianxi had nothing else to serve them, so he could only throw the extra sweet potato stems and pumpkin leaves to them to eat. The wild boars and rabbits in the other 2 dens were no exception, and they still ate sweet potato stems. However, they did not become hungry or thin. After all, the spiritual spring water nourished their bodies all the time. After taking care of the crops and poultry in the space, Shu Tianxi jumped into the lake to take a bath. While taking a shower, he seemed to discover something wrong in the space. "No, this is wrong." He shook his head, staring at the thing in front of him, his expression a little ugly. The color of the jade pendant that displays the surrounding scene in front of you seems to be a little dimmer. The original Qilin jade pendant was milky white and translucent, just like a living jade Qilin. But now 1/5 of the jade pendant has turned dark. Could it be that maintaining this jade pendant space requires consuming the jade pendant's energy? Shu Tianxi made a bold guess, and at the same time felt a little panic in his heart. If the jade pendant space is really as he imagined, maintaining it will consume the jade pendant's energy. Then sooner or later, this space will disappear due to lack of energy. By that time, Shu Tianxi will lose the capital to live a wonderful life in this era, and judging by how dim the color of the jade pendant is, the remaining energy should only last for about 20 days. 20 days! Shu Tianxi murmured twice, and his mood suddenly became a little depressed. He then put on his clothes and exited the jade pendant space. "Tianxi, where have you been?" Seeing him appear outside the door, Shu Xianglian hurried to greet him. "Did you go up the mountain again? Are you injured anywhere?" "It's okay, second sister." Looking at his second sister's face, full of concern and no concealment, Shu Tianxi's dejection dissipated a lot. He shook his head and smiled, then handed over the bamboo basket on his back. Look, what is this? Shu Xianglian took the bamboo basket and looked at it. Her pupil shrank, and she said, pumpkin. She covered her mouth, looked around, and said, it's so big. Where did you get it? Shu Tianxi was just about to find an excuse when Shu Xianglian waved her hand and pulled him home. Forget it. Let's go home and talk about it. Shu Tianxi smiled helplessly and followed him into the house. Shu Xianglian put down the bamboo basket as soon as she entered the house. Shu Tianyu and the others immediately surrounded her. Looking at the things inside, Shu Shuolan's pupils suddenly shrank, and she almost wanted to scream. But he quickly held it back, and someone covered his mouth. Shu Shuolian glared at her, raised her index finger, and made a hum sound. Don't shout so loudly, or the neighbors will hear you, and you'll have nothing to eat. It is said that children from poor families grow up early, and this is absolutely true. Although the fourth child, Shu Shuolian, is only 14 years old, she is already more sensible than many adults. She knew that it must be difficult for her third brother to get such a big pumpkin during this period of hunger. If the villagers accidentally find out, they will definitely come and ask questions. By then, not only will the third brother be in trouble, but the whole family will continue to go hungry. When Shu Shuolan heard what her fourth sister said, she was so scared that she immediately covered her mouth. Shu Tianci on the side also quickly shut up and looked up at Shu Tianci. Tianci, tell me. When Shu Xianglian saw him walk into the house, she stared at Shu Tianci and asked, where did these pumpkins come from? Shu Tianci smiled with ease and said, I picked it up on the mountain, but it's not something I picked up casually. Shu Xianglian was stunned and asked in confusion, what do you mean? This pumpkin grows wild in the deep mountains, but there are wolves nearby. Shu Tianci said, seriously, emphasizing the word wolf. What? Wolf? The brothers and sisters were shocked, and Shu Xianglian even reached out to touch Shu Tianxi's body. You met a wolf? Are you injured? Let second sister take a look. Second sister. Shu Tianci shouted, stood up, and jumped up, saying, look, I'm really fine. Don't worry. I lured the wolf away, and then I picked the pumpkin. I have plenty of ways to deal with that beast. Suddenly, Shu Tianyu thought of something. He looked at Shu Tianci and said, third brother, I heard that the second egg of the Fu family was eaten by a wolf when he went up the mountain. Is that the one? I don't know if it is. It's very likely. Shu Tianci shook his head, then looked at his younger brother and sister seriously. So, you must never go up the mountain alone. It's very dangerous, you know. Got it. Several little guys shouted hurriedly, and Shu Tianyu followed suit. Shu Tianci was a little worried and reminded again. Also, don't tell anyone that there are pumpkins on the mountain. Otherwise, others will also go up the mountain and be torn to pieces and eaten by wolves. Several guys' eyelids twitched, and they were frightened. Chapter 25. Dissuade the second sister from selling blood. Give your brothers and sisters a thorough explanation until they agree. Then Shu Tianci took out a few more eggs and said, let's go. Let's eat eggs and steamed pumpkin today. Oh, more eggs to eat. Third brother is really awesome. I like him the most. A few guys wanted to shout excitedly, but immediately changed their words. Shu Tianci shook his head and smiled, then heard his second sister say, Tianci, what should we do with those pig offal? Shu Tianci had previously killed a wild boar and took back more than 10 pounds of offal. Since there was only a little salt at home, Shu Tianci tried washing it with spiritual spring water and wood ash. It is indeed effective in removing fishy smells, but without the ingredients, there is really nothing to eat. So there's still a lot of pig offal left, and if we don't eat it now, it will really go bad. Thinking of this, Shu Tianci pulled Shu Xianglian to the door. He looked around and said softly, Sister, I also shot a few pheasants and rabbits in the mountains. But I was afraid of being discovered by the villagers, so I didn't bring it home. Hearing this, Shu Xianglian's pupils shrank immediately, and she nodded repeatedly. Tianci, you did the right thing. Although the villagers of Shu's family are good, there are also many people like Aunt Yunying. Even though you can hunt, you can't bring game home every day. If they saw it, they would definitely report it to the commune. I know that too, so why didn't I do that? Shu Tianci nodded and smiled. Second sister, I'm telling you this because I want to go to the county town tomorrow. Go to the county town? Shu Xianglian was stunned at first, and then her pupils shrank suddenly. Tianci, do you want to take the rabbits and pheasants to the city to sell them? This won't do. Speculation and profiteering will land you in jail. Second sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Shu Qianxi frowned and said with great sorrow, I'm telling you this alone because I'm afraid that my elder brother and the others will spread this everywhere. If even you don't trust me, then our life will definitely not be good. Hearing this, Shu Xianglian also became anxious. She quickly explained, Tianxi, second sister, doesn't disbelieve you. But you have to tell your second sister what you're going to do in the county town. Second sister, look at us, we don't have anything. We don't even have a kitchen knife or an iron pot. Shu Tianxi pointed to the bear hall and explained, I'm going to take the rabbit, pheasant, and this pumpkin to the city to see if I can exchange them for some daily necessities. Really? Shu Xianglian asked with a look of doubt on her face. Speculation is a serious crime, but if it is just about exchanging things, it is acceptable. Look at you. You even doubt your own brother. Shu Tianxi frowned and was about to complain about his dissatisfaction. Shu Xianglian quickly grabbed his hand and comforted him. Okay, I believe you. You can go to the city, but you have to be careful. Okay? Okay. Shu Tianxi breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and smiled. It was impossible for him to go to the city to exchange daily necessities, but he couldn't tell his second sister directly. But he couldn't keep it a secret forever, so he decided to take it step by step, to let his second sister accept the changes in the family because of him. And all this starts from entering the city. That's right. Shu Xianglian seemed a little worried and reminded him again. Don't worry about the money for eldest brother's wedding. Second sister has a way. Shu Qianxi was stunned and asked doubtfully, Second sister, what can you do? Shu Xianglian didn't want to say it first, but the only person in the family who could talk to her about serious matters was her third brother Shu Tianxi. So she looked around and said softly, When I was at work, I heard the aunt from the next village say that. There was an older brother in their village getting married, and the woman's family also asked for a few dozen yuan in betrothal gifts. The elder brother couldn't come up with the money at first, so he went to the city early in the morning. As a result, when he came back at night, he took out the betrothal money. Guess where he got the money from? Hearing this, Shu Qianxi's face darkened and he spat out 2 words, sell blood. How do you know? Shu Xianglian exclaimed, looking over in disbelief. Nonsense, Shu Qianxi complained, then glared at her and said, Second sister, do you know what a blood-selling station looks like? What's it like? Shu Xianglian asked subconsciously. Dirty, messy, needles everywhere, anti-inflammatory cotton. There are also patients coughing everywhere, and bacteria are everywhere in the air. Shu Tianxi had a serious expression on his face as he described to his second sister the terrible environment of the blood-selling station. After seeing the look of fear on the other person's face, he threatened, If you meet a patient with skin disease who sells blood. After the nurse at the blood donation center gave him the injection, she used an unsterilized syringe to give you one too. Ah! Shu Xianglian screamed in shock and took a few steps back. Second sister, what's wrong? Shu Tianyu ran out of the kitchen and looked at Shu Xianglian with concern. It's okay. Shu Xianglian waved her hands repeatedly, calming herself down and saying, Brother, is the meal ready? No, I'm still steaming the pumpkin. Shu Tianyu replied. Shu Xianglian nodded and said with a smile, Then you go and help your brothers and sisters. I'll talk to Tianxi for a few words. Okay. Shu Tianyu looked at the 2 of them in confusion, turned around, and walked into the kitchen again. Shu Xianglian retracted her gaze and looked at Shu Tianxi. Tianxi, is what you just said true? Seeing the other person's face flushed and sweating, Shu Tianxi knew that he had achieved his goal. He shrugged and nodded seriously. He knew that selling blood could make a lot of money in this era, and many people's wives were bought by selling blood. But the blood-selling stations are really dirty and messy, and most of the syringes are used without being sterilized. So in this era, there are many people selling blood, and there are also many people infected with terminal diseases. It is precisely for this reason that Shu Tianxi wants to dissuade his second sister from selling blood. He stared at Shu Xianglian seriously and said, Second sister, don't worry about this. I'm going to go and exchange some things tomorrow and see if I can find a job. By then, Big Brother's betrothal money will be settled. Shu Xianglian's eyes lit up, and then she complained, Finding a job requires quotas, but how can they be so easy to get? Then you don't have to worry. Shu Tianxi waved his hand and warned again, In short, give up the idea of selling blood. Looking at the serious-looking third brother, Shu Xianglian smiled with relief. Okay, I'll listen to you. Hearing this, Shu Tianci also smiled. Soon, Shu Tianyu and the others prepared dinner. Steamed pumpkin, boiled eggs, and sweet potato stems. It may seem like a simple meal, but in times of famine, it was a delicacy that most people could not even dream of. Shu Tianci and the other 6 people had a very happy meal, talking and laughing at the table. The next day before dawn, Shu Tianci got up. Chapter 26. Do you have a fever? Let me feel it. Maybe it's because of the spiritual spring water. Shu Tianci has been in particularly good spirits these 2 days. Not only is his strength several times greater, but his spirit has also become somewhat different from that of ordinary people. But this is just the beginning, and he feels that he might have special abilities in the future. Shu Tianci got up and shook his head, ready to leave the room. Third brother. Shu Tianci suddenly shouted, stepped forward, grabbed Shu Tianci's hand, raised his head and asked, "Where are you going?" "Not going anywhere, what's wrong?" Shu Tianci shook his head and asked in confusion. "You're lying," Shu Tianci said seriously. "If you're not going somewhere, you can't get up so early." In the past, Shu Tianci would sleep until they went to work and then get up on his own. But today is unusually early, and my elder brother and second sister haven't gotten up yet. So Shu Tianci didn't have to think too much. He knew that his third brother was going out. "Hey, you kid." Shu Tianci smiled unhappily, reached out and twisted the other person's ear and pulled it gently. "You kid, are you starting to control your third brother?" Shu Tianci cried out in pain and quickly said, "No, I don't want to care about you." Shu Tianci didn't argue with him and quickly let go of his hand. "Third brother, I know you're going to get us something to eat." Shu Tianci came up and said mysteriously, "Take me with you. I can help you carry your things." "Want to be a general at the age of 10? That's quite courageous." Shu Tianci rolled his eyes, pushed the other person away, and said, "I'm warning you. Give up your idea of going up the mountain. You forgot about the Su brothers and sisters, right? They almost died in the mountains even though they were armed with guns. If you plan to go up the mountain, you'll be providing food for the wolves and wild boars. And I'm not going to the mountains today. I'm going to walk around town." After saying that, he ignored the other party and turned and walked out of the room. God-given. As soon as he left the room, Shu Xianglian came over, grabbed his hand, and pulled him out. Although Shu Tianci was confused, he still followed him out. "Tianci, take this." Shu Xianglian handed over a plaid collar and a knitted hat. Under Shu Tianci's puzzled gaze, she explained, "Wear this when you go to change things so that no one can see your appearance." You know what? This second sister is quite cautious. "Okay, thank you, second sister." Shu Tianci took the collar and put it in his pocket, then casually put the knitted hat on his head. Shu Xianglian looked at his expression and quickly reached out to straighten his hat, saying, "Wear it properly. Don't act like a secret agent." Shu Tianci laughed and said jokingly, "My sister knows a lot." "Stop joking." Shu Xianglian glared at him and said, "I have something to tell you." Shu Tianci put away his smile and said nothing, looking at the other person curiously. "When you go to the county town, go look for your eldest and second aunts first. They still don't know about our parents' death." Hearing this, Shu Tianci immediately recalled his memories of this matter. His grandfather had 4 children, 3 daughters and 1 son. Shu Fuguwei is the third child in the family, with 2 older sisters and a younger sister. The eldest daughter married into the county town, and the second daughter also married into the city with help, but the fourth daughter was not doing well. Because the Shu family lived far away from the county town, when Shu Fuguwei and his wife died, Shu Tianci and his family were still worried about their next meal. So this person has been dead for a week, and my aunt and the others still don't know about it. Now that Shu Tianci is going to the city to exchange daily necessities, Shu Xianglian remembered this matter. "Okay, wait for me to go to the city to visit my aunt." Shu Tianci nodded and did not refuse. Shu Xianglian reminded him again to be careful, and then went to work with Shu Tianyu. Shu Tianci also sent the 5th brother over and told the 4th brother to keep a close eye on the other party. "If anyone has the slightest thought of going up the mountain, I'll just beat them to death." Shu Shuilian looked at her 3rd brother in surprise, then smiled and agreed. Looking at their lively backs, Shu Tianci also showed a smile on his face. During this period, he gave spiritual spring water to a few people at home and diluted water to them when they were outside. Plus the steamed sweet potatoes, chicken soup, and wild boar meat at home, all of which have been added with Lingquan. Now, all 6 members of the Shu family are full of energy and no longer look pale and skinny. To outsiders, it seems that such changes are caused by eating meat every day. With Shu Tianci's advice, The whole family didn't argue or explain the matter. Tianci, are you going up the mountain again? No, I'm going to tell my aunt a message. Uncle Tianci, when will you kill another wild boar? You kid, you're greedy again, aren't you? On the way out of the village, Shu Tianci responded to the villagers who greeted him. After walking out of the village, he quickened his pace and ran towards the county town. The Shu family is quite far from the county town, about 10 kilometers away, and has to pass through the town on the way. Even if Shu Tianci jogs and walks, it will take more than 2 hours. After running for about 10 minutes, he arrived in town, but the town now is not as lively as it was 2 years ago, and it even looks a bit desolate. Almost every household had no food to eat, and even a market was canceled. Looking at the few villagers coming and going occasionally, Shu Tianci couldn't help but sigh. This group of people looked much the same as when he first came across. They were all swollen, with huge faces, and they walked without the slightest bit of strength. This is a disease caused by long-term lack of nutrition. It probably won't be long before these people die. Standing among them, Shu Tianci seemed like an alien. After all, his skin became white and tender after being soaked in the spiritual spring, and he didn't look like a farmer at all. In order to prevent others from thinking that he was different, he even pushed his knitted hat down. Tianci, are you the third child in Uncle Fugue's family? A surprised voice suddenly came from behind him, and Shu Tianci immediately turned around to look. A woman in a white coat with short hair. There was a thermometer and a new rural pen in his pocket, and a receiver hanging around his neck. Shu Tianci glanced sideways and found that he had arrived at the town clinic. Dr. Jiang, you... Shu Tianci was about to say hello when the other party suddenly grabbed his wrist and dragged him to the clinic. Shu Tianci panicked and thought to himself, could it be that this old woman is in heat? Even though the other party is in her 30s and her husband has died, I am still a virgin. So, after entering the clinic, Dr. Jiang let Shu Tianci go. But there was something wrong with the look in the other person's eyes. Those shining eyes and grinning mouth look weird no matter how you look at them. Shu Tianci was so frightened that he covered his chest with his hands and laughed. Dr. Jiang, don't be like this. What are you talking about? Jiang Li frowned and reached out to take away Shu Tianci's knitted hat. Do you have a fever? Let me feel it. Alas, Shu Tianci shuddered and waved his hands. No, I don't have a fever. Jiang Li didn't seem to hear what he said. Instead, she stared at his face and murmured, Hey, why is your skin so white? You seem to have become a lot stronger, too. Chapter 27. I want you to help me get some meat. Listen, what kind of vicious words are these? What is good skin and a strong physique? Hearing Jiang Li's words, Shu Tianci suddenly became even more panicked. What do you mean I have a fever? I think it's you who is horny. Just as he was about to flee, Jiang Li suddenly changed the subject and said, Tell me, sister, is this the benefit of eating meat? Shu Tianci was stunned and asked in confusion, What did you say? Still pretending to be with your sister, right? Jiang Li rolled her eyes and said, Then the whole village will know that you can hunt. I even had a taste of the wild boar meat you distributed to everyone a while ago. Well, who is this big mouth who dares to spread such trivial things everywhere? Shu Tianci's mouth twitched violently, and he continued, Dr. Jiang, what do you want to say? Seeing that this kid was not getting his point, Jiang Li was too lazy to beat around the bush with him anymore. She looked outside the clinic, then turned back to Shu Tianci and said, I want you to help me get some meat. What kind of meat? Shu Tianci asked in confusion. Anything is fine. Fish, wild boar, pheasant, wild duck, hair as long as it's meat. You don't know. Our whole family is almost dying of greed for meat. The meat processing plant is not supplying meat now, and the county supply and marketing cooperative only has 1 piece of meat a day. Not to mention that I am in this brigade. Even if I go to the county, I can't eat it once. I tell you, I'm dreaming about eating meat now. As Jiang Li expressed her needs, Shu Tianci finally understood what the other party was going to do. She was impressed by my hunting ability and wanted me to go up the mountain to hunt game for her. Although the other party's husband had died, all the family members had jobs, and they had no shortage of money, but they lacked tickets. Moreover, there is a food shortage now, and you may not be able to buy meat even if you have a ticket. After Jiang Li finished speaking, she was afraid that he would think too much, so she deliberately said, Don't worry, I can buy it with money. But I can't give you meat tickets. Shu Tianci's eyes suddenly lit up, but he waved his hand and said, Dr. Jiang, please don't hurt me. I won't do anything speculative or profiteering. If I get caught, I'll go to jail. Don't give me that. Jiang Li rolled her eyes and threw the knitted hat back. You haven't been a serious person since you were young. How could you be afraid of this? Also, Uncle Fuguei and Aunt Fuguei just passed away. How poor is your family now? You have a skill of hunting. Wouldn't you like to use it to make some money? Hee hee. Shu Qianxi took the knitted hat, gave a thumbs up, and said, Sister Jiang, you are really good at judging people. Don't be so poor. Jiangli glared and said carelessly, in one word, can you do it? Seeing that the other party had made it clear, Shu Qianxi stopped being pretentious. Sure, he gritted his teeth and nodded, but we have an agreement in advance. You can't tell anyone else. Otherwise, I will bite off a piece of your flesh even if I die. You little brat, you're quite wild. Jiangli rolled her eyes and said nonchalantly, don't worry, if this gets out, I won't suffer any consequences. Seeing that she said that, Shu Qianxi reached out to cover his hat, then turned and walked outside. Okay, then you wait. Hey, where are you going? Jiangli asked hurriedly after hearing this. Get you some meat. Shu Qianxi's voice made Jiangli stunned. Then she chuckled again, shook her head and said, I was right about this kid. From what he said, I could tell that he must have caught a lot of game and hidden it, just waiting for an opportunity to exchange it for some money. In less than 10 minutes, Shu Qianxi came in again carrying a bamboo basket. Jiang Li's eyes lit up, and she quickly stepped forward, pulled him in, and closed the door. Seeing her so cautious, Shu Qianxi also breathed a sigh of relief. He took the bamboo basket down, put it on the ground, and looked at Jiang Li. Dr. Jiang, a wild rabbit, and a pheasant. Originally, I was planning to replenish my younger brothers and sisters, but after hearing what you said, I was moved. You are right. My family is indeed short of money now. Okay, I understand. Jiang Li waved her hand and turned to look at the bamboo basket. When she saw the pumpkin on the surface, she was stunned. It's not pumpkin season yet. Where did you get it? That's not what you should ask. Shu Qianxi moved the pumpkin away, revealing a layer of sweet potatoes. After taking away 4 or 5 sweet potatoes, the figures of pheasants and rabbits came into Jiang Li's sight. Jiang Li no longer asked where the pumpkin and sweet potato came from, but walked up and talked about the pheasant and rabbit. Her eyes lit up and she exclaimed in surprise, Wow, this is quite fat. These hares and pheasants have been staying in the space for a while, and their bodies have been improved by the spiritual springs. How can they not be fat? Are you satisfied? Shu Qianxi chuckled and asked. Satisfied, very satisfied. Jiang Li nodded repeatedly and said with satisfaction, Qianxi, how much do you plan to sell it for? Sister Jiang, just give it to me as you see fit. Shu Qianxi hesitated for a moment, rubbed his hands, and smiled. He had never bought anything at the market, so he really didn't know the current market conditions. So it would definitely be most appropriate to let Jiang Li start. Jiang Li was amused by his words and teased. Now you know how to call me sister, right? What are you talking about? Haven't you always been my sister? Shu Qianxi laughed and said without blushing. Jiang Li also smiled and said, Then I won't let you suffer any loss. The current market price of pork is 72 cents, and it's more expensive on the black market. But pheasant and hare are both lean meats, so they certainly can't fetch such a high price. But your pheasants and rabbits are fat, so I'll give you 60 cents per pound. How about that? Shu Qianxi was stunned and said quickly, The price is so high. Sister, you won't suffer a loss, right? Not a loss, not a loss. Jiang Li waved her hands repeatedly and explained, Speaking of which, it was my sister who took advantage of you. I will be very grateful if you could provide me with some from time to time in the future. If you have any extra, you can check out the county black market. These pheasants and rabbits can be sold for more than 1 yuan per pound. This was a very true statement, and Shu Qianxi felt relieved to hear it. So he nodded and said with a smile, Then do as I say. Then Jiang Li took out a scale and weighed the pheasant and the rabbit. The pheasant weighed more than 3 pounds, and Shu Qianxi calculated it as 3 pounds in total. The hare was heavier, more than 4 pounds. It adds up to 7 pounds, which is 4 yuan and 20 cents. Jiang Li took out a wad of money, including pennies and dimes. She took out 2 1-yuan notes for 50-cent notes and 2 dimes. He handed it to Shu Qianxi and said, Qianxi, do you want to sell these pumpkins and sweet potatoes? Sister Jiang wants it? Shu Qianxi was stunned and said generously, If you want it, I'll give it to you. You kid, no matter how big the family is, you will ruin it all. Jiang Li rolled her eyes and complained, Food is more expensive than meat on the black market. How dare you give it to me just for asking? Huh? When Shu Qianxi was stunned, Jiang Li handed Dahei's shirt to him. I want both these pumpkins and sweet potatoes. $10 is okay. Looking at the other person's serious expression, Shu Tianxi suddenly felt that the other person was pretty good. But isn't it a bit too expensive to buy such a small amount of pumpkin and sweet potato for 10 yuan? Just as he was hesitating, Zhang Li explained, "Take it. When you have time, go to the black market in the city. Then you'll know that I took advantage of you." Chapter 28. Pumpkins and sweet potatoes are sold on the black market. Jiang Jia, how rich is your family? After hearing Zhang Li's words, Shu Tianxi looked over in surprise. It's only a dozen or 20 yuan this time. You can't eat it a few times with your monthly salary, right? Hearing this, Zhang Li immediately waved her hand and said, "Don't worry about this. I'm not the only one paying for it. My parents and my brothers all have jobs, so we can still afford this little bit of meat." Wow, Zhang Li's background doesn't sound simple. It's a pity that she's a bit old and her husband died. Shu Tianxi shook his head in his heart and then said to the other party, "Jiang Jia, let me ask you about the situation in the black market." A few minutes later, he left the clinic and ran towards the county town. Looking at his back, Zhang Li also shook her head and smiled. This little bastard is quite capable. Shu Tianxi did not stay in the town, nor did he buy anything with the money. He just kept jogging toward the city, and on the way he took out a roasted sweet potato to eat. When I felt thirsty, I drank some spring water and finally entered the county town after 2 hours. Call. Shu Tianxi took a breath and looked around. The bungalows are much better than those in town. According to the original owner's memory, this was not his first time to enter the county town. He had been here with his parents before. However, he didn't know the location of the black market, so he just found an ant on the street. "Sister, can I ask you something?" "Hey, who are you calling sister?" The ant glared at him and said unhappily, "Who are you trying to embarrass? I'm old enough to be your mother." Shu Tianxi was startled. He glanced at the other person before saying apologetically, "I'm sorry, auntie. You look similar to my sister. I thought you were the same age." Hearing this, the ant's expression immediately brightened up a lot. She waved her hand and said with a smile, "Since you are an honest man, I won't bother with you. Tell me, what do you want to ask?" Shu Tianxi laughed in his heart and thought that he almost met a tough guy. Without giving it much thought, he quickly asked about the street in the black market. The ant was happy and told me the exact location and several streets in detail. Afterwards, Shu Tianxi followed the information given by the other party and came to an underground passage. He took out the bamboo basket and put some pumpkin and sweet potato in it. He had quite a few eggs, but he left them all for his younger brothers and sisters. Finally, he pulled the knitted hat down a little and then used the collar Shu Xianglian had prepared for him as a mask. Looking at it this way, she really looks like the kind of lady from ancient times who never showed her true face to others. Just as he was about to enter the underground passage, a young man dressed similarly to him came over. "Buy or sell?" Shu Tianxi was stunned and replied truthfully, "Selling and buying." The young man glanced at him and said calmly, "Pay 5 cents and find a stall yourself." "Good." Shu Tianxi didn't hesitate. He took out 5 cents, handed it over, and walked into the underground passage. The black market sounds like a platform that specializes in trading things of unknown origin. In fact, it is just a simple trading market, which contains things that cannot be obtained through formal channels. After all, private business is not allowed now, so you can only exchange what you need here. It's not easy for everyone in this era, so the higher-ups are turning a blind eye to the situation here. As soon as Shu Tianxi entered the black market, he noticed that many eyes were fixed on him. However, these gazes only stayed for about 2 seconds and then moved away. Everyone here knows the rules. It's impossible to stare at others all the time. Shu Tianxi glanced at the crowded passage and the vendors on both sides and was secretly amazed. Although this is an underground passage, it is not too dark because there is light on both sides. The things being sold at the intersection and on both sides of the street can also be seen clearly. But not all of them are selling things. There are also signs asking for the purchase of various foods. But there were so many people here that Shu Tianxi could only hear their footsteps and the sound of the wind in the passage. He could also see buyers and sellers bargaining there, but the sound was very quiet. Shu Tianxi didn't come here to buy anything today, so he stopped his gaze on the group of people who were buying the food brand immediately. He chose a stall owned by a man who looked quite kind. I don't know what she looks like specifically, as her face is covered by cloth. The two looked at each other, and Shu Tianxi squatted down and said, "What kind of food do you want?" He spoke in a very soft tone, so soft that the other person could only discern his meaning from the shape of his mouth. However, just as he finished speaking, Everyone around him looked over. Well, holy shit, these people all have really good hearing, right? Shu Qianxi was stunned for a moment. Then the friendly-looking man grabbed his hand and led him into the alley. Follow me. Shu Qianxi did not resist and followed the other party for about 10 steps to the forked bridge arch of the underground passage. Little brother, you were not joking just now, were you? The kind-looking man asked in a serious voice. You mean selling food? Shu Qianxi asked back, then nodded and said, I'm not kidding. What kind of food do you want? I want anything, as long as I can fill my stomach. The man shouted excitedly. How about a pumpkin? About 20 pounds. Shu Qianxi said this, and then added, there are also sweet potatoes, all weighing more than 2 kilograms. Okay, sure. The man nodded repeatedly, breathing a little quickly. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Shu Qianxi, shouting, little brother, no, big brother. I want all the pumpkins and sweet potatoes you have. Shu Qianxi looked at the other person in surprise and thought to himself, I'm afraid you can't eat it. But he didn't dare to say that. Instead, he tried to break free from the other party's restraints first. Then he shook his head and said, not much. How much are you willing to pay for it? If it's too little, I'll ask someone else. The man who heard this quickly shouted, No. Pumpkins are 50 cents a pound, and sweet potatoes are 40 cents. What do you think? See you again if we're lucky. Shu Qianxi walked straight to the other end of the fork in the road, without even looking back. Brother. The man chased after her and said quickly, Add 10 cents, I'll add 10 cents. Seeing that the other party had raised the price, Shu Qianxi's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned around, stared at the other person, and sneered, This isn't the first time. I know the price of food very well. This was his first time in the black market, but he couldn't let the man know. Only by saying this can you prevent others from killing you like a monkey. Brother, are you kidding me? The man clapped his hands and laughed helplessly. Rice and flour have indeed increased in price by more than 10 times, but pumpkin can never compare to those things. Pumpkins are 60 cents a pound, and sweet potatoes are 50 cents. This is the highest price I can offer. Even if you go to other stalls, the highest price is this. Seeing the other party's serious expression, Shu Qianxi knew that he couldn't suppress it any longer. Chapter 29. Look, there's money for Big Brother's wedding. Okay, then I'll sell it at your price. In the end, Shu Qianxi agreed to the offer from the kind-looking man. In fact, he was already very satisfied with the price. After all, pheasants and rabbits only cost a few cents per pound. If I sell on the black market next time, I guess I can get more than $1 per pound. Facing the man's expectant gaze, Shu Qianxi put down the bamboo basket he was carrying. As soon as he lifted the cloth, a pumpkin weighing 20 or 30 kilograms and a dozen sweet potatoes came into the man's sight. He quickly squatted down, picked up the pumpkin, and said, I have never seen such a big pumpkin. Brother, how did you grow it? Hearing this, Shu Qianxi's face suddenly darkened. Sorry, I was too excited. The man also realized that he was too excited and asked questions that he shouldn't have asked. When doing business in a place like the black market, the most taboo thing is to ask where the item comes from. Who would dare to do business with a man who behaves like this in the future? Shu Qianxi didn't want to get entangled with him, and said impatiently, Forget it. Let's trade quickly. The man didn't dare to say anything more, and quickly took a scale to weigh the pumpkin and sweet potato. Since he came to collect grain, he would definitely bring these tools with him. In the end, the pumpkin weighed a little over 28 jeans, and the sweet potato weighed more than 20 jeans, totaling more than 50 jeans. The man put away the scale, looked at Shu Qianxi, and said, Brother, the total is $32.80? Sure, no problem. Shu Qianxi nodded, feeling very excited. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the man unzip his pants and put his hand into his crotch. Hiss! Shu Qianxi took a deep breath and saw the other party take out a cloth bag. After the cloth bag was opened, it seemed to contain a lot of money. The man took out 3 large black notes and some change, then handed it over. Brother here. Okay. Shu Qianxi reacted and stuffed the money into his pocket. Brother, you can come to me if you need food later. The man said something to Shu Qianxi happily, then turned and left. Shu Qianxi glanced at the direction the other party left and thought to himself, Can I get out from there too? Before he could think about it, a group of people suddenly ran over. Brother, it's my turn. Isn't it my turn? And me, brother, how many pumpkins and sweet potatoes do you have? Looking at the 5 or 6 people who surrounded him, Shu Qianxi became more aware of the scarcity of food. He spread his hands and said, Not for now. Next time if you want. Everyone was disappointed at first, and then looked at Shu Tianxi with surprise. Brother, how much food do you have left? Anyway, it's gone now. Shu Tianxi spread his hands and said ambiguously. Hearing this, everyone turned away, feeling even more disappointed. Looking at their backs, Shu Tianxi shrugged indifferently. He has already taken out a lot of food, and he must not reveal too much at once. At least not now. Looking at the 30 yuan in his hand, Shu Tianxi suddenly laughed. Now, I have the money for my eldest brother's wedding. It seems that what Jiang Jie said was right. She did take advantage of me. Next time I must take it back. He put the money into his pocket, but actually it was all stored in the space of the jade pendant. Then he carried the bamboo basket on his back and walked into the black market again. There's nothing at home right now, not even an iron pot or a kitchen knife. So he needs some bills, which should be available on the black market. Back at the black market, many more eyes were focused on him. Now everyone knows that this guy came to the black market to sell food. In this time of hunger, there are actually people who have extra food at home and are willing to sell it. Shu Tianxi ignored these gazes and looked at the stalls on both sides as he walked. However, before I saw the stall selling receipts, I saw a stall selling kitchen knives and iron pans. So he immediately stepped forward and asked, "How much are these?" The stall owner glanced at him and said calmly, "The pot is $6 and the knife is $1. So expensive?" Shu Tianxi was shocked and thought to himself that this was not cheap. But then I thought, you need a receipt to buy this thing anywhere else. It costs a few dollars to buy the ticket alone, not to mention that the ticket only provides purchase qualifications, not redemption vouchers. Just as he was surprised, the stall owner said, "You can also exchange it with food." When Shu Tianxi heard this, his heart moved, and he almost said that he had food. He looked at the murderous eyes around him, and his heart was in turmoil. In the end, he chose to take out a big black tin and handed it to the stall owner. "I want both the pot and the knife." The stall owner showed a hint of disappointment, but he also took the money. He threw the iron pot and kitchen knife into the bamboo basket and put the $3 in change from his pocket into the jade pendant space. Shu Tianxi stood up and continued walking forward. Soon he noticed the stall owner, who was a short man, and he didn't know what he looked like. But there was a sign on his stall saying he was selling tickets. Shu Tianxi glanced at the other person and found that he was also looking at him. So Shu Tianxi walked forward, squatted down, and asked, "What kind of tickets are there?" "I have the tickets for whatever you want," the short man said calmly. "Hey, pretty crazy, huh?" Shu Tianxi looked at him in surprise and thought to himself that he was good at dealing with the unruly. So he chuckled and asked, "Do you have TV tickets?" "Have." "Is it true?" Shu Tianxi was shocked and a little bit unbelievable. "Phew." The woman standing by couldn't help laughing when she heard their conversation. The short man glanced at him and said calmly, "650 deposit. Come back in 5 days to pick it up." Shu Tianxi chuckled and said awkwardly, "I'm not buying it now. I thought I could curb the other party's rebelliousness, but I didn't expect to lose more than I gained. Someone throws a royal bomb at you, and you can't catch it. Not to mention that he doesn't have the money now. Even if he did, he wouldn't buy this thing for his home. Although televisions nowadays are only about 10 inches in size, there's not a single one in the entire commune. If you bring one home with you whose parents have died, it will be taken away in minutes." "Are you kidding me?" The short man got anxious when he heard Shu Tianxi didn't buy it. No. Shu Tianxi quickly waved his hands and said with a smile, "I want to buy other things. Do you have cloth coupons and sugar coupons?" Hearing this, the short man immediately took out a few cloth coupons and sugar coupons and handed them over. Cloth coupons are 80 cents a foot, and here are 21 feet. Sugar coupons are 2 yuan a pound. Wow, that's not cheap. Shu Tianxi held more than 30 yuan in his pocket and hesitated for a moment. He waved to the short man and whispered something in his ear. The other person's eyes widened and he asked, "Are you serious?" Seeing Shu Tianxi nod, the short man immediately stood up and pulled the other party. "Let's go." Chapter 30. Inquire about the black market boss. Shu Tianxi followed the short man out of the black market and stopped in a nearby alley. Shu Tianxi glanced at the other person and said, "Wait here for me." After saying that, he turned around and started walking around in the alley. He only had more than 30 yuan left, and it was impossible for him to use it all to buy bills. So he told the short man that he wanted to exchange food with him. He made up a random excuse, saying that this was his relative's home and the food was all here. Then he walked around inside for about 10 minutes before running out panting, carrying a bamboo basket on his back. The short man came forward with an excited look on his face and said, "Brother, How is it? Shu Tianxi glanced at him, then put the bamboo basket on the ground. Here are 30 pounds of sweet potatoes and a 25-pound pumpkin. The short man was delighted to hear this, and quickly squatted down to start moving pumpkins and sweet potatoes weighing about 2 pounds each. This is not just food, it's life. After feeling the weight a little, the short man took out the ticket and money. Brother, this is the ticket you want. I'll pay for the rest. Okay. Shu Tianxi had no objection and took the 21 feet of cloth coupons, 2 kilograms of sugar coupons, and cash. After the transaction was completed, the short man suddenly asked, Brother, do you have any extra food at home? Are you the one who produces food for my family? Shu Tianxi glanced at the other party and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the short man immediately smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry. I spoke too much. If you have any more in the future, you must come to me. If you need any more tickets, just let me know and I'll keep them for you. No problem. Shu Tianxi nodded and suddenly had an idea. He smiled at the other person and said, Brother, can I ask you something? If you ask, I will tell you everything I know. Shu Tianxi glanced at the other party and asked mysteriously, I want to ask, who is managing this black market? Also, are there other people above you? Hiss. The short man suddenly took a deep breath and looked at Shu Tianxi as if he were a fool. Little brother, you are quite brave. It's better not to ask about the above matters. Is this something you can ask? Seeing that the other party didn't want to talk, Shu Tianxi chuckled and didn't continue the topic. He said, Okay, I also want to ask if you accept wild boar or other game. You have a wild boar? The short man looked Shu Tianxi up and down and said in surprise, I don't have it now, but I have a way. Shu Tianxi shook his head and opened his mouth. My family has been hunters for generations, and we are proficient in all kinds of hunting traps. If you guys accept it, I could try my luck in the nearby mountains. Hunter? The short man looked skeptical, but still nodded and said, Take it, as long as it's edible. If you can get it, just tell the gatekeeper to look for Chun Xiaoho. Okay, then I'll leave first. Shu Tianxi agreed, then turned and left. Looking at his back, Chun Xiaoho's expression changed. Then she turned around and went back to the black market to inquire about it. Then find the boss of the black market, a man named Brother Biao. You said he sold over 50 kilograms of pumpkins and over 50 kilograms of sweet potatoes, and he's also selling wild boars. After hearing Chun Xiaoho's report, Brother Biao, who had a pair of tiger eyes, suddenly frowned. Chun Xiaoho nodded and said, He did sell these things, but he's not sure about the wild boars yet. Wild boars are everywhere in the mountains. It's not difficult to get one if you have the ability. It's just that everyone is short of food these days, yet he can actually take out hundreds of kilograms to sell to others. Brother Biao's face was gloomy, and he murmured, I have a feeling that this kid is not an ordinary person. That's right. Hearing this, Chun Xiaoho suddenly thought of something and quickly said, He also asked about you. Why are you asking about me? Brother Biao asked in confusion. I don't know. Chun Xiaoho shook his head and explained, I'm not asking you directly. I'm asking the black market boss. I gave him a warning, and he never mentioned it again. Do you think he still has a lot of food and wants to trade directly with you? Shit. Brother Biao glared, slapped Chun Xiaoho on the head and scolded him. Do you think his house is a grain depot with endless food? But the grain station doesn't have pumpkins weighing dozens of kilograms. Chun Xiaoho rubbed the back of his head and said aggrievedly. Hearing this, Brother Biao immediately fell into deep thought for a long time. He suddenly opened his tiger eyes and said, Next time if he asks about this again, don't stop him. Test it out first, then see if you can bring me here. Chun Xiaoho was startled and asked quickly, You want to see him? If he really has a lot of food, it's not impossible. Brother Biao tapped the table with his fingers and said slowly. On the other side, Shu Tianxi was also lost in thought after leaving the black market. Although the space in his jade pendant seemed to only last for more than 20 days, this period of time was enough for him to grow several thousand kilograms of food. Sweet potatoes are okay, but things like pumpkins and rice have no origin. Moreover, there will definitely be more and more food in the space in the future. So he needed a force to help him safely deal with some of the food in the future. And the black market is the best distribution place in this era. But he needs to establish a relationship with the black market boss so that he can distribute food without being targeted. But Chun Xiaoho didn't reveal this information to him, so he needed to think of other ways. In addition, he also needs a job that can allow his family to eat meat and wear clothes reasonably. As he was thinking, he soon arrived at a Chinese medicine store in the county town. He looked up, then strode in. I asked the waiter for star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, herb fruit, angelica root, cloves. I bought a big bag of spices for braised dishes for less than $1. After throwing these spices into the space, Shu Tianxi walked towards his aunt's house. Shu Tianxi has 3 aunts. The eldest Aunt Shu Xiaomei and the second Aunt Shu Xiaoying are both married in the county town. Although he didn't have much money, at least my uncle had a job and a city hukou. Following the direction he remembered, Shu Tianxi soon arrived at an alley. The alleys are lined with rows of red brick and tile houses, each about 2 meters high. Every brick roof is equipped with a chimney, from which bursts of smoke emerge. Shu Tianxi rubbed his stomach while walking. He was really hungry. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the sound of a bicycle bell came from behind. Shu Tianxi looked back and saw a man who looked similar to him pedaling a bicycle very hard. His face was filled with panic as he shouted, "Third sister, please spare me." A woman in her 20s rolled up her sleeves, holding a broomstick in her hand, chasing and shouting, "Let you go? Today I'm going to beat your ass to pieces." Shu Tianxi looked at this scene with a strange expression and shouted, "Sister Jinfeng, brother Shi Jin." Squeak. Chapter 31, Aunt Shu Xiaomei. Tianxi, why did you come to the city alone? Cousin Tianxi, how come your skin is so white? Do you have any secret? In the alley, Shu Tianxi looked helplessly at the 2 men and women who looked like curious babies. These 2 people are his cousins, his eldest Aunt Shu Xiaomei's 3rd daughter Fu Jinfeng and youngest son Fu Shijin. The 2 of them are about the same age as Shu Xianglian and myself, and we played together a lot when we were young. Facing the 2 people's questions, Shu Tianxi said directly, "My parents passed away, and I came to tell my aunt." Well, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Suddenly, Fu Jinfeng reached out and hit Shu Tianxi, scolding him. "Stinky Tianxi, you are getting more and more bold. How can you make such a joke about your uncle and aunt? They are your parents." "That's right." Fu Shijin also laughed and pointed at Shu Tianxi and said, "I haven't seen this guy for a few days, and his jokes are getting worse and worse." They thought Shu Tianxi was joking, but no matter what they said, the other party's expression was serious. "Really?" Fu Jinfeng confirmed again. Shu Tianxi nodded helplessly and said, "Do you think I would joke about this?" After hearing what he said, the expressions of Fu Jinfeng and his sister also became serious. Fu Jinfeng simply reached out and grabbed Shu Tianxi, then ran quickly towards home. "Come home with me." Shu Tianxi stumbled and followed in a panic. "Third sister, wait for me," Fu Shijin shouted, then rode his bicycle to catch up. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the door of a red brick house. Smoke was coming out of the chimney on the roof. Someone was cooking inside. Fu Jinfeng pulled Shu Tianxi inside and shouted, "Mom, something bad has happened." "Mom, what are you shouting for? What are you shouting for? I'm not dead yet." Tianxi, a woman who was less than 50 years old, walked in from the kitchen with an impatient look on her face, holding a spatula in her hand. When she saw Shu Tianxi, she was stunned at first, then ran over with a panicked look on her face. She grabbed Shu Tianxi's shoulders and shouted, "Tianxi, why are you in the city? Where are your parents? Did something happen at home?" Before Shu Tianxi could speak, Fu Shijin on the side said, "Mom, Tianxi said that my uncle and aunt are dead." Bang! A crisp voice was heard, and Fu Shijin covered his face in shock. Shu Xiaomei's face flushed with anger as she scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about, you bastard? They are your uncle and aunt. How can you curse them? Me? He?" Fu Shijin pointed at himself in confusion, then pointed at Shu Tianxi in annoyance. Shu Xiaomei pushed his hand away and continued to scold him. "What do you mean by you? Did you go to fight again this morning?" Fu Shijin glanced at his 3rd sister, but Fu Jinfeng just rolled her eyes at him. Fu Shijin was helpless, thinking to himself how unfair this was to him. "Aunt." At this time, Shu Tianxi said, "My parents are really dead." Shu Xiaomei felt a concussion in her brain and stumbled, almost falling to the ground. "Aunt." Shu Tianxi quickly supported his aunt, and Fu Jinfeng and her brother also came over. Shu Xiaomei quickly waved her hands and said with tears in her eyes, "Tianxi, please tell me what happened." "Aunt, please sit down first." Shu Tianxi was not impatient, but helped the other party to sit down on the stool first. Facing the gazes of the 3, he slowly said, "The harvest has been poor over the past 2 years, and my family hasn't received much food. The big pots in the brigade canteen started to use less rice and oil, and usually they just cooked wild vegetable porridge and steamed cornbread. My parents gave us most of the food, and they only ate a little to fill their stomachs. Gradually, they developed health problems, and one night a while ago, they passed away quietly. Fugue, my brother, Shu Xiaomei cried out in grief, and suddenly hugged Shu Tianxi and burst into tears. Fu Jinfeng and her brother also looked sad and wiped the tears from the corners of their eyes. Shu Tianxi didn't say anything, but patted his aunt's back with a sad look on his face. After a long time, Shu Xiaomei pushed Shu Tianxi away and said, "Tianxi, your parents are dead. Why did you tell me only now? What happened to their bodies? Were they buried?" Upon hearing this, Shu Tianxi continued to tell the story of how the villagers helped bury his parents. As for why I only came to tell my aunt today, it's because I didn't have time. When it's hard to even fill your stomach, who has the energy to run back and forth for several hours? Shouldn't you be hungry now? Shu Xiaomei stood up tremblingly, took Shu Tianxi's hand and said, "Auntie is cooked. Come and eat something first." After she finished speaking, she looked at Fu Shijin and said, "Shijin, go ride your bike to visit your second aunt and your youngest aunt. Tell them about your uncle and ask them to go back to the Shu family this afternoon." Fu Shijin swallowed and wanted to say that he hadn't eaten yet, but under his mother's fierce gaze, he turned and ran out. "Jinfeng, go call your dad back." "Okay." Only Shu Tianxi and his nephew were left in the room, and they came to the dining table together. Looking at the food on the table, Shu Tianxi couldn't help but fall into silence. Most of it is corn paste mixed with a little rice, and there is also a wild vegetable soup. It seems that life in this city is not so easy. Shu Xiaomei didn't think about it anymore and urged, "Tianxi, eat quickly. Let's wait for my uncle to come back and eat together." Shu Tianxi said hesitantly, "No, just eat yours." Shu Xiaomei shook her head and frowned. "Are you dissatisfied with the food in my aunt's house?" "No, that's not the case." Shu Tianxi shook his head repeatedly, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and started to stuff the food into his mouth. Looking at his appearance, Shu Xiaomei wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, "Tianxi, don't despise me. Nowadays, the monthly food coupons for our families are limited, and every family has to mix in some cornmeal and beans to have enough to eat. The meat processing plant no longer produces pork, and the supply and marketing cooperative only supplies one piece of pork per day. If you want to eat some meat, you have to go grab it before dawn." As she spoke, Shu Xiaomei's face also showed a trace of worry. "I don't know when this day will end." Hearing this, Shu Tianxi immediately had the urge to take out 180 kilograms of sweet potatoes. But he still held back, looked up and said, "Aunt, you can eat too. These days will soon pass, and everything will be fine." Shu Xiaomei hummed and said with a smile, "Eat it. Fill your stomach first." Not long after, Fu Jinfeng came back with a middle-aged man. "Mother, what's going on?" The man shouted first, then looked at Shu Tianxi at the dinner table. Everyone knows that this guy is lazy and gluttonous, and he looks down on the other person from the bottom of his heart. Shu Tianxi also stood up and shouted, "Uncle." Chapter 32. This kid doesn't have much ability, but he has a bad temper. "Tianxi, are your parents really dead?" Fu Sheng asked with a frown when he saw Shu Tianxi. Shu Tianxi looked up at him, shrugged, and said, "Anyway, I've already said it, whether you believe it or not. Aunt, I'm going back first. My brother and the others must be worried after being out for a whole day." "Tianxi." Shu Xiaomei was anxious and hit Fu Sheng hard with her backhand. "What nonsense are you talking about? Can Tianxi make fun of his parents? I just wanted to confirm it. Who would have thought that this kid had such a bad temper?" Fu Sheng explained, then frowned again. "It's not that he doesn't want to believe it, but that guy is not a serious person. The big, stupid guy in the Shu family knows how to work in the fields, but he is lazy and just hangs around all day." He looked back at his daughter and said, "Eat first, and we'll talk after you finish eating." Fu Jinfeng took a look outside, then followed Fu Sheng to sit at the table. Looking at the food on the table, Fu Sheng sighed. Although it's nice to have something to eat, eating corn paste all day can be annoying. Fu Jinfeng, who was standing by, immediately said, "Dad, I heard the price of rice on the black market has risen to 2 or 3 yuan per pound." Well, after hearing this news, Fu Sheng suddenly felt that the corn porridge mixed with rice became much sweeter and more delicious. Just as the two were eating, Shu Xiaomei walked in from the door. Fu Jinfeng immediately stood up and asked, "Mom, why did you come back alone? Where is my brother Tianxi?" "He said he would go back first because he was afraid that your brother Tianyu and the others would worry." Shu Xiaomei explained and then sat next to her husband. Boss, I know you look down on Tianxi, but you can't say that about him. We can only eat corn porridge at home. You are not unaware of the situation at my brother's home. Now that my brother and sister-in-law have passed away, he must be heartbroken. Now that he hears your doubts, who knows how sad he must be. This kid doesn't have much ability, but he has a bad temper. Fu Sheng snorted coldly and said nonchalantly, "All right, let's eat quickly. After dinner, I'll ask for leave and go to the Shu family with you." Good. On the other side, Shu Tianxi and his aunt explained and then headed towards the supply and marketing cooperative. He needed to buy some oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, as the seasonings at home were long gone. Now that I have bought the iron pan and kitchen knife, I can't miss the seasonings either. As for going back with his aunt, he definitely couldn't keep up. My aunt's family is not poor. They have 2 bicycles. After all, my uncle has a job in the city and earns dozens of yuan a month. The other party's eldest son is serving in the army and sends back some living expenses every month. The other party's second daughter is married, and she also gives some money to the family from time to time. But this year was a disaster year, and there was a severe shortage of food everywhere. The food coupons distributed to each household every month are not enough for a family to eat. Otherwise, my aunt would definitely not fail to provide financial support to Shu Tianxi's family. Shu Tianxi shook his head and sighed, and soon arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. The supply and marketing cooperative in the county town is quite large, covering several hundred square meters. There are dozens of counters selling everything, just like a small department store. Shu Tianxi originally heard from the elders in the village that this place used to be a material transfer station. It was not until peacetime came that he started selling things to support himself. The salespersons here are not simple either. They have iron rice bowls that everyone is vying for. "Big sister, give me 2 bars of soap, a pound of rock sugar, 3 pounds of coarse salt, a pound of vinegar, and 2 pounds of soy sauce." Shu Tianxi had a clear purpose and told the counter what he needed as soon as he arrived. "The coarse salt is very large and as coarse as sand. I heard that eating it can cause goiter. But now you can't buy fine salt at all, so you can only make do with it." The salesperson prepared everything and handed it over. "It's 5.16 yuan in total, plus a pound of sugar coupons and containers for soy sauce, vinegar, etc. If you don't have any, they're available for sale here. Buy it. I'll buy it directly. You also need sugar tickets to buy rock sugar, but not for other small daily necessities." Shu Tianxi directly handed over a big black tin and threw a piece of rock candy into his mouth. Hiss, that feeling. After the salesperson gave him the change, he put it in his pocket and walked out. Although I still have 21 feet of cloth coupons ready to buy clothes, I can't explain where they came from. Although he was looking for a job, there was really nothing he could do about it for the time being. So the cloth coupons can only be kept for now, and I could buy new clothes for the whole family later. It seems to be getting late when we leave the supply and marketing cooperative. So he started to move his long legs and ran towards the Shu family. After running for an hour, I suddenly heard a familiar voice calling from behind me. God-given, God-given. Shu Tianxi looked back and found that his aunt and Fu Jinfeng were chasing him on bicycles. Behind them were Fu Sheng, Fu Shijin, and their second, Aunt Shu Xiaoying. She didn't stop, but her pace became slower. "Tianxi, get on." Shu Xiaoying stopped beside Shu Tianxi on her bike and shouted, "I'll take you back." Shu Tianxi glanced at his aunt and the others without being pretentious. He plopped down in the back seat and clasped his hands under the cushions. "Hold on tight. If you can't hold on to my waist." Shu Xiaoying warned, then began to push hard. "Second aunt, why are you here alone?" Shu Tianxi glanced at her, then coughed violently and looked at the fields and mountains on the side. Shu Xiaoying didn't notice anything and explained, "Tianxi, don't be angry even if I tell you. Your second uncle doesn't believe you no matter what he says. Let me come over and verify your authenticity first." Hearing this, Shu Tianxi was somewhat speechless. "So, both uncles think they are making fun of their parents?" He shook his head and said, "It's okay. In their eyes, I am just that kind of person. Tianxi, you are second aunt's nephew, and second aunt believes in you." Shu Xiaoying looked back at him and said, "I believe you and will never joke about your parents. Have you been starving recently? Second aunt brought you sweet potatoes and cornmeal." Hearing this, Shu Tianxi was somewhat moved. He chuckled and nodded, "Thank you, second aunt, but our family doesn't need it right now. I know you are angry with your second uncle, but don't be stubborn." Shu Xiaoying looked back at her, glaring at her, shaking her head. "There is a food shortage everywhere now, and your eldest and second aunts don't have much food either. The fact that your second uncle agreed to share food with you shows that he still cares about you. It's just your previous performance. Having said that, Shu Xiaoying suddenly swallowed her words and shook her head. Shu Tianxi smiled and said, "Second aunt, I understand. With the help of bicycles, their speed is indeed much faster than jogging." About half an hour later, a group of people rode into Shujia village. Chapter 33. Braised pig, awful? Don't eat it? Third brother, you're back? Big aunt, second aunt, big uncle, sister Jean Feng, little Jean. When Shu Tianxi, his aunt, and others returned home, Shu Shuilon and Tiance ran over. Are you Tiance and Shuilon? Looking at the two children, the eldest and second aunts were filled with disbelief. Fu Jinfeng even grabbed Shu Shuilon and asked, "Shuilon, tell sister Jinfeng, how did your skin become so white? You're not thin." Looking at their appearance, I don't think they look like they haven't eaten well. Fu Xing also shook his head and frowned. Shu Tianxi is strong, fair-skinned, and handsome, but after all, he has always been lazy and gluttonous. Less sun exposure means whiter skin. But at Shu Tiance and Shu Shuilon's age, they just like to bask in the sun. And they are not lazy either. Whenever Shu Fugui goes to the fields, they will help him. How come they also have fair skin, pretty faces, and strong bodies? Shu Tiance and Shu Shuilon didn't know how to explain, so they could only look at Shu Tianxi. Shu Tianxi didn't let them explain and changed the subject. Where are the eldest brother and second sister? Shu Tiance immediately explained, "They went to work, and my second sister asked us to wait for you at home." Hearing this, Shu Tianxi patted the other person's head and said, "Go call them back. Just say your eldest and second aunts are here, and let's take them to see our parents." "Okay." Shu Tiance nodded in agreement and turned to leave. "Wait." Shu Tianxi suddenly called out to him, then said, "Open your mouth." Seeing the other person open his mouth without thinking, he immediately stuffed something in. Shu Tiance closed his mouth and pursed his lips, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Shu Tianxi didn't let him speak and continued to pat his head and said, "Okay, go quickly." Shu Tiance was overjoyed and turned around and ran toward his workplace. "Tianxi, what did you just give Tiance to eat?" Fu Jinfeng looked at Shu Tianxi and asked curiously. "Nothing." Shu Tianxi shook his head without explaining, but looked at everyone and said, "Come in first." Fu Jinfeng curled her lips and thought to herself, what a stinky cousin. The whole group sat down in Shu Tianxi's house, and the small living room seemed a little crowded. Suddenly, the screams of Fu Shijin and Fu Jinfeng came from the kitchen. God given, God given. Everyone looked at each other and quickly walked towards the kitchen. "What are you yelling about? Why are you so startled?" Before Shu Tianxi could even open his mouth, Shu Xiaomei started scolding him. Fu Shijin didn't refute, but pointed at the wooden basin on the ground and said, "Mom, look at all the pig offal. Ugh, so disgusting." Fu Jinfeng frowned and waved her hand. Pig offal is a disgusting word in this era, and most people would not eat it. Most people can't eat it and just feel disgusted. So it is understandable that Fu Jinfeng can behave like this. The eldest and second aunts also frowned and looked at Shu Tianxi and said, "Tianxi, how come there's so many pig offal in your house?" Shu Tianxi was about to explain when Shu Shuilon called out, "Aunt, it's pork distribution time in the village, and my third brother is coming back. He said this thing is delicious, and he wants to make it for us. Divide the pork." Everyone was shocked and looked at Shu Shuilon and Shu Tianxi in disbelief. The meat processing plant no longer supplies meat, and the supply and marketing cooperative only sells one piece of meat a day. Your village is so good, there's still pork to be shared? That's it. Yes, yes. Shu Tianxi was about to explain when Shu Shuilon hurriedly nodded and shouted, "My third brother is so amazing. He killed such a big wild boar by himself." As she spoke, she started gesturing with her hands, but she was too small to gesture like that huge creature. One-on-one with a wild boar. "Him!" Fu Sheng exclaimed, pointed at Shu Tianxi, and shook his head. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. With his tiny arms and legs, how could he possibly defeat a wild boar?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Xiaomei pushed him. Then he stared at Shu Tianxi and said, "Tianxi, did you really fight with a wild boar? That's just good luck." Shu Tianxi chuckled and admitted, "If I really had to fight a wild boar alone, I wouldn't be able to do it." "Tianxi, did you really kill a wild boar?" Fu Jinfeng exclaimed, then gave a thumbs up and said, As expected of my cousin, he's awesome. Before Shu Tianxi could say anything, Shu Xiaoying grabbed his shoulders and started touching him up and down. Hey, what are you doing, second aunt? Don't move. Shu Xiaoying held Shu Tianxi down and said with a serious expression, let second aunt see if you're injured anywhere. Yes, your uncle is right about one thing. Shu Xiaomei also nodded in agreement. You must have been lucky to be able to kill the wild boar, but your physique might be injured somewhere. Let your second aunt take a good look at it. If there is any injury, we must treat it as soon as possible. Shu Tianxi was helpless. His entire body, except for his crotch, was checked. When he noticed second aunt's gaze, he immediately covered his crotch and said, second aunt, I'm really fine. Phew. Seeing this scene, Fu Jinfeng and Fu Shijin couldn't help laughing. What are you so shy about, you little brat? Shu Xiaoying rolled her eyes at Shu Tianxi and said, nonchalantly, second aunt even gave you a bath. You said it best when I was a kid. Shu Tianxi was very touched by the concern of her elder and second aunts, but she felt a little overwhelmed. Soon, Shu Tianyu, Shu Xianglian, and Shu Shuilian followed Shu Tian's back. Eldest aunt, second aunt, Shu Xianglian shouted, then threw herself into Shu Xiaomei's arms. As if she had found support, she could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Aunt, my parents are dead. Second aunt, Shu Shuilian from the other side, also shouted, threw herself into Shu Xiaoying's arms, and started crying. Shu Tianyu looked around, as if he also wanted to find someone to lean on. Shu Tianxi saw what he was thinking, reached out, and pulled him, pointing to his shoulder. The other party really did what he said, and actually laid down on me. God's gift. Woo-woo. Hee-hee. After they had vented their emotions for a while, Shu Tianxi said, brother, sister, please take your aunts to the back mountain. Let them have a good talk with their parents. I'll cook at home and wait for you to come back. Okay. Shu Xianglian nodded, then looked at Shu Xiaomei and the others. Aunt, let's go. My stinky cousin, I don't eat pig offal. Fu Jinfeng pointed at Shu Tianxi, turned around, and followed him. Brother Tianxi, I don't eat that stuff either. Fu Shijin also shouted, and when he looked at Shu Tianxi, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. This is a guy who can fight a wild boar alone. He really has a new respect for him. I hope you guys won't smell really good later. Shu Tianxi shook his head and smiled, then looked at Shu Shuilian and the others and said, okay, let's cook and eat. As he was talking, he turned around and took out an iron pot, a kitchen knife, and spices from the room. Chapter 34, it smells so good. Oh my God, it smells so good. Who's cooking this? This tastes like neither meat nor rice. It tastes a bit like Chinese medicine. No, this smells too good. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the air in the Shu family was suddenly filled with a strange fragrance. Whether at home or in the fields, people couldn't help but take a few more breaths of this smell. Not to mention eating it. Even smelling it will whet your appetite. That's not right. This fragrance seems to be coming from Fugui's house. Damn, is Tianxi going to get some wild game from the mountains again? It shouldn't be. I saw Xiaomei and Xiaoying seem to be back. Yes, Tianxi came back with them. They must have brought food for their nephews and nieces. The villagers were talking about it, and first discussed what Shu Tianxi's family was cooking. Later, he became suspicious again, thinking that Shu Tianxi had gotten something delicious while hunting again. Finally, someone mentioned Shu Xiaomei and Shu Xiaoying, and then attributed the fragrance to Shu Tianxi's two aunts. But the truth is, Shu Tianxi was preparing brine at home. After he took out the pot and knife, he began to boil the brine with rock sugar and spices. Shu Shuilian lit a fire next to the stove, and the bright flames made her fair face red. With the nourishment of the spiritual spring these days, she finally has the cute appearance of a little girl. Shu Tians broke off some branches and sticks and carried them behind Shu Shuilian. Shu Shuilian took a brand new kitchen knife and carefully cut the pig lungs and liver. After cutting it, he handed it to Shu Tianxi, who was standing next to the big pot, took a deep breath and said, "Third brother, it smells so good." Shu Tians and Shu Shuilian also looked over and shouted, "Third brother, is this really pig offal? What else?" Shu Tianxi smiled slightly, picked up a piece of pig's stomach with chopsticks, and handed it to Shu Shuilian. "Would you like to try it?" Shu Shuilian gave a long, coquettish and took 2 steps back. "I want to eat it, third brother, I want to eat it." Shu Tians couldn't wait and came over directly. Shu Tianxi didn't refuse and stuffed it directly into the other person's mouth. Shu Shuilian and Shu Shuilian looked over and stared at Shu Tian's mouth. He chewed it twice, then exclaimed in surprise, Wow, it's delicious. Spicy and a little sweet. After he finished speaking, he looked at Shu Tianxi and said, "Third brother, can I have another bite?" "Sure, there's plenty." Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and handed over the chopsticks. "Thank you, third brother." Shu Tianxi took the chopsticks and went to the pot and started to pick up the pig's stomach and intestines to eat. Seeing this scene, Shu Shuilian and Shu Shuilan had to come over. "Wow, so spicy and numb and really sweet. It smells so good. Don't eat too much, or you'll have to drink a lot of water later. Shuilan, you're going to wet the bed again tonight." Shu Tianxi warned her, then went to get some sweet potatoes to steam. Shu Shuilan closed her mouth, swallowed her saliva, and stopped eating. Not long after, Fu Jinfeng's voice came from outside the door. "Stinky cousin, what delicious food are you making?" That fragrance even drifted to the graveyard behind. Fu Jinfeng and Fu Shijin ran in, followed by their aunt and others with red eyes. After seeing them, Shu Shuilan immediately said, "Cousin, it's pig offal. The pig offal made by third brother is delicious. Come and try it." "What? This fragrance is made from pig offal?" The two were startled when they heard this, and then hurried to the cauldron. "Damn, this is really pig offal?" Shu Shuilian picked up a piece of pig intestines and handed it to Fu Jinfeng, saying, "Sister Jinfeng, would you like to try it?" Fu Jinfeng frowned, pursed her lips, shook her head decisively, and stepped back. Suddenly, a hand quietly placed on her waist and twisted it hard. "Ah!" Fu Jinfeng cried out in pain, and Shu Shuilian took the opportunity to stuff the pig intestines on the chopsticks in her mouth. Fu Jinfeng's little face suddenly showed a mask of pain, and then she quickly vomited out the pig intestines. "Pa pa pa! Ah! Shu Tianxi, I want to kill you." "No, no, no." Shu Tianxi laughed heartily, raised his hand, and begged for mercy. "Sister, wait a moment. Take a sip and see if it tastes good." Hearing this, Fu Jinfeng pursed her lips subconsciously. Not fishy or smelly, a little bit numb, a little spicy, and a little sweet. At this time, Shu Tianxi picked up a piece of pig stomach with chopsticks and handed it over. "Try it again." Fu Jinfeng glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly opened her mouth. Oh my God! Seeing his own sister actually opening her mouth to eat pig offal, Fu Shijin immediately found it outrageous. He picked up the chopsticks in disbelief, picked up a piece of pig's stomach from the pot, and stuffed it into his mouth. His eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly to his aunt and the others. "Mom, Dad, Annie, this pig stomach is really delicious." Hee hee. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and said, "The sweet potatoes are steamed. Let's eat first." The eldest and second aunts looked at each other and shook their heads, saying, "Forget it, we'll go back and eat later. Please sit down first. I have something to tell you. Let's eat first. We can talk about it at the table if we have anything to say." Shu Tianxi waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Don't worry, there's food at home." He knew what his elder and second aunts were worried about, which was simply that there was not enough food at home. If we let them have dinner today, the 6 brothers and sisters will have to skip a meal tomorrow. But with Shu Tianxi, there is obviously no need to worry about food. After repeated emphasis, a pot of braised pork offal was brought to the 8 immortal table. "Uncle, there is no wine at home, so you just have to eat more dishes." Shu Tianxi handed Fu Sheng 2 sweet potatoes and said, Okay, it's okay if I don't drink." Fu Sheng laughed and didn't continue to embarrass the other party. Fu Jinfeng and Fu Shijin couldn't hold back any longer. Holding a sweet potato in one hand and chopsticks in the other, they kept stuffing the pig offal from the basin into their mouths. "It smells so good." Second aunt took a hesitant taste, then looked at Shu Tianxi in surprise. "Tianxi, your cooking skills are so good." "No, it's all thanks to those medicinal herbs." Shu Tianxi shook his head and said modestly, "He can cook, but not very well. He can only cook pig offal in any way he wants. Not to mention, after using the spiritual spring to remove the fishy smell." After everyone chatted and laughed for a while, Shu Tianxi asked, "By the way, where are the eldest aunt, the second aunt, and the youngest aunt?" Second aunt immediately explained, "I sent a telegram to her team when I came here, but her team is not as good as the city. I'll send her another one later. She should be here tomorrow." Shu Tianxi suddenly understood. He didn't ask any more questions about this matter. After all, my aunt Shu Xiaoxier is married on the other side of the county, so it is not easy for her to come to the Shu family. "That's right, Xianglian, God's gift." Suddenly, my aunt shouted, then took out 2 big black 10-cent notes and some change. Chapter 35, Looking for a Job. I heard that the Song family asked for 5 pounds of pork and a 10 yuan betrothal gift. The eldest aunt, Shu Xiaomei, handed the money to Shu Xianglian and Shu Tianxi and said, "This is what your second aunt and I collected. Use it to help Tianyu get married." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression suddenly changed. Shu Xianglian quickly pushed the money back and shook her head. "No, aunt. Everyone is already having a hard time right now. How can we ask you for money? Take it. Do you hear me?" Shu Xiaomei frowned and scolded. Shu Xianglian trembled for a moment, then took the money with gratitude. Shu Xiaoying, who was standing by, smiled and said, "We are your aunts and your elders. If your parents pass away, who will take care of you if we don't? After marrying Euro home, you'll have someone to take care of Tianyu for you in the future. Your parents in the underworld will also be relieved when they know this." After saying that, she took another bite of the sweet potato and pig intestine. After chewing lightly for 2 times, he said, "Even though food is scarce now, the food for one more person in the family will increase. So after marrying Euro, let's hold the wedding banquet later. I can use the remaining money to buy them a set of clothes and some candy to distribute to the villagers." The eldest and second aunts talked while eating and arranged Shu Tianyu's marriage in a very clear manner. Shu Tianxi was bickering with Fu Jinfeng and watching his eldest aunt and second sister talking while eating. He had money in his pocket for his eldest brother's wedding, but he didn't have a reasonable explanation at the moment. He glanced at his uncle and asked, "Uncle, can I ask you something?" Fu Sheng turned around and looked at him, puzzled. "What's the matter? Tell me." Shu Tianxi coughed and said, "I just want to ask if your machinery factory is still short of people." As soon as these words were spoken, my aunt and the others looked over. Fu Jinfeng asked first, "Stinky Tianxi, do you want to go to work on my dad's unit?" Before Shu Tianxi could say anything, his aunt beside him patted Fu Sheng's arm. "Yes, his uncle. Why don't you go to the factory and ask your director if you can arrange for Tianxi to work there? If they could get a job in the city, their lives would at least be secure." Fu Gui's younger brother passed away, and now Shu Tianyu and his family are the descendants of the Shu family. Shu Xiaomei didn't say anything about Voldemort, but she still had deep traditional ideas. After her younger brother passed away, she, as an aunt, had to take care of these nephews and nieces. At the very least, let them settle down and continue the Shu family's lineage. Work is not that easy to arrange. Do you think it's drinking water? Fu Sheng glared and waved his hands impatiently. Didn't Mr. Chun from the transportation department die in a car accident a while ago? His son didn't want to be an apprentice in the factory, so he sold the quota for 500 yuan. What? 500 yuan? Shu Xiaomei was shocked. She didn't expect such a thing to happen. That's exactly what happened. Fu Sheng snorted and said, "Someone paid 500 yuan for an apprentice's job quota of reading people's faces. You think being an apprentice is easy? Then you have to pay tribute to the master during festivals. From now on, the master will be my real father, and I will support him for the rest of my life." He said a lot of things just to make Shu Tianxi give up this idea. Shu Tianxi glanced at him, shook his head, and didn't ask any more questions. His uncle works at Hongyun Machinery Factory and earns a few dozen yuan a month. If he could get a job, he wouldn't have to worry too much about giving meat to his brothers and sisters in the future. Sadly, it's not that easy. Just when everyone thought the topic was about to end, Fu Sheng spoke again. He coughed, looked at Shu Tianxi, and said, "Tianxi, finding a job is not easy, so don't be anxious. You are still young. Have you ever thought about joining the army for some training? Go to the army?" Shu Tianxi was startled, and then he heard his 2 aunts and Shu Xianglian echoing him. "Okay, let's go to the army." Shu Xiaomei nodded repeatedly, looked at Shu Tianxi and said, "Yes, Tianxi. You are only 17 years old, and you need to be trained. Your eldest cousin has been a soldier in Jingshu province for many years and is now a deputy battalion commander. Let him help you with some arrangements, and you should have no problem joining the army." This time, Fu Sheng rarely rejected it. After all, he is his wife's nephew. He will take care of him even if he doesn't care. But he felt that Shu Tianxi was too lazy and needed to go to the army to train properly. When the time comes to transfer to civilian work, you can also find a job in an organization. His eldest son is now serving as deputy battalion commander in the army of JC province, so it is no problem for him to arrange a big-time soldier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened his mouth. Shu Tianxi glanced at them and said hesitantly, "But I don't want to join the army." "Kid, what's wrong with being a soldier?" Second aunt rolled her eyes and scolded. Do you know that now young and old all over the country are proud to be soldiers and are scrambling to join the army? When you have trained for a few years, second aunt will find you a beautiful wife. If you have the ability, it would be even better if you could find one in the art troupe yourself. Yeah, stinking God-given. Fu Jinfeng nodded repeatedly, grabbed Shu Qianxi's arm, and said, "If you go to my brother's place, he will definitely take extra care of you." Shu Qianxi shook his head and smiled bitterly, wondering why he should join the army when he was fine. "If I leave, how will my brothers and sisters at home survive this famine? You have to know that this is only the second year of famine, and the food supply will be even less next year. By then, even more people will die in the surrounding area. And Shu Tianyu and the others, as well as a few of the little ones, really won't survive." So he pushed Fu Jinfeng aside, looked at Daegu and the others and said, "I'll think about this and we'll talk about it later. The most important thing now is the marriage between my brother and sister-in-law Yuro. Although the Song family signed a written agreement with us, they must have been certain that we couldn't come up with $10 before they dared to do so. Now that we have the betrothal money so quickly, they probably won't hand the person over so easily." Upon hearing this, the faces of the aunt and others immediately darkened. "He dares. He'll tear the roof off." The eldest aunt yelled angrily, cursing, "He asked for too much last time, causing the wedding to be delayed again and again. My brother died without ever seeing his son get married. Now that the agreement has been signed, they still dare to cheat." "That's right." Second aunt also nodded and said to Shu Tianyu, "Tianyu, don't be afraid. The three aunts will go with you tomorrow to support you and ensure that you can marry Yuro home." "Thank you, second aunt." Shu Tianyu nodded happily and then shouted to the others, "Thank you, first aunt. Thank you, first uncle." "Okay, that's a deal." Shu Xiaomei nodded and said with a smile, "Let's come again tomorrow, and when your third aunt comes, we'll go to the Song family together." Good. Chapter 36. Try using electricity on yourself? Tianxi, Xianglian, you should go to bed early tonight. We will come back tomorrow. Damn Tianxi, let's go home. Okay, go slowly. After finishing their meal and discussing business, my aunt and her family got up and prepared to return to the county town. It was getting dark, and if we didn't go back now, we would have to walk at night. Shu Tianxi and the other six stood outside the courtyard, watching their backs and slowly waving. "Dad, Mom, wait for me." Fu Shijin suddenly ran out of the room, still eating something. "It smells so good." Shu Tianxi shook his head and smiled, then turned to look at his brothers and sisters and said, "Go back, wash your face, and then rest. Get ready. I'll propose marriage tomorrow." After saying that, he patted Shu Tianyu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Have a good rest and don't get too excited." Shu Tianyu chuckled and turned back to his room. Shu Qianxi looked at his brother who was washing his face and said, "Tiansu, wash your face and go to sleep first. I'm going to the toilet." After saying that, he turned around and went straight to the toilet. However, he did not really go to the toilet, but arrived in the jade pendant space the moment he entered the toilet. As soon as he entered the jade pendant space, he was surprised by the scene before him. In the space where there were originally only 2 pieces of black soil, another piece of black soil suddenly appeared. Unlike the 2 pieces of black soil, the land here is planted with sweet potatoes, pumpkins, and rice. And on that newly emerged land, there is nothing yet. It is indeed so. A look of joy appeared on Shu Tianxi's face, knowing that his guess had been confirmed. As long as he fills the land with plants, new land will appear in space. In this space, he will never lack land, only food for growing. What worries Shu Tianxi even more is the energy problem in the jade pendant space. Thinking of this, he turned sideways to look at the jade pendant barrier that displayed the surrounding scene. Sure enough, the milky white jade pendant was already 1/5 transparent, and now it was half a point less. This land that appeared out of nowhere consumed even more energy from the jade pendant, and Shu Tianxi looked at the chicken coop, which had expanded again because of the hatching of pheasants. There are also wild boar pens and rabbit hives, which will surely grow bigger as they reproduce. The jade pendant's energy, which could originally last for 20 days, may not last for more than 10 days or half a month outside. Shu Tianxi rubbed his face with his hands, took off his clothes irritably, and then dived into the lake. Crash! After a moment, he emerged from the lake again. He frowned and pursed his lips, realizing something again. I don't know if it's because of the improvement in my mental and physical strength, or because of the jade pendant's energy consumption. The usefulness of this lake water seems to be decreasing. No, we have to find a way. After a while, Shu Tianxi came out of the jade pendant space and rushed home. Due to the gloomy weather, the entire Shu family seemed extremely dark. These days, every household is extremely poor. No one is willing to light an oil lamp, let alone electricity. Shu Tianxi groped his way back home in the dark. Looking at the dim surroundings, he couldn't help but complain. If only there was electricity. Electricity? Shu Tianxi's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something. At this time, Shu Xiaolian's voice came out from nowhere. God-given. The other party's voice was very soft, and Shu Tianxi shuddered and looked behind him. What the hell? Shu Tianxi screamed in shock and fell to the ground. What did he see? A woman with disheveled hair, her face continuously glowing green. That look is just like the scene in a horror movie where a female ghost is taking lives. God-given. Shu Xiaolian tapped the out-of-battery flashlight, then hurried forward to support Shu Tianxi. What happened to my second sister? What happened to my third brother? Shu Tianyu and the others also ran out and looked over with confusion. The flashlight ran out of battery, and Tianxi suddenly fell to the ground without knowing why. Come quickly and help him into the room. Shu Xiaolian held Shu Tianxi with one hand, and with the other hand she shone the flashlight on her face, then on Shu Tianyu and the others. Oh, okay. Looking at Shu Xiaolian's flickering, green face, Shu Tianyu and others did not show any reaction. They hurried over, helped Shu Tianxi up, and dragged him into the room. Tianxi, what's wrong with you? Don't scare my second sister. Third brother, why are you sweating so much? Is it hot? Help third brother take off his clothes. He must be very hot now. Don't. Shu Tianxi suddenly grabbed the hand that was unbuttoning his belt and shook his head to stop him. Tianxi, third brother, are you okay? Famine. Shu Tianxi shook his head and sighed softly. Second sister, don't play with the flashlight anymore. I saw that you hadn't come back yet, so I wanted to light the way for you. Shu Xiaolian fiddled with the flashlight and said helplessly, It's a pity. It seems it can't be used. Thank you, second sister. Shu Tianxi smiled and said, I'll buy you a new one after a while. I have to say, he was really scared this time. It would be fine if he walked alone at night, but it would be really scary if Shu Xiaolian did this. But the other party meant well, so he couldn't blame him. No, if you have money, just save it. Shu Xiaolian shook her head, looking at the flashlight with some reluctance, and said, This thing is very expensive. This is the only one our family has had in all these years. Shu Tianxi smiled and said, When I make money, I will buy you anything no matter how expensive it is. Upon hearing this, Shu Xiaolian immediately showed a happy smile on her face. With your words, my second sister would wake up laughing in her dreams. Okay, then you should have a good rest. After saying that, Shu Xiaolian stood up and left the room. Third brother, you should have a good rest. The brothers and sisters also went out one after another, leaving only Shu Tianxi and Shu Tianxi. Shu Tianxi hummed, looked at his brother and said, Tian Su? Third brother, what's wrong? Weren't you afraid of the way second sister shone the flashlight on her face just now? Shu Tianxi asked. Shu Tianxi was full of doubts and asked innocently, Why are you afraid? Are you afraid of my second sister? Well, it turns out that this brother never thought about it that way, or he never wanted to get involved in these things at all. After all, Shu Tianxi had seen many horror movies, so the visual sense came to him immediately. He shook his head and smiled. No, why would I be afraid of my second sister? Go to bed early. Let's go and ask for your brother's hand in marriage tomorrow. Great, great. We'll have a sister-in-law soon. Shu Tianxi clapped his hands. He was very excited. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and then fell into deep thought. The experience just now gave him a guess. That is electricity. When the flashlight runs out of power, you need to replace the batteries or charge it to provide it with energy. The energy in the jade pendant space has been consumed. Can I use something to replenish its energy? But how can I verify this hypothesis? Otherwise, order the commune and try it yourself. Chapter 37, Asking for Planting Grain. God bless you. Xiaolian, time to go to work. The next morning, the villagers who went to work together came to Shu Tianxi's house to call for help. Shu Xiaolian hurried out and said, I'm sorry, uncles and aunts. Today my aunts are taking us to the Song family to propose marriage to my eldest brother. So, I won't go to work with you today. Upon hearing this, a group of Shu family villagers were immediately filled with surprise. Oh, that's a good thing. That's right. Even though your parents are gone, You still have 3 aunts. With their help, you can live your life well. What nonsense are you talking about? Qinzi can support his family just by hunting. That's right, huh? Xianglian, let's go down to the fields then. Fellow villagers, if you need any help, please call us. Okay, thank you, uncles and aunts. Shu Xianglian smiled gratefully and shouted loudly. Shu Xiaoqing glanced at Shu Tianyu, then looked at Shu Xianglian and said, Xianglian, the Song family never keeps their word. I was a little worried at first, but with your aunt's support, there shouldn't be any problems this time. If necessary, you can help Tianyu and Euro build a mud house next to it. The uncles and aunts are all here. If you need any help, just ask. Okay, thank you, Uncle Qing. Shu Xianglian smiled slightly and shouted. Shu Xiaoqing waved her hand nonchalantly and turned to leave. Uncle Qing, Shu Tianzi suddenly shouted, then walked out quickly. Under Shu Xiaoqing's puzzled gaze, he handed her a boiled egg. Uncle Qing, have an egg? No. How can this be possible? It's no big deal. I could just go up the mountain and pick it up. After some evasion between the two, Shu Xiaoqing reluctantly put the egg into her pocket. He glanced at Shu Tianzi and scolded him. Don't do this next time. Every time you go up the mountain, you risk your life. Shu Tianzi chuckled and nodded. Don't worry, I can't give it to you without it. After the two of them exchanged pleasantries, Shu Xiaoqing walked toward the fields. Seeing Shu Tianzi following him, he asked, Tell me, is there something you need my help with? Just a small favor, a little favor. Shu Tianzi smiled and stated his needs. What? You want to grow some crops? Shu Xiaoqing was startled, then quickly shook her head and said, No, the quantity of this kind of food is strictly controlled. Not to mention you, even if I asked for one more, I wouldn't get one. Uncle, I want a few. Shu Tianzi quickly explained, pretending to be relaxed. I just want to make some private land in the front yard and grow something. We are 6 brothers and sisters. We can't just rely on the little food distributed every year to survive, right? Besides, it's just a few pills. It won't cause any harm. This. Shu Xiaoqing was a little embarrassed, but the egg in her pocket was still steaming. He was too soft to accept the favor, so he finally nodded and said, Okay, I'll bring it to you later. Thank you, Uncle. You go ahead and do your work. Shu Tianzi smiled and took 2 steps back. This brat. Shu Xiaoqing shook her head and strode towards the fields. Not long after the other party left, my aunt and a few others came over on bicycles. God bless, Xianglian, God bless. As Shu Tianzi walked out, he was slapped on the back of his head. Stinky Tianzi, sister is here to see you. Shu Tianzi's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, Fu Jinfeng, what's wrong with you? Why hasn't your aunt found a husband for you yet? Are you planning to keep you at home and lay eggs? What did you say? Fu Jinfeng's face darkened, and he said with gritted teeth. Shu Tianzi chuckled and teased. Why? Can't you afford to play? Well, Fu Jinfeng's expression changed, and she walked forward with a laugh and put her hand on Shu Tianzi's shoulder. How could that be? There's nothing we can't have fun with as siblings, right? Hee hee. Shu Tianzi's expression began to twist, and he gritted his teeth and smiled. Then can you take your hands off my waist? Fu Jinfeng snorted coldly, then proudly withdrew her hand and patted it. On the other side, Shu Tianyu and his companions also ran out and looked at the women. They hurriedly called out, Eldest aunt, second aunt, third aunt. As soon as she finished speaking, a woman in simple clothes stepped forward, grabbed Shu Xianglian's hand, and held her in her arms. Xianglian, I've suffered so much for you. My aunt lives far away, so she couldn't make it here yesterday. It doesn't matter, as long as my aunt can come. Shu Xianglian shook her head and choked. My aunt Shu Xiaoxia married into a rural area on the other side of the county, and her family conditions were not much better than Shu Tianzi's. So today I walked to the city and then took my second aunt's bicycle. At this time, she took out a cloth bag from her pocket, then took out $2 and a few tickets and handed them to Shu Xianglian. She said, Xianglian, I heard that Tianyu is getting married. My aunt had no capital, so she could only take $2 and a few inches of cloth coupons. Please don't be disgusted, okay? No, why would I dislike it? Shu Xianglian shook her head hurriedly, a little flustered. All right. The eldest aunt suddenly stepped forward, pulled the youngest aunt aside, and said, That's enough. Don't forget why we came here today. After she finished speaking, she looked at Shu Tianzi again. Tianzi, please make a meal for me at noon. We will take your aunt to pay respects to your parents, and then we will go to the Song family to propose marriage in the afternoon. Okay. Shu Tianzi smiled and nodded. That's right. The aunt suddenly reacted, turned around, and picked up a bag from the bicycle. Kinsey, this is the food your uncle-in-law asked me to bring. Not much, only 2 kilograms of corn flour. This won't do. This time, Shu Tianxi decisively refused without Shu Xianglian saying anything. Compared to my aunt's family, the other family must be even more short of food. If he took these 2 kilograms of corn flour today, my aunt would be remembered by her mother-in-law when she returned home. When the time comes, he will have to get more food to help his aunt get back her face. Shu Tianxi doesn't think that mothers-in-law in this era are very reasonable. Tianxi, are you really Tianxi? Shu Xiaoxia looked at Shu Tianxi in surprise and asked. After saying that, she carefully looked at all her nephews and nieces. Wow, my lazy and gluttonous nephew has finally stopped being so greedy. How come the other nephews and nieces are so white and so much stronger? Auntie, of course I'm a gift from heaven. Shu Tianxi nodded and said helplessly, I've been to the county town and know that food is in great shortage. Now that you're married into another family, you must look after your mother-in-law's mood. We still have food at home, so we can't make things difficult for you. Shu Xiaoxia frowned, and her dark complexion became even uglier. She scolded. What's so difficult? What nonsense are you talking about, kid? I am your aunt. Isn't it only natural for me to help you? Chapter 38 Steamed Sweet Potatoes and Fried Buns. After arguing with his sister-in-law, Shu Tianxi was forced to accept 2 kilograms of corn flour. At this moment, he made a decision in his heart that when he went to sell the wild boar in a few days, he would also visit his aunt's house. Not only do we have to pay back double the food, but we also have to support her. After seeing Shu Tianxi accept the food, Shu Xiaoxia nodded in satisfaction. She turned around and looked at Shu Xiaomei and said, Sister, take me to see the third brother. Second sister, you can follow me. Shu Tianxi glanced at his second sister and comforted her. I'm at home. Shu Xianglian smiled, then took her 3 aunts to the cemetery on the back mountain. Shu Tianxi turned around, looked at Shu Shuilian and said, Fourth sister, start cooking. Okay. Shu Shuilian responded, and then took her younger brother and sister to chop firewood and cook. Shu Tianxi planned to hide in the room and catch a rabbit to serve as a snack for his 3 aunts. I never thought that my cousin Fu Jinfeng was following me all the time, asking me all kinds of questions. Tianxi, what are you going to do? Stinky Tianxi, when did you learn to cook? Shu Tianxi had no choice but to mix the cornmeal and pumpkin brought by his aunt. Since it is impossible to cook rabbit meat, I will make some fried buns made of corn cob flour for my family. He steamed the pumpkin, mashed it into a paste, and handed it to Shu Shuilian. Fourth sister, I leave it to you. Shu Shuilian took the things and asked, Third brother, do you want to make steamed buns? Shu Tianxi hummed and smiled. Make 2 kinds, one salty and one sweet. After that, he started to boil salt and rock sugar. Seeing this, Fu Jinfeng frowned and said, Tianxi, isn't it a bit wasteful to mix cornmeal with pumpkin? You even use rock sugar to make it. How extravagant. Hearing this, Shu Tianxi paused and said, That makes sense. Bring back some white flour next time. Nowadays, cornmeal is made by grinding corn kernels and corn stalks together, so it will be a bit spicy to the throat. Whether it is roasted or steamed, pumpkin is soft, fragrant, and sweet. Mixing these 2 things together seemed to Fu Jinfeng like a waste of the pumpkin. Not to mention, you need to add even more precious rock sugar to eat this thing. When Fu Jinfeng learned that Shu Tianxi still wanted to buy white flour, she rolled her eyes and said, Are you sick? How can white flour be so easy to buy? Shu Tianxi didn't get angry either and said calmly, Do you want to eat? If you don't eat it, Shuilan and Tyans can still eat one more. Eat? Why not? Fu Jinfeng glared and cursed. You bastard, you don't want to eat it if you have it. Shu Tianxi chuckled and asked, Jinfeng, I just can't figure it out. You said you were 20 years old. Why don't your aunt and uncle arrange a husband for you? Ow! Fu Jinfeng put her hands on her hips and said unhappily, Are you expecting me to work like a slave for others? I didn't say that. Shu Tianxi quickly shook his head and explained, I'm just curious about when you're going to get married. When the time comes, I will definitely give you a big gift. Real. Fu Jinfeng's eyes lit up and she hugged Shu Tianxi and said, You are worthy of being my stinky cousin. Then I will wait for your big gift. Shu Tianxi shook his head and smiled, then reached out to take the dough his sister had kneaded, then formed it into a bun and placed it on the edge of the pot. Looking at Fu Jinfeng, who was helping, he asked, You haven't told me what you think. I don't have any ideas. Isn't Xianglian still married? Fu Jinfeng shook her head and said with a smile, I will wait until she gets married. That's not easy. Xu Xianglian has a reputation as a husband killer, and everyone in the area knows it. It is already difficult for a woman who has been rejected in an engagement to get married again, not to mention the reputation of being a jinx. In this rural area, if you want to marry Xu Xianglian off, then the only ones who could do it are those old bachelors. However, Xu Tianxi is not without a solution. Soon, the steamed sweet potatoes and fried buns were ready. Xu Tianxi also made some braised large intestines and fried pig lungs, and Xu Xianglian came back with her 3 aunts. Wow, it smells so good. The little aunt's eyes lit up as she entered the door and exclaimed. Xu Tianxi glanced at her and found that her eyes were still red, probably because she had been crying. The eldest and second aunts also had red eyes. They looked at Xu Tianxi with surprise and asked, Tianxi, are you making braised pork offal again? I tried the braised pork offal last night, and it was absolutely delicious. I couldn't stop thinking about it after I got home. I'm so happy to be able to eat it again today. That's a lot of pig offal, and it's just for 2 meals. Xu Tianxi said with a smile. Now that you're all back, let's have dinner. Everyone came to the table, and their appetites were whetted by the sight of the lunch on the table. The little aunt frowned and said reproachfully, Tianxi, you really don't know how to live. With all the sweet potatoes and steamed buns, won't the food at home be gone again? It's okay. I told you there's no shortage of food at home. Xu Tianxi shook his head and explained. Although this was true, no one present believed it. People who live in a city and have jobs don't dare to say that they have enough food at home. Why does Xu Tianxi say that? Xu Tianyu, on the other hand, looked serious and nodded, saying, I believe the 3rd brother. He won't lie to us. That's right. Xu Tian's nodded and said with admiration, 3rd brother is the best. They told us to eat meat so we wouldn't be hungry, so they let us eat meat and sweet potatoes every day. Yes, I like 3rd brother very much. Xu Shuilon held the steamed bun and shouted while chewing. Xu Tianxi patted their heads and said with a smile, 3rd brother likes you too. The 3 women were even more shocked when they heard what these nephews and nieces said. After my younger brother and sister-in-law passed away, this laziest and most disobedient nephew actually became the backbone of this family. With shock and relief, the whole family started to eat. Xu Tianxi ate while looking at his second aunt and younger aunt, and asked, by the way, where are my second uncle and younger uncle? My parents' death is such a big deal, and they won't come? Well, the 2 aunts' expressions froze, and the second aunt explained, Tianxi, you have to understand your second uncle. He had asked for leave from his employer, but the factory didn't approve it. If he took a hard line and offended his superiors, he'd be in big trouble. It's not easy to find a job these days, and food is very scarce. Besides, it's the same for your second aunt and me. My aunt nodded and explained, your uncle-in-law is working in the village. After all, there's still several mouths to feed at home. But your uncle-in-law didn't want to come. Didn't he ask me to bring money and cornmeal? Hee. After hearing the explanation from his 2 aunts, Xu Tianxi nodded and smiled. It's okay. Don't be nervous. I'm just asking casually. He doesn't care whether his uncles come or not, as long as his 3 aunts come. After all, the aunt is the relative, but the uncle may not be. Chapter 39, Song, Euro's Grievances. Xu Tianxi is a man who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. He will repay kindness and will not hold grudges overnight. It is certain that the things brought by my second aunt and my younger aunt were approved by my 2 uncles. But it is unknown how much effort the 2 aunts put into this. Xu Tianxi did not mention this matter too much in front of his 2 aunts and soon got down to business. The eldest aunt glanced at Xu Tianyu and said with a smile, Tianyu, change your clothes after dinner. The aunts will go with you to the Song family to help you set the wedding date. Thank you, auntie. Xu Tianyu shouted, then hesitated and said, but I don't have any other clothes. Yes. How come not? Xu Xianglian stood up and said, you can wear the military sweatshirt that Dad wore when he got married. Not to mention that Xu Tianyu didn't have new clothes. Even the other 6 people, Xu Tianxi, didn't have any. Their parents' clothes were not burned, but distributed to the whole family. Xu Tianxi did have 21 feet of cloth coupons, but he had no suitable reason to give them out. Tianyu, then you should wear your father's clothes first. The eldest aunt glanced at Xu Xianglian, then looked at Xu Tianyu. When the wedding date is set, I will take you to buy fabric. When the time comes, I'll make a new set of clothes for you in your row, okay? Okay, thank you, Aunt. Shu Tianyu nodded, his face flushed a little. Look, Big Brother is so excited about getting married soon. Shu Tianzi laughed and teased. Hearing this, his younger brother and sister also started laughing. Shu Tianyu's face turned even redder, and he stood up in anger and was about to hit Shu Tianzi. Lunch quickly ended with some playfulness, and Shu Tianyu returned to his room to change into the military sweatshirt their father wore at his wedding. Their parents' other clothes were tattered, but the clothes they wore during their wedding were preserved particularly well. Now that my eldest son is getting married and our family is not well off, I have no choice but to use it. Shu Xiaomei patted Shu Tianyu's body, nodded with satisfaction, and smiled. Okay, very energetic. You have fair skin and a strong physique. You look much better than your dad did. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianzi and others also smiled slightly. Okay, let's go. Shu Xiaomei didn't hesitate any longer. She said something and turned to walk towards the Song family. The three aunts protected Shu Tianyu in front, while Shu Tianzi and Shu Xianglian and their siblings followed behind. On the way, they met many villagers, who all came up to greet Shu Xiaomei and the others enthusiastically. Hey, Damei, Arying, and Xiaoxia are all back. Since my three aunts' names all have diminutive characters in them, they are sometimes confused with other people's names. So when they were young, the villagers gave them nicknames according to their age. The eldest Aunt Shu Xiaomei was called Damei, and the second Aunt Shu Xiaoying was called Aryingzi. Shu Xiaomei took the lead, and together with her two sisters, pulled Shu Tianzi and others to bow to the villagers. Uncle, I heard from Tianyu and the others. Thank you for helping my brother and sister-in-law make the coffin. I also want to thank all the villagers for burying them. Seeing this, the villagers quickly waved their hands and said, It's a small matter. It's only natural for villagers to help. It's good that you guys are back, but it's been hard for the 6 children. Hearing this, the 3 aunts hugged their nephews and nieces even tighter. After a brief greeting, an aunt asked, Damei, where are you taking them? Shu Xiaomei said as she walked. Go to the Song family and marry you Rhoda Tianyu. The Song family accepted a piece of pork from us for 1.5 kilograms and promised to marry their daughter off for 10 yuan. Okay, Yuro's a good girl. After marrying her, there will be someone to take care of Tian, Su, and the others. She's a good girl, but it's a pity she's stuck with a family of vampires. Damei, you have to be tough when you go to the Song family. Those old couple won't give in easily. The villagers all knew the temperaments of Song Shengli's family, and they all asked Shu Xiaomei and the others to be careful. Some villagers even offered to give some grain to Shu Tianyu as a betrothal gift. Shu Xiaomei and the others couldn't possibly accept it. After all, these were life-saving favors. Everyone has little surplus food at home. Wouldn't it be a crime to take their lives if we took their food? Soon, the news that the 3 sisters of the Fuguwei family came to the Song family to propose marriage on their behalf spread. At this time, Song Shengli and his family had just returned home from work, and each brought back a bowl of wild vegetable soup and steamed cornbread from the canteen. It's a loss. Where's the meat? Hurry up, bring the meat. Song Shengli was a little impatient and sat down at the dining table with a swagger. Soon, Song Yuro brought over a plate of fried pork slices and placed it on the table. Song Yang and the others' eyes lit up, and they immediately stretched out their chopsticks to pick up the meat and eat. Bang! Unexpectedly, a pair of chopsticks reached out and started their action. Everyone frowned and looked up at Mother Song in confusion. Mother Song's face was gloomy. She looked up at Song Yuro and said, You silly girl, why is there so little meat today? After hearing this, Song Yang and others finally reacted. A few days ago, the plates were piled high with meat, and it was so greasy and appetizing. But today, the meat slices are at least half less, and there are even some wild vegetables mixed in. At this moment, everyone in the Song family looked at Song Yuro with murderous eyes. Song Yang's wife said dissatisfiedly, Yuro, you're going too far. The family doesn't need your little food, so why do you steal meat? I'm carrying your Song family's child in my belly, so I can't lack any nutrition. I didn't. Song Yuro's face changed, and she quickly explained, I didn't cheat. Not yet. That's 5 pounds of meat. Song's mother slammed the chopsticks on the table and shouted angrily. Tell me, did you secretly cut off half of the meat and send it back to that big fool? I don't. Song Yuro was almost crying, and she shouted. I made 2 tails before, and you said it wasn't enough. You said you wanted to eat half a pound of meat in one meal, and now you've finished the meat. You, a money loser, dare to talk back? Song's mother glared at her and was about to use the chopsticks as a stick. Song Yuro was extremely scared, but fortunately Song Shengli spoke up at this time, and she was saved. All right, Song Shengli slapped the table and said in a deep voice, we really haven't been restrained these past 2 days. We've had a big plate of meat every day. There's only so much meat left, so it's understandable. Let's fill our stomachs first. Upon hearing this, Song Yang and others couldn't wait to start eating. Seeing her family members eating with their mouths full of oil, Song Yuro cautiously stepped forward and reached out to take the steamed bun. Bang! Ah! Song Yuro cried out in pain and quickly pulled her hand back to take a look. There were 2 red marks on the dark skin. It looked like he had been beaten badly. She looked at Song's mother with a face full of grievance, not understanding why she hit her. Mother Song looked up and glared at her, saying, You'll be someone else's daughter-in-law soon. Why are you still eating? Just starve and eat at someone else's house in a few days. Hearing this, Song Yuro's tears immediately rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 40, The Fox's Tail, is exposed. All right, we don't know when that big idiot Shu Tianyu will be here. Looking at Song Yuro's pitiful appearance, Song Shengli said with some reluctance. She glanced at Song's mother and continued. Even if she is married to an old bachelor from the next village, she has to look presentable. After saying that, he picked up 2 steamed buns and handed them to Song Yuro, saying, Eat. Thank you, Dad. Song Yuro was very sad, but she couldn't resist the torture of hunger. But just as she took the steamed bun, a hand reached out and snatched one away. Song Yang's wife touched her belly and sighed. I've been so hungry lately. It must be because Song Yang's son is growing. Mother Song also nodded and said, Yes, my daughter-in-law is pregnant with the heir of the Song family, so she needs to eat more. After she finished speaking, she looked at Song Yuro and said, Just one is enough for you. As long as you don't starve to death, that's fine. Looking at the attitudes of her parents, brothers, and sister-in-law, Song Yuro felt extremely disappointed. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel a little hopeful, hoping that Shu Tianyu would marry her home as soon as possible. She eats little and can work, wash clothes, and cook. She just hopes to have a relative who can put her in his care. At this moment, a little kid ran in quickly. Uncle Shengli, that big idiot from the Shu family, is here with his aunt. He said he wants to take Sister Yuro back to be his wife. What? Everyone in the Song family glared and stood up immediately. Song Yuro's face was full of surprise. She stepped forward and pressed the child's shoulder and said, Tai Dan, are you telling the truth? Before Tai Dan could reply, Song's mother slapped her forehead and said in frustration, Oh, I was too busy eating meat. I forgot that big idiot has 3 married aunts. Song Shengli frowned, looked at the child and said, Tai Dan, where are they? The entrance to the village. Tai Dan pointed outside the door and explained, We should be at your house soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Xiaomei's voice came from outside the door. Brother Shengli, is sister-in-law home? Are you coming? Song Yuro's eyes lit up, and she ran out without saying a word. Song Shengli got anxious, cursed inwardly, and looked at his wife. A money-losing piece of shit is a money-losing piece of shit. Now he's siding with others. Song's mother cursed directly, then looked at Song Shengli. Boss, don't talk nonsense later. Listen to me in everything. Even if it means getting married, you must get enough benefits. After saying that, he looked at Song Yang and others, asking them to help out a little. As soon as everyone nodded, Shu Xiaomei and her 2 sisters strode in. Brother Shengli, sister-in-law, why are you still hiding in the house? Song Yuro was still standing beside Shu Tianyu, lowering her head and not daring to look at Song Shengli and the others. Oh, aren't these Damei and Arying? Song's mother laughed and pretended to go forward to greet them. Sister Xiaoxia is here too. What brings you 2 together? 3 girls, come and sit down. Song Shengli also smiled warmly, turned around and said to his son, You little bastard, hurry up and give your aunt a seat. After some polite exchanges, Shu Xiaomei and the other 2 sat down. Shu Tianxi watched from the side with his younger brother and sister, and Fu Jinfeng followed them. Tianxi, when do you plan to get married? Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes at her and said calmly, Will you introduce her to me? It was just a simple joke, but unexpectedly the other party nodded directly. Sure. Fu Jinfeng raised her eyebrows and said provocatively, There are many single girls in my alley who are about your age. Really? These words were not said by Shu Tianxi, but by Shu Xianglian. She pulled Fu Jinfeng with a look of surprise and said anxiously, "Then can you introduce someone to Tianxi?" Well, Shu Tianxi was a little speechless and could only look at the negotiations between his aunt and the Song family. At this time, Shu Xiaomei had finished reminiscing with Song Shengli and the others, and then took out the document signed by the other party. Brother Shengli, sister-in-law. This is the agreement you signed with our Xianglian a few days ago. Should it still be valid? Song Shengli glanced at his wife, who immediately nodded and smiled. It counts, of course it counts. From what Dame Ai said, is she going to help Tianyu pay the betrothal gift? Of course. Shu Xiaomei nodded and said affirmatively. When our family was rich, Tianyu and Euro were engaged. Their biggest wish is definitely that their children can get married and start their own families. Now that they are gone, this wish should be fulfilled by us 3 sisters. After saying that, she took out a big black 10 from her pocket and looked at the Song family and others. I have brought this money and some bills. As for the dowry, our family doesn't want yours either. Just let us take Euro away. If Euro marries our Tianyu, the 3 of us, as aunts, will not let her suffer any loss. We will make new clothes and bedding for her. No need, no need. When Song's mother heard that Shu Xiaomei wanted to make clothes and bedding for Song Euro, she quickly stood up to object. She laughed and said to Shu Xiaomei, Dame Ai, it's no problem for Euro to marry your Tianyu. Whether or not to make these clothes is your business, I don't care. But there is one thing I must make clear to you. If you don't, I will never marry Euro to him. Hearing what Mother Song said, the Shu family members immediately frowned. What do you mean you don't care? Isn't Song Euro your biological daughter? Shu Tianxi glanced at the 3 Songyang brothers and suddenly understood. So, after Shu Xiaomei asked the other party to explain clearly, Song's mother spoke directly. She said, Euro is her second child. She can go to the fields to earn work points and go home to wash clothes and cook. That will not only provide for our family, but we can also get a lot of food every year. From now on, I will serve your family. Do you think our family is at a loss? Hearing this, the Song family members standing outside the door watching the show nodded. Although the Song family favors boys over girls, Song Yurua's ability is well known to everyone in the village. If she married Shu Tianyu, it would be a real loss for the Song family. Not to mention them, even Shu Tianxi felt that women in this era were at a disadvantage. However, it must not be used as a bargaining chip for the Song family to make further demands. Shu Xiaomei glanced at Song Euro, then looked at Song's mother and said, Sister-in-law, just tell me, what else do you want? It's not what I want. Mother Song quickly shook her head and pointed at the other 2 teenage boys and said, You know them too, Euro's 2 younger brothers. After Euro married Tianyu, they became Tianyu's younger brothers. Am I right? Shu Xiaomei hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Yes, that's right. So I hope. Mother Song chuckled and said, When their younger brother needs help in the future, your Shu family will help. The fox's tail is exposed. Chapter 41, it's difficult, so let's not get married. To what extent does the Song family favor boys over girls? He treated his own daughter, Song Euro, as a tool. They do the most work, but eat the least food and enjoy the worst treatment. Now that she is finally getting married, Song's mother has to use the excuse of taking care of her 2 younger brothers to allow her to do so. When her 2 younger brothers get married and build houses, the Song family will inevitably ask the Shu family for help. Song Euro knew her family well, so when she heard this request, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. She took 2 steps forward and shouted, Bye-bye what? You what? Although Song Euro intended to resist this unequal treaty, she always suffered from the stuttering. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a glare from Song's mother. She stood up with a fierce look on her face, staring at Song Euro, and said, Why do you still have the nerve to ask? If you hadn't saved that stupid guy and caused him to have a fever, our family wouldn't have spent so much money on your treatment. In the end, you become a stutterer, and even the old bachelors despise you. You've hurt our family so badly. Don't you plan to repay us? And don't you think that as a sister, you should take care of your brother? After a round of questioning, Song Euro was so embarrassed that her face turned red and she was speechless. Shu Xianglian stepped forward and held her back, then looked at Mother Song and said, Aunt, what you said is not right, is it? After Euro saved my eldest brother, my parents gave him thousands of dollars for medical expenses. Although she was still young at that time, she still remembered some things. What's wrong? What's wrong? Song's mother glared and yelled, What are those thousands of yuan? They're F coins, okay. At that time, a few thousand F coins couldn't even buy a kilogram of rice, not to mention that it was soon banned. This, Shu Xianglian was speechless. At that time, Dragon Country had not yet been established, and F currency was indeed worthless. Seeing Shu Xianglian remain silent, Mother Song looked at Shu Xiaomei and said with a smile, Sister Damei, do you think I'm right? Even if it's you, you wouldn't want the 6 brothers and sisters Tianyu and others to be at odds with each other, right? When Shu Xiaomei and her 2 sisters saw Mother Song's attitude, their brows immediately frowned. There is nothing wrong with the sister helping her brother, and they have no objection. But the Song family's behavior of going back on their word and being shameless is really unacceptable. At this time, Shu Tianxi stepped forward and said, Aunt, I agree to this on behalf of my brother. God's gift. Shu Xiaomei and the others' faces changed, and they stood up and shouted. But Shu Tianxi raised his hand to stop them. Everyone looked at each other and could only leave the situation to Shu Tianxi. Seeing that no one objected, Mother Song chuckled and said, Tianxi, I've always thought you had great potential. Since you have agreed on behalf of your brother, I will accept the money. Euro, when will you come to pick her up so our family can make preparations? As she was talking, she was about to reach out for the money. Wait, Shu Tianxi suddenly reached out and held the 10 yuan, saying lightly, Aunt, you have made your point clear, but I haven't made mine clear yet. Mother Song was stunned and said with an unhappy look on her face, What do you mean? Is there anything else you haven't said? Of course. Shu Tianxi chuckled and said slowly, Aunt, you said that brothers and sisters should help each other, right? Mother Song was stunned and nodded yes. That's good. Shu Tianxi nodded and looked at the 3 Songyang brothers. Your sister and brother-in-law are getting married. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? What do you mean? The 3 Songyang brothers were confused, and Song Shengli and his wife were also confused. I don't think you guys are rich, so forget about the membership fee. Just as the Song family breathed a sigh of relief, Shu Tianxi continued, but seeing that you are strong and healthy, you should have quite a bit of strength. It just so happens that you sisters are getting married and need a new house. Is it okay for you to come over and help? No, absolutely not. The 3 brothers were still confused, and Mother Song decisively shook her head and refused. My son is so skinny. He doesn't have the energy to build a house for your family. Yes, yes, yes. Song Yang nodded repeatedly, clutching his chest and saying, I haven't even had enough to eat lately. I feel very weak. The second son of the Song family also pointed at himself and said, I am so thin now. If I were to build a house, wouldn't it break my bones apart? The third child covered his forehead and put his hand on Song Shengli. Dad, I seem to be sick. Oh my God, they are all talented people from the same family? Shu Tianxi's family and the group of people watching the show outside were all amazed by the Song family's actions. The villagers who knew their family style also showed contempt. Aunt, it's boring for your family to do this. Shu Tianxi sneered and said contemptuously. So it's our Shu family's responsibility to help you, and you can't even offer a bit of help, right? Tianxi, what you said is wrong. Mother Song frowned and said with some displeasure, You know there's a food shortage right now, and our whole family isn't getting enough to eat. It's normal for my body to be a little weak. You brothers are already weak, and you still have to work every day. You really don't have the energy to help Tianyu build a house. Okay, let's play it this way, okay? Shu Tianxi was also amused by the shamelessness of this family, so he took the money. It's difficult. Then let's not get married. Tianxi, everyone was anxious, especially Song Yuro and Shu Xianglian. Don't be anxious. Shu Tianxi raised his hand again to stop his aunt and family members from being anxious. If you don't want to get married, then don't get married. It's not like no one wants our Yuro. Song's mother said firmly, with her hands on her hips. Song Yang's wife also nodded repeatedly and sneered. The old bachelor from the next village said that he is willing to marry our Yuro. Not only that, he's also willing to help our 3rd and 4th children. That's your business. Shu Tianxi didn't care, waved his hand and said, Now, you should return the betrothal gifts to us. Dowry? What dowry? The Song family members were stunned, and Song's mother asked directly. Shu Tianxi snorted, picked up the receipt and said, The Song family took 5 pounds of wild boar meat from our Shu family. And he promised that within a month, the Shu family could marry Song Yuro, the daughter of the Song family, for $10. Now that the document is invalid, do we have to return the 5 pounds of pork? After saying that, Shu Tianxi extended his hand to Song's mother. Give it to me, auntie. Shu Xiaolian's eyes lit up, and she stretched out her hand and shouted, That's right, give the pork back to us. How can they pay this back? After a few days, no matter how much meat there is, it will all be eaten by them. No. Song's mother was embarrassed for a moment, then decisively waved her hand and acted like a rogue. If you want it, go find it in the toilet. Chapter 42, Auntie, you are soft-hearted and you are not willing to repay me. Song Shengli, aren't you being unreasonable? Seeing that Song's mother started to act like a rogue, Shu Xiaomei and the other two immediately stood up and scolded her. My beautiful sister, what you said is wrong, Song Shengli said with a helpless look on his face and spread his hands. Yuro, our family has already agreed to marry you Tianyu, but you disagreed. Bullshit, Shu Xiaoying shouted angrily. You want our family to support your 3 sons. How can we agree to that? My beautiful sister, isn't it normal for brothers and sisters to help each other? Song Shengli hesitated for a moment and started to act like a rogue. We 3 children also want to help them build a house, but our bodies don't allow it, right? You, Aunt. Shu Xiaomei was furious, but was stopped by Shu Tianxi. Shu Tianxi looked at Song Shengli and Song's mother and chuckled. We're not getting married. Return the meat. It's okay if you don't retreat. We could go directly to the commune to talk to the leaders. We expose your behavior as a landlord and suspect that you are using your daughter to defraud a large sum of money. After this, Uncle Shengli and Song Yang will have to spend at least 10 years in prison. What? Shu Tianxi's words scared Song Shengli and his 2 sons. But Song's mother didn't care and continued to shout. Go ahead. Do you think I scared you? Okay. Shu Tianxi chuckled and shouted. Tian Su. Shu Lang. Here. 3rd brother, we are here. Shu Tianxi pulled Shu Xuelan over. Go to the commune and call the leaders to seek justice. I'll go. Fu Jinfeng volunteered, shouting, I'll go by bike. No, no, no. Song Shengli became anxious and quickly stood up and grabbed Shu Tianxi. Nephew, we are all family. It's not that bad, it's not that bad. Haha, now you know we are family? Shu Tianxi waved his hand and said coldly, Song Shengli, I will give your family 2 choices now. 1. Keep the $10. Song Yuro will be my brother's wife from now on. My brother calls you dad, and our whole family calls you uncle. When our family gets richer, we will definitely honor you. As for when we will be rich, isn't it up to me to decide? Hearing this, Song Shengli immediately said yes with a shameless face. 2nd, Shu Tianxi ignored him and continued. The marriage between our 2 families is cancelled. You can either return the meat to me, or you can give me a discount if you don't have the meat. Now, the meat processing plant does not supply meat, and the supply and marketing cooperative can only sell 1 piece of meat every day. Meat in the underground market costs 5 yuan per pound, so I'll just charge it to you at 4 yuan per pound. 5 pounds is 20 yuan. Would you choose to return the meat or the money? If you don't pay me back, I'll report you to the commune. 20 yuan can put your whole family in jail. The first one. I choose the first one. Song Yang was very worried and shouted loudly. Song's mother wanted to say something, but was stopped by the 2nd and 3rd sons. Mom, forget it, forget it. Marrying into the Shu family is enough. Even if I have $10, I am no worse than being an old bachelor. The key is that their 3rd child can hunt, so they'll have plenty of meat to eat in the future. The Song family began to quarrel among themselves, and a thumb was extended directly in front of Shu Tianxi. Shu Tianxi glanced at Fu Jinfeng, raised his eyebrows, and showed a smug smile. Hey, hey. Mother Song also reacted at this time, staring at Shu Tianxi, and said, You planned this from the beginning, right? You want to wait until we finish eating the meat and then come to us for it? Auntie, you're wrong. Shu Tianxi waved his hand and denied it. Our eldest brother sincerely wants to marry your Euro, and we gave this meat and money sincerely. If you really wanted to marry your daughter here, why would you do this? Mother Song was speechless. Auntie, you are soft-hearted when you receive favors from others, and you are short-handed when you receive favors from others. Shu Tianxi chuckled and said slowly, If you eat other people's meat and take other people's money, you have to pay the price. My aunt will take Sister Euro to the city first. We need to make new clothes and bedding for her. The wedding will be held in 3 days, and we will send it back to you then. After saying that, Shu Tianxi turned around and looked at Shu Xiaomei and the other 2. Aunt, 2nd aunt, and little aunt, let's go. Let's go. Shu Xiaomei and the other 2 girls were very happy. They stood up and pulled Shu Tianyu and Song Euro out. Slightly, Shu Shualon and Shu Tians made faces at the Song family, then turned and ran away. Victory, congratulations. Yes, yes, congratulations on your family, finally marrying off a daughter. Get out. All of you get out. Song's mother was so angry that she was yelling while holding the big black pick in her hand. The villagers of Song's family were frightened and stayed away from Song Shengli's house. But today's incident spread quickly. Song Shengli and his family sat in their respective seats, their faces looking very gloomy. Suddenly, Song Shengli slammed his big hand on the table, making a bang. I have come to realize that these 5 pounds of meat are just bait. Before, they didn't give us anything, so we could refuse to pay and make demands. Now the meat is in our stomachs, and we were forced to sign a document. We can't deny it, even if we want to. Insidious. The Shu family is so insidious. Song Yang was also indignant and said through gritted teeth, "That's enough." Mother Song shouted impatiently, scolding, "Who told you to be so greedy? You keep asking for meat. If we hadn't been unable to walk because of the meat, would our family have been controlled by the Shu family?" Upon hearing this, the others immediately cried out in injustice. "Mom, what you said is not right. When the 5 pounds of pork were cooked and placed on the table, you ate quite a bit. You guys..." Mother Song was furious, pointing at her 3 sons and daughters-in-law tremblingly. Finally, he was so helpless that he just sat down on the ground and cried loudly. "Oh my God, you Song family, you damn bastards." Song Yang and others frowned, showing no signs of impatience. They were already accustomed to their mother's style, so it didn't stir anything in their hearts. "Enough!" Song Shengli suddenly shouted, "Just get married. The Shu family is not bad. After all, they gave us $10. If we hear that they eat meat in their house in the future, we can just go to their house and ask for it. If Euro marries an old bachelor, we might even have to pay for her. Yes, it's really good to follow the Shu family. What Dad said makes sense. I also think that the old bachelor can't give anything except 20 yuan, which is not as good as the 5 pounds of meat." Everyone seemed to have thought of this for the first time. They nodded in agreement. Song Shengli feels a little proud to be recognized by his children. He glanced at the table and coughed. "Someone of you, go wash the dishes." Ouch! Song Yang's wife suddenly screamed, put her hands on Song Yang and said, "Song Yang, your son is kicking me." Song Yang's face changed, and he quickly supported the other person. Come on, I'll help you back to the house." Which grown man would do this? The second and third sons of the Song family shook their heads and turned back to their rooms. Song Shengli was so angry that he could only look at his wife. Chapter 43, Shu Xiaolian's Worries. Meeting Song Shengli's gaze, Song's mother also looked over. "What are you looking at? Wash it yourself." Mother Song cursed loudly, got up from the ground, and went back to her room. Song Shengli's mouth twitched, and he collapsed directly on the chair. The Shu family on the other side was very happy. After going around in circles, they finally settled the matter. Shu Xiaomei patted Shu Tianxi's shoulder with great satisfaction and said, "Tianxi, you performed really well today. I never thought you were so amazing." Shu Xiaoying also nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. Didn't you see that the Song family's faces were almost green with anger? Thinking about their previous appearance makes me angry. Third brother is so awesome. I like him so much." Shu Tianxi shook his head and smiled, saying, "Basic exercises, just basic exercises. When my parents were talking to the Song family before, it was because we didn't give them anything and trusted them completely that we were manipulated. Now they have eaten the meat taken from our house and have even signed a document. They can't deny this fact." After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but admire Shu Tianxi's cleverness. Fu Jinfeng even directly bumped him with her arm and said with a smile, "All right, kid. If you use your brain to study, can't we work in the same place?" Shu Tianxi was stunned and asked in surprise, "Have you found a job?" "It's a must." Fu Jinfeng raised her eyebrows and complained, "County Textile Factory. What a pity. I'm just a deputy team leader in a workshop." "That's enough, you." Shu Xiaomei slapped her on the head and scolded her. "You've been appointed deputy monitor since you took office. No matter how many people beg for it, it's still not your turn." Fu Jinfeng chuckled and did not refute. It's not surprising that this guy can find a job. After all, he only has a secondary technical school degree. This level of education is nothing in later generations, but it was definitely a high level of education in the 1960s. Many future business leaders and state-owned enterprise leaders will have a high school education. Shu Qianxi congratulated with a smile, then looked at Shu Xiaomei and said, Aunt, Sister Yuro will have to live with you in the city these days. Why? Song Yuro was anxious and asked intermittently. She had finally escaped from that home, and she didn't have time to be too happy. But I thought we were going to the Shu family. Why do we have to go to the city? Because you and Tianyu haven't gotten married yet. Shu Xiaomei patted her hands and explained. We have only made an engagement with your family, and the wedding will take place in 3 days. In order to avoid people gossiping about you, you have to move into a man's house before you even get married. So you have to come and live in the city with me. Also, Annie has to make wedding dresses for you and Tianyu, so I need to take your measurements. No, that's not necessary. Song Yuro shook her head and pulled her clothes and said, I have clothes. Okay, Annie knows you're a sensible child. Shu Xiaomei chuckled, ruffled Song Yuro's hair and said, but just listen to us on this matter and don't think too much. Shu Tianyu, who was standing by, suddenly spoke up and said, listen to your aunt. Song Yuro blushed and hummed. Thank you, aunt. Ha ha. Everyone laughed and quickly returned home. As soon as she got home, Shu Xiaomei said, Tianyu, Xiangli, it's getting late, let's go back first. Tianxi, bring Tianyu to the city to see your aunt tomorrow, and I will take him to make clothes. Okay. Shu Tianxi nodded and said with a smile, then drive slowly. At this time, Fu Jinfeng came to him and whispered, Tianxi, wait for me to report to the textile factory tomorrow. I'll ask for you when the time comes and see if I can arrange for you to be included. Shu Tianxi looked at him in surprise, then shook his head and smiled. Thank you. That's women's work. I won't do it. Besides, exercising privileges right after taking office is not what a good leader should do. You can go or not. Fu Jinfeng rolled her eyes and sat on the back seat of her mother's bicycle. Shu Tianxi shook his head and smiled, then waved his hand and said, Second aunt, slow down. After watching a few people take Song Yuro away, he turned and looked at his brothers and sisters. It's getting late, let's cook and eat. We fried up yesterday's pig offal, lungs, and liver. Afterwards, the 6 of them began to work together to make dinner. Smoke rose from the cooking stove, and it was clear that they were not the only family cooking in the village. More than an hour later, Shu Tianxi and his friends were eating fried pig lungs and livers while holding sweet potatoes. It was so delicious. Shu Xianglian took a bite of the sweet potato hesitantly, looked at Shu Tianxi, and said, Tianxi, my second sister, is a little worried. Shu Tianxi was stunned and looked at the other party in confusion. Shu Xianglian sighed and said slowly, although I don't know why, your personality changed drastically after you woke up from your coma. But no matter what you become, you are still my third brother. There are some things I don't ask because I believe my brother won't do anything wrong. After saying that, she took another look at the sweet potato in her hand and said, other people can't even eat this if they want to. But we eat it every day at home, and we eat a lot. At this point, her meaning was obvious. I suspected that Shu Tianxi had done something bad, which was why he got so much food. Unlike Shu Tianyu and the others, they don't think about anything else as long as they have something to eat. But Shu Xianglian is different. She is not stupid, and is even more sensible than her peers. Just because she didn't ask Shu Tianxi didn't mean she wasn't worried. Now that my eldest brother is getting married, Sister Yuro will take care of him in the future. The next person to worry about is the third child. So Shu Xianglian had to bring up this matter. Shu Tianxi paused, looked up at Shu Xianglian and said, Sister, I must be your brother. It was only when I fainted from hunger that I had a wonderful encounter. As for what the adventure was, I can't tell you or your brothers and sisters. And I can rely on this adventure to keep our family well fed in the future. In short, I can assure you that I will never do anything illegal or criminal. After saying this, he emphasized, I didn't let you tell anyone because I was framed by jealous people. Just like what you said, second sister, others have nothing to eat, but we can't finish it all. If others find out, who knows how they might frame our family. Shu Xianglian stared at Shu Tianxi for a long time, then finally nodded and smiled. I believe you. After she finished speaking, she looked at her younger brother and sister and said, from now on, when you're out, just say you didn't eat much. Got it. If someone asks you if you've eaten or if you're hungry, you just say no and you're hungry. Hearing this, several children immediately nodded and shouted, okay, I understand. Second sister, third brother, I definitely won't tell you that we have sweet potatoes to eat. I won't tell you either. And me. Shu Tianyu laughed and raised his hand and shouted, Seeing this, Shu Tianxi felt relieved. Chapter 44. Dr. Jiang borrows a bicycle. The next day, Shu Tianxi prepared to take his elder brother into the city. Before going to work, Shu Xianglian repeatedly reminded me to take good care of my eldest brother. Shu Tianxi naturally knew this. After all, his elder brother's brain was sometimes good and sometimes not. If he was not careful in a county town, he might disappear. He left some of the food at home, then turned around, patted his eldest brother's clothes, and said with a smile, "Brother, let's go." Shu Tianyu hummed and followed him. Looking at their backs, Shu Shulian and the other two waved and shouted, "Big brother, third brother, come back soon." Shu Tianxi didn't look back, waved his hand, and continued walking towards the village entrance. Just as he was about to leave the village, he was stopped by someone. God-given. Shu Tianxi looked back and found Shu Xiaoqing running towards him with an anxious look on his face. "Uncle Qing, what's wrong? I just went to your house and heard your sister say that she was going to take Tianyu into the city." Shu Xiaoqing took a breath, took out a cloth bag from his pocket, and said, "This is the seed grain you asked for. Be careful." Upon hearing this, Shu Tianxi's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to step forward and take the cloth bag. Just when he was about to open it and read it, Shu Xiaoqing stopped him. "Why are you so careless, kid?" Shu Xiaoqing scolded him and warned him, "Go back and look at it or go into the city. Don't let anyone see it." Shu Tianxi suddenly realized and gave the other party an apologetic look. "Uncle, thank you. Then my brother and I will go to the city first. And when we come back, we will treat you to some eggs. Go quickly." Shu Xiaoqing smiled and waved his hand. After turning around, he couldn't help licking his lips again. It had been a long time since he had eaten eggs, and he had taken all the eggs given to him home. The Shu Tianxi brothers quickly walked out of the village. Shu Tianyu couldn't help but ask, "Tianxi, what did Uncle Qing give you?" "A bag of seeds of hope." Shu Tianxi smiled and explained casually. Seeing that his elder brother didn't understand, he didn't explain too much. The fewer people who know about this, the better. We must not implicate Shu Xiaoqing. The brothers walked for a while, greeted a few villagers on the way, and then started jogging. After running for about 10 minutes, the two arrived in town. At the entrance of the clinic, Zhongli put her hands in her pockets, trembling on one leg as she looked around. Looking at the Shu Tianxi brothers running towards her, she was stunned for a moment and asked, "Tianxi, what are you doing?" "Zhang, let's talk next time. My brother and I are going into the city." Shu Tianxi had no intention of selling any game to the other party, so he had no intention of chatting. So after saying hello, I continued jogging forward. Who knew that the next second he would feel a resistance and freeze in his tracks? "Don't be impatient." Shu Tianxi turned around and looked at Jiang Li, who was holding him with confusion. "Jiang Jia, do you have anything else to say?" "Famine." Jiang Li shook her head slightly and said, "I have a bicycle, so it will be more convenient for you to go into the city." This. Shu Tianxi was a little moved, but hesitant, and said, "How can I feel comfortable doing that?" Jiang Li rolled her eyes and said, "Walk to the city or ride a bike. It's your choice." "Nonsense, if you have a car, you should definitely ride it," but Shu Tianxi did not agree decisively, but asked, "What will you do if I take the bike away?" "It's okay. I'm not going into town today." Jiang Li waved her hand and said lightly, "Just send it back to me today." "That's great. Thank you, Sister Jiang." After hearing Jiang Li's words, Shu Tianxi no longer refused. Besides, I didn't want to run back and forth for 4 or 5 hours, so I nodded in agreement. "You kid, why are you being so polite to me? Just remember to give me more of that stuff next time." Jiang Li rolled her eyes at him, then took out a Phoenix brand bicycle from the clinic. "I spent several months' salary on this, so I have to treat it well. If you get hurt, I'll definitely make you pay." This. Looking at Jiang Li's serious expression, Shu Tianxi chuckled and said, "Sister, why don't you just forget it?" He couldn't guarantee that this thing worth hundreds of dollars would be intact. "What are you talking about? Hurry up." "Okay, thank you, sister." Shu Tianxi didn't hesitate anymore and took the bicycle directly. "Brother, get in the car quickly." Shu Tianyu looked at Jiang Li curiously, then sat on the back seat of the bicycle. The two brothers got on their bicycles, and the tires were instantly compressed in half. Jiang Li's eyelids twitched wildly, and she suddenly felt a little regretful about lending the car. At this time, Shu Tianxi waved and shouted, "Sister Jiang, thank you. I'll bring you something delicious when I come back." Looking at the backs of the two brothers, Jiang Li couldn't help but sigh. Being young is great. Third brother, Dr. Jiang, is really nice. Shu Tianyu sat in the back seat and shouted in a naive manner. Yes. Shu Tianxi nodded and smiled. I'm a doctor, and my responsibility is to save lives and heal the wounded. People like this must be kind and good. Unfortunately, my husband died early. Shu Tianyu, the silly guy, didn't ask any more questions but just said again that Dr. Jiang was a very nice person. With the help of bicycles, they could get into the city many times faster. Things around them kept receding, and the brothers soon entered the city. After entering the city, the two brothers soon arrived at the door of their aunt Shu Xiaomei. Brother Tianyu, third brother. As soon as he reached the door, Fu Shijin jumped in front of it and shouted. Shu Tianxi glanced at him and teased. Where's your sister? She went to work. Why are you looking for her? Fu Shijin asked back. Just asking. What are you going to do? Shu Tianxi shook his head, a little curious. Me? What can I do? Fu Shijin laughed and said while scratching his head. Every day, I either idle around or fight and brag. What can he do? I'll be thankful if he doesn't cause trouble. At this time, the voice of my aunt came from the room. Then, they were seen walking out of the room. Tianyu, Tianxi is here? Shu Xiaomei greeted him and then stared at the bicycle. Tianxi, where did you get this bicycle? I borrowed it from someone else. Shu Tianxi explained the origin of the bicycle and then said, Aunt, I'll leave my eldest brother to you. I have something else to do. I'll come pick him up in the evening. Shu Xiaomei frowned and asked, Tianxi, where are you going? It's just a small matter, don't worry. Shu Tianxi didn't explain. He got on his bike and left. However, what he didn't expect was that Fu Shijin actually sat down on it. Where are you going, third brother? Take me with you. Shu Tianxi stopped with a squeak and scolded. Get out, I have something important to do today. What's your business? Can't you take me with you? Just take me with you. I'm either beaten or scolded at home. No, get off. Chapter 45. Refusing to travel. Third brother, please take me with you. I promise, I can help you with anything. After hearing Shu Tianxi say that he had something important to do, Fu Shijin still had no intention of getting off the car. Shu Tianxi frowned immediately and thought to himself, Can you help me? I'm going to sell a wild boar. How can I trade in front of an outsider like you? Just when he was about to scold the other party, he saw a group of men and women suddenly surrounded him. There were 7 or 8 people in this group. All of them were sloppy and had a hint of hostility in their pupils. Shu Tianxi immediately became alert, not understanding what this group of people wanted to do by surrounding him. 2 women came out and looked at Shu Tianxi in surprise. Then he turned to Fu Shijin, who was sitting there, and said, Brother Shijin, where are you going to play? Go with my third brother to do something. Fu Shijin glanced at them and said lightly. After that, he pointed at Shu Tianxi and said, This is third brother, call for help. As soon as the words fell, the 2 women immediately shouted to Shu Tianxi, Hello, third brother. Okay. Shu Tianxi laughed and thought to himself, what a guy. Fu Shijin is not an ordinary person. I guess the 7 or 8 people around him have to call him big brother. As soon as I said hello, the group of men surrounded me. Brother Shijin, the little dog from the next street, is provoking us again. Shall we kill him? That's right, those bastards are so arrogant. We have to kill them. Fu Shijin waved his hands and shouted, I don't have time today. Let's talk next time. As soon as he finished speaking, a thin man immediately teased. Brother Shijin, you are not afraid of your third sister, are you? Don't worry, Brother Shijin. I saw your sister near the textile factory this morning. She won't be back until evening. Bullshit. How could I be afraid of my sister? Fu Shijin glared and suddenly jumped out of the car. I just respect my sister and don't bother with women. But no one believed what he said, and they all rolled their eyes. Fu Shijin seemed to be used to it, and pointed at Shu Tianxi and said nonchalantly, Let me introduce you. This is my third brother. Don't underestimate his delicate skin and tender flesh. He can kill a wild boar with his bare hands. Killing a wild boar with bare hands. Shu Tianxi was stunned and looked back at Fu Shijin in surprise. Could he kill a wild boar with his bare hands? When did he become so powerful? She herself found it outrageous, let alone the group of young people around her. Someone immediately retorted, Brother Shijin, don't joke with me. When our team slaughtered the New Year pig before, several people failed to catch it. That wild boar is so fierce. Can your delicate and tender brother handle it? That's right. I could believe you when you said your third brother was a college student. You said he could kill a wild boar with his bare hands. I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Fuck. Fu Shijin cursed angrily and shouted, How could I possibly lie to you? Then I went to my third brother's village, and the whole village knew about it. My third brother killed a wild boar with his bare hands and distributed the meat to the whole village. I even ate some of it. Hearing their conversation, it was like kids fighting with each other. Shu Tianxi shook his head and smiled, then raised his leg and stepped on the pedal. Fuck, I'm too lazy to call you little brats to explain. Fu Shijin waved his hand and chased after Shu Tianxi. Third brother, wait for me. Watching the two people leave, a group of teenagers looked at each other in confusion. Do you think what Brother Shijin said is true or false? Can his third brother really kill a wild boar with his bare hands? I don't know. Anyway, I think it's impossible. But Brother Shijin has never lied to us. On the other side, Shu Tianxi left the alley and headed straight for the black market. He turned around to look at Fu Shijin and asked, Shijin, who are those people? They're the people from this street. Fu Shijin shrugged and explained, their parents either work in the same factory as my dad, or their brothers and I are serving in the army in Jingchu. So, with the relationship between your father and your brother, you are considered the boss here? Of course. Fu Shijin shook his hair and said proudly, here on Northwest Street, I'm the boss. In the beginning, it was the relationship between my dad and my brother, and people my age had to call me brother. Later, I led them to fights and won many times, and they sincerely call me brother. Listen, he's a 16-year-old boy fighting every day, and he's quite proud of it. You don't study because you fight with others every day? Shu Tianxi asked back. Actually, I don't want to either. There are some dogs barking loudly over on Dongmen Street. I have to beat them up. Fu Shijin sighed and shook his head, saying, as for studying, I no longer have the ability to do that. Hee hee. Shu Tianxi shook his head and smiled, feeling helpless about this guy's idea. No wonder Fu Jinfeng chased him with a stick. He coughed and said, Shijin, why don't you go back? I'm going to the black market, and it's really inconvenient to take you with me. Third brother, I know what you are worried about. Fu Shijin glared and patted his chest, saying, don't worry, I'm keeping my mouth shut. Even if it costs me my life, I will never betray you. This guy, who said he's not smart, with this reaction ability, it should be no problem for him to pass the exam on key points in his studies. But it is definitely impossible to take the other person with you. This is not a question of trust at all. If he was followed during a transaction, he would not bother to pay the fine at all. Maybe it will expose the existence of space. Therefore, Shu Tianxi looked at Fu Shijin very seriously. Shijin, go back. What I want to do is different from your petty tricks, so you can't participate yet. Third brother, go back. Shu Tianxi scolded and said hesitantly, if you are obedient, I will take you with me if I have the chance in the future. If you continue to argue with me, I won't let you follow me when I ride back to the village. After hearing what his third brother said, Fu Shijin was completely at a loss. He looked at Shu Tianxi hesitantly, then turned and left dejectedly. Shu Tianxi shook his head and smiled, then rode his bicycle straight to the black market. When he was about to reach the black market, he found a deserted place to put away his bicycle. Then he put on a knitted hat and a mask, covering himself so that only his eyes were left exposed. After making sure everything was all right, he strode to the entrance of the black market. Buy or sell? A person who was wrapped more completely than him came over and asked. Shu Tianxi glanced at him and explained, I'm looking for Brother Monkey. I made an appointment with him last time. Hearing this, the man looked him up and down, then turned and walked a few steps. After a few words with another person, that guy turned around and ran into the black market. The man turned around and stared at Shu Tianxi. Wait here for a while. Don't run around. No problem. Chapter 46. Sell wild boars and get rich. Shu Tianxi waited for a while at the entrance of the black market and gave a cigarette to the person who collected the money. After lighting the cigarette in his mouth, he began to get close to the other person. Brother, how much can you collect from the entrance fees in a day? Unexpectedly, the other party just rolled his eyes at him and then walked toward someone else silently. Seeing that he was asking for trouble, Shu Tianxi could only shrug his shoulders. As soon as he finished smoking a cigarette, he saw Chan Xiaoho running towards him quickly. He glanced at Shu Tianxi and asked in surprise, Little brother, do you have something to talk to me about? Didn't we agree on this last time? Wild boar. Shu Tianxi raised his eyebrows and said softly, You really have it. Chan Xiaoho's pupils shrank, and he said in a deep voice. The last time the other party mentioned this, he was a little looking forward to it. But after a few days, he was so busy that he almost forgot about it. Unexpectedly, the other party came to his door. Of course, but I need a card. Shu Tianxi nodded and continued. No problem, come with me. Chen Xiao nodded, turned around, and left. Afterwards, Shu Tianxi followed the other party to find cart. The two came to an alley together, and Shu Tianxi asked the other party to wait there for a while. Then he pushed the cart away. After a while, he came back pushing a wild boar. So big. Chen Xiaoho went forward to check it out and exclaimed, "This wild boar looks like it weighs at least 200 or 300 pounds. Where did they get it? Could it be that the other party had help? Otherwise, it would be impossible to move the wild boar onto the cart." Shu Tianxi glanced at him and said calmly, "Stop talking nonsense and make an offer." "Okay." Chen Xiao nodded and stopped hesitating. He said, "The price of pork at the meat processing plant and the supply and marketing cooperative is 0.65 to 0.75, and you need a ticket depending on the price. But now you can't buy much meat at the supply and marketing cooperatives, and you can't necessarily use the tickets you have. In our black market, you don't need a ticket to buy meat, and there's no demand for it even though it's priced. Therefore, the price of pork on the black market has risen to 3.5 to 4.5 yuan per pound, and it is not always available. My dear brother, this is our second cooperation, and I am willing to give you a price of 4 yuan. But this is a live pig, so the meat yield is definitely not as high as that of a meat pig, so I can only give you 3.2 per pound. After all, we also need to make some money here." Chen Xiaoho had no intention of playing tricks on Shu Tianxi and analyzed every aspect for him thoroughly. The meat yield of wild boars is indeed lower than that of pork, only about 70%. The price given by Chen Xiaoho is indeed very fair. This was only in 1960. In 1961, pork might have cost more than 10 or 20 yuan per pound. Okay, then it's $3.02. Shu Tianxi didn't hesitate and nodded decisively. "Brother Monkey, can you guys weigh this? I have some over there. Just help me transport the wild boar over there," Chen Xiaoho said, and then stepped forward to help. Hearing this, Shu Tianxi was a little hesitant. After all, if you go to someone else's territory, they can easily take advantage of you. Besides, you have nowhere to seek justice. So from the very beginning, Shu Tianxi longed to have his own power, but he didn't know who to trust. As if seeing his worry, Chen Xiaoho said, "Little brother, you can rest assured. I, Chen Xiaoho, have been doing business in the black market for a long time, so I still have some credibility. Otherwise, who would dare to do business with me in the future?" Hearing this, Shu Tianxi immediately laughed and said, "Brother Monkey, you are joking. I definitely believe in your credibility. Then let's go and get weighed." Seeing that Shu Tianxi didn't need help, Chen Xiaoho laughed and said, "Little brother, you are quite strong, aren't you? Brother Monkey, you're too kind. This is what happened when I had a fever and damaged my brain when I was a kid." Shu Tianxi laughed and lied. "Let's go quickly. Someone will be here soon." Yes, let's go quickly." Chen Xiaoho covered the pig with something, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Afterwards, the two of them pushed the cart towards the black market. On the way, Chen Xiaoho asked Shu Tianxi some questions about hunting. Shu Tianxi knew that the other party was trying to trick him, so he remained silent. Seeing that he didn't seem to like talking, Chen Xiaoho didn't say anything more. Soon, they arrived at Chen Xiaoho's territory, which was a not very big yard. There are two middle-aged men inside. They should be his partners. When they saw Chen Xiaoho pushing the cart of wild boars back, their pupils shrank at first. Then he asked questions for a long time and even pointed at Shu Tianxi several times. When he learned that it was Shu Tianxi who wanted to sell it, he treated him like a brother and gave him a cigarette. Shu Tianxi did not refuse, took the cigarette, and said thank you. Shu Tianxi took a deep breath and then weighed the wild boar with Chen Xiaoho. The last weighing showed that the live pig weighed 316 kilograms. "Little brother, 316 pounds, based on 3.2 pounds per pound. The total is 1,011.2 pounds. Chen Xiaoho and Shu Tianxi reconciled the sum, then said to the other two, "You two, lend me some money. This pig dish is a bit too big, and he doesn't have more than $1,000 on hand." The other two also knew that selling pork was a sure-win business, so they lent the money without saying a word. Chen Xiaoho counted the money, then handed it all to Shu Tianxi and said, "Little brother, count it." "No need. I trust Brother Monkey." Shu Tianxi smiled, took the money and stuffed it into his pocket. He saw clearly when the other party counted the money just now, so there was no need to count it again. Seeing him hiding so casually, Chen Xiaoho had to remind him, "Little brother, there are a lot of pickpockets here. It's better to keep your money safe." He wouldn't care if it was someone else, The key point was that he felt Shu Tianxi was a long-term partner. That's why I gave you a little reminder. It could be considered as a way to gain some good impressions. Thank you. I'll keep an eye on it. Shu Tianxi perfunctorily replied, Brother Monkey, do you have any other bills? Naturally, he would not tell the other party that he had already put the money into the space. Not to mention stealing. Even if you strip him clean from head to toe, you still can't find where the money went. Yes, what kind of ticket do you want? Let's get some tickets for everything, just in case. Shu Tianxi smiled and said casually. Anyway, he has money now, so it's always good to have more bills. After all, in this era, bills are much more useful than money. Once you get a job, you can live a good life for your family with dignity. Chen Xiaoho and the other two brought their boxes and started to discuss. In addition to food coupons, cloth coupons, tobacco coupons, wine coupons, sugar coupons, were all added up. After Shu Tianxi sold the pig for over 1,000 yuan, he spent a few dozen more on bills. Just as he was about to say goodbye, Chen Xiaoho suddenly called him. Little brother, are you interested in meeting the boss of the black market? Chapter 47 by Jade. Meet your gangster boss. When Shu Tianxi heard Chen Xiaoho's invitation, he was stunned for a moment. Didn't you tell me last time not to ask around? Why did you suddenly invite me directly this time? Chen Xiaoho smiled and explained, For what you mentioned earlier, I'm sure you're curious about our team. Our brother Biao also said that he is willing to be friends with you. Hearing this, Shu Tianxi suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on his back. Sure enough, this guy turned around and told his story to his superiors last time. Fortunately, I didn't reveal too much food last time, otherwise he would have no chance to negotiate. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly, shook his head and said, Forget it. Let's do it next time. I was planning to prepare some things and then visit your boss. We came in a hurry this time and brought nothing but the wild boar. Chen Xiao stared at Shu Tianxi for a while, but couldn't tell anything from his eyes. So he nodded and said with a smile, In that case, let's talk about it next time. Brother Biao always likes making friends, so you don't have to bring any gifts. Okay, then we'll leave first. Shu Tianxi agreed and didn't bother to be polite with the other party. Staring at the other person's back, Chen Xiaoho suddenly shouted, Little brother, what's your name? Qi. Shu Tianxi waved and shouted without looking back. Only after they disappeared did a man approach Chen Xiaoho. Monkey, do you want to find someone? Chen Xiaoho glanced back at him and said calmly, Do you think he's stupid? He dared to put the money there casually in front of us, not afraid that we would steal it. Besides, if we strip him now, wouldn't it be obvious that we did it? Hearing this, the man immediately fell silent. On the other side, Shu Tianxi breathed a sigh of relief after walking a distance. He was really a little worried that people in the black market would take action. After all, he didn't want to cause more trouble. If that group of people really dare to come, he would be forced to kill them. By then, it will really be a fight to the death. He had indeed wanted to meet the black market boss and take advantage of his power. But now he has to change his mind. However, looking at the jade pendant with less and less energy, he decided to wait and see. If he cannot replenish the energy of the jade pendant, his spatial advantage will be lost. There's no need to think about being a black market boss anymore. Therefore, the most important thing at the moment is to find a way to replenish space energy. Soon, he found himself in the black market again. Buy or sell? The masked gatekeeper came again and asked softly. Shu Tianxi glanced at him, spread his hands and said, Buy it. Hearing this, the man immediately stepped aside to let him in. You have to pay a stall fee to sell things in the black market, but you don't have to pay it to buy things. Shu Tianxi needs jade to replenish the power of his Qilin jade pendant. Of course, this is just his guess at the moment. As for whether it can be replenished by jade, you need to buy a jade pendant to confirm it. Afterwards, Shu Tianxi wandered around the black market, looking at the stalls around him. Their targets are mainly those who sell porcelain antiques, and maybe some jade. Soon, a special stall caught Shu Tianxi's attention. It was a stall filled with porcelain vases, with a fiery red jade pendant placed in the middle. The patterns on the jade pendant are very unique, and you could tell at first glance that it is the work of a master sculptor. And the jade pendant that can be carved by a master is definitely not made of ordinary materials. The stall owner is a thin man who wraps himself very tightly. Shu Tianxi didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and squatted in front of the other person and asked, How much is the vase? The pendant is not for sale. The other party's voice sounded a little hoarse. But Shu Tianxi was shocked and wondered why this guy answered the question irrelevantly. Or did the other party know from the beginning that his goal was the jade pendant? Stall owner, I'm asking how much this vase costs. Shu Tianxi coughed and continued to test the waters. The stall owner suddenly raised his head, and from the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, it could be seen that he should be an old man. He only heard him say again, "The jade pendant is not for sale." This old man is very smart. There is no need to pretend anymore. Okay, let me take a look first. Shu Tianxi nodded helplessly and reached out to the jade pendant. When he picked up the red jade pendant, he immediately felt the abnormal beating of his brain nerves. His brain was excited, and he understood without thinking that this was the Qilin jade pendant transmitting the message of his desire. Sure enough, jade and jadeite do contain the energy needed for the Qilin jade pendant. In this way, I no longer have to worry about the jade pendant's energy being exhausted. Shu Tianxi was very excited. He looked up at the stall owner and asked, "Comrade, how much is the jade pendant?" "Not for sale, only for food." The stall owner's tone was very calm, as if he was certain of Shu Tianxi's purpose. Shu Tianxi was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party's purpose would be food. "But this is also good. The only thing I don't lack at the moment is food." Shu Tianxi smiled slightly, looked at the stall owner and said, "Boss, what material is your jade pendant made of?" "Hetian red jade, an ancestral jade pendant." Hetian red jade is indeed a rare jade. Although Shu Tianxi didn't know much about jade, he had heard of the name of Hetian jade. What's more, the Qilin jade pendant will give him a good reaction. The material of this jade is absolutely top-notch. In exchange, it's worth it. So Shu Tianxi looked up at the stall owner and said, "Boss, exchanging food is no problem. How many kilograms of food do you want to exchange?" The people around immediately looked over, and the covetous eyes made Shu Tianxi very uncomfortable. Damn, these guys have definitely been here for more than just a day or two. With such outrageous hearing ability, it is no exaggeration to say that he has super hearing. When the stall owner heard this, he immediately realized that Shu Tianxi had food. It's just that he's not in dire need of food to save his life at the moment, and he doesn't want to sell his ancestral jade at a low price. So he stretched out 2 fingers and said in a deep voice, 200 kilograms. This. Shu Tianxi frowned and pondered for a moment. 200 kilograms of grain. The price offered is not low at all. You should know that food is very expensive on the black market nowadays. A pound of rice costs several dollars. 200 kilograms of grain, hundreds or thousands of dollars. Is he worthy of his piece of jade? Even the cheapest sweet potato costs 60 to 70 cents per pound, which is more than 100 yuan. Although this jade is good, it is probably not worth so much money in this era of food scarcity, right? Seeing Shu Tianxi was a little hesitant, the stall owner realized that his asking price was a bit high. So he quickly changed his words, retracted a finger, and said, 150 kilograms is fine. Shu Tianxi was stunned, and after thinking for a few seconds, he said, 100 kilograms, and it can only be sweet potatoes and pumpkins. If you want rice and flour, your stuff is not worth it. Chapter 48, The Jade Pendant was obtained. Shu Tianxi could tell that the other party was not starving to death yet, so he should have food at home. But he had no rice or flour, and it was impossible for him to exchange 100 kilograms of rice for the other party's jade. As long as there is enough energy in the space, thousands or tens of thousands of kilograms of food can be readily available. Therefore, he still hoped that the stall owner would exchange with him. Fortunately, after hearing what he said, the stall owner hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, 100 kilograms." Shu Tianxi's eyes lit up as well, and he nodded, "Okay, then come with me." The stall owner was very excited and quickly turned around to start packing up his stall. Shu Tianxi wanted to help, but was rejected by the stall owner. Shu Tianxi didn't force it, but glanced warily at the stall owners and buyers around him. After making sure everything was all right, he turned and walked outside, with the stall owner following behind him pushing a unicycle. The porcelains that the other party brought were not on it, and I don't know if they were temporarily stored on the black market. Shu Tianxi didn't think much about it, and took the old man to the entrance of a nearby alley. "Comrade, please wait here for a while." Shu Tianxi left a word, then turned and walked into the alley. There was a hint of anticipation in the stall owner's eyes, and he didn't look back until Shu Tianxi disappeared from his sight. He frowned, feeling like someone was following them. After a while, Shu Tianxi unexpectedly strode out carrying a bamboo basket. He didn't hesitate and took the bamboo basket down and placed it in front of the stall owner. "There's a pumpkin here, about 40 kilograms, and the remaining sweet potatoes are also about 30 kilograms. You wait here. I'll make another trip. Okay, okay. The stall owner nodded excitedly and squatted down to pick up the pumpkins and sweet potatoes into the bamboo basket he brought. As he was picking up the items, he suddenly realized something. So he looked up at Shu Tianxi and asked, "Little brother, can the remaining money be exchanged for crops? Although pumpkin and sweet potato are good, they can't compare to dry food like rice and flour. If that doesn't work, cornmeal will do too." Upon hearing this, Shu Tianxi frowned immediately. He wanted to exchange it with the other party, but the rice in the space had only been planted for a few days. Although it is now 1 meter tall, it has not yet produced any fruit. It will take at least a few days for it to fully mature. He had only just received the crops, such as corn and soybeans, in the morning. So he could only shake his head and said in a deep voice, "You said when you came here that there were only sweet potatoes and pumpkins. If you don't want it, I can also exchange it for cash." No, the stall owner refused repeatedly and nodded, "I want it." It's useless for him to have the money because he can't buy food at all. But sweet potatoes and pumpkins can be exchanged with those who have rice and cornmeal at home. Then you wait. Shu Tianxi nodded and picked up the bamboo basket after the other party picked up the sweet potatoes. He turned again and strode into the corner. The stall owner retracted his gaze again. There seemed to be something unusual at the corner, not far away. He began to feel a little worried and stared at the corner with caution. Soon, Shu Tianxi came out again, carrying a basket of sweet potatoes. He placed the bamboo basket in front of the stall owner and said, "I don't know exactly how much it weighs, but it's definitely over 30 kilograms. As long as you agree, our deal will be over." Okay. The stall owner nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, I agree. Hearing this, Shu Tianxi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He put the jade pendant into the jade pendant space, then looked at the stall owner and said, "Our transaction is over. Don't even mention that you taught us, let alone that you exchanged food from me, okay? Okay, go ahead." The stall owner nodded and waved his hand. Shu Tianxi smiled with satisfaction, turned around and left. However, just when he had walked less than 20 meters, he suddenly heard some unusual movements behind him. Goodness, this black market is really chaotic. The transaction has just ended, and we've already encountered someone trying to do something dirty. Why didn't he catch up with me? Was it because he felt he had run out of food? Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment and decided to help the old man. After all, it was his own hands that exchanged the food, so he shouldn't let people think that he was immoral. However, when he turned around, he suddenly stopped. I saw 3 or 4 big men lying on the ground at the original transaction location. Their expressions were painful, and there were more or less knife wounds on their bodies. The stall owner who had just traded with Shu Tianxi had already picked up his cart and snorted coldly. "With this little skill, you still dare to come out and rob people?" After saying that, he pushed the cart towards the exit at the other end. Looking at his limping steps and his clothes on his back that were cut by a knife, Shu Tianxi fell silent. This stall owner is no ordinary person, for big men with knives can't subdue him at all. Shu Tianxi was a little awed but didn't think much of it. He shook his head and turned to take out his bicycle. Riding his bicycle, he quickly returned to the accommodation area of the machinery factory. Suddenly, a group of people came running over. "Third brother, are you back?" Looking at Fu Shijin, who was in the lead, Shu Tianxi's brows twitched suddenly. "Shit, I almost thought the black market guys had chased us here." He rolled his eyes at Fu Shijin and grumbled, "What are you doing? Are you blocking Brother San?" "No, how could I dare?" Fu Shijin was stunned, then burst into laughter. He turned around and shouted at the group of people, "Get out of the way, let my third brother pass." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of people immediately stood in 2 rows on the left and right, making way for Shu Tianxi. "Good job." Shu Tianxi nodded. Chong Fu Shijin said, "You have great potential to be an officer. Join the army." After that, he rode his bicycle to his aunt's house. "Tianxi, you're back?" As soon as the bicycle stopped, Fu Jinfeng rushed out. "Where's Shijin? Have you seen that brat?" "Well," Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the entrance of the alley. "He's playing with stones over there." Upon hearing this, Fu Jinfeng immediately rolled up his sleeves and strode towards the entrance of the alley. "My goodness, this cousin is really tough. If I get married in the future, will that man be able to handle it? Anyway, let alone others, this little brother Fu Shijin definitely can't handle it." At this time, Shu Tianyu and Song Yuro walked out of the room. God-given, Shu Tianxi glanced at them and did not put on new clothes. It should be custom-made, but hasn't been completed yet. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and nodded. Brother and sister-in-law. How do you feel? Song Yuro blushed and lowered her head without saying a word. Shu Tianyu chuckled and said, Aunt has prepared dinner. Shall we go in and eat? Tianxi, come in and eat. Shu Xiaomei's voice sounded, and Shu Tianxi immediately parked the car. My aunt's family was not well off, and the food on the table was still cornmeal porridge and wild vegetables. Shu Tianxi felt a little embarrassed about the food and decided to bring some food with him next time. Chapter 49 Procurement Certificate. After having lunch at her aunt's house, Shu Xiaomei asked Shu Tianxi to take Shu Tianyu home first. They had already taken Song Yuro and Shu Tianyu to buy cloth and measure their sizes in the morning, so they definitely wouldn't be able to get the clothes today. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, Shu Xiaomei will send the clothes back to the Shu family for Shu Tianyu. Aunt, see you in 2 days. Shu Tianxi didn't stay. He rode his bicycle and left the alley with his brother. Looking at his back, Fu Shijin waved and shouted, Third brother, slow down. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand suddenly pinched his ear. Ah! Fu Xijin looked pained. He turned around and saw Fu Jinfeng and asked, Tell me, where did you take your third brother this morning? I didn't go anywhere. I just wandered around the county town. Fu Shijin answered perfunctorily, and then he felt someone let go of his ear. He curled his lips and muttered, You're so fierce. No wonder no one dares to hire you. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Fu Shijin immediately rushed out. On the other hand, Shu Tianxi took his elder brother to the supply and marketing cooperative. Under Shu Tianyu's puzzled gaze, he bought a few pounds of hard candy and melon seeds. After coming out of the supply and marketing cooperative, Shu Tianyu asked, Tianxi, how do you have the money to buy candy? My aunt gave it to me, so you can eat it without worry. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and handed over the candy. Shu Tianyu said, Oh, and took the hard candy and melon seeds and held them in his arms. Just when Shu Tianxi thought he had gotten away with it and was riding his bike home, a voice from behind him made his expression freeze. But today, my aunt also bought some hard candies and melon seeds. Shu Tianxi's mouth twitched, and he smiled awkwardly. Anyway, it's all for your wedding, big brother, so don't care so much. Okay. Shu Tianyu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. With a bicycle, traveling is still very fast. 10 minutes later, they returned to town. The bicycle was parked in front of the clinic, and from outside, it looked like there seemed to be a patient inside. Just when Shu Tianxi was hesitating whether to return the bicycle, Jiang Li suddenly appeared at the door. She glanced outside and then strode out. Tianxi, you're back so early? It's still a bit far from here to the Shu family. Why don't you ride your bike back? Don't. Shu Tianxi shook his head repeatedly, got out of the car and held the front of the car, saying, There are many people in the village, and it's easy to gossip. Hearing this, Jiang Li immediately said angrily, I'm not afraid. So what are you afraid of? Haha, you will know how to be afraid from now on. Shu Tianxi returned the bicycle to the other party without any explanation. Jiang Li didn't force it, but just said, Why don't you stay and sit for a while? I have something to tell you. Shu Tianxi looked at her in surprise, but didn't notice anything strange about her expression. So he shook his head and said, My brother and I will go back first, and I will come back later. Leaving behind a few light words, he pulled Shu Tianyu towards the Shu family. Looking at their backs, Jiang Li shook her head and smiled, then held onto her bicycle and returned to the clinic. The uncle sitting inside the doctor glanced at her and asked, Dr. Jiang, are those the 2 children of the wealthy family? Jiang Li raised her eyebrows and chuckled. Yes, I saw them walking to the city this morning. It's been tough for them, so I thought I could help them any way I could, so I lent them my bike. After hearing this explanation, the uncle who was treating the patient sighed. Yes, it's difficult to have 6 children. Half an hour later, Shu Tianxi walked into the clinic alone. He was carrying a bamboo basket on his back, which he placed directly on the ground after entering the door. Jiang Li, who heard the noise, walked in from a backyard and was stunned when she saw him. Then she immediately stepped forward and pulled up the door. When she turned around, she heard Shu Tianxi teasing, Sister, you're making me so panicked. It's like having an affair and being afraid of being caught. Jiang Li's face suddenly darkened, and she pointed at the door and said, Then shall I open the door? No, no, no. Shu Tianxi was scared and hurried forward to take the rice straw off the bamboo basket. These are all collective belongings from the mountain. If you get caught, you'll be in trouble. Jiang Li snorted lightly and teased, Look at how scared you are. I thought you were so brave. After saying that, She stopped teasing and lowered her head to take a look at the things in the bamboo basket. She didn't bother to look for it, but asked directly, "Is there any pork?" "No." Shu Tianxi shook his head decisively and explained, "Where can I get pork for you in broad daylight? Aren't there groups of people on a mountain? Since you are so capable, it shouldn't be difficult to get one, right?" Shu Tianxi was shocked and stared at Jiangli, asking her what she was doing. "Get a wild boar. No one in this town can eat it. Besides, even if someone can eat it, can I deliver it to them in broad daylight? Don't be anxious." Seeing that Shu Tianxi was a little excited, Jiangli hurriedly comforted him. "Didn't I just say I had something to tell you? It's about this." Then, under Shu Tianxi's gaze, she explained her intentions. It turned out that he had brought wild rabbits and pheasants home for his family to eat. The hares and pheasants are so fat that they are full of oil in your mouth. They are even better than pork. After the other party's father asked about it, Jiangli directly sold Shu Tianxi. He's a young hunter in the town, and wild boars are no big deal to him. Hearing this, Shu Tianxi smiled bitterly and said, "Sister, are you really not afraid of me getting caught? Hey, what are you in such a hurry for?" Jiangli waved her hand, rolled her eyes at him, and said, "How can I harm you? After my father learned about your hunting ability, he wanted to ask you for a favor. Kill the wild boar and send it back." Shu Tianxi blurted out, "Yes." Jiangli nodded decisively and said with a smile, "You also know that the meat processing plant no longer supplies meat. People in my dad's factory eat vegetarian food every day, and their mouths are almost tasteless. When some leaders came to inspect the factory as guests, they couldn't even provide good food to entertain them. That's why he wants to ask you for help to get a wild boar and improve the situation." "But big sister," Shu Tianxi patted his head and said speechlessly, "Speculation is illegal. If I were to kill a wild boar, I'd be caught before I could even get it into town." "Wait a minute." Jiangli chuckled, turned around, and ran into the backyard. Under Shu Tianxi's puzzled gaze, she quickly took out a few more lists and walked out. Then he put the list on the table and pushed it directly in front of Shu Tianxi. "Here. With this, you can transport game to the city without any hesitation." Shu Tianxi looked down, and suddenly, it turned out to be a purchase certificate from a machinery factory. How much skill does it take to get it? He looked up at Jiangli in surprise, and had begun to doubt her identity. Chapter 50. Jiangli offers advice. "How is it? Can this be done now?" Jiangli smiled at Shu Tianxi and asked again. Shu Tianxi picked up the purchase certificate and asked curiously, "With this, it won't be illegal for me to take the wild boar there? After all, the things on the mountain are collective property, and reselling them is a serious crime." Hearing this, Jiangli immediately rolled her eyes. She said that wild boars were an unplanned product. During every period of time, people from county units come to the town to purchase supplies. Moreover, as long as no one reports it, there will be no problem with private matters. If you don't have a purchase certificate, getting caught could be very troublesome. But now that we have the purchase certificate, it will definitely be much more convenient. After the explanation, Jiangli also gave an extremely safe option. She just chuckled and continued, "Talk to your village chief and give up your interests. The village collective owns 70 to 90%, and you own 10 to 20%. That way, you'll be absolutely safe." "Then I'm at a huge loss?" Shu Tianxi glared and said unhappily. Although it was not difficult for him to go up the mountain to hunt wild boars, it was still very dangerous for others. "I am unwilling to just give away 80 to 90% of the profits to the village for free." "It's up to you then." Jiangli shrugged and said, "As long as you can find a way to get the wild boar, my father will not treat you unfairly. If something goes wrong, he'll claim you're working for the machinery factory." Hearing this, Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "No problem. But I really want to ask you, what is your father's position in the machinery factory?" "Nothing much, just the logistics director." Jiangli shrugged and said lightly. Shu Tianxi suddenly realized, then stood up and said, "Okay, I'll think about it." "Yeah." Jiangli stood up, nodded, and smiled. "Once you've figured it out, go directly to the machinery factory and ask for Director Jiang from the logistics department." "Okay." Shu Tianxi agreed and suddenly thought of something. He asked, "Jiang Jia, is your father's machinery factory still hiring?" Jiangli was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, "You want to find a job?" As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly realized, "I understand. You're worried that without a proper job, you won't be able to justify the money you earn to spend on your family, right? Sister Jiang is really smart." Shu Tianxi laughed and gave a thumbs up. Zhongli pondered for a moment before saying, "Think it over first, then talk about work. Don't release the eagle until you see the rabbit, right?" Shu Tianxi understood, so he didn't say anything, nodded, and prepared to turn around and leave. "Hello." Jiang Li's voice suddenly came, and Shu Tianxi looked back in confusion. Jiang Li pointed at the bamboo basket and said sarcastically, "Don't you want the money for the rabbits and pheasants?" "Well." Shu Tianxi finally reacted, smiled awkwardly, and walked forward to weigh the game with the other party. The hare weighed over 4 pounds, and the pheasant weighed over 3 pounds. Jiang Li knew that Shu Tianxi had been to the black market, so she wanted to buy him at the black market price. Shu Tianxi did not do such an ungrateful thing. After all, he was not short of this little money. Therefore, he forced Jiang Li to buy the pheasants and rabbits according to the price she purchased last time. "Brother Tianxi, thank you." Jiang Li handed the money to Shu Tianxi and said with a smile. Shu Tianxi chuckled, turned around, and walked out of the clinic. After leaving the clinic, he didn't rush home, but simply disappeared into thin air in a deserted place. The next second, inside the jade pendant space. "Fuck, why is there such thick fog?" Shu Tianxi exclaimed because he found that the space was full of fog. Taking a deep breath, I seemed to feel all the mist flowing into my body and then forming a warm current flowing through my body. With this feeling, Shu Tianxi didn't dare to hesitate. He just sat cross-legged on the ground and started breathing deeply. At that moment, he seemed to have a feeling of cultivating immortality, and a warm current flowed throughout his body as if cleansing his bones and marrow. The bones and muscles, which had originally become tighter due to drinking the spiritual spring water, were now even tighter. Time passed minute by minute, and the mist in the jade pendant space gradually decreased. Shu Tianxi opened his eyes and suddenly felt clear, as if he could see things 100 meters away at a glance. He was delighted and immediately stood up. Crunch! A series of crisp sounds were heard, which seemed to be the friction between bones. Shu Tianxi glanced at his body in surprise, and suddenly felt something was wrong. He could feel that his body had undergone great changes, even greater than the changes after drinking the spiritual spring water. However, before confirming the specific changes, he still had to wash off the stains on his body. Then he sensed the changes in the space, and his pupils shrank first. Then, following the direction he sensed, he got some spiritual spring water to take a bath. 10 minutes later, Shu Tianxi realized that the nourishment brought by the spring water to his body seemed to become negligible. Then a body with skin as white as cream slowly walked through the fog and onto the shore. He has long legs, clear lines on his merman line, and full muscles that look very pleasing to the eye. Not only are there growths everywhere, but the skin is also so fair and shiny. "Looking like this, you don't look like someone from this era at all," Shu Tianxi complained, then slowly put on his clothes. The patched, plaid linen shirt hides his perfect body, but his angular face still has extraordinary charm. He decided that when he returned, he would have to do farm work for 2 days to get himself tanned. But that was something he would do later. For now, he still looked at the Qilin jade pendant. When he saw that the nearly 1/3 of the transparent area had returned to its original milky white color, a surprised smile suddenly appeared on his face. Top-grade jade artifacts can indeed replenish the energy of the jade pendant to maintain the operation of the space. In this way, he no longer has to worry about the space disappearing due to energy depletion. What surprised Shu Tianxi even more was that the bottom 1/10 of the originally milky white Qilin jade pendant had turned fiery red. Finished? This Qilin has been ruined. Isn't it dirty? Shu Tianxi suddenly suspected that the milky white Qilin jade pendant he had obtained before was not full of energy. He might also be able to increase the power of the Qilin jade pendant by acquiring more jade artifacts. I wonder what kind of power the Qilin jade pendant with full energy has. Shu Tianxi murmured curiously, then looked around the entire jade pendant space. You don't know until you see it. Once you see it, Shu Tianxi is surprised and delighted. The 3 plots of black soil that were 1 acre each also doubled in size to 3 plots of 2 acres each. In other words, there are 6 acres of black soil in the space, and the crops planted on it seem to have matured. The sweet potato leaf covered most of the black soil, and the newly added area seemed a bit empty. As for the pumpkin leaves on the other plot of land, they were also very dense. Chapter 51, Spatial Changes. After Shu Tianxi threw the Hatian jade pendant he bought into the jade pendant space, it was quickly absorbed by the Qilin jade pendant. Earth-shaking changes took place in the space, the first of which was the formation of thick spiritual mist. Shu Tianzi sat cross-legged on the ground, and after only absorbing for a while, he felt that his body had reached its limit. According to world records, the strongest person in the world is a man named Lewis Hill. He could lift a wooden board that could hold 18 grown men standing on it, weighing over 3,000 pounds. Although he didn't know whether this news was true or not, Shu Tianzi felt that it was indeed a bit exaggerated. He already felt that his body had reached its limit and estimated that the most he could lift was 600 to 700 kilograms. If I run with a wild boar weighing more than 300 kilograms in my arms like before, it will definitely be easy. As for the mist that was not absorbed, it also nourished all the creatures and buildings in the space. This resulted in the expansion of land, larger building areas, and the ripening of all crops. Like the sweet potatoes on the first piece of black soil, they're all ripe now. Shu Tianzi deliberately pulled out one and found that it was a few centimeters bigger than the previous one. Without hesitation, he used his mind to pull out all the sweet potatoes on the land. Finally, I found that the smallest sweet potato weighed about 2 kilograms, and the largest one could weigh 5 or 6 kilograms. 1 acre of land yielded over 9,000 kilograms. I'm rich, Shu Tianzi exclaimed, then put all the sweet potatoes into the warehouse. The warehouse at this time is twice as large as before, enough to store more food. After collecting the sweet potatoes, he was not in a hurry to stick the sweet potato stems and leaves back into the soil. He walked forward a little, bent down, and pushed aside the pumpkin leaves that were bigger than his face, and suddenly, wow. Hidden under the dense pumpkin leaves are huge pumpkins. This thing must weigh at least 30 or 40 kilograms. Shu Tianzi bent down and picked up a pumpkin, saying in surprise, it really was the largest pumpkin he had ever seen, except for the special varieties. Afterwards, he quickly gathered all the pumpkins, harvesting nearly 4,000 kilograms of pumpkins from half an acre of land. This output is extremely explosive no matter what era it is. Shu Tianzi was overjoyed and quickly put all the pumpkins into the warehouse. In addition to half an acre of pumpkins, there is also half an acre of rice on this acre of land. The half-acre rice field is already more than 1 meter tall, and the golden branches and leaves are full of golden fruits. Shu Tianzi did not hesitate and used his mind to harvest all the rice in one go. Then all the fruits were picked off and stored in the warehouse. As for how many kilograms of rice would be produced from half an acre of rice, he did not estimate the weight. After collecting all 3 types of grain and storing them in the warehouse, he began to cultivate grain again. First, there are already 3 plots of land in the space, each with 2 acres. So Shu Tianzi first took out the seeds Shu Shaoqing gave him and found that there were quite a few varieties. There are corn, rice, wheat, soybeans, potatoes. Although there are many varieties, the portions are not very large. So Shu Tianzi chose a spot on the 3rd piece of black soil and planted the crops. He didn't rush to water the land, but instead planted rice seeds on the 2nd piece of black soil. Paddy is rice, the more the better, so we must plant it on 2 acres of land. Shu Tianzi spent some time planting rice to fill 2 acres of land. He started tinkering with pumpkins and sweet potatoes again, planting an acre of both. As for the pumpkin vine leaves and extra sweet potato stem leaves, they were all thrown to the farmed wild boars, pheasants, and rabbits. A total of more than a dozen wild boars were caught, including 1 male and 3 females, and the rest were wild boar cubs. I sold 1 female to Qin Xiaoho, and the remaining 2 females are already very strong. And looking at the appearance of the 2 sows, it seems that they are pregnant with the boar's child. There are also a dozen or so piglets. After these days of being kept in captivity and nourished by spiritual mist, they have become very strong. If the pig pen hadn't been expanded several times, it probably wouldn't be able to accommodate all the pigs. Shu Tianzi glanced at the large patch of grass at the edge of the space and thought to himself, it would be nice if the pigs could run over there. In addition to the changes to existing things in the jade pendant space, the surrounding area has also been expanded. There's a large area of grassland at the edge, which looks to be more than 10 acres. The spiritual spring also branched out and flowed slowly in the middle of the grass. If we could get a few more cows or sheep in at this time, they could be self-sufficient. As soon as Shu Tianzi finished speaking, a passage suddenly appeared at the edge of the pig pen. The wild boar that was eating the sweet potato stems and leaves inside had a meal, then ran out like crazy. Oh shit, They're not going to destroy my crops and kill pheasants and rabbits, are they? Shu Tianxi realized that he could no longer be described as invincible here, and now he had reached the point where his words came true. As long as you think about it, everything here can change quickly, but he also understood that this would definitely consume the energy in the jade pendant. So he had no idea of making major changes to the space, but was worried that the wild boars would destroy food and attack other livestock after being released. After all, the group of chicks hatched by the pheasants have grown up, and there are quite a few pheasant eggs every day. There are hundreds of wild rabbits in the pen next door, and their reproduction rate is frighteningly fast. Seeing this scene, Shu Tianxi realized that he should talk to the black market boss about cooperation. While he was thinking, a dozen wild boars focused their attention on the pheasants and rabbits. They suddenly grunted in unison and then began to scratch the ground with their hind legs. The next second, they rushed towards the pheasants and hares with unstoppable force. Just as they were about to break through the fence, a light curtain suddenly appeared. With a bang, the wild boars in the front were instantly ejected. When talking about this scene, the group of wild boars behind him suddenly showed confused looks. Afterwards, they could only turn their attention to the food on the 6 acres of land. A group of wild boars rushed towards the grain field like crazy, and finally there was a continuous banging sound. Looking at the wild boars that fell to the ground with confused faces after being bounced away, Shu Tianxi suddenly laughed. "You've had enough fun, go back." He just said it lightly, and the wild boars took a step forward and returned to the pigsty. Shu Tianxi had had enough fun, so he turned around and disappeared into the space. 2 days later, the pleasant sound of Swana suddenly rang out in Shujia village. Everyone in the village knows that the silly boy from Shu Fugue's family is getting married. There is a food shortage these days, so there is no idea of going to a banquet. The key is that you can't afford the gift. However, since there were 3 aunts in the family, hard candy and melon seeds were still available. So early in the morning, many children ran over and shouted to Shu Tianyu and the others. "God bless, uncle. Happy wedding." Chapter 52. Confess to the village chief. The silly eldest son of Shu Fugue, Shu Tianxi's eldest brother, is finally getting married. With the help of my 3 aunts, this matter went smoothly. A day in advance, Shu Tianxi's house was filled with photos of great men and red scrolls and couplets. On the wedding day, Shu Xiaomei and her 2 sisters rushed over with their husbands and children before dawn. They carried the little food left at home and looked at Shu Tianxi and said, "Tianxi, here is some food. Your eldest brother's wedding doesn't require a grand ceremony, but our family and the village chief must have food to eat." This made sense. Shu Tianxi took the food the other party brought and took a look. Wow, rice, cornmeal, and about 2 tails of meat. Shu Tianxi quickly put away the food and smiled at his aunt. "I went up the mountain yesterday. Got a hare and pheasant and 6 pheasant eggs. Today's banquet is not bad." Hearing this, Shu Xiaomei frowned and scolded. "Why are you going up the mountain again? That's so dangerous. Don't go there anymore. Do you hear me? My brother is getting married, so shouldn't I help?" Shu Tianxi shrugged and said indifferently. Hearing this, Shu Xiaomei couldn't blame the other party anymore. Great beauty, a gift from heaven. At this time, the village chief Shu Daqiang and the production team leader Shu Xiaoqing came over. They were pushing a cart, which would be used to pick up the bride later. Shu Tianxi and his aunt immediately went to meet him. "Village chief, Captain, you're here," he asked with a smile. "Tianyu needs a cart for his wedding, so I pushed it here for him." When the villagers knew Tianyu was getting married, they also collected some food for you as a gift. It's just that everyone's family doesn't have much surplus food, so we can't give much, so please don't be disgusted. Hearing this, Shu Tianxi and Shu Xiaomei immediately looked down at the cart. A dozen sweet potatoes, about a pound of cornmeal, and about a pound of wild vegetable leaves. What surprised them was that there was actually 2 tails of sweet potato cake inside. Although this amount of food is not much, it may really be the food that the villagers can come up with. Shu Xiaomei's face changed drastically, and she quickly declined. No. How can this be possible? The villagers don't have much food to begin with. How can we ask them to bring so much food here?" "Yes, village chief." Shu Tianxi also nodded and said, "We appreciate the villagers' kindness, but we really can't take it. If we collect all this, there won't be any extra banquets for the whole village. Since you've accepted their contribution, you should definitely invite them to the table for dinner." However, the conditions put forward by Shu Tianxi's family could not possibly provide for the entire village. Tianxi, what are you talking about? Shu Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at him and scolded. How could we not know about your family situation? We didn't even think about meals. If there was candy, we just gave the children too. Looking at the sincere expressions of the two, Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Okay. Then he turned around and shouted, Shuilian, Shuilian, here I come. Shu Shuilian ran over and asked excitedly, What's wrong, third brother? Put away the food that the village chief and the captain brought, and cook it for him at noon. God's gift, don't waste it. Right. Make only as much as you can eat. Don't waste. It's okay. I have something to talk to you about. Shu Tianxi stepped forward, held their hands, and pulled them aside. He even turned around and shouted to Shu Xiaomei, Aunt, I need to trouble you at home. Shu Xiaomei looked puzzled, not understanding why they needed to say anything behind her back. But she didn't think too much about it, and turned around to let Fu Sheng and others help Shu Tianyu fix his makeup. It's getting late. Time to go to the Song family to pick up the bride. Tianxi, why did you pull us over here? Shu Daqiang on the other side looked at Shu Tianxi in confusion and asked, Village chief, team leader, take a look at this. Shu Tianxi glanced at the two of them, took out the purchase certificate from his pocket and handed it over. Shu Daqiang and the other two were stunned. They took the certificate and looked down. Purchase certificate from the county machinery factory? Their pupils shrank, and they looked at Shu Tianxi in surprise. Yes. Shu Tianxi nodded and chuckled, having guessed their reactions long ago. Shu Xiaoqing quickly asked, Tianxi, are you a purchasing agent for the machinery factory now? Not really. Shu Tianxi pondered for 2 seconds and shook his head. They just asked me to get something. What? Wild boar. Shu Tianxi said truthfully, and then told the two of them his own story. He said that a buyer from the county machinery factory went to the countryside to make purchases and heard about his hunting skills. So they wanted him to help hunt a wild boar to improve the food for the employees of the machinery factory. But in order to avoid being accused of reselling, I opened a purchase certificate. After listening to Shu Tianxi's explanation, Shu Xiaoqing nodded and said, Since it's needed by the unit, and it's a private-to-public transaction, it naturally can't be considered as speculation. Seeing that he had said this, Shu Daqiang also looked at Shu Tianxi and said, It's very dangerous on the mountain. What do you need? A shotgun or some other weapon? Or should I ask a few uncles to help you? Hearing what they said, it seemed like they agreed to let Shu Tianxi go up the mountain to hunt wild boars. But Shu Tianxi still shook his head and said, There's no need to tell anyone. The more people know, the worse it will be. If everyone in the village wants to go up the mountain to hunt wild boars, how many people will die? Hearing this, Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing nodded in agreement. Then why are you telling us this? Shu Daqiang asked. Give me a hunting rifle first. Shu Tianxi said after hesitating for a moment. Also, I want the village collective to get the lion's share of this deal. As soon as these words were spoken, Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing's pupils shrank. What? You said you'd give the lion's share of the deal you negotiated for the wild boar you killed to the village collective? Looking at the two people who were shocked, Shu Tianxi nodded decisively. Yes. But I still say that you can't tell anyone about this. I was afraid that someone would report me and accuse me of misappropriating collective assets. If the commune sends someone to investigate me, you'll have to provide me with proof. Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing looked at each other and nodded decisively. Okay, no problem. After saying that, Shu Daqiang patted Shu Tianxi's shoulder with a look of relief. He said, Tianxi, I knew you wouldn't be a loser for the rest of your life. Now that I have established a relationship with the machinery factory and am still thinking about the village, I am very happy. Hee. Shu Tianxi smiled and thought to himself that he didn't think so at first. That is to say, he had this idea because he saw you bring the food rations for all the villagers today. Damn, Tianxi. Come here and carry the bag. Fu Jinfeng's voice came, and it was time to prepare to pick up the bride. Shu Tianxi smiled at Shu Daqiang and the others, took the purchase certificate, and turned back home. Chapter 53 Travel Expenses? On the way to Songjia village, Shu's family was pulling a cart in new clothes. There was a pile of rice straw on the cart, with a brand new red quilt spread on top. A group of skinny and pale villagers gathered around with sincere smiles on their faces. Congratulations, congratulations. Tianyu is getting married now, so he will have a wife in the future. Oh, our big idiot is also going to get married. Huh. Silly guy. do you know what to do after you get married? Some of the villagers offered sincere congratulations, while others were just mean and liked to tell dirty jokes. Shu Tianyo's fair face was flushed, and he smiled innocently at the group of people as he walked. Shu Xianglian and Shu Tianxi stood on both sides, and Shu Xianglian was responsible for taking out hard candy melon seeds from her pocket. Shu Tianxi took the cheapest cigarettes and gave one or two to the men on both sides. The children of the eldest aunt, second aunt, and third aunt followed Fu Shijin, playing the suono loudly. Especially since they were dancing while playing the flute, it looked very funny. Soon, the wedding procession entered the Song family. The eldest of the Shu family is here to marry our girl Euro. Welcome, welcome. From now on, the girl will have someone to rely on. Silly guy, Euro is not welcome at home. You must treat her well in the future. Song Euro is quite popular in Songjia village, and everyone knows that she is not living a good life. Although Shu Tianyu is a little silly, people in the surrounding villages know that he is hard-working and diligent. According to the farmers' ideas, as long as they are willing to work in the fields, they will never starve. As for how Shu Fuguwei and his wife died, in their opinion it was because they had too many children. If they don't starve to death, then the children will starve to death. Compared with Song Euro suffering at home, some people in Songjia village also hope that she can marry into the Shu family. So after Shu Tianyu and his group entered the village, they were welcomed by many people. Not to mention the candy and melon seeds in Shu Xianglian's hand and the economy brand cigarettes in Shu Tianxi's hand. There were also those old bachelors who couldn't get married and coveted Song Yuruo and ran out shouting. Silly guy, do you know what to do after you get married? If you don't know, come to my uncle at night, and he can teach you step by step. Ha ha ha. Fuck you. Shu Tianxi didn't care and just went up and kicked him. Ouch! The old bachelor flew backwards several meters, holding his stomach and vomiting acid. This was the result of Shu Tianxi holding back his strength. Otherwise, he could have kicked the opponent to death. The villagers of the Song family were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect this kid to be so strong. Some villagers lost their composure and pointed at Shu Tianxi, shouting, "What are you doing? Why are you hitting people?" Shu Tianxi didn't care about that. He pointed at the old bachelor and yelled, "Old man, are you going to deny it again? I warn you, today is the great day of my brother's wedding. You guys control your mouths. Say something festive and you'll get candy and cigarettes. If anyone dares to say something obscene about my eldest brother and his wife, I will beat them so hard that your mother won't even recognize you, believe it or not." Considering his current appearance of fair hair and white face, there is really no sense of oppression when he says this. But the scene of that kick just now is still vivid, and one cannot deny the value of his words. The Shu family villagers who had just started telling dirty jokes shuddered all over, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. Tianxi, Shu Xiaomei, and the others panicked and quickly stepped forward to hold Shu Tianxi. "Your eldest brother is getting married today. Don't cause trouble." Shu Tianxi snorted coldly, staring at the Song villagers blocking the road ahead, and said, "Get out of the way. My third brother told you to get out of here. Didn't you hear me?" Fu Shijin seemed to be filled with passion and ran directly to Shu Tianxi, pointing at the group of Song villagers. But the next second he was in trouble, as his ears were lifted up by someone. "Do you think you are very impressive?" Fu Shijin cried out in pain, covering her ears and shouting, "Sister, sister, I was wrong, I was wrong." Fu Jinfeng snorted coldly, let go of him, looked at Shu Tianxi's back and said, "As expected of my cousin, Fu Jinfeng, you are very manly. My third brother is really awesome." Fu Shijin nodded in agreement and said, "Third sister, when you find a brother-in-law for me in the future, you have to find someone like third brother." "Hey, what are you talking about, kid?" Fu Jinfeng glared, rolled up her sleeves and shouted, "I need your permission to find a man, right? I think you're itching for trouble. Third sister, you won't be able to get married if you're so fierce." After saying that, he played the suono while dodging Fu Jinfeng's pursuit. Without the harassment from the old bachelor, the wedding procession was surrounded by congratulations. Fortunately, Shu Tianxi bought some extra candies beforehand, otherwise two would not be enough for each person. Soon, they arrived at Song Shunli's doorstep. There was no one at the door, and there weren't many festive decorations on the surrounding earthen walls. Shu Xiaomei looked puzzled and shouted inside, "Brother Shunli, sister-in-law, we are here to take Euro home." As soon as she finished speaking, Song's mother walked in with her two sons. On the day of their daughter's wedding, they were not happy at all, but instead looked arrogant. Shu Xiaomei frowned and laughed. Sister-in-law, where is Yuro? I'm changing clothes. Mother Song waved her hand impatiently, stretched out her hand to Shu Xianglian, and said, There are so many relatives coming to my house. Do you want to share some wedding candy, cigarettes, and alcohol? Good fellow, you're so shameless. Shu Xianglian was not one to tolerate any loss, so she sneered and said, Auntie, you are truly shameless. Your family is marrying off your daughter, so it's fine if you don't prepare a dowry. How can you entertain your own guests without even preparing sugar? Sugar is so expensive. How can I afford to buy it? Song's mother glared at him, as if being poor was natural. Song Lao Si, who was standing by, snorted coldly and shouted, If you want to marry my sister, you have to prepare these. After she stayed at your house for the past 2 days, we have so much work that no one has to do. Speaking of this, Song's mother looked ferocious. None of the men in the family can do housework, and the daughter-in-law is pregnant, so she has to do everything inside and outside the house. She stared at Shu Tianyu and shouted, Silly guy, I have something to say today. I have promised to marry my daughter to you, but if you want her to go with you, you have to give her $2 as a travel fee. Wow, a last-minute offer? The Shu family was very angry and kept asking where the travel expenses were. Shu Tianxi said directly, Old man, are you going to charge for housework and the ride fee later? Mother Song didn't seem to hear the sarcasm in his words, but her eyes lit up. That's right. She nodded decisively and shouted. When Yuro was at home, she would do all the dirty and tiring work. After I marry into your family, no one will be able to do these chores in our house. Can't you give us a few dollars to make up for our losses? Hiss, this is really shameless. Chapter 54, Breaking Off Relations. Forget it. This marriage is not going to happen. Shijin, go to the People's Commune and call the leader over. Faced with Song's mother's temporary price increase, Shu Tianxi decisively chose to threaten with the silver bracelet. He waved his hand and asked Fu Shijin to call for help. This kid actually cooperated, yelled, okay, and turned around and ran. Not to mention the Song family. Even if Shu Tianxi wanted to call them back, it was too late. Song Shengli, who had been hiding in the room, ran out and said angrily, the third child of the Fuguei family. Are you really going to make this a big deal? Listen, the villain is the first to complain. Shu Tianxi clicked his tongue and shook his head, then raised his eyebrows at Shu Xianglian. Shu Xianglian was stunned for a moment, then she understood. She looked aggrieved and shouted loudly, Look, fellow villagers, who has to pay for going out and getting on the bus when getting married? Our team's reputation has been completely lost to this group of people. Yeah, this Song Shengli is such a piece of shit. It's good enough to not starve to death these days. His family gets both money and meat when marrying off their daughter. Now, even the travel fee and the bus fare have been figured out. Shame on you. How could there be such a shameless person in our Song family? Shut up. What are you arguing about? Song's mother cursed angrily and shouted, It's my family that's marrying off our daughter, not yours. Why are you making such a fuss? Seeing that the other party was throwing a tantrum and was no worse than others, Shu Tianxi realized that this would not be a good thing. So he looked at Song Shengli and said, Uncle Shengli, the people from the commune will be here soon. If you don't release my sister-in-law and go home with my brother, you won't be able to explain yourself later, and you'll most likely end up in jail. Besides, you are from Songjia village after all, so bringing disgrace to the village is a small matter. But from now on, every family will follow your example when marrying off their daughters. Who would dare to marry a daughter from your Song family? This. Song Shengli hesitated. He was different from his wife, who was shameless. Although he is greedy, he still has to have some shame. Looking at the elders and younger generations around him pointing fingers at him, he could only sigh. Third brother, uncle has no other choice. You see, all the work in my house used to be done by Yuro, and she did it very well. She hasn't been home these past 2 days, and our family has been in turmoil. Just think of it as a pity for your father-in-law on behalf of your elder brother, and pay the money. We have already paid the betrothal money. Why do you want us to pay more? Shu Xiaomei shouted unhappily. Shu Tianxi stopped the other party, then looked at Song Shengli and said, Uncle, I'll give you a plan. Either we wait for the commune leaders to come and arrest you guys who are extorting money for selling my daughter. I'll give you another $5 to buy out all your ties with Sister Yuro. No, at least $20. Song's mother suddenly shouted. Song Shengli glanced at her, then looked at Shu Tianxi and said, 20 yuan. As long as you give me another $20, That girl will have nothing to do with our family from now on. Hiss. Hearing this, the surrounding villagers immediately looked at him with contempt. Shu Qianxi didn't indulge them either. He raised his hand and said, $5 at most. If you want us to sign a document, then we'll have to wait for the commune to come. If Song Yuro wasn't such a good woman, she would have been just right in taking care of her elder brother. According to Shu Qianxi's character, he would not bother with this family at all. Now that we can completely buy out their relationship, it's actually worth tens or hundreds of dollars. But we cannot let the greedy Song family get too complacent, otherwise there will be trouble in the future. No, at least $10. Song Shengli discussed with his wife, and finally said through gritted teeth, "Okay, let's sign a document." Shu Qianxi nodded and agreed. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Song Shengli and his wife were immediately annoyed. But now that things have come to this, they should go back and get a written agreement immediately. Song Shengli and his wife both put their fingerprints on the paper, and Shu Xiaomei and her two sisters immediately started collecting money. Shu Qianxi glanced at them and stopped taking out the money. Soon they got the receipt, and Shu Xiaomei gave 10 yuan to Song Shengli and his wife. "Song Yang, help your sister out." Afterwards, Song Yuro came out in new clothes, but without any makeup. Given the Song family's character, they certainly didn't take their daughter's wedding seriously, so they didn't dress her up. Shu Xiaomei looked at Shu Tianyu and shouted, "Tianyu, go help your wife get in the car." Upon hearing this, the other party immediately stepped forward with a smile on his face and supported Song Yuro. Before the other party got on the cart, Shu Qianxi handed over the document. "Sister-in-law, press it here, and then go home with my brother." Song Yuro looked at her parents with tears in her eyes, then gritted her teeth and pressed her fingerprints on the document. Her parents didn't prepare anything for her. She herself is the best dowry. After Song Yuro got on the cart, the wedding procession began to return. "Aunt, take it." Shu Qianxi glanced at his aunt and handed her a few big black coins. Shu Xiaomei glanced down and her expression suddenly changed. She quickly held Shu Qianxi's hand and said in a deep voice, "Where did you get the money?" "Take it first. I'll explain it to you when I get back." Shu Qianxi responded softly. Hearing this, Shu Xiaomei could only put the money away first. Just as they were walking out of the village, Fu Shijin suddenly jumped out from the side. "Third brother." Everyone was shocked. Shu Qianxi frowned and said, "Didn't I tell you to go find the leader? Why are you hiding here?" Fu Shijin exclaimed, puzzled, "Third brother, didn't you ask me to scare them?" "Hey, this guy is really smart." Shu Qianxi shook his head and said, "Who told you to scare him? I really want you to go and shout." "This." Fu Shijin was stunned for a moment, then immediately turned around and said, "I'll go now." "Return." Shu Xiaomei suddenly shouted, "Your sister-in-law has already received the call. Why are you still going?" Fu Shijin looked back at Song Yuro and immediately scratched his scalp in embarrassment. Soon, the wedding procession returned to the Shu family. They didn't have a wedding ceremony. They just knelt down and kowtowed a few times in front of the spirit tablets of Shu Fuguei and his wife. Then he turned around and offered a cup of tea to his three aunts, thanking them for their hard work over the past few days. After the ceremony, the family started to eat. 2 tables were prepared at home, and in addition to our own people, there were also the village chief and the production team leader. Shu Xiaomei was not in a hurry to eat, but eagerly pulled Shu Qianxi aside. "Tell me quickly, what happened to your money?" Hearing this, Shu Qianxi could only take out the purchase certificate from the machinery factory again. He handed over the purchase certificate and said, "The money earned from selling game is all clean money." Shu Xiaomei took the certificate and looked at it, and immediately looked strange. "Don't think too much. It wasn't my uncle who helped me get the certificate." Shu Qianxi saw what she was thinking and said decisively. After hearing this, Shu Xiaomei was not relieved, but became even more confused. Chapter 55, How Can a Girl Not Get Married? Shu Qianxi spent a long time explaining to his aunt outside, and he was almost about to give Jiangli away. Anyway, he just said that now that he has this certificate, he can make money to support his family. As for the money he gave to his aunt Shu Xiaomei, it was earned by him from hunting. Shu Xiaomei was very relieved after hearing this, but at the same time, she was a little worried whether this was illegal. Speculation, profiteering, and misappropriation of collective assets are all serious crimes. In response to this, Shu Qianxi could only smile and patiently explained, "Aunt, don't worry. Private dealings with public entities cannot be considered speculation or scalping. Besides, Wild game is an unplanned commodity, so at most it is just an infringement of collective assets. Taking this into consideration, I took the initiative to propose cooperation with the village collective. Every time I complete a transaction with a machinery factory, I give about 70% of the profit to the village collective. After all, I have made a contribution to the collective. Having said that, the only share that can be given to the villagers is an occasional share. The purpose is just to shut up those who have ulterior motives, but the main responsibility still lies with oneself. He was generous in selling 100 or 80 heads and giving 3 or 4 of the profits to the villagers. He actually didn't understand these things very well, and what he said to his aunt was all learned. But the effect was very good, and Shu Xiaomei felt relieved after hearing it. She patted Shu Tianxi on the shoulder and said with relief, "Tianxi, you are really getting more and more promising. I don't know where your hunting skills come from, but I also know it's useless to stop you. But the mountain is too dangerous. You need to find a companion if you want to go there next time." Hearing this, Shu Tianxi immediately nodded and said, "I understand. Thank you, aunt." Shu Xiaomei smiled with relief and handed the money back. "Take this money back. Auntie doesn't want it. Save it for yourself and buy 2 warm clothes for the winter. Remember not to waste the money you earn in the future. Save it for marrying a wife." "No." Shu Tianxi shook his head decisively, pushed the money back and said, "Aunt, your family has had a hard time too. I should have paid for my brother's wedding, so I must pay you back the money you advanced." "What nonsense are you talking about? You're my nephews. Don't even mention that I am your eldest brother. If you need money in the future, you can ask your aunt." The two of them pushed each other away until a familiar voice came from behind them. "It's time for dinner. What are you doing here?" The two of them were suddenly startled, and Shu Tianxi pushed the money back directly. Then he turned to look at the newcomer and waved. "Uncle, would you like a drink?" Fu Sheng glanced at Shu Xiaomei's hand, frowned for a moment, then nodded and turned around. The atmosphere at the table was very harmonious, and everyone was drinking and eating meat. After all, we usually can't even get enough to eat, but now we have wine and meat. Who would be willing to talk more? The village chief, who had eaten the meat, suddenly put down his wine glass, looked at Shu Xianglian and Shu Tianxi and said, "Tianxi, didn't you inform your uncle? They don't know about your parents' death, right?" This. Shu Tianxi glanced at his second sister, then shook his head and smiled at the village chief. "No, my mother's relatives live far away, and it's too troublesome to go back and forth. Plus, my mother hasn't contacted home for a long time, and we don't know how to contact them there. It is a coincidence that Shu Fugui's parents only have 1 son and 3 daughters. The whole family treated him like a treasure, but in the end he ended up starving to death. His wife is even more miserable, as she has 5 sons and 1 daughter in the family. In this era of male chauvinism, life is not easy for rural women. When Shu Fugui married this wife, the whole family put in a lot of effort. Anyway, when she was brought home, it wasn't much better than Shu Tianyu marrying Song Yuro. Due to family reasons, Shu Fugui's wife rarely contacted her family after marriage. Now that he has passed away, Shu Tianxi and the others have no intention of contacting his uncles. Besides being too far away, the relationship is not that good. Among your 5 uncles, some are still good to your mother." Shu Daqiang sighed and said with understanding and helplessness. Shu Tianxi didn't deny it, nodded and said, "Let's talk about it later if there's a chance." Hearing this, Shu Daqiang didn't continue the topic. Xianglian. At this time, second Uncle Ji Bing took a sip of wine, looked at Shu Xianglian and said, "Now that Tianyu has married, it's your turn next, right?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly quieted down. "What are you talking about?" Shu Xiaoying pushed Ji Bing, then looked at Shu Xianglian with embarrassment and said, "Xianglian, your second uncle is drunk." Famine. Shu Xianglian shook her head and smiled nonchalantly. "I don't care. As long as I can see my brothers and sisters get married, that's enough." At this time, she still had the reputation of being a husband killer, and everyone in the surrounding area knew it. So even though she was already of marriageable age, no one in the surrounding area dared to propose marriage to her. She had gotten used to it in the past 2 years, so she had no plans to find a husband for herself. The only hope is that the eldest brother and third brother can get married and that the younger brothers and sisters can grow up. That won't work. Shu Xiaomei decisively denied it after hearing her niece's words. She said, "How can a girl not get married? People here are just mean-spirited and will put all kinds of names on other people. My niece is such a good girl. Yet people are spreading rumors that she is unlucky in marriage. After complaining, she comforted him. Don't worry, Xianglian. I'll go ask around for you someday. I'll always find a good family. Thank you, Aunt. I really don't want to get married. Shu Xianglian smiled and said reluctantly. Hearing her say this, everyone looked at Ji Bing with blaming eyes. Ji Bing's expression froze, and he said to Shu Xianglian awkwardly, Xianglian, my second uncle just drank too much. Second uncle apologizes to you. Don't mind it. It's okay, second sister. Shu Tianxi suddenly smiled and put his arm around the other's shoulders. Girls can live well even without relying on men. If I have the chance, I will find you a job in the city and help you get a city hookup. Just wait and see. Those men will chase you like dogs and beg you to marry them. Although this is true, in the eyes of Fu Sheng and others it is just empty talk. I have to say, our third brother is still very ambitious. The uncle-in-law laughed, glanced at everyone, and then looked at Shu Tianxi again. Tianxi, my uncle-in-law is very optimistic about you. When you have the ability, remember to arrange a job for your uncle-in-law. This statement seems to be fine, but it feels very strange coming from his mouth. Just kidding, I really took it as a joke. Uncle, don't underestimate my third brother. Fu Shijin said unhappily as he stood up. I'm telling you, my third brother said he can arrange a job for Sister Xianglian, so he can definitely arrange one. I believe in Tianxi too. Fu Jinfeng nodded and gave Shu Tianxi a supportive smile. Besides the siblings, the village chief, the team leader, and Shu Xiaomei also believed it. This made the three uncles a little confused. When did this lazy boy gain such high prestige? Chapter 56, Family. The chatter at the table soon ended, and Shu Tianxi could also see the attitudes of his three uncles. It has to be said that his three uncles all have considerable prejudices against him. Only his uncle was okay and seemed to want to help him. My second uncle is a quiet man, with contempt in his eyes, but he won't say it. Only the brother-in-law did not hide anything. He licked his brother-in-law when he should, and he was not subtle when teasing Shu Tianxi and the others. This resulted in their children having different attitudes towards Shu Tianxi. But Shu Tianxi didn't mind. After all, he didn't need to rely on these people for help now. You treat me well, I will repay you double. If you don't treat me well, I won't force you, but don't expect me to do anything for you. After lunch, Shu Xiaomei brought Song Yurua into the room and didn't know what they said. Shu Tianyu was kicked out and then dragged to Shu Tianxi's room by his three uncles, where he didn't know what was said. The village chief Shu Daqiang pulled Shu Tianxi aside and said, Tianxi, I'll go back and get your gun now. Wait for me outside tonight, and remember not to let Tianyu and the others know about the gun. Okay. Shu Tianxi nodded excitedly. After watching the village chief and the captain leave, he returned to the house and saw Shu Xiaomei and the others coming out. Xiaolian, Tianxi, it's time for our group to go back. From now on, you must be careful, okay? No one had much food, so no one planned to stay for dinner. Good. Faced with the idea of these relatives leaving, Shu Tianxi nodded without any attempt to persuade them to leave. If you have any difficulties in the future, come to the city to find your aunt. Shu Xiaomei hugged Shu Tianxi's shoulders and said. Shu Tianxi nodded and saw his second aunt Shu Xiaoying come up and pat him on the shoulder. I don't know if it was because she was worried about her second uncle. She just smiled and said nothing. As for the younger Aunt Shu Xiaoxia, she was even more distant and just smiled at them. After they all said their goodbyes, Fu Jinfeng stepped forward and said with a smile, Tianxi, you can also look for me when you need me. If you want to find a job for Sister Xianglian, I can actually help. No, just do your thing. Shu Tianyu shook his head decisively and blamed him. Don't think about how to use the little power you have just become a leader. Fu Jinfeng rolled her eyes and snorted. If you don't appreciate it, forget it. I won't help you in the future. After saying that, she turned and left. The moment she left, Shu Tianxi shouted, Thank you, sister. Fu Jinfeng paused, then turned around and looked at Shu Tianxi with a smile. Soon, the three aunts said goodbye to Shu Tianxi's brothers and sisters and left the Shu family one after another. Shu Tianxi and Shu Xianglian walked her for a while, and when they came back they saw Song Yuro had already come out. At this time, she was wearing a new set of clothes and had cleaned up the dishes on the table neatly. Shu Shuoyan and the others were helping out, sweeping the floor, taking out the trash. Shu Xianglian rushed forward, held Song Yurua's hand, and snatched the bowl and chopsticks away. She said, Sister-in-law, let me handle this kind of thing. Today is your big day. You just need to rest assured. No, no. Song Yuro shook her head and said, I have to work. I'm your sister-in-law. I have to take care of you. This sister-in-law is indeed a good person, but it's tiring to hear her talk. Xu Xiaolian was also patient, and after arguing with her for a long time, she chose to work together. If you want to fully integrate into a new family, you have to work together, talk to them face to face, and eat together. Song Yuro married in the morning and seemed to have integrated into this big family by the afternoon. Night, Song Yuro rushed to the kitchen to cook, and the whole family was helpless against her. So Xu Tianxi could only ask Xu Shulian and others to help, some to chop wood, and some to light the fire. Looking at the sweet potatoes and pumpkins on the ground, as well as the complete set of oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, Song Yuro asked in surprise, So many? Seeing this, Xu Shulian immediately explained, Those were all obtained by third brother. He is very powerful. Ever since he fainted from hunger once, our family has never been hungry again. But he doesn't allow us to ask where these things come from. So don't ask, sister-in-law. If anyone outside asks you, just say you're hungry, okay? Song Yuro looked at her in surprise, as if she understood something. She nodded immediately and said, Okay, sister-in-law won't tell. How much water lotus these? How many of these do we need? Upon hearing this, Xu Shulian immediately said that she would make as much as the whole family could eat. Anyway, Xu Tianxi never let them go hungry. Sister-in-law. At this time, Xu Tianxi strode in, holding a skinned rabbit in his hand. Excuse me for making this hare in addition to the main course. Song Yuro was stunned and asked in surprise, Eating meat again? There was chicken and rabbit meat on the lunch banquet, and we caught another rabbit in the evening? Xu Tianxi smiled slightly and said casually, We don't lack meat at home. If you want to eat, just ask me. As the sound of bang, bang, bang rang out in the village, the meal at Xu Tianxi's house was ready. A round board was added to a broken 8 immortals table so that a family of 7 could finally sit down. Xu Tianxi poured a glass of spring water for the whole family, then raised the glass and stood up. Today is a good day. It's the day when Sister Yuro marries our eldest brother. Gulme, let us drink tea instead of wine and toast to our elder brother and his wife. I wish them to live in harmony and happiness in the future. Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaolian and the others immediately stood up with smiles on their faces. Holding their bowls, they looked at Xu Tianyu and Song Yuro who were sitting upstairs. Xu Tianyu smiled and stood up with Song Yuro, whose face was flushed. Thank you, Xiaolian, Tianxi, Shuilian, Tiance, and Shuilon. I also wish our family harmony and happiness. After saying that, the family of 7 drank the spring water in the cup. Good. Everyone applauded, and Xu Tianxi waved his hand and said, Okay, let's eat. Everyone sat down again, except Song Yuro, who had a strange expression on her face. Xu Tianxi glanced at her, then looked at Xu Tianyu and said, Brother, let sister-in-law eat more meat. Wife, eat more. Xu Tianyu nodded and quickly picked up a piece of rabbit meat for Song Yuro. Thank you. Song Yuro was both shy and touched, and blurted out words of thanks. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other in surprise. Song Yuro rubbed her throat and continued, Thank you, thank you. She seemed to feel that her throat was recovering a little. Xu Tianxi laughed and said, Look, it makes sister-in-law happy. She speaks much more fluently now. Hearing this, the whole family laughed happily. After dinner, they prepared to rest. Xu Tianxi was waiting for the village chief to arrive when he suddenly heard a noise coming from next door. Ahem. Xu Tiance looked over and asked, Third brother, what is the eldest brother doing? Chapter 57, Shotgun in Hand. Don't ask so many questions, little kid. Hearing his brother's question, Xu Tianxi decisively reprimanded. Just pretend you didn't hear it, and don't ask tomorrow. Xu Tiance let out an, oh, and turned around to continue sleeping. Children's sleep is already very poor, and they need to be nourished by spiritual springs during this period. Soon, the sound of Xu Tiance's subtle breathing came from beside him. Xu Tianxi glanced at the person next door. No matter how soft the sound was, it could still be clearly heard by him. At this moment, he kind of hated his damn hearing. At the same time, he also understood what his aunt and Song Yuro had been talking about in secret. Anyway, he didn't believe that Xu Tianyu, that silly guy, could understand these private things. It's time to build a house for my elder brother and his wife. Xu Tianxi thought to himself. Meow. Suddenly, a lame cat meow came from outside the window. Shu Tianzi took a look, and his expression suddenly became strange. He glanced at Shu Tianzi again, and seeing that he was sleeping soundly, he disappeared from the bed. The next second, he appeared not far outside the room. When I looked toward my door, I saw a sneaky figure outside the window. Shu Tianzi burst out laughing, took a few steps forward and whispered, "Village chief." The figure paused, then slowly turned around. In the pitch-black night, only those eyes emitted a glimmer of light. "Come here." Shu Tianzi waved at him and said softly. Only then did Shu Daqiang tiptoe over like a thief. "Tianzi, when did you come out?" "I've been outside. I just took a shit." Shu Tianzi lied, then took a look at the other person's hand. It was a long object wrapped in linen. Shu Daqiang didn't doubt his words and simply pulled up the sackcloth, revealing 2 gun barrels. "Heaven forbid, this is a double-barreled shotgun, an old one I used to use. It's not easy to publicize your hunting and cooperation with the machinery factory. If everyone knows about it, it will easily lead to trouble. So I didn't ask for it. You could just use this old thing. It's okay, I'm not picky." Shu Tianzi was very excited and reached out to take the hunting rifle. "Slow down and don't show it to others, okay?" Shu Daqiang glared at him and warned. I know. I'm not stupid," Shu Tianzi said perfunctorily, then reached out and stroked the hunting rifle. Smooth, cool metallic feel, complex structure. Shu Tianzi was a half-military enthusiast, and he was fascinated by this gun as soon as he got it. Shu Daqiang couldn't see the expression on his face, but he just took out something from his pocket. "These are more than 20 rounds of ammunition, the rest of which I have used up before. This is your first time handling a gun, so take these bullets to the back hill to practice tomorrow. Wait until you are thoroughly familiar with this gun before considering going to the mountains to hunt wild boars." "Thank you." Shu Tianzi took the bullet without hesitation and stuffed it into his arms. Shu Daqiang didn't notice that the bulging clothes deflated instantly. "Okay, then I'll go back first." Seeing Shu Tianzi agree, Shu Daqiang prepared to leave. "Village head," Shu Tianzi suddenly shouted, and when he saw the other party turn around, he hurriedly said, "What should we do if we run out of bullets?" "As long as you pay me the money from selling the wild boar, I'll find a way to get it for you." Shu Daqiang responded, and suddenly walked quickly towards Shu Tianzi. Shu Tianzi took a step back and saw the other party staring at him and said, "Remember, don't show it to others, and don't show it to others. If anything goes wrong, I can't protect you. Don't worry, I would never take it out normally." Shu Tianzi patted his chest and promised. He has the jade pendant space, so others will never find out about the hunting rifle. Besides, he is not the kind of person who likes to show off. Why would he take out a gun and show off for no reason? Seeing that Shu Tianzi agreed seriously, Shu Daqiang gave him a few more instructions and turned to leave. "From now on, go up the mountain from 5 kilometers away. There are too many people around here." Well, watching the other person's back gradually disappear into the darkness, Shu Tianzi put the gun into the space. He appeared in the room quietly and did not wake up Shu Tianzi, who was sleeping soundly. The noise in the next room also stopped, which made Shu Tianzi breathe a sigh of relief. The next morning, Tianyu, Xianglian, it's time to go to work. Shu Tianyu and Shu Xianglian were already prepared, and Song Yuro followed behind them. "Hey, is Tianyu's wife going with you today? God bless you. Didn't you eat last night? How could your wife get out of bed?" As soon as these words came out, everyone burst into laughter. Shu Tianyu blushed suddenly, and Song Yuro was even more embarrassed. Shu Xianglian, on the other hand, glared and shouted, all right, stop making fun of my brother and his wife. If you have the energy, you might as well earn a few more work points. The villagers are like this. There are not many entertainment activities, but they say dirty words one after another." After they left, Shu Tianzi looked at Shu Shulian and the others and said, "Third brother may not be back at noon. You don't have to wait for me." After saying that, he put the peeled pheasant egg into his mouth and took a bite. "Third brother, where are you going?" Shu Shulian also took a bite of the egg and asked curiously, "How about I go find a job in the city and earn some money to buy you new clothes?" "Real?" The 3 younger brothers and sisters' eyes lit up and they looked over with surprise. "That depends on whether you listen or not." Shu Tianzi smiled slightly and touched his chin. Shu Tianzi nodded quickly and shouted, be obedient, be obedient. I listen to third brother the most." Shu Shuailon even stepped forward, hugged her thigh, and said, "Third brother, Shuailon is also obedient." "Okay, you guys are the most obedient." Shu Tianzi smiled with satisfaction, and then reminded, "Third brother is not at home. You still have to listen to the words of eldest brother, sister-in-law, and second sister." New. After chatting with his younger brother and sister for a while, he put on his knitted hat and went out. When he walked out of the village, he met many villagers, and everyone asked him if he was going up the mountain. When asked, Shu Qianxi shook his head decisively and said, "No, I'm going into the city." He couldn't let anyone know that he went hunting in the mountains anymore, as jealous people would definitely get jealous. For example, Aunt Yunying Tiansu has heard more than once that she was sarcastic at work. This is because she didn't get the chance. If she had the chance, she would definitely report herself. Shu Qianxi shook his head and soon arrived at the main road. After glancing around, he ran straight towards the county town. 121, 121. Just as he was about to reach the town, a burst of uniform shouting suddenly came from behind him. Shu Qianxi looked back and saw 2 rows of militiamen running towards him in an orderly manner. He recognized at a glance that this was a militia composed of men and women selected from various villages. Su Jun, who had been rescued on the mountain before, was also in this team. Judging from their appearance, this should be training. Chapter 58, A Love Rival Out of Thin Air. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Shu Qianxi had no intention of paying any attention to this group of militiamen, but was stopped when he turned around. If it were anyone else, he certainly wouldn't care, but he knew this voice very well. Su Jun is really shameless. He dares to shout in front of so many people. Shu Qianxi was startled by him and quickly turned around and scolded, "Shut up." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jun ran over happily. "Brother-in-law, where are you going so early in the morning?" The leading militiaman ignored him and shouted to the others, "Everyone, keep running." After shouting, he took the lead and ran forward, and the others followed. Shu Qianxi glanced at them and found that many militiamen were friendly and smiling towards him. Only 2 militiamen, about 18 or 19 years old, suddenly spat on the ground when they passed by him. It would be fine if it was just a simple spit, but the 2 of them looked as if they wanted to eat Shu Qianxi. With just one glance, Shu Qianxi knew that these 2 bastards did it on purpose. Before he could even open his mouth, Su Jun shouted, "Zhang Bing, Zhang Tao, stop right there." As soon as the words fell, the militia training team stopped. The captain raised his hand, turned around, and asked loudly, "What's going on?" Su Jun strode forward, saluted, and shouted, "Report. I want to file a complaint against Zhang Bing and Zhang Tao. They spit at ordinary people and show contempt for the masses." As soon as these words were spoken, all the militiamen were shocked. This is a serious crime. After all, their militia organization is a reserve company of the army, and its mission is to protect the people. If the masses are not protected, will there be an additional charge of contempt for the masses, and the person will be expelled from the team? Shu Qianxi looked at Su Jun in surprise, thinking to himself that this guy is worth dealing with. Seeing everyone looking at them, Zhang Bing immediately shouted, "Bullshit! When did I ever despise the masses? Don't talk nonsense. You spat on my savior for no reason and almost spit on him. Isn't that disrespecting the masses?" Su Jun shouted with a righteous look on his face. Hearing this, Zhang Tao also hurriedly shouted, "That's right. He didn't vomit. Besides, who let him get so close? You spit on people, and you think you're right?" Su Yun scolded again. Seeing this, the militia captain immediately strode over. "Zhang Bing, Zhang Tao." Yes. Following the captain's shout, Zhang Bing and the other man immediately stood up straight. "Answer me. Is what Su Jun just said true?" "Report. It's not." Zhang Bing denied decisively. Zhang Tao also nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, we don't despise the people." The 3 people each had their own opinion, which made the militia captain feel troubled. He turned his head to glance at Shu Qianxi, then hurriedly walked over. "Hello, comrade." He saluted first, then asked, "Excuse me, did they do anything bad to you just now?" Shu Qianxi looked up at the 2 men and found that their eyes were terrifying. A warning or a threat? Shu Qianxi shrugged and pointed at the 2 puddles of water on the ground that were still bubbling with white foam. "Captain, do you think this counts?" Since he didn't move, the 2 pools of saliva were not far from him. Looking at the gloomy militia captain, he shrugged and continued. There may be something wrong with the eyesight of the 2 comrades. The way he puffed out his beard and glared at me looked like he was going to eat someone. I think they may have some misunderstandings about me. "Zhang Bing, Zhang Tao," the militia captain shouted again. "Yes." The 2 responded, then jogged to the opposite side of Shu Tianxi. When passing Su Jun, he bumped him with his arm. Su Jun stumbled, and after stabilizing himself, he gestured with his middle finger at the two of them. Apologize to this comrade. The militia captain glanced at the two Zhang family members, then pointed at Shu Tianxi. The two Zhang family members looked at each other and said lightly, I'm sorry. Is this the attitude? What kind of attitude? Is this your attitude towards the people? The militia captain's face was also livid, and he shouted loudly, Speak seriously, don't say it again. Shu Tianxi saw it, and both of them looked very aggrieved, but they still stood at attention and shouted to Shu Tianxi, Comrade, I'm sorry. The militia captain nodded in satisfaction and looked at Shu Tianxi and said, Comrade, are you satisfied with their apology? If you are satisfied, then we will continue training. Not. Satisfied, satisfied. I'm sorry to waste your time. What else could Shu Tianxi say? He could only nod. Staring at the militia team that was running again, he was even more curious as to why those two guys were so hostile towards him. Brother-in-law. Fuck. Su Jun's voice sounded again, and Shu Tianxi immediately cursed. He stared at Su Jun, who was smiling, and pointed at the militia team that was leaving. Why haven't you left yet? Su Jun didn't mind his attitude. Instead, he chuckled and said, I know you're curious about why those two guys are hostile to you. Well, I'll stay and wait for your questions. You're quite clever. Shu Tianxi smiled helplessly and asked as he walked, Tell me, what do you know? Su Jun quickly followed and began to explain. The two guys just now sounded like brothers, but they were actually militiamen from the Zhang family. They had played together when they were young, but not many times, so they were not familiar with each other. Not long ago, Zhang Bing's parents suggested to him that he marry Su Qian. After all, one is 18 and the other is 16, and they can definitely get married in the countryside. Although Su Qian is about 1.6 meters tall, her skin is a little dark because she does too much farm work. Zhang Bing was very willing to agree when he heard this proposal, but Su Jun and Su Qian didn't agree. Hearing this, Shu Tianxi glanced at Su Jun and said, Why don't you agree? Su Jun's face darkened, and he said unhappily, Brother-in-law, isn't it a bit irresponsible for you to say that? Hey, Shu Tianxi quickly raised his index finger and reminded him, Don't mess around. I didn't say I was going to marry your sister. And you knew that Zhang Bing had come to your house to propose marriage, yet you were still shouting in the street. I seriously suspect that you are making enemies for me. For a woman? Shu Tianxi could figure out now. Zhang Bing and Zhang Tao must be hostile to me because Su Jun called him brother-in-law. Tianxi, you considered it after you said you wanted to observe mourning. My sister is ready to wait for you for 3 years. You can't go back on your word. Su Jun was a little unhappy and chased after Shu Tianxi and shouted, I said I consider it. I didn't say I would definitely marry you. Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes at him and complained, Brother Jun, you are such a smart person. There is no way you can't hear that I am politely declining, right? Well, Su Jun paused, then quickly shook his head and said, Well, I don't care. You saved me and my sister. Xiao Qian said she would marry you in this life. Therefore, I only recognize you as my brother-in-law. Chapter 59, Let's be brothers. I'll be the elder brother, and you'll be the younger brother. Brother Jun, you can't do this. Looking at Su Jun, who was chasing him, Shu Tianxi shouted, I really don't want to be your brother-in-law. Tell your sister not to wait for me. What if I fall in love with another girl in the future? If your sister knew about this, wouldn't she cry to death? It's okay for Su Qian to cry. The key is that this matter will be known to everyone in the surrounding villages. Wouldn't everyone then scold Shu Tianxi and say he was heartless and disloyal? It's okay, isn't she still young? Su Jun followed Shu Tianxi on the road, shouting as he ran. If you stay together for another 2 years, won't those little feelings between men and women emerge? Hey, this guy knows a lot. Just as they were about to reach the town, Shu Tianxi stopped in annoyance. He turned around and looked at Su Jun and said with a smile, Brother Jun, let's discuss something? Go on. Su Jun also stopped, looking a little out of breath. Let's be brothers. I'll be the elder brother, and you'll be the younger brother. From now on, your sister is my sister. Let's treat her well together, okay? Okay. Su Jun thought there was nothing wrong with it and agreed decisively. That's settled then. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly, turned around, and left. Su Jun said, oh, and then said ah in confusion. He scratched his scalp and muttered, I always feel like something is wrong. Fuck. He reacted the next second and quickly chased after Shu Tianxi. Shu Tianxi was just figuring out where to go up the mountain to practice his double-barreled hunting rifle on a wild boar. As he was walking, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried running behind him. He looked back, his pupils shrank, and he started running again. Fuck, why are you catching up again? Third brother, I want to ask you where you were going. Su Jun explained while running, looking very tired. He is 1 year older than Shu Tianxi, but since the other party saved his life, he is happy to call him brother. As for whether the other party will marry his sister, let's talk about it later. Seeing that the other party was not asking about marrying Su Qian, Shu Tianxi breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the other person's hand and asked, "Do you have a gun?" Su Jun was stunned and shook his head. "No, what's wrong? I have a cooperation with a factory in the city, so I plan to go to the mountains to catch a wild boar." Shu Tianxi hesitated and explained, "If you're interested, you can come with me and bring your gun." Su Jun's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he said in surprise, "I knew you were no ordinary person, third brother. Wait for me. I'll go back and get the stuff now." After saying that, he turned and ran towards the Su family. "Remember, don't let outsiders know." Looking at his back, Shu Tianxi reminded him, "I'll wait for you at the town clinic." "Don't worry." Su Jun waved his hand and quickly disappeared onto the main road. Shu Tianxi laughed and continued walking towards the town. There are already tens of thousands of kilograms of food in the space now, and we must find a channel to dispose of it. Otherwise, the amount of food will only increase exponentially. So he was giving Su Jun a chance, giving him a chance to shine with him. The premise is that what matters is whether the other party is trustworthy or not. Soon, Shu Tianxi came to the town's clinic alone. God-given, Jiangli was still standing outside with her hands in her pockets. When she saw Shu Tianxi, she immediately waved and shouted. Then she looked him up and down in surprise and said, "You seem to have become a lot whiter. If you continue to grow up like this, people will believe you're an intellectual. I can't help it. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that I don't do farm work." Shu Tianxi shrugged, looked around, and then stepped forward and said with a smile, "Sister, no business? What kind of business is there?" Jiangli shook her head and complained, "I've been invited quite a few times. After I went there, I found out that these were all diseases caused by hunger. There's nothing I can do about that thing. After all, I don't have any food to feed them. Indeed, many diseases these days are actually caused by hunger. After all, the big pot meals in the cafeteria are either wild vegetable soup or rice and bean soup, and there are only 2 meals a day. There are many people in the family, and the parents feed their children. How can it not be hungry?" Shu Tianxi didn't dwell on this matter too much. It was just the current state of the times. He looked around, then looked at Jiangli and said, "I'm going to go up the mountain and get you a wild boar." Hearing this, Jiangli's eyes suddenly lit up. She asked, "Have you figured it out?" Shu Tianxi snorted and said, "Cooperate with the village collective and give them some sweet benefits first. As for how much I'll pay them, that depends on my mood." Jiangli also covered her mouth and smiled, rolled her eyes at him, and thought to herself, "What a rascal." She didn't care about it, and even gave Shu Tianxi an idea. First, cooperate with the government, then report the profits to the village collective. In addition, get some more game and trade it on the black market, keeping the profits for yourself. Don't be extravagant when spending money, so as to avoid making people in your hometown jealous. Sister, you really gave me a good idea. Shu Tianxi nodded and gave Jiangli a thumbs up. Don't be so joking. Jiangli waved her hand and turned to walk into the clinic. Shu Tianxi glanced around and followed in. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Jiangli turn around and say, "Are you going up the mountain alone?" "That's what I originally planned." "No." Before Shu Tianxi could finish his words, Jiangli decisively rejected it. She continued, "It's too dangerous to go up the mountain alone. You'd better find a companion. Also, have you ever thought about how you're going to get the wild boar into the city?" Shu Tianxi didn't argue with her, but just asked, "What good ideas do you have?" "First of all, you must be able to get a wild boar, or bring it directly to me," Jiangli said after hesitating for a moment. "Then I'll help you contact a buyer and have them drive over to pick it up." "This is a good idea." Shu Tianxi's eyes lit up and he nodded. "Okay, let's do it." Jiangli didn't mind. She just asked the other party to find another partner. "Since you have already reported to the village collective, don't be afraid to find an assistant." Shu Tianxi glanced at her and shook his head. "No need. I've already found it." When Jiangli was confused, Su Jun ran in panting. "Third brother." Su Jun shouted to Shu Tianxi, then looked at Jiang Li and smiled. Hey, Dr. Jiang is here too. Nonsense. Jiang Li rolled her eyes and complained, this is my territory. After saying that, she looked at Shu Tianxi and said, is he the assistant you were talking about? Yes. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and said, then I'll leave first. Jiang Li didn't try to stop them and watched them leave the clinic. As soon as Shu Tianxi and the other two left the town, Su Jun opened the things in his hands. Brother, this is my gun. Take it and use it. Chapter 63rd Brother Run. Give me this gun, what will you do? Looking at the Type 56 rifle handed over by Su Jun, Shu Tianxi asked curiously. Su Jun just smiled and took out a pistol from his waist. I have this. My old platoon leader gave it to me. This kid actually chose to go hunting with a pistol. Although pistols are easy to use, they can never be as powerful as rifles. Shu Tianxi glanced at him, then returned the rifle. You use this. Need not. Su Jun shook his head and refused. My aim is not very good, so it's useless to use this. Whenever he thought about the last time he went hunting and was chased by a wild boar, he felt extremely ashamed. Even though I had a gun, I couldn't beat a wild boar. Just take it if you're told to. Shu Tianxi scolded him, and Su Jun took the rifle obediently. Third brother, what are you going to do? Looking at Su Jun's sincere face, Shu Tianxi stretched out his hand and said, give me the pistol. I have more hunting experience than you, so I can just use a pistol. Su Jun thought about it and agreed, so he handed over the gun. Let's go. Shu Tianxi took the pistol and quickened his pace. The two soon arrived at a nearby intersection leading up the mountain, but something seemed wrong. Third brother, someone went up here. Su Jun shouted, pointing to several bicycle lanes in the distance. Shu Tianxi responded and looked over. The placement of several 28-inch bicycles made him frown. The person who can own this car is definitely not a nearby villager. It is understandable that people from the city go to the countryside to hunt wild game and then go back to improve their food. Don't worry about him. Let's do our own thing. Shu Tianxi shook his head and strode up the mountain. Su Jun also nodded, holding the gun in both hands, and followed behind him. The outskirts of the mountain have been walked by countless people. Not only have the wild vegetables been picked clean, but a lot of tree bark has also been picked off. It is estimated that by next year, there will not be much bark left of these trees. There are still many footprints on the ground, and most of them are fresh. Su Jun squatted down and took a look, then looked up and said, Third brother, someone went deep inside. The territories of those large wild beasts are mostly in the central areas surrounded by mountains. In addition to the central areas, there are also many wild animals in the deep mountains and forests. Wild boars are just the most common species. There are also wild wolves and blind bears in the central area. Anyone who dares to go deep without any ability will surely die. Shu Tianxi looked around and asked, Do you know which way they went? Which way? Su Jun said without hesitation, pointing forward. Then let's go this way. Shu Tianxi nodded, turned, and walked towards the front right. Su Jun picked up a stick to disrupt the footprints, then slowly followed Shu Tianxi. After they walked for a while, Su Jun pointed to the top of his head and said, Third brother, a bird's nest. Shu Tianxi stopped, closed his eyes, and sensed it, then shook his head. Empty. Huh? Su Jun was stunned and asked in surprise, You know all this? If you don't believe it, you can go up and take a look. Shu Tianxi chuckled without explaining. After his marrow was cleansed by the spiritual mist, his perception became terrifyingly strong. If he wanted to, it seemed like he could just use his mind to take down the bird's nest. But he wouldn't do that, at least not in front of Su Jun. He also sensed that there was nothing in the bird's nest. It is normal to have a few experts in tree climbing and hunting in the hundreds of villages within dozens of miles. So Shu Tianxi didn't care and continued walking forward. Suddenly, he discovered that Su Jun, who was following behind him, had disappeared. I looked up and saw that guy actually climbed up the tree with a gun on his back. What are you doing? Shu Tianxi shouted in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jun had already climbed to the bird's nest. The opponent's tree climbing ability is quite strong. He relied on this ability to avoid the wild boar's attack last time. I saw him reaching out with anticipation, taking down the bird's nest and taking a look at it. There was indeed nothing inside, but Su Jun's face did not fall. Instead, he was very excited. He immediately slid down from the tree and ran to Shu Tianxi with an excited look on his face. Third brother, there's really nothing in there. Shu Tianxi frowned and asked, You don't trust me? No. Su Jun's face changed, and he quickly explained, I'm just curious and want to verify it. I promise. I won't doubt your words next time. Okay, I was just kidding you. Shu Tianxi smiled and patted the other person's shoulder. Let's go. We can act separately later. Su Jun was startled and hurriedly explained. Third brother, no. The two of us are already in danger. If we separate, wouldn't the danger be even greater? Are you afraid? Shu Tianxi asked back. I'm afraid. Su Yun nodded decisively. Then he changed the subject and said, I'm afraid that you, third brother, will get hurt. Just take care of yourself. I won't be too far away from you. Shu Tianxi smiled and said, we must try our best to find the wild boar and avoid running into other people. After hearing what he said, Su Jun could only nod in agreement. So when the two of them walked deep into the forest and saw green grass, Shu Tianxi pointed to the right. Under Su Jun's puzzled gaze, he said he would go to the left. Shu Tianxi warned, remember, if you see any traces of wild boars, run towards me. Good. Although Su Jun didn't understand why the other party did this, he still turned and walked to the right. Shu Tianxi walked to the left until Su Jun's presence was almost gone from his perception, and then a double-barreled shotgun appeared in his hand. This hunting rifle is a shotgun and is quite powerful. Su Jun was there just now, so it was difficult for him to take it out of thin air, so he could only send the other party away temporarily. As for hunting, he came here to practice shooting today. Shu Tianxi chuckled, turned around again, and walked towards Su Jun at a 35-degree corner. Bang! Bang bang! Suddenly, several gunshots were heard from the front. There was a sudden chaos in the sky above the forest, and countless birds flew away. Shu Tianxi frowned and looked in the direction of the gunshot. He suddenly realized that it wasn't just the beasts that were dangerous here, but also people. So he didn't hesitate and turned to chase in the direction of Su Jun. Roar! Waves of roars came, and it didn't sound like there was only one beast. Third brother, run! Su Jun suddenly ran over frantically and shouted in panic. Shu Tianxi glanced behind him, and his muscles suddenly jumped. He wanted to take off his safety and fire a few shots, but Su Jun grabbed him and started running. Shu Tianxi cursed. Fuck, what's going on? Su Jun's face flushed red as he ran and shouted. Someone over there fired a few random shots and provoked a wave of beasts. I took a look out of curiosity, and then a few wild boars came chasing me. Chapter 61. Kill 3 wild boars alone. Su Jun is such an unlucky kid. He made a mistake last time and was chased by a wild boar. This time, it was even more outrageous. Just because he took one more look, he was chased by 5 wild boars. Shu Tianxi was speechless, wondering why he had found such an unlucky guy. But he was also very curious about who were those people firing random guns over there. If you are a professional hunter, you will never make such a low-level mistake. The wild boar's angry roar was still ringing behind him, and it was getting closer and closer. Su Jun looked back and immediately shouted, fuck. Third brother, what should we do? Run separately. Shu Tianxi left a word, then turned sideways and ran to the left. Su Jun was half a step slower and finally just jumped up and climbed up the tree. This kid was like a monkey. He climbed up 2 or 3 meters in no time. Puff, puff, puff. A series of crashing sounds were heard, and the 2 wild boars directly smashed the tree into pieces. Su Jun cursed loudly and quickly clamped his feet against the tree and loaded the bullet with both hands. After the last lesson, he also realized what mistake he made. So this time he didn't drop the gun, but used his feet to hold the tree trunk tightly. Then he let his body hang down, holding the rifle tightly with both hands and aiming it at the 2 wild boars under the tree. When the 2 wild boars saw that they failed to knock him down, they took a few steps back and started to grunt. I saw them kicking the ground with their hind legs, ready to go. The next second, they rushed straight towards the tree. Bang! Su Jun straightened up, bent his body, and fired a shot at the wild boar. The huge impact force caused the wild boar's front legs to leave the ground, and its entire front half of the body flipped backwards. In the end, due to insufficient impact force, he flipped sideways in midair and collapsed on the ground. The wild boar struggled painfully for a while, then got up and ran in the direction it came from. But it ran very staggeringly, as if it was seriously injured. It turns out that my aim is still not good enough. Su Jun sighed and pointed the gun at another wild boar. The other wild boar seemed to have gained intelligence. A trace of panic appeared on its face, and it turned and ran away. No, third brother. Su Jun just breathed a sigh of relief. But then he thought of Shu Tianxi, who was being chased by a wild boar. So he quickly slid down the tree and chased in the direction Shu Tianxi ran. Plop! Suddenly, there was a loud noise and the howling of a wild boar not far away. Su Jun's eyes lit up and he ran over quickly. However, when he rushed to the location where the sound came from, he saw a scene in which he was in disbelief and completely admired the other party. Shu Tianxi was holding the wild boar's tusks with both hands, and the wild boar's hind legs were kicking the ground continuously. He had already kicked a deep dent under his feet, but he still couldn't move forward. Looking at Shu Tianxi's expression again, he was just frowning a little. And not far away, on the ground, there were two wild boars lying on the dead branches and rotten leaves. Its face was uneven and bright red blood was constantly flowing out, as if it had suffered a lot of fatal injuries. Su Jun's pupil shrank, and he exclaimed, "Damn, third brother is awesome." Shu Tianxi heard the sound and looked sideways and was immediately pushed back 2 steps by the wild boar. Su Jun's face changed, and he was about to raise his gun to shoot the wild boar. Ah! At this moment, Shu Tianxi suddenly shouted, then his body shook, and veins on his hands bulged. The wild boar, weighing over 300 kilograms, was lifted up instantly, with its 4 limbs off the ground. Under Su Jun's stunned gaze, he threw the wild boar sideways to the ground. Plop! The heavy object fell to the ground, and immediately smoke and dust rose up. At the moment when the wild boar was thrown and stunned, Shu Tianxi turned over and carried it on his back. Then fists as big as sandbags rained down on the wild boar's head. The sound of plops continued to be heard, and the wild boar's struggle became weaker and weaker until there was no sound. Su Jun took a deep breath and stepped forward and said, "Third brother, you are too fierce." Seeing that Su Jun was safe and sound, Shu Tianxi also breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with the question, he just rolled his eyes and said, "You think I want to?" He ran very fast and surpassed 3 wild boars in a short while. He originally came here to practice shooting, so he had no intention of entering the jade pendant space. When he thought he had run enough, he turned around and shot the wild boar. Since it was a face-to-face situation, the wild boar in the front was shot in the head by him. But before he could fire the second shot, the other 2 wild boars rushed towards him. After Shu Tianxi's marrow was cleansed by the spiritual mist, he didn't know how much strength he had reached. So I threw my gun aside and had a contest of strength with the wild boar. Look, he killed 2 out of 3 wild boars with his bare hands. Su Jun offered some flattering words of admiration, then asked, "What about these 3 wild boars? What else can I do? I'll sell them all to the factory later." Shu Tianxi replied casually, then looked at Su Jun in confusion. Su Jun was stunned and looked at himself in confusion. Just as he was about to ask, Shu Tianxi asked, "Where are the 2 wild boars?" "One ran away." Su Jun raised his gun and said, "I shot the other one. I don't think it will live long. I still want to chase it. I was worried that something might happen to you, so I rushed over here. Then you go chase after him and see. Maybe someone else has taken advantage of him." Shu Tianxi said quickly, "What about you?" When asked, Shu Tianxi pointed at the 3 wild boars and said, "I'll hide the wild boars and then come find you." Su Jun didn't think much about it. He nodded in agreement and turned to chase in the direction the wild boar escaped. It was not until the other party ran 50 meters away that Shu Tianxi waved his hand and put the wild boar into the space. After simply cleaning up the traces on the ground, he strode towards Su Jun. As he was walking, he heard a noise not far away. "It seems like someone is arguing. What's yours?" "This is the one we just shot dead." "You're bullshitting. This is because I just hit it, but it didn't kill it immediately, so it ran away. I was just a little late in catching up, and you shot me in the back." Shu Tianxi soon discovered that Su Jun was arguing with a group of strange men and women not far ahead. This group of strange men and women were all very young. The oldest was only 17 or 18 years old. The youngest was much younger, probably only 14 or 15 years old. At this age, these people should be studying in school, so why are they here? Moreover, he had a conflict with Su Jun. Shu Tianxi frowned, stared at the group of people, walked over to Su Jun and asked, "What's going on?" "Third brother, these people stole the wild boar I killed." Su Jun pointed at the man and woman opposite, and then at the wild boar on the ground. Hearing this, the group of men and women on the opposite side immediately became unhappy. Several older people immediately stood up and shouted, "What do you mean you beat him to death? It was obviously us who beat beat him to death. That's right, the wild boar just now is not dead yet. Chapter 62 Conflict. Because of a wild boar, Su Jun got into a conflict with a group of strange men and women. No one knew the wild boar's injuries better than Su Jun. After all, he was the one who shot it. Although the wild boar didn't die at that time, it certainly wouldn't live long. Now a group of little brats took 2 hunting rifles and loaded them with bullets, saying that they killed the person. Su Jun couldn't tolerate it and would never agree to it. So he argued with the other party and even threatened to fight. Okay, stop arguing. Shu Tianxi suddenly interrupted them and stood between them. Just when he was about to say something, a young man on the other side suddenly started swearing. Fuck you. Who the fuck are you? He stared at Shu Tianxi with his eyes wide open, looking unconvinced. Another young man who followed him also stepped forward and shouted, Exactly. Who the hell are you? You told us not to quarrel. So who do you think you are? Arrogant. He's so arrogant at such a young age, and seems more arrogant than anyone else. Su Jun couldn't stand it anymore, and immediately stepped forward with his gun. Fuck. How dare you talk to my third brother like that? Click, click. The other party was also unhappy and opened the chamber of the hunting rifle with a click. 3 or 4 girls were frightened and stepped back without daring to speak. Only a girl about 13 or 14 years old stepped forward, pulled one of the men and said, Brother, stop making a fuss. Don't worry about it. Just stay at the back. The girl was helpless and could only look at Shu Tianxi and retreat back to her other companions. Shu Tianxi had a blank expression on his face. He looked at the 2 people who had just scolded him and said, What did you just say? Say it again. When the 2 men saw that he had white hair and a pale face and had no weapons in his hands, they became even more disdainful of him. I'm telling you. Bang. As soon as the man opened his mouth, Shu Tianxi slapped him in the face. He withdrew half of his strength, but the man was still knocked sideways by his palm. Just as he was hanging sideways in the air, Shu Tianxi kicked him again. Puff. Ah. Plop. 3 sharp sounds rang out in succession, and the man flew several meters away and hit a tree. Finally, he fell to the ground with a thud, right next to a few girls. Then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Everyone on the opposite side was stunned. Both men and women stared blankly at the guy who was kicked away. Brother, a girl shouted loudly as she looked at the unconscious man foaming at the mouth. Hold! Although they were confused, the men quickly reacted. They cursed loudly and raised their guns. Shu Tianxi was quick-witted and reached out to grab the other man who had just scolded him. Then he grabbed his neck with his backhand and pressed the gun to his temple. Come on, try shooting. You bastard, let my brother go. The short-haired man opposite was furious and shouted with a gun. Don't push me if you dare. Shu Tianxi ignored him, pinched the man's neck with his left hand, pointed the gun at his head with his right hand, and said shoot. After saying that, he hit the man on the head with the butt of the gun. Su Jun was sweating profusely as he stood beside Shu Tianxi, pointing his gun at the people opposite him. Asshole! The people on the opposite side were very angry, but they didn't dare to shoot or kill anyone. Not to mention, now there are partners in Shu Tianxi's hands. Don't dare. Shu Tianxi sneered and tightened his grip on the man's hand. If you don't dare, put the gun down. The man's face suddenly turned red, and he began to frantically pry Shu Tianxi's hands apart. Brother, elder brother, Guorong. The shouts of several people were different, and they were all very worried at the moment. Brother, let's talk it over nicely. Please don't hurt my brother. A girl about 14 or 15 came over and raised her hand to plead with Shu Tianxi. Her clothes were intact, her skin was delicate and fair, and her young face showed a pitiful expression. A pair of dark pupils filled with pleading, a feeling of pity. How does this picture make me look like a bad guy? Shu Tianxi was speechless. He glanced at Su Jun and said, Jun, take their guns away. Upon hearing this, the group of men and women immediately became alert. At this time, they had seen Shu Tianxi's skills, and the gun was their only support. But under the hostage threat of Shu Tianxi, they had a hand over the gun to Su Jun. Brother, can you let my brother go? When the girl saw that Su Jun had taken away all the guns, she looked at Shu Tianxi pleadingly again. Apologize. Shu Tianxi slapped the man named Guorong in the face and angrily shouted, Are you mute? Guorong looked aggrieved, but still gritted his teeth and shouted, I'm sorry. Fuck you. Shu Tianxi was so angry that he pushed him on the back of the head. The other party stumbled and fell flat on his face. Elder brother. A group of people immediately surrounded him. helped them up, and then stared at Shu Tianxi and the other man with anger on their faces. Shu Tianxi stretched out his hand to his waist, and a dagger appeared in his hand. Under the surprised gazes of the crowd, he slowly said, "Now, I am a reasonable person. Who killed this wild boar? Just look at the bullet holes, and you'll know." After saying that, he squatted down and began to check the wounds on the wild boar. It was finally discovered that the wild boar had a rifle bullet in its head and several hunting rifle bullets in its body. Shu Tianxi took out the hunting rifle bullets and handed them to the group of people, saying, "Are these your bullets? You hit the wild boar in the stomach, but the wound isn't deep enough. Can you kill it?" The other party hesitated and understood the truth. But someone was dissatisfied and stepped forward to say, "If we hadn't shot it again, the wild boar would have run back. You won't get it if you run back to the pigs." "Yes," the others nodded. "There is some truth to what you said. If we had said this at the beginning, wouldn't there have been so many problems?" Shu Tianxi glanced at them and said expressionlessly, "So what do you want?" Everyone looked at each other and didn't dare to speak. Having just witnessed Shu Tianxi's terror, and without guns, no one dared to make any demands. Instead, the girl came forward and whispered, "Brother, how about giving us some of this wild boar?" As soon as this was said, others immediately echoed it. Shu Tianxi glanced at Su Yunya. Since neither of them was unreasonable, he nodded in agreement. The girl immediately expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, brother. You're welcome. I'll give you some pig offal." "Ah!" A group of exclamations rang out, and the people on the opposite side all looked shocked. I don't know if it was because of the exclamation that resonated with everyone, but suddenly the sound of running in unison was heard from deep in the forest. Everyone raised their heads and looked in that direction in confusion. There was a humming sound, smoke and dust rolled up, and birds flew away in flocks. The scene was terrifying. "Oh no, the beast tide is coming again!" someone exclaimed, and everyone's faces changed. Chapter 63, What a Trouble. Huff, huff. Woo. Deep in the forest, the roars of wild beasts continued to be heard, and it seemed that there were more than just wild boars. Shu Tianxi and the others were discussing how to divide. The meat panicked and shouted, "Run! Run out, and you'll be safe." As soon as the words fell, everyone stood up and ran out of the forest. Because the man was knocked unconscious by Shu Tianxi just now, he could only be carried by someone and run at an extremely slow speed. Another injured student stumbled and nearly fell, but then stood up and continued to run for his life. "Third brother, you run first, I'll shoot them. Get your head and run." Su Jun originally wanted to use his gun to spray the beast tide with waves, but his gun could not fire continuously. So Shu Tianxi gave him a big teasing and told him to run away. After Su Jun gritted his teeth and ran away helplessly, Shu Tianxi turned around and put the hunting rifles into the space. Looking at the oncoming beast tide, his pupils flashed a gleam. "If I put all these into the space, I won't have to hunt again in my life. Unfortunately, there are a group of people watching behind me." "Ah!" Then he picked up the dead wild boar with one hand and threw it towards the herd of wild boars running towards him. With a loud bang, the wild boar's corpse knocked the leader of the herd away. "Fuck!" Su Jun and others who heard the noise ran and looked back and were immediately shocked when they saw this scene. This strength is a bit outrageous, isn't it? But before they could think about it, the beasts behind them trampled on those beasts and swept towards them again. "Ah!" A group of students screamed in fear and then tried their best to run for their lives again. They couldn't run fast as they were carrying the two people who had just been injured by Shu Tianxi. "Look!" He stumbled and fell to the ground before he had even taken 2 steps. "Brother, brother, please get up quickly." The 2 girls cried and shouted while shaking. When the other students saw this, they wanted to go forward to help, but when they looked up, they saw a group of beasts behind Shu Tianxi. So they could only step forward, grab the 2 girls' hands, and shout, "Run!" The 2 girls stumbled and then were dragged away and started running. The man who was less seriously injured climbed up and began to run away with all his might. But seeing her elder brother still lying on the ground, one of the women broke free from their restraints. I want to save my brother." As she spoke, she rushed directly to the man who was seriously injured by Shu Tianxi. She wanted to continue shaking her eldest brother, but when she looked down, she saw a pair of straw sandals on bare feet. "What a hassle!" A complaining voice was heard, and the girl immediately realized that she was being lifted up. Then the world spun around, and I landed on a surface as hard as a wall. She looked down and found that she was being carried on someone's back. Hold on tight, I won't care if you fall. A scolding sounded, and the girl immediately wrapped her arms around the other person's neck. But my brother... The girl had just opened her mouth when she discovered that her brother, who was lying on the ground, was being picked up by the man in front of her like chicken. As soon as she opened her mouth, she found that the things around her began to retreat rapidly. She looked around again and realized that the man under her was running too fast. At this speed, they were about to catch up with the people who had been running for more than a minute in the blink of an eye. Third brother, what the hell? When Su-jun, who was fleeing, saw that Shu Tianxi had not caught up with him yet, he wanted to turn around and shoot the wild boar. Unexpectedly, a figure flashed past. Wasn't it Shu Tianxi? What's outrageous is that not only is he carrying one on his back, he's also holding one in his hand. What's even more outrageous is that he ran faster than them. In the blink of an eye, the other party ran ahead of everyone. The girl looked down at the man under her in surprise, wondering what kind of monster this was. But when she saw the other person's face, she couldn't help but be fascinated. The delicate and fair skin seemed as if it could be blown away. The angular face looked serious at the moment, especially since he was lying on top of him, and he had saved himself and his brother. Soon, they ran out of the forest and came to the road. The beasts seemed to have no sense of territory and ran directly down the mountain. But they did not chase Shu Tianxi and the others, but ran towards the opposite mountain. Call! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and then collapsed on the ground. Shu Tianxi threw the thing in his hand away, then squatted down and said, "Get down." Oh! The girl on his back came to her senses, then jumped and landed on the ground. Then she ran to her brother and started shouting. Su-jun came over breathlessly and said, "Third brother, you are awesome. You can run so fast with two people." Shu Tianxi glanced at him and was about to speak. The group of men and women suddenly walked up to him, bowed and shouted, "Thank you." Shu Tianxi glanced at them curiously and then heard the other party say, "Brother, thank you for saving our friend. If it weren't for you, our friends would have died in the beast tide. Look, this attitude is pretty good." Shu Tianxi nodded and said calmly, "Just talk nicely, why rush like that?" Upon hearing this, several men and women showed expressions of shame. They originally looked down on Shu Tianxi and Su-jun, but the scene just now was really shocking. First, Shu Tianxi was able to kick a person several meters away with one kick, and then he picked up a wild boar with one hand. The scariest thing is that he brought two people with him and ran faster than all of them. They admired this pretty boy from the bottom of their hearts, so they chose to step forward and express their gratitude. Now, after hearing Shu Tianxi's words, they immediately shouted embarrassedly, "I'm sorry." Okay, let's go," Shu Tianxi said with impatience and waved his hand. But a few people wanted to leave, but they looked into the depths of the forest with some hesitation. "You are not still thinking about wild boar meat, are you?" Shu Tianxi asked in surprise. No. The leading man quickly waved his hands and explained, "It's our hunting rifle. Those guns belong to our elders. If they were lost, then there's nothing we can do." Shu Tianxi shook his head and said calmly, "Although there weren't many beasts in that wave of beasts just now, there were still quite a few. Those hunting rifles of yours must have been crushed. Now you can only pick up some scraps if you go back. Looking at you guys, you should still be studying, right?" Shu Tianxi asked curiously. "Yes, we are all students of the number 1 middle school in the county. Because it was a holiday, we went hunting together in the mountains, and who knew? Don't come here again." Shu Tianxi waved his hand to interrupt them and said expressionlessly, "Go back and tell the parents about the beast tide, and they won't care about the gun." Everyone hesitated for a moment, and in the end could only sigh in regret. At this moment, the girl hiding on the ground suddenly turned around and shouted, "Help me! Why isn't my brother awake yet? Chapter 64, Qitian." Hearing the girl's cry, everyone quickly gathered around her. When they saw the young man who was still unconscious after experiencing life and death, their expressions suddenly became strange. Although no one said anything, Shu Tianxi still noticed that the group of people's eyes were drifting towards him intentionally or unintentionally. In their opinion, Shu Tianxi was indeed too cruel. But Shu Tianxi knew that he had already released the water of the Pacific Ocean, but he was the one who knocked the person unconscious, so he couldn't just leave it alone. So he squatted down in front of the girl and waved his hand under her expectant gaze. "Let me see." After saying that, he pressed the man's chest and patted his face. Under everyone's strange gazes, he pinched the man's cheek with his left hand, forcing his mouth open. When the other hand was placed to his mouth, a few drops of spring water fell into his mouth. It's okay, he should wake up soon. Shu Tianxi withdrew his hand and wiped the man's body. Really? The girl asked with a strange expression. Ahem. Before Shu Tianxi could say anything, the man lying on the ground started coughing. Brother, are you awake? Everyone looked at Shu Tianxi in surprise, with a hint of admiration in their pupils. This guy is really powerful and terrifying. Turning back, they said to the girl's brother, Joey, are you okay? What's wrong with me? Joey slowly stood up and asked. When he saw Shu Tianxi looking at him not far away, his pupils suddenly shrank. Hold! He panicked and took several steps back. He. Seeing this, the girl quickly said, Brother, it was this big brother who saved us. He saved us. Joey pointed at Shu Tianxi with an incredible look on his face. The critical hit just now is still fresh in my mind. I'm lucky I didn't get killed. Joey, it was indeed this elder brother who saved you and your sister. Okay, stop pointing. The others wanted to explain, but Shu Tianxi was a little impatient and waved his hand and said, Let's go. He was in a hurry to find a job and didn't want to waste time with a bunch of little brats. Joey seemed to dislike his attitude, but still turned around under the pull of others. The girl nervously came to Shu Tianxi and asked softly, Brother, can I know your name? Another girl ran over and raised her hand. And me, I want to know too. What are you asking? Su Jun glared at him and said impatiently, Hurry up, my third brother has something important to do. The two girls didn't leave, but looked at Shu Tianxi expectantly. Shu Tianxi patted Su Jun's shoulder, looked at the two girls and said, Qi Tian. Thank you, Brother Qi. The two girls were very happy and turned around and ran away. After running for a distance, the two girls turned around and shouted, Goodbye, Brother Qi. Shu Tianxi chuckled and turned around to see Su Jun staring at him with a puzzled look on his face. Third brother, why did you tell them a fake name? Shu Tianxi shrugged and said calmly, Why should I tell them my real name? I feel like they are not ordinary people, and don't forget why we are here. We beat them up and made them lose their guns. If we investigate this later, you and I might both be held responsible. Hearing this, Su Jun suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He nodded repeatedly and said admiringly, It has to be third brother. He knows so much. So, third brother, what should we do next? Go to town and ask Dr. Jiang to call the purchase car here. Shu Tianxi took out an economy cigarette and smoked one. Su Jun was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, We don't have any wild boars. Why did we call them here? Who said no? Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes at him and reminded him, The 3 wild boars I just killed are still well hidden. Yes. Su Jun's eyes lit up and he finally reacted. Then he turned around and left without hesitation, striding towards the town. Shu Tianxi shook his head, took out a match, struck it, and lit the cigarette. Hiss whoosh. Very comfortable. It wasn't until Su Jun disappeared from his sight that he rushed forward. The mountain was in chaos at this time, with trees broken by the beast tide falling to the ground one after another. Fortunately, the beast tide did not turn, so the trees on both sides of the mountain were still intact. And in the meantime, they managed to create a path that led straight to the depths. Shu Tianxi was skilled and courageous, and he strode towards the direction where the wild boar had just been thrown. A wild boar costs thousands of dollars. He doesn't want to waste it. Soon, he found the wild boar's corpse, as well as the corpses of 2 other wild boars that had been smashed into pieces. But next to the 3 wild boar corpses, there were actually 2 wild wolves. They have long legs and thin bodies, and their hair is grayish-yellow with a hint of white. The upper jaw is long and pointed, and the wide, curved mouth is tearing the meat off the wild boar. I don't know if they noticed Shu Tianxi's presence, but they suddenly stopped eating. They raised their heads, with sharp, murderous intent in their slanted green eyes, and their mouths twitched, revealing terrifying fangs. Hey, are you still so arrogant after stealing my spoils? Shu Tianxi stretched out his index finger and said unhappily. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, 2 hungry wolves pounced on him. Fuck your mother. Shu Tianxi suddenly disappeared from the surroundings, leaving only a curse. The 2 hungry wolves looked at each other. It was obvious that they were both confused. Sudden, one hungry wolf disappeared out of thin air again, and the other hungry wolf became even more confused. How could a friend right in front of me disappear out of thin air? At this moment, a human face suddenly appeared in front of it. Hello. The wolf's expression turned fierce again, and then it pounced towards Shu Tianxi. Go! Shu Tianxi waved his hand, and the wild wolf disappeared in an instant. I'm so happy to have two magical pets. Shu Tianxi clapped his hands, then quickly walked over to the three wild boars and looked at them. Only one of the three wild boars was left intact, and the stomachs of the other two were hollowed out. Based on the principle of not wasting anything, he put the corpse into the space with a thought. After doing all this, Shu Tianxi turned around and ran back to the main road. After finishing a cigarette, a purchasing vehicle slowly appeared in sight. Shu Tianxi immediately placed the three wild boars at the foot of the mountain, and then watched the purchasing truck slowly stop in front of him. Third brother, God-given. Su Jun and Jiang Li jumped down, along with two men in work uniforms. Tianxi, Su Jun said you killed three wild boars by yourself. Wow. Jiang Li wanted to confirm Su Jun's words, but her eyes quickly stopped at the three wild boar corpses behind Shu Tianxi. She walked up to him, took a look, and didn't hesitate. Hurry, weigh these wild boars. Chapter 65, 1,771.6 yuan. After hearing Jiang Li's words, two buyers immediately came over to weigh the three wild boars. As buyers who often go to the countryside, they always carry scales with them. As long as they can bring these three wild boars back to the factory today, they will have completed their 2-month target. But when they saw the two wild boars without their stomachs, they were stunned. Jiang Jia, the stomachs of these two wild boars have been eaten by wild beasts. The price is 2.8 per pound. Is that okay with you? What? Jiang Li and Su Jun were both startled when they heard this, and quickly looked at Shu Tianxi and asked, Did you encounter a wolf? Yes, both ends. Shu Tianxi nodded without denying. Are you injured? The two asked at the same time, and Jiang Li directly said, Let me see it. It's okay, it's really okay. Shu Tianxi quickly stepped back and refused. Three wild boars are no match for me. So what's a wild wolf? Don't be so arrogant. Jiang Li scolded him and warned him. Wild beasts will not show mercy when they eat people. You must have a sense of awe. After the scolding, her mood suddenly became a little depressed. It's not because of anything else. It's just because his man was killed by a wild beast when he went up the mountain. I understand. Thank you, sister. Shu Tianxi chuckled, then looked at the two people weighing. Jiang Li followed and said to the two men, Director Jiang told me that the purchase price of wild boar meat is 3.5 yuan per pound. You want to charge 2.8 per pound? Isn't that too much? Sister Jiang, please stop joking. The buyer shook her head and smiled bitterly. 3.5 per gene is the net weight. The price of live pigs is not that high. The best you can give for this intact boar is 2.3, and the two that were bitten by wild beasts can be counted as half the net weight. But it still needs to be dealt with. 2.8 is already a high price. Jiang Li was not an unreasonable person, so she could only give up after hearing what the other party said. She turned her gaze to Shu Tianxi and asked, Tianxi, what do you think? Okay, no problem. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and didn't bother with trivial matters. After all, today's order is to report to the village collective, and I only take a part of the commission. Therefore, he doesn't care whether the unit price is high or low. Even if the village collective later complains, it will be a dispute with the machinery factory. Seeing that he had no objection, Jiang Li looked at the buyer and said, Okay, hurry up. The two buyers breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't dare to offend this young lady. Then, the weight of the three wild boars was weighed. The intact one weighed 276 gene, and at 2.3 gene per gene, the total weight was 634.8 yuan. The two wild boars whose stomachs had been eaten were cut off by the buyers, and the parts that were torn by the wolves were then weighed. The final weight is 406 gene, calculated at 2.8 yuan per gene. The total is 1,136.8 yuan. The total cost of the three wild boars is 1,771.6 yuan, which is really a huge sum of money. Nearly 2,000. Su Jun exclaimed, then looked at Shu Tianxi with excitement. Third brother, dear brother, I have never seen so much money in my life. Don't get excited. Not all this money is ours. Shu Tianxi waved his hand and saw the buyer coming over. Comrade, neither of us has that much money on us. Look, who among you will go back to the factory with me to get the money? They had purchased a lot of supplies before, but this was the first time they purchased so much. So they had to take Shu Tianxi back to sign the contract before they could go to the finance department to collect the money. Jiang Li patted Shu Tianxi on the shoulder and said, "Tianxi, you go with me. When you get there, go directly to Director Jiang and he will arrange a job for you." "Work?" Shu Tianxi was stunned and looked at Jiang Li as if he had guessed something. So he nodded and first asked Su Jun if he wanted to go. After seeing the other party agree, he looked at the buyer and said, "Okay, then we'll both go. Let's go." The buyer had no objection and got in the car after waving his hand. Shu Tianxi didn't rush to get in the car. Instead, he looked at Jiang Li and said, "Sister Jiang, what about you?" Hearing this, the other party immediately took a bicycle down from the car and said, "You guys go ahead, I'll just ride back. Then go slowly, I'll bring you snacks when I come back." Shu Tianxi smiled gratefully and got into the shopping cart. Jiang Li waved her hand and didn't turn around and get on her bike until she was 100 meters away from the purchasing car. In the purchasing car, Shu Tianxi gave 2 buyers a cigarette. The man in the passenger seat took the cigarette, smiled politely, and said, "Brother, you guys are awesome." "Well," Shu Tianxi was stunned and looked at Su Jun before looking over. "Brother, what do you mean by this?" The man didn't hide it and said directly, "Sister Jiang, our director's daughter knows, right?" Shu Tianxi looked back and nodded. "I've heard of it. She basically doesn't introduce people to the factory. You're the first one." Hearing this, Shu Tianxi chuckled and said, "Jiang Jia is quite nice. Maybe she feels sorry for me. It was good before, but since my husband died..." At this point, the man suddenly closed his mouth and laughed. "I won't say anything else. If Sister Jiang introduces you to the factory, you will definitely be buyers like us. In the future, maybe we can be colleagues." "Really?" Shu Tianxi also laughed and said with a cupped hand, "Then I hope you 2 brothers will take good care of me in the future." Upon hearing this, the 2 buyers immediately said that the words were too serious. In their view, they're the ones who need to be taken care of, because Shu Tianxi and Su Jun's hunting abilities are enough to help them complete their monthly targets. The few of them chatted happily in the car, and Shu Tianxi also knew the names and identities of the 2. One is called Chun Kong, and the other is called Li Hao. Both are purchasing agents in the logistics department of a machinery factory. Shu Tianxi and Su Jun called out, "Brother Kong," and "Brother Hao," and lit another cigarette. Soon, the purchasing vehicle arrived at the county town and stopped in front of the machinery factory. "Uncle, please open the door." Chen Kong stuck his head out of the window and shouted to the uncle at the door. The security guard came over to check and then exclaimed, "Wow, you got so many wild boars?" Chen Kong explained it again, and the old man happily opened the door. Li Hao turned around at this time and whispered to Shu Tianxi, "Tianxi, let me tell you, don't look at our factory security guard as an old man. He is a relative of our factory leader." Shu Tianxi was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. I understand. The security guards of state-owned enterprises in this era are basically uncles, but their status is definitely not ordinary. If you go to any unit to visit a leader, it is necessary to establish a good relationship with the security guard. Soon, the purchasing vehicle stopped at the logistics department. Several people got out of the car, and Li Hao said to Shu Tianxi, "Let's go. I'll take you to see Director Jiang." "Trouble." Shu Tianxi smiled and followed Su Jun. Chapter 66 Purchaser. "Brother Tianxi, Brother Shu Jun, this is Director Jiang from our logistics department." Li Hao brought Shu Tianxi and Jiang Li's father to the office and introduced him to him. Shu Tianxi hurried forward and greeted him. "Hello, Director Jiang. Sister Jiang asked me to come here." Hearing Jiang Li, Director Jiang suddenly realized, "You are that powerful hunter. I heard my daughter mention you. Shu Tianxi, right? So young, and you can beat a wild boar?" At this point, Director Jiang showed a hint of doubt in his eyes. Seeing this, Su Jun was a little unhappy, but Shu Tianxi pretended not to see it. He laughed heartily and said, "Director Jiang, you're joking. How could an ordinary person like me have that ability? These are all done by the village collectively, and it's just been blown out of proportion." When Director Jiang heard that it was done by the village collective, he felt it was reasonable and nodded. He coughed and was about to say something. Li Hao, who was standing by, couldn't stand it any longer and stepped forward to remind him softly, "Director, Brother Tianxi is really capable." "What real skills? How capable can a teenager be?" Director Jiang glared and said disapprovingly, "He got 3 wild boars." Li Hao laughed and said truthfully, 3 wild boars are nothing." Director Jiang sneered, and his expression suddenly froze. He looked at Li Hao in surprise and shouted, "What? Wild boar?" After saying that, he looked at Shu Tianxi and asked, "3 heads?" Shu Tianxi glanced at Li Hao, nodded and smiled. "I'm not the only one." Before he could finish his words, Director Jiang cried out, "Oh my, Tianxi, I told you that you have an imposing bearing, and I can tell at a glance that you are not an ordinary person." Shu Tianxi chuckled and thought to himself, "I still like your rebellious look just now." Director Jiang stared at him and nodded, then reacted, "Why are you standing there? Come on, sit down and talk. Xiao Li, go pour a cup of tea for Tianxi and this little brother." Shu Tianxi glanced at Su Jun, and the two of them picked up a bench and placed it under their buttocks. "Tianxi, Lily briefly told me about your family situation, and she also treats you as a younger brother. So from now on, don't call me Director Jiang, just call me Uncle Jiang." Uncle Jiang. Shu Tianxi was not polite and introduced Su Jun beside him after calling him. "This is my brother, and also my hunting companion this time, Su Jun." Director Jiang nodded with satisfaction at first, and then looked at Su Jun with appreciation after hearing the introduction. "Good. Since you're Tianxi's brother, you could just call me Uncle Jiang from now on." "Uncle Jiang," Su Jun shouted, then looked at Shu Tianxi with gratitude. Director Jiang smiled, lit a cigarette, and said, "Tianxi, Lily should have told you. The food in our factory is so bland that we can't even serve decent dishes to entertain leaders. If you can give me a wild boar, you will be doing me a great favor." After saying that, he clapped his hands and said, "I didn't expect you to get me 3. Don't worry, I will definitely not treat you unfairly in terms of price." As they were talking, Li Hao and Qin Kong walked in. Li Hao handed 2 cups of tea to Shu Tianxi and Su Jun, who quickly took them and said thank you. Qin Kong handed the written purchase order to Director Jiang and asked him to sign and seal it. Director Jiang took the list and looked at it, then frowned and said, "These 2 wild boars are so light piglets." This. Shu Tianxi and Su Jun looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. Qin Kong quickly explained to Director Jiang, and Director Jiang's expression instantly darkened. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "This mountain is indeed dangerous. It's not easy to get a wild boar. Not to mention, we have to snatch things from the mouths of wild wolves. It's okay, just clean up the bitten area." After saying that, he didn't say he wanted to raise the price of the wild boar, but instead he just signed and stamped it. Seeing this, Shu Tianxi hurriedly shouted, "Uncle Jiang." Director Jiang was stunned and looked over in confusion. "What's wrong?" "That's it." Shu Tianxi chuckled and explained, "Can I exchange it for a bicycle ticket? The village is so far from the county town, it's really inconvenient without a bicycle. He will hand over part of the money he gets to the village collective later, so he will have a reasonable place to spend the money." So, he decided to get a bicycle first. But bicycle tickets are hard to get, and you may not be able to get them even on the black market. But the machinery factory is a large state-owned unit, so it shouldn't be too difficult for the director to get a ticket. Bicycle ticket? Director Jiang was stunned for a moment. Then he opened the drawer of his desk. Good job. That not-so-big cabinet was actually filled with food coupons, wine coupons, sugar coupons, industrial coupons. All kinds of coupons. He is worthy of being the leader of a state-owned enterprise, with such a great move. It just so happens that here is a bicycle ticket. Director Jiang took out a receipt and handed it to Shu Tianxi. "Thank you." Shu Tianxi quickly took the bill, a little excited. "Do you want anything else?" Director Jiang asked. Shu Tianxi shook his head repeatedly. Even if he wanted that, he would have to wait until later. Afterwards, Director Jiang issued a new remittance receipt and deducted the money for the bicycle ticket. "Take this to the finance office, and they will give you the money." Looking at the receipt handed over by Director Jiang, Shu Tianxi quickly took it and said thank you. "What are you thanking me for? If anyone should thank you, it should be me thanking you." Director Jiang waved his hands and said helplessly, "You don't know how difficult it is for me right now. The market supply of meat is too scarce, and the factory workers don't see meat for 10 days or half a month. They've been making trouble more than once or twice, and I feel like I can't continue to be the director." "Understand." Shu Tianxi laughed and nodded. After all, the supply is tightening. It's all because of the debt. The two of them didn't discuss the issue in depth, as it would be bad if someone overheard them. Then, Director Jiang gave Shu Tianxi and the other two a cigarette and changed the subject. He said, "Tianxi, I heard from Lily that you want to find a job in the county, right?" "That's right." Shu Tianxi nodded, holding the transfer receipt, and said, Without a proper job, this money is too hot to spend. Hearing this, Director Jiang burst into laughter. I understand. He pointed outside, raised his eyebrows at Shu Tianxi, and said, So what do you think of our machinery factory? What does Uncle Jiang mean? Shu Tianxi asked knowingly. I was skeptical before, so I asked Lily to talk to you. Today I have witnessed the abilities of you and your brother Junzi. So I want to keep you here and work as a buyer in the machinery factory. I believe that with you here, all the employees in our machinery factory will not make a fuss just because they don't have any meat. If you guys are willing, I can talk to the factory director about the indicators. Chapter 67, Sharing the Money. I have no problem with it, but the treatment. When Shu Tianxi heard that Director Jiang wanted him to be a buyer, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. He had been prepared for this matter, and his hesitation was just a show for others to see. Moreover, I'm not picky about the type of work and salary he receives. As long as I can be free and it doesn't affect his handling of the food in the space, that's fine. As for Su Jun, I have no problem too. Seeing Shu Tianxi looking at him, Su Jun immediately nodded and said. His dark face was glowing red and he looked a little excited. Tianxi, Junzi, what is your educational level? Director Jiang suddenly asked. Junior high school. Shu Tianxi hesitated and said. In his previous life, he dropped out of school before finishing junior high school. And in this life, he didn't finish either. Although he got there by slacking off, it doesn't affect the fact that he only has a junior high school education. Me too, Su Jun said, looking up. This? Director Jiang pondered for a moment, took a deep puff of cigarette, and said, Tianxi will be treated as a 9th-level clerk with a salary of 30 yuan a month. Brother Junzi is ranked as level 10, with a monthly salary of 27.5 yuan and some other benefits. Clerks are divided into 12 levels, which are levels 19 to 30 in the administrative series. The numbers go from large to small, and the higher the level, the higher the salary. After technical secondary school students like Fu Jinfeng are converted to regular employees, they can directly reach level 25, which is a level 7 clerk, with a monthly salary of 37.5. In this era, knowledge can really change destiny. Level 9 clerk, that's pretty good. Shu Tianxi smiled and nodded. Su Jun nodded repeatedly and said, That's fine with me. Having a job is good enough. Okay. Director Jiang laughed and nodded. Then after I talk to the factory manager, I'll have Lily notify you to start work. Okay. After hearing this, Shu Tianxi and the others had no objection and stood up to say goodbye. Director Jiang tried to persuade him. Tianxi, it's already dinner time, and the wild boar kitchen is preparing it. Stay for lunch so you can get used to the factory atmosphere. No. Shu Tianxi quickly refused and said with a smile, Let's talk about it after you start working so as to avoid gossip. After hearing this, Director Jiang did not try to keep them and simply pointed out the location of the finance department. Shu Tianxi immediately took Su Jun and walked in that direction. Suddenly, he asked, Junzi, you're not going to be a militiaman anymore? I don't want to be one anymore. Su Jun waved his hand decisively and complained about his days as a militiaman. The militia is just the army's reserve soldiers. Everyone has a pistol and a rifle, but they are of little use. They have to take care of rural construction and production tasks, and have to spend the rest of their time training. They work a lot, but don't get paid. They just get some benefits when they participate in some tasks. Being a militiaman is really frustrating because I can't fight on the battlefield and I can't support my family. There was no other way before, but now who would want to be a militiaman when they can get a job? The job of purchasing agent is not suitable for you, Shu Tianxi said after a moment of hesitation. Su Jun was stunned for a moment and said doubtfully, I think it's okay. Have you ever considered that if you don't join the militia, you'll have to hand in your rifle and pistol? What will you use to hunt with me then? Shu Tianxi said as he walked. This. Only then did Su Jun realize that he did not have the strength like Shu Tianxi to kill the wild boar alone. Without his gun, he would probably die on the mountain. Shu Tianxi shook his head and said with a smile, If there's a chance, I will give you a more promising job. Thank you, third brother. Su Jun also realized that he was overthinking, so he shouted quickly. Soon, the two of them came to the finance department and received a huge sum of nearly 2,000 yuan in the form of receipts. Shu Tianxi counted out 20 large black 10 notes and handed them to Su Jun, saying, Junzi, this is for you. This time, when I do business with the machinery factory, I have to hand over 70% to the village collective. You take 10% of the remaining 30%, and I'll make it up to 200 yuan for you. Upon hearing this, Su Jun's pupils suddenly shrank. No. He quickly shook his head and pushed the money back. I can't take this money. Third brother, you killed these 3 wild boars. It has nothing to do with me. If you can help me find a job, I will be very grateful to you. So, there is absolutely no way I can take this money. Looking at his serious expression, Shu Tianxi felt relieved and slapped him. Are you stupid, kid? Su Jun frowned, covered the back of his head, and looked at Shu Tianxi in confusion. The original intention of this last hunt was to give an explanation to the group, 20 hours, 80 minutes. Even if the commune comes looking for him, he won't be afraid. Now that Su Jun has joined, we have to give him a share. Therefore, the 10% given to the other party can be said to be deducted from the village collective share. If Su Jun doesn't want it, then Shu Tianxi will have to hand it over to the village collective. Of course, this is on the premise of being honest. After listening to Shu Tianxi's explanation, Su Jun reached out and took the money. However, he only took out 2 big black tin and handed the rest back. Third brother, these are all for you. I took the share of this transaction. This money is my thank you. This kid can really handle. Shu Tianxi looked up at him and said sarcastically, I don't mind this, and I won't take the money you deserve. If you really want to thank me, please treat me to a meal at the state-owned restaurant. After saying that, he strode towards the factory gate. Looking at his back, Su Jun paused and then showed a firm look. He decided that he would follow the third brother from now on. God-given. Just as Shu Tianxi and the other person walked to the factory area, an uncertain shout suddenly came from the side. Shu Tianxi turned his head and saw Fu Sheng standing not far away with an aluminum lunchbox. There were 2 factory workers following him, probably going to the cafeteria to eat. Uncle, Shu Tianxi shouted, and then he saw the other party walk over to him and frowned. Why are you here? Lao Fu, who is this? My nephew. He has something to talk to me about. Fu Sheng smiled and greeted him. Then let's go to the cafeteria first. You should hurry up, or there will be no meat if you go too late. Good. Fu Sheng smiled and waved, then stared at Shu Tianxi. Tianxi, I know you want to find a job, but you can't trespass into the factory. Go back first, and your uncle will ask the section chief for the indicators for you later. If that doesn't work, can you just go to the army with your Huijin cousin? Fu Sheng was really helpless with his daughter-in-law's nephew. I've already told you that work indicators are hard to come by, yet he actually came here on his own? Uncle, I came to the machinery factory to discuss cooperation on behalf of the village collective. Shu Tianxi was also helpless and explained with his hands spread out. I've finished my talk now and am about to leave. All right. How could I not know you? Fu Sheng didn't believe it at all. He waved his hand and said, just be honest and listen to what your aunt and I tell you. I have something else to do. Please get out now. Chapter 68, Buying a Bicycle. Looking at his uncle-in-law rushing to the cafeteria with an aluminum lunchbox, Shu Tianxi shook his head and smiled bitterly. I guess the other party heard that there was meat in the cafeteria today, so he was in a hurry. Although I was a little impatient with his attitude towards me, it was still good that he thought of asking me about work. At this time, Su Jun on the side asked curiously, Third brother, why didn't you tell him that we are here to sell pork? Why do you want to say that? Shu Tianxi shook his head and asked, do you think this matter can be publicized? This. Su Jun shrank his neck in embarrassment and said nothing more. Then the 2 walked out of the machinery factory side by side. Since it was not far from the state-owned hotel, the 2 of them first walked to the state-owned hotel. There are no private restaurants these days. Anything with a restaurant sign is state-owned. There's only one restaurant in the entire county, so you can imagine the temperament of their employees. As soon as the 2 walked in, they heard a commotion inside. Eat if you want. Eat if you don't want, get out. Or you can go and complain to us. We really spoil you. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. It's like no one wants to eat here. Shu Tianxi looked carefully and found that the cook and the customer were arguing. Several people who looked like customers walked out of the state-owned restaurant with angry expressions and cursed. The cook at the window looked arrogant and didn't seem to care about losing a few customers. Shu Tianxi and Su Jun exchanged a glance, then took in the surroundings. I looked around, but didn't find any sign that said, no assault on customers without reason. It seems that this warning sign had not yet been displayed in the 1960s. But this doesn't mean that the staff here don't dare to fight you. There's a sign that lists the food you can order in the restaurant. Stir-fried vegetables, 10 cents. Steamed buns, 5 for 2 cents. Fried tofu and vermicelli soup, 10 cents. Basically, all of it is vegetarian, and there are also sesame cakes and rice sold by pound at the back. Third brother, I didn't bring my food coupons. Su Jun felt in his pocket and said suddenly, "It's okay, I brought it." Shu Tianxi smiled slightly, then walked up to the counter. "Sister, fry me 2 vegetarian dishes, a bowl of soup, 5 buns, and 2 kilograms of rice." The lady at the counter wrote him a bill and asked for nearly $1 and some food coupons. But when he handed over the order, he said calmly, "The meat buns are sold out. There's a shortage of pork now, and state-owned restaurants probably won't supply too much, so it's understandable that they're sold out." Shu Tianxi just took a look at the meat buns on the list, and when he heard these words, he suddenly became furious. He handed the order back and said, "Then please change it to sesame cakes for me." What a hassle! The elder sister was obviously impatient, so she took the list and started painting again. Taking the list handed back by the other party, Shu Tianxi and the other person went to the cook's window and handed it over. After waiting for a while, the cook handed out the prepared dishes. "Let's eat." Shu Tianxi and the other person brought all the dishes over, put them on the table, and started eating. Even though they ordered a full table, people nowadays are hungry. So they are particularly good at eating staple foods, not to mention that Shu Tianxi's body has been transformed. So the little food on the table was finished by the two of them in no time. Belch. The two bought a bottle of soda and burped after drinking it. Su Jun rubbed his stomach, looked at Shu Tianxi and said, "Third brother, where are we going next?" "Department store, buy a bicycle." Shu Tianxi waved his hand and turned to walk towards the mall. The department store in the county town is an enlarged version of the township supply and marketing cooperative, with a more complete range of products. Furniture, clothing, bicycles, televisions, and other electronic products. The first floor of the building is mostly filled with daily necessities, vegetable markets, etc. For scarce goods like bicycles and sewing machines, you still have to go to the second floor. After arriving at the second floor, the atmosphere here is much quieter than the first floor. The sales clerks at each counter were pacing, eating melon seeds, and chatting about the latest gossip. Shu Tianxi knew the nature of these salespeople very well, so he went straight to the bicycle counter. "Sister, I want to buy a bicycle. Here is the bicycle ticket." The salesperson was not very old. When he looked up at Shu Tianxi, his eyes lit up. She put away the receipt and asked, "Little brother, what brand of bicycle do you want to buy?" "Permanent." Shu Tianxi blurted out, "Permanent 185." Hearing this, Shu Tianxi immediately took out a stack of big black coins from his pocket. Watching him counting the money, the salesperson asked curiously, "Little brother, are you in high school or technical secondary school?" Shu Tianxi paused and asked in confusion, "Does education really matter when buying a bicycle?" "That's not the case." The salesperson shook his head and said awkwardly, "I'm just asking casually." At this time, the lady at the counter joked, "Young man, I'm attracted by your handsome appearance." Ah! As soon as these words were spoken, the salesperson and the customer burst into laughter. The saleswoman's face flushed immediately, and she stared at the older sister and said angrily, "Sister Wang, what nonsense are you talking about?" Sister Wang laughed and looked at Shu Tianxi and said, "Young man, why don't you buy Fei Go brand? I see that although you are good-looking, you should still be dressed like an ordinary family. Today should be the day you get admitted to a junior college or university, and your parents will reward you with a bicycle, right? Look, your parents earn their money, and it's not easy for them to buy Fei Go brand for 20 yuan cheaper." "Thank you for the reminder." Shu Tianxi smiled politely, but still took out 19 big black 10 cards and handed them over. Seeing that he refused to listen, no one tried to persuade him anymore. But after he got the change back and left with his bicycle, everyone pointed at his back and talked about him. Children nowadays really don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are. That Fei Go brand bicycle is only 20 yuan cheaper, which is probably equivalent to his parents' monthly salary. But he does have a lot of potential. I don't know if he'll get into a college or university. After graduation, I will definitely be his section-level cadre. Speaking of this, everyone couldn't help but show envy and jealousy. In other words, this is someone else's child. After going downstairs, Shu Tianxi did not leave the mall in a hurry, but went to the candy counter. After the joke on the second floor, just now, he didn't take it seriously. Fei Go brand is indeed cheaper, but the Forever brand's 28-bar bicycle is the eternal king. Arriving at the candy counter, Shu Tianxi asked, "Sister, do you have any gummy candies?" "Yes, White Rabbit." "How much is 1 pound?" 2.5, and some sugar coupons." Give me a pound of this hard candy and white rabbit candy. Shu Qianxi immediately took out the money and candy coupons and said, "Third brother." After buying the candy and preparing to leave, Su Jun suddenly shouted. Shu Qianxi looked over in confusion and heard the other party say, "Can you lend me a pound of sugar tickets?" Chapter 69, the Zhang brothers blocked the road. Sugar coupons? Here they are. When Shu Qianxi heard that Su Jun wanted to borrow a sugar coupon, he directly handed him a coupon for 1 kilogram of sugar. "Thank you. I will return it to you tomorrow." Su Jun was very grateful. He took the food coupons and went to the counter. There are tickets at home, but he didn't bring them out today. The money I made today was unexpected, so when I want to buy candy, I can only borrow a ticket from Shu Qianxi. Afterwards, he also bought half a pound of white rabbit candy and half a pound of fruit candy. Shu Qianxi didn't buy anything else. He just walked out of the county shopping mall holding his bicycle. It's getting late. If I don't go back soon, my elder brother and second sister will definitely be worried. So Shu Qianxi didn't think about going to the black market and planned to do it next time he came to the county to start work. The new bike was very smooth to ride, and it felt very fast, even with Su Jun on board. Shu Qianxi has ridden 26 and 28 bicycles before, and the feeling is completely different. Perhaps this is what it feels like to ride on someone else's and your own. With the help of bicycles, the two of them soon saw the town entrance. Shu Qianxi stopped, looked at Su Jun and said, "There are too many people here, so just walk back from here. Stay, and don't talk too much or show off when you go back. The more people know about this, the worse it will be for the public, for you and for me. Don't worry, third brother. I know my limits." Su Jun assured him seriously. Then he stuffed the candy into his arms. "Goodbye, third brother. Goodbye." Looking at Su Jun's back, Shu Qianxi suspected that he was going back to eat syrup. He waited there for a while, and when he saw that there was no one around, he put the bicycle and candy into the space. It's okay for him to ride to town. After all, it's not his first time riding a bike. But if everyone knew about it, it would be difficult for him to keep it in the space. Shu Qianxi walked into the town on foot and soon arrived at the health center. What surprised him was that the door of the clinic was closed. It seemed that Jiangli had gone out to see patients. I wanted to buy a pound of gummy candies to thank him, but he was not there. Shu Qianxi glanced at the candy in his hand, shook his head, smiled, and turned to walk towards the Shu family. Just as he was about to reach the village entrance, he suddenly noticed 2 people leaning against a nearby stone wall. The 2 of them also noticed Shu Qianxi at this time, then patted their clothes and walked over. "Shu Qianxi, right?" Looking at their aggressive expressions, Shu Qianxi chuckled and said, "What do you mean?" These 2 people were none other than Zhang Tao and Zhang Bing, who had spit at him in the morning. Zhang Tao shook his head and said arrogantly, "It doesn't mean much. I just want you to stay away from Xiaoqian." "Su Qian." "That's right." Zhang Bing nodded and sneered. "Look at your character. You have nothing and your parents are dead. 6 brothers and sisters. You almost have nothing to eat, right?" Although this is a very rough statement, it is also true. Shu Qianxi frowned slightly, then said, "If I don't agree, do you still want to take action? You dare not agree?" Zhang Bing glared and shouted angrily. Looking at his ferocious appearance, he really has a sense of awe-inspiring power without even being angry. Apart from anything else, the effect of bluffing people is still good. Zhang Tao reached out to stop him, staring at Shu Qianxi, and said, "Shu Qianxi, you have to know yourself. You yourself can hardly eat. Why do you insist on clinging to Xiaoqian? Can you afford the betrothal gift? Can you feed her? That's my business. What does it have to do with you?" Shu Qianxi shrugged and said lightly, "Also, you're blocking me at the village entrance so openly. Aren't you afraid that your militia company commander will find out? By then, you might be expelled from the team." Before he could finish his words, Zhang Bing suddenly shouted, "If you're a man, let's solve this privately. Don't tell tales." I have to say, these 2 brothers are really brave. I was just scolded by the team leader in the morning, and in the afternoon, I was stuck at the entrance of Shujia village. Now it's even more amazing. He actually looks like he's going to fight Shu Qianxi. Shu Qianxi became interested. He was not satisfied with killing 3 wild boars in the morning. Although he had no intention of being with Su Qian, he didn't want to tell these 2 guys. So he clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Okay, how do you want to solve it today? Let's have a match. If you lose, leave Xiaoqian." Zhang Bing said impatiently. "Comparing what?" Shu Qianxi asked back. "Fists, shooting, long-distance running. It's your choice." Zhang Bing replied readily. "Then don't make it so complicated. Just use fists and kicks." Shu Tianxi said calmly, then looked up at the two of them. One-on-one or a group fight? Nonsense, of course it's a one-on-one fight. Zhang Bing rubbed his wrist and said carelessly. No problem. Shu Tianxi nodded and asked, but what if you lose? How could we lose? You think too highly of yourself. Zhang Bing snorted coldly and said unhappily, look at your skin and physique that looks like a woman's. I can knock you down with just one punch. Shu Tianxi ignored the other party's provocation and shrugged, saying, since it's a contest, there must be a winner and a loser. Both sides must put up their chips to be fair. If you can't come up with it, forget it. After saying that, he prepared to pass the two people and enter the village. The Zhang brothers hesitated for a moment and asked, so what do you want? Simple. If I lose, it's just as you wish. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and said, but if you lose, you will be my younger brother from now on. I hate trouble, so don't bother me. And if I tell you to go east, you must not go west. If I tell you to work for me, you must not complain. If you beat them up, you might get into trouble in the future. I am your big brother now. You can't cause trouble for me, right? And I can also make you work, and you have to obey me obediently. What? You actually want us to be your little brothers? When the Zhang brothers heard this, they immediately became angry. They rolled up their sleeves and were ready to teach Shu Tianxi a lesson. Don't dare? Then what are you talking about? Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes and scolded. Get out of the way. Don't block my way. Seeing him speak so arrogantly and speak so boldly, the two brothers couldn't stand it anymore. They looked at each other in disgust. That guy has skinny arms and legs. There's no reason for us to be afraid of him. That's right. That guy definitely can't take my punch. After discussing for a moment, the two brothers looked at Shu Tianxi with confidence. Okay, I promise you, if we lose, I'll be your little brother. Shu Tianxi raised the corner of his mouth, turned around and smiled. Okay, let's start. Go over there. I'm afraid you won't be able to relax here. Zhang Tao pointed to the hay field in the distance and said, no, this is fine. Shu Tianxi waved his hands and said impatiently, hurry up. I'm in a hurry. His attitude made the Zhang brothers very unhappy, and they were determined to teach him a lesson today. So the two of them discussed it and decided to let Zhang Bing, who wanted to marry Su Qian, take action. He rolled up his sleeves and said contemptuously, boy, are you ready? You're so annoying. Shu Tianxi complained, then kicked him. Chapter 70. Recruit two younger brothers. Ouch! Zhang Bing didn't expect Shu Tianxi to attack suddenly, and he was kicked in the stomach without paying attention. His legs were hanging in the air, and his whole body was lying on the ground. The severe pain made his expression distorted, and he couldn't help but let out bursts of pain. Soldier! Zhang Tao's face changed, and he quickly stepped forward and squatted beside Zhang Bing, asking with concern, how are you? What does it hurt? After a few words of concern, he looked up at Shu Tianxi angrily and glared. You bastard sneak attack? Well, speak with evidence. Shu Tianxi glared and refused to admit it. He asked me to be ready. Who knew he wasn't ready? You. Zhang Tao was speechless and could only stare at Shu Tianxi angrily. Don't you yours? Shu Tianxi waved his hand and said impatiently, are you going to fight me or not? If not, I'll leave. Fight! Zhang Tao shouted angrily, rolled up his sleeves and gritted his teeth. I'm going to fight you. At this time, a tall woman was riding a 26 bicycle towards the town. After seeing the scene from a distance, his face changed instantly. Before she could hurry over, the next scene made her burst out laughing. When Shu Tianxi and Zhang Tao looked at each other, Shu Tianxi asked, are you ready? All right, come on. As soon as Zhang Tao finished speaking, he punched him directly in the eye. He cried out in pain and subconsciously pressed his hand on the wound. And with his other eye, he saw Shu Tianxi punching him again. Hold! Zhang Tao cursed loudly, then raised his hand to block. Unexpectedly, Shu Tianxi grabbed his wrist and pulled it, turning them around one by one and putting his arm on his shoulder. With a push of his shoulders and a pull of his hands, Zhang Tao felt like he was flying into the sky. Finally, he fell directly on the grass and fell flat on his face. Shu Tianxi wanted to go up and ask how he felt, but suddenly a scolding voice came from behind him. That's enough. Shu Tianxi paused, turned around, and looked at the person who came and asked, Sister Jiang, why are you here? Jiang Li rolled her eyes at him, then quickly checked the condition of the Zhang brothers. She opened the medical kit and applied medicine to the two while questioning, what are you doing? Why are you so cruel? Shu Tianxi shrugged and said with a smile, Su Jun wanted to marry his sister to me, but I didn't agree. These two guys thought I was stealing their woman and wanted to fight me to decide whether to stay or go. The force came a bit suddenly, and I wasn't used to it yet, so I hit him a bit too hard. His seemingly casual words exploded in the ears of the Zhang brothers. They looked at Shu Tianxi in astonishment and asked in confusion, Su Jun wanted to marry his sister to you, but you didn't agree? Seeing the other party nod, Zhang Bing immediately said angrily, Fuck, why didn't you say it just now? Someone is eager to be my younger brother. Why should I say anything? Shu Tianxi spread his hands and said to Jiangli, Sister Jiang, is it your turn to speak? Cough, cough, cough. The Zhang brothers were so angry that they started coughing, and Jiangli couldn't apply medicine. Jiangli glared at Shu Tianxi and scolded him. Okay, stop being so funny. Just go to your thing and don't get in the way. Shu Tianxi didn't want to delay any longer, so he stared at the Zhang brothers and said, You lost. I hope you keep your word. From now on, I will be your big brother. You must do whatever I tell you to do. I know. Zhang Tao shouted loudly, a little annoyed. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly, put half a pound of white rabbit milk on Jiang Li's bicycle, then turned and left. Jiang Li gave the Zhang brothers medicine and did not stay. Looking at the white rabbit milk candies on the bicycle, she looked back at Shujia village. This brother is pretty good. After entering Shujia village, Shu Tianxi was not in a hurry to go home, but went straight to the village chief's house. We met many villagers on the way and greeted each other. Tianxi is back and has gone around the city again. Yeah, let's see if I can find something to do. Shu Tianxi nodded and said with a smile. Tianxi, I heard that you went to the city to find a job. How did it turn out? It's okay. I think we'll have news in 2 days. When I get a job, I'll treat everyone to candy. Good. Tianxi is going to be successful. After a brief greeting, Shu Tianxi suddenly passed by a well. He hesitated for a moment, stared at the well for a long time, and finally shook his head and left. This is the only well in the village, and each household in the village can only draw 1 bucket of water from it for daily use. Shu Tianxi originally thought of pouring some spiritual spring water into it to improve the health of the villagers. The whole village has done a favor for the 6 brothers and sisters, so Shu Tianxi will not be stingy. But this thing helps digestion, and there are still many people in the village who don't have enough food to eat. Otherwise, it might backfire and harm the villagers. So Shu Tianxi thought about it and decided that he should consider improving the villagers' health after they had enough food to eat. Soon, he arrived at the door of the village chief Shu Daqiang. Uncle Daqiang, are you home? After he shouted twice, a woman came out. Tianxi, is there something you want to talk to your uncle about? Hello, Annie. Shu Tianxi greeted him first, then nodded and said, Something's going on, a good thing. What good things can happen to a guy who is lazy and likes to eat, and whose family is so poor that they can't even afford to eat? Zhou Chuntao couldn't do it, so she asked, What's the matter? Can you tell me, Auntie? Yes, but this is a serious matter. Shu Tianxi nodded and said with a smile, So we have to wait for the village chief. Hearing this, Zhou Chuntao hesitated for a moment, then looked into the house and shouted, Tai Dan! Tai Dan! Hey! A child ran out and asked in confusion, Mom, what's wrong? Go to the fields and call your father back. Tell him that your brother Tianxi wants to see him. Okay, Tai Dan responded, then looked at Shu Tianxi, 3rd brother. Shu Tianxi hummed, then stretched out his hand. Guess what's in your hand? If you guess correctly, I'll give it to you. Fried beans. Tai Dan hesitated and shouted. Perhaps in his opinion, fried beans are the best snack he can eat? I guessed wrong. I'll try harder next time. Shu Tianxi shook his head and said with a smile, But 3rd brother will give it to you too. After saying that, he opened his fist. Wow, fruit candy. Tian's eyes lit up, and he looked at Shu Tianxi hesitantly and said, Are you really giving it to me? Of course, take it. Shu Tianxi nodded and said with a smile, Go and call your father for me. Thank you, 3rd brother. After Tai Dan left, Zhou Chuntao welcomed Shu Tianxi into her home. Tianxi, your candy. I bought it in the city, don't worry, Annie. Why buy that thing? It's such a waste of money. Zhou Chuntao rolled her eyes and scolded. Shu Tianxi smiled, then sat in the courtyard for a while. Shu Daqiang ran back quickly, looking a little out of breath. He glanced at Shu Tianxi and asked tentatively, Did you get it? Chapter 71. Submit your share. The deal is done. Shu Tianxi knew what the village chief was asking, so he took out the transaction order with the machinery factory. Shu Daqiang's heart trembled, and he took the list and took a look at it. He took a deep breath, then looked at Tai Dan and said, Tai Dan, go and call a few village cadres over. Although Titan didn't know why, he still shouted obediently. Zhou Chuntao took a curious look at the bill. Her pupils suddenly shrank, and she exclaimed, "So much money? Nearly 2,000 yuan. They had never seen so much money in their lives." Shu Daqiang glared at Zhou Chuntao and scolded her, "Go prepare some tea." Zhou Chuntao was shocked. She nodded and turned around with her heart beating faster to prepare tea. "Tianci, how can there be so much money?" Shu Daqiang came back to his senses and stared at Shu Tianci. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci immediately told about the killing of 3 wild boars. Of course, he also said that it was with Su Jun's help that things went so smoothly. Hearing that the Su family had also contributed, Shu Daqiang quickly asked, "Did you give him your share?" "Certainly." Shu Tianci nodded and explained, "So, I can only hand over 70% to the village collective." 30% between 2 people? Shu Daqiang was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded in agreement. Of course, of course. Soon, all the village cadres gathered at Shu Daqiang's home. The village party secretary, village accountant, village production team leader, all sat together. After taking the tea poured by Zhou Chuntao, Shu Shaoqing looked at Shu Daqiang in confusion. "Village chief, why did you call us all here so urgently? Tianci is here too, could it be?" Shu Daqiang coughed and took out the bills and a wad of money. "This is the money Tianci got from hunting wild boars and trading with the county machinery factory. The amount involved is quite large, so I called you all here to be witnesses. Hunting wild boars and doing business with the county machinery factory, this must be considered speculation and profiteering, right?" Everyone gasped and looked at Shu Tianci in surprise. "Don't get me wrong." Shu Daqiang coughed and continued, "Because Tianci has already told me and Captain Shaoqing about this matter, he is willing to give most of the profits to the village collective. So, in general, Tianci is making a contribution to our village." After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized, "I told you, Tianci has been smart since he was young. You can tell at a glance that he's not the kind of person who's lazy and doesn't do anything for fun. That's exactly what happened. Ever since he hunted a wild boar and shared it with the whole village, I knew he wasn't the type to make mistakes. This is a lot of money. It must be more than 1,000, right? 1,325.38. Shu Daqiang said truthfully, then handed the money to the accountant to record it. Shu Tianci enjoyed everyone's praise and the village chief's commendation at the village chief's house. Shu Daqiang said that he would report this achievement to the people's commune when the time was right. By then, I will definitely be able to give Shu Tianci a good work point reward. Shu Tianci didn't care, but suddenly said, "Village chief, I would like to ask the whole village for help." Seeing everyone looking over, Shu Tianci continued, "There are many people in my family, but there are only 3 rooms. Now that my eldest brother is married to Sister Euro, it's a bit inconvenient for them to live together. So I want to build another house next to it, and that will require the help of the whole village. I also need some tickets for tiles and wood, and I need the village chief to lend me some. You can make the bricks for building a house yourself, but you have to buy the wooden tiles. Buying these also requires tickets, and Shu Tianci hadn't prepared any before." After listening to his needs, Shu Daqiang and everyone nodded. "Okay, I have some tickets here that you can use. It's easy to get the whole village to help build a house. All you have to do is provide them with a meal. Before, I was worried that your family couldn't afford it, but now I don't have to." Knowing that Shu Tianci made a lot of money from selling wild boars this time, everyone spoke more directly. Shu Tianci didn't mind and said gratefully, "Then I'll trouble you uncles for your help." After getting the consent of several people, Shu Tianci did not stay in the village chief's house for long. After leaving the village chief's house, he found a deserted place and carried a bamboo basket with some supplies in it. Third brother. When he was still some distance away from home, he saw Shu Tianci and Shu Shuailon running towards him. Shu Tianci smiled slightly, stretched out his arms to hold the 2 of them on both sides, and said, "Why are you here? Aren't you helping at home?" Shu Tianci shook his head and explained, "My eldest sister-in-law and second sister are at home, and they said they don't need our help. Third brother, sister-in-law has helped us with a lot of work since she came." Shu Shuailon also said quickly, "Indeed, sister-in-law Song Euro is well known for her hard work. I can earn 8 centimeters in the fields every day, and when I come back I can take care of all the housework. It's understandable that the Song family is reluctant to let her get married. How can they achieve this if they just want a horse to run, but don't give it grass to eat? What's more, Song Euro is their relative." Shu Tianxi shook his head and stretched out his hand, saying, "Look, what did third brother bring you? Wow, fruit candy." The fifth and sixth brothers' eyes lit up, and they looked up at Shu Tianxi in surprise. "Take it, it's food for you." Shu Tianxi smiled and reminded. Hearing this, the two of them reached out and took the candy back. "Third brother, what is this?" Shu Xuelon held up the white rabbit and asked curiously, "Is it candy too?" Shu Tianxi hummed and explained, "This is white rabbit milk candy. It's much better than hard candy." Upon hearing this, Shu Xuelon immediately hid the big white rabbit and said, "Leave it for my sister-in-law to eat." Seeing this, Shu Tianxi also hid the big white rabbit and said, "I'm giving mine to my second sister." Shu Tianxi laughed dumbly and said, "Don't worry about eating. Third brother still has a lot." The brother and sister swallowed and shook their heads. "We'll eat it tomorrow. Although they are very greedy, I am afraid of going back to the days when I had nothing." So, they knew not to eat all the candy at once. Shu Tianxi did not force it and soon returned home with them. As soon as I got home, I saw Shu Tianyu coming out of the kitchen with some sweet potatoes. "Third brother, you're back?" Shu Tianyu shouted, put the sweet potatoes on the table, and hurried over. "What were you doing in the city? Why are you back so late?" Shu Xianglian, who heard the noise, ran out of the kitchen and came forward to show concern. "Qinxi, are you okay going out for a day? The captain said you were going to the city to find a job. Is that true?" "Third brother is back? It's time to eat." Song Yuro was holding a plate of scrambled eggs with a smile on her face. Looking at the smiles of his family, Shu Tianxi secretly thought that this was home. What a pity. My parents passed away too early and didn't get to enjoy this heartwarming moment. Chapter 72. Sister-in-law's voice has recovered. "What? You said you found a job in the county." At the Shu family dinner table, everyone looked at Shu Tianxi in shock. "I got a job the last time I went to the city. Is it so easy to find a job now?" "I'm not sure yet, but the director asked me to come back and wait for news." Shu Tianxi chuckled and shook his head. "However, supplies are currently in short supply, and their logistics are indeed in urgent need of people like me who have hunting skills. Therefore, it is only a matter of time before I go through the onboarding procedures." "Good, my brother is so awesome," Shu Xianglian shouted, looking at Shu Tianxi with a face full of satisfaction. "Third brother is so awesome." Shu Tianxi immediately put down the sweet potato and started to flatter him. Shu Xuelon also shouted, "Third brother is great. I like him the most." Song Yuro also smiled, but reminded, "Third brother, the mountain is very dangerous. Although you have some hunting skills, you still have to be careful." Shu Tianxi was stunned and asked, "Thank you, sister-in-law. Has your voice recovered?" After saying this, he glanced at the others, but they didn't seem surprised. Song Yuro hummed and said happily, "I don't know what's going on either. My throat was a little itchy yesterday, but I can speak without stuttering today." In fact, she noticed signs of her throat recovering yesterday, especially after drinking the bowl of water. At that time, she felt that she could speak more smoothly, and she was completely well again early the next morning. She even had some doubts that the water was not ordinary water. "This is good." Shu Tianxi nodded immediately and looked at his elder brother with a strange expression. He could guess that it must be the spiritual spring water that worked, helping Song Yuro's voice recover. That big brother's been drinking the spiritual spring water for so long. Why does he still look so silly? Could it be that this is not caused by a disease, but that it is his personality and cannot be changed? "Qinxi, why are you staring at me?" Shu Tianyu asked with a puzzled look on his face. "It's okay. I just want you to be nicer to your sister-in-law." Shu Tianxi shook his head and said with a smile, "I just told the village chief that I will help you build a house next door tomorrow." "Build a house?" Everyone was shocked, and Shu Tianyu asked directly, "What do you mean? Qinxi, are you going to kick us out?" "Qinxi, is there something wrong with my sister-in-law?" Song Yuro was also panicked and asked hurriedly. She just got married yesterday and has only just begun to experience the happiness of home. But it was only one night later, and my husband's younger brother wanted to separate the family property. It was hard for her not to wonder if she had done something wrong to make the third brother angry. "Brother and sister-in-law, don't be anxious." Shu Xianglian quickly tried to appease him, pointing to Shu Tianxi. "Let's listen to what Tianxi has to say first." They all knew the family situation, and it was impossible for them to split up just because the eldest brother got married. After all, there is nothing left to divide in this family. Seeing everyone looking at him, Shu Tianxi shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I just said I would help you build a house. I didn't say I wanted to split up the family. My eldest brother and his wife will have children in the future, and Tion, Su will also marry a wife in the future. But our house is too small and can't accommodate any new members in the future. So I plan to build a new house next door so we can still eat together. After hearing this, everyone pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing what was going on. Xu Xianglian nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, I told you, Tianci wouldn't ask for a house for no reason. Our house is really too small. My eldest brother and his wife can no longer live there after they have their baby. It would be nice to build a new house next door, but... As she spoke, Xu Xianglian looked at Xu Tianci hesitantly. If someone in the village wants to build a house, the whole village will help. Bricks and straw are easy to provide. But tiles, food for the villagers, all these things require money. Can the Xu family afford it now? Song Yuro also understood the current situation of her family, so she looked at Xu Tianci and said, Third brother, thank you for your kindness, brother and sister-in-law. It's just that our family is really in trouble right now. How about we talk about it later? Look, your elder brother and I haven't planned to have children yet. Hearing this, Xu Tianci immediately smiled bitterly. One reason is that the house is too small for him to live in, and the other is that he got very anxious when he heard you having sex. He can't close his sixth senses and pretend he knows nothing. So this house must be built, and the couple must be sent to live next door. Thinking of this, Xu Tianci turned sideways and pulled his bamboo basket over, then took out some things from it and put them on the table. Rice, sugar. After seeing what was inside, Xu Xianglian was shocked. She quickly covered her mouth and stared at Xu Tianci. Where did this thing come from? Song Yuro also pulled the wrapping paper apart and took a look and was immediately shocked. The canteens in several nearby villages have long stopped supplying rice, and all they serve every day are steamed cornbread and wild vegetable soup. But it is really incredible that Xu Tianci suddenly brought back so much rice. Not to mention, there are these 2 kilograms of sugar. Song Yuro quickly advised, Third brother, please don't do anything illegal. What nonsense are you talking about? I bought all this. Xu Tianci rolled his eyes and complained. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, he slowly told them about selling the wild boar. In order to avoid alarming them, I also told them about my cooperation with the village collective. Finally, he took out some money and put it on the table and said, This money is part of my dividends. Second sister, take it. Don't save it if there's anything needed at home. So much money. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, and they couldn't take their eyes off the big black pile of coins. Xu Tianci smiled slightly and continued. So, from now on, our family can eat rice. That's great. We'll have rice to eat in the future. Xu Shuilan was very happy and clapped her hands and shouted. Don't shout. Xu Xianglian glared at him, and he pursed his lips. The fact that the third brother made money and provided our family with rice to eat cannot be told to others. Even if we eat it ourselves, we have to mix it with cornmeal or soybeans. After Xu Xianglian's warning, everyone realized the seriousness of the matter. So they all nodded and said that they would never tell anyone about what happened today. Xu Xianglian nodded in satisfaction, looked at Xu Tianci and said, Tianci, I'm very happy that you have such ability. But if you can, you must also help the villagers who helped us. Go to the fields and look at them. Their bodies and faces are just like our parents back then. Speaking of this, Xu Xianglian suddenly choked up a little. Don't worry, second sister. Our family's top priority is to fill our stomachs first. Xu Tianci nodded immediately and explained, As a token of gratitude, I've already given 70% of the proceeds to the village. If those who rescue us are in trouble, we should help them if we can. After all, we can't just watch them die, right? Chapter 73, I want to find a job for my second sister. Xu Tianci is not an ungrateful person. He also knows that the village is currently in great difficulty. The villagers didn't know what was happening, but some of them started to swell up all over, and their faces became as big as millstones. People who don't know may think that they have gained weight, but in fact they're just sick. Xu Tianci didn't know what the disease was. He only knew that if it was serious, it would be fatal. After all, his parents died of this disease, and it was ultimately due to hunger. The village canteen still served rice and meat last year, but this began to decrease significantly in the first half of this year. Later, they only provided 1 meal a day, which was mostly steamed cornbread and wild vegetable soup. There's not enough food for myself, let alone the many children at home. Before, it was Xu Fugue who went to see the village chief, and the lazy original owner actually didn't know the specific reason. Even Shu Tianxi now doesn't know much. However, the villagers had saved the lives of their brothers and sisters, so Shu Tianxi naturally wanted to help them. Only, how to help him and how to help him reasonably is a big problem. You can't take out all the food in the space and distribute it to the villagers, right? This doesn't make sense. First of all, there's no explanation for where it came from. Besides, such a large amount of food will attract the attention of the commune in minutes. By the time people from the commune arrived, Shu Tianxi had already been taken away for dissection before the villagers could be rescued. So Shu Tianxi thought about it and decided to let his second sister help those in need first. Hearing what he meant, Shu Xianglian nodded happily and said, "Tianxi, I'm glad you have this intention. Our family is poor, but we're definitely not ungrateful. So as long as I have the ability, I must do something to repay the villagers' kindness." "I know." Shu Tianxi smiled slightly, reached out to pick up the sweet potato, and took a bite. He chewed and said, "Don't we have a list of the villagers who helped us before? If there are those among them who are about to die, help them first. But you can't send rice, otherwise all the villagers will get jealous and start trouble." He wanted to help the villagers, but he wouldn't bet on human nature, and he certainly didn't want to be sliced. Shu Xianglian hummed and smiled. "I'll know my limits." After discussing how to repay their benefactor, the whole family felt much more relaxed while eating. Shu Tianxi looked at the family and suddenly asked, "Second sister, I'm going to find you a job." Shu Xianglian was stunned and asked in confusion, "Work? What work?" "It depends on what you like to do, and I'll find a job for you." Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and said confidently, 8 major officials, textile factories, candy factories, whatever is fine." Phew. Hearing this, Shu Xianglian immediately covered her mouth and laughed. She rolled her eyes and complained, "Look at what you said. Do you think work is easy? Didn't you hear what your uncle said? The jobs in the county all have quotas. You were able to find a job as a buyer because people valued your hunting ability. Your second sister, I only know how to work in the fields and around the house. Which company would want your sister to work there?" "Sister, you look down on yourself and me, don't you?" Shu Tianxi shook his head helplessly. "Second sister, you can do any job and endure any hardship. So why can't you do the work of the 8 great officials?" "Tianxi, you have this intention. Second sister is very happy." Shu Xianglian smiled and said with relief, "But even my uncle can't meet the work quota, so don't think it's easy. As long as you want to go to work." Shu Tianxi waved his hand and said indifferently, "Work targets are indeed difficult for others, but your third brother is not like others." Okay. Shu Xianglian was helpless and could only give in and smile. "As long as you can find a quota, I'll go to any unit, okay? No problem, leave it to me." Shu Tianxi patted his chest and said with confidence, "Second sister, you can eat a few candies every day. Eating too much is not good for your teeth. When we build our house, we will give some to the villagers. I'll buy more after you finish eating. Don't be afraid to spend money." "Good." At night, Shu Tianxi lay in bed feeling helpless. The noise from next door still showed no sign of abating, which showed that the eldest brother had no idea what restraint was. Shu Tianxi didn't know how to persuade him, otherwise it would be bad if the other party knew that he was eavesdropping. He glanced at the sleeping Shu Tianxi, then disappeared from the bed. Inside the jade pendant space, Shu Tianxi's gaze first fixed on the surrounding grass, where 2 wild wolves were lying. After seeing their appearance, Shu Tianxi was shocked. "Hey, brother wolf, how come you guys are so thin?" As soon as the words fell, Shu Tianxi reacted instantly. He patted his head and said with a smile, "You've been hungry for a few days, right? You feel tired now, right?" Hearing the sound, the 2 wolves immediately opened their eyes. After seeing Shu Tianxi's figure, their pupils instantly widened several times. Their eyes first showed ferocity. The muscles at the corners of their mouths kept twitching, revealing their sharp fangs. But they only lasted 2 seconds before lying on the grass again, with pitiful looks on their faces. They're scared. They're really scared. They were thrown here for no reason a few days ago, and the unfamiliar environment made them very uneasy. The only thing that made them happy was that there were delicious foods, such as wild boars, pheasants, and rabbits, not far away. But what makes them frustrated is that they can't catch the food at all. As long as you get close to the nests of these poultry, you will be directly thrown away. After trying for a while, they gave up completely, so they turned their attention to the plants on the black soil. It should be okay to eat them as vegetarians, right? The result is still the same. If they get close, they will be bounced away, and they will be tortured to death. In the end, I was so hungry that I could only drink some water by the stream. I never thought that the water was indeed sweet, but the more I drank it, the hungrier I became. After several days, they were starving, but they just couldn't die. Now that they see the culprit who tortured them like this again, they really can't hate him. Now they only want this human to give them something to eat. Let me think about it. What's the point of keeping you? Shu Qianxi did not soften his heart, but touched his chin and hesitated. Wolves eat meat, and meat is very valuable nowadays. 1 day outside is 10 days inside. If Shu Qianxi wants to raise these 2 wolves, the cost will be quite high. Therefore, he had to find a use for these 2 wolves. After thinking for a while, Shu Qianxi suddenly waved to a wild wolf and said, "Come here." The wild wolf didn't hesitate and crawled over weakly. Shu Qianxi tentatively placed his hand on its head and gently stroked it. The wolf narrowed its eyes, seeming to enjoy the caress. Shu Qianxi was very satisfied with its obedience, and then he had an extra rabbit in his hand. The eyes of the 2 wild wolves suddenly lit up, but no one came forward to grab it. Shu Qianxi was tempted. If he could be tamed. Chapter 74, Big Bad Wolf and Red Wolf. In the jade pendant space, Shu Qianxi fed each of the 2 hungry wolves a rabbit. Rabbits have a strong reproductive ability. In just 1 or 2 days outside, the rabbits in the space gave birth to a litter. I can't finish it. I can't finish it at all. They tore the 2 little rabbits apart and ate them right in front of Shu Qianxi. Shu Qianxi just frowned and stretched out his hands after they finished eating. The 2 wolves looked timid, and after hesitating for a moment, they approached Shu Qianxi. Shu Qianxi tried it with his mind and seemed to be able to understand what they wanted to express. Soon, the 2 wild wolves put their heads under his palms. It seems like it was tamed just like that. From now on, you will be called Gray Wolf and Red Wolf. Shu Qianxi petted the wolves for a while and gave them interesting names. Then it turned and came to the stream, with 2 wild wolves following behind it, like a pair of guardian beasts. Shu Qianxi looked back at them, then squatted down and looked at the stream in front of him. This stream flows down from the direction of Linquan, and there's a pond at the end. The water in the pond never seems to be full and always remains in balance. As for where the water from the spiritual spring above came from, and why the water flowing into the pond below was not full, he didn't understand. Shu Qianxi studied it for a while and murmured, "Maybe I can raise a few fish." However, the ponds in the village have dried up, and the water from the reservoir on the dam has begun to flow into the dug ditches to irrigate the farmland. It's probably impossible to get fish in the village. Shu Qianxi took this matter to heart and decided to get some fish to raise when he had the chance. Then he observed the planting area and breeding area. Sweet potatoes, pumpkins, and rice are growing very well. Wheat, corn, soybeans, and other crops have also sprouted and grown branches. The wild boars and hares seem to have given birth again, and there are quite a few eggs in the chicken coop. I threw some sweet potatoes and leaves into the wild boar and rabbit nests, and put a few pounds of rice into the chicken coop. Then add the water pulled by the poultry to the spiritual spring water and use it to water all the plants. Before exiting the space, he still glanced at the 2 wolves. It would consume too much food to keep them in space, so they must be sent back to the mountains. Wrong. Shu Qianxi suddenly thought of something and looked towards the warehouse. He chuckled and looked at the wolf with a hint of evil amusement. The 2 wild wolves took a step back and appeared in the warehouse the next second. And their eyes, bodies, and even consciousness are all prohibited at this moment. Done. Shu Qianxi chuckled and then disappeared into space. The next morning, Shu Daqiang's voice suddenly sounded on the village radio. Dear fellow villagers, I am Shu Daqiang, your village chief. The 3rd son of the wealthy family. Qianxi wants to ask everyone for a favor. Afterwards, Shu Daqiang told Shu Qianxi that he wanted to build a house. Shu Qianxi walked out of the earthwork and looked up at the direction of the broadcast. If anyone wants to help, they can go to Fugui's house to help, and Qianxi's house will provide a meal. There are coarse grains, enough to satisfy your hunger. Oh shit. Shu Qianxi's pupil shrank, and he was a little surprised by what Shu Daqiang said. What the hell is this guy talking about? Shu Daqiang's voice came from the radio again. Of course. Qianxi's house needs to be built, and the production team's tasks cannot be shirked. So there are many people who want to join. Those who arrive first can join first. As soon as Shu Daqiang finished speaking, the villagers in the village were instantly in an uproar. The 3rd son of the wealthy family wants to build a new house. Is it for his eldest brother and his wife? That's not important. What's important is that his family provides a meal and makes sure they're full. That's fake. His family can barely afford to eat. Where can we get enough food to eat? The village chief's family has been starving for days. Never mind, never mind. Let's go and take a look first. So, the villagers who wanted to help, and those who did not believe in evil began to rush to Shu Tianxi's house. Shu Xianglian and the others came to Shu Tianxi and asked, Tianxi, why did the village chief say that? Song Yuro nodded and continued, It's okay if a few people come, but what if the whole village comes? If the whole village comes, how can we afford so much? There are hundreds of people in Shujia village. Even if each person only has one bowl of rice, it would require hundreds of kilograms of rice. It's okay, there won't be so many people coming. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly, shook his head and said, Don't worry about him. What everyone cares about more is the work points. Having said that, she was still worried that there were too many people coming. Besides, it's just a bare house, so it doesn't require many people. Before they could say anything, villagers had already come to their house. Tianxi, Xianglian, is what the village chief just said true or false? Building a house for your family, can it really provide you with enough food? Shu Tianxi glanced at them. His face was bloated, his body was large, and his steps were unsteady. In this state, if I don't have enough food, I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Of course, can the village chief lie to others? Shu Tianxi laughed and shouted, Second sister, give candy to the uncles and aunts. Good. Since even her brother said so, Shu Xianglian no longer hesitated. After responding, he enthusiastically distributed fruit candies to the villagers who came to help. When the villagers saw the fruit candies, they immediately believed what Shu Daqiang and Shu Tianxi said. Tianxi, have you prepared the wooden tiles? It's not so bad without bricks and straw, but it's really not possible without wooden tiles. Hearing this, Shu Tianxi immediately said, Uncle Qingshan's family should have some wood. I can spend money to buy it. Okay, tell him it should be fine. Everyone discussed it, and then someone started digging the yellow mud. At this time, 4 young men strode over. They all came to Shu Tianxi and shouted, Third brother. Shu Tianxi looked up and saw that it was Su Jun and his sister. He smiled and said, Why are you here? After saying that, he looked at the other two and asked, Are you still here with them? We heard your village broadcast in the village and knew you needed help. Su Jun smiled slightly and explained, Then I brought my sister here. After saying that, he rolled his eyes at the Zhongbing brothers and said, I met them on the road. They said they were looking for you. At this time, Zhang Tao stepped forward and shouted, Third brother, we are willing to accept the loss. Zhang Bing also nodded and shouted, Yes, from now on you will be our big brother. Hey! Su Jun's eyes lit up, and he looked at Shu Tianxi in surprise. As expected of the third brother, he even accepted the Zhang brothers as his younger brothers. Shu Tianxi looked at the two of them with admiration and said with a smile, Okay, I won't let you suffer any loss if you follow me. We are building a house today. Please help me get 2 loads of tiles. After saying that, he took out a $5 bill and handed it over. The Zhang Tao brothers looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Chapter 75, Preparing to Build a House. The Zhang brothers took the money to buy tiles, and Su Jun stared at their backs for a long time. It wasn't until the voice of his sister, Su Qian, rang out that he came back to his senses. Brother Tianxi, do you need me to do anything? Su Qian asked, looking at Shu Tianxi with admiration in her eyes. Yes, third brother. Su Jun nodded repeatedly and said, What do you think we can do? Shu Tianxi looked up at them, especially the girl, Su Qian. There was no way to drive her away, so she could only order, Xiao Qian, go help my eldest sister-in-law and second sister. Okay. Su Qian smiled sweetly, then strode towards Song Yuro and Shu Xianglian. Sister-in-law, second sister, is there anything I can help with? Xiao Qian is here. Shu Xianglian's eyes lit up and she smiled. You're a guest. How can I ask you to do any work? Just go and chat with Tianxi. But Su Qian looked back at Shu Tianxi, who was negotiating with her brother, and was a little hesitant. Finally, she stepped forward, picked up the axe, and said, Shall I help you chop wood? Seeing this, Shu Shuilian, who was about to pick up the axe, was suddenly confused. The eldest brother and the third brother helped to build the house. The eldest sister-in-law and the second sister were responsible for cooking, and the fifth brother and the youngest sister made the fire, washed the vegetables, and washed the dishes. I finally got a job chopping wood, and you're trying to snatch it from me? Shu Tianxi didn't pay attention to the situation here, but took out some cigarette and alcohol tickets and handed them to Su Jun. Junzi, Go buy me a few bottles of liquor and cheap cigarettes to entertain the villagers who come to help. Good. Su Jun agreed decisively and stopped Shu Tianxi from taking the money. You don't have to give me the money. I have it. No, that's your money. Shu Tianxi immediately shook his head and frowned. Third brother, compared to what you helped me, this little money is nothing. Su Jun had nearly 200 yuan in his pocket, so he didn't mind spending some money to buy cigarettes and alcohol for Shu Tianxi. Moreover, he was counting on the other party to lead him around. He has this intention, but Shu Tianxi cannot have this intention. Then he scolded, That's enough. Don't make fun of us. Take the money and go buy the cigarettes and alcohol. Su Jun glanced at the villagers nearby who were constantly looking at him, and then looked at the money Shu Tianxi handed over. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took the money. I'll be right back. Looking at the other persons departing back, Shu Tianxi shook his head and found that the carpenter from the village had come. Shu Tianxi's face lit up with joy, and he quickly went over to light a cigarette. Uncle Qing Shan, you're finally here. God's gift. Shu Qing Shan pulled a cart and said with a smile, I've brought you the molds and wooden frames. Take them and use them. Okay, thank you, Uncle. Shu Tianxi also smiled, then took out the money and said, Uncle, how much are these wooden frames? Hearing this, Shu Qing Shan immediately became unhappy. He scolded, You kid, what are you talking about? When have I ever charged money for the wood used by the villagers to build their houses? This is indeed a difficult topic to start. Otherwise, the whole village will feel uneasy in the future. However, even if he doesn't give it openly, Shu Tianxi can give it privately. So he didn't bother to be polite with Uncle Qing Shan and first turned around and whispered a few words to Shu Shuilian. The other person glanced at Shu Qing Shan, then nodded, turned around, and ran back to the kitchen. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and began to move the wood from the cart. Only after the car was emptied did Shu Tianxi shout again, Thank you, Uncle Qing Shan. You little brat. Why are you always being polite to your uncle? Shu Qing Shan rolled his eyes and suddenly moved closer. If you really feel bad, next time you go hunting in the mountains and find something good, please share some with me. After he finished speaking, he looked around, afraid that others would hear him. Seeing that everyone else was busy, he said, Uncle won't ask for it for nothing. Uncle will give you money. At this time, Shu Shuilian also ran back. Third brother, she called out, then handed over a bamboo basket covered with oil paper. Shu Tianxi immediately took the bamboo basket and placed it on his Shu Qing Shan's cart. Tianxi, you are. Shu Qing Shan was stunned and a little confused. But before he could finish his words, Shu Tianxi urged him, Go back first. We'll talk later. Shu Qing Shan looked around, nodded, and then got on the cart and went home. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly, turned around, and found that many villagers had come to his house. Since many villagers were not working, Shu Shaoqing specially sent over a few sets of farm tools. So Shu Tianxi immediately stepped forward and shouted, Uncles and aunts, uncles and aunts. There are some fruit candies at home. You guys can have some first. I've already asked someone to buy some cigarettes and alcohol. Don't worry. We will make sure you have wine and meat to eat and fill your stomachs later. Okay, just Tianxi's words will do. Come on, old dog. Come and help dig out the foundation of Tianyo's house. Daya, where are you, big girl? Come and mix the lus. With Shu Tianxi's assurance and the fruit candies he gave them, the villagers became more excited. So the diggers dug holes, preparing to dig out the foundation first. Those who want to mix yellow mud. Those who want to cut rice straw, and then add water and mix them together. Then a few people walked in barefoot, crushing the yellow mud a little. Finally, you have to take the mold brought by Shu Qing Shan, hammer it solid with a hammer, and then set it aside to dry. In the 1950s and 1960s, green bricks or red bricks were basically not used to build houses. Instead, yellow mud bricks were used. Just mix yellow mud and straw with water, then put them into a mold and set them aside to dry. It won't take long before it becomes a perfect yellow mud brick, strong and breathable. Houses built with this kind of yellow mud bricks are warm in winter and cool in summer. On the other side, after Shu Qing Shan dragged the cart home, he couldn't wait to take the bamboo basket into the house. Boss, what are you doing? Shu, looking at the woman coming towards him, Shu Qing Shan, who had already sensed something, immediately made a gesture to keep quiet. Then he reached out and took the other person's hand and walked into the room together. When they took the things out of the bamboo basket, their pupils dilated and contracted several times. Chicken eggs? The woman looked at Shu Qingshan in surprise and asked, "Where did so many come from?" Shu Qingshan's expression changed, and he took a deep breath and said, "It's a gift from heaven." "The third son of the wealthy family," the woman asked in surprise. "Where did he get all these things?" Shu Qingshan hummed and guessed. "He should have gone up the mountain these days and got a lot of good things. There are so many eggs. I'm afraid we'll have to give all the eggs at home to us." The woman said indignantly, "Didn't we take all the wood from our home to build a house for his elder brother?" Shu Qingshan glanced at her, shook his head, and sighed. "How could the wood he brought be worth so many eggs? Women don't care about that. If they don't replenish their bodies, the whole family will starve to death." She glanced at Shu Qingshan and said, "Let me cook some for you and your son first. Go and get." Chapter 76, Ramming Song. Next to Shu Tianxi's house, a group of villagers were doing their work in an orderly manner. "Although my hands are dirty and my body is tired, the fruit candy in my mouth is always sweet." Shu Tianxi wanted to tan his skin, so he was not idle and did the most tiring work. Holding a hoe in his hand, he dug the soil at a speed that stunned the men. It only takes him 10 minutes to finish the work that takes 4 or 5 people half an hour. This made the villagers a little suspicious. Is this kid still the frail third son of the wealthy family? Shu Tianxi also slowly realized his conspicuousness and slowed down his movements. At this time, Su Jun ran back panting. "Third brother, I bought you cigarettes and alcohol." Seeing this, Shu Tianxi, who was trying to ease the embarrassment, immediately dropped his hoe and rushed toward Su Jun. However, when he saw the cigarettes and alcohol in the other person's hand, he was immediately shocked. He grabbed the man's clothes and walked into the house. "Come in with me." Su Jun was confused and heard the other party scolding him as soon as he entered the house. "Didn't I tell you to buy shochu and economy cigarettes? Why did you buy Fengjiu and Haitang cigarettes?" Hearing this, Su Jun immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "I don't think those cigarettes and alcohol are too cheap, and they must not taste good. As your younger brother, shouldn't I help you save face? Come on, why would I have such a face?" Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes and complained, "If you were so capable, why don't you buy Wuliangya, Matai, Greater China, and Small China?" Su Jun didn't take it seriously. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I don't have any methyl alcohol or cigarette tickets." Hey, from what he said, he dared to buy tickets for home just because he had them. Shu Tianxi laughed in anger and could only explain the pros and cons to the other party. The people who came to help him build the house today were all villagers, people who couldn't even fill their stomachs. It is satisfying to be able to have a sip of wine and smoke a cigarette. Who cares whether it is good or bad? If you bring good cigarettes and alcohol home at this time, wouldn't that just give people something to talk about? Besides, what kind of people does Shu Tianxi's family have in the village? They just know how to hunt. If you dare to take out good cigarettes and good wine today, people will report you tomorrow. Then just wait to step on the sewing machine. Is it so serious? After hearing Shu Tianxi's scolding, Su Jun became alert instantly. "Nonsense." Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes at him and said, "Be a good person and don't be a conspicuous person." Su Jun didn't know what a conspicuous bag was. He just looked at the cigarettes and alcohol in his hand and said, "I'll go change it now." "Wait." Shu Tianxi stopped the other person and said, "Leave the cigarettes and alcohol here and buy new ones." "I'm going now." Su Jun looked at Shu Tianxi in confusion, then put down his cigarettes and alcohol obediently. Looking at his back, Shu Tianxi shook his head and put away his cigarettes and alcohol. "I've already bought it. Why waste it?" "Brother Tianxi, what is my brother doing again?" Su Qian walked over and asked curiously. "It's okay." Shu Tianxi shook his head and explained, "He just bought the wrong cigarettes and alcohol. I asked him to buy them again." Su Qian said, "Oh," and then smiled as if she wanted to say something. "Tamping, tamping. Come on, some grown men, tamp it." Suddenly, the villagers' shouts were heard from the side, and Shu Tianxi's eyes immediately lit up. "Xiao Qian, I still have things to do." After saying that, he strode out of the house. Su Qian pursed her lips, turned around, and went back to the kitchen to help. When Shu Tianxi arrived at the foundation, he saw 7 or 8 old men gathered around a round mound. The round pier is solid and looks heavy, with a pillar in the middle. The villagers tied a hemp rope to the round mound, and then tied a few bamboo sticks on it. Next, 2 people stand in front and back, each holding a bamboo pole, and there is another person standing in the middle holding a bamboo pole on the stone round block. "Comrades, come on, hey. Lay the foundation, lay it well, hey." The one I beat was good. The host gave me some ice cream, hey? The uncle standing in the middle suddenly shouted, and the four people in front and behind followed suit. Every time he started shouting, Yuan Dun was lifted up by them, and then put down with a hey ya. The ice cream tastes good, and we have enough energy to fight, hey? Wait till 12 o'clock. The host will buy some meat buns, hey? 2 or 3 per person. It's better to work after eating well, hey? The 5 people cooperated with each other and smashed the round pier onto the excavated foundation again and again at the shouts of the caller. Seeing this scene, Shu Tianxi suddenly remembered something. So he immediately picked up the hemp rope and bamboo pole, turned around, and walked towards the former sand pond in the village. Shu Tianyu, who was making mud, saw this and asked hurriedly, Tianxi, where are you going? Junzi, come with me to get something. Good. After a while, I heard a sound of. Everyone followed each other's gaze, and suddenly everyone exclaimed in surprise. Shu Tianxi and Su Jun were each holding 2 bamboo poles, with a large stone pillar on top of the bamboo poles. Everyone in the village has seen this stone. It's the one standing next to the sand pond and weighs 200 or 300 kilograms. But this time, Shu Tianxi and Su Jun easily lifted it back. Come on, keep tamping. Shu Tianxi laughed, and he and Su Jun smashed the stone pillar directly to the ground. Everyone seemed to feel the ground shake, and they stumbled and almost lost their balance. Oh my, how come these 2 are so strong? No wonder Tianxi was able to kill a wild boar. That punch must have weighed at least several hundred kilograms, right? Look at those grown men. It took only 5 or 6 of them to lift a round stool, weighing dozens of kilograms. A few big men who were tamping the soil nearby looked at each other, then looked down at the round pile that weighed only a few dozen pounds. That blushing face almost fell into this ditch. Don't waste time. Lunch will be here soon. Shu Tianxi waved his hand calmly and shouted, Uncles, the bricklaying area is now yours. Leave this area to us. Don't worry. After saying that, he asked Su Jun to lift the stone pillar and then put it down on the ground. Boom! Everyone staggered, then looked at Shu Tianxi and the other 2 in surprise. I saw that the ground where the opponent landed had already left a deep indentation. This force is probably enough to kill a cow with 1 punch. Several women looked at each other, their eyes exchanging unknown thoughts. Shu Tianxi raised his head and looked at the group of men. Don't just stand there, keep shouting. The older men stopped hesitating and continued shouting. Comrades, come on, hey. Boom. Lay the foundation, lay it well, hey. Boom. The one I beat was good. The host gave me some ice cream, hey? Time passed by minute. Su Jun bought some cheap cigarettes and alcohol again. The Zhang brothers pulled 2 carts full of tiles. After a while, a fragrance soon wafted over. Everyone sniffed it carefully, and then looked towards Shu Tianxi's kitchen with intoxicated faces. Chapter 77 Food is questioned. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the dinner bell rang in the village canteen, and Shu Shuilan ran out of the kitchen. Big brother, third brother, all the uncles and aunts. The food is ready, it's time to eat. Hearing this, Shu Tianxi, who had pounded the ground firmly, immediately put down the stone pillar and looked at everyone. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Dear uncles and aunts, please eat first and then take a rest. After hearing what Shu Tianxi said, everyone put down their weapons. Then they gathered together, talking and laughing as they walked towards Shu Tianxi's house. Xianglian, what delicious food did you make? It smells so good. I think I smell meat. Is it pheasant or rabbit? Shu Tianxi followed behind and gave cigarettes to the group of uncles and aunts, walking into the house while talking and laughing. Tianxi, how did you develop such strength? I remember you couldn't even lift a bag of rice before. I don't know either. Shu Tianxi shook his head and said nonsense. I fainted from illness before, and when I woke up, I found that I had infinite strength. May our ancestors bless us. This must be the blessing of our ancestors. Looking at their backs, someone even went out of their way to lift Shu Tianxi's stone pillar. A man in his 40s could only lift his head slightly. He couldn't lift it up like Shu Tianxi did. After trying for a moment, he shook his head in frustration. Old tree root, where have you been? Come and drink and eat meat. Hearing this, the man immediately ran towards a room. The narrow living room was packed with people, and there was an octagonal table with a round top. On top of it was a plate of wild rabbit meat, a large bowl of sweet potatoes, scrambled eggs with wild vegetables, a bowl of cornmeal mixed with beans, and a small portion of rice. In later times, this would certainly not be considered a big deal, but in an era when people were starving to death, it was considered a feast. Seeing such a sumptuous lunch, all the villagers' eyes widened. At the invitation of the Shu Tianyu brothers, a group of men sat down. The women simply reached for the sweet potatoes and stood by with bowls of miscellaneous food. Shu Qianxi took 2 bottles of liquor, stood up, poured wine for the men, and began to thank them. Uncle Shanjin, Uncle Guangqi, Uncle Dashin, thank you for your hard work this morning. Qinxi, what you said is really a slap in our face. Shu Shanjin slapped his face and said with some shame, there are only 5 of us grown men, but we haven't done as much as you alone. Speaking of hard work, it's nothing compared to how hard you and your elder brother work. Yes, that's right, Yamane is right. Today, Tianyu and Tianxi are really capable. If anyone ever says Tianxi can't work again, I, Shu Dashin, will be the first to disagree. Thank you, elders. Shu Tianxi bowed slightly and then picked up the wine glass. My elders, I offer you a toast. Thank you all for contributing to my brother and sister-in-law's new house. Have a good meal and drink to everyone. After saying that, he raised his head and took a sip of wine. It's impossible to drink it directly. This soju really tastes spicy in the throat. The villagers were very considerate and took a big sip from their wine glasses. Then they all picked up their chopsticks and started to eat the rabbit meat, eggs, and wild vegetables. This thing is just to satisfy your craving. The real thing to fill your stomach is sweet potato and corn noodles. Shu Dashin held the sweet potato in his left hand and the rabbit meat with chopsticks in his right hand. He looked at Shu Tianxi while eating and said, Tianxi, uncle, let me be honest. Ever since the village canteen switched to 1 meal a day, I haven't had such a good meal. As soon as the voice fell, someone immediately followed up, don't say the food is so good. I've never been full. If Tianxi hadn't hunted the wild boar last time and distributed a few pounds of wild boar meat to our family, my head of the family might have died in those 2 days. Yes. If it weren't for those few pounds of meat, our family wouldn't be able to recover. Everyone nodded, feeling grateful, but also a little strange. Look, someone is eating while turning the table over with his hands. Hey, Tianxi, did you get these rabbits and eggs from the mountains? Next time you go up the mountain, can you bring back 2 eggs for Annie? Yes, it would be all right if God gave you the chance to kill another wild boar sometime. Whether our village can survive this disaster depends entirely on your wild boar meat. Hearing this, Shu Tianxi's expression suddenly became a little embarrassed. At the same time, he felt a little uncomfortable. That's enough. Shu Shanjin suddenly slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily. You know how dangerous that mountain is. You've forgotten that Huzi went hunting in the mountains last year and was eaten by wolves, right? Yes, it is indeed dangerous on the mountain. Tianxi was able to get the wild boar last time because of pure luck. Shu Guangqi also nodded in agreement. Tianxi, there's nothing we can do about it. 6 of my brothers and sisters are waiting here to eat. If there was some way, he wouldn't have taken this risk. So, Shu Dashin knocked on the table, stared at the group of women, and said, if you have some, just shut up. Also let God bring you pheasants and eggs. You had something to pick up when you went up the mountain? Why didn't you let your boss go up the mountain? Hearing the 3 men scolding, the group of women immediately lowered their heads and began to eat sweet potatoes in silence. Who doesn't know that climbing a mountain is dangerous? It's just that the danger isn't mine. If they really wanted to let their boss go up the mountain to hunt, they wouldn't dare ask him to gamble. Dear aunts, seeing that the atmosphere was a bit tense, Shu Tianxi quickly laughed. He said, for me, I don't always get something when I go up the mountain. I just set a few traps and wait for the rabbits and pheasants to take the bait. I really can't fight wild boars and wolves head on. So this is a matter of luck, and I can't promise you anything. If that doesn't work, you can talk to your uncles and form a team to go up the mountain. Dig some traps or something. Maybe you can get something. I wanted to stop you from going up the mountain to ensure your safety. Now that the idea has come to his mind, he has no choice but to speak frankly. Just then, several people who were going to work suddenly ran over. Oh my, you really have wine and meat at home. When they saw the food on the table, shock was written all over their faces. Lu Yuning suddenly appeared from nowhere, pointing at the table and shouting. More than that, there's rice there. The village canteen can't even afford rice, yet there's rice on this table. Well, hearing this group of people's booing, Shu Tianxi's whole family looked very unhappy. There are hundreds of people in the village, and who knows how many jealous people are there. Not everyone is simple and kind, and not everyone has done anything good for their family. Shu Tianxi sighed in his heart, stood up, and said, "What we eat at home is none of your business. Don't forget, I have 3 aunts behind me. Even without them, I have the ability to support myself. If you want to know where my family's food comes from, you'll find out in a few days." Chapter 78, Gossip. In order to feed the villagers who helped him, Shu Tianxi took out some fine grains. But in order to avoid shocking the public, he asked his elder sister-in-law and second sister to mix cornmeal and beans into it. But despite this, some villagers with ulterior motives still provoked trouble. With a jealous look on his face, he insisted that the food from Shu Tianxi's family came from unknown sources. Shu Tianxi's face looked very ugly, and he could only briefly explain why his family had food. Not to mention that he has 3 aunts, 2 of whom have urban household registration. In my aunt's family, except for the second daughter and the youngest son, everyone else has a job. Last time when we came to host Shu Tianyo's wedding, it wouldn't be too much for the 3 aunts to bring some food, right? In addition, even if they were not there, Shu Tianxi could go up the mountain to hunt by himself. Even if he could not kill the wild boar, he would still have no problem catching the rabbit and pheasant. I can eat the rabbit myself, and I can also exchange the pheasant for some food. Shu Tianxi explained it again, then banged on the table and shouted, "You can't even imagine what I'm capable of? If you want to know more, I'll tell you after my house is built." After a heated speech, a group of women began to bow their heads in thought. I don't know whether they were speechless after hearing Shu Tianxi's words or trying to find flaws in his words. "You're not here to work. Why are you making so much trouble?" Su Jun suddenly stood up and shouted at the group of women coming from behind. The Zhongbing brothers also nodded and shouted, "Get out of here quickly. Don't disturb us while we eat." Although the group of women were reluctant, they still snorted and left. Looking at Shu Dashan and the others who were deep in thought, Shu Tianxi slowly said, "Uncle Dashan, Uncle Shanjin, my family's food must be sourced legally. If you're not at ease, I don't need you to build my house. Consider this meal as my treat for you, and go back after you finish eating." "Tianxi, what are you talking about?" Shu Dashan frowned and slammed the table and said, "Your family has food. That's your ability. I don't care where it comes from. As long as I eat it, I have to work. Not only do I have to finish the work this afternoon, but I will come again tomorrow." "That's right." Shu Shanjin also nodded and said, "Who would eat the boss's food but not work for him?" Lu Yuning and her group are just gossipy. "Tianxi, don't take them too seriously. Those old women just gossip all day long. They're just jealous of the one in your family who stutters." "That's right. If their family had Tianxi's hunting skills, they would have secretly gone up the mountain long ago." With the support of several big men, others also expressed their willingness to stay and continue working. Regardless of where Shu Tianxi's family's food came from, they did eat it. Such good food, they would be happy to eat it even if it came from unknown sources. It's better than working all day and then eating rotten vegetable leaf soup in the cafeteria, right? Hearing that everyone was still willing to stay and work, Shu Xianglian and Song Yuro breathed a sigh of relief. They are afraid that after working all day, everyone will leave in the afternoon. Not only has the house just started to be built, but so much food has been wasted. "Okay, thank you guys." Shu Tianxi nodded, raised his glass, and said, "Eat and drink enough, and continue working in the afternoon." After a while, everyone had their fill. Then they didn't even bother to rest. They clapped their hands and returned to the foundation. Hundreds of yellow mud bricks had dried in the morning, and the tamping was almost complete. Shu Dashan and his team started laying bricks, while Shu Tianxi, Su Jun, and the other 2 moved bricks together. Brick drying is slower than bricklaying, so sometimes they have to stop and take a break. As time passed, the news that Lu Yuning was causing trouble at Shu Tianxi's house quickly spread. When some people learned that Shu Tianxi's family really had wine, meat, and even rice, their eyes turned red with jealousy. "Oh my God, no way. It's fine if these 6 orphan children can build a new house, but why should they be able to eat meat and drink wine? That Shu Tianxi kid must have sneaked up the mountain. Who knows what kind of prey he got and hid? Maybe he even secretly took it to the city to exchange for money." Don't tell me that. If the commune finds out, they'll take him away. How else can you explain where the money for rice and wine came from? "I have 3 aunts. At least 2 of them are from a city," someone retorted. "Come on. When Fugue and his wife died, none of his 3 sisters came. The money that was used to help Shu Tianyu get married a few days ago must have been pooled by Dami and the others, right? Why do you think those 3 women would give money to Shu Tianxi and the others?" This. Things escalated and escalated, and soon there were even several more versions. Shu Qianxi and the others didn't know about this as they were building a house, but Shu Daqiang and Shu Shaoqing broke out in cold sweats after hearing about it. They quickly gathered together, and Shu Daqiang was the first to ask, "What's going on? Why is there such a big commotion?" Shu Shaoqing frowned and said angrily, "It's all because of that gossipy Lu Yunying. She's been gossiping everywhere about Tianxi violating discipline." Hearing this, Shu Daqiang's face turned a little ugly. He said in panic, "What should we do? Our village has just received a share of the God-given money. We're counting on his share of the hunting profits to help the villagers get through the winter. Go talk to Tianxi and ask him to make the hunting division public. Anyway, he didn't do anything wrong. Hiding it would only make people misunderstand him." The two discussed it and finally decided to go find Shu Tianxi. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 walls of the new house had been built. Since the yellow mud bricks could not be supplied quickly enough, Shu Tianxi asked all the villagers to go home first. The 7 members of their family, plus the Su brothers and sisters and the Zhang brothers, continued to make bricks. They were preparing to dry out enough yellow mud bricks for the villagers to use when they were building the wall tomorrow. After the Zhang brothers and Su Jun recognized Shu Tianxi as their older brother, their relationship seemed to become much more harmonious. Just when they were busy and having fun, Shu Daqiang and Shu Shaoqing came running over. God-given, God-given. Shu Tianxi put away his smile, let Su Jun and the others continue, and then met Shu Daqiang and the others. "Village chief, captain, what's wrong?" Shu Daqiang and Shu Shaoqing looked at each other, and then let Shu Daqiang speak. He said, "Tianxi, don't be anxious to hear what I am going to say next. Your Aunt Yunying is probably still holding a grudge against you for not sharing the meat with her last time, and she is also jealous to begin with. So she went around the village gossiping about you in the afternoon, saying you were violating discipline. If this continues, it will have a bad impact on you." Before Shu Qianxi could even speak, Shu Shaoqing said indignantly, "That woman really can't see the current situation clearly. What good does it do her to slander Tianxi?" Shu Qianxi didn't take it seriously and shrugged. "I expected that. So what?" Chapter 79, Don't tell me. Even if you have money, you can still starve to death. Shu Daqiang glanced at Shu Tianxi and said hesitantly, "Then, we will discuss it with you. Why don't you tell the villagers about your trip to the mountains to hunt wild boars?" "Yeah, God-given." Shu Shaoqing also nodded and agreed. "Anyway, don't you hand over most of the money you make from the sales with the machinery factory to the village? What you did was reasonable, and it wouldn't be a big deal even if you said it. After the villagers know about it, they won't gossip about it anymore." After listening to the two people's explanation, Shu Tianxi finally understood. He glanced at the two of them and asked in confusion, "Since Lu Yunying is spreading rumors everywhere, why don't you stop her? One of you is the village chief, and the other is the leader of the production team. Can't you manage one person?" Upon hearing this, Shu Daqiang and the other two immediately looked ashamed. It's not that they didn't want to stop it, but it was too late when they heard it. There were hundreds of people in the village. After Lu Yunying and a few others talked a lot, the whole village knew about it. It was no use looking for Lu Yunying and the others at this time, so they could only look for Shu Tianxi. "Village chief, captain." Shu Tianxi shook his head helplessly and said, "I can tell the villagers openly that I made money by selling wild boars. But you must be prepared, as there might be more people going up the mountain tomorrow. If something happens and someone dies, who will be held responsible? You or me?" This. Shu Daqiang hesitated for a moment, but still insisted. "Tianxi, how about this? In addition to working hours, our village also organizes teams to go hunting in the mountains. Aren't you going to be a buyer for the machinery factory soon? Can you help the villagers by the game they've hunted?" "Village chief, are you serious?" Shu Tianxi widened his eyes and looked at the other party in surprise. In fact, the villagers had thought about forming a team to go hunting in the mountains before, but they couldn't divide the spoils. "I want to sell it, but I'm afraid of being charged with speculation." He wanted to go up the mountain secretly to get some wild game to try, but he was afraid of losing his life. So after such a long time, few people dared to go up the mountain to hunt. "Tianxi, Uncle has no other choice. Okay, let's go inside first." Seeing that Shu Daqiang wanted to explain, Shu Tianxi waved his hand and walked into the house. Shu Daqiang glanced at Shu Shaoqing, then followed. Several people sat down in the house, and Shu Xianglian poured them a cup of diluted and boiled hot tea. After pouring the tea, she also said hello to Shu Tianxi. Tianxi, my sister-in-law, and I will go to cook. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and looked at Shu Daqiang and the other two. Village chief, just say whatever you want to say. God-given. Shu Daqiang coughed and said, our village canteen has changed from 2 meals a day to 1 meal a day. Do you know why? I've heard of it. Shu Tianxi nodded slightly and asked tentatively, does the commune provide little food? Shu Daqiang shook his head and sighed. The food supply was low before, but now it's completely gone. No, why? Shu Tianxi's face changed, and he asked knowingly, our village has handed over all the grain. That was the way it was in those days. All production teams had to hand over their harvested grain to the People's Commune. Then the People's Commune would distribute the grain to each village canteen, commonly known as the Big Pot Meal. Even now, there's a sentence printed in the village canteen, which says, eat for free, work hard on production. It sounds good, but in the end, not a single grain of food was distributed to the village. Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing also looked helpless. Shu Xiaoqing said, we did hand in the grain. But when we went to the commune, they said that everything had been handed over to the higher authorities. What do we do? We can't start a fight with the commune. What's there to be unhappy about? We can't even afford to eat. Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes and complained. As a time traveler, he knew the reasons, which were nothing more than 4 main ones. 1. Excessive eating and waste. 2. Debt repayment. 3. Drought. 4. Exaggeration. Shu Tianxi knew it very well in his heart, but he certainly couldn't say it out loud. So I could only play dumb and cooperate with these two in their acting. Yeah, I'm not full. Shu Xiaoqing waved her hands, looking helpless. Tianxi, this is why I want to organize the villagers to go hunting in the mountains. Shu Daqiang coughed and said, if this continues, the whole village will starve to death. I've seen the transaction invoice between you and the machinery factory. A pound of pork costs only 2 or 3 yuan. A wild boar is worth 4 or 5 years' salary of an ordinary worker. How much food does that cost to buy? If all of us in the village hunt a few wild boars every month, we should be able to get through this winter, right? Hee hee. When Shu Tianxi heard Shu Daqiang's plan, he immediately laughed. He glanced at the other person and asked, village chief, do you want to use the money from selling the wild boar to buy food? Yes, is that not possible? Shu Daqiang nodded repeatedly. Okay, why not? Shu Tianxi nodded repeatedly, but stretched out his hand and said, where are the tickets? How many tickets do you have to buy food? The amount of food coupons we receive from the government every month is not enough to fill our stomachs. Without food coupons, even if you have money, it's useless. After saying that, he asked again, do you know why my eldest and second aunts are obviously from the city, but they can't save my parents? Why? Shu Daqiang asked hurriedly. This is also what he has always been confused about, as the Fugui siblings obviously have a good relationship. But after Shu Fugui and his wife died, I didn't see much subsidy from Shu Damei and the others. Because of the fixed quantity, Shu Tianxi said lightly. Although city dwellers have food coupons, they cannot buy as much food as they want. Their food was rationed, about 20 to 30 kilograms a month, and it was not considered fine grain. Maybe there are just 5 pounds of rice, 2 pounds of white flour, and the rest is all corn flour. If Shu Tianxi said that his aunt and second aunt had some money in their pockets, he would still believe it. But the last time I went there, I realized that there wasn't much to eat at my aunt's house. There's not much food at home, so how could I think of helping my family? Besides, they don't have the final say in that family. Then let's buy it on the black market. Can people starve to death, even if they have money? Shu Daqiang was a little anxious. You know what? Even rich people can starve to death. Shu Tianxi said with a laugh. Village chief, you really should take a good look around the city. Although the people in the city live a little better than us, it is not much better. You can buy food on the black market, but how much can you buy at 3 or 4 yuan a pound of fine grain? So expensive. Shu Daqiang was shocked, and his eyes widened. 3 or 4 yuan per pound is just the beginning, and it will continue to rise later. Shu Tianxi chuckled and shook his head. As far as he knew, it was not uncommon for fine grains to be priced in the teens or 20s at their peak. Chapter 80, Village Chief. This is a bit unfair. What? Will it continue to rise? When they heard Shu Tianxi's words, Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing were both shocked. Rice and flour at 3 or 4 yuan per pound. Isn't this forcing people to eat each other? And this is not the limit. Who will be able to afford food in the future? Shu Tianxi glanced at them, drank his water silently, and didn't say anything else. Shu Tianyu on the side wanted to say something, but stopped himself. He turned his head to look at Shu Tianxi and chose to keep silent. Shu Xianglian and Song Yuro were in the kitchen with their younger siblings, so the atmosphere was a little quiet. God-given, Shu Daqiang suddenly spoke, causing Shu Tianxi to look up with some curiosity. Shu Daqiang coughed and said, I noticed that you have been a little different since you were sick last time. Uncle doesn't ask what you've been through, but he knows you must be very capable now. Do you still remember what you promised me? Shu Tianxi knew what he wanted to say, so he nodded silently. Remember, when my parents passed away, I have memorized the names of the villagers who donated to our family. If they help us brothers and sisters, I won't let anything happen to them. Shu Daqiang was stunned for a moment, but nodded with relief. Godspeed. You can say that. It proves you're still a good kid. But Uncle still hopes that you can help other people in the village. Hiss. Shu Tianxi looked at Shu Daqiang in surprise and said with a wry smile, Village chief, you think too highly of me. I said I wouldn't let anything happen to those people. I only said that on the premise that my family wouldn't starve to death. Give them extra food to help them through the difficult times. Now you ask me to take care of the whole village. What can I do? He could help, but it was impossible for him to just take out the food from the space to help. Moreover, by the beginning of next spring, the village canteen will be completely defunct and will be abolished by the higher authorities. By then, not to mention cornmeal, there won't even be any wild vegetable soup to drink. If Shu Tianxi wants to help, how much food will he have to provide every month to save the hundreds of people in the village? If so much food was taken out, it would be discovered by the people from the commune in minutes. By then, not to mention the villagers, even he would be caught and sliced into pieces. Tianxi, you are a capable person. You need to use your brain. Shu Daqiang looked embarrassed and forced a smile. Look, you can establish a relationship with a machinery factory and immediately become their factory's purchasing agent. You are the most promising person in our village, so please help us find a solution. What is this, flattery? Village chief, this is a bit unfair. Shu Xianglian strode over, looking unhappy. She stood beside Shu Tianxi with a menacing look, staring at Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing. If all the villagers in the village have no food to eat, isn't that the fault of you leaders? My Tianxi is only 17 years old this year. Why do you think so highly of him? If someone in a family starves to death, will you all blame it on our Tianxi? Upon hearing this, Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing immediately became anxious. Xianglian, what are you talking about? Uncle had no other options, so he wanted to consult Tianxi. Even if he has no other options, his uncle won't blame him. Yeah, Xianglian, don't worry. Shu Xiaoqing also nodded repeatedly and said helpfully, it's because of Tianxi's great ability that he can establish a relationship with the machinery factory. In just 2 days, he brought in more than $1,000 in financial revenue to the village. This is the first time in all these years that such a capable person has appeared in our village. Our village collectively cannot express its gratitude to him enough. So what you said can't happen. I don't care. I can't agree to this. Shu Xianglian was not stupid and shook her head decisively. The reason Shu Tianxi rescued those benefactors was entirely because they had helped their brothers and sisters. Out of the more than 300 people in the village, at least 100 looked down on them and never helped them. Now that they can't even get enough food, they are expected to help hundreds of people in the village. Impossible, absolutely impossible. God's gift. Xianglian, village chief, captain. Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing wanted to persuade him again, but were interrupted. Shu Tianxi suddenly raised his head, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. It's better to save yourself than for him to save you. I can't save you. What you just said is not impossible. Let the villagers organize a team to go up the mountain. Since the commune is unreliable, we can only rely on the mountain to make a living. Hearing this, Shu Daqiang's face lit up immediately, and he said, as for the game sales, no rush, I haven't officially taken office yet. Shu Tianxi shook his head and said soothingly, besides, selling game for money is not cost-effective. Let me think about it for 2 days, and we'll talk about it then. Although Shu Daqiang was a little worried, he didn't force Shu Tianxi. He glanced at Shu Xiaoqing, then stood up and said, then think about it carefully, and we will go back first. Okay. Shu Tianxi nodded, stood up, and said, Village chief, captain, aren't you staying for dinner? Song Yuro walked over and asked curiously. No. Shu Daqiang shook his head and refused, feeling a little helpless. It's not easy for anyone these days. How can they have the nerve to stay and eat the villagers' food? But before leaving, Shu Daqiang turned back to look at Shu Tianci and said, Tianci, Uncle won't make things difficult for you, but I hope you'll consider it for the sake of the villagers who have watched you grow up. Seeing him nod slightly, Shu Daqiang and Shu Shaoqing turned around and left. After watching them leave, Shu Tianci sat down on the stool, covering his head in thought. It has to be said that the other party's words put him under great pressure. It was like putting a moral straitjacket on him. If he didn't help the whole village, would the golden hoop tighten around him? Tianci, second sister, knows that it's difficult for you. Shu Xianglian sat next to Shu Tianci and said indignantly, the village chief and the team leader are the leaders of the village, and they have no solution. You're only 17 years old this year. Why should you give advice to hundreds of people in the village? If you can't keep your mouth shut, I'll go talk to the village chief for you. Song Yuro put the sweet potato on the table and looked at Shu Tianci in confusion. Third brother, my sister-in-law has always believed that you are a capable person. But this matter is indeed not so easy to handle, so you must not agree to it. I know. Shu Tianci smiled slightly and glanced at his brothers and sisters who gathered around him. Don't worry about this. Let's eat first. Everyone nodded, then sat on the stools and picked up the sweet potatoes to eat. After the lesson learned at noon, they didn't cook any rice again. The next morning, 50 or 60 villagers suddenly appeared at the site of Shu Tianyou's new house. They didn't even say hello to Shu Tianci's family, and just started fighting. When Shu Tianci's family saw this scene, their faces suddenly darkened. Chapter 81. Who would work for you if you can't even get enough to eat? Fellow villagers, what are you doing? Shu Tianci strode to the front of the base and looked at the villagers in confusion. Shu Dashin put down the hammer, looked at Shu Tianci helplessly, and said, Tianci, these villagers said they want to help you build a house. I tried to persuade them on your behalf, but they really didn't listen at all. As soon as he finished speaking, a villager shouted, Tianci, we are all here to help you build a house out of kindness. You won't be ungrateful and drive us all away, will you? Shu Tianci took a look at the guy and immediately recognized him as Lu Yuniying's husband Erguizi. This guy actually came to my house. Only a fool would believe that he was sincere in helping me build the house. The same goes for this group of people who came later. If they were sincere, they should have come yesterday. Today I just heard that Shu Tianci's family really had wine and meat, so I came over to eat. Shu Tianci glanced at them, chuckled, and said, Uncle Erguai, what are you talking about? It's a blessing from heaven that all the elders are willing to help me. I'm so grateful. Just when everyone looked satisfied, he suddenly changed the subject and said, but we haven't caught any game in the past 2 days, and our food supply is running low. But don't worry, our family has definitely taken out all the food to cook. I think, Uncle Erguai, you guys shouldn't mind working all day and only eating half a sweet potato, right? Hearing this, a group of villagers who came later immediately frowned. Erguizi smiled awkwardly and said, Tianci, are you kidding me? No. Shu Tianci shook his head and spread his hands, saying, I really don't have much food left at home. Don't you think about it. There are only a few brothers and sisters in my family. We only have a little to eat thanks to the help of my 3 aunts, but they also have limited abilities, right? Seeing that Erguizi and the others still looked doubtful, Shu Tianci immediately pointed at Shu Tianyu and the others. Don't believe it? If you don't believe me, ask my eldest brother, sister-in-law, and second sister. Yes, my family really doesn't have much food left. Shu Tianyu immediately nodded and agreed. Shu Xianglian also followed up to defend him, saying, That's true. Tianci didn't lie to you. The most outrageous thing was Shu Shuelan, who actually covered her stomach. That's right, I haven't eaten for 3 days. As soon as she finished speaking, Shu Shulian and Shu Tiance, who were nearby, noticed something was wrong and quickly hugged her in their arms and covered her mouth. Shu Tianci glanced back, then looked at Erguizi and the others awkwardly and said, Uncle Erguai, this is the situation. If you're willing to put in some effort, I promise to give you half a sweet potato. Who would work for you if you can't even get enough to eat? Erguizi rolled his eyes and put down the yellow mud brick. Then he turned around and limped away without looking back. Shu Tianci smiled indifferently and looked at the other villagers. I suddenly remembered that there are still a few acres of grass to be cut at home. Oh, the old sow is about to give birth. I have to go back and take care of her. The next second, more than a dozen villagers put down their work, laughed, and turned away. Even the few villagers who had eaten meat and drunk wine at Shu Tianxi's house yesterday ran away. Before long, only Shu Dashan and his 20-odd people were left on the homestead. Seeing this scene, Shu Tianyu and his wife and Shu Xianglian were immediately furious. Shu Tianxi didn't let them curse, but looked at Shu Dashan and the others. Uncle Dashan, Uncle Shanjin, what about you? We enjoyed the wine and meat at your house yesterday, so of course we have to help you finish the work today. Don't worry, Tianxi, even if it's just one sweet potato a day, your uncle will help you build a house. Shu Dashan patted his chest, and his heroic look infected the other villagers. Shu Shanjin also nodded and shouted, That's right, Tianxi. As long as you give me something to eat, I will help you build this house. Yes, it must be covered. The rest of the villagers were also very generous and expressed their willingness to help Shu Tianxi's family build the house. Seeing this scene, Shu Tianxi and others were very happy. He glanced at Shu Xianglian and Song Yuro and said, Sister-in-law, second sister, give candy to the villagers. Okay. The two girls were very happy and picked up the fruit candies and started distributing them to the villagers. Shu Tianxi called Shu Tanyu, gave the old man a cigarette, and then they made and moved bricks together. After a while, Su Jun and his sister and Zhang Bing also came to help. Third brother, we are here. Shu Tianxi glanced at them and said worriedly, You come to my place every day. How are you going to handle the housework? It's okay. I still have my elder brother and second brother. Yes, my parents and brothers and sisters are all here. After hearing what they said, Shu Tianxi no longer was polite to them. With the hundreds of yellow mud bricks that were spared yesterday, today's wall building was much faster. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Li rode her bicycle to the homestead. God-given, God-given. Shu Tianxi, who was moving bricks, heard the shouting and quickly looked back. Then, under the puzzled gazes of all the villagers, he trotted over to Zhang Li and said, Sister Jiang, you came to see me? Nonsense. Zhang Li rolled her eyes and thought to herself, Why would I call you if I'm not looking for you? She didn't hesitate and said directly, There's news from the machinery factory, asking you to go and complete the employment procedures. Oh, and Su Jun. Su Jun strode over and asked in surprise, Dr. Jiang, can I go to work now? Onboarding procedures. Go to work. Upon hearing this, the villagers who were drying bricks nearby were suddenly shocked. They all stood up and looked over in surprise. What about the employment procedures? Do Tianxi and Junzi have jobs? Looking at the villagers who wanted to gather around, Zhang Li frowned and looked at Shu Tianxi. I've got your message. I'll come over when I have time. I have something else to do at the clinic, so I'll leave first. Hearing this, Shu Tianxi did not try to persuade her to stay. He waved his hand and shouted, Okay, take care, Sister Jiang. As soon as Zhang Li left, a group of villagers surrounded her. Tianxi, what are these employment procedures? Have you and Junzi found jobs? What unit are you in? What do you do? Dr. Jiang just mentioned the machinery factory. I heard it's a big company in our county. Everyone was talking to each other, and it was really hard to know how to respond to them. All right, Shu Tianxi suddenly shouted, and all the villagers quieted down. My fellow villagers, I just heard from Dr. Jiang. I don't know the details yet. I'll tell you when I get back from the city. Don't ask any more questions, just get to work. After saying that, he didn't stay and went to find Shu Xianglian and Song Yuro to say hello. Sister-in-law, second sister, the house is now left to you and eldest brother. I'll be back soon and bring you good news. Chapter 82. I want to strangle you to death now. Under the envious gaze of all the villagers, Shu Tianxi took Su Jun away from home. After they left, all the villagers began to ask Shu Tianyu and others about the situation. Tianyu, your Tianxi is really getting better and better. He's almost got a job. Xianglian, your parents passed away early. Otherwise, they would be so happy to see this scene. Although the eldest brother is the father and the eldest sister-in-law is the mother, the same applies to the eldest sister. You and your family will be blessed in the future. Auntie, you're joking. How can an older sister always enjoy the blessings of her younger brother? I just hope he can live a good life, and as his sister, I will be satisfied. Hearing the villagers' praise, Shu Xianglian felt happy for her brother from the bottom of her heart. On the other side, Shu Tianxi and Su Jun sent the Zhang brothers away and strode towards the town. Third brother, those Zhang brothers actually want us to take them to the county town. What the hell are they dreaming of? When Su Jun thought of Zhang Tao and Zhang Bing's expressions of envy and admiration, He felt happy from the bottom of his heart. He has always been at odds with the two of them, but he has finally gotten his revenge these past 2 days. First, the two of them called Shu Tianxi third brother, and that was later. They had to call themselves Brother Jun. Secondly, I might be an employed person in the future, which would bring honor to the entire commune. The envious looks on the Zhang brothers' faces really showed that they were happy from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, Su Jun would never forget that these were all brought to him by his third brother Shu Tianxi. Shu Tianxi glanced at Su Jun and said calmly, "As long as they have no ulterior motives, they will be our brothers in the future. You should get along well with them. Maybe they can help us in the future." Hearing this, Su Jun immediately nodded and said, "I understand, third brother." Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and continued on his way. Seeing that they were about to reach the clinic, he said, "Go to the intersection ahead and wait for me. I'm going to talk to Dr. Jiang and get my bike out." Okay. Su Jun didn't think much about it and ran 2 steps faster than Shu Tianxi. After watching the other person's back, Shu Tianxi slowly came to Jiang Li's clinic. The other party did not stand outside the door with his hands in his pockets today, but was sitting inside talking to someone. Seeing Shu Tianxi walk in, Jiang Li immediately stood up and said, "Brother Tianxi, you're here? Want to borrow a bike? I'll get it for you." In her opinion, Shu Tianxi should be borrowing a bicycle to go to the county town. "No need." Shu Tianxi quickly waved his hand and said, "I just came to say hello to you." After saying this, he glanced at the woman beside him again and chose not to say the rest. Unexpectedly, the other party stood up and said with a smile, "Lily, this is the young man you were talking about, right?" Hearing this, Shu Tianxi immediately looked at Jiang Li curiously, not understanding what she had said to others. "Right." Jiang Li glanced at Shu Tianxi apologetically, then turned to the woman and said, "This is Brother Tianxi. He's very good at hunting. The wild rabbit and pheasant I treated you to before were all sold to me by him." "Oh shit." Hearing this, Shu Tianxi's pupil shrank, and he wanted to go up and strangle the other person. This woman must have forgotten what she promised me. Before he could speak, Jiang Li took the lead and said, "Tianxi, let me introduce you. This is Director Liu, the director of our town supply and marketing cooperative. I have a good relationship with her. You can rest assured." The director of the supply and marketing cooperative, I see. Shu Tianxi suddenly realized what was going on. He extended his hand towards Director Liu and said, "Hello, Director Liu." "Hello, Tianxi." Director Liu smiled and reached out his hand to touch her. "Lily said she treats you like her own brother. So, is it okay for me to call you Tianxi brother?" Shu Tianxi glanced at Jiang Li, then nodded and said, "No problem. Director Liu, you can call me Tianxi or third brother." "That's good." Director Liu smiled happily and continued, "Then I won't beat around the bush with my brother. I've tasted the pheasants and rabbits you sold to Lily before. The fat ones are even better than pork. So I want to ask you for a favor. Can you give me 2 next time?" After hearing this, Shu Tianxi suddenly understood. Jiang Li didn't buy meat to eat with her family. She was clearly buying it with people from the unit like Director Liu. Therefore, the fact that he sold pheasants and rabbits to Jiang Li had long been known to outsiders. Thinking of this, Shu Tianxi suddenly became a little angry. "Director Liu, I want to talk to my brother." Jiang Li seemed to notice Shu Tianxi's displeasure, so she greeted Director Liu and pulled Shu Tianxi back. "Tianxi, come with me to the backyard." Shu Tianxi also wanted to question the other party, so he followed him into the backyard. As soon as she entered the backyard, Jiang Li turned around and stared at Shu Tianxi. "Tianxi, are you angry with your sister? What do you think?" Shu Tianxi asked back and then said viciously, "I want to strangle you to death now." Jiang Li's expression suddenly changed, and she said a little aggrievedly, "Brother Tianxi, you are hurting my heart a little when you say that. I'm introducing Director Liu to you entirely for your own good." "For my own good?" Shu Tianxi laughed, his face full of doubt. "Look, you still don't believe it." Jiang Li rolled her eyes at him and explained, "Who is Director Liu? He's the leader of the supply and marketing cooperative. Her family, relatives, and friends are all leaders of county and city units. This year, supplies were scarce, and the county leaders didn't get much meat to eat. As the saying goes, those who are near water get the moon first, and you have the ability to hunt. If you build a good relationship with her, it will be good for you and your family's future." After hearing what Jiang Li said, Shu Tianxi finally realized that the woman outside was so powerful. Jiang Li is right. It is more beneficial than harmful to have a good relationship with such a person. It's just a question of the other person's character. Seeing Shu Tianxi's hesitation, Jiang Li immediately assured him, "Don't worry, I've known Director Liu for several years. Her character is trustworthy, and it would be good for her to have a good relationship with you. She's not stupid. There's no way she'd do anything to you." Hearing this, Shu Tianxi opened his arms in gratitude. Under Jiang Li's expectant gaze, he clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you, Sister Jiang." After saying that, he turned and left the backyard. Jiang Li's expression froze, and she paused as she was about to open her hands. She rolled her eyes and grumbled, "That's it." Shu Tianxi returned to the main hall and looked at Director Liu and said, "Director Liu, I'll take your request. Nothing else, but I can still get hares and pheasants." Upon hearing this, Director Liu was immediately delighted. "Thank you, Brother Tianxi, but I don't know when I can get it. I have something to do in the city now. When I get back, I'll go to the mountains." Shu Tianxi explained, then pondered, "About this afternoon before dark. Okay, then I'll wait for Lily here before dark." Chapter 83. Encounter at the Machinery Factory. After confirming the delivery time with Director Liu, Shu Tianxi prepared to leave. Jiang Li walked him to the door, looking unhappy. Shu Tianxi knew she was unhappy, so he moved closer and whispered, "I'll bring you some pork when I come back." Hearing this, Jiang Li's eyes suddenly lit up. "Real?" Seeing Shu Tianxi nodded seriously, she put her hand on her chest in anticipation. "But you really hurt my sister's heart just now. Don't you want to rub it?" "Oh, the widow really knows how to play." Shu Tianxi shuddered and laughed. "Sister Jiang, I'll be leaving first." After saying that, he turned around and ran away without looking back. Looking at his fleeing back, Jiang Li burst out laughing. Is Shu Tianxi a devoted person? At least not in his previous life. After all, who would expect a second-rate guy to be loyal to one person forever? If he had met such a playful widow in his previous life, he would have gone with her without saying a word. But this life is different. This era will never allow him to be promiscuous. Moreover, women in this era are also different. Once a woman is touched, she will definitely not be able to get away. Therefore, Shu Tianxi will never do anything reckless in his life. After leaving the clinic, he took out the bicycle he bought in an alley. Then he rode out of the town slowly until Su Jun called him, "Third brother." Shu Tianxi looked back and shouted, "Get in the car." Su Jun nodded, then took 2 steps at a time and jumped onto the back of the bicycle. "Third brother, why did you take so long?" "I met an acquaintance and chatted for a while," Shu Tianxi said perfunctorily without turning back. Su Jun was just curious and didn't ask any further questions. Soon after, the two of them came to the county machinery factory again. "Uncle, good morning." Looking at the uncle leaning against the gate, Shu Tianxi handed him a cigarette. The old man took a look at the cigarette in Shu Tianxi's hand and found that it was better than his own. So he reached out to take the cigarette and then looked at the two of them. "Are you the ones who came with Kongzi and Haozi to deliver pork last time?" "Yes, it's us." Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and nodded. The old man nodded, glanced behind Shu Tianxi, and then frowned. "No pork today?" "This old man, haven't you had enough of the 3 pigs you ate a few days ago?" Shu Tianxi chuckled and shook his head. "Master, we are not here to deliver food today. If you want to eat it, I'll send another one over tomorrow." Hearing this, a smile immediately appeared on the old man's face. He also chuckled, shook his head, and said, "Go in." Shu Tianxi didn't want to delay and immediately went into the machinery factory with Su Jun. "Third brother, where is the purchasing department?" Su Jun looked around and was a little lost. Shu Tianxi smiled and pointed to the south, that way. The county town's machinery factory is huge, covering over 300 acres with office buildings, workshops, warehouses. Fortunately, Shu Tianxi has a strong perception and remembered the specific route when he came in last time. Otherwise, I might get lost like Su Jun. The two of them quickly arrived at Director Zhang's office and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock." "Qilin, Uncle Jiang." Shu Tianxi pushed the door open and shouted at Director Jiang, who was sitting at the desk. "Tianxi and Junzi are here? Come and sit down." Director Jiang laughed and enthusiastically handed stools to the two of them. After the two sat down, he took out a cigarette worth a dime and gave it to them. Su Jun immediately took out a match and lit it for the two of them. Director Jiang took a deep drag on a cigarette, exhaled the thick smoke, and said, "Tianxi, I've already reported your case to my superiors. Our leader admires your abilities, so he agreed without hesitation. Your 9th level buyer and Junzi's 10th level buyer can complete their employment procedures today. Thank you. Shu Tianxi and the other man nodded in thanks, and Su Jun was even more excited. Director Jiang waved his hand nonchalantly and said with a smile, Tianxi, this is just the beginning. I believe that with your ability, as long as you contribute more to the factory, you will soon be promoted to a level 7 clerk. Shu Tianxi smiled and didn't respond. After finishing a cigarette, Director Jiang stood up and said, Come on, I'll take you to the onboarding process first. By the way, let me tell you about the situation in our purchasing department. Okay. Shu Tianxi nodded and followed Su Jun. The purchasing department has no other responsibilities except buying the supplies needed by the factory. According to the level of Tianxi and I, a level 9 buyer, you must complete a purchase volume of 300 yuan per month. 300? So little? Shu Tianxi asked in surprise. Director Jiang was also surprised. He turned around and glanced at him and said, You should be more cautious when saying this. If the other buyers hear this, you'll definitely get a beating. Shu Tianxi smiled awkwardly, thinking that the task of 300 yuan was indeed not much. Any wild boar in his space could be sold for thousands of dollars on the black market. Director Jiang seemed to have thought of this as well, so he explained, The purchasing department has several groups, and purchasing ingredients is just one of them. We have our own growing area for vegetables and mainly fish, meat, and eggs. But you have to know that the meat processing plants can no longer supply meat, so where can the buyers get it? Kongzi and Haozi had always failed to complete their tasks and were almost demoted. Last time, thanks to you, I was able to complete a month's worth of tasks. After hearing what Director Jiang said, Shu Tianxi finally understood the difficulty of this job. It is indeed easy for him, but is still very difficult for others. After all, in this era, supplies are really scarce. Soon, several people came to the personnel department. However, they never expected to meet a guy here that Shu Tianxi and the others had never expected. A young man walked out of the personnel department door and was shocked when he saw Shu Tianxi and Su Jun. Brother, why are you guys here? Shu Tianxi and Su Jun were also surprised and asked, Why are you here? The other party chuckled and explained, My dad works here. I came to see him. Seeing how familiar the three of them were, Director Jiang beside them immediately asked curiously, Do you know each other? Certainly. The young man nodded immediately and explained, They are my saviors. If it weren't for them, I would have died on the mountain. Really? Director Jiang widened his eyes and looked at several people in surprise. Then he looked at Shu Tianxi and said, Tianxi, Xingbong is the son of our deputy factory director. You actually saved him. Wow. Now it was Shu Tianxi and the others' turn to be shocked. The young man in front of him was one of the students who competed with Su Jun for the wild boar when they were hunting in the mountains last time. However, Shu Tianxi and the others did not know his name. They could only say that they had seen him. Unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be the son of the deputy director of the machinery factory. Chapter 84, Level 6 Clerk. Brother, are you guys working in the machinery factory? Li Xingbong waved his hand, signaling Director Jiang not to speak, then looked at Shu Tianxi and asked. Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, You want to be a buyer for a machinery factory? I'm here to start work today. If he had no concerns before, now he has to hesitate. This guy named Li Xingbong and his classmates have suffered at my hands. Will he hold a grudge? The other party is the son of the deputy factory director. What if he tries to trip me up? Besides, I used a pseudonym before, so isn't this redundant? Li Xingbong didn't seem to think much about it, and was surprised when he heard Shu Tianxi say that. Really? That's wonderful. If you could come to the machinery factory and work as a buyer, the factory would have no shortage of meat to eat. After saying that, he glanced at Director Jiang and asked, Uncle Jiang, what level of clerk is my brother? One is level 9, and the other is level 10. So low. Li Xingbong frowned, a little unhappy. Su Jun was about to say it wasn't low, but then he saw Li Xingbong wave his hand and shout, Uncle, raise them to level 6. What? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the other party to dare to say that. When Shu Tianxi heard this, he began to worry. There is no good without a reason. Could it be that this guy wants to take revenge on me? Director Jiang reminded him, Xingbong, this is no joke. Level 6 clerks are almost getting paid as much as college students. What's wrong with college students? Li Xingbong glared and asked nonchalantly, Can college students buy fish, meat, and eggs? You don't know my brother's abilities. If you did, you'd know I'm not kidding. He always remembered the scene where Shu Tianxi picked up the wild boar with one hand and smashed it into the tide of beasts. There was also a scene where the other person was carrying someone on his back, holding someone in his hands, and running faster than them. The wild boar is like a doll in his hands. In front of such talents, what are college students? Xingbong, we need to discuss this matter with the deputy factory director. Director Jiang looked at Shu Tianxi in surprise, then looked at Li Xingbong and said, he no longer had the final say on the matter. If he went to the deputy factory director to bring it up, he would definitely be scolded. After all, college students don't come here to be buyers. Clerk is just a level. It's okay, I'll go talk to my dad. Li Xingbong patted his chest and took the responsibility. After saying that, he looked at Shu Tianxi and said, brother, don't worry. Now that you're at the machine shop, it's like home. I can get you the quota for a level 6 clerk in just a few minutes. Shu Tianxi just laughed when he saw the other party turn around and stride towards the office building. It wasn't until the other party walked into the office building that Director Jiang suddenly asked, Tianxi, you and Xingbong don't have any grudges, right? Shu Tianxi was stunned and asked in confusion, Uncle Jiang, what do you mean? Level 6 clerk. Director Jiang emphasized it again, and then explained, the purchasing staff in our logistics department are not that high. After all, the standard for a level 5 clerk is that they are college graduates who will eventually become senior office employees. If you really take on the identity of a level 6 clerk, your purchasing volume will increase significantly. Uncle Jiang, how much is the purchase quantity? Suyun est curiously. Director Jiang glanced at him and said thoughtfully, the purchase volume for a level 8 clerk is 500 per month. At level 6, you can earn at least 1,000 a month. 1,000. It's really high. Shu Tianxi frowned and said in a deep voice, if it were an ordinary buyer, this task would be extremely difficult to complete. After all, supplies were scarce these days, and every unit was short of oil and meat, so any good stuff would be snatched away quickly. And the buyers are not hunters, so it is very dangerous for them to go up the mountain to hunt. So I'm saying, have you offended Xingbong? Director Jiang patted his hands and sighed. I doubt it. He doesn't want you to complete the mission at all. Probably not. Shu Tianxi shook his head and pondered. If Li Xingbong only had this in mind, he would not think that the other party wanted to retaliate against him. After all, Li Xingbong had seen his abilities. It was just 2 wild boars a month, easy for him. But Su Jun. Before he could speak, Su Jun understood what he meant. So Su Jun nodded decisively and said, Third brother, I know my abilities. If it weren't for you, third brother, I wouldn't have gotten this job. So I don't have any extravagant expectations. Being a level 10 clerk is enough. This kid is so sensible. Soon, Li Xingbong came back with 2 notes. He excitedly handed the note to Shu Tianxi and said with a smile, Brother, it's done. Director Jiang was startled at first, then immediately took the note and took a look. Wow, it really is the signature and seal of their deputy factory director. He glanced at Li Xingbong and thought to himself that he was worthy of being the son of their deputy factory director. As a director, I had to persuade the deputy director with all my might before he agreed to 2 work targets. As a result, Li Xingbong went there for less than half an hour and brought back the indicators for 2 level 6 clerks. Outrageous, extremely outrageous. Thank you. I owe you a favor. Shu Tianxi glanced at Li Xingbong and said, Brother, you're welcome. Li Xingbong chuckled and said softly, If you have time, just take me to the mountains to hunt. Shu Tianxi was stunned and asked in surprise, Is this what you want? What else? No. Seeing the other party's serious face, Shu Tianxi just wanted to say, Please be a little tougher. You're so serious. It makes his worries a little unnecessary. Shu Tianxi paused, coughed, and said, Let's talk about it when we have time. Thank you for this indicator today. Li Xingbong chuckled and waved his hand, saying, It's a small matter. Go get your job. I'll take you there. Director Jiang immediately stepped forward and led Shu Tianxi and the other 2 into the house. Director Jiang, what brings you here? Section Chief Chun. I'm bringing 2 young men to join the company. This is a note from the deputy factory director. Director Jiang glanced at Shu Tianxi, then took out 4 notes. 2 level 6 clerk certificates, 1 level 9, and 1 level 10. After hesitating for a moment, he put away the level 10 and level 6 cards. Then he handed a level 6 certificate and a level 9 certificate to the head of the personnel department. Shu Tianxi glanced at Director Jiang and thought to himself, he is indeed an old Jiang. Section Chief Chun took the 2 notes and glanced at Shu Tianxi and the other man while checking them. Comrade, what's your name? Shu Tianxi. Su Yu, no. Section Chief Chen nodded and said with a smile, he's a handsome young man. Is he from a technical secondary school? Chapter 85 Tianxi, do you have a partner? No, I only have a junior high school education. Shu Tianxi smiled and explained. With only a junior high school education, he could be employed as a level 6 clerk. Section Chief Chen was shocked and a little surprised. Not to mention ordinary people, even ordinary technical secondary school students have to start with internships after they start working. But these two guys in front of me not only skipped the internship period, but one is level 6 and the other is level 9. Section Chief Chen has never encountered such a situation in his life. Section Chief Chen, you talk too much. These are all signed and stamped by the deputy director. How could they be fake? Seeing that Section Chief Chen kept asking questions, Director Jiang urged him with some displeasure. Section Chief Chen was also unhappy when he heard this and retorted, Old Jiang, what's wrong with me just asking a few questions? Judging from the looks of it, the two might be about to start arguing. Su Jun looked at Shu Tianxi and asked if he should go up and explain. Shu Tianxi shook his head decisively, indicating that they were not qualified to intervene in the fight now. Section Chief Chen, not to mention that this note was signed and stamped by the deputy director himself. Take those two, for example. You ate pork that they brought in these past 2 days. Director Jiang knocked on the table and said with reason, Why, you turned your back on me just because I pulled you into the cesspool. What? Did they get those 3 wild boars? Section Chief Chen was shocked and pointed at Shu Tianxi to confirm. Seeing all 3 of them nod, he laughed and said, Old Jiang, why didn't you say so earlier? Our factory is in need of people who can get unplanned supplies. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have asked so many questions. I still like your rebellious look just now. Director Jiang snorted coldly and slammed the table, saying, Hurry up and help them get the job. No problem. Section Chief Chen chuckled, took out 2 forms, handed them to Shu Tianxi and the other man, and said, Tianxi, right? I call you that too. It seems more intimate. Please fill out this form and submit a 1-inch photo within 2 days. Once you get the certificate, you will be employed. Okay. Shu Tianxi smiled, and he and Su Jun took the form and started filling in the information. Section Chief Chen glanced at him and said, Tianxi, do you have a partner? We have quite a few young ladies in the personnel department. Could you please introduce them to me? Shu Tianxi was stunned. When he looked up, he found that many sisters were staring at him with shining eyes. He is fair and handsome, and was hired as a level 6 clerk, which is higher than the level of a technical secondary school graduate who could be converted to a regular employee. This kind of man is very popular. Who wouldn't be eyeing him? Shu Tianxi quickly lowered his head, laughed, and said, Forget it. I'm not an adult yet. But my brother can. He's almost 19. Su Jun's eyes lit up, and his gratitude towards his third brother rose to a higher level. I can't even dream of marrying a city girl in this lifetime. But this kid does a lot of farm work, and he used to be a militiaman and trained every day. Although he has a muscular body, his appearance is indeed a bit ugly compared to city people. So, when he looked up at the girls in the personnel department, everyone lowered their heads. It's a pity it wasn't you who stayed with me until the end. A background music song suddenly rang in his mind, making Shu Tianxi almost laugh out loud. The two of them quickly filled out the form and handed it over. Section Chief Chen chuckled and didn't respond, seemingly looking down on Su Jun. Section Chief Chen, then I'll take them away. Director Jiang said at the right time. Let's go. Section Chief Chen waved his hand, looked at Shu Tianxi and said, Tianxi, if you need help, come to me. You can also ask the girls in our personnel department. They will be happy to help you. Thank you, Sister Chen. Thank you all the sisters. Shu Tianxi thanked them repeatedly and walked out of the Human Resources Department, as if escaping. Section Chief Chen turned around with a smile, looked at the group of employees under him, and said, This young man is not bad. You should seize the opportunity. Good. The young lady's responses and sweet laughter immediately rang out in the department. Tianxi, I didn't expect you to be so popular. After walking out of the personnel department, Director Jiang looked at Shu Tianxi with a strange expression. Uncle Jiang, please stop teasing me. Shu Tianxi waved his hand and said embarrassedly, I'm only 17, and I don't want to go through the devastation of marriage. Well, Director Jiang did not continue joking, but got straight to business. Do you know where I could take pictures? Shu Tianxi nodded and said, I know. It's a state-owned photo studio. Okay, then I won't accompany you. Once you get your work permit, I'll introduce you to my colleagues in the purchasing department. Director Jiang glanced at Li Xingbong, who was coming to greet him, then looked at Shu Tianxi and said, if possible, bring some goodies next time you come to the factory. Shu Tianxi knew what he was talking about. It was nothing more than wild boar, fish, meat, and eggs. He didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. Brother, have you completed the job application process? After Director Jiang left, Li Xingbong came over. The formalities have been completed. We're just waiting for photos to apply for the ID. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and said, thank you. It's just a small favor. Li Xingbong chuckled and raised his eyebrows, saying, brother, when you go hunting in the future, just remember to take me with you. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianxi frowned. He advised, Brother Xingbong, this mountain is not safe. Like the beast hide last time, I could handle it easily by myself. But if there are one or two more people, you know how dangerous it would be. After that, he asked curiously, besides, how come you, a high school student, are so interested in hunting? Hearing this, Li Xingbong scratched his head a little embarrassedly. It's not that he is particularly interested in hunting. It's mainly because his friends are getting together. In addition, there was a hunting rifle left by Grandpa at home, so they went up the mountain together. As for being interested, I can only say that I'm interested in Shu Tianxi. After all, he had never seen anyone who could pick up a wild boar with one hand and throw it away in his life. After hearing what Li Xingbong said, Shu Tianxi chuckled and said, Brother Xingbong, I'll see you when we have the chance to talk again. Li Xingbong's eyes lit up, and he nodded and said, okay, I'll come see you next holiday. Shu Tianxi was stunned and thought to himself, did I say I would take you there next week? Without waiting for him to explain clearly, Li Xingbong waved goodbye and left. Third brother, this kid is quite interesting. Su Jun laughed and thought. Indeed, Shu Tianxi nodded. He indeed didn't realize that the other party had any bad intentions. He didn't think much about it and took Su Jun out of the machinery factory. Afterwards, the two went to a state-owned photo studio together and took 2 black and white photos. It costs 50 cents per ticket, and it takes a few days to pick it up. There are also color ones, but they take longer. There is no need. Shu Tianxi doesn't want to wait that long. After paying the money and agreeing on a time, the two left the county town. Chapter 86. If you have any difficulties in the future, just come to me. Shu Tianxi originally planned to go to the black market to deal with the food in the space. However, after the village chief and the team leader came to see him, he suddenly gave up this idea. Since we are all dealing with food, why should we give it cheaper to irrelevant people? But he couldn't give it to the villagers for free, so he thought of a particularly good idea. Anyway, he won't go to the black market. When they were almost reaching the town, Shu Tianxi drove Su Jun away. After we start working a couple of days, we can finally get the bicycle out. By then, the factory will definitely provide cars, and you can own one for free. Hearing this, Su Jun felt very happy. Then I'll go back and help. Go. Shu Tianxi nodded, turned, and walked into the alley after Su Jun ran about 100 meters away. The next second, he appeared in the jade pendant space. Good fellow. Only 2 days had passed, and the plant in the space had undergone another major change. The rice on the 2 acres of land is already more than 1 meter tall, with plump fruits hanging on it. The rice leaves have begun to turn yellow, showing signs of maturity. It is estimated that in 1 or 2 days at most, the rice will turn completely golden and mature. Shu Tianxi stepped forward and pulled up a sweet potato vine, and several huge sweet potatoes immediately broke out of the soil. Pretty. Shu Tianxi was very surprised and immediately started to harvest the sweet potatoes frantically. One by one, the vine stems were pulled out by the roots, and sweet potatoes weighing 2 or 3 pounds broke out of the soil. Shu Tianxi quickly harvested half a piece of black soil, or 1 acre of sweet potatoes. He estimated the weight of the sweet potatoes to be between more than 5,000 and less than 6,000 kilograms. Shu Tianxi was very satisfied with the harvest, and then he harvested the pumpkins from the other half of the field. 1 acre of land can produce hundreds of pumpkins, each weighing 20 to 30 kilograms. Just this piece of black soil brought Shu Tianxi more than 10,000 kilograms of grain. This output cannot be underestimated. He suspects it is related to space energy and animal feces. Shu Tianxi looked back at the remaining dozen or so wild boars, dozens of pheasants, and hundreds of rabbits. These animals eat plants that are fed by black soil and spiritual water, so the nutrients provided by their feces must be very high. Maybe even chemical fertilizers in later generations will not be as fertile as this manure. In short, Shu Tianxi is very satisfied with the effect. He took a look at the crops on the third piece of black soil and found that several types of crops were basically ripe. The next day, after the potatoes were planted, many branches sprouted. After being picked by Shu Tianxi and planted in the soil, it has now matured. Shu Tianxi immediately stepped forward and dug out all the potatoes. One dig, one sack. One dig, one sack. Since there was not much grain to begin with, the number of potatoes harvested this time was not very large. Shu Tianxi was not in a hurry, but continued to moisturize the potatoes and germinate them. If nothing unexpected happens, all the potatoes will germinate successfully at night. When the third piece of black soil is fully planted, the fourth piece of black soil will emerge. The corn and wheat are not yet ripe, and it will probably take 2 days like the rice. After planting the sweet potatoes and pumpkins in the soil again, Shu Tianxi added some food for the pheasants and rabbits. But when he looked towards the wild boar pen, a fierce gleam flashed in his eyes. An axe appeared in his hand, and with a thought, a big wild boar appeared in front of him. "I'm sorry for wronging you, second brother." The knife came down, and the second brother immediately let out a scream. After a while, Shu Tianxi appeared in the alley next to the town. He carried a bamboo basket on his back and strode towards the health center. "Dr. Jiang." As soon as he entered the door, he shouted to Jiang Li, who was getting medicine. Jiang Li glanced at him and stayed on the bamboo basket on her back for 2 more seconds. "What do you feel uncomfortable? Sit down for a while." Shu Tianxi glanced at the 2 patients in the clinic, then sat quietly in the corner. After a while, the 2 patients checked their medicine and left. Jiang Li walked them out, then turned around and was about to close the door. "Wait a minute." Along with a voice of stopping, the door was pulled open. As the door was opened, Director Liu walked in with a displeased look on his face. "Why are you in such a hurry to close the door in broad daylight?" However, the next second, she saw Shu Tianxi smiling at him in the corner. Director Liu's expression froze, and he said to Jiang Li, "Stop dithering. Close the door quickly." Without waiting for Jiang Li's response, she took the initiative to close the door. Jiang Li rolled her eyes, then came to Shu Tianxi and said, "Have you joined?" Shu Tianxi hummed and explained, "The formalities have been completed. I'm just waiting to get my photo to apply for a work permit." After saying that, he raised his eyebrows and said, "I brought you something good." Jiang Li's eyes lit up, and she saw Shu Tianxi take off the lid of the bamboo basket. A pheasant flew out directly, but was grabbed by the throat by Shu Tianxi, who reacted quickly. There was also a rabbit in the bamboo basket, which he also took out. Seeing these 2 things again, Jiang Li was a little disappointed, but did not show it. Just as she was about to say thank you with a smile, Shu Tianxi suddenly handed the pheasant and rabbit to Director Liu behind him. "Director Liu, this is something I brought for you." Director Liu's eyes lit up, and he immediately took it and took a look at it. Lily's right. These pheasants and rabbits are really fat. She ignored Jiang Li's rolling eyes and looked at Shu Tianxi and asked, "Tianxi, how much are these 2 things?" "It's not a rare thing. Just give it to me as you see fit, Director Liu." "That won't work." Director Liu shook his head and weighed the chicken and rabbit again. "This hare must weigh 4 or 5 pounds, and the pheasant 2 or 3 pounds. I'll give it to you for 2 yuan a pound. Is that okay with you?" Director Liu understands the market situation. Pork is already several yuan per pound and is out of stock. The meat of wild rabbit and pheasant is not as good as pork, so she thinks 2 yuan per pound is about right. "Yes, of course." Shu Tianxi nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, "Director Liu, just give me 10 yuan. $10. Is that okay?" Director Liu was a little hesitant. After all, it was half the price. "Just treat it as making friends. Director Liu, please don't be polite." After much persuasion by Shu Tianxi and with the help of Jiang Li, Director Liu finally took out 10 yuan. "Tianxi, thank you so much. If you have any difficulties in the future, please feel free to come to me." "Okay." Shu Tianxi smiled. This was the sentence he was waiting for. After Director Liu left, Jiang Li stood with her hands on her hips, staring at Shu Tianxi. Shu Tianxi glanced at her, then silently lifted the oil paper under the bamboo basket. A square piece of wild boar meat came into view, which made Jiang Li's eyes light up. Shu Tianxi took out the meat, handed it forward and said, "Jiang Jie, this is for you." "Wild boar meat. Is it for me?" Jiang Li pointed to the pork and then at herself. Chapter 87. Why? Do you dislike your sister? Yeah. Didn't we agree to bring you some pork when we get back? Looking at Jiang Li's surprised expression, Shu Qianxi said, as if it was a matter of course. Jiang Li has helped him a lot, so it's no big deal to improve her food. Jiang Li was very happy. After looking at Shu Tianxi, she stamped her feet and said, Thank you. Thank you so much, Brother Tianxi. I don't have much to thank you for, so how about I let you hug me? As she spoke, she actually opened her hands. No, no, no. Shu Tianxi was startled and quickly refused. It's just a small favor. Don't take it too seriously. What? Do you dislike your sister? Jiang Li put her hands on her hips, her face full of unhappiness. No. Then give me a hug, Jiang Li said, and opened her arms again. Shu Tianxi realized that he couldn't stay here anymore, so he turned around and walked outside. Jiang Jia, you should calm down. My family still needs my help in building a house, so I'll be leaving now. Calm down, Jiang Li scolded with a smile as she looked at Shu Tianxi's back. Then she noticed the wild boar meat on the table and quickly ran after him, shouting, Tianxi, I haven't paid you yet. Let's talk about it next time. Shu Tianxi didn't look back, waved his hand, and ran faster. Jiang Li chuckled, turned around, and walked into the clinic, touching her face subconsciously. Am I old and unattractive? Shu Tianxi breathed a sigh of relief after walking out of the town and quickly lit a cigarette to calm himself down. After finishing his cigarette, he returned to the village. Tianxi, I heard you found a job in the city. Is that true? As soon as he entered the village, he heard some villagers confirming their work with him. Shu Tianxi looked at him in surprise and asked curiously, Who told you that? Everyone in the village is saying that. It's spread all over. They say you've got a job and are going to be a city dweller. We haven't even started yet, so don't spread rumors. Shu Tianxi said perfunctorily, then strode towards home. That's how it is in the countryside. Nothing can be hidden. As long as your story isn't spread any further and further out of proportion, it will be considered a blessing to your ancestors. Tianxi is back. From now on, you can be considered a city dweller. Even if you live well, don't forget your fellow countrymen. Shu Tianxi forced a smile, but he would not sign any guarantee with them. When I got home, I found that no one was working on the homestead. There were quite a few people at the door of a nearby house, each holding a bitten sweet potato in their hands. Tianxi is back. I don't know who shouted, and then a group of people gathered around. Tianxi, congratulations. You'll be a clerk at the county machinery factory from now on. I heard that level 6 clerks get 43 yuan a month and a ration of food. Is that true? Now that you have a job, you can apply for a town hooker, right? Even though you've become a city dweller, don't forget that you're still from Shujia village. A group of people were talking to each other, not giving Shu Tianxi any chance to speak. That's enough. Suddenly, two people shouted loudly in the crowd, and the crowd immediately made way. Shu Tianyu and Shu Xianglian came over and said with unhappy faces, My brother just came back and is still hungry. Can you guys let him eat first, and then we can talk while we work? After saying that, Shu Xianglian grabbed Shu Tianxi's hand and said with a smile, Are you hungry? I'll have some food for you. Come and eat. Okay. Shu Tianxi smiled and followed the other party through the crowd. At that moment, what he saw before his eyes were dark faces that were full of expectation. These people have it so hard. Today I can help Shu Tianxi with housework and have a full meal. But after the house was built, they had to continue to live a life where they could only eat 3/4 full, and that was mostly soup. Perhaps one night, they will suffer from 60-degree illness due to malnutrition and quietly pass away. Shu Tianxi sat down, surrounded by his younger brothers and sisters. There is also Zhang Bing, as well as the somewhat ashamed Su Jun and the admiring Su Qian. Are you hungry after being busy all morning? Eat quickly. Shu Xianglian handed over the bowl with 2 sweet potatoes on it. I picked up the sweet potato and found some pheasant meat and eggs underneath. Thank you, second sister. Shu Tianxi smiled gratefully, then lowered his head and took a bite off half of the sweet potato. He picked up the chopsticks again, picked up the chicken, and put it into his mouth under everyone's gaze. Gurgle. The sound of swallowing saliva was heard, causing Shu Tianxi to pause. He looked up at Shu Xianglian and Song Yuro. Sister-in-law, second sister, have all the villagers eaten? Without waiting for the two to speak, Shu Dashan nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, Eat, eat. We are all full. After saying this, he turned back to look at his fellow villagers and said, Why are you all standing here? Why don't you go to work after eating? Upon hearing this, a group of villagers turned around and went to the homestead. They wanted Shu Tianxi to personally admit that the other party had obtained a job in the city. But it's obviously not appropriate now, so we can only talk about it later. Shu Tianxi continued to eat sweet potatoes only after all the villagers had gone to the construction site. At this time, Su Jun said a little embarrassedly, "Third brother, I'm sorry." Shu Tianxi glanced at him while chewing and said vaguely, "You spread all this?" Su Jun nodded awkwardly and explained the whole story. Jiangli then asked them to go to the machinery factory to start work in front of so many people. Everyone knew the situation and gathered around Su Jun as soon as he came back. Their questioning made Su Jun unable to withstand it, and he confessed everything that happened today. "Don't worry, third brother. I didn't say a single word that I couldn't say." Perhaps because he was afraid that Shu Tianxi would think too much, Su Jun patted his chest and made a promise again. "It's okay." Shu Tianxi shook his head and didn't take it seriously. The village is so small that even the smallest problems can't be hidden. Everything he does is reasonable from beginning to end, and he is not afraid of others finding fault with him. "So, I'm going to work." Seeing that Shu Tianxi had no intention of blaming him, Su Jun breathed a sigh of relief and stood up and said, "Go ahead." Shu Tianxi nodded and continued eating. Song Yuro didn't sit down and ask questions until all the outsiders had gone to work. "Third brother, didn't you say he was a level 9 clerk last time? Why is it level 6 today?" Shu Tianxi nodded and briefly recounted the story of Li Xingbang. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on, and Shu Xianglian quickly asked, "Is it really 43 yuan a month?" Jean Feng is a junior college graduate and class monitor. She's only in her 20s and a month old. She's in her internship period. By the time she becomes a full-time employee, she will be in her 30s or 40s, Shu Tianxi explained. Just as the family was chatting, a child ran in. Third brother, my dad said he wants to talk to you." Chapter 88, Hunting for Food. Taidan came home and said that his father wanted to talk to Shu Tianxi about something. What did the village chief want to do with him? Shu Tianxi knew without a doubt, but he didn't refuse. He said goodbye to his sister-in-law and second sister and left with Taidan. Eldest brother Shu Tianyu was building a house for himself, and Shu Tianxi did not bother him. Soon, Shu Tianxi arrived at the village chief's house. As soon as I entered the door, I found that in addition to Shu Daqiang, Shu Xiaoqing, the accountant, the branch secretary, the militia captain, and other cadres of all ranks were there. When they saw Shu Tianxi coming in, they were delighted. Shu Daqiang said, "Tianxi is here? Find a chair and sit down." Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment, then took a bamboo chair and sat at the end. Just as he sat down, he noticed that everyone's eyes were on him. Shu Tianxi paused and said with a smile, "Village chief, if you have something to say, just say it directly. It's really uncomfortable to have everyone staring at me like that." Hearing this, Shu Daqiang burst into laughter. "Okay, I'll be frank. The more than 1,000 yuan you paid a few days ago was reported by Captain Xiaoqing. After unanimous decision by the commune leaders, you will receive work points at the rate of 1 yuan for 1 cent. What do you think? Not so good." Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes in his heart and complained. He handed over more than 1,300 yuan, which is equivalent to more than 1,000 work points. An adult earns 10 work points per day, which means they have to work for more than 130 days to earn that many work points. But can I earn more than 1,300 yuan in 4 months' work? Cannot. So exchanging money for work points of equal value would be a huge loss. But there was one thing Shu Tianxi had to deny, that the money was exchanged for collective assets. It is illegal to monopolize it, but the work points are actually on your head. So he could only laugh and nodded. "Okay, I have no objection." "That's good." Seeing that Shu Tianxi had no objection, Shu Xiaoqing also breathed a sigh of relief. He was solely responsible for this matter, and he did his best to get the work points. "Then what? Is there anything else?" Shu Tianxi continued to ask. Shu Daqiang quickly said, "Also, I heard that Dr. Jiang notified you to start work. How is it going?" "The procedures have been completed. We're just waiting for the photo to come out to apply for a work permit." Shu Tianxi nodded and said, That's good. Shu Daqiang nodded repeatedly and said hesitantly, "Then what do you think about the matter we discussed before?" Well, Shu Tianxi knew he couldn't escape, so he thought for a moment and said, "Can't our village raise more poultry?" "I'm afraid not." Shu Daqiang shook his head and explained, "People don't have food to eat, so how can we feed the poultry?" Since the drought started last year, in order to have a harvest this year, water from various ponds and lake dams was pumped to irrigate farmland. So there were no more fish, and the meager harvest had to be handed over to the commune. As a result, the commune turned around and abandoned the donkey without returning a single grain of food. To put it bluntly, it's no different from asking for their lives. The fish are gone, the grass has withered, and the few wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain have been dug up. Some elderly women were not able to do so, so they peeled off the outer bark and took it home. The only ones who can save our lives now are probably the wild beasts in the deep forests. After listening to Shu Daqiang's narration, Shu Tianxi was silent for a moment and then said, "Then organize people to go up the mountain, but don't think about selling it for money." "What?" Everyone looked at Shu Tianxi, wondering, what if we don't sell it? If you eat it directly, it won't last long. Of course not. Who eats meat every day? Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes and complained. The game the villagers hunted could be gathered together and then taken to the city to exchange for food. Fine grains are too expensive, but switching to coarse grains will help us last a little longer. Hearing this, everyone present fell silent. What they care about is not what to eat, but how to change it. After all, everything on the mountain belongs to the collective. How can we divide it up no matter how much we catch? Will it constitute reselling and speculation, and eventually lead to arrest? These days, even if you raise chickens and ducks at home, they are raised for the collective. At most, when you hand in the chickens and ducks, you will be given 2 extra work points. Tianxi, are you agreeing to help us sell the game to the machinery factory? Shu Daqiang asked with a look of surprise on his face. Of course, I won't suffer any loss in this matter after all. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and nodded. But the machinery factory is not big after all, and our village has a lot of people. I can't guarantee how much meat they can eat. As a member of the village, I have to give it a try anyway. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Shu Daqiang stepped forward, patted Shu Tianxi on the shoulder, and said, "Tianxi, Uncle was right about you. No matter whether the villagers can get through this difficult time or not, our whole village will remember your contribution." "That's too kind." Shu Tianxi waved his hands repeatedly and said modestly, "Now that Shu Tianxi has agreed to help the village sell things, the problem of speculation has been completely solved. But the next question is how to exchange these for food, as Shu Tianxi said." Shu Daqiang looked at Shu Tianxi and asked, "Tianxi, how are we going to get the food? As you said, those people in the city don't have much food left. If we just take the game, who would come and exchange it for food?" "You don't understand this, right?" Shu Tianxi shook his head and denied it. "It's good that the city folks have food rations, but that only means they have something to eat. The city people only have what is on their food list, so if they want to eat meat, they have to rely on luck. But we rural people are different. We can live by the water and by the mountains. If it weren't for the policies restricting people's movements, rural people would not live worse than urban people. Nowadays, people in the city are not only short of food, but also short of meat. The rural people are just short of food, so they can exchange it for meat. But if that happens, wouldn't that be speculation?" Shu Shaoqing suddenly asked. If the game was hunted and handed over to Shu Tianxi, it could be considered cooperation with the state-owned factory. But if you use game to exchange for food with private individuals, that's pure speculation, right? Everyone looked at Shu Tianxi, wanting to hear what he had to say. Shu Tianxi coughed and said calmly, "If you're worried, just give the things to me. I have a job as a buyer, so it will be more convenient to help everyone exchange food." Hearing this, Shu Daqiang's legs immediately went limp. "God's gift. Uncle thanks you on behalf of all the villagers." Shu Tianxi was startled and quickly stepped forward to support him and said, Village Chief, what are you doing? Hurry up and get up. Aren't you shortening my life?" After much persuasion, Shu Daqiang finally sat back in his seat. Chapter 89. Borrowing grain has begun. After discussing hunting game in exchange for food with Shu Daqiang and others, Shu Tianxi did not stay any longer. As for how to arrange people to go hunting in the mountains, that is the village's business. As a member of the village, he has done his best by doing this. As soon as I got home, Shu Xianglian and others surrounded me. Lao San Tianxi, third brother. Tianxi, the village chief, is looking for you again and wants you to help the whole village. Shu Tianxi shook his head and smiled. It mainly depends on the villagers to hunt on their own. I just help with the procurement. Will purchasing game hunted by villagers be considered speculation? Won't. Shu Tianxi glanced at Song Yuro and explained, I'm a serious buyer. How can working for a state-owned enterprise be considered speculation? It's not a big deal, don't worry. Hearing this, the whole family breathed a sigh of relief. Shu Tianxi did not continue to explain, but turned around and went to help with the work on the homestead. In order to get a tan, he does all the hard and dirty work. It was during these few days that the villagers' impression of his character and personality completely changed. Who said that the third child of a wealthy family is lazy and drags his parents to death? There are more than a dozen grown men, but they don't do as much as one person in a day. Not to mention Shu Tianxi, even the big stupid guy Shu Tianyu is much stronger than them. Those dozens of kilograms of things were like little chickens in front of him. Seeing this scene, Shu Shanjin couldn't help but shake his head and sighed. What a freak of a family! Fortunately, Shu Tianxi also discovered this, so he did not allow his other brothers and sisters to do heavy work. They will never be allowed to do any heavy work that is not suitable for their age group. Otherwise, who wouldn't be stunned by the scene of an 8-year-old girl carrying a round stool weighing dozens of kilograms? After several days of exposure to the sun, the skin of Shu Tianxi and his entire family has successfully transformed. Although she was not as dark as the villagers, at least her skin was not as frosted as before. The rough shell of the new house has been built, with 3 rooms, a main hall, and a backyard. The next step is to use yellow mud mixed with straw to paste a layer on the wall. Finally, seal the roof. As the sky gradually darkened, Shu Tianxi clapped his hands and looked at the villagers and said, "Uncles and aunts, please go back first." "Okay, then we'll come back tomorrow. Tianxi's is still the best. I want to eat more. Go back and sleep early. You can eat the boss's steamed buns tomorrow." After sending all the villagers who helped back home, Shu Tianxi did not stop. "Brother, Tianx, we can get some more yellow mud bricks." "Why?" Shu Tianyu asked, puzzled. "The shell of the house has been built, so there is no point in adding bricks." Shu Tianxi was not impatient and began to explain while gesturing. He wanted to build a wall on the right side of the new house and on the left side of the old house. The wall is about 1.5 to 1.6 meters high, connected on both sides, with space for a gate in the middle. In this way, although they did not live under the same roof, they lived in the same yard. The land in the yard will not be wasted and can be used as a private plot to grow food. When Shu Tianyu and Shu Tianx heard Shu Tianxi's plan, their eyes suddenly lit up. In this way, they are not considered to be splitting up. "Okay, let's continue drying the bricks." Shu Tianyu shouted loudly with a serious expression. "I'll help too." Shu Tianx rubbed his hands and followed. Looking at their appearance, Shu Tianxi smiled slightly. Just as they were busy, a bloated figure slowly approached them. "Go, please. Go, sin." The two brothers stopped in their tracks when they heard the shouting and looked over in confusion. When they saw each other's faces clearly, they were stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, "Uncle Mao Jin?" Shu Tianxi held his eldest brother's shoulder and walked towards Uncle Mao Jin. "Uncle Mao Jin, what's wrong?" Shu Mao Jin nodded, looked up at Shu Tianxi, and then lowered his head again. "Tianxi, Uncle heard that you got a job at the machinery factory a few days ago." Shu Tianxi put his ear close to the other person, and only then could he hear what he said clearly. Although he didn't understand the other party's purpose in asking this, he nodded anyway. "Yes, we are still going through the formalities." Hearing this, Shu Maojin seemed to have made up his mind. He took a deep breath and said, "Tianxi, then can you lend me some food? Your aunt is getting weaker and weaker. I'm afraid that she..." At this point, a 50-year-old man suddenly choked up. Shu Tianxi understood what he meant without him having to continue. So he immediately turned around and shouted to Shu Tianx, "Tian, Su Tian Su." Shu Tianx responded and then strode over. "Third brother, what's wrong?" Shu Tianxi leaned over and whispered a few words in his ear, and the other party immediately looked at Shu Maojin. Then he said okay, turned around, and ran towards home. Shu Tianxi turned around and looked at Shu Maojin and said with a smile, "Uncle Maojin, I asked Tianx to get some food." Thank you. Shu Maojin was so excited that he bent his legs. "Uncle won't say anything, but I'll kowtow to you." "Uncle, don't be like this." Shu Tianxi panicked and quickly supported the other person with both hands. The other party wanted to continue kneeling down, but he couldn't bend down at all. Shu Tianxi said, "Uncle, you and Aunt also helped us brothers and sisters when my parents passed away. It was my fault, nephew. I shouldn't have let you take the initiative to speak. If you have any difficulties in the future, just come to me." Shu Maojin and his wife have 5 children, 4 daughters and 1 son. All 4 daughters were married to other villages, leaving only the son at home with them. Although only one sweet potato was given to Shu Tianxi's family before, it must have been deducted. Now that the other party can't survive, Shu Tianxi can't just sit there and do nothing. Soon, Shu Xiaolian ran over with Shu Tianci. She was holding a bamboo basket filled with 6 sweet potatoes and 2 eggs. She handed the bamboo basket to Shu Tianxi, then looked at Shu Maojin and said, "Uncle Maojin, here is some food for you to take. It's my niece's fault for not considering your family situation before." Thank you, thank you. Shu Maojin was very grateful and took the bamboo basket with trembling hands. Shu Tianxi still held the other person and urged, "Go back and make food for Annie quickly. Don't delay." After hearing this, Shu Maojin stopped wasting time here. He turned back every 3 steps to say thank you to Shu Tianxi and the others, and quickly disappeared into the aisle. Shu Tianxi shook his head and listened to Shu Xiaolian's explanation. "Godspeed, this is my fault. I was afraid of being too conspicuous, so I didn't go to every household to inquire about the situation." Chapter 90, Worry of Younger Brothers and Sisters. It's okay. I know you don't want this either. Facing his second sister's self-blame, Shu Tianxi chuckled and comforted her. Sooner or later, the fact that they gave food to the villagers would be known to other villagers. By then, more people will come to borrow food. There was no way to avoid this level, and Shu Tianxi had no intention of doing so. After some comforting, they went home for dinner. The family sat at the table, and Shu Tianxi said, "Tomorrow I will go to the city to get the photos and then go to the machinery factory to take up my post. I'll leave the household matters to my eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law, and second sister." Hearing this, Shu Xiaolian suddenly asked, "Third brother, are you not coming back to live here anymore?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Shu Tianxi in surprise. The family currently depends on Shu Tianxi for all their food and daily necessities. What will happen to the family if he doesn't come back? Xiaolian, why do you ask that? Shu Tianxi chuckled and asked curiously. "I heard them say that once you have a job in the city, you are a city dweller. Then we can live in the city and have rice to eat." Shu Xiaolian said seriously without hesitation. Well, under the gaze of the whole family, Shu Tianxi nodded truthfully and said, "Xiaolian is right. After I get a job, I can apply for urban household registration and get a food allowance. Not only will I get a salary, but I can also buy dozens of kilograms of food every month." As soon as the words fell, Shu Xiaolian suddenly rushed over. "Third brother." She hugged Shu Tianxi tightly, looked up, and said, "Please don't go to the city, okay?" Seeing this, Shu Tianxi also shouted, "Third brother, don't you want us anymore? Look, what are you talking about?" Xiaolian, "Tiansu, what nonsense are you talking about?" Shu Xiaolian scolded without waiting for Shu Tianxi to speak. "How could your third brother not want you? If he didn't want you, how could he possibly get you food? He will be a city dweller in the future, with a salary and a fixed allowance, and we should be happy for him. Maybe he can even help you find a third sister-in-law in the city." As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately received the support of sister-in-law, Song Yuruo. She nodded and agreed. Yes, the third child will be a city dweller in the future, which is a good thing. After she finished speaking, she looked at Shu Tianxi and said, "Third brother, you can rest assured and work in the city. Your elder brother, and the Xiaolian are at home, so nothing will happen. Although my younger brothers and sisters don't understand yet, my eldest sister-in-law and second sister know the importance of the matter. In addition to the golden finger, a person's success also depends on the support of his family." Shu Tianxi glanced at the whole family, his 3 younger brothers and sisters who looked reluctant, his eldest sister-in-law and second sister who were smiling, and his eldest brother who kept his head down and said nothing. Seeing the different expressions on the family's faces, Shu Tianxi couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head and said, "When did I say I wouldn't come back? After I go to work, there is transportation allocated. I am a buyer, and my daily job is to run back and forth between cities and towns to purchase supplies. So not only would I come back to stay every day, I would also buy a ration of food to take home. By then, our family will eat rice and flour every day, okay?" Really? The whole family looked over, their faces full of surprise. Seeing Shu Tianxi nodded, Shu Xiaolian immediately shouted excitedly, "That's great, third brother will come back to live." Before she could finish her words, Shu Xiaolian hugged her in her arms and didn't allow her to shout anymore. Shu Tianxi glanced outside, stared at Shu Tianxi, and said, "Third brother, can I eat rice now? Look at you, you look like a foodie. Wait until I get my work permit and food permit. Shu Tianxi shook his head and tapped the other person's forehead with his hand. Ignoring the other party's painful expression and movements, he looked up at the whole family and said, "Don't worry. You definitely need to get a city household registration, but only to get a food grain book. This is my home. Except when I'm on a business trip, I come back here every day." Hearing this, the whole family had bright smiles on their faces. "Let's eat quickly and then go to bed early." Shu Tianxi shook his head, picked up a sweet potato, and started eating. As he stuffed the food into his mouth, he also took a look at the sweet potato in his hand. "After eating sweet potatoes and pumpkins for so long, I'm really getting tired of them." Night. It was rare that there was no loud noise coming from next door. So, Shu Tianxi closed his eyes and fell asleep. Shu Tianxi glanced at him and disappeared on the bed in the blink of an eye. In the jade pendant space, the rice on the second piece of black soil is golden. The rice in the 2 acres of land has matured, and the plump grains make Shu Tianxi happy. He couldn't wait to turn his mind into a sickle and cut down the rice bundles one by one. In a short while, he had harvested all the rice in the 2 acres of land, leaving only a piece of rice stalks about 10 centimeters high. Shu Tianxi did not rush to dig up the rice, but instead used his mind to draw spiritual spring water to irrigate the black soil. Then, deplowing is done to break up the uncut rice stalks and bury them in the soil. After spending some time turning over the 2 acres of land, Shu Tianxi began to process the rice. Since it was not the new hybrid rice of later generations, the rice produced from 2 acres of land was not much, but it was not a small amount either. Shu Tianxi spent several more hours to process all the rice. He sent each golden and plump grain of rice into the warehouse, where time was suspended, and he also learned the exact quantity. Over 3,000 jin. In the 1960s, the average rice yield per mu was about 500 kilograms, and in some areas it might be even less. The rice planted on the black soil in the jade pendant space is full of plump grains, with an output of about 1,500 kilograms per mu. Not enough. Too little. Shu Tianxi shook his head, a little dissatisfied. He turned and came to the 3rd piece of black land and found that some of the crops were ripe. The newly planted potatoes have already sprouted and are showing signs of maturing soon. Shu Tianxi was very happy and quickly pulled up all the mature corn stalks. At the beginning, the amount of corn seeds Shu Shaoqing gave was not much, only a dozen or so. Now that the corn is ripe, there are 3 or 4 corn cobs on each corn stalk. Shu Tianxi first broke off the corn cobs and then threw the corn stalks together with the rice stalks. Then he peeled off several corn berries and got thousands of seeds. But instead of rushing to plant corn, they pulled up all the mature wheat, peanuts, soybeans, and other crops. Then he put the grain seeds away and turned around to plow the 3rd piece of black soil. Of course, he didn't touch the potato area. After finishing the 3rd piece of land, Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment. After thinking about it, he finally planted the corn seeds 30 to 40 centimeters apart. Soon, except for potatoes, the 2 acres of black soil were all planted with corn and irrigated with water. Shu Tianxi took a look at the 2nd piece of black soil and decided to plant rice again tomorrow morning. He left the space only after leaving 10 days' worth of food in the 3 breeding sheds for wild boars, pheasants, and rabbits. Chapter 91, The Villagers Are Here Again. The next morning, Shu Tianxi found an excuse to go to the dry toilet. Because he had diarrhea, after making sure that there was no one near the dry toilet, he entered the dry toilet and disappeared. On the 2nd piece of black soil in the jade pendant space, the crushed rice stalks have been combined with the black soil. Shu Tianxi immediately took out the rice seeds and planted the 2nd piece of black soil. After planting the rice, he irrigated the land again with the spiritual spring water. Shu Tianxi looked up at the 3rd piece of black soil and found that all the corn seeds had sprouted, but the seedlings were still very small. Now that they have sprouted, you can fertilize them. So he immediately mixed poultry droppings with spiritual spring water and poured it between the corn seedlings. There are 3 breeding sheds in the space at this time, and each shed covers an area of thousands of square meters. Pheasants and rabbits reproduce very quickly, basically producing a brood in 2 days when outdoors. There are a large number of pheasants and hares, with several or even dozens of them hatching and breeding every day. So far, there are hundreds of pheasants in the pheasant shed, most of which are chicks. There are even more hares, too numerous to count with the naked eye. Wild boars reproduce relatively slowly, and there's only 1 litter in such a long time. The piglets that were caught first have grown up and will probably start to reproduce. With all these poultry here, I don't know how much manure they produce every day, and it is far from enough to irrigate the farmland. Shu Qianxi shook his head and smiled, finally lingering his gaze on the potato area, then looking outside the black soil. If nothing goes wrong, after a few hours outside, there will be a piece of black soil here. After leaving the space, I pulled my pants down a few centimeters. A column of water rushed out, pushing back the white worms that had the courage to fight and struggled to get out of the dry pit. Comfortable. Shu Tianxi happily pulled up his pants, turned around, and walked out of the dry toilet. When he returned home, he suddenly discovered that there were more than a dozen villagers living on the homestead. Some of them climbed onto the roof and began to build a scaffold with wood. Some had already started to paste the walls with mud, and others were using molds to continue making bricks. It's just a mud house, and it can be built by a few people in a little time. Why does it need 40 or 50 people? Seeing this scene, Shu Tianxi frowned and strode to Shu Xianglian. Second sister, what's going on? Tianxi, you're back just in time. Shu Xianglian looked at Shu Tianxi in surprise and explained, these villagers insisted on staying in our house to work, and they wouldn't leave no matter how much we persuaded them. You won't leave, even if you don't have food to eat. And for a scene, Shu Xianglian nodded and continued. They said half a sweet potato would be fine. Is it so curly? Shu Tianxi frowned, looking a little worried. Shu Xianglian glanced at him and explained, I actually understand them. My sister-in-law and I went to the cafeteria yesterday to check it out. The village canteen was running out of food, and even coarse grains like cornmeal were no longer available. Even the wild vegetable soup had very few wild vegetables, just weeds that would easily get mushy when boiled. Now, let alone half a sweet potato, they would be willing to stay even if it's just a mouthful. Shujia village is already in a difficult situation, and all the villagers have little to eat. If the village canteen doesn't provide meals, they can only wait to die of starvation or disease. Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment and asked, what kind of food do we have left? Hearing this, Shu Xianglian looked around and said softly, more than 20 sweet potatoes, 30 kilograms of pumpkin, 2 kilograms of cornmeal. In the rice you brought back, I mixed it with cornmeal and beans and cooked half a pound a day before yesterday. This food can save many lives, but it is only enough for these people to have a full meal. It's urgent to go hunting, otherwise all these people in front of us will die. But you need strength to go up the mountain to hunt, otherwise you will be seeking death. Thinking of this, Shu Tianxi looked at Shu Xianglian and said, second sister, save the rice for lunch. As for the other food, take it all out and cook it for these villagers. What? Shu Xianglian was shocked when she heard this. She looked at Shu Tianxi in panic and advised, Tianxi, is it too much? If this happens, we won't have anything to eat tonight. Don't worry. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and explained, I'll go to the city to get the photos later. Once I start work and get my food ration book, I'll bring back all the ration food. Tomorrow I will discuss with the village chief how to arrange for these villagers to go up the mountain. If we don't feed them, something might go wrong when we go hunting in the mountains tomorrow. Okay, I'll listen to you. Hearing that Shu Tianxi had already made arrangements, Shu Xianglian nodded and agreed. Shu Tianxi smiled, turned around, and saw Su Jun running towards him. Third brother, are you going into the city? Shu Tianxi glanced at him, turned around, and took something out of the room. Let's go. He did not say hello to the villagers and turned away with Su Jun. The two walked out of the village together, and Shu Tianxi handed the things he brought from home to Su Jun. Junzi, take this. What? Su Jun was stunned. He took the thing and pulled away the sackcloth. Hunting rifle? Su Jun didn't expect that the thing Shu Tian gave him would be a hunting rifle, which is a good thing. He hasn't touched a gun for some time since he left the militia. But for some reason, he felt that this thing seemed a little familiar. Take your gun and wait for me at the intersection ahead leading up the mountain. Shu Tianxi said without explanation, pointing to the intersection ahead. You want to see Dr. Jiang, right? Su Jun suddenly realized and chuckled. I understand. I understand your mother, don't I? Shu Tianxi cursed loudly and kicked the other person on the butt. Go quickly, don't think about it. Su Jun cried out in pain, covered his butt, and ran away. Shu Tianxi shook his head, walked slowly to the clinic, and went in when he saw that there was no one else there. Sister Jiang? He shouted towards the backyard, and Jiang Li immediately walked out quickly. And coming out with her was Director Liu. Brother Tianxi is here. Shu Tianxi smiled, looked at the two of them and said, Sister Jiang, is Sister Liu here too? You left in a hurry last time. Here's the money for the pork. Jiang Li took out a dozen yuan and handed it to Shu Tianxi, saying, "That piece of pork is 5 pounds. I calculated it based on the purchase price of the unit." Shu Tianxi said helplessly, "Jiang Jia, I'm not here to ask you for money. Oh, let's put things one way or the other." Jiang Li didn't listen to the explanation and stuffed the money into Shu Tianxi's pocket. After Shu Tianxi accepted the money, Jiang Li asked, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Shu Tianxi didn't waste any time and told him that he wanted to go to the city to apply for a work permit. "Before I left last time, I promised Director John that I would bring a gift with me when I went to apply for a work permit." So he planned to go up the mountain to get some game and asked Jiang Li to help him get a purchasing truck. No problem. Chapter 92, Asking Director Liu for Help. Jiang Li agreed to Shu Tianxi's request without saying a word, but was also a little worried. She looked at Shu Tianxi and asked, "Tianxi, are you sure you can catch prey every time you go up the mountain?" "It's not a big deal." Shu Tianxi waved his hand and said indifferently, "Just wait and see." After saying that, he prepared to turn around and leave. "God-given." Director Liu's voice suddenly rang out, and Shu Tianxi looked over in confusion. The other party just smiled and said, "Tianxi, can you help me get some pork?" Hearing this, Shu Tianxi immediately glanced at Jiang Li. The other person looked innocent and explained, "Sister Liu always comes to me whenever she has something to do. I can't hide it at all." Shu Tianxi was helpless and could only look at Director Liu and say, "Sister Liu, didn't you just buy wild rabbits and pheasants? If we ask for more pork, wouldn't that be a bit of a burden?" "Yes, a little, but there's nothing we can do." Director Liu nodded awkwardly, looking helpless again. "My family hadn't touched oily food for a long time, and their faces and bodies have become bloated. I wanted to give them more money so they don't become like those villagers." Having said this, she suddenly pursed her lips and stopped talking. Tianxi knew without a doubt that the other party's family must also be malnourished. It's not because of lack of food, but lack of oil and water. Many villagers in the surrounding area have starved to death due to malnutrition, and he must be worried about this. "So I plan to take out some of my savings to provide some extra income for my family." Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "It's not a big problem. It's just—" "Tianxi, if you need anything, just ask." Seeing the other party's confident look, Shu Tianxi did not beat around the bush. He chuckled and said, "Sister Liu, that's how it is. I have an older brother and 2 older sisters and 3 younger brothers and sisters. Didn't the commune hand over all the grain some time ago? My family is in a difficult situation too. So I thought, could I find a job for my sister in the city as well? This way, my sister can also eat the ration food." Hearing him speak so frankly, Jiang Li beside him couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You can't beat around the bush with someone like Director Liu, otherwise she'll be even more pretentious than you. She wants the money and you want the work, so a straightforward deal like this is more likely to work. However, after hearing Shu Tianxi's words, Director Liu hesitated. "Tianxi, I can understand everything you said. However, this work indicator is indeed difficult to achieve. 5 pounds of wild boar meat." Shu Tianxi stretched out his hand and said. Director Liu coughed and scratched his throat with some anxiety. "Tianxi, this is not about pork, nor is it that big sister doesn't want to help you. 5 pounds a month." Director Liu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips. Seeing that the other party was moved, but did not respond, Shu Tianxi could only look at Jiang Li. Jiang Li threw a coquettish glance at Director Liu and said, "Sister Liu, that's enough. With your ability, isn't it easy to find a job quota in the city? But if you want to buy 5 kilograms of pork every month, it's not that easy." Upon hearing this, Director Liu put away his embarrassed expression. She looked straight at Shu Tianxi and said, "Tianxi, it's not that Sister Liu doesn't want to help you. It's just that I can't just have these work indicators whenever I want. After all, there are limits on the indicators now. So I have to buy it from other people, which costs hundreds of dollars. I'll find a way to deal with the money." Shu Tianxi immediately waved his hands and shouted, fearing that the other party would go back on his word. He looked up at Director Liu and said, "Sister Liu, I won't make it difficult for you. I will give you whatever amount you deserve. I will not give you less meat than I promised. I will make sure it is in place." "Okay, then I'll go and ask for you." Director Liu thought for a moment before agreeing. Shu Tianxi was overjoyed when he heard this and quickly bowed and shouted, "Thank you, Sister Liu. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? I also want to benefit from you." Director Liu waved his hands and said with a smile. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while before saying goodbye to each other. Shu Tianxi and Zhongli said that they would ask Su Jun to come and call them later. Then he turned around and left the clinic, heading straight for the entrance to the forest. Soon, he saw Su Jun looking around at the foot of the mountain. Third brother, what are you doing? Su Jun came over and saw the double-barreled shotgun in Shu Tianxi's hand. It was given by the village chief. It's no big deal. Shu Tianxi answered perfunctorily, then looked towards the mountain. Where do you want to go? Su Jun exclaimed. Are we going our separate ways again? What else? Shu Tianxi asked back, then pulled the other person up the mountain. Let's go up and separate again. The wild boars ran into this mountain last time. The two men walked towards the mountain together, holding hunting rifles. On the way, Shu Tianxi told Su Jun the reason for their separation. First, Su Jun is the only purchasing agent of the Su family, and he will definitely take the villagers to the mountains to hunt in the future. In this way, he can also achieve mutual benefit with the villagers. The villagers helped him hunt and collect the necessary supplies, and Su Jun purchased the game they had. And Shu Tianxi competed in hunting, and even Su Jun's 8 horses could not defeat them. Su Jun has self-awareness, but that doesn't mean the villagers do. Supplies are easily distributed unevenly, and then people in the village will definitely gossip about it. Moreover, Su Jun does need to improve his hunting skills. As they were talking, the two of them had already reached the top of the mountain. Shu Tianxi glanced at Su Jun, pointed to the right, and said, Go that way, be careful. If you encounter danger that you can't handle, run towards me while shouting. Hearing this, Su Jun immediately took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. After watching the other person's back move more than 50 meters away, Shu Tianxi turned and walked to the left. Just as he finished looking at his surroundings, he suddenly waved his hand. The next second, 2 ferocious wolves appeared before his eyes. Gray Wolf and Red Wolf looked confused, as if they had slept for many days. But I didn't feel hungry, I just felt the sunlight was a bit irritating to my eyes. Gray Wolf, Red Wolf. A sudden shout brought the 2 wolves back to reality. When they turned around, they saw Shu Tianxi staring at them while holding 2 hemp ropes. Come here and put on. Shu Tianxi shouted, and the 2 wolves came over obediently. After tying leashes to the 2 hungry wolves, Shu Tianxi stroked their heads. I want to catch some wild boars. Please help me smell where they are. I gave the 2 wolves a tentative command, and they immediately lowered their heads and sniffed the ground. After a while, Wolf suddenly had a fierce look in his eyes. Red Wolf realized it later and also showed her sharp fangs. Before Shu Tianxi could react, they rushed out with a roar. Shu Tianxi quickly grabbed the hemp rope and quickly followed the 2 wolves. Chapter 93. Another wild boar and cub den was destroyed. In the forest, 2 nimble figures were moving through the bushes and grass. There was a hemp rope around their necks, and the end of the rope was tightly held by a human figure. Although the 2 figures in front have 4 legs, their running speed is so fast that it seems like an illusion. But the figure behind him was not at all behind, and even seemed to be surpassing him. Stop! Stop now! Suddenly, Shu Tianxi shouted. The 2 wolves immediately stopped and looked towards the cave not far away. Ouch! Ouch your fucking head! Seeing that Wolf wanted to howl, Shu Tianxi slapped him on the head. Wolf shrank his neck and looked at Shu Tianxi with a bit of grievance. Shu Tianxi ignored it, waved his hand, and said, Okay, you have nothing to do here. When I'm done, I'll give you a whole piece of meat. After saying that, he took the 2 wild wolves into the space and kept them motionless in the warehouse. After dealing with the 2 wolves, Shu Tianxi looked towards the cave ahead. Just when he shouted to stop, he realized that there were big creatures in the cave, and more than one. Gray Wolf and Red Wolf seemed to have taken him to the wild boar's lair. Shu Tianxi praised the 2 wolves in his heart, and then slowly approached the cave. Following the same method he used to catch the wild boar the first time, he picked up a large stone from the ground. Then he aimed at the cave and threw the stone out with all his might. Bang! Ah! First there was a sound of collision, followed by a scream. Judging from the situation, it must have hit a wild boar. Shu Tianxi quickly threw down a few sweet potatoes and disappeared. The next second, more than a dozen wild boars ran out angrily. Looking at their sturdy figures, the smallest one must weigh over 100 kilograms. Moreover, it seems that there are still wild boars in the cave that haven't escaped. Shu Tianxi in the space was delighted and stared at the group of wild boars intently. They looked around for a while, and then 2 wild boars came forward to dig up the sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes seemed to have a great attraction to them, making them unable to help but open their mouths and bite them. Click, click. The sound of smacking lips was heard, and the other wild boars looked over. Now, Shu Tianxi's eyes lit up in the space, and the next second he appeared behind the herd of wild boars. He grabbed the tails of 2 wild boars with both hands and thought. In the blink of an eye, the 2 wild boars disappeared silently. Shu Tianxi wasted no time. He turned around and put his hands on the 2 wild boars again. In just 1 or 2 seconds, 4 wild boars weighing hundreds of pounds were stored in the space. With another turn and another slap, the 2 wild boars disappeared again. Although he was not afraid of these wild boars, he still chose to escape into space first. The remaining wild boars seemed to have discovered something and looked back collectively. There was a hint of confusion in their eyes, and after a moment they turned around and continued to dig sweet potatoes. After all, sweet potatoes are grown in black soil and spiritual spring water, which has great appeal to them. Shu Tianxi, in the jade pendant space, took a look at the wild boar shed and settled the 6 wild boars. Then he took a look at the 4th piece of black soil and smiled with satisfaction. He was not in a hurry to plant anything, but instead looked at the jade pendant screen not far away. After these days of consumption, the redness under the jade pendant has disappeared. All that was left was a milky white Qilin jade pendant, the top of which seemed to be a little transparent. Shu Tianxi was mentally prepared, so he didn't take it too seriously. Seeing that the wild boar outside was about to finish eating the sweet potatoes, he immediately disappeared into the space. With a grab of his hands, the 2 wild boars disappeared immediately. He turned around and clapped his hands, and 2 more were gone. In less than a minute, only 4 of the 16 wild boars were left in sight. A trace of confusion flashed in their pupils, but they became ferocious again after seeing Shu Tianxi. Huff, huff, humph your fucking head. Shu Tianxi didn't play any tricks this time. He cursed loudly and took the initiative to step forward. Humph. As soon as the 2 wild boars made a hurried sound, Shu Tianxi rushed over and touched their heads. The 2 companions disappeared again, and the 2 remaining wild boars were confused again. Just when Shu Tianxi wanted to approach them, a hint of fear appeared in their pupils. The next second, they turned and ran. Hold! Shu Tianxi cursed loudly and reacted quickly, but he only managed to catch a wild boar. Seeing the only remaining wild boar running for its life, 2 wild wolves immediately appeared beside him. Shu Tianxi pointed his finger and gave the order, Gray wolf, red wolf. That wild boar is your food. As soon as the words fell, 2 wild wolves rushed out like sharp swords. Shu Tianxi didn't care who the winner of this game was, but looked into the cave. Among the dozen or so wild boars he caught, there were only 2 males, the rest were females. There are so many sows in one cave, which proves that there must be piglets inside. Shu Tianxi was very excited, and after approaching the cave, he sensed the movement inside. Sure enough, there are piglets. Shu Tianxi was delighted and strode into the cave. Before the wild boar inside could see his appearance clearly, he disappeared on the spot. The cave is very large, covering several hundred square meters. It was pitch black with only a little light coming from the cave entrance and the cracks in the rocks. Shu Tianxi's perception is very strong. He can know the environment and creatures inside the cave with his eyes closed. There were 4 sows in the cave, and more than 30 wild boar cubs, the smallest of which weighed only a few pounds. Shu Tianxi tried to control them with his mind, just like taking a bird's nest from a distance. He had just tried to control the sow, but she was too big and heavy and didn't seem to respond. However, when he tried to control the wild boar cubs, he miraculously managed to suspend them a few centimeters in the air. The next second, the wild boar cub disappeared from the spot. Shu Tianxi's eyes lit up, and he immediately continued to move the wild boar cubs. In less than 3 minutes, the wild boar cubs in the cave disappeared out of thin air. Take the pig from the air, beautiful. Humph. When the sows found that their babies were missing, they suddenly became crazy. Humph your fucking head. A curse was heard, and the 2 sows disappeared. Another figure appeared out of nowhere, holding an axe and hacking at the 2 wild boars. Not long after, Shu Tianxi dragged 2 dead wild boars out of the cave. He glanced into the distance and saw a wild boar lying on the ground, dying. Next to the wild boar lay a wild wolf covered in wounds, and another one was under a big tree, seemingly dying. It is hard to imagine how fierce the battle between the 2 wolves and the wild boar was. Shu Qianxi took a look at the wild boar in his hand, threw it to the ground, and walked towards the two wolves. Gray Wolf looked up at him, his eyes full of pleading. Chapter 94. Yes, Brother Hao is right. You want me to save your wife? Shu Qianxi stared at Gray Wolf and pointed at Red Wolf under the big tree. Seeing the other party nod, he smiled and said, Don't worry, none of you will die. The next second, he disappeared from the spot with the wild boar and the wolf. Shu Qianxi got some spiritual spring water for the two wolves and fed them to drink. Then he pointed to the dead wild boar and said, This is your trophy and also your next meal. I will not accompany you, nor will I lock you up in the warehouse. Keep an eye on this for me. You hear me? After some instructions, Shu Qianxi disappeared into the space again. After leaving the space, he dragged the two wild boars back in the direction they came from. After a while, he saw Su Jun wandering around the separation point, holding a pheasant in his hand. Third brother. Su Jun's face lit up when he saw Shu Qianxi, and he quickly came over to greet him. When he saw the wild boar in Shu Qianxi's hand, his eyes narrowed again. Third brother, you are too awesome. I looked around and didn't see any wild boar, so I shot a pheasant. Looking at Su Jun, who was full of admiration, Shu Qianxi shook his head and said, It's just a small matter. Let's go down the mountain and talk. At least half of the sows on this hill were gone, and the piglets were all killed by him. I guess the group of boars will riot again and run to other hills in a tide of beasts. Su Jun didn't know what was going on. He just followed Shu Qianxi's instructions and went down the mountain together. After going down the mountain, Shu Qianxi instructed, Go to the health center and call the purchaser. I'll wait for you here. Okay. Su Jun was very obedient. After agreeing, he turned around and ran away. Looking at his back, Shu Qianxi silently took out a Haitang cigarette and lit it. After taking 2 puffs, he frowned, a little disgusted. These days cheap cigarettes don't have filters, so the taste is indeed a bit bitter. We have to find a way to get some Class A or Class B cigarette tickets. Shu Qianxi had just come up with an idea when he suddenly noticed that the ground seemed to shake. He looked up at the top of the mountain in surprise and quickly stood up and carried the wild boar away from the mountain entrance. Soon, the entire mountain began to shake, accompanied by a series of groaning sounds. It goes without saying that the boars must have discovered that their homes had been robbed and their wives and children were missing. The herd of boars seemed to have no intention of going down the mountain and were stomping on the ground frantically. At this time, a purchasing vehicle drove over quickly and stopped in front of Shu Qianxi. Third brother, is this a beast tide? Su Jun opened the door and got out of the car and also felt the riot on the mountain. Get in the car and leave here first. Shu Qianxi didn't explain and directly threw the 2 wild boars into the car. Under the shocked gazes of Li Hao and the others, he sat in the back seat of the car. Brother Kong, drive quickly. Oh, okay. Shun Kong nodded, stepped on the accelerator, and left the foot of the mountain. On the way, Li Hao shouted with admiration, Qianxi, you guys are really amazing. I heard from Sister Jiang that you guys just came up the mountain not long ago, and you already caught 2 wild boars. Luck, just luck. Shu Qianxi waved his hand modestly and said, But it's really dangerous on the mountain. There was another beast tide just now. Li Hao and Chun Kong were startled. They turned around and looked at Shu Qianxi and asked, Qianxi, did you say that the noise just now was a beast tide? Yes. Shu Qianxi nodded and asked, What kind of noise do you think could cause such an earthquake? Chun Kong and Li Hao laughed and said that they had only heard of it. For city dwellers like them, the chance to witness a beast tide is rare. Soon, the purchasing vehicle drove into the city. Shu Qianxi glanced at Chun Kong and said, Brother Kong, can we go to the photo studio first? Sure, no problem. Chun Kong admired Shu Qianxi very much, so he naturally agreed. Li Hao looked back at Shu Qianxi and the other man and said with a smile, Qianxi, Junzi, we will be colleagues from now on. If you need any help, just come to me and Brother Kong. However, you have to take good care of the 2 brothers. Thank you, of course. Shu Qianxi and Su Jun nodded and said politely. Seeing that the 2 got along so well, Li Hao asked more boldly. He smiled and asked, By the way, are you level 10 clerks or level 11? Well, Su Jun glanced at Shu Qianxi, wanting to ask him whether he wanted to say it. Shu Qianxi smiled slightly and shook his head, saying, Thanks to Sister Jiang's face, Director Jiang arranged for us to be clerks at level 9 and 10. But I don't think it matters. After all, we were just juniors when we first arrived. Konggu and how good will be our seniors in the future, and we still have a lot to learn from you. These words were very pleasing to the ears. Chen Kong and Li Hao were stunned for a moment, and then their faces were filled with smiles. Level 9 and 10 are already very high. The most important thing is the urban household registration and food grain book. As long as there's a job, even if it's just a level 13 clerk, there will be people vying for it. Yes, Brother Hao is right. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and nodded perfunctorily. Soon, the purchasing truck stopped in front of the state-owned photo studio. Shu Tianxi and Su Jun got out of the car, took out a note, and got the photo from a boss. Then we got back in the car and continued to the machinery factory. I don't know if Li Hao is kind-hearted or a chatterbox. Seeing Shu Tianxi and the other two coming back, he continued, Tianxi, you will start work immediately. Let me tell you about the situation in our purchasing department. Okay, thank you for troubling Brother Hao. It's just a small matter, just chatting. Li Hao waved his hand and continued indifferently. We have 5 sections in the purchasing department, 3 of which are responsible for purchasing, 2 of which are automotive sections. The first department is responsible for purchasing the factory's main supplies, such as machinery, parts, raw materials, etc. The second department is responsible for the factory's food, daily necessities, labor insurance, etc. The third department is mainly responsible for those unplanned materials, such as fish, meat, eggs, etc. I'm from the third section of the purchasing department, and your brother Kong is from the automotive class. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianxi and Su Jun both showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. Shu Tianxi took out a cigarette and handed them one, then said with a smile, Isn't the workload in our department heavy? That's not just heavy, it's simply not something a human can do. Li Hao glared and said carelessly, I'm not saying he's tired, it's just that this task is extremely difficult to complete. After all, these unplanned supplies are in short supply in every household, and any village or town that has some will be snapped up immediately. If you hadn't brought 3 wild boars to the factory last time, I would have been demoted. Speaking of this, I have to thank you. Shu Tianxi and Su Jun waved their hands repeatedly, not wanting to accept the thanks. Li Hao didn't take it seriously and continued. We have completed our mission this month. These 2 wild boars are your responsibility, so you don't have to rush this month. Just focus on getting familiar with your work. Chapter 95, Joining the Company. Uncle, please open the door. At the entrance of the machinery factory, Li Hao stuck his head out of the window and shouted. Shu Tianxi also stuck his head out, took out a cigarette, and handed it to the old man. Uncle, can you have a cigarette? When the old man at the door saw that it was this couple again, he immediately leaned back. Wow, 2 wild boars and a chicken? Smoke mine, smoke mine. The old man's eyes lit up, and he immediately went back to the security booth to get a cigarette. Uncle, please open the door first. Liu shouted blessedly. Stay aside. The old man didn't give any face at all and walked out with a box of economy cigarettes. Then he laughed at Shu Tianxi and said, Come on, young man, take my... From now on, send more of these to the factory, okay? I'll try my best. Shu Tianxi also smiled, but didn't dare to make this promise. Seeing that the old man didn't open the door, Li Hao also teased him. Uncle, can you afford to eat meat every day? I'm happy with it. Why should I care? The old man glared and walked towards the door, cursing, You can't even make 2 taels of meat in the whole year. You're like a waste. Li Hao's face was extremely dark, but he didn't dare to talk back to the old man. After the gate opened, Chen Kong immediately stepped on the accelerator and drove into the factory. After parking the car, Li Hao turned around and looked at Shu Tianxi and the other man. Tianxi, Konggu, and I will go deal with the wild boar. You and Junzi go directly to the personnel department. After you get your work permit, go see the director so he can record your workload. Okay, thank you, Brother Hao. Shu Tianxi nodded, and after getting off the car with Su Jun, they went straight to the personnel department. On the way, Su Jun finally expressed his confusion. He was very confused as to why Shu Tianxi didn't tell Chen Kong and Li Hao the truth. One of them is a level 6 clerk, and the other is a level 9 clerk. There's no way to hide this. If Li Hao and the others find out about this, won't they blame me and turn against me? What you said, did I tell a lie? Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes at Su Jun and spread his hands. Su Jun was stunned for a moment and thought carefully before shaking his head and saying, It seems not. Director Jiang did arrange for them to be level 9 and 10 clerks, and level 6 was arranged by Li Xingbao. Shu Tianxi did not lie to Li Hao and the others, so he naturally had a clear conscience. If the 2 of them wanted to fall out over this matter, he would have nothing to say. Soon, the two of them walked into the personnel department. Hey, Tianxi is here? Section Chief Chun, we brought the photos. Shu Tianxi smiled and stepped forward and said, just give me the photo. Section Chief Chun stretched out his hand and took the photos handed over by Shu Tianxi and the others. The two people's work ID cards have actually been prepared, and now they just need to put a photo on them. Section Chief Chun didn't let the atmosphere cool down, so he took out his work ID and asked, Tianxi, did you bring your household registration booklet? The two nodded immediately and said, I brought it. Do you want it for you? What are you doing for me? I don't want it. Section Chief Chun shook his head and explained, what I mean is that you should take your household registration booklet and your work permit to the Public Security Bureau. It can be used to apply for urban household registration. Only with urban household registration can you get the food grain booklet. As she was talking, she put the photos of Shu Tianxi and Su Jun on her work ID. Here, your work permits. Thank you. Thank you, Section Chief Chun. Shu Tianxi and the other two were very happy. After receiving their work permits, they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. No need to thank me. This is what I should do. Section Chief Chun smiled slightly and shook his head, saying, you guys just buy some more fish, meat, and eggs for the factory. It's a must. The two nodded quickly, and Su Jun continued. Third brother brought back 2 wild boars today. Really? Section Chief Chin's eyes lit up, and he received confirmation from Shu Tianxi and the others. After the two left, she turned back to look at the female employee in the personnel department and said, see, this is someone who is really capable. Whoever becomes his wife will never have to worry about having meat to eat. Hearing this, the HR department suddenly became lively. On the other side, Shu Tianxi and the other person left the personnel department and went to the purchasing department. Knock, knock. Qilin. Director Zhang's voice came out, and Shu Tianxi immediately pushed the door open and walked in. Tianxi, Junzi, are you two here? Shu Tianxi closed the door, turned around, and called out, Uncle Jiang. Sit down, you're welcome. Director Jiang asked them to sit down and then asked, have you got your work permit? We got it. The two answered in unison. That's good. Director Jiang nodded and said, with your work permit, you can go to the Public Security Bureau to apply for household registration. This town household registration must be done. Only after that can you get the grain book. Each person had a food ration of more than 30 kilograms. Not a lot, but at least they wouldn't starve to death. Our factory also provides some benefits every month, and we will give you some food coupons, daily necessities coupons, etc. Hearing these words, Su Jun was deeply excited. Director Jiang didn't say much. He stood up and said, come on, I'll take you to meet the colleagues in the purchasing department. The two of them quickly stood up and prepared to catch up with each other. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Director Jiang wanted to go out, so he walked forward and opened the door. Director, the 2 wild boars and pheasants purchased by Zhao Kong and Li Hao have been processed. One weighed 216 gene, the other 203 gene, and the pheasant weighed 2.5 genes. A man with a big face and a round body walked in and said with his flesh shaking. Hearing this, Director Jiang shouted in disbelief. What do you mean they purchased it? Do they have the ability to do that? Well, the man's expression froze, and he smiled awkwardly and said, how's he said it was brought back by brothers named Tianxi and Su Jun? That's more like it. Director Jiang nodded in satisfaction and then said, that's right. Let me introduce you. Tianxi, Junzi, come here. After Shu Tianxi and the other two came over, Director Jiang began to introduce them. Shu Tianxi, Su Jun, our new comrades from the 3rd Purchasing Department. The 3 wild boars from last time, and these 2 were all obtained by the 2 comrades. Hitadaju, the chef of the 2nd canteen of our machinery factory. Don't be fooled by his big face and round body, but his cooking skills are indeed amazing. Brother Zhu, hello. Shu Tianxi immediately stretched out his hand and greeted him. Look at how strong the eldest brother is. It turns out that a cook will never go hungry no matter what era it is. Hidaju and Shu Tianxi shook hands and shouted generously. Tianxi Junzi, right? Our factory needs talents like you. Without you, my cooking skills would be useless. Thank you, thank you. Don't be so polite. Director Jiang coughed and looked at Shu Tianxi and said, if you need to deliver goods in the future, you can just go to Diju directly. Good. Shu Tianxi nodded and then heard Diju say, Director, I'll go back first. Dinner is about to start. I have to prepare the pork. Okay, go ahead. At Director Jiang's signal, Hidaju nodded to Shu Tianxi and the other 2 before turning and leaving. Chapter 96, Can I Take the Truck? Tianxi Junzi, you really didn't disappoint Uncle Jiang. Last time I told you to bring some goodies with you. Did you really bring them back? After Hidezhu left, Director Jiang looked at Shu Tianxi and Su Jun with admiration. Uncle Jiang, this has nothing to do with me. Su Jun quickly denied it and pointed at Shu Tianxi and said, my third brother got both wild boars, and I only got a pheasant. Really? Director Jiang was shocked and looked at Shu Tianxi with surprise, but more of admiration. Don't listen to his nonsense. Shu Tianxi chuckled, shook his head and denied it. It was the villagers who killed him. I just contributed a little. Hearing this, Su Jun on the side was suddenly a little confused. It was clearly him who brought this back under Shu Tianxi's supervision. What does it have to do with the villagers? Director Jiang was also stunned. Then he smiled and said with sudden enlightenment, Uncle understands, Uncle understands. Having been the director for so many years, how could he not know what Shu Tianxi meant? Although I gave the other party a purchase certificate, I also had to prove that the wild boar was not my own. There is nothing wrong with private communication with public, but we must also prevent those with ulterior motives from deliberately targeting. 2 wild boars weigh 419 kilograms, so I'll still charge you the same price as before. 2.3 per gene, a total of 963.7 yuan. I will give you 965. 2.5 pounds of pheasant, $5. Director Jiang calculated the price of the wild boar and pheasant, and then prepared to write a receipt. Uncle Jiang, Shu Tianxi's voice suddenly rang out, staring at Director Jiang, who was puzzled. Can I exchange the ticket? Well, Director Jiang was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said with a smile, okay. He opened the drawer and said openly, look for yourself. What tickets do you want? Looking at the pile of Class A cigarette tickets, Class B liquor tickets, grain tickets, industrial tickets in the drawer, Shu Tianxi's eyes were dazzled. He didn't bother to be polite with the other party. He took a step forward and started to provoke. He got 5 Class A tobacco coupons, 3 liquor coupons, 10 kilograms of national grain coupons, 30 feet of cloth coupons, and 5 kilograms of cotton coupons. Su Jun, who was standing by, was dazzled by the sight and drooled with envy. All right. Just when Shu Tianxi was about to clear out all the tickets in the drawer, Director Jiang suddenly stopped him. He glared at the drawer and said with an unhappy look, you kid, you are not here to sell pork. What's going on? Robbery? Shu Tianxi didn't take it seriously when he heard this. He smiled and said, isn't there anything else I can do? It's so difficult for ordinary people like us to get some tickets. It's a rare opportunity to exchange some. Okay, I'm too lazy to listen to you, so let it be. Director Jiang saw through Shu Tianxi's trick and waved his hand to stop him from talking. Then he deducted a few dozen yuan from the tickets and wrote Shu Tianxi a note for more than 800 yuan. Take this and go to the finance department to collect the money later. There's no rush now. Come with me to the purchasing department to meet the new colleagues. Uncle Jiang. Shu Tianxi quickly pulled the other person back and said with a smile, no hurry. Under the other party's puzzled gaze, he continued, Uncle Jiang, look, when we buyers go to the countryside to deal with people and get things done, we can't go empty-handed, right? The purchasing department should reimburse you for the cigarette tickets, right? You kid, I was wondering why you didn't take those Class B and Class C cigarette tickets. Director Jiang glared at him and said unhappily, social skills, isn't that what a buyer needs? Shu Tianxi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, it's cigarettes that help build good relationships with township leaders. You can't let the purchasing staff pay for it, right? Asking someone to do something or have a meal with you is not the only thing you need to do, but passing a cigarette is the most basic thing. If you need to ask someone to do something for you, you have to give them cigarettes and gifts like a grandson and ask them to accept them. It would not be like in later generations, where there is overcapacity and people have to beg factories to buy their products. Different times have completely different work styles. Looking at the grinning Shu Tianxi, he nodded and said, okay, the purchasing department does have subsidies for this. 1 carton of grade B cigarettes a month, but you have to spend it sparingly. Like that kid Li Hao, he used to get tickets without fail, but he didn't get any supplies back. No problem, don't worry. Shu Tianxi smiled and nodded. He didn't ask what happened to Li Hao. It's better not to ask about other people's affairs. Director Jiang counted out 20 Class B cigarette tickets and handed them to Shu Tianxi and Su Jun respectively. Here are the cigarette coupons, and I'm giving you an advance of $100. That is, when you go to the countryside to purchase supplies, use this money as a buffer. If it's a big guy like a wild boar or a lot of supplies, you can ask the other party to issue a note. Once the materials are brought back to the factory and everyone is sure there are no problems, the money will be transferred to the other party's public account. After hearing these words, Shu Tianxi finally understood why Li Hao said he had no money on him when he was transporting goods for the first time. The advance loan was less than 100 yuan, enough to purchase a few pheasants and rabbits. However, it is more reasonable to bring big creatures like wild boars back to the factory for reconciliation. After taking the cigarette coupons and money, Shu Tianxi asked again, "Uncle Jiang, where's the transportation? We can't just rely on our 2 feet to go back and forth to the countryside, right? This back and forth, I wasted so much time. If a buyer doesn't have a means of transportation, is he still a buyer?" Director Jiang couldn't refute this. He nodded and said, "The purchasing department still has a few bicycles that are almost new. You can ride it first. If you perform well, I'll ask the factory to buy you a new one." Su Jun was even happier when he heard that he would have a bicycle soon. He reached out and grabbed Shu Tianxi, his face flushed red from the words of gratitude he kept in his heart. Shu Tianxi shook off the other person, looked at Director Jiang, and said, "Uncle Jiang, do you have a tricycle? There's no need for me to deliver a small amount of supplies to the factory, and my bicycle won't be able to carry too much. So I want a tricycle." "Well," Director Jiang was stunned and asked, "Can't we just buy a car?" These words made Shu Tianxi stunned for a moment. He also asked in return, "Can I drive the truck away?" "No." Director Jiang shook his head and said, "When you have more supplies, give the factory a call. Wouldn't the procurement vehicle then help you transport the goods? Wouldn't that be more convenient than riding a tricycle? It's so convenient." Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes and complained, "I need to go to a nearby company to find a phone number to purchase some supplies." The two argued, and it seemed that both of them had their reasons. Director Jiang was too lazy to argue with the other party and waved his hand and said, "There is a tricycle in the kitchen. You can ride it. If you ride the tricycle, you'll lose your bicycle." "No problem." Shu Tianxi smiled and agreed readily. Director Jiang shook his head helplessly and then took the two to the purchasing department to meet their colleagues. Chapter 97, Aquatic News. Tianxi, Junzi, our purchasing department has 5 departments. On the way to the purchasing department, Director Jiang told Shu Tianxi and the others about the current situation of the department. Although Shu Tianxi and the other two had already learned the details from Li Hao, they did not interrupt Director Jiang. I just listened to the other person quietly until we walked into a room that looked like a classroom. Director Jiang, Section Chief Zhou, I'll bring 2 people to you. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Director Jiang immediately introduced them. These 2 are Shu Tianxi and Su Jun. From now on, the 2 of them will be the purchasing agents for your 3rd department. Don't underestimate them. They got the 3 pigs last time and the 2 wild boars today. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kaishuan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Tianxi, Junzi, welcome, welcome. From now on, the 3rd department will be your home." Shu Tianxi and the other man chuckled, then listened to Director Jiang introduce. "Tianxi, this is the head of the 3rd department, Zhou Kaishuan. From now on, you can contact him directly for matters concerning the purchasing department. If there is something he can't solve, you can come back to me." Upon hearing this, Shu Tianxi and the other person nodded repeatedly and exchanged pleasantries with Section Chief Zhou. Director Jiang asked Shu Tianxi and the other 2 to stay for lunch, then turned and left. After Zhou Kaishuan knew that Shu Tianxi and the other 2 were potential stocks, he became very enthusiastic. "Come on, Tianxi, introduce yourselves to everyone first." Pushed by Zhou Kaishuan, Shu Tianxi was the first to stand on the podium. "Everyone, my name is Shu Tianxi." There were about 10 people standing under the podium, and Li Hao took the lead in applauding. Papa. Welcome to our new department, this big family." As soon as these words came out, the audience immediately burst into applause. Of course, there are more than just these people in the department. It is said that most of them are still outside and have not returned. I am honored to join the Min Machinery Factory family and become a member of the Purchasing Department 3. Director Jiang just told me that the 3rd department is the most powerful of the 5 procurement departments. All the employees of Section 3 are the pride of the purchasing department, and they are not afraid of hardship or difficulties. Every time, we can complete the procurement task excellently and ensure the food supply for the employees. I, Shu Tianxi, Want to learn from you and make more contributions to the 3 procurement departments. Good. Well said. Li Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately clapped his hands vigorously. The others applauded until Shu Tianxi walked down from the podium. When he passed by Su Jun, he saw sweat on the other's forehead. The third brother spoke so well, it put some pressure on him. Hello everyone, I am Su Jun. I am honored to join the Min Machinery Factory family and become a member of the Purchasing Department 3. Like my third brother, I also want to learn from all the seniors. Good. Although the speech was not very good, everyone still applauded to express their welcome. At this time, a short man stood up. Tianxi Junzi, right? I heard that the 5 wild boars in the factory recently were all brought by you. Please share your experience with us in the future so that we can benefit from it. Gorilla, forget it. If Tianxi and the others take you with them, we will have no meat to eat in the future. What do you mean, can I still hold them back? That's hard to say. After all, the area you're in is so rich in fish. You can't even catch a single fish. Who knows if you have brought bad luck upon yourself, but don't pass it on to Tianxi and the others. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Although they were arguing endlessly, Shu Tianxi at the side suddenly had an idea. He took a serious look at the short man and memorized his appearance. Okay, stop arguing. Zhou Kaixian saw that the argument was getting more and more intense, so he immediately stepped forward to stop it. The 2 new colleagues have already introduced themselves. Please introduce yourselves as well. As soon as he finished speaking, the short man raised his hand and shouted, Brother Tianxi, Brother Junzi. My name is Gao Xingxing. An Yang, Wang Erden, Wu Damao. After everyone introduced themselves one by one, Shu Tianxi and Su Jun nodded respectively, which was considered hello. Tianxi and Junzi are now considered members of our 3 departments, but they haven't been divided into different areas yet. Who of you has time to explain it to them and help them determine the groups? Once you have the results, just report to me. After Zhou Kaixian finished speaking, he patted Shu Tianxi and the other man on the shoulders. After he left, a group of people immediately swarmed around him. Tianxi Junzi, can you tell me how you got this wild boar? What are you doing? What are you doing? Li Hao pushed everyone aside and stood directly in front of Shu Tianxi and the other 2. Tianxi is my brother. He will definitely be in the same group with me from now on. Are you asking all these questions here, trying to poach my people? Wow, I have become a hot commodity in the 3rd purchasing department? Shu Tianxi didn't want to be in the spotlight, so he quickly shouted, Everyone! Thank you all for your kindness, but Junzi and I are from the same town. So if we have to group up, it's definitely me and him. Hearing this, everyone immediately showed expressions of disappointment and self-righteousness. All right, let's go. Li Hao dispersed the crowd and took Shu Tianxi out. He looked up at the 2 men and said, Brother Tianxi, this is it. Before, your township was the area I was responsible for. So, I was responsible for the handover of the wild boars you sold twice. Now, if you and Junzi are to take charge of that area, then I have to return. Well, hearing this, Shu Tianxi and Su Jun both showed a hint of embarrassment on their faces. Shu Tianxi knew that he was in the wrong to snatch the area that was under someone else's responsibility. So he nodded and said apologetically, In that case, should I change the area? Brother Hao, can you tell me how this area is divided? This is very simple. We have dozens of people in the purchasing department. We can't all be crowded in the county town, right? The counties and communes surrounding our city are all areas that companies must compete for purchasing. Not only our machinery factory, but other factories in the county, including units in the city, will also send buyers down. Unplanned supplies are in short supply, but competition is fierce. Therefore, whether or not we can procure them depends entirely on the buyer's skills. Li Hao explained it again, then patted Shu Tianxi on the shoulder and said, Tianxi, brother, Hao doesn't mean to drive you away. What Hao meant was that I could go to other areas. Well, I can't buy supplies. Can you help me? Shu Tianxi glanced at Li Hao with a strange expression, then laughed and said, Brother Hao, I can actually change the area. I just wanted to ask what's going on with Brother Xing's seafood. Chapter 98, Cafeteria Incident. You mean the gorilla side? Li Hao glanced back at the classroom, then looked at Shu Tianxi and said, Let's find a quiet place. I'll tell you slowly. Well, Shu Tianxi could actually go directly to Gao Xingxing to ask clearly, but now is not the time to offend Li Hao. So he nodded and followed Su Jun to the outside of the purchasing department. On the way, Li Hao explained the area that the orangutan is responsible for is Hongxiao Town, which is rich in aquatic products. Because it is close to Moon Bay, there is a constant supply of water. So even with the drought of the past 2 years, the grain production there is still abundant. Hearing this, Shu Tianxi frowned. He asked puzzledly, "But I just heard from others that Brother Xing didn't receive much aquatic products? No matter how much aquatic products there are, they can't withstand daily production." Li Hao rolled his eyes and complained. Fishing is different from hunting in the mountains. Hunting in the mountains means facing the wild animals head-on. If you're not careful, you may lose your life on a mountain. Therefore, people without ability and courage dare not go there at all. All you have to do to catch fish is throw a net down, so every villager nearby knows how to do it. But the river under the Red Bridge is not the sea, and the endless water does not mean that the seafood cannot be eaten. Regardless of drought or not, nearby villagers will go fishing for food. Now that the drought has lasted for more than a year, the villagers have increased the frequency of fishing. Are there still fish in Moon Bay? Of course there are, but it is impossible to catch dozens of fish in one go as before. In addition, there were many units going there to purchase, and there were more wolves than meat, so as soon as a few fish were available, they were bought up. If Gao Xingxing wanted to complete the task, it would naturally be impossible for him to purchase fish worth hundreds of dollars. Shu Tianxi suddenly realized, and then he heard Li Hao say, "Tianxi, you don't want to go to Hanxiao Town, do you? I tell you, your hunting ability is obvious to everyone. If you really go to Hanxiao Town, your hunting ability will be wasted." "No." Shu Tianxi shook his head and smiled. "I'm just asking casually. Anywhere is fine." "Well," Li Hao was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and said, "What about what we just discussed?" Shu Tianxi looked up at him, feeling a little disdainful. "You help him complete the purchasing tasks, and he just sits in the factory and gets salary and benefits? This kid really wants to take advantage of every opportunity he gets? I'm not a good person, so how could I do such a thing for an unrelated person?" Shu Tianxi was just thinking about refusing when a bang 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 sound suddenly rang out above his head. "Dinner is ready. Dinner is ready in the cafeteria. I heard the purchasing department got 2 more wild boars. We're in for a treat today." "Real? Last time I went a little late and ended up drinking only a little broth. But even a little bit of rice and broth, I feel it is comparable to delicacies from land and sea." Countless employees came out from all directions, whispering and discussing today's meals. They were wearing the uniforms of machinery factory workers, holding lunch boxes and chopsticks in their hands. There was light in their eyes and anticipation for the future. Seeing this, Li Hao had no choice but to give up questioning Shu Tianxi. He patted their shoulders and said with a smile, "Think about it carefully. Let's go eat first." Shu Tianxi also wanted to go and see what was different about the canteen of the machinery factory in the 1960s. He had been eating sweet potatoes for several days and really wanted to change his taste. So he gave Su Jun a look and followed Li Hao. Min Machinery Factory has nearly 1,000 employees, and there are 2 canteens, one on the logistics side and one on the workshop side. Shu Tianxi and the other person followed Li Hao to the cafeteria near the logistics department, and Gao Xingxing and the others quickly caught up with them. The group chatted and laughed, and soon arrived at the second cafeteria. In less than 10 minutes, the cafeteria was packed with people. The food windows were crowded with people, and you couldn't even squeeze in. Shu Tianxi leaned sideways to glance inside the window, and immediately heard Su Jun swallowing his saliva beside him. Since it is a big factory, the food supply is abundant. White flour steamed buns, 2-in-1 steamed buns, 3-in-1 steamed bread, rice, boiled cabbage, tofu cubes, shredded potatoes, seaweed soup, vegan for 2 cents a portion. Meat slices fried with white radish slices, meat slices fried with cabbage, meat slices fried with garlic leaves, a combination of meat and vegetables for 1 cent per serving. Meat with potatoes, meat with carrots, meat with bean curd. These big dishes cost 20 cents each. Shu Tianxi discovered that most of the food in the bowls of the workers in front of him was worth only 2 cents. There are also some that offer a combination of meat and vegetables, and only a few that offer purely vegan dishes. Despite not eating meat for a long time, most people still chose to save. Tianxi Junzi. Li Hao came over with an aluminum lunchbox and pointed to the tableware cabinet not far away. "We all have our own cutlery. When you first arrive, use the ones in the cafeteria first. When you have time, just go to the supply and marketing cooperative and buy an aluminum lunchbox." "Okay, thank you." Shu Tianxi and the other man nodded in thanks and were about to turn around to take it. A girl with better skin suddenly appeared in front of him and handed a set of bowls and chopsticks to Shu Tianxi. Brother Tianci, is this your first time eating in the cafeteria? This is the table where I brought for you. You can use it first. If you have time this afternoon, I'll take you to buy an aluminum lunchbox. Well, Shu Tianci glanced at the other person and thought to himself that he didn't even know him at all. Su Jun on the side was very tactful. He gave Shu Tianci an envious look and turned away. Shu Tianci's mouth twitched, and he was about to refuse. Brother Tianci, the dishes and chopsticks in the cafeteria are so unhygienic. A tall woman came over and handed over an aluminum lunchbox and bowls and chopsticks. These are the dishes I use. They've been washed. You can use them. Seeing this, the first girl immediately became unhappy. Chen Xiaohua, what do you mean? What do you mean the canteen's dishes and chopsticks are unhygienic? Didn't you use them like this when you first arrived? Did I say something wrong? Chen Xiaohua glared at him and shouted confidently, "That's unhygienic to begin with. Look, you've switched to aluminum lunchboxes. The canteen tableware is unhygienic, but the aluminum lunchbox you used is hygienic? Give your used one back to your brother Tianci. I think you were just being horny." What did you say? Who's being horny? I'll tear your mouth apart. Chen Xiaohua immediately became angry and started to slap his face. Good job. Seeing this scene, the surrounding employees were stunned. Two beautiful female employees from the personnel department actually quarreled over a young man. Shu Tianci, who was standing between the two, didn't dare to intervene and could only bend down to avoid the fight. Just as he was about to escape from this dangerous place, a hand suddenly grabbed him. Tianci, why are you here at the machinery factory again, and even the cafeteria? Come out with me quickly. Don't let anyone find out that you are not from here. Chapter 99, I'm really here to do business. Uncle, where are you taking me? Looking at the middle-aged man who was dragging him out, Shu Tianci shouted helplessly. Stop shouting. Fu Sheng yelled and quickly dragged Shu Tianci out of the cafeteria. Then he turned around again, stared at Shu Tianci and asked, Why did you come in again? Who let you in? Well, Shu Tianci wanted to laugh and explained, Uncle, I came in to do some business. What the hell are you doing? Fu Sheng shouted, interrupting Shu Tianci's explanation. How can your uncle not know what kind of virtue you are? Okay, I know you want to find a job. Fu Sheng's tone became heavier, and then he looked helpless. I asked the deputy factory director for your help before, but he always refused. They just gave us a level 9 and a level 10 performance target, and they really can't offer more. Many people knew that Shu Tianci and Su Jun had obtained 2 indicators, but few people knew their specific levels. When I heard my uncle say this, I knew that the other party had indeed contacted the deputy factory director. Apart from anything else, this kindness alone is enough to make Shu Tianci feel grateful. Uncle, actually, All right. I'll ask for you later. If it really doesn't work out, just listen and go to JC province with your cousin to join the army. Fu Sheng waved his hand impatiently, then grabbed Shu Tianci's wrist. Come out with me now. It will be bad if someone finds you. Shu Tianci had a bitter look on his face and thought to himself, just give me a chance to explain. I haven't eaten pork for a long time. Can't I even have a bite? God's gift. Suddenly, Director Zhang's voice came from his side. Fu Sheng was startled and quickly put Shu Tianci behind him and looked at the person who came. Director Jiang, are we going to the cafeteria to eat? It's team leader Fu. What are you doing? Director Jiang glanced at Fu Sheng, then looked at Shu Tianci in confusion. Seeing that he couldn't hide anymore, Fu Sheng immediately laughed and explained, Director Jiang, this is my nephew. I had something to tell you, and now that I've finished, I'll send him out right away. Uncle Jiang, this is my uncle. Don't say uncle. When Fu Sheng heard Shu Tianci speak, he wanted to stop him, but he soon found that there was something wrong with this address. Fu Sheng looked at Director Jiang, who was smiling in surprise, then looked at Shu Tianci. You call him uncle? Without waiting for Shu Tianci to speak, Director Jiang smiled and said, Since we are a family, let's sit together. It's a good opportunity for Tianci to give you a taste of our Daju's cooking skills. Okay, then I won't be polite. Shu Tianci smiled and nodded in agreement. After a while, in the cafeteria box, looking at Shu Tianci chatting and laughing with the logistics director, and then looking at the meat and dishes on the table, Fu Sheng was a little confused. Who is the third nephew of my daughter-in-law's family? Even the leaders of their factory chat and laugh with him. The most outrageous thing is that he has never even eaten braised pork and stir-fried pork belly with celery. But now, why does it seem like it was specially taken out to entertain Shu Tianci? Tianci, how is it? Is it to your liking? Hidaju walked in wearing an apron and smiled at Shu Tianxi. Shu Tianxi nodded immediately and gave a thumbs up, saying, "It's delicious. You are indeed a top chef." Hidaju laughed heartily and said proudly, "If it tastes good, eat more. If there's nothing else to say about your brother Zhu, he's just good at cooking many dishes. If I have the chance in the future, I will make some other dishes for you to try." "Thank you. I'm welcome." Shu Tianxi smiled, raised his glass, and pushed it towards Director Jiang, saying, "Uncle Jiang, I toast you." Okay. Director Jiang nodded, took a sip, and looked at Fu Sheng. "Team Leader Fu, are you feeling a little uncomfortable?" "Well, no. Fu Sheng shook his head repeatedly, then smiled awkwardly and said, "A little bit." "Nonsense. How can I be relaxed when I sit at the same table with a director-level leader for the first time? You're a veteran employee of our factory, too. There's no need to be so reserved." Director Jiang chuckled and soothed. "Eat some food and have some wine. We have to go back to the workshop later, so I won't drink." Fu Sheng shook his head and picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks. The first bite was soft, sweet, and the feeling of lard filling my mouth was so refreshing. If he wasn't sitting at the same table with his boss, he would really want to pack some food to take home for his wife and children to try. Director Jiang glanced at Shu Tianxi and drank a sip of wine with him. Then he took a bite of his food and looked at Fu Sheng and said, "By the way, Team Leader Fu, how long has it been since you last went up?" "This." Fu Sheng hesitated for a moment, then said with a wry smile, 8 years. He took over his father's job and started from the grassroots level. After a few years, he was promoted to Deputy Class Monitor and Class Leader, and after a few more years, he was promoted to Deputy Group Leader and Group Leader. But since I became a team leader, I haven't been promoted for 7 or 8 years. And those who worked with him, even his former employees, all acted as his leaders. After listening to Fu Sheng's story, Director Jiang nodded as if he felt the same way. He coughed and soothed, "Team Leader Fu, I really wronged you. I'll talk to the factory manager later and see if you could be given priority for the Deputy Workshop Director position." Upon hearing this, Fu Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up and his whole face turned red. Thank you, Director Jiang." Fu Sheng was so excited that Director Jiang's words were like a ladder to heaven in his heart. He wanted to kneel down before the other party to repay his kindness. However, Director Jiang's words brought him back to reality. Team Leader Fu is too polite. Tianxi and I are uncle and nephew. If I had known you were his uncle, I would have helped you no matter what. When these words were spoken, not only Fu Sheng was confused, but even Shu Tianxi noticed that something was wrong. If someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Director Jiang would never help Fu Sheng for no reason unless he had something to ask for. After helping Fu Sheng, you have an excuse to do the work yourself? Shu Tianxi frowned and suddenly became wary of Director Jiang. Fu Sheng looked at Director Jiang and Shu Tianxi in confusion and asked, "Director Jiang, you and Tianxi are?" "Tianxi is a hero of our machinery factory. He has sent us 5 wild boars. The 2 times we were able to eat pork were all thanks to him." Director Jiang explained, then looked at Shu Tianxi and said, "Didn't you tell your uncle? 5 wild boars." Fu Sheng's pupil shrank, and he looked at Shu Tianxi in surprise. He suddenly thought of the last time he met him at the factory. That day, it seemed that there was news that there was pork in the cafeteria. Could it be? Shu Tianxi shook his head and smiled bitterly at Director Jiang, saying, "I'll do it myself." After saying that, he looked at Fu Sheng and said, "Uncle, you should believe me this time, right? I'm really here to do business." Chapter 100. When you show kindness to others, there must be an ulterior motive. In the cafeteria's private room, Shu Tianxi explained to Fu Sheng why he appeared in the machinery factory. Director Jiang had already told everyone about sending the wild boar, so he had nothing to hide. "What? You said you were a purchasing agent for the machinery factory?" After hearing Shu Tianxi's explanation, Fu Sheng's face was filled with shock. "Don't get excited, Uncle. Uncle Jiang just gave you a chance." Shu Tianxi laughed and gave the credit to Director Jiang. Fu Sheng suddenly remembered what this kid said on the day Shu Tianyu got married. The other party said that finding a job was easy for him. At the dinner table at that time, most people thought he was bragging. Now this guy has really done it, and in his own unit? Fu Sheng shook his head and smiled bitterly, but didn't say much. After dinner, he glanced at Shu Tianxi, said hello to Director Jiang, and turned to leave. After watching Fu Sheng leave, Shu Tianxi looked at Director Jiang and said, "Uncle Jiang, you did this for a purpose, right? Are you talking about giving team leader Fu a promotion? Director Jiang asked with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing Shu Tianxi nod, he smiled with sudden realization and said, "You think too much. Team leader Fu is also a veteran employee of the factory, and everyone knows how diligent he is. It's just that my mind is a bit rigid, so I've always missed opportunities for promotion." This made sense, but Shu Tianxi didn't believe it. He chuckled, stood up, and said, "We've finished our meal. If Uncle Jiang doesn't say anything, then I'll leave." "No, no, no. Sit down first." Director Jiang quickly lowered his hand and said unhappily, "I knew I couldn't fool you." Shu Tianxi smiled slightly, sat down without saying a word, and just looked at Director Jiang silently. "Tianxi, this is it." Director Jiang coughed and said slowly, "Look, the weather's starting to get colder, and it's almost the end of the year. I was thinking of letting the employees eat better during this period and then giving them some benefits at the end of the year. So, in addition to the monthly purchase of 1,000, can you add 2 more wild boars? In addition to the purchase quantity of 1,000 plus 2 wild boars, that would make the quantity 2 or 3,000, right?" Shu Tianxi had no problem, but he still laughed. "Uncle Jiang, you are putting me in a difficult position. A workload of 2 to 3,000 a month. No one can handle it." "I know you're in trouble." Director Jiang nodded quickly, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and handed it to Shu Tianxi. "But uncle, there's nothing we could do about it, right? Anyway, we need at least 2 wild boars a month, so you can buy anything for the 1,000 task. Pheasants, rabbits, chickens, ducks, fish, and eggs, I won't restrict you." "My goodness, you call this unlimited?" Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment, then lit the cigarette in his mouth. "Uncle Jiang, I can think of a way to deal with this matter." "Real. Don't be impatient." Seeing Director Jiang's excited face, Shu Tianxi quickly raised his hand to stop him and said, "I have a condition." Upon hearing this, Director Jiang's excited expression immediately subsided, and he even looked a little serious. He coughed and nodded. "Tell me what you want. I can agree to it as long as it's not too much." Shu Tianxi's face lit up with joy, and he quickly said, "That's right, I need a proof. Proof that ordinary people can use unplanned materials to exchange for food from the machinery factory." This, Director Jiang's mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, "Your conditions are a bit too much. Tianxi, I really can't issue this certificate. It's not that I don't want to help you, but the food in the machinery factory is not available in any quantity you need. When other departments go to purchase food at the same time, they also need food coupons. It's not just our machinery factory that does this. If you go to other factories, you'll see that they all do this. If you exchange the food, the workers in our machinery factory will starve." "Uncle, you misunderstood." Knowing that Director Jiang had misunderstood, Shu Tianxi quickly corrected him. "I just need a certificate. I don't need the machinery factory to provide food." "What do you mean?" Director Jiang looked over curiously. "Uncle Jiang, I can't afford these thousands of dollars of unplanned supplies by myself. So I plan to invite all the villagers to go hunting in the mountains to complete this task together. But our commune handed over everyone's grain to the higher authorities some time ago. Now, all the villagers in our village are waiting for food to save their lives." "I've heard of that, too." Director Jiang frowned and nodded. "But what does this have to do with what you want to prove?" "Of course it does." Shu Tianxi glared and said logically, "The machinery factory has money and no unplanned supplies, so we need money to exchange for supplies. The villagers have unplanned supplies, but no food. So the villagers have to take their money and buy some premium grain. At this time, Uncle Jiang needs you to issue a certificate to make this behavior reasonable and legal." Having said this, Shu Tianxi suddenly paused. "By the way, Uncle Jiang, I still need a business trip certificate. Are you still planning a business trip?" Director Jiang asked curiously. "I can't do anything about it." Shu Tianxi sighed and said, "I'm the only one in the village who has a job. The village chief places all his hopes on me. Everyone is short of food now, and it must be difficult to get the premium grain in our county. So I plan to go to the city or other provinces and cities to see if there is a solution. There are hundreds of people in Shujia village. We should save as many as we can. We can't just watch them starve to death." Hearing Shu Tianxi's words, Director Jiang's eyes suddenly showed a bit more admiration. As a factory leader, he has some understanding of the above matters. Each commune transported the grain handed over by the people to the front line in the north. The common people who had no food could only rely on the mountains and water for food, and some even starved to death. At this critical moment when everyone is in danger, Shu Tianxi can stand up and shoulder the burden of the entire village. This courage and boldness are indeed not simple. If it weren't for the fact that my daughter is a little older and her husband died, cough cough. Seeing that Director Jiang was silent for a long time and his expression was a little strange, Shu Tianxi quickly took out a cigarette. After handing it over to the other party, he also promised, "Uncle Jiang, as long as you agree to issue this certificate, I can also promise you. We'll definitely get the purchase quantity of 1,000 each month, plus 2 wild boars." Seeing Shu Tianxi said so, Director Jiang had no choice but to nod and said, "Okay, I'll give you this certificate. There's also a business trip certificate," Shu Tianxi reminded. "I know," Director Jiang raised his voice and reminded, "but I have to remind you, you have to do what you promised me. Don't worry." After readily agreeing, the two walked out of the cafeteria together. Su Jun squatted outside in confusion for a long time, and immediately came over when he saw Shu Tianxi. "Third brother, where have you been?" Chapter 101, I'm a city dweller too. I had a talk with Uncle Jiang, and now it's over. Shu Tianxi patted Su Jun on the shoulder, then followed Director Jiang to the office. In front of Su Jun, Director Jiang gave Shu Tianxi a certificate for exchanging food, a business trip certificate, and a letter of introduction. Putting the note into his pocket, Shu Tianxi and Su Jun walked towards the finance department again. "Third brother, where are you going on your business trip?" "I haven't thought about it yet. I guess I have to go to the city." Shu Tianxi shook his head and strode into the finance department. With the note from Director Jiang, I exchanged it for 970 yuan from the head of the finance department. Shu Tianxi took out 5 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Su Jun. "Here. After returning, we will organize the villagers to go up the mountain and try to survive this winter." Su Jun chuckled, took the money, and carefully put it in his pocket. This is what he deserves, and he doesn't think it's too little. "Let's go and choose a bicycle first." Shu Tianxi patted Su Jun's shoulder and walked towards the logistics department. Then the two of them came to the place where the bicycles were stored, and, under the guidance of the person in charge, they saw several 28-inch bicycles that were about 80% to 90% new. Su Jun was so excited that he chose a 90% new bicycle with the consent of the person in charge. Shu Tianxi didn't take it, but went to the cafeteria and got the tricycle that was almost new. Although compared with the 28-inch bicycle ridden by Su Jun, it was a bit unsightly. But Shu Tianxi didn't mind. Instead, he thought it was very practical and even paid to ask the kitchen for some sacks. "Third brother, where are we going next?" Su Jun looked at Shu Tianxi and asked curiously. "Of course it's to apply for urban household registration. It will be too late if I don't go now." Shu Tianxi didn't have a watch, but he knew it was getting late. So the two of them didn't hesitate and rode their own vehicles to the Public Security Bureau. With the work certificate from the machinery factory, the household registration transfer went much more smoothly. Shu Tianxi and Su Jun were both prepared and brought their household registration books with them when they went out. 2 hours later, when the two men walked out of the Public Security Bureau, they each had a license plate in their hands. In addition, there's an extra book. Su Jun excitedly raised his notebook and shouted, "From now on, I'm a city dweller too. Third brother, thank you." He laughed and jumped directly onto Shu Tianxi and shouted. Fortunately, Shu Tianxi reacted quickly and quickly reached out to block the other party. He held the man tightly and scolded him. "In public, can't you show some courage?" Su Jun looked up at the crowd passing by and saw contempt in their eyes. Su Jun immediately coughed twice, then said seriously, "Third brother, are we going to get the food permit next?" "Of course. I also need to bring food back for my family." As soon as Shu Tianxi finished speaking, he got on his tricycle and rode towards the grain station. "Third brother, wait for me." Su Jun took a long stride and immediately chased after him. Although Shu Tianxi obtained a city household registration, there was one thing that made him particularly unhappy. "That means my 3 younger brothers and sisters cannot obtain urban household registration for the time being, which means they cannot go to school in the city. Schools in the countryside were closed last year. Teachers and students were starving to death. Who would go to class?" What Shu Tianxi didn't know was that the schools in the city would also start to suspend classes in 2 years. Not long after, Shu Tianxi and Su Jun got the grain book, which was only available to city dwellers at the grain station. The monthly ration is 32 kilograms, but it is not all refined grains. It includes cornmeal, white flour, rice, and so on. Seeing Su Jun looking down at the grain book, Shu Tianxi handed him a few sacks. Here, what do you need this thing for? Su Jun put away the food book and asked in confusion. Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes and asked, do you have much food at home? No. Su Jun shook his head and said truthfully, Xiao Qian and I just had a few full meals at third brother's house. There are so many people in the family that there is nothing left to eat. Thanks to the money you gave me a few days ago, I was able to buy some coarse grain for my family. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so anxious to take Xiao Qian up the mountain to hunt. The militiamen are so destitute that they have to get up early every morning to exercise. After training, you still have to go to the fields to earn work points. There are tens of millions of militiamen across the country, and they are the reserve army. The commune even took away their food. They were also suffering terribly, but when the country called on them, they all went to the front line. Well, Shu Tianxi sighed and explained, take the sack and buy all the rations listed in the food book. Bring it back for my uncle and aunt to eat. We can't let them continue to starve, right? Su Jun suddenly realized and chuckled. I thought the grain station would give you bags when you buy grain. You wish. Shu Tianxi shook his head and took the sack to the grain sales place. Today is the middle of the month, and those who have food books at home have already come here at the beginning of the month. The grain stations at that time would be very crowded, and you might have to wait in line for a whole day and a whole night. Therefore, there was no long queue at the grain station today, and Shu Tianxi and the others easily came to the grain station staff. Hello, I need to buy all the rations in my food allowance. The grain station employee took the grain book, glanced at Shu Tianxi and the other person, and nodded. According to the grain ration in the grain book, he began to calculate the total price of the grain. There is a big difference between buying food at a grain station using a food certificate and buying food on the black market. With a grain book, you could buy a pound of fine grain at the grain station for only 1 or 2 cents. For just a few dollars, Shu Tianxi and Su Jun each got 32 kilograms of food. If you were to buy this on the black market, it would cost at least a few dozen dollars, and you might not even be able to buy it. That's good. My parents won't go hungry anymore, Su Jun said excitedly while hugging the food. Shu Tianxi glanced at him and reminded him, go back and be more modest. Don't be too conspicuous. Obscene? Su Jun was stunned, but soon understood what Shu Tianxi meant. He nodded and smiled. Don't worry, I will hide the food. Fortunately, not too stupid. Shu Tianxi smiled and said, I have something else to do, you go back first. This. Su Jun hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and said, okay, then third brother, be careful. Hearing Shu Tianxi's Su Jun picked up his bicycle and turned back. Looking at his back, Shu Tianxi was riding a tricycle slowly. After riding to an empty alley, he turned a corner and went in. The next second, he and his car disappeared into the jade pendant space. Ouch! As soon as Shu Tianxi appeared, 2 gray wolves pounced on him. No Li King. Shu Tianxi scolded him, then stroked Erlang's head and said, how are you? Your injuries are all healed, right? He checked and found that the injuries of the 2 wolves had indeed healed. It seems that the healing effect of this spiritual spring water is quite good. Chapter 102, Riding a Bike Home. Shu Tianxi stroked Gray Wolf and Red Wolf for a while, then looked at the dead wild boar he threw in. Good job. The flesh on the abdomen and chest had been eaten away, and the back and head had been almost eaten away as well. Half a day outside is equivalent to 4 or 5 days inside. You guys really are big eaters. You managed to gnaw a wild boar weighing several hundred kilograms down to its skeleton. Shu Tianxi stared at the 2 wolves in front of him and gave them a thumbs up in admiration. The 2 wolves thought he was praising them and jumped on them with great joy. Okay, you guys eat too much. I can't afford to feed you. Shu Tianxi shook his head and waved his hand. The 2 wild wolves disappeared in an instant and were already staying in the warehouse where time had stopped. Shu Tianxi clapped his hands and then came to the 4th piece of black soil that appeared in the morning. It is still 2 acres in size, but there are no crops on it. Shu Tianxi pinched his chin and looked at the land, wondering what to plant. The most valuable crops nowadays are definitely rice and wheat, but they're difficult to process. If you plant too much, it will just be sitting in the warehouse and gathering dust. He will then exchange food for the villagers, which must be mainly coarse grains. So, he needs to eat more whole grains. Thinking of this, Shu Tianxi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he took out the corn seeds he had harvested in the morning. Then, using the same pattern as the 3rd plot of black soil, plant a corn seed every 10 centimeters. After a while, the 4th piece of black soil was full of corn. Shu Tianzi raised his hand, and a ball of transparent water appeared above all the land. As he clenched his fist, countless water droplets separated from the water mass and began to fall. Dense water drops fall on the land, nourishing the black soil and the crops in it. The power of the master is truly fascinating. Shu Tianzi sighed deeply, and after irrigating all the land, he turned around and exited the space. After leaving the space, he replaced the tricycle with a bicycle and put the license plate on it. Then he stepped forward with his left foot, took a step forward with his right leg, and rode towards the Shu family at top speed. This time, he didn't sneak around. He rode his bicycle openly and rode into the town market. The few villagers in the town subconsciously took a look with a hint of envy in their eyes. Shu Tianzi didn't care and stopped at the door of the clinic. Seeing the door of the clinic was closed, he shook his head and rode towards the Shu family. Bicycle. This is a 28-inch bicycle. Holy crap. Tianzi, where did you get that bike? This bicycle is so new. So new, could it be newly bought? Tianzi, when did you become rich enough to ride a bicycle? Look, Grandpa Tianzi is coming back on a bicycle. As soon as he returned to the village, Shu Tianzi instantly became everyone's focus. Not only uncles and aunts, but also a group of children were chasing after them with excitement on their faces. They kept running, as if trying to compete with Shu Tianzi's bicycle. There has never been a bicycle in Shujia village from the beginning to now, but one appeared today. It's like a car suddenly driving into a village in the 1980s and 1990s. And the person driving this car is the laziest and most despised boy in the village. So, when Shu Tianzi got home, he was surrounded by people. Tianzi, where did you get this bicycle? Could it be stolen? Tianzi, please don't make any mistakes. What do you mean stolen? Tianzi isn't that kind of person. He must be from his aunt's family. That's not right. I've seen Damiai's bicycle before, but it's not this new. Tianzi, you didn't just buy this bicycle, did you? Grandpa Tianzi, can you let me touch it? The villagers' movements attracted the attention of Shu Tianyu and others, and they all came out. Third brother, Shu Tianzi and Shu Shuelan ran over, first grabbing Shu Tianzi's hands and clothes with excitement. Then Shu Shuelan looked at the bicycle curiously and said, Third brother, isn't this cousin Shi Jin's bike? Wrong. Shu Tianzi denied his younger sister's guess and said, Brother Shi Jin's car is not that new. After saying that, Shu Tianyu and his wife, Shu Xianglian, and the others also came over. Tianzi, didn't you start working at the machinery factory? What's with this brand new bicycle? Did you buy it? Shu Tianzi shook his head and explained, I don't need to buy this, the company provides it for me. From now on, I will be an employee of the machinery factory, and they will provide me with a bicycle. As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunderclap falling on the crowd. A lady came forward and asked, Tianzi, did you really get a job at the machinery factory? Shu Tianzi nodded immediately and said casually, Yes, didn't everyone know it a few days ago? I just heard a few days ago. Rumors in the village were just gossip. How many people would take it seriously? But today I saw Shu Tianzi riding a bicycle home with my own eyes, which completely confirmed this matter. But why? Shu Tianzi is just a young man who is not even 18 years old, lazy, and has lost his parents. How could such a person get the work quota of the machinery factory? While some people felt uncomfortable, others looked at Shu Tianzi with relief. Tianzi, I heard that your uncle is the leader of the machinery factory. I guess he helped you get this job? From now on, you will be considered a city dweller and can bring your brothers and sisters to eat ration food. Shu Tianzi didn't expect that this matter was related to his uncle, but he didn't deny it, letting the villagers think whatever they wanted. Yeah, I almost forgot that Damiai's man works in a machinery factory. Oh, it's so nice to have a relative from the city at home. Tianzi is quite successful now, but don't forget the villagers of our Shu family. Yes, we helped a lot when your parents passed away. Haha, you guys are really good at flattering yourself. Shu Tianzi complained in his heart, but on the surface he laughed and said, Don't worry, fellow villagers. The village chief and I have figured out a way to prevent you from going hungry, and we will inform you tomorrow. Everyone go back first and wait for notification tomorrow. After perfunctorily dealing with this group of villagers, Shu Tianzi went home with his brothers and sisters. Several people walked into the newly built courtyard, and Shu Tianzi looked up at the new house on the left. Brother and sister, is your house finished? Yes. Shu Tianyu nodded and said with a smile, A lot of people came to help today. It took only one day to build the wooden frame, and put up the green tiles. The walls are also painted with yellow mud, and after a few days of drying, it will be ready for people to live in. Hearing this, Shu Tianci looked at him in surprise. Chapter 103. There is more than one city dweller in our family. Shu Tianci discovered that his elder brother was speaking more and more fluently and clearly. Because of the nourishment from the spiritual spring during this period, the simplicity on his face has become less. If paired with a long gown, he would really look like a teacher. Why are you looking at me? Shu Tianyu asked with a puzzled look on his face. It's okay, let's go home. Shu Tianci shook his head and smiled, then turned and walked toward the old house. Shu Xianglian chased after him and reminded him, Tianci, we're out of food. Shu Tianci first placed the bicycle against the wall, then turned around and looked at Shu Xianglian. Did you make lunch for the villagers who helped build the house? Shu Xianglian nodded, indicating that she had done everything the other party instructed. In the morning, 40 or 50 villagers came to work, and the food at home was enough for one meal. Shu Tianci was not stingy and asked Shu Xianglian to cook it all for them. But then, Shu Tianci and the other 7 people had no idea where to get dinner. After understanding the family situation, Shu Tianci continued to ask, did anyone come to borrow food today? Shu Xianglian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, you asked me to prepare all the food because you guessed someone would come to borrow it? Hearing this, Shu Tianci knew that someone must have been there. Someone in the village must have known that I gave the food to Shu Maojin before. As long as someone knows that Shu Tianci's family can borrow food, someone will definitely come and try their luck. He shook his head, looked up at Shu Xianglian, and said, if it's a villager who has done us a favor, we should lend it to them. Also, I do need to discuss with the village chief tomorrow about taking the villagers to the mountains for hunting. So we must make sure they have enough food to eat and replenish their energy. I don't care about other people, but I can't let those who come to help us go hungry. But what are we going to eat next? Shu Xianglian asked again. Wait. Shu Tianci threw a mysterious smile, stood up, and walked outside. The remaining brothers and sisters looked at each other with confusion in their eyes, but no one followed. Not long after, Shu Tianci came back carrying a bamboo basket. Shu Tianci and Shu Xuelon came forward, holding their backpacks high, with curiosity on their faces. Shu Xuelian asked curiously, third brother, did you bring back any food? Of course, how could I let my family starve? Shu Tianci nodded and put the bamboo basket on the stool. He took the sack off the basket, and on the outside were a dozen sweet potatoes weighing 2 or 3 pounds. Seeing this, Song Yuro immediately shouted, wait a minute. She immediately stood up, brought a bamboo basket from the kitchen, and placed it on the ground. Third brother, just put it here. Shu Tianci didn't mind and put 20 to 30 kilograms of sweet potatoes into the bamboo basket. After the sweet potatoes were removed, what came into view was another pile of sacks. Shu Tianci took out 2 and put them on the table. Shu Xuelian and Shu Xuelon immediately opened the bag. The next second, their pupils shrank. Shu Xuelian glanced at everyone present and said softly, it's rice. Shu Xuelon quickly covered her mouth, then released it after a moment and said, it's white flour. Upon hearing this, Shu Xianglian and Shu Tianyu immediately took the sack and verified it with their own eyes. When they saw that there was indeed rice and flour inside, they all looked at Shu Tianci again. Don't be too surprised. Shu Tianci smiled slightly and took out another bag of corn flour and put it on the table. And there are pig offal and spare ribs. If they saw the food, would Shu Xianglian and the others still be able to sit still? But when they saw so many pig offal and ribs, they could no longer sit still. Okay, don't take it. Shu Xianglian and Song Yuro quickly stood up. One threw the bones and pig offal into the bamboo basket, and the other covered it with layers of sacks. After hiding everything, Shu Tianyu asked, Tianci, where did you get these bones and pig offal? Shu Tianci had already thought of a reason and said slowly, let me make it clear first. You have to keep it a secret after you know it. Hearing this, the expressions of the whole family became more serious again. Tianci, you haven't done anything against discipline, have you? Shu Xianglian was the first to ask worriedly. How is it possible that your second sister doesn't know me, your brother? Shu Tianci glanced at her and smiled bitterly. With your third brother's ability, there's no need for him to violate any discipline at all. Hearing this, Shu Xianglian immediately rolled her eyes and said, just to show off your ability, right? Song Yuro held her back, looked at Shu Tianci tenderly and said, don't worry, third brother. We are a family. and it is you who have filled the stomachs of our brothers and sisters. We all care about you and are very grateful to you. So no matter whether what you do is right or wrong, your whole family will keep it a secret for you. Yes, third brother. Shu Shuilan nodded, released her hand covering her mouth, and said, Shuilan's mouth is tight now. Looking at her, Shu Tianxi found her cute and funny. He ruffled the other person's hair and nodded. Third brother believes in you. Third brother, can we harm you? Shu Tianyu was a little unhappy and blamed. Shu Tianxi glanced at him and slowly told his family what he had prepared. I went up the mountain today and shot a wild boar and sold the meat to the machinery factory. Then I brought back the ribs and offal to replenish yourselves. As for these sweet potatoes, they are purchased without tickets. Rice, flour, and other rations are all listed in the food ration book, and I bought them all. After saying this, he placed the food supply book and household registration book on the table. Everyone picked up a book. Song Yuro held the food book and murmured, Food book. Shu Tianyu took a look and read out, Grain and oil supply certificate for town residents. After reading it, he looked at Shu Tianxi and said, Is this the food book? Yes. Shu Tianxi smiled, and then explained the town household registration books and work permits in his younger brother and sister's hands. Although my second sister never went to school, she attended literacy classes to learn how to read and write. Although I'm not very educated, I still know quite a few words. When Shu Tianyu was a child, he studied for 2 years and then drowned and had a fever. After becoming mentally retarded, he stopped going to school, and the whole family's hopes were placed on Shu Tianxi. So Shu Tianxi only has a junior high school education, but his younger brothers and sisters have no education at all. Even Shu Tianxi only studied in the 2nd grade. After reviewing all the documents, Shu Xianglian looked at Shu Tianxi with great satisfaction and said, That's great. We finally have a city dweller in our family. From now on, Tianxi will be the pride of our family. If my parents knew about this, they would definitely feel proud. Hearing this, Shu Tianyu and Song Yuro both nodded in agreement with a smile on their faces. Second sister, there is more than one city person in our family. Shu Tianxi smiled and looked at Shu Xianglian. Everyone was stunned, and Shu Shulian suddenly said, Third brother, are you talking about the eldest and second aunts? Of course not. Shu Tianxi shook his head and explained, I'm talking about my second sister. Me, your second sister? Everyone exclaimed. Chapter 104, Are wild vegetables poisonous? Yes, it's my second sister. Seeing that the whole family was staring at him, Shu Tianxi smiled and nodded. No, how did I become a city dweller? Shu Xianglian was a little confused and raised her hand to point at herself. However, Song Yuro's eyes lit up and she suddenly guessed something. She looked at Shu Tianxi in surprise and guessed, Third brother, didn't you find a job for Xianglian? Upon hearing this, the whole family's eyes lit up and they looked up at Shu Tianxi expectantly. Shu Tianxi laughed and said awkwardly, Not yet. Well, everyone's eyes dimmed and they lowered their heads again. Shu Xianglian, on the other hand, smiled indifferently and said, It's not that easy to find a job. I understand, second sister. It's okay. It's good enough that God has given you a job. After that, she picked up the cornmeal and said, Are you all hungry? I'll go make dinner. Second sister, let me help you. Shu Shulian picked up 2 ribs and chased after him, shouting, Can I have some ribs? Okay, let's eat spare ribs. Shu Tianxi and Shu Shulan's eyes lit up, and they immediately chased after him. At this moment, Song Yuro suddenly shouted, Xianglian, the third brother hasn't finished speaking yet. Yeah, I haven't finished talking yet. Looking at the expectant and then disappointed eyes of his whole family, Shu Tianxi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Shu Xianglian paused, turned around, and said with a smile, Let's cook first, and then talk about it at the dinner table. Then let me help you. Song Yuro did not object and bent down to pick up the sweet potato. Shu Tianyu immediately reached out and said with concern, Wife, I'll do it. Looking at their backs, Shu Tianxi stood up and took out a filterless cigarette. He casually held the cigarette between his lips, then took out a match and lit it. Although he now has Class A and Class B cigarette coupons, he still doesn't want to waste cigarettes. After all, cigarette tickets are hard to come by, and it's not like the future where you can buy as much as you want. Shu Tianxi walked out of the room, looked at the extra yard in his house, and took a deep puff of smoke. When it rains and there's water in the lakes and rivers, we can grow vegetables here. Half an hour later, a rich aroma of meat began to permeate the surroundings. Shu Tianxi looked towards the kitchen and sniffed hard, feeling a little worried, but also a little indifferent. I was worried that the villagers would be dissatisfied if they smelled the smell, or even come to my house to complain. But then I thought about it, and realized that it wasn't the first time his family cooked meat, so the villagers might be used to it. Another half an hour passed, and Song Yuro came out of the kitchen with a bowl of steaming pork ribs. Third brother, it's time to eat. Behind her followed Shu Xianglian and her 3 younger brothers and sisters. The food was served, including roasted spare ribs, a dumpling soup made with 2-in-1 batter and wild vegetables, and sweet potatoes. Shu Xianglian filled a bowl of dumpling soup with pork ribs and handed it to Shu Tianxi, saying, "Tianxi, eat quickly. You're the hardest working one in the family, so you eat the ribs first." Shu Tianxi was stunned when he saw this scene, frowned and said, "We are all family. Why are you talking about this?" He placed the ribs on the table, counted them, and began to distribute them to everyone. There are 7 people in the family, and each person got 5 pieces of ribs. "Okay, let's eat quickly." "Thank you, third brother." Shu Shulian shouted first, then lowered her head and began to eat sweet potatoes. After finishing the meal, I took a sip of the dumpling soup. It tasted so good. Seeing this, Shu Tianxi and Shu Shuelan also shouted, "Thank you, third brother." "Eat, eat." Song Yuro glanced at Shu Xianglian and said with a smile. The family was eating with relish, but Shu Tianxi suddenly looked up at Song Yuro. "Sister-in-law, where did this wild vegetable come from?" The foot of the mountain closest to Shujia village and the outer edge of the mountain have long been covered with dead grass, and there are no wild vegetables at all. The food at home is all gone, so where do these wild vegetables come from? Although there are not many wild vegetables, you can't get them just because you want them. The most outrageous thing is that this wild vegetable is completely different from the one I ate before. I saw the aunties in the village picking them and saying they were edible, so I picked some too. Song Yuro suddenly explained, and then asked with a guilty conscience under Shu Tianxi's gaze, "What's wrong? Is it not tasty?" "No." Shu Tianxi shook his head, looked at Shu Tianyu, and said, "You went up the mountain with your sister-in-law?" The village chief summoned the villagers to go hunting in the mountains today, and it just so happened that they were short of firewood at home. The weather is getting colder and colder, and if it snows suddenly, we won't be able to get firewood. Shu Tianyu hummed and explained, "So, I followed the team up the mountain. Your sister-in-law was worried about me." Hearing this, Shu Tianxi suddenly understood. Winter is coming soon, and the mountains might be blocked by heavy snow. Dry firewood is needed for cooking and heating. But if it really comes to that, it won't be so easy to get these things again. Shu Tianxi nodded after figuring it out and said, "I've been asking around lately to see if I can buy the same coal ticket. If we could buy a few tons of coal, we wouldn't need so much firewood this winter." "Really? It won't be too troublesome, right?" Song Yuro asked in surprise. "It depends on luck. If I can't meet you, I won't force it." Shu Tianxi shook his head and raised a bowl of dumpling soup and said, "Sister-in-law, don't pick wild vegetables anymore." "Why?" Everyone asked in confusion. "Because it might be poisonous." "What?" everyone exclaimed. Shu Xianglian quickly stood up and snatched the bowl from Shu Tian's hand. Shu Shuilian didn't dare drink anymore and snatched the bowl from her younger sister. Looking at his daughter-in-law, whose face was pale, Shu Tianyu said in a deep voice, "Third brother, don't scare your sister-in-law." "No, I'm just telling the truth." Shu Tianxi drank a mouthful of soup and said slowly, "The villagers are starving now and dare to eat anything. But most of the villagers have little education and don't know many herbs. They also don't know which of these wild vegetables are poisonous and which are not. So when my sister-in-law followed them to pick wild vegetables, it was just like hitting the jackpot. But if you're not careful, this is not a joke. Many people have died from eating guanine soil, but many people have also died from eating tree bark and wild vegetables. There are so many unknown herbs, so it is normal that some of them are poisonous. Some of the villagers are not medical students, and not all of them are well educated. In the future, the number of people who die from eating grass will only increase, not decrease. Third brother, what about this?" Song Yuro's face turned pale, and she pointed tremblingly at the dumpling soup on the table. "I drank this, it's okay." Shu Tianxi raised his bowl, smiled, and reminded, "Just don't go there next time. I will be responsible for the food at home and will not let our family go hungry." "Okay, sister-in-law won't go there anymore." Song Yuro breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in assurance. "Don't just stand there, eat quickly." Knowing that the dumpling soup was not poisonous, the family continued to eat and drink it. However, Song Yuro and Shu Xianglian were sweating profusely, as if they had just been frightened. Chapter 105. I want to buy new clothes for my second sister. Second sister, I'll take you to the city tomorrow. Looking at Shu Xianglian, who seemed to have survived a disaster, Shu Tianzi changed the subject. Shu Xianglian looked puzzled and asked, "What are you going to the city for?" Third brother, did you really get the work quota for Xianglian? Song Yuro guessed. Not yet. Shu Tianzi shook his head and smiled, but it should be soon. Afterwards, he mentioned that he had asked Director Liu for help, but he did not mention anyone by name, but said that a leader was asking for help. With that leader's help, it shouldn't be difficult to find a job quota. Real. Everyone's eyes lit up, and Shu Shulian clapped her hands and laughed. That's great. My second sister is going to be a city dweller too. Shu Tiance and Shu Shuelon also immediately started to make a noise. Oh, second sister is also from a city. Don't shout, don't shout. Shu Xianglian immediately stopped the commotion and reminded them. There's still no result. Everyone immediately shut up. She looked at Shu Tianzi and said, There's no result yet. Why did you take me to the city? I want to buy new clothes for my second sister. Shu Tianzi confessed. Buy new clothes? Everyone was shocked again, and Shu Xianglian shook her head repeatedly. Why buy new clothes for no reason? I don't want them. And you just started working, so it's good enough if you have enough money to buy yourself a set. You still have to get married in the future, so don't waste your money. I have to buy this dress. Shu Tianzi remained firm and explained, the weather is getting colder and winter is coming soon. How cold will this winter be if you don't have winter clothes? Then you buy it for Shulian and the others. I can just wear my mother's clothes. The two suddenly started arguing. One insisted on buying it, and the other was reluctant to spend the money. Shu Tianyu glanced at Song Yuro and chose to remain silent. Shu Shulian and her younger brother and sister looked at each other, but no one asked for new clothes. Shu Tianzi argued with his second sister for a while, and finally said firmly, Second sister, you have to take this dress whether you want it or not. Winter is coming soon, and you'll be warmer if you wear this. You don't have to worry about Shuelian and the others' clothes. As their third brother, I won't let them get cold. But, no buts. Shu Tianzi waved his hand and continued. Besides, I will find a job for you soon, and by then you'll be a city dweller. You're only 20 years old. Shouldn't you dress nicely when you go to work in the city? Shu Tianzi's attitude made everyone see his determination. He had to buy the clothes. So Song Yuro looked at Shu Xianglian and advised, Xianglian, the third brother also feels sorry for you, the second sister. He's right. You'll be a city dweller after you go to work in the city. You still need to find a city girl, so you can't dress like a country girl anymore. Sister-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about? Shu Xianglian's cheeks suddenly turned red, and she felt a little embarrassed. I'm just a country girl. How can I look like her or not? Second sister, what you said is wrong. Shu Tianzi laughed heartily, took 2 steps back, and gestured, Look at you now, tall and slender, with skin as white as cream. You look like a typical college student. When I put on my new clothes and stand at work, I will charm a lot of men, young and old. Not to mention finding a city girl as a partner. Even finding a leader's son wouldn't be a problem. You little bastard. Even you are making fun of your second sister. Shu Xianglian was so ashamed and angry that she picked up a bamboo basket and was about to hit him. No, really not. Shu Tianzi laughed and pointed at his brothers and sisters. If you don't believe me, ask Shuelian and the others. Shuelian, is our second sister pretty? Beautiful. Second sister is the most beautiful. Then my second sister will find us a brother-in-law. Do you support her? Support, my second sister. Find us a brother-in-law. Seeing this scene, Shu Tianyu and Song Yuro couldn't help but join in the fun. Shu Xianglian chased her younger brother and sister and beat them for a long time, and was too embarrassed to face anyone. In the end, Shu Tianzi admitted his mistake and begged for forgiveness, and everyone sat down again. It's okay to buy new clothes, but not ready-made clothes. Shu Xianglian glanced at the third child who was eating sweet potatoes and said, Buy the cloth, and I'll make it myself. After saying that, she took out some bills from her pocket and handed them all to Shu Tianzi. These were all found in my parents' room. There were some cloth coupons in there. Now you are solely responsible for the financial needs of the family, and these bills should be given to you. Most people these days buy cloth and take it home to make it themselves. Because they didn't have a sewing machine, they could only sew by hand. In this way, you can not only save the money of hiring a tailor to make clothes, but also save a lot of fabric. Good. Shu Tianxi agreed, then looked at Shu Shulian and the other two and said, I'll buy fabric for my second sister's new clothes first. After my second sister goes to work, I'll buy you some fabric to make new clothes, okay? Hearing that new clothes would be available soon, the three of them happily agreed. As for Shu Tianyu and Song Yuruo, they bought new clothes before and after their wedding, so there was no envy. At the same time, at Erguizi's house, whose family is cooking this fried meat at his mother's house. Haven't they finished the meat they shared last time? Lu Yuning looked outside with some hatred, then slapped the child in front of her in the face. Cry, 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 cry because someone in your family died? After this slap, the child cried even harder. There were a few people standing nearby, but they didn't dare to say anything when they saw this scene. There's nothing I can do. There's no food at home, and my younger brother is still clamoring for meat? Erguizi didn't care either. He just frowned and said, this fragrance seems to be coming from Fugui's house again. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuning immediately became unhappy. She asked doubtfully, no, where does his family get so much meat? Didn't you tell me when you came back that his family has no food? He really has no food at home. We all went to his kitchen this afternoon to check. Erguizi nodded, looking serious. After having a full meal at Shu Tianxi's house at noon, someone asked to borrow food. Shu Xianlian said there was nothing, but the villagers who came to help later didn't believe her and wanted to search. But they all went to the kitchen and searched, and there was indeed not a single grain of food. Will that bastard Shu Tianxi sneak up the mountain and exchange the prey for food? Lu Yuning's face was gloomy, and she guessed with gritted teeth. Mom, a boy of about 14 or 15 said, I heard he got a job in a machinery factory and is now a city dweller. Fart. Lu Yuning's eyes widened, and she asked suspiciously, he's an orphan whose parents died. Why would the machinery factory hire him? Erguizi also asked suspiciously, Yuning, do you think he got his job in exchange for something from the mountains? Everything on the mountain belongs to the collective. How dare he do that? Chapter 106, The Poison Villagers. Lu Yuning instinctively felt that Shu Tianxi would not dare to resell collective assets. But when I think about it carefully, I wonder why such a lazy guy like that lives so comfortably. The whole village is short of water and food, but only everyone in Shu Tianxi's family is fat and healthy. Now it's even more amazing. Not only did he build a house, but he also got a job and became a city dweller. If you think about it carefully, it is really possible that he was involved in speculation. She glanced at Erguizi and said, Erguizi, how about we go to the commune and report him? This. Erguizi, you're not afraid to go, are you? Seeing Erguizi hesitated, Lu Yuning immediately shouted, No, how could I not dare to go? Erguizi glared and said stubbornly, Isn't it that I don't have the confidence? If Shu Tianxi hadn't engaged in speculative trading, wouldn't we have offended the commune? Impossible. If she hadn't done this, where would the family's food come from? The more Lu Yuning thought about it, the more she felt that Shu Tianxi had violated discipline. So she said with certainty, He brought his brothers and sisters to eat, and they all became big and round, and their skin became so much whiter. If they hadn't been hunting secretly and exchanging the prey for food, their whole family would have starved to death. Look at me and your children, how sick we are. Hearing this, Erguizi immediately turned his head and glanced at the children. Some of them are skinny, while others are bloated and have faces as big as millstones. Erguizi, the prey on the mountain is a collective asset, so we have a share. He, Shu Tianxi, exchanged our share for food and fed their whole family. Now asking them to take out some food and hide it is like asking for our family's life. If you were a man, come with me to the commune tomorrow and report him. Lu Yuning kept chattering, and the ferocity on her face grew more and more intense as she spoke. She had long been unhappy with Shu Tianxi's family, especially after they refused to give her any pork last time. In the farmland, Shu Shuilian's group of little bastards even talked back to me. Lu Yuning wished that the whole family would die, but they lived a very comfortable life every day. She hates. Erguizi was not a good person either. His original worry was just that he was afraid of offending the people in the commune. Now, hearing his wife's chattering, a hint of hatred appeared on his face. Several children also blamed Shu Tianxi for not having enough to eat. Finally, the whole family unanimously decided to go to the commune to report Shu Tianxi early tomorrow morning. The next morning, Shu Tianxi used the excuse of going to the toilet, came to the dry toilet, and entered the jade pendant space. Looking at the 3 breeding circles that had expanded several times, he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. The number of pheasants and rabbits is increasing exponentially every day, and now we can harvest hundreds of eggs every day. Wild boars are also reproducing rapidly now. Who made him catch more than a dozen sows? Shu Qianxi took a look at the jade pendant that consumed a lot of energy and realized that he could not delay any longer. Hundreds of eggs from the pheasant shed were collected and stored in the warehouse. He didn't plan to let the pheasants continue to hatch for the time being, and would wait until he had enough energy. Then he came to the planting area again and fell into a brief contemplation while looking at the 5th piece of black soil. I planted sweet potatoes and pumpkins on 1 acre of land, using the 1st piece of black soil. I planted 2 mu of rice and used the 2nd piece of black soil. Corn was planted on less than 4 acres, occupying the 3rd and 4th pieces of black soil. Now that he has the 5th piece of black soil, what should he plant? Shu Qianxi first harvested some potatoes from the 3rd piece of black soil, and then planted some soybeans. Soybeans can be used to extract oil, so they don't need to be planted on a large scale. He then planted 1 acre of wheat on the 5th piece of black soil and left 1 acre of land. If the other half of the land is also planted with crops, the 6th piece of black soil will appear. The jade pendant's energy consumption was too great, so Shu Qianxi decided to wait and see. After finishing the breeding and planting matters, he turned around and exited the jade pendant space. After a refreshing pee, hundreds of moving creatures were washed into the septic tank. After walking out of the dry toilet, Shu Qianxi found some villagers hurriedly running towards the east end of the village. Their faces showed impatience, panic, and disbelief. Shu Qianxi frowned and quickly stepped forward to grab an old lady and said, "Auntie, what's wrong? I see you're not going to work, but running towards the east end of the village. Did something happen?" Qianxi. The old lady glanced at Shu Qianxi and her expression softened a little. She explained, "I just heard that Shimao's family at the east end of the village died." Someone died again? Shu Qianxi was startled and seemed to realize that something was wrong. He quickly asked again, "What did you say?" "Uncle Shimao's family is all dead." "Impossible. I don't know either. I'm just going to see what's going on." The old lady shook her head and said, "Don't delay any longer. Go and give him a ride." "Good." Shu Qianxi nodded, responded, and followed. If someone dies in the village, most people in the village will choose to see him off. This was the case when Shu Qianxi's parents died, and it is also the case when someone dies now. What made Shu Qianxi feel a little heavy was that Shimao's family had 7 people. They all died overnight. Isn't this a bit outrageous? Soon, Shu Qianxi arrived at Uncle Shimao's house at the east end of the village. The place was already crowded with people at this time, and he also saw his elder brother, his wife, and Shu Xianglian. Big brother, second sister. Hearing the shout, the two immediately turned around. "Qianxi, you are here too?" Shu Qianxi hummed and asked, "What's going on?" "I don't know. Uncle Shimao's family of 7 all died overnight." Shu Tianyu shook his head and explained, "Dr. Jiang is examining the cause of death." Hearing this, Shu Qianxi immediately stood on tiptoe and looked inside the mud house. Sure enough, he saw Jiang Li, wearing a white coat, examining several bodies lying on the ground. After a moment, she raised her head with a serious expression. Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing looked anxious and asked, "Dr. Jiang, what's going on?" Jiang Li shook her head and said with a heavy heart, "He died last night. There's no saving him." "What was the cause of death?" Shu Daqiang asked anxiously. "It's impossible that they all died for no reason, right?" "Poisoned. They ate poisonous plants." Jiang Li blurted out and speculated. "Did they go up the mountain and pick some unknown plants to eat as wild vegetables?" Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the scene gasped. Some even bent over and vomited with their hands clenched. Song Yuro, who was beside Shu Tianyu, turned pale and even felt dizzy. She immediately turned around, touched Shu Tianyu's body, and looked at Shu Qianxi. "How are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Chapter 107, The Collapsed Villagers. "It's okay. Our family is fine." Seeing that Song Yuro was so anxious that tears were coming out, Shu Tianyu hurriedly comforted her. Shu Xianglian also hurriedly asked her younger brothers and sisters, and only then was she sure that everyone in the family was fine. "Sister-in-law, I told you the wild vegetables we eat are not poisonous." Shu Qianxi also comforted her and reminded her, "In the future, don't pick wild vegetables randomly." "No, I won't do that again." Song Yuro nodded repeatedly with a determined look on her face. She was probably not the only one who thought so at the scene. After seeing someone die from eating grass, who would dare to go forward and pick wild vegetables? After Jiang Li gave the cause of death, she also looked at Shu Daqiang and Shu Shaoqing to remind them. You are the leaders of a village, and you must set an example. Not everything on the mountain is edible. The villagers need to be reminded. With Shu Daqiang and the others nodding in agreement, Jiang Li walked out the door. Under the gaze of the villagers, he rode away on his red 26 bicycle. As she passed Shu Tianxi, she didn't even pause. It can be seen that she still cares about her image when there are many people around. All 7 members of Shi Mao's family died, and no one notified their relatives. The village chief, Shu Daqiang, decided to have the entire village see them off. But because so many people died, Shu Qingshan, the carpenter, could not find enough wood to make coffins. Finally, after thinking about it, I decided to take out the quilt and mat from Shi Mao's house. The family of 7 was rolled up, carried by the 8 immortals, and taken up the mountain by some villagers. The other villagers refused to go up the mountain, saying they were too hungry to move. However, Shu Tianxi's family of 7 followed behind, holding bamboo flowers in their hands. Tianxi, Shu Daqiang came over and shouted, "Village chief, is there something wrong?" Shu Tianxi asked curiously. "I heard that you have already started working in a machinery factory and have been given a bicycle." Shu Daqiang coughed and said softly, "Right." Seeing Shu Tianxi nod in agreement, Shu Daqiang's eyes suddenly lit up. "What about what we discussed before?" Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, you can gather the villagers later." Hearing this, Shu Daqiang became very excited. Soon, Shi Mao's family was brought to the mountain, but they were troubled by the task of digging a hole. "There's nothing I can do. I'm so hungry." The 8 immortals had already put in a lot of effort carrying the corpse up the mountain. Who would bother digging the hole when there is no food to eat later? "Let's do it." Shu Daqiang sighed, said hello to Shu Shaoqing, and walked forward to pick up the shovel. As village leaders, they should take the lead. Shu Tianxi saw this scene and looked at Shu Tianyu and said, "Brother, let's help too." Shu Tianyu did not object, and the 2 brothers stepped forward together and picked up a hoe. At this time, they were all extremely strong. Digging the soil was like playing, and it didn't take any effort at all. They didn't try to stand out too much. They just performed a little faster than the village chief and his companions. The pit for a family of 7 required a lot of space, but with the help of the Shu Tianxi brothers, it soon took shape. But when the villagers around them saw the tiny cat family lying on the quilts and mats, they felt somewhat emotional. At some point, a few sobbing sounds suddenly rang out from the crowd. Everyone looked over and saw that there were several women. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, one of the women couldn't hold it in any longer. She just let out a howl and burst into tears. This life is unbearable. The damned commune has taken away our food, leaving us with nothing to eat. Now, even if I want to dig some wild vegetables to eat, I may end up eating something poisonous. If this continues, we will all have to follow the cat family. Woo woo woo. The other women, who were already trying hard to hold back their tears, could not help crying when they heard this. Woo woo woo. How are we supposed to live like this? It doesn't matter if I die, but what about my 2 children? They're only 4 or 5 years old this year, sob. Village chief, please think of a solution. I don't want to die. After a few women started crying and expressed their reasons for being sad, the others couldn't hold back any longer. Fuck it. Go settle accounts with the commune. What food belongs to us? Why do they take it away? Yes, they won't let me live, and I can't let them have an easy life. The villagers had been harboring resentment for a long time, which they could have suppressed. Now we see a family of 7 dying because of food, and several women venting their emotions. At this moment, all the villagers present seemed unable to hold back. They cried out loudly, and then they cursed with angry faces. Seeing this scene, Shu Daqiang and Shu Shaoqing paused for a moment, and a trace of heartache unconsciously appeared on their faces. These villagers are the ones who watched them grow up, and they grew up in front of them. Seeing how hard their lives were, and even that their lives might be in danger at any time, Shu Daqiang and Shu Shaoqing felt really sad. They turned their gaze towards Shu Tianxi and found that he was still digging the hole with his head down. It seemed that everything that was happening before their eyes had nothing to do with them. Moreover, they're very fast. One person can dig a hole equivalent to that of 3 8 immortals. Shu Daqiang coughed twice, walked up to Shu Tianxi, and pushed him. In the other party's puzzled look, He reminded, Tianci, can you say a few words? Say what? Shu Tianci pretended to be stupid and confused, while complaining in his heart. You are the village chief, and I am the village chief? I'm just an ordinary villager. Is it appropriate for you to ask me to appease the masses? Shu Daqiang was furious, but he really couldn't do anything about Shu Tianci, so he could only cough twice and shout to the villagers, fellow villagers, fellow villagers. Don't worry, I've already figured out a way to fill your stomachs. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Even the woman who was sitting on the ground, crying, wiped her tears and stood up. Village chief, is what you said true? Yes, village chief. Can you really keep us from going hungry? Village chief, please tell me something quickly. I'm almost dying of anxiety. Don't worry, don't worry. Shu Daqiang waved his hands repeatedly and shouted, I will broadcast this matter later and gather all the villagers together. I'll tell you all the solutions later, okay? Everyone looked at each other and felt that what he said made some sense. So they stopped crying and just looked forward to Shu Daqiang's solution. Shu Daqiang breathed a sigh of relief and said, Our current mission is to bury Shimao's family of 7. As soon as he finished speaking, a man came out with his sleeves rolled up. Okay, come and help. And me, I'll help too. Everyone became excited when they knew that after burying Shimao's family, they would have a way to fill their stomachs. The villagers who had just said they were too hungry to help came forward one after another and offered to help. Chapter 108 People from the Commune. At the same time, Lu Yunying and his wife, along with a group of people from the commune, marched towards Shujia village in a mighty procession. Among them were the commune's secretary Zhao Zhengran, the commune director Qian Dahai, and several armed militiamen. This scene made passers-by feel terrified. Your family is well fed, but our family is hungry every day. You won't share your meat with me, and you won't lend me your food. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Yunying and her Guizi thought about it for half the night last night and finally decided to report Shu Tianci. There was a stutterer in their family before, and I felt quite sympathetic towards that family. But what did I do? Didn't I ask Shu Tianyu for an egg? Shu Tianci, this ungrateful bastard, distributed meat to all the villagers. But they didn't give any to her family, and she hated it when she smelled the aroma of meat wafting from the whole village. But she didn't think much about it at the time. She just felt that Shu Tianci's ingratitude was not worth it. Now there is no food left at her house, and the whole family is starting to starve. But what about that little bastard Shu Tianci? Not only did he eat meat every day to fill his stomach, but he also helped his eldest son find a wife and build a house. Now, Shu Tianci got a job in a machinery factory for no reason. From now on, I will be a city dweller, eating ration food. My whole family hasn't had enough to eat for several days, but he refused to lend me some food. Does he want to see my whole family starve to death? Lu Yunying was envious, jealous, and hateful. Militia Company Commander Sun Erden glanced at Lu Yunying and confirmed, Comrade Yunying, is Shu Tianci really just as you said? Selling off the collective assets. If he subsidizes the whole village, I have no problem with it. But if he only subsidizes his own family, it is indeed a violation of discipline, and he will be taken away. Lu Yunying snorted coldly and said, I can guarantee that the boy is definitely involved in speculation. He was lazy and gluttonous before, and he starved his parents to death and had to rely on the whole village for support. Such people now eat rice and meat at home every day. If he hadn't violated the rules, where did the food come from? After hearing Lu Yunying's story, several people in the commune felt that it made some sense. All the food from the surrounding area was handed over to them, and they passed it on to the soldiers heading to the front line. These leaders can barely fill their stomachs, so how can a lazy guy deserve that? Qian Dahai nodded and said in a deep voice, If that's the case, then Shu Tianci has violated the law on appropriation of collective assets. If the amount involved is large, even a peanut is inevitable. That's right. Sun Erden also nodded and said affirmatively. Erguizi and the others' expressions turned pale, and their already limping legs lowered even further. Zhao Zhengran coughed and reminded, Comrade Qian Dahai, Comrade Sun Erden, don't jump to conclusions too quickly. Being shot at all times is likely to scare our good comrades. Upon hearing this, the two of them immediately bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes. Comrade Zhao Haoran is right. We won't do this again. Zhao Zhengran smiled, looked at Lu Yunying and the others and said, Comrade Lu Yunying, tell us more. This Shu Tianxi has done something unusual in the village, except for the food. Ah, do you have more to say? Lu Yuning was a little panicked and no longer had the momentum she had just now. The main reason was that she just wanted to give Shu Tianxi a hard time, but she didn't want him to be shot. Now that she heard the people from the commune say such serious things, she didn't know how to start the conversation. So she could only look at Erguazi. After all, the other party is the boss, so he should take the responsibility at this time. Erguazi paused for a moment, then suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Secretary, you don't know. This Shu Tianxi is not only lazy and greedy, but also capable of stealing and doing anything. He is an ungrateful idiot. When the meat was distributed to the whole village, he only refused to share any for our family." Then, Erguazi told the story of how they had provided food aid to the 6 children who were left alone after the death of Shu Fuguei and his wife. In the end, Shu Tianxi was made to be worthless, while they were said to have noble moral principles. Zhao Zhengran and the others' faces darkened as they listened, and Sun Erden's hand gripping the gun creaked. Qian Dahai questioned, "Comrade Erguai, is everything you just said true? Your Shu family has hundreds of people. Can Shu Tianxi distribute meat to the whole village?" "Director, everything I said is true." Erguazi made a bitter face and shouted indignantly, "Even if you kill me, I will never forget that day." That day, the whole village was filled with the aroma of meat. We were the only ones gnawing on tree bark, while the children cried for meat. Hearing this, Zhao Zhengran and the others looked at Lu Yuning's skinny and frail children. At this moment, there was a hint of sympathy and anger in the eyes of all of them. Qian Dahai nodded and said through gritted teeth, "Comrade Erguai, please continue." And this Shu Tianxi also helped his elder brother and sister-in-law build houses and provided food for dozens of villagers every day. That's the food rations for dozens of people. Wouldn't that be hundreds of kilograms of food over a few days? We, as parents, cannot even feed our children. Why can they eat delicious food every day when their parents have died? Erguazi strained his voice and continued, "Just yesterday, they fried meat again. It is said that Shu Tianxi got a job through some shameful means." "Where did he get all this, you ask?" Seeing that her husband's words were well-reasoned, Lu Yuning immediately became excited. "Comrades, I suspect this Shu Tianxi is a traitor, a spy sent by the enemy." Hiss! Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the commune suddenly became solemn. The Dragon Kingdom had only been established for over a decade, and there were spies everywhere in the country, causing trouble. This is a big deal. Zhao Zhengran and the others have to care about it. Who exactly is Shu Tianxi? Where does this food come from? Could it be that the funds were sponsored by their contact? If so, what is his purpose? Okay, we've remembered everything you said. Now I need to go to the village and find your village chief to find out. Zhao Zhengran was very angry, but he did not act impulsively. But Lu Yuning was not happy and retorted, "Secretary, what else do you need to know? Isn't this a done deal? You should go directly to Shu Tianxi's house and arrest the whole family." "Comrade Lu Yuning, are you teaching us how to do things?" Zhao Zhengran frowned and scolded. No, how could we dare?" Erguazi quickly grabbed Lu Yuning and laughed. "Comrade Erguai, Comrade Lu Yuning, our commune has its own rules and regulations. No matter what it is, we must first understand it clearly. If Shu Tianxi is really as you said, then we will definitely not let him go." Chapter 109 Village Meeting. Soon, Lu Yuning brought Zhao Zhengran and others to Shu Daqiang's home. But there was still a long way to go, and I saw that the front seemed to be crowded with people. Sun Erden asked curiously, "Comrade Lu Yuning, it seems like your village is holding a village meeting?" Lu Yuning was stunned. He hadn't heard that there was a meeting in the village today. Erguazi suddenly understood and laughed. "Secretary, the village chief and the others must know you are here. So we're gathering the villagers to welcome you. Shall we hurry over?" Zhao Zhengran looked at him like a fool and waved his hand, saying, "Wait a minute and hear what kind of meeting they are having." Upon hearing this, everyone could only stay where they were and see what was happening ahead. Shu Daqiang stood in front of everyone and shouted, "Dear villagers, I'm calling you all together today because I have something important to tell you. This year is the most difficult year for us ordinary people in our village. Many villagers in our village have died due to the lack of food and nutrition. Our Shujia village has a history of hundreds of years on this land. Even if the bones are broken, they are still connected by tendons, right? Village chief, please stop talking nonsense and just tell me what we should do now. Yes, village chief, if we don't have anything to eat, we will all starve to death. Quiet, quiet. Village chief, I can't be quiet. I want to eat now. If I don't have rice, cornmeal will do. Yeah, if 2 meals a day isn't enough, 1 meal a day will do. At least I won't starve to death. It's all the fault of those commune leaders. Zhao Zhengran and others were stunned. They didn't expect that they would have a role to play. That's right. If that group of people hadn't taken away our food, there wouldn't have been any deaths in our village. Let's settle the score with them. We must make them give us an explanation. Yes, we must discuss the result again. Seeing that his emotions seemed to be getting out of control, Sun Erden immediately pulled the safety of his rifle. There was a loud click, and Lu Yuning was so scared that her face turned pale. What are you doing? Put your gun away. Zhao Zhengran looked at Sun Erden and scolded him. We are responsible for this matter. It's normal for the people to complain. Are you just going to let them accuse you like this? Sun Erden said indignantly. Zhao Zhengran shook his head and said calmly, Don't worry. Let's see how their village chief handles it first. Quiet. Everyone be quiet. Shu Daqiang took the loudspeaker handed to him by his son and shouted loudly. My words as the village chief are no longer effective, right? With the comfort of Shu Shaoqing and other leaders, the crowd gradually calmed down. I know it's difficult for everyone, but at this time, we must unite more. Only by uniting as one and working together as one can we overcome this difficult time. Shu Daqiang glanced at the villagers present and spoke into the loudspeaker. Tianxi from our village and I came up with an idea that might help us all get through this difficult time. Now, let him say a few words to everyone. When Shu Tianxi saw Shu Daqiang handing the loudspeaker to him, he was stunned. Now that things have come to this, he will no longer make excuses. So he took the loudspeaker and spoke slowly amid the puzzled gazes of the villagers. My dear elders, uncles and aunts, I am just a junior, so I won't say any nonsense. The main problem in our village now is that we need food to fill our stomachs. The village chief and several leaders of the team came to me to discuss this issue and came up with a solution. That is to live by the mountain and eat by the mountain. Before winter comes and the snow blocks the mountain, let's go hunting. Hearing this, Lu Yuning in the distance suddenly became excited. She looked at Zhao Zhengran, pointed at Shu Tianxi and said, Secretary, did you see that? This little bastard not only made mistakes himself, but also encouraged the entire village to make mistakes with him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengran, Qin Dahai, and others looked at him as if he were a fool. Comrade Lu Yuning, do you know why the things on the mountain are called collective property? I know. Lu Yuning nodded and waved her hand, saying, Every blade of grass and every tree on the mountain belongs to the collective. It belongs to everyone. Then look, what are they doing? Zhao Zhengran continued to ask. They were instigated by Shu Tianxi to seize collective assets. Lu Yuning was speaking seriously when her Guizi suddenly pulled her clothes. She immediately struggled free and shouted impatiently, Hey, why are you pulling me? At this time, the teenage son reminded her, Mom, the villagers are collective. Well, Lu Yuning's mouth twitched suddenly, and she slapped her son on the head with a bit of embarrassment. You're showing off your ability by saying it, right? Now that you've grown strong, you're starting to educate your mother, right? Looking at Lu Yuning in such a state, Zhao Zhengran and others frowned and looked a little disgusted. All right, Zhao Zhengran scolded him and said, The Shu family village chief's behavior is to encourage the collective to be self-reliant and fill their stomachs. This is something that deserves praise and admiration. But we can talk about this later. We are here today to deal with Shu Tianxi's personal problems. Let's go. After saying that, the group of people continued to walk towards the place where the collective meeting of Shuja village was held. At this time, Shu Tianxi had already expressed his idea, which was to ask everyone to go up the mountain to hunt. There are dozens of militiamen in the village, and each one is equipped with a rifle. Having them form groups and lead teams to hunt in the mountains can greatly reduce the casualties among villagers. All the prey we catch will be handed over to Shu Tianxi, who will exchange it for food and bring it back. Upon hearing this, a good playmate immediately stood up. Tianxi, don't try to show off. I heard that you just found a job and your life will get better and better. If you get yourself involved, our entire village will be unable to sleep or eat. Yes, I have heard. If you take things from the mountains and sell them, that's speculation. No way, speculation and scalping can lead to jail time. Of course not. At the very least, he'll be charged with speculation. Hearing everyone's discussion, Shu Dashan also stood up. Tianci, why don't you just forget it? Let's all work together as a village to find a solution. We can't let you get taken away by the police. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Zhengran came over with a few militiamen. Shu Daqiang's expression changed, and he quickly stepped forward to greet him. Secretary, why are you here? Come to find out some things. Zhao Zhengran replied indifferently, then looked at Shu Tianci. Sun Erden and other militiamen immediately stepped forward and stared at Shu Tianci. Are you Shu Tianci? Right. Shu Tianci just nodded when several gunshot holes were pointed at him. Tianci, third brother. Everyone's faces changed, and Shu Tianyu and others hurried forward. Don't come over. Shu Tianci scolded quickly and said with a relaxed look, It's okay. The villagers' faces turned pale with fear, and they all retreated in unison. Chapter 1, 10 Spy. What's going on? Why are these people pointing guns at Tianci? That person is our commune's secretary Zhao Zhengran, and the other one is Director Qin Hai. They brought this group of people here, and it seems like they came specifically to capture Tianci. Could it be that the commune found out that Tianci was going to help us exchange food, so they came to arrest him? The villagers were talking about it, and many of them had worried expressions on their faces. At this time, some people also noticed that Erguizi's family. No, isn't that Erguizi and his wife Lu Yuning? Why are they also around Secretary Zhao Zhengran? Could it be that they brought this group of people here? Upon hearing this, some people immediately showed anger and hatred in their eyes. Shu Tianci, who was being pointed at by several guns, raised his hands, glanced at Lu Yuning, and then looked at Sun Erden and others. Comrade, could you please put the gun away first? Shut up. It's not your turn as a spy to speak here. Hey, spy. Shu Tianci laughed out of anger, but he really didn't dare to go against this group of militiamen. He knew without thinking that this must be a good thing done by Lu Yuning's family. Shu Daqiang and Shu Shaoqing were also startled by the sudden scene. After they recovered, they immediately looked at Zhao Zhengran and others. Secretary, Director, what are you doing? Tianci is a hero of our Shujia village. How can you point a gun at him? Hero. Your village regards his kind of spy as a hero. Qin Dahai glared and shouted angrily. Spy? Are you kidding? Shu Shaoqing was also stunned and laughed. Tianci grew up under our watch. How could he be a spy? If he is a spy, then doesn't that mean everyone in our Shujia village is a spy? Comrade Shu Shaoqing, please watch your attitude. That's my attitude. Shu Shaoqing glared and said stubbornly, There has to be a reason to arrest someone, and there has to be evidence to convict someone. You point guns at the people without any discrimination. Is this how you act as leaders? Since you want a reason, I'll give you one. Zhao Zhengran coughed and said to Sun Erden, Captain Sun, put away your gun first. We're all here. He can't get away. Upon hearing this, Sun Erden asked his men to put down their guns. The pressure of death disappeared completely, and Shu Tianci breathed a sigh of relief. Shu Tianyu and the others gathered around him, touching him with concern, and asked, Tianci, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Would you like some water? It's okay, it's okay. Shu Tianci waved his hand, then looked at Zhao Zhengran and the others. Zhao Zhengran retracted his gaze and glanced at Lu Yuning's family. Comrade Shu Ergui, Comrade Lu Yuning. Tell me again what you just said. Erguizi, what's up with your family again? Seeing that this incident was actually instigated by his own villagers, Shu Daqiang was immediately furious. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuning immediately stepped forward and shouted confidently, What do you mean we're causing trouble? We just found a few leaders and told them some truths. What's wrong with reporting spies and secret agents hiding among the people? You! Shu Daqiang laughed angrily and pointed at Shu Tianci and said, You said Tianci is a spy? What else? Village chief, can you explain why Shu Tianci became different right after the Fugue couple died? Can you deny that he went up the mountain and encroached on collective property and brought the wild boar home to eat? Bullshit! Shu Daqiang was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. He wanted to beat this woman to death. He glanced at Shu Tianci, who had an expressionless face, and became extremely worried. How many times did Shu Shaoqing and I look for each other? Only then did he agree to help the villagers. Now that Lu Yuning has caused trouble, Shu Tianci might be disappointed with the villagers. Where will the food come from when the time comes? The whole village will be implicated by Lu Yunying. Secretary, look, our village chief is furious. Ergwazi also took the risk and helped Lu Yunying to blame Shu Daqiang. Comrade Shu Daqiang, watch your attitude. Zhao Zhengran scolded, and then asked Lu Yunying to continue. Shu Daqiang gritted his teeth, staring at Ergwazi with eyes full of anger. Shu Shaoqing and the others beside him also frowned, wishing they could kill this guy. After hearing Lu Yunying's lawsuit, the villagers in the audience also understood what was going on. That's too much. Tianzi didn't keep the wild boar for himself. I distributed pork to everyone, but was actually sued by the commune. Is this still a human being? It must be Lu Yunying who didn't get any pork and is thinking of taking revenge on Tianzi. Fuck, she stole Tianyo's eggs. How could Tianzi not give him some meat? Everyone began to condemn Lu Yunying, and basically no one said anything good about her. Ergwazi and Lu Yunying both began to realize that something was wrong, so they turned their eyes to the group of villagers. What are you blabbering about? I'm trying to save you, understand? Shu Tianzi's behavior is wrong and violates discipline. If you accept his kindness, you are colluding with him. Hearing her shameless babble, all the villagers looked at her with contempt. Shu Daqiang also understood, so he looked at Zhao Zhengran and said, Secretary, I think I understand why you are here. It's nothing more than Shu Tianzi going up the mountain to kill a pig and encroaching on collective assets. However, he distributed the pork to all the villagers. If this is considered an encroachment on collective assets, then wouldn't we villagers be terrified even when eating wild vegetables? That's right, I'm really nervous now. It's poisonous. 7 people died after eating it. Who would dare to eat it? That's not what we meant. We just want to clarify. Zhao Zhengran waved his hand and said, Why did all of you villagers get some meat, but Comrade Shu Ergwai and his family were the only ones left out? As soon as these words came out, the villagers in the audience immediately shouted, That's what their family deserves. Yes, they deserve it. They stole Tianyo's eggs. This. Looking at Zhao Zhengran and others who looked doubtful, Shu Daqiang immediately explained the whole story. After hearing Shu Daqiang's explanation, Zhao Zhengran and others looked even uglier. However, before Shu Daqiang could finish his explanation, Lu Yunying suddenly shouted again. Bullshit. He was the one who took most of the pork. She looked at Zhao Zhengran frantically, pointed at Shu Tianzi and shouted, Secretary, he took away dozens of kilograms of meat by himself. It's because he wanted more meat that he didn't give any to our family. Lu Yunying, shut up. Shu Daqiang shouted angrily, trying to make Lu Yunying realize her mistake and return to the right path. But Lu Yunying disagreed and continued to shout, I won't. Why won't you let me speak? Looking at her crazy appearance, Shu Tianzi felt even more indifferent. After all, he didn't take it seriously at the beginning. Chapter 111 reserves the right to prosecute them. Ergwazi, take care of your wife. Seeing that Lu Yunying couldn't be persuaded, Shu Daqiang could only look at Ergwazi standing beside him. I wanted to help them, but unexpectedly Ergwazi was also smart and stood up directly. What do you care? What's wrong with what my wife said? What's the point of being a village chief if you can't even treat everyone equally? Seeing this, everyone's eyes were fixed on Shu Daqiang again. Seeing that this family was hopeless, Shu Daqiang decided not to care about them anymore. He smiled unhappily, looked at Zhao Zhengran and said, Secretary, this is really not Tianzi's fault. Yes, leader. The villagers in the audience also shouted, What is Tianzi's share? Pig offal. He went up the mountain and killed the wild boar all by himself, and he even risked his life to save several of his comrades. Such a person was given an extra portion of pig offal. What's his fault? Leaders, if you killed a wild boar, would you be willing to share it with the villagers? Will you distribute it to the villagers? Or take a pair of pig offal for yourself? This. Zhao Zhengran and the others looked at each other. They didn't expect this to happen. As leaders of the commune, they're actually more selfish than these villagers. Otherwise, they would not report an inflated harvest for some verbal rewards, causing the villagers to starve. So if they got a wild boar, they would definitely secretly give it as a gift or steal it to eat themselves. Although I can't say this, I also know that Shu Tianzi didn't get many points. So, they turned their attention to Ergwazi and Lu Yunying. They also took meat, 10 kilograms of meat. Lu Yunying shouted immediately, I can explain this. Before Lu Yunying could finish her words, Shu Shaoqing suddenly stood up. He looked at Zhao Zhengran and Qian Dahai and said, I am the production team leader of Shujia village. The production team had regulations for the hunters in the village. Hunters under 10 caddies could be privately owned, while hunters over 10 caddies could be collectively owned. The wild boar Tianzi hunted weighed over 300 kilograms, so only 10 kilograms of meat was within the regulations. As for distributing meat to the whole village, Tianzi only gave out a set of pig offal. Is he also called a spy? If that's the case, then wouldn't our entire village be spies? Everyone laughed. Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing's explanations were well-reasoned, while Erguizi's family's complaint was vague. Zhao Zhengran and the others actually understood that this was indeed the fault of Erguizi and the others. But Erguizi and Lu Yunying are still unaware of this. They think that since they have done it, they might as well just go for it. Anyway, no matter what happens, Shu Tianzi must be pushed into the water. So Lu Yunying shouted, "Secretary, this person's work style is still problematic. He's a lazy guy, and his parents just died. What do you think they get all the food for 7 people in their family? Why are they so fat and plump? Fat head and big ears?" Shu Tianzi and the others were stunned for a moment, then naturally touched the roots of their hair. Zhao Zhengran and the others also glanced at them and frowned slightly. Erguizi continued to shout, "And this job of his, it must be illegal. I wonder which company in the city would hire a lazy, incompetent rural person?" Zhao Zhengran looked at Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing and asked, "Are the things Comrade Lu Yunying and Comrade Ergui reported true? How did Comrade Shu Tianzi's family have so much food, and how did he get his job? More than that, leader." Lu Yunying didn't seem to have said enough and jumped out to continue shouting. "They even built a house. Their family provided meals for 10 days or so there were dozens of people eating every day. Our village canteen can't even provide that much food. Where does their family get the food from? Shu Tianzi must be a spy, and these grains were given by his contact. People like this deserve to eat peanuts and be shot." Lu Yunying became more and more ferocious as she spoke, not caring at all about the murderous looks of the villagers below. They ate all the food from Shu Tianzi's family and didn't care where the food came from. After all, as long as you can fill your stomach, who cares where the food comes from? But didn't Lu Yunying mean that they all ate the spies' food and were therefore also spies? Next, let me tell you. Seeing that Lu Yunying's family was still nagging and the village chief and the team leader had almost finished explaining, Shu Tianzi started shouting. Everyone turned their eyes to him, and Zhao Zhengran and others also avoided the entanglement of Shu Daqiang and others. "You're a Shu Tianzi, right?" "Yes, I am Shu Tianzi." Shu Tianzi looked directly at Zhao Zhengran and said, without changing his expression, "I grew up in Shujia village, a native rural person." The claim that Lu Yunying's family claimed they were spies was pure slander driven by jealousy. I reserve the right to sue them, and I hope that after my identity is confirmed, the leaders will make the decision for me. A young man who is neither humble nor arrogant, and who is clear-headed and logical, and who showed no fear even when facing a bullet. Zhao Zhengran frowned. This was his first impression of Shu Tianzi. He nodded and said, "First, explain where your family's food comes from, and how did you get your job? It doesn't mean that just because you were born and raised in the Shu family, you can't be a spy. Or perhaps they were saboteurs planted among the people after being instigated by enemy spies. Hiss, do you really dare to speak up? If this thing is confirmed, even a peanut would be considered a small amount. However, this is in line with the current national conditions. After all, there are indeed many enemy spies across the country." Without waiting for Shu Tianzi to explain, Zhao Zhengran continued, "Of course, as long as you can prove your innocence, I'll take care of this matter for you." "Good." Shu Tianzi nodded and said slowly, "We have already discussed the issue of dividing the pork, so I will not say more. Next, I will explain how my family gets its food." Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned serious. They were also curious about where Shu Tianzi's family got their food from. "Some of it was left by my 3 aunts. Although it's not much, it's enough to eat for a few days. As for the other part, I bought it with my own money." Before Shu Tianzi could finish his words, Lu Yunying shouted, "Bullshit! Where does your family have any money? I can't make money without it." Shu Tianzi rolled his eyes and looked at Zhao Zhengran and said, "Secretary, can you tell her to shut up?" Zhao Zhengran cast a look at Sun Erden, and several militiamen immediately took control of Lu Yunying's family. Then, Zhao Zhengran looked at Shu Tianzi. "You can continue." The meat-sharing incident had spread quite a bit before, and was even discovered by the purchasing agent from the machinery factory who went to the countryside to make purchases. So they came to me and asked me to provide them with some unplanned supplies. Shu Tianxi said lightly, and then took out the purchase certificate. Zhao Zhengran took the certificate and frowned immediately. Chapter 112, I just want justice. Shu Tianxi, even though you have the purchase evidence, it's still wrong to do something private to the public. Zhao Zhengran held the purchase certificate in his hand and pondered for a moment, then scolded. The supplies on the mountain belong to the collective, not just you. You traded the materials from the mountains with state-owned enterprises, although this did not constitute speculation. But you are still misappropriating collective assets. After these words were spoken, Lu Yuning's family, who were originally a little nervous, suddenly became alert. She laughed and shouted, "See, I told you he's not a good guy. He appropriated collective assets and took our things to sell for money. Listen, folks, the food and meat they eat are all our assets. People like this will only suck our blood if they stay in the village. They should be dragged out and shot." Hearing this, a group of villagers suddenly became swayed. Yes, every blade of grass and every tree on the mountain are their collective assets. Whenever Shu Tianxi killed a wild boar, he had to share the meat with them, and they hadn't eaten enough yet. Before, they were looking forward to Shu Tianxi hunting a few more wild boars and sharing the meat with them. But now I heard that he sold all the prey he hunted to the machinery factory and used the money to buy food for himself. Who can tolerate this? Ordinary people can't stand it, and those who have eaten Shu Tianxi's pork can't stand it even more. It's just that they didn't stand up and be the first to speak out. Shu Tianyu and his wife, along with their younger brothers and sisters, stared at Lu Yuning's family with anger in their eyes. This family is so despicable that they actually want to force their third child to death. If it weren't for the eldest brother, sister-in-law, and second sister holding them back, Shu Tianx and Shu Shuilong would have gone forward to bite people. Where's this crow? It's cawing like crazy. Why is no one hitting her in the mouth? Shu Tianxi looked at Sun Erden with dissatisfaction, saying, "Can't you guys with guns control a few people's mouths?" Then, without waiting for anyone to make a move, he slowly said, "Also, who said I embezzled collective assets? After I established a relationship with the purchaser from the machinery factory, I immediately contacted my village chief and team leader. Furthermore, I handed over all the profits from the 3 wild boars I killed to the village collective." What? 3 wild boars? Hiss! Such a large number made everyone who heard this gasp. They can eat nearly 1 kilogram of pork from 1 wild boar. So wouldn't 3 wild boars make more than 2 kilograms? Everyone seemed to see a large piece of pork right in front of them and couldn't help swallowing. But these wild boars were sold by Shu Tianxi. At this time, Shu Daqiang and Shu Shaoqing also stood up again. Shu Daqiang said, "Secretary, everything Tianxi said is true. Since he expressed his willingness to give a share of the wild boar to the village collective, I also lent him a hunting rifle." Zhao Zhengran looked at Shu Tianxi in surprise, then asked Shu Daqiang, "How much money did comrade Shu Tianxi hand in?" 70%. Shu Daqiang and Shu Shaoqing said in unison. "It's 1,325 yuan in total, and I've deposited it all." Shu Shaoqing stepped forward and explained, "In order to support Shu Tianxi's actions, the production team leader expressed his willingness to exchange his points for work points at a 1-to-1 ratio. The leaders should all know about this." Hiss! More than 1,300 yuan. How thick would that big black bag be? The villagers in the audience gasped again as big black coins floated before their eyes. They earn work points in the fields, but only a few dozen yuan a year. More than 1,300, they can never earn that much money in their lifetime. But Shu Tianxi handed it over as soon as he was told. At this moment, they looked at Shu Tianxi with a little more respect. Zhao Zhengran also learned from Qiandahai that someone had indeed reported this matter before. Hearing this, Zhao Zhengran's expression suddenly softened a lot. He looked at Shu Tianxi and asked, "So, you got 30% of the 3 wild boars?" "No." Shu Tianxi shook his head decisively and explained, "The wild boar was hunted by Su Jun and I from the Su family. So he and I split that 30%. So is it strange that I have food at home now?" Everyone suddenly understood why Shu Tianxi's family had food. You know what? This is really earned by risking one's life. Moreover, most of the money from selling the pigs was given to the village collective, so it could not be considered as an embezzlement of collective assets. Lu Yuning's family was stunned. They didn't expect Shu Tianxi to do things so perfectly. Doesn't that mean that their whole family will be held accountable? No. Urgwazi suddenly glared and shouted, "Where's his job? He's a lazy idiot. Why should the machinery factory give him work quotas?" Hearing this, everyone in the audience looked at him as if he were an idiot. Everyone understood him. He was just making a last-ditch effort, trying to grasp at any straw. Shu Tianxi also rolled his eyes and took out his work permit and said, "Because the machinery factory is short of unplanned materials, and I have the ability to go up the mountain and hunt for the supplies they need. So, is it reasonable for them to recruit me as a buyer?" Zhao Zhengran took the work permit from his hand, and Qian Dehai, beside him, also took a look at it. When they saw the grade on their work permits, their pupils shrank. Level 6 clerk. When these words were spoken, the surrounding leaders and villagers were also shocked. What? Tianxi is actually a level 6 clerk. What do you mean? Is there something special about being a level 6 clerk? Of course it's special. My uncle's son graduated from a technical secondary school and was only paid the salary of a level 7 clerk after becoming a regular employee. The salary for a level 6 clerk is higher than that for a technical secondary school graduate, and it's over 40 yuan a month. What? Doesn't that mean Tianxi is even better than technical secondary school students? Just over 40 yuan a month. We can't earn that much money in a year. Everyone was talking about it, looking at Shu Tianxi on the stage with shock and envy. An ordinary purchasing agent enjoys the treatment of a level 6 clerk? If it weren't for the clearly visible words and seal on the work permit, they might have suspected it was fake. From this, we can also see that the machinery factory values Shu Tianxi very much and recognizes his abilities. Now Shu Tianxi has produced all the evidence to prove his ability, identity, and source of money. Facts have proved that not only is he not a spy, but he is also a good comrade who has been contributing to the village collective. Zhao Zhengran no longer acted politely and bowed to Shu Tianxi and said, "Comrade Shu Tianxi, we misunderstood you. Here, we sincerely apologize to you." Seeing this, Qian Dehai, Sun Erden, and others also bowed. No need to apologize. Shu Tianxi waved his hand and looked at Lu Yuning's family with a sharp gaze. "I just want justice, and for those who framed me to receive the punishment they deserve. I also hope that the secretary will not forget what he just promised me." Chapter 113. Bite back, I won't help you with this. Shu Tianxi, what do you want to do, you little bastard? When Lu Yuning heard that Shu Tianxi was going to settle the score later, she immediately panicked. "Shut up." Sun Erden seemed to feel that he owed Shu Tianxi and also hated Lu Yuning for making them misunderstand their good comrades. So he scolded and slapped Lu Yuning. There was a snap, and Lu Yuning was completely stunned. Urgwazi and his children wanted to curse, but several militiamen pointed their guns at them. Urgwazi and the others are not Shu Tianxi. They were so scared when they saw the gun that their pants got wet. Zhao Zhengran took a look, frowned, but did not stop. He looked at Shu Tianxi and said softly, "Comrade Shu Tianxi, what do you want?" "Secretary, I don't really care." Shu Tianxi shrugged and said calmly, "But these guys are not good people. You are selfish, picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons, and then you blame others for not distributing the meat equally. When he saw that we had food and drink at home, he got jealous and made up things to mess with us. Today they may regard our family as a thorn in their side, but tomorrow it may be someone else. If other villagers' families are a little better off, do we have to worry about them complaining? By then, after a lot of trouble, even if there's nothing wrong with it, something will appear to be wrong. If things continue like this, how can others live in peace?" As soon as these words were spoken, what was originally just a personal grudge immediately escalated into the level of collective interests. People are selfish, and no one wants to get involved in muddy water unless it involves their own interests. Lu Yuning's big mouth is well known in the village, and no one wants to provoke her. But now after hearing what Shu Tianxi said, everyone immediately had their own thoughts. But this is not enough. No one will stand up at this time. Zhao Zhengran, who understood Shu Tianxi's meaning, glanced at him, wanting to see what else he could do. Original. Shu Tianxi was about to do as Zhao Zhengran wanted, and suddenly shouted and took out a certificate. With a stern look on his face, he shouted confidently, "I know the villagers are short of food and clothing, and it's hard for them to survive this winter. So I specifically discussed it with our director and asked him to get this certificate after a few days. As long as they have the certificate, the villagers can exchange their game for food." What? Is there such a thing? Doesn't that mean that we can go hunting in the mountains openly from now on? As long as they can catch prey, no one in their village will starve to death anymore. Upon hearing this news, all the villagers suddenly became excited. Although Shu Tianxi didn't hand it over, Zhao Zhengran still took a look at the certificate. Although he couldn't see the words clearly, he still saw the seal of the machinery factory. In other words, Shu Tianxi really found a way to save the villagers. Tianxi is right. Shu Daqiang was also a little excited and walked forward with excitement on his face. Originally, I gathered everyone today to tell you this good news. Tianxi was originally a hero of our Shujia village, but he met Lu Yuning's family of bad guys. If everyone is like them, which villager will be willing to work for the collective in the future? At this moment, Shu Daqiang no longer planned to protect Erguizi's family. He didn't know how many times he shouted to stop her, but it was no use. In order to prevent Shu Tianxi from being disappointed in the villagers, he had no choice but to step forward and help. Well done, Tianxi. I knew this kid would have a bright future since he was little. Tianxi was so well-behaved when he was little. I even carried him to bed. That's right. I said Tianxi isn't that kind of person. It's all Lu Yuning's family's fault. That's right. Lu Yuning's family doesn't look like good people at all. A group of villagers began to talk about their own things. Some tried to get close to Erguizi, and some cursed his family. Shu Tianxi waved his hand and continued. As a native Shu family member, I grew up under your watch. Seeing that you guys are not able to eat enough, how can I, a junior, eat my meal? So yesterday, I took out all the food in my house to feed and nourish my uncles and aunts who worked in the family. The purpose is to give them the strength to go up the mountain and hunt more prey with the team. But after seeing what Erguizi's family did today, I was so sad. So I decided that I won't help you with this matter. After saying this, he stuffed the certificate into his arms, then turned and was about to leave. Tianxi, you can't do that. Shu Daqiang's face changed, and he quickly stepped forward to hold the other person. Shu Shaoqing and others also stepped forward and shouted, Tianxi, hundreds of people in Shujia village are waiting for you to save their lives. You can't not help me, uncle, please. A group of village leaders came forward to ask Shu Tianxi for help, leaving Zhao Zhengran and others stunned. This group of people came here, but not only did they fail to catch the enemy spies, they also seemed to have harmed an entire village. Thinking of this, they immediately looked at Erguizi's family angrily. When Shu Tianxi faced the village leader's attempts to retain him, he showed a heartbroken expression. Village chief, Captain, it's not that I don't want to help. I'm also a member of the village, and I also want the villagers to have enough food to eat and no one will starve to death. But what was the result? I was falsely accused, framed, and nearly shot. There are few people in the village who speak up for me. What's the point of me helping them? I, Shu Tianxi, am not such a jerk as to put my warm face on someone else's cold, but anyway, I have a job in the city, so at worst I can just take my whole family to live in the city. After hearing this, the villagers in the audience immediately refused to accept it. They were already extremely hungry and were about to starve to death. They finally got some good news, but it was ruined by Erguizi's family. At this moment, everyone's hatred towards Erguizi's family reached its peak. Someone suddenly shouted, Secretary, take Erguizi and his family to the farm for reform. Those who maliciously undermine collective unity are enemy spies. We must investigate them thoroughly. Even if they're not enemy spies, they're still bad saboteurs. They can't be kept alive. They must be dragged off to be shot. As the villagers began to side with Shu Tianxi, Zhao Zhengran and others looked at the seemingly elegant figure in surprise. This guy is so cruel. He will never let go of anything he has done. After hearing this, Erguizi's family turned pale and collapsed to the ground. They quickly looked toward Shu Daqiang, howled, and ran over. Village head, don't move. Sun Erden and other militiamen's faces changed, and they pulled the trigger directly. Tajdajda. Looking at the row of bullet holes on the yellow mud ground in front of them, Erguizi's family suddenly trembled. The rich liquid soaked the crotch of the pants, and the pungent smell began to spread. Looking at the dazed expressions of Erguizi's family, Shu Daqiang shook his head and sighed. Zhao Zhengran and the others looked at each other and said, I think Comrade Shu Tianxi is right. Now is a special period. We cannot allow those with ulterior motives to undermine our collective unity. Chapter 114, the whole village expressed its stance. So I suggest that Erguizi and his family be sent to a farm for rehabilitation. When the transformation is successful, we will consider whether to release them. Agree. I agree. With Zhao Zhengran speaking up, The other people in the commune naturally had no objections. Take away. With a wave of the top leader's hand, Sun Erden and others immediately arrested Erguazi's family. Let go. Let me go. I don't want to go to the farm. It's unfair, Secretary. I really am wronged. Village Chief, please save me. I grew up with you. Please save us. Seeing that this family was dying and still wanted to drag him down with it, Shu Daqiang, who had originally felt a little bit reluctant, suddenly became angry. He just took off his socks and stuffed them into Erguazi's mouth. Woo woo woo. Erguazi's pupils shrank. The smell of a dead snake made him feel nauseous, and he fainted. Village Chief, you watched us die without helping us. We are your villagers. Shu Tianxi, you are not a human being. You will be punished. Who has socks left? Lend me some. Shu Daqiang shouted loudly. Swish. Hundreds of people in the audience began to take off their socks. The rich smell seemed to solidify, and green smoke billowed above their heads. Zhao Zhengran frowned and waved his hand quickly, saying, Take it away quickly, take it away. Then, Erguazi and Lu Yuning's family were taken away by the militia. Comrades, the weather is getting colder. Put on your socks quickly and be careful not to catch a cold. Zhao Zhengran pressed his hand and said loudly, Comrades, the commune has zero tolerance for saboteurs like this. If you encounter such people in the future, please report them to us immediately. We will not tolerate rumors, slander, false accusations, or looking for trouble. Of course, Shu Tianxi is also a good comrade. Good comrades like these who uphold the collective and create value for the collective deserve praise and support. Therefore, I decided to award Comrade Shu Tianxi a model member medal and banner. I hope everyone will learn from him and make more contributions to the collective. Good. That's very well said. This is what a good leader of ours should be. Pa 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 pa. The sound of applause and cheers was endless, and the atmosphere on the scene reached a climax again. Zhao Zhengran and others enjoyed the villagers' admiration for a while, and then said goodbye. Before leaving, he shook hands with Shu Tianxi and asked some sensitive questions. After Shu Tianxi gave a perfunctory answer, he shook hands with them one by one and watched them leave. Shu Tianxi touched his chin. He didn't expect that such a good thing would happen to him. Although the silk banner is not a big deal, it is a symbol of appearance these days. With a good reputation, you will be respected and treated warmly wherever you go. Tianxi, this matter is over. Let's continue with the previous topic. The villagers are still waiting for your help. Shu Daqiang calmed down and looked at Shu Tianxi. At this time, he was very worried that Erguazi's incident would annoy Shu Tianxi. When the time comes, he will just wave his hand and say that he doesn't care anymore. As a result, all the villagers in their village could only sit at home and wait for death. Of course, now he also hates Erguazi and his family. Shu Tianxi glanced at Shu Daqiang and sighed, Village Chief, I think I should keep a low profile. Look, I was reported to the commune just for feeding my family. If I let the whole village have enough to eat, how many people will come out to sue me? There are so many jealous people these days. I'm a little scared. What Shu Tianxi said made sense, and Shu Daqiang really had no way to refute it for a moment. These days, everyone is short of food, so seeing you eating well is a bit of a turn-on. If you see that everyone in the village has enough to eat, there will be more than one person who will be jealous. But does Shu Daqiang have any solution? He has no solution either. He couldn't just watch all the villagers starve to death. Shu Tianxi was his only hope. He looked at Shu Tianxi with an apologetic look in his eyes and said, Tianxi, I know you've been wronged. Uncle apologizes to you, even kneels down to you. Shu Tianxi quickly lifted the other person's hands to prevent him from kneeling down. If he knelt down, the reputation he had just built up in the village would be gone. Tianxi, you really can't just ignore the villagers. In order to make it up to you, feel free to put forward any conditions you have. Yeah, God-given. Shu Shaoqing also stepped forward and advised, whether the villagers can survive this winter really depends on you. After all, you're a member of the village. Can you just watch them die of starvation or disease? The captain also knows that you have been wronged, and this is indeed the fault of us leaders. I can assure you that there will never be such a person in our village again. Hearing this, Shu Tianxi chuckled. He shook his head and sneered. I'm more than just being wronged. I've already obtained a town household registration and can always have a place to live in the city. I can live in the city with my whole family, eat rationed food, and avoid being framed by others. Why didn't I move? Wasn't it because I was thinking about the feeling of being from the same village? But what is the result? As he spoke, Shu Tianxi's eyes seemed to turn red. He covered his face, pretending not to let the tears flow. Seeing this, Shu Daqiang, who was standing by, hurried to help and shouted to all the villagers. Tell me about you guys. What do you look like? People who seek benefits from God's gift to us have been reported to the commune. If this continues, who will be willing to contribute to the collective in the future? Have you ever considered your own problems? Tianxi is an employed person now and can move to the city at any time. If he takes his whole family away from Shujia village, I don't think anyone will care about your life or death. With the cooperation of the two, a group of villagers also seemed to realize their mistakes. They all stepped forward and began to apologize to Shu Tianxi. Tianxi, this time it's my uncle's fault for not standing by your side the first time. Please forgive me once and help us again. My uncle has an 80-year-old mother and 7 children at home. Yes, Tianxi, just think of it as an uncle begging you. I promise you, if anyone says something bad about you in the future, I will be the first one to not forgive him. That's right, whether they are from other villages or ours. If they dare to say anything bad about Tianxi, I'll throw shit all over their family. Agree. I agree. Me too. So, Tianxi, you must not move to the city. Shujia village is your route. Shu Tianxi covered his face and glanced at the group of people, thinking that he was stupid to move into the city. In a few years, when a strong wind blows, all the city dwellers will want to flee to the countryside to hide. If I go into the city at this time, wouldn't that be seeking death? Chapter 115. Pray for food. At the village meeting in Shujia village, Shu Tianxi, the village chief, the captain, and others stood in front of hundreds of people. They were thin, dark faces, mixed with some with swollen faces and limp bodies. The group of villagers who had already contracted the 60 disease didn't know that their time was running out, but they were still shouting and begging Shu Tianxi. They promised and guaranteed that no one would bully Shu Tianxi's family anymore, and even wanted to raise Shu Tianxi's status above that of the village chief. Shu Tianxi didn't have that intention, so he quickly raised his hand to interrupt the villagers' shouting. Fellow villagers, dear elders. It seemed to have little effect, so he took the loudspeaker from Shu Daqiang. Quiet. Shut up. Under the angry scolding, hundreds of villagers began to shut their mouths, but they still stared at Shu Tianxi with expectation and pleading eyes. Shu Tianxi nodded and said, I see the determination of the villagers. Thank you. When my parents passed away, the 6 of us siblings were hanging by a thread. It was the villagers and elders who donated their remaining food, allowing us to survive. I remember this love, and so do our brothers and sisters. I originally planned to use my position to help you guys get through this cold winter. Even if I lose my job or get criticized, I won't hesitate. Hearing this, Shu Tianyu and others held hands and looked grateful. The villagers in the audience were in tears and felt very relieved. Regardless of whether they donated food or not, they were all touched by Shu Tianxi's words. Shu Tianxi wanted to win people's hearts so that his family would not be criticized for drinking and eating meat in the future. He couldn't let the villagers kneel all the time. He had to give them some benefits. So when the villagers were about to speak up, he waved his hand again. Although Ergwazi and his family almost cost me my life, but I know this has nothing to do with you fellow villagers. So I decided to continue to help everyone work together to overcome this difficult time. As soon as these words came out, Shu Daqiang and Shu Shaoqing were the first to breathe a sigh of relief. They wiped the sweat from their heads, and smiles of relief gradually appeared on their faces. Shu Daqiang strode forward and shouted, Fellow villagers, I told you so long ago. Tianxi is a good boy and a hero to our Shujia village. Even though he suffered so much injustice today, he is still willing to help us overcome the sadness. You must remember his contribution to our village and everything he did. If any villager dares to do something behind my back in the future, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as these words came out, hundreds of villagers immediately responded. They looked determined and shouted loudly that they would remember Shu Tianxi's kindness in the future. From now on, if anyone says anything bad about Tianxi, they will never let that person off. At this time, the sun came out from the clouds. The dazzling light refracted down and shone on Shu Tianxi. Shu Tianyu and others standing beside him quickly raised their hands and looked at the third brother in front of them. After his parents passed away, the youngest brother, who had been depressed, suddenly cheered up. He not only served as the head of the family, but also took on the responsibility of taking care of the whole family. Now we have to shoulder the responsibility of leading the whole village through the cold winter. Relief, heartache, admiration, respect. All kinds of emotions surged in the hearts of these brothers and sisters. At this time, some people were tired of shouting and asked, "Village chief, what is your solution?" "Yeah, it's already dinner time, and we still don't know what to do." "Village chief, Tianxi, can you please tell us quickly?" Shu Daqiang glanced at Shu Tianxi and saw that he nodded. So Shu Daqiang stepped back a few steps and let Shu Tianxi start his speech. Shu Tianxi glanced at the villagers below, many of whom had targeted him. He was too lazy to argue at this point and said slowly, "Everyone knows this. I'm an employee of the machinery factory. My job is a purchaser, responsible for going to the countryside to purchase all unplanned supplies. The resources on the mountain at the end of our village are the supplies they need. So after discussing with the village chief, I decided to organize a hunting team with the village militia and young and strong villagers. You are responsible for hunting in the mountains, and I am responsible for helping you transport the prey to the machinery factory to exchange for money. This way you can get through this cold winter safely." Although most of the villagers in the village are uneducated, there are also many smart ones. After hearing Shu Tianxi's words, someone immediately asked a question loudly. "God's will. Even if we give you all the prey, it will only be exchanged for money. We don't have enough food coupons, and we can't exchange them for food." "Yes, even if we have money but no tickets, we will die if we can't buy food." "Well said," Shu Tianxi shouted, then took out the food exchange certificate. "Do you know what this is?" "This is a food exchange certificate, which allows you to exchange unplanned supplies for food. The machinery factory has grain, but no meat, and we have countless game in the mountains, but we have no grain. So the machinery factory was willing to give us food in exchange for unplanned supplies. All you have to do is go hunting in the mountains and get enough prey before the snow closes the mountains." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. "Great, we are saved. Yes, we can finally survive. Woo woo woo, I finally don't have to die." The villagers cried with joy and hugged their loved ones. People died in the village every few days, and a shadow of death hung over every villager. Although people say they are not afraid of death, who doesn't want to live when the day really comes? Now that they finally see hope, they really can't help but want to burst into tears. God's gift! At this time, a woman came forward and shouted. Shu Tianxi knew the other person. She was the wife of one of his playmates. So he smiled, nodded, and asked, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" The woman showed a hint of hesitation on her face and shouted, "My mother's family." As soon as these words were spoken, the wives who married into the Shu family all looked expectant. However, Shu Daqiang and others looked gloomy and stepped forward to scold. "Fong Fong, don't embarrass Tianxi. He must have put a lot of thought into helping our village." "That's right. Our village has just opened up new opportunities. Aren't you betraying Tianxi by saying this now?" The woman ignored the condemnation from around her and just stared at Shu Tianxi with hope in her eyes. Shu Tianxi didn't show any remorse, but just shook his head apologetically. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. The machinery factory isn't a large factory with thousands of employees, so it's uncertain how much food it can produce. So I must focus on our Shujia village and not care about other villages. In addition, I hope all villagers will keep their mouths shut about my ability to help everyone exchange food and not spread the word. If we cause dissatisfaction at the machinery factory, we'll all starve to death." Hearing this, the woman immediately groaned, covered her face, and started crying. Apart from her husband, no one sympathized with her. Shu Daqiang shouted, "Everyone is clear about the specific matters. If anyone wants to go hunting in the mountains with the militia, you can come and sign up with me." Chapter 116. The Idea of the Eldest Brother and Sister-in-Law. After Shu Tianxi explained all the matters, he did not pay attention to the militia recruiting members to go up the mountain. He turned around and found Shu Daqiang and said, "Village chief, I need a letter of introduction." Shu Daqiang was startled and asked, "Are you going on a business trip? At this critical moment, you actually want to leave our county?" "Village chief, I'm also thinking about our village." Shu Tianxi frowned and explained, "After all, there are hundreds of people in our village, and there are hundreds of mouths waiting to be fed. Although the machinery factory was a state-owned unit, it was, after all, only a small unit in the county. If one day they can no longer provide food, won't we villagers be left to die?" Shu Daqiang was startled again and guessed, "So you want it?" "That's right." Shu Tianxi nodded and said, Not to mention other provinces, I have to go to the city at least. I have to find 2 more escape routes, just in case. Tianci. Shu Daqiang nodded vigorously and reached out to pat Shu Tianci on the shoulder. You are devoted to the villagers, and the village chief is very pleased. Uncle really can't give you anything to thank you for, so I can only say thank you. From now on, as long as you are willing, I will give you the position of village chief. Shu Tianci was immediately startled, rolled his eyes, and said, Village chief, stop trying to trick me. This position of village chief is a mess. Isn't it good for me to be free and alone? As soon as my brothers and sisters have found their place, I will go out into the world and enjoy myself. Don't even think about using the useless title of village chief to tie me down. Shu Daqiang was stunned, then burst into laughter. Okay, you have your ideas. The village chief will not stop you. I'll give you a letter of introduction now, and if you need anything in the future, just let me know. Good. Shu Tianci nodded and received the letter of introduction from the village about 10 minutes later. As soon as I walked out of the village chief's house, Shu Tianyu and the others surrounded me. Tianci, the third brother. Are you okay? Shu Tianci glanced at them and said with a smile. It's okay. What can happen to me? I'm hungry. Shall we go home? Hearing this, Song Yuro immediately smiled and said, Okay, sister-in-law will cook for you. On the way home, Shu Xianglian kept blaming Shu Tianci for taking on this mess. How much pressure does this put on the food supply for the entire village? In response to his second sister's misunderstanding, Shu Tianci shook his head without giving any further explanation. It just means that they will have to live in the village in the future and cannot watch all the villagers die. If they're the only family left alive by then, wouldn't it become a ghost village? When the higher-ups heard that they were the only family left alive, wouldn't they come down to investigate? By then, their entire family will be taken to a horse farm for reform. Tianci, why don't you go live in the city? At this time, eldest brother Shu Tianyu suddenly showed his cleverness for the first time. He looked at Shu Tianci puzzledly and said, You already have a job and can live in the city. As long as you live in the city, you won't have to bear the responsibility of saving the villagers. Brother, you have become much smarter. Shu Tianci smiled slightly, very happy. He asked, If I go to the city, what about you? If you didn't find a job for your second sister, then she is also a city dweller. You take Shuoyan, Tiance, and Shueilon to the city and live a good life. Your sister-in-law and I will stay in the village so that we can give an explanation to the villagers. Shu Tianyu talked incessantly, completely different from his previous silly appearance. But he still wholeheartedly cared about the good of his younger brothers and sisters, even though he knew he would be cursed by the villagers for the rest of his life. After hearing this, Song Yuro did not object. She nodded and smiled. Yes, God-given. The burden of saving all the villagers is too great to be borne by you. The eldest brother is like a father, and the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother, so your eldest brother and I should do something for you. So listen to your eldest brother and go to the city with your second sister and your younger siblings. I won't. Shu Xianglian shook her head and decisively rejected the kindness of her elder brother and sister-in-law. If you want to leave, let's leave together. I won't keep you in the village anyway. The three of them actually started arguing. Seeing this, Shu Tianci shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the end, he shook his head and let his elder brother down. Okay, stop arguing, he shouted and explained. The city is overpopulated, and the common people all want to find a good job in the city. But the food in the city is not endless, and there is no place to accommodate so many people. Our leaders are issuing policies to send educated youth to the countryside to build up the countryside. What is the purpose? It is to relieve the pressure on the town. So there are a lot of troubles in the town, and it is not a good idea for me to go to the city alone. The most important thing is that Shu Tianci was afraid that the evil storm in a few years would affect him. The best way to avoid the evil wind is to stay away from cities and counties. Of course, he wouldn't tell his family about this. After hearing what Shu Tianci said, Shu Tianyu and the others also pondered for a while. Shu Tianyu raised his head and said, Tianci, even if what you said is true, so can you really handle the task of getting food for the villagers? Don't worry, I wouldn't ask this unless I was sure. Shu Tianci waved his hand and soothed. After hearing what he said, Shu Tianyu and others could only put their worries at ease for the time being. As they were talking, the family returned home. I'm so hungry. I'll go make a fire. Shu Shueilon shouted and ran to the kitchen. I'll wash the sweet potatoes. Shu Tianci also shouted and chased after him. Hearing this, Shu Tianci immediately looked at Song Yuro and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, I want to eat rice. I'm starting to get a burning sensation in my stomach from eating sweet potatoes every day." In fact, Shu Tianyu and the others also had this feeling, but no one said it. After all, it's good enough to have something to eat. Haven't you seen other families starving to death? After hearing what Shu Tianci said, Song Yuro immediately nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll go cook. Would you mind scrambling a few more eggs?" "Okay. Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law." Shu Tianci smiled slightly and nodded. "You are so polite to your family. You are the one who works the hardest in this family." Song Yuro shook her head and turned to walk into the kitchen. What she said was actually from her heart. It was indeed Shu Tianci who was the most tired in the whole family. There was no shortage of sweet potatoes at home, and wild rabbits and pheasants were brought home every few days. Not to mention eggs, which almost everyone eats every day. But for other families, eating wild vegetables is a luxury. If Shu Tianci hadn't been there, the whole family would have starved to death. At the same time, Song Yuro was also very grateful to Shu Tianci. In the Shu family, she felt valued for the first time. It was also the first time I experienced the feeling of eating until my stomach was full. Although she does as much as she does at her mother's house every day, the respect she receives from her uncle and aunt makes her realize what it means to be willing. More than an hour later, the whole family sat around the octagonal table. Looking at the white rice in the bowl, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Chapter 117 Noodles for one person. Brother and sister-in-law. Second sister, good morning. Old 3 is awake. I cooked you a bowl of noodles. Come and eat. Seeing Shu Tianci looking refreshed, Song Yuro brought him a bowl of hand-rolled noodles. Shu Tianci's eyes lit up, and he sniffed hard and said, "It smells so good. Come and eat." Following Song Yuro's instructions, Shu Tianci sat down at the 8 immortals table. Looking at the bowl in front of him, he found not only noodles, but also 2 pheasant eggs. This breakfast was quite sumptuous in that era. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Shu Tianci thanked him gratefully and prepared to start feasting. Gurgle. He suddenly heard the sound of swallowing saliva and immediately looked in the direction of the sound and found that his 2 younger brothers and sisters were pulled out by Shu Qilin. Seeing this, how could Shu Tianci not understand? He looked at Song Yuro and asked, "Sister-in-law, haven't you eaten yet? You're the only one who manages this family, so of course you have to eat this kind of fine grain sparingly." Shu Xiaolian walked over with a pheasant egg in her hand. "Here, we're lucky to have an egg to eat." Although this is true, Shu Tianci does not want to enjoy this honor alone. You are eating noodles alone with your brothers and sisters watching you. How can you eat it? So Shu Tianci looked up at Shu Shuilian and the others and shouted, "Shuilian, Shui Tianci, Shuilon. Come here, let's eat noodles." "No." Without waiting for the 3 children to respond, Song Yuro and Shu Xianglian quickly refuted. Shu Tianyu also advised, "Third brother, just eat yours. The more our family eats, the more stress there is on you. Big brother has no ability and doesn't know how to help you share the burden. We already had white rice yesterday, so you can eat the noodles by yourself. We are very happy just to have eggs to eat in the morning." "Third brother, I don't like eating noodles." Shu Shuilian turned her head and said something insincerely. Shu Tianci and Shu Shuilon also nodded and said, "Yes, we don't like eating noodles. Third brother, eat quickly." Shu Tianci felt distressed when he saw how they were obviously ravenous, but still stubbornly saying they didn't want to eat. The food we brought back was still too little, and my eldest sister-in-law and second sister were reluctant to cook. He looked up at the 2 of them and said, "Sister-in-law, second sister, don't think about saving money in the future. If you don't want to give up white flour, you can mix it with corn flour and roll it into noodles. This way, our whole family can have noodles." "No, that won't do. What a waste of flour. How could it be wasted? Didn't our family eat it all?" Shu Tianci glared and spread his hands, saying, "You can't let the whole family watch me eat alone, right? Okay, we get it." Shu Xianglian waved her hands and advised, "Eat quickly. The noodles are clumping together." Hearing this, Shu Tianci could only eat the bowl of noodles obediently. After breakfast, Shu Tianyu and the others prepared to go to the fields to work. Shu Tianci shouted, "Brother, sister-in-law, and second sister, you don't have to wait for me at noon. I'm going to the city. I probably won't be back for dinner." "Okay, be careful, okay?" "I understand." Shu Tianci waved his hand and rode his bicycle away from home. Now the whole village is counting on him, and he doesn't have to hide the fact that he rides his bike anymore. Kinsey, good morning. Are you going out? Kinsey, are you planning to go to the city? Our village has formed 5 hunting teams, and they are heading up the mountain today. Along the way, many villagers began to greet Shu Tianxi, which was rarely seen before. From the fragmentary words, Shu Tianxi also got some information about the hunting team. 5 hunting teams, they're going to clear the mountain. Fortunately, I have space for breeding, otherwise I wouldn't be able to hunt in the future. Shu Tianxi shook his head and quickly rode his bicycle to the town. Perhaps because he arrived early, he saw Jiangli had just opened the door of the clinic. Sister Jiang, good morning. Jiangli turned around when she heard the voice, and a light suddenly flashed in her pupils. She hurried forward, looked around, and said in a deep voice, "Are you okay?" Shu Tianxi was stunned and looked at the other party in confusion. "I'm fine here, what could go wrong? I heard yesterday that someone reported you, and the commune secretary went to the Shu family to arrest you. So glad to see you're safe and sound." Jiangli let out a breath, as if she was really worried about Shu Tianxi. It is not clear whether he is worried about Shu Tianxi's safety or his future whereabouts. Shu Tianxi chuckled and shook his head, saying, "I'm fine. The other party is just jealous and spreading rumors." Jiangli rolled her eyes when she heard this, thinking to herself, isn't she clear about whether the other party spread rumors or not? She glanced left and right, then stared at the bicycle under Shu Tianxi's. "But why are you so high profile? You're riding your bike around town. Aren't you afraid that someone will get jealous and report you? Are you afraid of anything?" Shu Tianxi took out his work ID without saying a word and slapped it twice. "I am a legal and compliant purchaser of a machinery factory. What's wrong with riding a bicycle? Is it illegal for a buyer to ride a bicycle? Is it illegal for a buyer to transport supplies on foot? Hey, look at how proud you are." Jiangli rolled her eyes and complained. She continued to inquire, "Are you going to the city, or are you coming here specifically to see your sister?" "I'm going to the city and came to ask about my sister's work." Shu Tianxi answered honestly. I have to say, Jiangli wanted to strangle this guy to death for a moment. She knew that the other person was a smart person, and that answer must have been intentional. Jiangli pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Sister Lu did tell me about this." "How is it?" Shu Tianxi asked hurriedly. "Want to know?" Jiangli asked back. Seeing Shu Tianxi nodding frantically, she raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Just say you like me, and I'll tell you. Bye-bye." Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes and rode away on his bike. Jiangli quickly reached out and grabbed the back seat of the bicycle to prevent the other party from leaving. She stopped joking and instead warned, "Come over early this afternoon. Sister Lu really has something to tell you." "Okay, thank you." After saying thank you, Shu Tianxi rode away on his bike. Looking at his back, Jiang Li's mouth corners suddenly rose slightly. This little guy is really funny. After leaving the town, Shu Tianxi rode his bicycle straight to the county town. After entering the county town, he didn't waste any time and rode towards the black market again. When he was almost there, he suddenly turned around and rode into the alley. When he came out again, the bicycle had already been put into the space. Shu Tianxi put on a mask and a knitted hat and strode to the black market intersection. Buy or sell? It's still the same old actor, with a black cloth covering his entire face. Shu Tianxi glanced at him and chuckled. "Buy it. 2 cents. Shu Tianxi was stunned and asked doubtfully, "Didn't you ask for money before?" Chapter 118, Buying Jade on the Black Market. The past is the past. Why so much nonsense? The gatekeeper seemed to be in a good mood and didn't want to respond to Shu Tianxi at all. Shu Tianxi didn't care and took out 2 cents and handed it over. Only after entering the black market did he understand why tickets were required to buy things now. The last time I came to the black market, it was crowded, but not crowded. Now look again, a 100-meter-long alley is packed with people. This group of people is also very distinctive. Some dress like Africans, while others dress like Arabs. 5 is more like the Guardian in Counter-Strike, the kind that only has a pair of eyes left. But their body shapes are at 2 extremes. Some are extremely thin, while others are bloated and fat. The black market, which used to be as quiet as a mosquito, has now become noisy. Shu Tianxi knew in his heart that life would become much more difficult for the common people. Everyone was forced to go to the black market to buy some meat and food. Yes, meat and grain. Without food, these frail people might starve to death. The other group of people who are overweight may die from malnutrition. Shu Tianxi walked in the middle of the road, looking at the people squatting on both sides. They had various purchasing signs in front of them, wanting to buy food and meat. The prices they offered were also very attractive, with whole grains like cornmeal and sweet potatoes costing only 90 cents per piece. Some even offer a high price of 5 yuan per pound to buy things like fish, meat, and eggs. If Shu Tianxi took out the grain from the warehouse, he could quickly become a millionaire. But he had no heart, nor did he feel any sympathy for these people. He fixed his eyes on a stall selling antiques and walked forward. Under the expectant gaze of the stall owner, he asked, "Do you have jade or jadeite?" The stall owner was stunned, then shook his head. "He only has porcelain vases and other things here, no jade." Shu Tianxi showed disappointment, then stood up and continued walking deeper into the black market. After a moment, he stopped in front of a stall selling daggers. When he gave Zhongli wild boar meat, he slaughtered one in the space. But the tools used were not good enough, so it took a long time to finish the work. Now that he met someone selling daggers, he had to buy 2 as backup. There are many kinds of daggers on the stalls, long and short, straight and curved, and even bayonets. Shu Tianxi picked up a whale harpoon saber and looked at the stall owner beside him and asked, "How much is this?" The stall owner was playing with a crossbow in his hand. After hearing the question, he looked up at Shu Tianxi. $3. So expensive? Shu Tianxi was stunned and asked in surprise, "If you don't want it, put it down." The stall owner rolled his eyes and continued to fiddle with the crossbow with his head down. "Yes, why not?" Shu Tianxi didn't mind and picked up a bayonet and asked, "How much is this one?" "That's $5. The stall owner said lightly without turning his head. "Hey." Shu Tianxi's face turned serious. Then he smiled and said, "2 for $5. Do you want to sell them?" "Take it away." The stall owner put down the crossbow and turned around and said, "Well." Shu Tianxi was stunned for a moment, and an expression of regret suddenly appeared on his face. Now that he has already opened his mouth, he can't lower the price anymore. So under the gaze of the stall owner, he could only take out $5 and hand it over. After the payment and delivery were settled, he asked again, "Do you have a holster?" "The leather case costs extra." "Buy." Seeing that the stall owner looked indifferent, Shu Tianxi turned and left. Then he stuffed the dagger into his arms, and the 2 daggers instantly fell into the space. After purchasing the dagger, Shu Tianxi began to look for stalls selling jade and jadeite. Soon he came to a stall selling antiques and asked the stall owner, "Do you have jade or jadeite?" "Yes, but I want to exchange it for food or meat." The stall owner's answer made Shu Tianxi stunned. The stall owner in front of him was actually a woman. But why is this request exactly the same as the last old man's? Shu Tianxi looked around and said in a deep voice, "I have food, but it depends on the quality of your jade." "Real." Seeing Shu Tianxi nod, the stall owner suddenly became a little excited. She stood up, and a purple jade pendant fell from her waist. However, there was a rope tied to the top of the jade pendant, which should have been tied around the waist so it did not fall to the ground. The stall owner raised his hand slightly, hesitated for a moment, then put his hand on his waist and fiddled with it for a while. She took the pendant off and handed it to Shu Tianxi. "Do you think this is okay?" Shu Tianxi took the jade pendant curiously, and a warm touch spread from his fingertips to his whole body. Royal violet? Suddenly, his brain began to buzz, making Shu Tianxi feel dizzy. He patted his head fiercely, and then he felt much better. "Are you okay?" the woman asked softly with a hint of worry in her eyes. "Famine." Shu Tianxi shook his head repeatedly and said, "I want this jade. How much is it?" Hearing this, the stall owner immediately shook his head and explained, "I want food or meat." Seeing that this was not a place to chat, Shu Tianxi immediately stood up and said, "Shall we change places?" The stall owner glanced at his stall, a little hesitant. If she packed up and left now, she would have to pay when she came back later. It would be fine if we could reach an agreement with Shu Tianxi, but what if we can't? Shu Tianxi guessed what the other person was thinking, so he moved a little closer, and a faint fragrance entered his nose. The stall owner frowned, but endured the discomfort and did not retreat. Shu Tianxi comforted him. "As long as the price is reasonable, I will definitely take this jade. As for food, you can rest assured." Hearing this, the stall owner gritted his teeth and started packing up his stall. Shu Tianxi also longed for this piece of jade, so he stepped forward to lend a hand. After packing up their things, the 2 of them walked out of the black market from another alley. After finding an empty spot, Shu Tianxi asked, "Tell me, how much do you want to sell it for?" "Food." Okay. Shu Tianxi was helpless and corrected. How much money do you want to exchange for food? The stall owner seemed unsure. He squeezed his 10 bloated fingers together before saying, How much food do you have? Hey, I have 10,000 kilograms. Do you want them all? Shu Tianxi asked back. No, no. The stall owner waved his hands repeatedly, looking a little embarrassed. Shu Tianxi chuckled and guessed. You didn't plan to sell the jade pendant at first, so you didn't think of price, right? Yes. The stall owner nodded, and his swollen hands began to turn red and warm. Then I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it carefully. Shu Tianxi took out a cigarette and said lightly. He ignored the other person and began to smoke his cigarette in a daze. Hello. Suddenly, the stall owner shouted. Shu Tianxi turned around and asked curiously, Have you thought about it? The stall owner nodded and raised 2 fingers. Chapter 119, Don't come over. Don't come over. 200 pounds. Shu Tianxi was a little curious when he saw the 2 fingers raised by the woman. No. The woman immediately shook her head and said, 200 yuan worth of food. Good job. Royal Violet, although this one is even rarer than the previous ruby, but $200 is still a high price. Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, No, it's too expensive. A trace of heartache flashed in the woman's eyes, and she gritted her teeth and said, What about the 150? No, 100 at most, but I can give you pork. Real. When the woman heard there was pork, her heart was immediately moved. Given his bloated body, he probably needs fish, meat, and eggs to supplement his nutrition. So, they only relaxed after hearing that there was pork. Of course it's true, I still have eggs. Shu Tianxi said lightly. Okay, then 100. The woman was very excited and agreed without saying a word. After hearing the stall owner's answer, Shu Tianxi looked at him again. He nodded and said, Follow me. There was a hint of wariness and hesitation in the woman's eyes. If you don't come with me, do you want me to deliver the food here? Shu Tianxi reminded. Don't worry. If I want to do anything to you, there's no need to bother at all. The woman frowned, seeming a little dissatisfied. But it was precisely because of this sentence that she began to believe Shu Tianxi a little. So she nodded and followed Shu Tianxi. Soon, the 2 arrived at the entrance of another alley. Wait here for a while. Shu Tianxi left a word, then turned and walked into the alley. Watching the other person disappear from her sight, the woman turned around and stomped her feet a little anxiously. This was her first time doing business with a stranger outside the black market, and it was impossible for her not to be worried. Just as she was stamping her feet anxiously, Shu Tianxi came back carrying 2 sacks. Shu Tianxi put the sack on the ground and said calmly, This is 100 pieces of grain. Check it out. The woman was stunned for a moment, then quickly stepped forward and opened the sack. When she saw what was inside, her pupils shrank and she covered her veil with her hands. She glanced at Shu Tianxi, then looked at the supplies in the sack. What did you see? In addition to rice and sweet potatoes, are there really eggs and pork? Oh my God, who is this man? Not only can we get so much rice, but we also have eggs and pork. What are you looking at? Do you want one? Seeing that the woman didn't speak, Shu Tianxi immediately scolded her. Yes, I want. The woman immediately came to her senses and began to weigh the food. The net weight of pork was already 5 yuan per pound on the black market, but Shu Tianxi only took out 10 pounds. Although there's more lean meat, women don't mind. There were 100 eggs, and they were already selling for 20 cents each on the black market. Apart from pork and eggs, the rest is rice and sweet potatoes. After seeing the woman finish the examination, Shu Tianxi asked, How is it? Yes, sure. The woman nodded immediately, then reluctantly took out the jade pendant. Shu Tianxi took the jade pendant directly, but did not put it into the space. He stuffed the jade into his pocket, then looked at the woman and said, Happy transaction. I'll be leaving now then. Etc. The woman's voice tried to persuade him to stay, and Shu Tianxi looked back in confusion. The woman's eyes showed a hint of trepidation as she asked, Comrade, do you have any way to get some meat? Hearing this, Shu Tianxi's expression instantly darkened. This has nothing to do with you, right? No, don't get me wrong. The woman seemed frightened and quickly waved her hands to explain. I mean, if you can get some pork, I'd like to do business with you again in the future. Shu Tianxi looked him up and down and asked curiously, You still have jade and jadeite? Have. The woman subconsciously looked down at her chest and lowered her raised hand. Seeing this scene, Shu Tianxi understood that this woman should have a jade pendant on her chest. Maybe it even has a milky aroma. Shu Tianxi was silent for a moment and said, Do you want to change now? This. The woman was a little surprised and a little excited, but after taking a look at the supplies on the ground, she shook her head. I can't finish all this food in a short time, but it would be troublesome to bring back too much. So, I can't change much now. Hearing this, Shu Tianxi could only sigh with regret. Sorry, I can't give you my contact information either. After saying that, he turned and left. The woman looked at his back and hesitated to speak, and finally could only sigh. She loaded the food into the car and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a group of guys with face masks suddenly rushed out from the surroundings. They were holding knives, guns, sticks, and clubs, and it was clear at first glance that they were not friendly. The woman's face suddenly changed, and she quickly stood in front of the cart and looked at the group of people warily. Who are you, and what do you want to do? Little girl, we don't mean any harm. It's just that my brothers are starving and want to borrow some food from you. The leading burly man sneered and took 2 steps forward with ill intentions. The woman panicked and quickly shook her head, saying, No, I don't have any food. Although she denied having any food, she still stood in front of the cart. A pair of small hands were trying to block the food, making it hard for people not to notice. Everyone looked at each other, and the leading man chuckled and said, Little girl, telling lies is not good. If you don't behave, we brothers will do more than just lend you food. The others couldn't wait any longer and immediately shouted, Stop talking nonsense and take the things away. That's right, someone will be coming over later. As they were talking, a group of people rushed forward. The woman panicked even more and suddenly pulled out a bayonet from her cart. She closed her eyes and waved her hands in front of her, shouting, Don't come over here! Don't come over here! The big men were startled and took 1 or 2 steps back. The woman was gasping for air, her chest rising and falling with her breathing. Holding a bayonet, she stared fiercely at the gangsters in front of her. Get out. On the other side, Shu Tianxi left the transaction site while playing with the jade pendant in his hand. This jade pendant is quite good. It's a pity that it was absorbed by space. This royal violet is not extinct, but this jade pendant style may not be available much longer. This must be someone's heirloom. It's a shame it was absorbed. After all, judging from the energy gained from the last red jade pendant, this violet jade pendant can't replenish much energy either. So what Shu Tianxi wanted more was jade, the kind of large piece that hadn't been carved. If there's a chance, it would be great to go to Myanmar. Shu Tianxi touched his chin and finally hung the jade pendant around his waist. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Chapter 120, An Extraordinary Woman. Dare to steal my food? You're courting death. Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to return the same way. He was so fast, almost like a phantom. Soon, he arrived at the place where the transaction had just taken place, but the scene before her really surprised her. I saw 6 or 7 masked men lying on the ground. Judging from their body shapes, they should all be men. At this moment, they were breathing faintly, and it seemed that they had just fainted. The woman who had just exchanged jade for food lifted her cart and prepared to leave. It's just that the way he walks is a little uneven, and he seems to have no strength in his hands. After a closer look, I found that the woman had a cut on her arm. She must have heard the noise behind her, so she quickly turned around. When she saw Shu Tianxi coming back, a light of realization immediately appeared in her pupils. She immediately pulled out the bayonet and stared at Shu Tianxi warily. Don't get me wrong, I came back to help. Shu Tianxi raised his hand and explained. Do you think I will believe you? The woman said in a deep voice, her eyes full of vigilance. Do you dare to say that these people on the ground are not in collusion with you? Shu Tianxi shook his head and suddenly moved. The woman's face changed instantly. She was about to do something, but she found that Shu Tianxi had come to her and was staring at her with his sharp eyes. So fast. The woman was shocked. Her pupils shrank, and she waved her hand to attack Shu Tianxi. Shu Tianxi just raised his hand lightly and slapped the woman's hand back. Then he quickly stretched out his other hand and strangled the woman's neck. The woman's exposed eyes quickly turned red and warm, and even her pupils were bloodshot. Looking at the calm eyes of the man in front of her, she suddenly panicked. This man was so fast that I couldn't react at all. Silly woman, I think you should understand now. Shu Tianxi stared into the woman's eyes and said calmly, If I want to do anything to you, I don't need any help at all. After saying that, he let the woman go. The woman instantly felt relieved, covered her neck, and began to breathe heavily. These days are very chaotic, and anyone who sees food will go crazy. Hurry up and leave, they will wake up soon. Shu Qianxi reminded him, then turned and was about to leave. This woman must have some skills, otherwise she wouldn't have set up a stall in the black market alone. But in my current state, I can't beat the people on the ground. Hello. Suddenly, the woman's voice came again. Shu Qianxi looked back in confusion and heard the other party say, "Can you help me?" Shu Qianxi was full of question marks and asked in return, "You want me to help you push the cart?" Neuropathy. Seeing that the other party actually nodded, he immediately rolled his eyes. Seeing that the other party ignored her and turned away, the woman's mask suddenly had several more wrinkles. She bit her lip, turned around, and struggled to lift the 2 sticks of the cart. There was a long wound on her arm caused by the knife. Although it was not deep, a lot of blood still flowed out when she exerted force. Her knee had just been hit with a stick, and when she moved, she couldn't bear the pain and sprained it. Ah! Just as the cart was about to fall to the ground, a pair of strong hands suddenly supported it. The woman was stunned for a moment and looked up at the figure that looked like a mountain. Just as a hint of confusion appeared in her crescent eyes, she was interrupted by the other party's voice. "I'll help you push it back. Which way are you going?" Shu Qianxi held the cart and said impatiently. The woman gritted her teeth and stood up, pointing to the alley entrance. "Go that way." Shu Qianxi nodded, then pushed the cart and strode towards the alley entrance. The woman's knee was injured and she could only limp behind. Seeing this, Shu Qianxi could only slow down his pace helplessly. "Remember, I only agreed to help you because we are partners." The woman's crescent eyes suddenly narrowed into a slit, and she whispered, "Thank you. No need for verbal thanks." Shu Qianxi shook his head and said calmly, "I wasted my time helping you push the cart. Shouldn't you give me something in return?" "Well." The woman was stunned for a moment and hesitated. Okay, I don't want your things." Shu Qianxi rolled his eyes and complained, "Look at how stingy you are." After a moment, the woman caught up and said, "I should give it to you. What do you want?" "Really?" Shu Qianxi turned back and asked for confirmation as he walked. After hearing the woman's he slowly stated his purpose. The woman had nothing he wanted, but he had more meat and food than he could eat. The only thing that interested him was whether the other party had any fine jade in his hands. Hearing that Shu Qianxi wanted the jade, the woman subconsciously put her hand on her chest and then took it down. She shook her head and said softly, "No more. Forget it. Just give me a pound of rice." Shu Qianxi said casually without forcing it. "Okay, thank you." The woman breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. If it were before, she might not agree to such a request. After all, rice costs several dollars per pound on the black market, and finding someone pushing a cart would only cost you $1 at most. But she had exchanged a lot of food today, and she knew that the man in front of her was not short of food. "What I mean is that I just don't want to owe him anything. Go this way." After exiting the alley, the woman pointed to the right and said, Shu Qianxi, adhering to the principle of seeing the Buddha off to the west, did not say much. Because the two of them were dressed so uniquely, passers-by on the street couldn't help but take a few glances at them. Seeing this, Shu Qianxi immediately realized that something was wrong. He looked at the woman and said in a deep voice, "Take off your veil and hood." "What?" The woman frowned and asked while covering her face with her veil. Shu Qianxi rolled his eyes at her and explained, "With the way we are dressed, even a fool would know that we have been to the black market. With all the stuff in this car, it's easy for people to have bad thoughts. If you don't want to be followed home, take off your disguise. I'm helping you get the food home. Are you still afraid of what I might do to you?" The woman thought about it and felt that it made some sense, so she let down her guard against Shu Qianxi. So she immediately raised her uninjured hand and tried to take off the hood. "Wait a minute." Shu Qianxi reached out and grabbed her, then pushed the car into an alley. "Wait for me here for a while." After leaving this sentence, Shu Qianxi walked out of the alley again. Just when the woman was confused, Shu Qianxi came back. "Okay, take off the disguise. What were you doing going in and out just now?" The woman was stunned and asked in confusion. "Deal with a few guys who are following us." "You were in and out for less than half a minute, and you said you dealt with several people who were following you?" The woman immediately looked skeptical, as if to say, "Do you think I'm a fool?" Chapter 121 Glorious Martyrs. "Stop talking nonsense, and take off your disguise quickly." Shu Qianxi knew that the other party didn't believe him, but he didn't want to explain. The woman seemed a little unconvinced, but still reached out and took off the hood. His short black hair fell down to the level of his jaw. Then the woman took out a rubber band and tied a ponytail at the back of her head. It seemed that he thought that since he had already taken off the mask, he might as well stop disguising himself. So the woman took off her mask. She looked about 17 or 18 years old, with a dark complexion, but not as dark as that of rural people. It's more like a soldier's bronze skin, a healthy color. Oval face, cherry lips, high-nose bridge, crescent eyes. The already gentle and cute face is matched with a ponytail. At this moment, the girl's temperament instantly rose several levels. Is it okay? After removing all the disguises, the girl looked up at Shu Tianxi and said. Shu Tianxi immediately retracted his gaze and nodded. Okay, let's go. After that, the two prepared to move on. The girl gave him a strange look and asked, Why are you still wearing a mask and a hat? I'm not afraid of being followed, Shu Tianxi said lightly. But you're going to my house now, the girl reminded angrily. Trouble. Shu Tianxi stopped, looked back at her, and took off his knitted hat. As we all know, wearing a mask can enhance a man's appearance. Not to mention that Shu Tianxi has become more refined after the spiritual spring marrow cleansing. In addition, the intentional tanning during this period also added a bit of maturity to his face. So when he took off the knitted hat, the girl's mouth couldn't help but open. Let's go. Shu Tianxi didn't think too much and pushed the cart out of the alley. Hey, the girl raised her hand, then limped after him. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she looked at Shu Tianxi with her eyes narrowed into slits. Hey, you look pretty. Shu Tianxi nodded and laughed. You look pretty too. Really? The girl's eyes lit up, and she seemed happy about the compliment. Shu Tianxi chuckled and continued walking forward. The girl caught up and asked, Hey, what's your name? Shu Tianxi was speechless, thinking to himself, Is this woman crazy? Just now I thought his skills and looks were good, but now it seems that he must have traded his brain for it. Shu Tianxi ignored him and walked silently. Seeing that he had no intention of answering, the girl did not ask any more questions. Soon, the two came to a courtyard. We're here, the girl shouted, then walked forward and pushed open the door. Shu Tianxi looked around the house, and his eyes were attracted by the sign next to the gate. Glorious Martyr's Legacy. No wonder he could take down several big men by himself. He must have learned it from the soldiers and his family. Comrade, please push the car in. The girl suddenly appeared at the door, staring at Shu Tianxi and urging him. Seeing that the other party was a martyr's relative, Shu Tianxi, who had wanted to leave, picked up the cart again. He walked into the yard and subconsciously glanced around. The yard was very clean, and there was a vegetable patch on the right side where some vegetables and radishes were planted. Comrade, my kitchen is over there. Please help me move my things in. I'll get you a glass of water. The girl pointed to the room in the left corner, gave her instructions, and then walked into the living room. Mom, Grandma, I'm back. Shu Tianxi's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, this woman is really rude. Considering that he is a martyr's relative and is injured, I will help him again. He picked up a sack in each hand and strode into the kitchen. There's a wood-burning stove on the left side of the kitchen, with some dry firewood pile behind the stove. There are a lot of honeycomb coal piled up in the right corner, which seems to indicate that the family also uses a coal stove. As for the pots, pans, and utensils, they were all there and were kept very clean. It was obvious that the girl was also a clean person. Shu Tianxi casually placed the sack next to the stove, then turned and walked out. The girl didn't come out, and Shu Tianxi subconsciously glanced at the hall. He had good hearing and perception, and he heard the voices of an old man and a woman caring for each other. So Shu Tianxi chose not to disturb her and walked out of the yard. A moment later, the girl came out with gauze wrapped around her leg and holding a bowl of tea. Seeing the empty courtyard, she quickly glanced at the kitchen. She limped over quickly and found the two sacks next to the conspicuous stove. She immediately put down her tea and walked out into the courtyard. When she walked out the door, she could only see Shu Tianxi's back. Hey, I haven't paid you yet. Seeing him waving his hand in response, indicating that it was not necessary, the girl continued to shout, What's your name? Unfortunately, her inquiry fell on deaf ears and received no response. The girl's face fell, and she turned away in disappointment and walked into the courtyard. Not long after, Shu Tianxi came to the black market again and paid 2 cents before entering. He looked at the antique sellers on both sides again and went up to ask if they had any jade or jadeite for sale. After 2 hours, he spent a lot of money to buy a lot of ordinary jade and jadeite. There are all kinds of jade, such as glutinous, ice glutinous, and ice type, but these jades are all objects. There are things like thumb rings, jade pendants, seals, etc. They're not very big. Perhaps they were not heirlooms, so the people selling them did not ask for food in exchange. After spending dozens of dollars, Shu Tianxi bought all of these and threw them into the space. He wandered around the black market for a while and suddenly felt a little disappointed. Suddenly, a shout came from behind, and a hand was placed directly on Shu Tianxi's shoulder. "Brother Qi?" Shu Tianxi's face changed, and he grabbed the hand on his shoulder and twisted it gently. "Ah!" Ignoring the other person's cry of pain, he turned around and prepared to punch him in the face. "Brother, I am Chen Xiaohu. Call out." There was a sound of breaking wind, and the fist landed directly in front of Chen Xiaohu. "Brother Monkey?" Shu Tianxi asked curiously, looking at the man who wrapped himself tightly. Beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, and Chen Xiaohu felt a chill on his back. He laughed and said, "Brother Qi, you have great skills." "Sorry, I'm too alert." Shu Tianxi apologized repeatedly and explained, "I didn't know that someone would pat me on the shoulder from behind." "Are you okay? Do you want to go to the health center?" It's okay. I can handle it." Chen Xiaohu twisted his arm, and while he relaxed, he could still feel the piercing pain. This brother is really too cruel. Shu Tianxi was a little embarrassed and asked, "Brother Monkey, how did you recognize me?" Chen Xiaohu looked him up and down and explained, "Brother, your appearance hasn't changed at all. Even if I don't want to recognize you, it's impossible." Chapter 122, Going to the Black Market Leader and Being Provoked. After hearing what Chen Xiaohu said, Shu Tianxi looked down at his clothes. It was still a bit ragged and full of patches. The family was extremely poor, and only Shu Xianglian and the fourth and sixth brothers had an extra set of clothes, which were also full of patches. Only after their parents passed away did Shu Tianyu and Shu Xianglian have 2 pieces of clothing to wear. As for Shu Tianxi and Shu Tianx, they used to wear sack clothes after taking a bath and wait for the clothes to dry. Now that he was recognized by Chen Xiaohu, Shu Tianxi realized that it was time to buy himself new clothes. "Brother Qi, what do you want to buy at the black market today?" Chen Xiaohu didn't know what Shu Tianxi was thinking, so he just asked the question that was in his mind. Shu Tianxi glanced at him, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He patted the other man's arm and said, "Brother Monkey, do you still have cloth and cotton coupons?" "A little. How much do you want?" asked Chen Xiaohu. "Of course I'll take as many as I can. I have a big family." "This, brother, it's no problem if you take them all." Chen Xiaohu hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "But do you have any more of this food?" Hee. Shu Tianxi understood that the other party was trying to trick him. However, his main purpose of coming to the black market today was to have a showdown. So he nodded and said, "I have food, and I have as much as you want." "Real?" Chen Xiaohu was startled, then smiled doubtfully and said, "Brother, you really can joke." Shu Tianxi didn't mind and said seriously, "I'm not lying to you about this. I really have food. I have rice, flour, pork, eggs, etc." Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, Chen Xiaohu immediately became alert. He moved closer to Shu Tianxi and squinted his eyes. "Brother, what do you need? You want to talk to me?" Shu Tianxi asked back. "I can discuss a business worth 1,800 yuan with you alone. But the business they're discussing now is the countless food in his space. Therefore, Shu Tianxi has to talk to the boss behind the other party." Chen Xiaohu was not a fool and immediately understood what he was thinking. So he nodded and said in a deep voice, "Come with me." Shu Tianxi didn't say much. After feeling the surrounding environment, he followed the other party. Then, the 2 men walked through the underground passage, entered an alley, and came to a house. Woof, woof, woof. A wolfhound was tied at the gate of the house. It suddenly jumped up and bared its teeth at Shu Tianxi. "Wankai, sit down." Chen Xiaohu scolded, and the wolfhound immediately sat down. Only the slightly twitching and yellowing fangs showed that it was very alert. Shu Tianxi glanced at it, and an invisible mental force began to gather towards the other party. The corners of the wolfhound's mouth stopped twitching, and a hint of fear appeared in its pupils. "Get down!" Shu Tianxi suddenly shouted angrily. "Ah!" The wolfhound immediately lay on the ground, howling loudly in frustration. Chen Xiaohu opened the door and turned around, looked at the wolfhound in surprise, then looked at Shu Tianxi. "Brother Qi, is he so afraid of you?" Shu Tianxi chuckled and said perfunctorily, "I'm a dragon, so suppressing it is just like sprinkling water." "Is there such a saying?" Chen Xiaohu was stunned, but he didn't worry too much. "Brother Qi, come in with me." Shu Tianxi nodded and followed the other party into the compound. The courtyard was empty, with no pavilion or vegetable garden. There were some sacks piled at the door of the wing room, but no one knew what was inside. Brother Biao, I brought Brother Qi to see you. There was no movement in the room, but 7 or 8 big men walked out of the room next to it. This group of people either have bald heads or crew cuts, and their body shapes are no different from those ordinary people outside. Either they are extremely thin, as if they haven't eaten for 10 days or half a month, or they are bloated, as if they have eaten too much. It seems that even the managers of the black market may not be able to eat and drink well. But if you think about it carefully, although the people in the city have a ration, it only guarantees that they will not starve to death. Everyone is short of things like meat, let alone selling them on the black market. So even though the black market charges per person and make a lot of money every day, when it comes to food, there is no difference between them and ordinary people. Several people looked at Shu Tianxi, then looked at Chun Xiaoho with dissatisfaction. Monkey, why did you bring outsiders here? Brothers, this brother is not simple. Stop bragging, it's nothing difficult. A man with a crew cut looked at Shu Tianxi with disdain and stepped forward to push him. Shu Tianxi moved his left foot back and dodged to the side. Hey! A group of men became interested and immediately stepped forward to surround Shu Tianxi. This group of people are usually arrogant, and they think Shu Tianxi must be a newcomer here. So I wanted to give the other party a warning so that he would behave himself in the future. Shu Tianxi frowned, ready to fight. Chun Xiaoho suddenly panicked and hurried forward to grab the bald man and persuade him. Brother Chong, Brother Qi is really not simple. If you offend him, Brother Biao will definitely not let you go. Fuck you. Bald Chong waved his hand and said with wide eyes, Brother Biao, would you attack your brothers for a stranger? How much benefit did this kid give you to make you speak for him like this? At this time, the man with a crew cut also looked at Shu Tianxi with an unfriendly face. Boy, how much benefit did you give to the monkey? As he spoke, he tried to push Shu Tianxi with his hand again. After seeing this scene, Shu Tianxi understood that this group of people could not talk properly. So when the man with a crew cut stretched out his hand, he raised his hand and grabbed the back of the other person's hand. Hey! Under the surprised gaze of the crew cut, he pressed down with all his strength. Snap! There was a sound of bones breaking, and the man with a crew cut's face instantly turned red and warm. Ah! With a cry of pain, he quickly began to pull his hand away. Without waiting for the people around him to react, Shu Tianxi followed the man's meaning. The moment he let go of the other person's hand, he jumped up and kicked. He used 50% of his strength in this kick, accurately hitting the man's stomach. The man with the crew cut suddenly flew back several meters, somersaulted, and fell to the ground. He wanted to get up, but his stomach felt churning. Vomit. Oh my God, do you have to be so exaggerated? Ironhead, what are you doing with this plane? Seeing this scene, everyone's faces suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. Qin Xiaoho looked at Shu Tianxi's leg in surprise, thinking, what a delicious chicken leg. Fuck him. After Bald Chong reacted, he immediately waved his hand to attack Shu Tianxi. Shu Tianxi was not afraid at all, and decided to take the initiative and kick the big man on the left. 2 left and right kicks, a straight kick, a blocked shoulder throw. After a few seconds, only one of the 7 or 8 big men was left standing opposite. The other party was obviously a little confused, and when he noticed Shu Tianxi looking at him, he took 2 steps back in fright. Hey, I'm warning you not to come over here. Ivet practiced. After saying that, he hooked one leg, hooked both elbows and index fingers, and drew arcs left and right. Chapter 123. Let's bet on whether I can kill them in front of you. Do you know Mantis Fist? Looking at the other person's funny appearance, Shu Tianxi sneered. Bald Chong nodded and said frankly, I know a little. Is he scared? So he lost his arrogance? Shu Tianxi was about to punch the other person when the door next to him suddenly creaked open. A man with a buzz cut and a sturdy build came out. He glanced at the scene, and his tiger eyes suddenly became extremely gloomy. Qin Xiaoho, who was standing by, saw him and immediately went over to him. Brother Biao, are you awake? The others also got up, but did not greet each other. I saw them pulling out weapons from their waists, some with daggers and some with pistols. They pointed the tips of their knives and guns at Shu Tianxi, as if they were ready to kill him if he said something wrong to them. Boy, are you fucking crazy again? Do you believe that I can make you fall down before you even fire a shot? Shu Tianxi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, even with a hint of sarcasm. What are you bragging about? Just do it for me. Brother Biao, Brother Qi, said he has a lot of food. Qin Xiaoho, who was standing by, saw that something was wrong and quickly shouted before Taitu could do anything. Stop! Hearing this, a group of men immediately looked at Brother Biao. Taitu hurriedly shouted, Brother Biao, Monkey must have accepted the benefits of this kid. Everyone is short of food and clothing right now. How could he possibly have so much food? Brother Biao, I didn't. Chen Xiaoho defended. That's enough. Brother Biao scolded, then came to Shu Tianxi and asked, Brother, what's your name? Pool. Shu Tianxi said lightly. Brother Qi. Chen Biao didn't care about his attitude, nodded and continued to ask. The monkey said you have a lot of food. How much is this extra? Shu Tianxi looked up and met the tiger's eyes and smiled slightly. As long as you can give me what I want, I will give you as much food as you want. Below, Bald Chong and Taitu on the side still didn't believe it, but were stopped by Chen Biao's eyes. Chen Biao looked Shu Tianxi up and down for a while and chuckled. Brother Qi, do you know how scarce food is these days? We have as much as you want. Even the grain depot doesn't dare to say that. If you were joking with me, Brother Biao, it's okay, just apologize. But if you make fun of the brothers, you will die miserably. As they were talking, the others had already started loading their guns and removing the safety. The atmosphere at the scene was a bit tense, and even Chen Xiaoho didn't dare to speak up for Shu Tianxi anymore. Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes and chuckled. How about we make a bet? What are you betting on? Chen Biao asked puzzledly. Let's bet on whether I can kill them in front of you. Shu Tianxi glanced back and smiled faintly. As soon as these words were spoken, the 7 or 8 big men couldn't stand it anymore. Brother Biao, let me kill this kid. Yeah, Brother Biao. He must be making fun of us brothers. Although this guy can fight, they have guns in their hands now. Even a clay man would have some temper, let alone these people who are used to being arrogant underground. After being provoked again and again, they really want to beat the other party into pieces. Shut up. No one is allowed to take action without my order. Chen Biao scolded, then stared at Shu Tianxi closely. I'm curious, where do you get the confidence to say such things? Then let's take a gamble. What's the bet? Shu Tianxi remained calm and said calmly, If I can do it, you will listen to me from now on. Fuck, this kid actually wants to be our boss. Brother Biao, it's okay for him to hit the brothers, but if he provokes you, I can't stand it. Yeah, Brother Biao, give the order to the brothers to kill him, right? Chen Biao ignored them and continued to ask, What if he didn't do it? Shu Tianxi chuckled, spread his hands and said, No doubt, he was beaten into a sieve by your people. Chen Biao stared at Shu Tianxi's expression, trying to find any flaws in it. But unfortunately, he couldn't see anything. Can the other party really kill all these people before they open fire? Chen Biao felt that this was impossible, but he didn't dare to bet with Shu Tianxi, because he could sense that this guy didn't seem to be joking. After all, the other party is gambling with his life, and if he doesn't have the ability to do so, he is seeking death. What do you think, Brother Biao? Seeing that Chen Biao was reluctant to speak, Shu Tianxi took the initiative to urge him. What do you want? If it were someone else, he might have shot the person without saying a word. But he didn't dare to gamble with Shu Tianxi because the other party was too confident. Although I don't know where his confidence comes from, I subconsciously feel that he is not joking. What's even more outrageous is that he couldn't tell what the other person was thinking. But when he changed the subject, he saw a hint of disappointment. Wow, is he really capable? Shu Tianxi was indeed a little disappointed. After all, he almost took over the black market. After shaking his head slightly, he looked directly at Chen Biao and said, I want jade and jadeite. Jade and emerald? Yes. Shu Tianxi nodded and explained, I want both good and bad quality ones. The bigger the better. Sure. Chen Biao nodded and asked, What food will you exchange for? Currently, the food we have is rice and sweet potatoes. As for meat, there are wild boar, pheasant, rabbit, and pheasant eggs. Shu Tianxi told the types of food he had without hiding anything, and then smiled. It depends on what Brother Biao wants. Hearing this, Chen Biao hesitated for a moment and asked about the exchange rate again. Shu Tianxi didn't waste any time and continued to exchange the goods at the same price. Wait a moment. Chen Biao left a word and turned back into the house. Just as he stepped into the house, Guang, Qilin, Taitu, and others pointed their guns at him. Boy, I really want to see how you kill us. Taitu put the gun against Shu Tianxi's forehead and said viciously, "Oh woo!" Suddenly, 2 wolves howled behind them. Guang, Qilin, Taitu, and others were suddenly startled and quickly looked back. This sight scared them to death. They saw two hungry wolves with their hair standing up and baring their teeth staring at them right next to the gate, less than 3 meters away from them. What the hell? When did two wolves get into the yard? Does it matter how he got in? What matters is why there are wolves in the city. Just as everyone was terrified, Taitu suddenly found someone strangling his neck. A feeling of suffocation quickly came over him, making it a little difficult for him to breathe. He looked back in horror and saw Shu Tianxi smiling at him evilly. You know what? I've been putting up with you for a long time. Since you want to try it so much, I will help you. Taitu's pupils shrank, and his face showed horror, wanting to shake his head and beg for mercy. A crackling sound was heard, like a thunderclap that struck everyone's heart. Chapter 124, He Can Really Kill Us All. Ah! Taitu suddenly cried out in pain, accompanied by a cracking sound. Ah! Taitu screamed even louder, and his entire upper body drooped down. Both of his hands were crippled, and the pistol in his hands fell directly into Shu Tianxi's hands. But he didn't want to play with it, so he threw into the space and grabbed Bald Chong and the other person. Don't move! Just as the others were on guard, the two gunmen were strangled by the neck. The force of several 100 kilograms suffocated the two men quickly, and they couldn't use any strength at all in their bodies. You'd better not move, otherwise you will be worse off than him. Shu Tianxi threatened the two of them, then looked at everyone else with a smile. After seeing this scene, the few remaining people really didn't dare to move at all. Among the 7 people, 4 armed with guns. 1 was disabled, and the other 2 were under control. The remaining 1 didn't dare to move at all. Firstly, he was afraid of hurting his own people, and secondly, there were 2 wolves behind him. What if the 2 wolves pounce on him as soon as he fires? Even those holding guns didn't dare to take action, let alone those holding daggers. Beast! This beast broke both of my hands. Taitu shrugged his shoulders and shouted fearlessly, Shoot! Shoot him! Oh! 2 hungry wolves suddenly howled, and Taitu was so scared that he hid behind several people. At this time, Chun Biao, who heard the noise, ran out of the room again, holding a jade Buddha in his hand. He looked at the 2 hungry wolves in astonishment, then looked at everyone and shouted, What's going on? Brother Biao! Brother Biao, help me! This beast got 2 wolves from somewhere and broke my arm. Kill him. Kill him quickly. Okay, stop talking. Shu Tianxi was a little impatient and scolded. If I were serious, you would have been dead long ago. You couldn't kill this Taitu, otherwise you would have to kill everyone in the compound. After all, he couldn't let anyone know that he was a murderer, right? It would be easy for him to kill this group of people, but he was not here to kill for fun today. Therefore, he could only cripple Taitu's 2 arms as a punishment. But the other party doesn't seem to appreciate it. Shut up first. Chun Biao pushed Taitu away impatiently, then looked at Shu Tianxi and the 2 people who were pinching each other. Brother Qi, let my people go first. Look, I even went out of my way to get the jade for you to appreciate. Chun Biao spoke in a gentle voice and raised the jade Buddha in his hand. Shu Tianxi saw the ferocity in his eyes, but didn't care and let the 2 go. I just took their guns and put them in my waist. Bald Chong and the other man came to Chun Biao, but the others still did not dare to act rashly. Bald Chong glanced at Chun Biao and said, Brother Biao, this kid didn't lie. He could really kill us all before we could do anything. But the arrival of these 2 wolves is really strange. Hearing this, Chun Biao suddenly felt a little scared. Fortunately, I didn't agree to make a bet with the other party just now. Otherwise, it would be a small matter for me to be called the big brother, but it would be a big matter if a group of my younger brothers died. He looked up at Shu Tianxi with some trepidation and said with a laugh, Brother Qi, I'm sorry. My brothers are disobedient. I apologize to you. Shu Tianxi accepted the bow calmly, but his eyes were fixed on the jade Buddha in the other person's hand. The whole body is milky white, a bit like white jade, and it is very big as his head. Brother Qi, how much food do you think this can be exchanged for? Seeing that Shu Tianxi was moved, Chun Biao immediately pushed the jade Buddha over and asked with a chuckle. Let me see. Shu Tianxi did not respond, but took the jade Buddha and looked at it carefully. Looking at his appearance, Chun Biao and the others had already started to make plans. After a moment, Shu Tianxi looked up and said, Brother Biao, this should be white jade, right? Yes, Brother Qi is indeed an expert. Authentic Southeast Asian white jade. Chun Biao came back to his senses and nodded quickly, saying with a smile, I spent a lot of money to buy this to ward off evil spirits. Hee hee. Shu Tianxi didn't believe his nonsense and asked directly, "This jade Buddha is nice. I like it. I don't know how much grain Brother Biao wants to exchange for. Please name your price." Chun Biao hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother Qi, this is it. I'm buying this jade Buddha for 500 yuan. How much grain do you think it can be exchanged for?" This jade Buddha is really good. Although the quality is not as good as the 2 jade pendants I bought before, it is mainly big enough. Shu Tianxi could feel that Qilin jade pendant had a strong desire for this jade Buddha. But jade is jade. In the eyes of others, it cannot be compared with grain. So Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment, looked at Chun Biao, and said, 500 kilograms of sweet potatoes or 80 kilograms of pork. The price of sweet potatoes in the black market has reached 70 or 80 cents per pound, and 500 pounds of sweet potatoes is about 400 yuan. The price of clean pork has also increased a lot, at least more than $4.50. So although the price offered by Shu Tianxi was a bit cheap, Chun Biao definitely did not lose anything. When Chun Biao heard the price offered by Shu Tianxi, he immediately touched his chin and hesitated. After a moment, he chuckled and said, "Brother Qi, do you have any other food? Sweet potatoes are good, but they are hard to store in large quantities. If you can, fine grains like rice and flour are good. If that doesn't work, cornmeal will do too." Shu Tianxi stared at Chun Biao for a while, and only smiled when he felt that the other party was a little scared. "Brother Biao is joking. Don't treat me as a fool. If this food were put on the black market, it would be snapped up immediately. There's no way there would be a problem with its preservation." "Oh, I don't dare to think so." Chun Biao shook his head and denied it. "Food is very scarce right now. I don't plan to sell it." Shu Tianxi was too lazy to argue with the other party and just returned the jade Buddha. "Since Brother Biao doesn't want it, then forget it." "Yes, definitely." Chun Biao quickly spoke up and said with a smile, "Then 300 kilograms of sweet potatoes and 40 kilograms of meat?" "Humph, this guy really knows how to take advantage." "Okay." Shu Tianxi nodded, turned around and said, "I'll go get the food first, and then I'll settle the payment when I come back. Gray Wolf, Red Wolf, let's go." As he was talking, he pushed the door open and walked out with the 2 wolves. The wolfhound at the door was still lying on the ground, not even daring to raise its head. Until I could no longer hear him, Guang took Yang, Taitu, and other people gathered around and asked Dao Biao, "Are you going to let him go just like that?" Chun Biao glanced at them, then looked at Chun Xiaoho and said, "You go." Chun Xiaoho didn't dare to delay, and quickly pushed the door open to chase after Shu Tianxi. Bald Chong was worried, so he followed another thin guy. Chun Biao turned around with a very ugly expression. If Shu Tianxi could really provide food, today's matter would be over. If not, he didn't believe the other party could escape the hail of bullets. Chapter 125 Jade Buddha obtained. Brother Biao. Just as Chun Biao was thinking about how to deal with Shu Tianxi, 3 screams of pain came from the door. Chun Biao looked back and found that Bald Chong and his 2 companions who had just chased Shu Tianxi had come back. What was surprising was that all 3 guys had their hands drooping. The other people in the yard wanted to help, but it was like they had touched a bomb. Get out of the way." Bald Chong and the other 2 glared and cried out in pain. "Brother Biao, that guy ripped our hands off." Seeing that his 4 younger brothers had their arms broken, Chun Biao's face became extremely ugly. He took a deep breath and asked, "What's going on?" Brother Biao hissed, "Brother Biao, that kid is really weird." Bald Chong shouted, and immediately took a breath of cold air. He then calmed down and told Chun Biao what had happened. Just now, the 3 of them were following Shu Tianxi and the 2 wolves. They were following each other just fine, but Shu Tianxi turned around and pulled the wolf into an alley. When they caught up, they found that there was no one in the alley. Just as they were looking at each other, Shu Tianxi's voice suddenly came from behind them. "Are you following me?" The 3 of them immediately turned around and saw Shu Tianxi with an evil smile on his face. Then, the other party started to attack without saying a word. In less than a minute, the hands of the 3 of them were removed. The one who felt the most aggrieved was Chun Xiaoho, who thought that he would not be harmed because of his friendship with Shu Tianxi. As a result, the other party didn't care about this friendship at all and attacked without any mercy. This guy is indeed not simple. After listening to the 3 people's narration, Chun Biao couldn't help but ponder. Crunch. Suddenly, there was another sound of gears turning outside the door. When everyone looked back, they saw Shu Tianxi slowly riding in on a tricycle. Shu Tianxi stopped the car, braked, then lifted his thigh and got out. "Brother Biao, I brought you the sweet potatoes and pork you requested." Chun Biao immediately put away his unfriendly expression and walked over with a smile. Brother Qi, did you really get the food? When he saw the hundreds of kilograms of sweet potatoes and 2 pieces of wild boar meat in the bucket, Chun Biao had to pay attention to Shu Tianxi again. Shu Tianxi didn't waste any words with the other party. He stretched out his hand and said, "Give me the jade Buddha, and these grains will be yours." Since he had seen the food, Chun Biao kept his word and handed over the jade Buddha. Seeing the other party take the jade Buddha and put it in the bucket, Chun Biao continued to ask, "Brother Qi, how much food do you have?" "A lot. More than you can imagine." Shu Tianxi laughed and said without any concealment, "Hiss." Chun Biao no longer doubted the truth of the other party's words, but asked directly, "Brother Qi, can I buy some?" "No." Shu Tianxi refused decisively without hesitation. Seeing him speak so decisively, Chun Biao was also stunned for a moment. Then he thought of something and laughed. "Brother Qi, do you want jade and jadeite?" "Yes." Shu Tianxi nodded and said, "As long as you have jade and jadeite, I will exchange them for any amount." After hesitating for a moment, Chun Biao smiled and said, "Okay, starting today, I will gather my brothers to help you buy jade and jadeite on the black market. But how can I contact you after the acquisition?" Shu Tianxi naturally considered this issue, so he said that he would come to find the other party. He comes once every 5 days. If he doesn't come, there must be something wrong. You can keep the jade and jadeite and come back at any time later. Hearing that he might have to advance the money himself, Chun Biao was a little unhappy. Although he somewhat believed that Shu Tianxi had food, the two were not familiar with each other after all. Inferior jadeite is still okay, but slightly better ice or glass jadeite is not cheap. In other words, when the grain harvest is low, the people who can't get enough to eat will sell a low price. For those people who have no worries about food and drink, who would exchange top-grade jade and emerald for the food, they need to have no worries about food and drink. But Chun Biao really couldn't do such a thing as spending huge amounts of money to collect useless jade and jadeite. Shu Tianxi saw through the other person's thoughts at a glance, so he laughed and said, "There are 200 kilograms of rice in the car. You can take it. If you collect a lot of jade and jadeite, you can advance the money. Don't worry, I won't give you a single grain of food." "Brother, how can I not believe what you said?" Chun Biao laughed and said embarrassedly, "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Chun Biao. Please call me Brother Biao for respect." Shu Tianxi took a look at the hand the other party handed over, then reached out and shook it. "Qitian. What a great name, bro." Chun Biao laughed heartily, then glared at the others and said, "What are you standing there for? Call Brother Tian." Several people came over with their hands drooping, weakly shouting, "Brother Tian." Shu Tianxi nodded and said calmly, "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Okay, leave the jade and jadeite matters to me." Chun Biao made a few polite remarks and wanted to ask Bald Chong and his men to move the food in, but he paused when he saw their expressions. He smiled awkwardly and said to Shu Tianxi, "Brother Qi Tian, look at their hands." Shu Tianxi took one step forward, landed on his feet, and walked towards the few people. Bald Chong and his men seemed to be afraid of him, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. "Why are you hiding? Don't you want your hand to heal?" Shu Tianxi scolded them, and then several people came over angrily. "If Brother Biao didn't need you, I wouldn't bother to help you set your bones." As Shu Tianxi spoke, he pressed down on Bald Chong's shoulders, then grabbed his hand and pushed it upwards. "Ah!" Bald Chong screamed, which made Chen Xiaoho and others frown. Soon after, everyone recovered their arms amid screams. Chun Biao believed that there was some personal grudge involved. He stepped forward and slapped Taitu on the head, scolding him. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you thank Brother Tian quickly?" Hearing this, everyone hurriedly shouted to Shu Tianxi, "Thank you, Brother Tian." Shu Tianxi waved his hand and said calmly, "Since everything is fine, I'll leave first." "Okay." Chun Biao nodded and said with a smile, "Don't worry, brother. I will definitely help you collect enough jade and jadeite. Tianga, take care. Tianga, have a safe journey." Shu Tianxi laughed and pushed the tricycle out of the yard. Looking at his back as he walked away, the bald man, with a flattering face, forced himself to retract his smile. He glanced sideways at Chun Biao and said, "Brother Biao, is this how we help him?" "You know shit." Chun Biao cursed angrily and said thoughtfully, "This Qi Tian is no simple matter. These days, food in the city is rationed, and a family can only get 100 to 180 kilograms a year at most. The grain in the countryside was even taken away by the communes, leaving no food to eat. Yet he was able to produce hundreds of kilograms of food. His identity or ability must be beyond our imagination. Besides, we are not simply helping him. If he really has an endless supply of food, we can make a killing. Remember, when you see him from now on, call him Brother Tion. Chapter 126, Buying a Doll and Encountering. This jade should be able to fill the red color of the Qilin jade pendant, right? On the other side, Shu Tianxi sat on a tricycle and looked at the white jade Buddha in his hand. Although this thing is not real Burmese white jade, it can be regarded as high-quality nephrite. The most important thing is that this thing is huge. Just like the Heqian red jade pendant that I bought for the first time, this piece of jade Buddha can be made into 20 of them. If this can't fill up the red part of the Qilin jade pendant, Shu Tianxi will really curse. With great anticipation, he put the tricycle and the jade Buddha into the space. Oh no, I forgot to ask Chen Xiaoho to give me the cloth and cotton coupons. Shu Tianxi, who had just taken out his bicycle, suddenly slapped his head with a look of regret on his face. He was so busy trading with Chun Biao that he wanted to leave after getting the jade Buddha. He forgot that he still had to buy cloth and clothes today. Oh, forget it. Shu Tianxi shook his head, thinking that he could only talk about it next time. Anyway, he still had enough tickets in his pocket. Then he rode his bicycle to the department store. There were about 10 people standing at the clothing store, and it looked like business was pretty good. Shu Tianxi stood obediently at the back, waiting for the people in front to finish their purchases and leave. At this moment, a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. Brother Qi? Shu Tianxi's face darkened, and he subconsciously reached out to grab it. Damn, so slippery. Woman? It was the feeling he had the moment he touched that hand that made him realize it was a woman's hand. Moreover, it seemed like the person the other party was calling was himself. So Shu Tianxi immediately let go of the other person and looked back. I saw a little girl in a corduroy jacket, her face flushed, standing behind me. A pair of small hands were tucked in front of her belly, and I don't know what she was doing. Why are you here? Shu Tianxi asked in surprise. Brother Qi, is it really you? The little girl raised her head, stared at Shu Tianxi with surprise, and said, I thought I made a mistake. Hee hee. Shu Tianxi chuckled and reminded, don't pat people's shoulders from behind in the future, or you'll get beaten. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have twisted the other person's arm. The girl said, oh, with an apologetic look on her face and nodded. I understand. Brother Qi, do you want to buy something? Do you want me to help you? Can you help me? Shu Tianxi was stunned again, then looked at the girl again. The other person is a student, so her skin color and dress are completely different from those of the rural girl. The most important thing is that the corduroy jacket she was wearing could not be bought with just cloth coupons. Perhaps the other party's identity is as complicated as Li Xingbang's. Brother Qi, what's wrong? Seeing Shu Tianxi staring at her without saying anything, the girl asked shyly. Famine. Shu Tianxi shook his head and explained, I'm going to buy some cloth and cotton. The weather is getting colder. I have to buy 2 sets of clothes for myself and my family. The girl suddenly realized and asked, did you bring money and tickets? I brought it. Then wait a minute. After leaving this sentence, the girl went straight to the elder sister behind the counter. When she couldn't squeeze through, she opened her mouth and shouted, Sister Wan, my friend wants to buy some cloth and cotton. This. Everyone turned around and looked over. The salesperson was stunned for a moment before nodding and saying, okay, let him come over. After that, she shouted to the customers in front of the counter, make way, make way. Let that young comrade come over first. Someone shouted, no. What? Others echoed, that's right, it was obviously us who found them. Others complained, I've been waiting for a long time. How could you do this? Sister One immediately responded domineeringly, this is how I do things. If you're unhappy, go complain. It's really a problem, day after day. If any one of you says one more word, I won't sell it to you. What's wrong with that? Well, as soon as these words were spoken, the people at the scene were speechless and obediently made way. Shu Tianxi thought to himself, wow, this is the attitude a salesperson in the 1960s should have. The girl ran back, grabbed Shu Tianxi's sleeve, and then let go, saying, Brother Qi, go quickly. Sure enough, this girl has an impressive background. Being able to attend high school in the county and play with the deputy director's son, they must be the children of leaders. Looking at the other person's red face, Shu Tianxi gave a thumbs up and said, great. After saying that, he strode to Sister Wan's counter. Sister Wan gave Shu Tianxi a strange look and said with a smile, "What do you want to buy? Do you have the ticket?" Although I don't know why her expression is so strange, her attitude is definitely different from before. They open back doors for people openly and can also respond domineeringly to customers who have complaints. This is the confidence of the 8 members. They're not afraid of complaints from others at all. If they get angry, they can even beat up the customers. Shu Qianxi didn't hesitate, took out a stack of bills from his pocket, and said, "I want a piece of cotton cloth, 15 kilograms of cotton." After saying that, he pointed to a cotton jacket and a blue shirt on the counter and said, "I want those 2 pieces of clothing too." Hiss! As soon as these words came out, there was a sound of inhalation behind him. Sister One wasn't surprised at all. She counted the bills and said, "Cotton cloth is 70 cents a foot, and cotton is 1.3 per pound." In her opinion, Shu Qianxi and the girl should be classmates and still studying in school. Anyone who can play with the girl must have a family background that is definitely not comparable to that of the ordinary people behind her. Therefore, it is not surprising that so many cloth coupons could be produced. Cotton cloth costs 70 cents per foot, and a piece is 40 feet long, for a total of 28 yuan. Cotton costs 1.3 yuan per pound, but the mall can only sell 10 pounds, which costs 13 yuan. The cotton coat and shirt cost 18 yuan in total, and you also need 12 feet of cloth coupons and 2 kilograms of cotton coupons. Shu Qianxi took out the money and counted it carefully, then handed it to Sister Wan and said, "Sister Wan, can you count it?" "No need. I see you counting. How could you make a mistake?" Sister Wan took the money and smiled warmly. "Put your things away and be careful when you go back." "Thank you, Sister Wan. Sister Wan is really kind and beautiful. You're quite sweet, little comrade. No wonder Yaya is so helpful to you." "Sister Wan, what are you talking about?" The girl rushed over and shouted at Sister Wan with a shy face. Sister Wan laughed heartily, covering her face with her hands, and said, "Oh yeah, are you shy? I'm ignoring you." The girl snorted softly and wanted to reach out to help Shu Qianxi get something, but then she pulled her hand back. He snorted at Sister Wan again, then turned and walked outside. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and chase him." Sister Wan shouted at Shu Qianxi. "This." Shu Qianxi smiled bitterly and walked out of the mall carrying a bunch of things. He didn't see the girl along the way until he walked out of the mall. He saw her standing with her back to the door, wondering what she was doing. Shu Qianxi took a step forward and shouted, "Hello." Chapter 127, Gossip Mongers in the Machinery Factory Dormitory. "Brother Qi, are you out?" The girl exclaimed, turned around, and said to Shu Qianxi. Seeing that the other person's hands were full of things, the girl immediately reached out and asked, "Can I help you carry it?" "No need, my bike is over there." Shu Qianxi shook his head and gestured towards a place not far away. The girl said, "Oh," and lowered her head, seeming a little embarrassed. "Thank you for today. Will I treat you to dinner next time?" Shu Qianxi's voice sounded again, and she immediately looked up with a silly expression. Then he chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "It's okay. It's just a small favor." Shu Qianxi smiled slightly and nodded. "Then I'll leave first?" "Oh, okay." This girl is a little cute, lively, and seems a little not good at speaking. This was Shu Qianxi's first impression of it, but he didn't think much about it, but instead lifted the thing towards the bicycle. After hanging up everything, he turned around and looked at the girl who had followed him. "What's your name?" The girl immediately introduced herself. "My name is Wang Yu. Wang as in king, Yu as in joy." "Wang Yu, what a nice name." Shu Qianxi pretended to be serious, nodded and smiled. "Okay, I'll remember that. I have something else to do today, so I can't treat you to dinner. Take these candies as a simple thank you for your help today." After saying that, he took out a few white rabbit snacks from his pocket and handed them over. "No, that's not necessary." Wang Yu took 2 steps back and waved his hand quickly. Shu Qianxi was a little helpless. He looked around and then reached out to grab the other person's wrist. Then he put the candy in the other person's palm and told him, "Take it. You can't refuse it. Otherwise, next time we meet, pretend not to know you." "No." Hearing this, Wang Yu was immediately frightened and held the candy tightly. Shu Qianxi smiled slightly, stood up his bicycle, and said, "Then I'll leave first. Brother Qi, I'm a student in Class 1, Grade 9 of the County No. 1 Middle School. You." Looking at Shu Qianxi's receding back, Wang Yu swallowed back what he wanted to say. She pursed her lips, then unwrapped the white rabbit candy and put it in her mouth. Sweet, sweetness that goes straight to the heart. After leaving them all, Shu Qianxi found an empty alley and threw the cloth and cotton into the space. Then he took off his shirt, and put on a new shirt and cotton coat. A simple blue shirt with a slightly open collar, revealing the delicate neckline. Her slender fingers casually adjusted her cuffs, and her every move showed elegance and confidence. Handsome. Because of the transformation of Lin Quan, Shu Tianxi himself has an upright posture and well-proportioned lines. Even if he was dressed in rags before, he could still charm many women, young and old. Now that she has changed into a new set of clothes, her temperament has really improved. It's these pants, they don't match. Shu Tianxi looked down at his pants full of patches and shook his head helplessly. There's no way. I don't have enough cloth coupons. I can only hope that after making clothes for the whole family, there will be some cloth left. Or maybe I could get some more cloth coupons and buy myself 2 new pairs of pants. Without thinking too much, Shu Tianxi put all the clothes he had taken off into the system space. Then he took out a basket and put it on his back, which contained some pork and eggs. Riding a bicycle, I slowly rode toward my aunt Shu Xiaomei's house. My eldest aunt's family helped my family a lot, both financially and physically, and even brought a lot of food. It's really a bit wrong that I haven't sent any food over yet. Since I'm in the city alone today, it's time to send some meat over. My aunt's house wasn't far away, so I quickly rode my bike to the entrance of the alley near the machinery factory. At the entrance of the alley sat a group of older women, all family members of the machinery factory employees. They were knitting sweaters, chatting and laughing, discussing someone's gossip. Shu Xiaomei is one of them. As a housewife without a job, her duty is to take care of the home. Now that her 4 children are grown up, she only needs to cook and wash clothes every day. One of her greatest pleasures was sitting down to knit while gossiping with her neighbors. At this moment, the woman sitting opposite her suddenly patted her on the shoulder and said, "Damei, was it your nephew who just rode past on a bicycle?" Ah! Shu Xiaomei raised her head and turned to look towards home. Because Shu Tianxi was carrying a basket on his back, Shu Xiaomei couldn't see anything clearly for a moment. So she immediately put away her needlework and said, "I have to go home and see." Watching her hurriedly leaving, a group of women began their analysis. A woman looked up and said, "Hey, did you hear?" "What?" The woman said seriously, "Damei's second niece is a star of misfortune. When I first married my husband, he died before we even got married." "Holy crap. Is this true? Can this be false?" The woman glared and continued with a frown. "Damei's younger brother and sister-in-law passed away not long ago. I heard that it was because of this unlucky star." Hiss! Everyone gasped. They didn't expect that such a person really existed. The woman seemed unsatisfied and sneered. "Actually, this is nothing." Everyone became interested and gossiped. "What else?" The woman waved her hand, and everyone immediately leaned over and put their ears close. "I heard that none of Damei's brother's children are good people. The eldest is a fool, the second is a jinx, and the one who just rode past." The woman suddenly paused when she said this. Everyone's greed was aroused, and they hurriedly urged, "Tell me quickly, what happened just now?" The woman seemed to have achieved her goal. She snorted and said, "He's such a lazy guy. He doesn't do anything at home and just sucks the blood of his family. He's also responsible for his parents' deaths." Hiss! Achoo! As soon as Shu Tianxi parked the car in front of his aunt's house, he couldn't help sneezing. He wiped his nose with his index finger, a little confused. "It's fine to wear light clothes, but why do I catch a cold when I put on new cotton clothes? God-given." Suddenly, Shu Xiaomei's voice sounded behind him. Shu Tianxi immediately turned around and smiled sincerely. "Aunt, it's really you, kid. Why did you come to the city to visit your aunt?" Shu Xiaomei also looked happy. She took out the key and went forward to open the door. "Is there nothing to eat at home?" Jin Feng just happened to bring back some food. "No." Shu Tianxi quickly denied it and explained, "Aunt, there's food at home. I came here today to bring you some food." "Send it to me?" Shu Xiaomei was stunned, but without thinking too much, she shook her head and said, "Come in and have a cup of hot tea first." "Good." Shu Tianxi smiled, then leaned against the wall with his bicycle. Seeing this, Shu Xiaomei asked curiously, "Tianxi, what is this bicycle of yours?" Chapter 128, Sending Meat to My Aunt's House. This is provided by the company, Don't Worry, Aunt. Looking at Shu Xiaomei, who was looking puzzled, Shu Tianxi smiled and explained. At this time, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Didn't his uncle know that he had joined the machinery factory? There is no way the other party didn't tell Shu Xiaomei. Why does Shu Xiaomei have this expression? At this moment, Shu Xiaomei suddenly realized something and said in surprise, "Your uncle said that you got a job at the machinery factory. Is that true?" "Real." Good, good, my nephew is really promising. Shu Xiaomei was very happy and pulled Shu Tianxi into the house. Please sit down first. I'll pour you a cup of hot tea. Shu Tianxi didn't hesitate. He took down the backpack and found a stool to sit down. Shu Xiaomei picked up an enamel cup, walked to the honeycomb coal stove, and picked up the teapot on it. The boiling hot tea gushed out from the pot and poured into the cup, emitting thick steam. Shu Xiaomei did not rush to give the tea to Shu Tianxi, but rummaged through the drawers looking for something. While looking for her, he said, "Your uncle said he saw you at work before, and he blamed you for being ignorant. A few days ago, he mentioned that he met you at work and kept praising you for growing up and becoming more sensible." Really? Shu Tianxi laughed and was not surprised. If my uncle was not stupid, he would know that he had the opportunity to be promoted because of me. If you still say bad things about yourself, it would be a bit unreasonable. That's right. Shu Xiaomei smiled and took out 2 pieces of rock sugar and put them into the water cup. Your uncle said that you are now a purchasing agent for the machinery factory, and the logistics director values you very much. Although I always thought you would grow up and become sensible, I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Until you just told me where the bicycle came from, I completely believed it. As she was talking, she came to Shu Tianxi and handed him the rock sugar water. Come, have some tea. Thank you, Aunt. Shu Tianxi took the teacup and said, Aunt, I brought you something. After saying that, he lifted the oil paper covering the surface of the backpack. This is... Shu Xiaomei's pupils shrank, and she quickly stepped forward to take a look at the door. Then he turned around, stared at Shu Tianxi and asked, Where did you get the meat? What did she just see? A big piece of fat meat must weigh at least 5 kilograms. The meat processing plant no longer supplies meat, and the supply and marketing cooperative only supplies 2 kilograms of meat a day. But what about Shu Tianxi? He directly brought her 5 kilograms of pork? Aunt, have you forgotten? I am an excellent hunter. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and took out the piece of fat meat. I saw that under the 5 pounds of fat, there was a piece of pork belly weighing 5 pounds. Hiss. Tianxi, is this considered an invasion of collective assets? Shu Xiaomei took a deep breath and said in a suppressed voice, Does anyone else know? Hearing this, Shu Tianxi immediately laughed. He comforted her, Don't worry, Aunt, this isn't considered embezzlement of collective assets. Hunters have hunting regulations. Hunting under 10 kilograms is for individuals, and hunting over 10 kilograms is for the group. Moreover, I'm a purchaser of a machinery factory and have a purchase certificate. Moreover, private dealings with public parties are not considered as speculation. When I personally sell wild boars I kill to my workplace, I only need to hand over 70% or 80% to the village collective. So you can keep this meat without worrying about it. It doesn't matter if others find out about it. Really, Shu Xiaomei was still a little worried. After Shu Tianxi explained again and again, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then why did you bring me so much? We can't eat so much. Take it back later and save it for you and your older brother, younger sister, and younger siblings. Aunt, there are still many at home. Shu Tianxi shook his head and explained, There's no shortage of food and meat at home. I have already obtained urban household registration and bought back all the ration grain. When I have nothing to do, I go up the mountain to hunt, and I can pick up a lot of eggs and bird eggs. As he spoke, he picked up the piece of pork belly again. I saw a lot of eggs pressed under the pork belly, and when I counted carefully, there were actually 20 or 30 of them. This. Shu Xiaomei's eyes widened. Her heart beat more than twice, as fast as usual. She suddenly thought of something and hurried forward to touch Shu Tianxi's body. Shu Tianxi quickly stopped her and asked, Aunt, what are you doing? You little bastard. Shu Xiaomei scolded him and said with concern, The mountain is so dangerous. There are wild boars and wolves everywhere. You deal with these things every day, so you didn't get hurt, did you? It's okay, I'm not hurt. Shu Tianxi chuckled and shook his head. I use traps to kill large beasts like that. I don't have to fight them head on. You have to be careful. Do you hear me? Shu Xiaomei scolded. Okay. Shu Tianxi nodded helplessly and said, Then you can accept these things? I'll take 1/3. Shu Xiaomei hesitated for a moment and said, If you don't mind, I'll give the rest to your second aunt and your younger aunt. Shu Tianxi naturally had no objection, but he had already assigned some to his 3 aunts, so he shook his head and refused. He said that the 5 pounds of fat could be used to make lard, which could be used for cooking. The other 5 pounds of pork belly can be used for stir-frying or braising. So with such a small amount of meat, Shu Xiaomei's family couldn't eat it for a few days. You said you If only you had been so sensible before. Listening to everything Shu Tianxi had arranged, Shu Xiaomei suddenly felt a little sad. Shu Tianxi was about to say a few words of comfort when the other party suddenly waved his hand, smiled, and said, "Tianxi, don't think too much. And he doesn't mean to blame you. I'm actually very happy that you can be sensible. In the future, I can also enjoy the blessing of having a nephew, and see who dares to say anything bad about you. I know it's okay." Shu Tianxi shook his head, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. The water temperature has dropped a lot, and the rock sugar has melted a lot, so it tastes especially sweet when you drink it. Shu Xiaomei put away her things, rubbed her hands, and said, "It's getting late. I should cook. Tianxi, please stay for dinner. Annie will fry some meat and eggs for you." "Good." Shu Tianxi did not refuse and sat aside to chat with Shu Xiaomei. "Aunt, how is Sister Jinfeng doing after she started working? I wasn't used to it at first, but now it's much better." Shu Xiaomei smiled and said, "That girl has now been registered as a city resident and has a monthly ration of 32 kilograms of grain. She usually ate lunch in the cafeteria, so she bought food when she got her food ration book. Your aunt's family is no longer worried about going hungry. Your aunt-in-law might need our help." Among Shu Tianxi's 3 aunts, the youngest Aunt Shu Xiaoxia is in a more difficult situation. After all, she married into the countryside and definitely couldn't eat the ration food. The various communes sent food to the north, and Shu Xiaoxia must be having a hard time. Shu Tianxi raised his head and said, "It's okay, I'll just go there tomorrow." Chapter 129, The Ant with Strong Fighting Ability. Then take a few pounds of cornmeal with you after dinner and send it to your aunt tomorrow. When Shu Xiaomei heard that Shu Tianxi was going to Shu Xiaoxia's place, she immediately reminded him. As the eldest sister, there wasn't much she could do to help her younger sister. After all, she was not a registered urban resident, and the family's food had previously relied entirely on Fu Sheng's ration. "My parents-in-law also need some subsidies. This amount of food is not enough to eat." Fortunately, the eldest son is in the army, and his ration is a little higher than theirs. He also sends some money and bills back every once in a while, which relieves some of the pressure on the family. If not, how could he let something happen to his own brother and sister-in-law? Now that Fu Jinfeng also works in the factory, Shu Xiaomei can take out some food to subsidize her sister's family. "And keep the food for yourself." Shu Tianxi shook his head and explained, "I've prepared food and meat for my aunt. You don't have to worry." "That won't work," Shu Xiaomei immediately retorted, lowering her head to cut the fat. "It's not easy for you to make some money. Tian Yu and Xiang Lian are still relying on you for support. Besides, what's yours is yours, and that's the nephew's subsidy to his aunt. My eldest aunt is her biological sister, so she can't just sit back and watch." As she was talking, she threw all the cut fat into the pot. Adding a little water, the pot soon began to sizzle. In the alley of the machinery factory's employee housing area, men, women, young and old all looked up with puzzled expressions. The long-lost meat aroma drifted across their noses, making them unable to help but swallow. "Water. Oh my God, who's cooking meat here? They're making lard, right? Where can you buy fat meat at the supply and marketing cooperative right now?" One child couldn't help but shout, "Mom, I want to eat fat meat. I want to eat big fat meat." "Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eating. Eat me, and you will eat me, right?" After a few slaps, the child immediately started crying loudly in pain. "No, no, I'm drooling because of greed." Everyone began to breathe deeply, as if smelling it a few more times could satisfy their craving for pork. Some people also started to search by smelling the scent, and soon found Shu Xiaomei's home. Damei, is your family making lard?" Hearing the shouting outside the door, Shu Tianxi, who was sitting not far from the door, looked outside. "Good job." Dozens of people, young and old, men and women, gathered at the door, breathing in the air as if they had asthma. "What are you trying to do? Are you trying to blackmail people?" Shu Damei also put down the spatula and walked out. She was not surprised to see the scene outside the door. She laughed and said, "Yes, my family is making lard. Look, my nephew brought some local specialties for the countryside to visit me, his aunt. I have to make him something delicious, right?" "Yes, yes, yes." Everyone nodded in agreement, with envy and jealousy revealed on their faces. At this moment, an old lady suddenly came forward, pulling a child who was crying like a cat. She chuckled and said, "Damei, look, the child is crying because of your fat meat. Cannot. This." Shu Xiaomei refused decisively, which made the aunt helpless. These neighbors have lived together for more than 10 or 20 years, right? If someone really comes to your door to ask for something, it would be embarrassing for them to refuse. What's more, the aunt used the child as an excuse. So the aunt was unhappy and shouted, "Shu Damei, what's wrong with you? I already told him that the child wanted to eat. Look how he's crying." As she spoke, she twisted her hands around the child. The child suddenly screamed and cried loudly, which was particularly miserably. Talking about this scene, the neighbors around couldn't stand it anymore. But Shu Xiaomei didn't care about that and immediately started to output crazily. "The Zhuanzi, what are you mumbling about? Everyone's food rations are saved by daily frugality, let alone meat. I never see you share any with your neighbors. So how can you have the nerve to ask them for anything? What do you mean by, I have to give you meat just because you're crying because you're greedy for it? There are hundreds of children in this alley. Can I take care of them all? Tomorrow when you have dinner, I'll ask our Shijin to bring Haozi and the others to your house to cry." Hearing this, a scene that made Shu Tianxi's hair stand on end immediately emerged in his mind. Fu Shijin brought a group of 15 or 16-year-old children and cried loudly behind the aunt's door. Alas, then isn't that morning? The aunt was stunned and yelled, "Shu Damei, what do you mean, you bitch? If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. Why are you cursing my family to death? I knew you were such a stingy person, but I didn't expect you to be so vicious. Who are you calling a bitch?" Shu Xiaomei refused to admit defeat and picked up the broom with her eyes wide open. "You know I'm stingy, yet you still dare to ask for it? Your face is thicker than my door. I think you're a jerk who likes to be scolded for no reason." The two of them started cursing in front of the neighbors, and the curses became more and more foul. First, he gave the other person an unpleasant name, and then started to expose the other person's past. Hundreds of neighbors came forward, but no one tried to stop the fight. Instead, they just crossed their arms and watched the show. It was also the first time that Shu Tianxi saw that his aunt's fighting ability was so strong. But compared with the aunties and grandmas in the village, there is still a lot behind. When the aunties in the village quarrel, they greet each other's parents, wives, children, and elders first, and then greet each other's ancestors. Those curse words could fill a million-word novel. In the end, they will expose the other party's past secrets without stopping for 3 days and 3 nights. So Shu Tianxi didn't know what to do at this time. Should he go up and slap the old lady a few times? Just when he had this thought, the aunt suddenly pointed the finger at him. The aunt was so angry that her face turned red, and she pointed her big hand at Shu Tianxi. "Shu Damei, just indulge your useless nephew. I'm just waiting to see how team leader Fu gets tricked to death by you two." Shu Tianxi was stunned, not understanding how this could affect him. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'll beat you to death." Shu Xiaomei raised the broom and threw it at the aunt angrily. The aunt was startled and ran away while shouting, "Hey, someone is hitting someone. Someone come quickly. Shu Damei killed someone for her useless nephew." Everyone retreated, fearing that they would be affected by the aftermath of the battle. At this moment, a person suddenly jumped out from the crowd. Without any hesitation, he kicked the old lady. "Fuck you. Ouch." The old lady was caught off guard and fell to the ground with her child. The person who came didn't seem to be satisfied and continued to kick without hesitation. "I'll let you hit my mom. I'll let you scold my mom. Beat you to death. I'll kick you to death." Only then did everyone see that the person who did it was Shu Xiaomei's son Fu Shijin. The old lady's screams were still ringing, and Shu Xiaomei finally reacted. She quickly stepped forward, grabbed Fu Shijin, and said, Shijin, stop hitting me." Fu Shijin was really angry, and even Shu Xiaomei couldn't pull him away, until a group of people heard the news and rushed over, shouting, "Fu Shijin, stop it, Mom, Mao." Seeing this, one of the men immediately shouted and kicked Fu Shijin. "I'm fucking you up." He wanted to kick Fu Shijin, but unexpectedly someone was faster than him and kicked him out. Shu Tianxi retracted his legs, looked at Fu Shijin, and said, "That's enough." Chapter 130. Hard-working, honest, and dutiful child. Not long after the incident happened in front of Shu Xiaomei's house, people from the street office came over. Unsurprisingly, those who quarreled and fought were taken to the street office. The person in charge is a middle-aged woman named Chun, who is the director of the street office of the machinery factory's residential area. He sat in his seat holding a steaming cup of water and glanced at Shu Xiaomei and others. "I have already understood clearly what happened. Comrade Li Wan was indeed wrong in this matter. It's normal for children to be greedy, but you can't insult others when you can't get food. No one's food is blown away by the wind. Giving it to you is a favor. Not giving it to you is my duty. How can you curse and insult others for this? I'm telling the truth. Li Wan glared at Xu Xiaomei and said, everyone knows that her nephew is lazy and greedy, and he sucked the blood of his parents dry. Now Xu Damei wants to cook meat for his nephew. I'm afraid he wants to suck all the blood of Team Leader Fu as well. Team Leader Fu is so unlucky to marry a wife like her. Fuck. Say that again, you old bastard. Fu Shijin and Xu Xiaomei were both angry and immediately wanted to beat each other up again. Li Wan was startled, and her son covered his stomach and stood in front of her. That's enough. Director Qin put the cup on the table and shouted angrily, what are you doing? Still want to fight? Do you want me to call the security committee now so you can go inside and fight? Xu Tianxi reached out and pulled Xu Xiaomei and Fu Shijin back, then took out his work ID and handed it to Director Chen. Director Chen, would you like to take a look at this? Director Chen frowned and looked at Xu Tianxi with a bit of disgust. She had also heard of Xu Damei's nephew, who was lazy and good at nothing. His parents died some time ago, and Xu Damei's family had to spend a lot of money and food. Today, because of him, the neighborhood tensions erupted. What does this person want me to see? Is he trying to bribe me? As he thought about it, Director Chen reached out and took the work permit. This is work permit from the machinery factory? Buyer, level 6 clerk? Director Chen's pupils shrank, and his first reaction was that this was impossible. When she saw the name and Xu Tianxi's photo, she suddenly thought of something. Li Wan and her son stretched their heads over to see what it was, but were glared back by Director Chen. What are you looking at? Stand still. Li Wan and her son did not dare to refute and stood back. Director Chen coughed, looked up at Xu Tianxi, and said, is the food supply at the machinery factory during this period related to you? It's nothing, just a few wild boars. Xu Tianxi chuckled and nodded. The village recently formed a team to go up the mountain, and they did get a lot of good things. There are also some wild rabbit and pheasant eggs. If Director Chen is interested, what are you doing so close? Director Chen glared and scolded. There are so many people here, what do you mean by that? I'm warning you, bribery and corruption are both wrong. I dare not. Xu Tianxi quickly smiled apologetically and took a few steps back. Seeing this, Li Wan immediately agreed. Yes, this kid is not a good guy at first glance. Did I ask you to speak? Director Chen retorted, slamming the table and scolding. Who do you think you are? Li Wan was stunned, a little confused. What? Do you know that what you just said constitutes defamation? Director Chen shouted angrily, accusingly. Comrade Xu Tianxi is a hard-working, honest, and dutiful boy. Xu Tianxi immediately straightened his clothes and stood up straight. Director Chen gave him a gentle look, then continued to stare at Li Wan and accuse her. You said she was lazy and gluttonous. That's slander, you know. In our country, slandering and defaming our revolutionary comrades is a serious crime. If Comrade Xu Tianxi goes to the Public Security Committee to sue you, he will have to send you to a farm for reform. Bullshit, Li Wan wanted to retort, but was stopped by her son. Director Chen, my mother doesn't know how to talk. Please don't bother with her. It's not me who was framed. Is it useful for you to say this to me? Director Chen asked back. Although he was unwilling, Li Wan's son still looked at Xu Tianxi. Brother Tianxi, my mother was at fault first. But you've already hit me and scolded me, so why not just let it go? He also realized that what Xu Tianxi showed Director Chen was working. Although he was very angry when his mother was beaten, he even wanted to kill the other person. But now the advantage is on the other side. He can't really let Director Chen send his mother to reform. If this gets out of hand, he'll lose his job. Xu Tianxi glanced at him and said lightly, I'm sorry. It's no use telling me. It's my aunt who was wronged, and you didn't start this. Xu Xiaomei tried to pull at his clothes, but was stopped by his eyes. Li Wan's son's expression froze, and he understood what Xu Tianxi meant. He pushed his mother and said, Mom, apologize to Auntie. What? You want me to apologize to her? Li Wan exploded and shouted. Zhao, are you crazy? Your mother was beaten up? You asked me to apologize to her. You bastard, are you still my son? Zhao frowned and pulled Li Wan aside to explain in a deep voice. Impossible. Li Wan rolled her eyes and suddenly shouted, I don't know if I'm talking nonsense or not. This kid is just a lazy guy. I would say the same thing even if someone from the Public Security Committee came. Upon hearing this, Director Chen immediately looked at Xu Tianxi and said in a friendly manner, Comrade Xu Tianxi, how about showing this to her? Otherwise, She won't give up. Okay. Shu Tianxi nodded. Director Chun handed Shu Tianxi's work permit to Zhao Nan and said calmly, "Here." Zhao Nan took the work permit doubtfully, and his pupils shrank after taking a look. A level 6 clerk, higher than his level? Look carefully. This is Comrade Shu Tianxi's work ID. He is a serious buyer of our machinery factory. There is no such thing as lazy and gluttonous person. Your mother has already committed false accusations and fabricated rumors. Now it depends on whether Comrade Shu Tianxi will sue you. Hearing this, Zhao Nan immediately pulled Li Wan aside and said, "Mom, hurry up and apologize to them." Impossible. Li Wan didn't believe it at all. She pointed to Shu Tianxi and said, "How can a second-rate guy like him become a buyer? I don't believe it. Let me apologize to them, unless I die." After saying that, she ran out of the office without looking back. Mom. Zhao Nan hesitated for a moment, bowed to Shu Xiaomei, and returned the work permit to Shu Tianxi. Then he chased after Li Wan. Chapter 131. In this area, no one can bully them, my sister said. After Li Wan and her son left, Fu Shijin glanced at the work permit in Shu Tianxi's hand. "Third brother, is this your work ID? I told you, there's nothing you can't do." He chuckled, held out his hand, and said, "My dad told me he met you at work," and his expression was so funny. Before Shu Tianxi could say anything, Director Chun slammed the table. "Comrade Fu Shijin, you haven't realized your mistake yet, have you?" What?" Director Chun glared and accused. "It's normal for neighbors to have a little quarrel. How could you hit someone? Who told her to scold my mother?" Fu Shijin glared and shouted righteously. "Do you think you had the right to hit someone?" Director Chun clapped his hands and scolded. "Tell me yourself, how many times have you hit someone? I didn't send you to the Public Security Committee because your father is a veteran factory employee." Upon hearing this, Fu Shijin lowered his head and said nothing, feeling guilty. "Director Chun, I know Shijin has caused you trouble on a daily basis. Don't worry, I will discipline him after I return." Shu Xiaomei stepped forward with an apologetic look on her face to admit her mistake, and reached out to twist Fu Shijin's ear. Fu Shijin screamed in pain, covering his ears and not daring to resist. "Comrade Shu Xiaomei, don't get excited either." Director Chun quickly waved his hand, glanced at Shu Tianxi, then looked at Shu Xiaomei and said, "I can give you 2 suggestions, please consider them." Shu Xiaomei's eyes lit up and she nodded quickly. "Director Chun, please go ahead. Even though the child has dropped out of school, you can't let him sit idle. Otherwise, he will have nothing to do all day and will be no different from an idler in society. If something happens someday, you won't even have a place to cry when you regret it." Yes, Director Chun is right. Shu Xiaomei didn't dare to refute. After all, what he said was the truth. "So, my suggestion is to go to the countryside or join the army." Director Chun took a sip of hot tea and said slowly, "Now people across the country are responding to the country's call to go to the countryside and build the countryside. Shijin is 16 years old this year. It's time for him to go to the countryside and train himself. Or maybe he could join the army and serve his country well. I remember his brother is in the army too, right? I won't go to the army. I won't go." Fu Shijin was about to retort when Shu Xiaomei suddenly twisted his ear. Shu Xiaomei laughed and said to Director Chun, "Thank you, Director Chun. I'll go back and discuss this with my boss." "Okay." Director Chun nodded and said, "You can go back now. Be careful when you get back." "Okay, thank you." The 3 of them were about to leave the office, but Shu Tianxi and Director Chun had a private conversation. After leaving the office, they saw Fu Sheng running towards them with an anxious look on his face. "Boss, why are you back?" Shu Xiaomei asked curiously. "I heard you had a fight. What happened? Are you hurt?" Fu Sheng took a breath, and after finishing his explanation, he began to examine Shu Xiaomei. The relationship between the two seemed to be good, and even Shu Tianxi was ignored by Fu Sheng. "I'm fine. Just let Tianxi bring some meat to our family." Shu Xiaomei told the whole story with a bit of pride on her face. After listening to Shu Xiaomei's narration, Fu Sheng kicked Fu Shijin directly. "You little bastard. I'll teach you how to fight all day long." Fu Shijin shouted and immediately turned around to hide behind Shu Tianxi. "Third brother, run. My dad has gone crazy. You still dare to hide?" Fu Sheng's face flushed with anger, and he pushed Shu Tianxi away while shouting, "Tianxi, get out of the way. I must teach this bastard a lesson today. That's enough. Uncle, are you making fun of me?" Shu Tianxi shook his head and advised, Shijin is also helping her mother vent her anger, and her starting point is good. If it were in the past, Shu Tianxi would definitely be scolded for saying this. But this time, Fu Sheng really listened to it. He glared at Fu Shijin, then looked at Shu Tianxi and asked, "How come you have time to come here? I killed a wild boar in the mountains and gave you some a try." Shu Tianxi explained with a smile. "Boss, Tianxi took 5 pounds of fat and 5 pounds of pork belly, as well as some eggs." Shu Xiaomei looked around and said proudly, "Have you eaten? If not, go back and eat." Fu Sheng swallowed his saliva and nodded. "Okay, let's go back and eat." After saying that, he glared at Fu Shijin again. "What are you standing there for, you bastard? Go buy a bottle of Fingio and come back. I'll have a drink with your third brother." "Okay." Fu Shijin smiled, took the money and ticket handed over by Shu Xiaomei, and ran away. Fu Sheng snorted coldly, then said to Shu Tianxi enthusiastically, "Tianxi, let's go back and have a drink while we talk. Aunt, uncle, you two go back first. I'm going to buy a pack of cigarettes, and we'll be right back." Shu Tianxi greeted him and turned to walk towards the street office. Shu Xiaomei and Fu Sheng didn't think much about it, but just asked Shu Tianxi to hurry up. Shu Tianxi waved his hand and quickly went into an empty alley. When he came out again, there was a bamboo basket on his back. Many people in a village can make this kind of bamboo baskets. They are not valuable, so he saved a lot of them in the space. Shu Tianxi quickly arrived at the street office and walked in. "Sister Chun, I brought you some good things." Looking at Director Chun sitting inside, Shu Tianxi called out affectionately, "Zulfust." Director Chun guessed what he was talking about, but was a little surprised. She hurried to the door, looked around, and closed it. Turning around, she saw Shu Tianxi taking out a pheasant and a rabbit from the bamboo basket. "Sister Chun, do you like this thing?" Director Chun came over with a look of surprise, took a look, and said, "It's not common to see rabbits and pheasants this fat." Shu Tianxi nodded and said seriously, "To be honest, there really aren't many game of this level left." Director Chun agreed, then hesitated and said, "Comrade Shu Tianxi, this is very expensive, right?" "Sister Chun, you are being too formal. Just call me Tianxi or Lao San. If you like this thing, I'll sell it to you for $10 each." $10 each? Director Chin's eyes lit up, and he was filled with surprise. She nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, Okay, I accept you as my brother Tianxi. Not only are the wild rabbits weighing 5 or 6 kilograms, but even the pheasants weigh 3 or 4 kilograms. Such a big game, and each one only costs 10 yuan. Director Chen excitedly took out 20 yuan and handed it to Shu Tianxi. Shu Tianxi handed over the pheasant and rabbit and said, "Sister Chun, I won't live in the machinery factory area for the time being. Please take good care of my aunt and uncle from now on." Don't worry. From now on your family is my family. In this area, no one can bully them, as I said. Chapter 132 Fuxiginese Arrangements. At Shu Xiaomei's house, Shu Tianxi finally ate the food cooked by her. This time, my aunt Shu Xiaomei took out some steamed rice for him. Fu Sheng poured a glass of wine for Shu Tianxi and said gratefully, "Tianxi, thank you so much. What are you going to do with all this meat and eggs? How about this? You bring back a few pounds of food for Tianyu and the others later." "No need. We have everything to eat at home." Shu Tianxi shook his head and refused. "And this meat is also caught in the mountains. I will give some to my second and third aunts tomorrow. You all have a share, so there's no need to worry too much about me and my brothers and sisters." That's good. Let's have a drink." At this moment, Fu Sheng no longer looked down on his daughter-in-law's nephew. On the contrary, he admired and was grateful to the other person. "The family hasn't eaten meat for a long time, and my wife and child are starting to get swollen. The last 2 times he ate meat in the cafeteria, he could only eat half and hide the other half. I can only secretly bring it back for my wife and children to try when I get off work." Fu Sheng was really afraid that his family members would have problems due to nutritional deficiencies. Fortunately, Shu Tianxi delivered the precious 10 kilograms of pork to their family in time, and there were also a lot of eggs. At this time, Fu Shijin was eating the fat meat with big mouthfuls, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. "Third brother, how about I go to your village?" Shu Tianxi put down his wine glass in confusion, and Fu Sheng beside him couldn't help but scold him. "You little bastard, what are you doing again?" "I'm not doing anything weird. I really want to go to the countryside as an educated youth." Fu Xijin explained seriously. "Boss, it's like this." Shu Xiaomei suddenly spoke and repeated Director Chen's proposal. Fu Sheng pondered for a moment before nodding. Fu Shijin's son is indeed idle all day long and fights whenever he has nothing to do. If this continues, he might be beaten to death one day. Going to the countryside or joining the army can help you get some training. When he is old enough, I will arrange a marriage for him and start a family. Since you want to go to the countryside, wait. Seeing that Fu Sheng was about to agree with Fu Shijin's words, Shu Qianxi quickly interrupted him. Everyone looked over, and he continued, "You can go to the countryside, but don't come to me." Why? Fu Xijin asked anxiously. He has always wanted to get along with Shu Qianxi. He wanted it before, and he wants it even more now. A wild boar can be sold for thousands of dollars. What else can make money so quickly? In the past, his father would always be disdainful and derogatory when he mentioned his third brother. But look at him now. They were very polite and even took the initiative to toast each other. Isn't this treatment due to third brother's hunting skills? As long as he can go to Shujia village, is he still worried that his third brother will not take him to the mountains to hunt? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes at Fu Shijin and lowered his head to take a sip of wine. Then he picked up a piece of oil residue, put it into his mouth, chewed it, and said, "You want to follow me to the countryside, just to go hunting in the mountains? Going up the mountain is a very dangerous thing. I can't guarantee that I can get out of it safely every time. If I take you with me then, wouldn't I be courting death?" After saying this, he couldn't help but think in his heart, what decent person would go up the mountain to hunt whenever he had nothing to do? The wild poultry in the space are multiplying every day, and there is no way they can be sold out. Shijin, who gave you this idea? After hearing Shu Tianxi's guess, Shu Xiaomei looked at Fu Shijin with a little anger. Are you trying to harm your third brother? I just thought you were sensible. Fu Shijin was speechless. He looked at Shu Xiaomei and then at Shu Tianxi, and finally lowered his head and ate the meat silently. Tianxi, where do you think we should put the fine gold? Fu Sheng clinked his glasses with Shu Tianxi, wanting to hear each other's opinions. Fu Shijin immediately raised his head and looked at Shu Tianxi with hope. It's his wish to go wherever he wants. I'm not qualified to make the decision for him. Shu Tianxi shook his head and said lightly, "However, I can help you analyze it." Okay, then let's listen to your analysis. Fu Sheng nodded. Shu Tianxi was not shy and slowly told his thoughts. First of all, go to the countryside as an educated youth in those days was definitely extremely hard. After all the communes had handed over their grain, and the villagers themselves could not even get enough to eat. In this situation, who can care about whether the educated youth have enough to eat? Going up the mountain to hunt is too dangerous, much more dangerous than being in the army. Instead of fighting with the beasts, it is better to keep your life and join the army to kill more enemies. Although life in the army is hard, at least you can have a full meal. Stay in the army for a few years and wait for regularization. Then you can get a decent job when you come back. At that time, Fu Shijin was only in his early 20s, and it was just the right time for him to get married and start a family. The most important thing is that people nowadays are proud to be soldiers. Regardless of being a second-rate person or going to the countryside, you will be looked down upon. I also think it's a good idea to join the army. After listening to Shu Tianxi's analysis, Shu Xiaomei immediately nodded in agreement. But Huijin has already joined the army. If Shijin also joins the army, there are only 2 sons in the family. If both of them go to the army, it would be impossible for me not to worry. Go to the army. Fu Sheng didn't seem to care and made the decision without saying a word. Go to the army and kill as many enemies as possible. If you die, at least your mother and I will be honored as honored family members. What nonsense are you talking about? Shu Xiaomei slapped him and angrily said, "How can you curse your own son? I'm telling the truth." Fu Sheng rubbed his arms and retorted, "If he stays at home as a second-rate person, he will die outside sooner or later. Even if he dies, we old couple will have to suffer from people rubbing our backs for the rest of our lives." That's right. One person joins the army, the whole family is honored. Even if you die in battle, your family can get a pension. But if you're a second-rate person, you will be despised if you don't die, and people will set off firecrackers to celebrate if you die. Everyone looked at Fu Shijin, hoping that he would make his own decision. Fu Shijin was about to speak when a shout suddenly came from outside the door. "Team Leader Fu. Is Team Leader Fu here?" "Here." Fu Sheng immediately stood up and walked outside. But when he saw the people standing outside, his face immediately darkened. "What are you doing here? Get out of here." Zhao showed a hint of embarrassment on his face and pulled his son and mother forward. "Team Leader Fu, what happened today? is the fault of my mother and my son. I brought them here to apologize to your wife. Apologize? While Fu Sheng was stunned, Li Wan pulled her grandson and bowed to apologize, etc. Xu Xiaomei came out and hurriedly stopped them. She glanced at the neighbors around and went forward to hold Li Wan. There's so much chatter outside. Come inside and talk. Chapter 133. Turn hostility into friendship. Team leader Fu Damei, I'm sorry. What happened today is my fault. I shouldn't have been greedy and shouldn't have coveted your meat. You shouldn't have spread rumors about your nephew, saying he sucked the blood of the whole family. At Xu Xiaomei's home, Zhao brought his mother and son to bow and apologize to Xu Xiaomei's family. After Zhao Nan weighed the pros and cons again and again, the old woman, Li Wan, also realized the seriousness of the matter. Although she didn't believe that the lazy Xu Tianxi could find a job and become a city dweller in the future. But the facts were already in front of Wan, and Li Wan had to admit her mistake to Zhao Nanlai, even if she was extremely unwilling. Old sister-in-law, please get up quickly. Fu Sheng quickly raised his hand and sighed. Damei and Shi Jin are also at fault in this matter. You are the elder. How could Damei be angry with you? After all, we are all neighbors and may have to live together for the rest of our lives. We will see each other every day. Since the other person had already come to apologize, Xu Xiaomei didn't insist on it. Besides, she didn't suffer any loss. So she also bowed slightly to Li Wan and apologized. Sister-in-law, I was wrong about this. It's not that I'm stingy, it's just that there are too many neighbors in this neighborhood. There's only so much meat at home. If I give it to you, others will have to ask me for it. Whether I give it or not will be my fault. How can I be this person? Yes, yes, yes. Li Wan nodded repeatedly and agreed. It's my sister-in-law's fault. She was greedy and didn't think things through. Seeing this scene, Zhao Nan and Fu Sheng both breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Sheng even kicked Fu Shijin in the butt and scolded him. And you bastard. This is your aunt. How could you hit an elder? Come here and apologize to her. Although Fu Shijin was unwilling, he still said sorry to Li Wan under the pressure. It's okay, it's okay. Shijin is also a filial child. Regardless of whether the two families sincerely apologized, the matter ends here. Xu Xiaomei looked at the scars on Li Wan's face and felt a little guilty. So he took out some oil paper and wrapped some oil residue, handed it to Li Wan, and said, Sister-in-law, give it to the child. Zhao Nan's face changed, and he quickly refused. No, no. How can this be possible? There's nothing wrong with it, but you must not think it's too little. And don't eat it in front of others, otherwise it will be bad for both you and my family. After repeated persuasion from Xu Xiaomei and Fu Sheng, Zhao Nan and Li Wan finally accepted the oil residue. A satisfied smile appeared on Li Wan's face, and the pain on her body became insignificant. She nodded at Xu Tianxi and said with a smile, You're a good young man. You're already a level 6 clerk at such a young age. Annie has always misunderstood you. Tianxi, please don't mind it. Xu Tianxi was about to respond when the other party changed the subject and looked at Xu Xiaomei. That's right. Your nephew Tianxi is still unmarried, right? How about I find him one? Really? Xu Xiaomei's eyes lit up, and she became interested. Xu Tianxi's face darkened, and he immediately put one hand on Zhao Nan's back and pushed him out hard. All right, Qian has finished speaking, so please don't disturb us while we eat. Hey, Zhao Nan wanted to resist, but he couldn't use any strength. The three members of the Zhao family were pushed out the door. Li Wan looked around and stuffed the oil paper into her arms. Damei, let's make it a deal. I'll bring my niece over to show you tomorrow and settle this as soon as possible. Okay, you can bring your daughter over here to meet me first. Xu Xiaomei was overjoyed, but when she turned around, she saw Xu Tianxi with a gloomy face. Well, Xu Xiaomei's smile froze for a moment, and she said, Tianxi, what's wrong with you? Famine. Xu Tianxi shook his head, turned around, and said, I have something else to do. I'll leave after dinner. Looking at her nephew who started to eat after serving the food, Xu Xiaomei sat next to Fu Sheng again. She said earnestly, Tianxi, my aunt used to worry about your problem of filling your stomach. Now that this problem has been solved, you can worry about your lifelong affairs. Your eldest brother is already married, and next up will be Xianglian and you. You have a city hookah now, so you should get married and start a family as soon as possible. Stop. Xu Tianxi raised his hand and interrupted the other party. Aunt, you also said that I have a city hookah now, so it's not difficult for me to find a wife. So I want to find someone I like and who I like rather than just picking someone at random and leaving it at that. Can you meet me first? That's enough. Shu Xiaomei wanted to persuade him, but was stopped by Fu Sheng. Qinzi is no longer a child. He has his own ideas. There are many girls in our HR department who like him. Last time, they even had a fight in the cafeteria over him. Really? Shu Xiaomei's eyes lit up, and she looked at Shu Tianxi in surprise. Shu Tianxi sighed and continued to eat his meal. How could I lie to you? I saw it with my own eyes in the cafeteria that day. Seeing that Shu Tianxi didn't say anything, Fu Sheng continued to talk for him. Sister-in-law Li Wan's niece is nothing more than a country girl. How can she compare with our personnel department? Even if Tianxi had to choose, he would have been chosen first over our unit. Okay. Then I will go and reject sister-in-law Li Wan's kindness later. Shu Xiaomei was very happy and nodded repeatedly. But Tianxi, you can't be too picky, okay? When looking for a wife, you have to find someone who is honest, hardworking, and willing to work. She began to talk incessantly, and Fu Shijin beside her covered her mouth to hold back her laughter. Shu Tianxi just worked hard, letting his aunt's advice go in and out of his ears. When he finally finished his meal, he spread his hands. Aunt, I'm full. I have to discuss my second sister's work this afternoon, so I'll leave first. Second sister's job? Fragrant lotus? Shu Xiaomei was shocked and quickly stood up to ask for clarification. But Shu Tianxi didn't give her a chance and picked up the bicycle as soon as he went out. Aunt and uncle, I'll come see you next time. After waving his hand, he stood up and pedaled. Shu Xiaomei chased after her and was speechless looking at her back. This brat is becoming increasingly difficult to understand. Fu Sheng patted her shoulder and sighed. Don't even mention you. I can't see through it either. But no matter what, he is moving in a good direction. Unforeseen. Shu Xiaomei nodded, feeling very relieved. On the other side, Shu Tianxi was riding a bicycle. He pedaled furiously for 2 miles before slowing down. He breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't stand his aunt's views on marriage. He definitely wants to get married, but definitely not now. The reason he can live a prosperous life now is all thanks to the space, and the risk will be greater if he gets married. Shu Tianxi shook his head and rode his bicycle towards home. I don't know what time it is. It's troublesome not having a watch. Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment and decided to go to the black market to buy a watch next time. After a while, he came to town on his bicycle. Chapter 134 3 Positions. Sister Jiang. Shu Tianxi strode into the clinic carrying a bamboo basket. Looking at Director Lu sitting face to face with Jiang Li and eating melon seeds, his eyes suddenly lit up. Sister Lu is here too? Looking at Shu Tianxi wearing new clothes, Jiang Li's eyes suddenly lit up. Compared with his previous tattered appearance, Brother Tianxi now has a bit more temperament. Then she rolled her eyes again and said, I left Sister Lu here on purpose. Look, I've cracked 4 or 5 pounds of melon seeds. If you don't come back, I'm going to kick you out. Hearing this, Sister Lu immediately became unhappy and said, Lily, if you say that, I won't come next time. Both women are helping him, and Shu Tianxi can't let them quarrel. So he laughed and said, Don't be angry, sisters. It's all your brother's fault. Here, I brought you some eggs and meat. Hearing this, the 2 women's eyes suddenly lit up. Jiang Li immediately took 2 quick steps and closed the door first. Director Lu stared at Shu Tianxi until he lifted the oil paper from the bamboo basket. Although a piece of meat weighing 5 pounds has more lean meat, it also has a lot of fat. Director Lu's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, This piece of pork is good. I want it. Don't panic. This is for Sister Lu. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly, strung the pork with straw, and handed it to Director Lu. 5 pounds. No more, no less. Okay. Director Lu was very happy and started to take money out of his belt pocket. Tianxi, how much is this 5 pounds of meat? Sister Lu, just give me $10. Shu Tianxi said casually, then handed the things in the basket to Jiang Li. Jiang Li took a closer look and immediately smiled. There was nothing else in the bamboo basket but dozens of pheasant eggs. During this period, she ate pheasants, rabbits, and wild boar meat to her heart's content. If she was to be greedy, there was really nothing for her to be greedy about. But eggs are different. I haven't eaten them for a long time. At this time, Director Lu had already taken out a big black 10-cent note and handed it to Shu Tianxi. Tianxi, $10 is really too cheap. Sister Lu can't take advantage of you, so I'll give you another $5. No. Shu Tianxi quickly refused and said, As long as Sister Lu can help me meet my work targets, these won't matter in the future. Speaking of this, Director Lu's expression suddenly became serious. She handed the pork to Jiang Li and asked her to help hide it and take it away when she left. Jiang Li didn't refuse, and she took the pork and eggs to the backyard. Director Lu retracted his gaze, looked at Shu Tianxi, and said, "Tianxi, you are still very lucky. Look, these past 2 days I heard there are 3 units in the city that need people." Really? Shu Tianxi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he became a little excited. "Of course it's true. Otherwise you would say you are lucky." Director Lu smiled and explained. It turns out that the government has recently started to engage in negotiated sales in order to recover money. That is to take out some goods, such as cakes, food, tobacco, and alcohol, and stop requiring tickets to purchase them. Even if I don't have a ticket, I can still buy my favorite cakes, cigarettes, and alcohol to take home. At this point, Director Lu suddenly reminded, "You can stock up on some goods then, but you won't have such a good opportunity in the future." "Thank you, Sister Lu, for reminding me. I will." After hearing this explanation, Shu Tianxi suddenly remembered something. In his world, there was indeed a period of bargain goods between 1960 and 1964. This decision was very successful, allowing the government to successfully recover billions of dollars. It would be a big mistake to say that ordinary people cannot have so much money. These days, materials are planned, and you have to use receipts to buy anything. Ordinary people can't spend their money even if they want to. To put it simply, food stamps can be exchanged for money, but money cannot buy food stamps. Therefore, ordinary people still have a lot of cash in their hands. After the emergence of bargainable goods, they frantically used the money in their hands to exchange for supplies. Shu Tianxi came back to his senses and looked at Director Lu and asked, "Sister Lu, so the work indicators of those 3 units are related to this matter?" "Right." Director Lu nodded and explained, "Once the bargaining policy is implemented, some companies will definitely increase production. These include state-owned units, such as food factories, sugar factories, and distilleries. In addition, department stores and supply and marketing cooperatives will certainly be very busy with sales. Therefore, our county food factory, sugar factory, and department store are now preparing to recruit people." Upon hearing this, Shu Tianxi's eyes suddenly lit up. He asked excitedly, "So, my second sister can choose any unit to work at?" "That's the theory." Director Lu nodded, suddenly feeling hesitant. "Well," Shu Tianxi glanced at him and asked, "Sister Lu, is there any difficulty?" "God-given, that's it." Director Lu coughed and said awkwardly, "Now the leaders of all units know about this news. They want to take advantage of this opportunity to get all their relatives into the company. So, it's not easy for outsiders to come up with a work indicator." This, Shu Tianxi was stunned for a moment, but he could understand this statement. After all, the previous work indicators were regulated, and you couldn't just give them whenever you wanted. Now that there is an opportunity, which leader doesn't want to take care of his relatives? Things like using backdoors are common in every era. Just like when he bought the fabric himself before. Wasn't he also relying on Wang Yu's help? "Sister Lu." At this time, Jiang Li came out from the backyard and said, "Don't keep me in suspense. Since you're here to talk about this today, you must be confident in getting 1 or 2 indicators. You know a lot." Director Lu rolled his eyes at her and looked at Shu Tianxi. She continued, "If there's no chance, I wouldn't be embarrassed to take the meat God has given you, right?" Shu Tianxi glanced at Jiang Li gratefully, then turned back to look at Director Lu. "Sister Lu, please tell me quickly, what can you do? Whether it costs money or not, just tell me how much you need." "That's not the case." Director Lu quickly shook his head and explained, "I have greeted the leaders of the food factory and the sugar factory and introduced you. They have a position available, but they need your help." Shu Tianxi thought about it carefully and knew what the other party wanted him to do for help. He chuckled at Director Lu and speculated, "Do the leaders of the 2 units want me to deliver supplies to their factories?" "Yes, that's what I mean." Director Lu smiled and nodded. "As long as you are willing to send a wild boar to their factory, they will be willing to give a work target. If you find it difficult, you can also choose the department store salesperson indicator." Chapter 135, Are there conditions for setting a work target? Shu Tianxi's eyes lit up and he asked, "What are the requirements for the salesperson's job performance?" "The condition is very simple. Just give money." Director Lu chuckled, spread his hands, and said, "After all, the salesperson is one of the 8 members, and he smells very good. As long as you can come up with the money, I'm absolutely sure I can help you get the indicators." Looking at Director Lu's confident look, Shu Tianxi also laughed. Okay, I'll go back and discuss it with my second sister. Wild boars and money are actually not a problem. The most important thing is that my second sister likes it. Although the 3 positions offered by Director Lu all had conditions, Shu Tianxi could understand. After all, it is so difficult to get a job nowadays that rural people spend their entire lives trying to get a job and become city dwellers. Even if the higher-ups wanted to create negotiable commodities, the quota would not be enough for the relatives of those leaders to share. These days, even if you use a backdoor in a legitimate way, the most you'll get is a few words of criticism. Complaining to others is useless because ordinary leaders cannot fire workers at all. So Shu Tianxi agreed to Director Lu's conditions, on the condition that his second sister liked it. Sister Lu, you are so unkind. Jiang Li bit a melon seed and spoke up for Director Lu. My brother Tianxi has promised you 5 pounds of meat every month. What about you? Do you need conditions to set a work quota? Hearing this, Director Lu also became anxious. Lily, stop making sarcastic remarks to me. Before you assigned Tianxi a job, didn't you ask him to deliver the wild boar? It's not that easy to get a work quota. Even if they sell it, they have to sell it for 500 to 600 yuan. You asked me to get one unconditionally, but I don't have that ability. Okay. I know Sister Lu is in a dilemma. Shu Tianxi quickly stopped Jiang Li and smiled at Director Lu. I agreed to all your conditions, but I still said the same thing. I will go home and ask my second sister's wishes. Okowo. Director Lu nodded, stood up, and said, if we have agreed, you can just go to the supply and marketing cooperative to find me. Hey, I'm short of you, right? Okay, Sister Lu, take care. After Director Lu left, Shu Tianxi looked at Jiang Li with a strange expression. Jiang Jia, have you always been so irritable? Also, aren't you afraid of offending Director Lu? Hearing this, Jiang Li pulled down the corner of her clothes and smiled awkwardly. Sister, I am usually very gentle. I am not speaking for you. Don't worry, it's normal for Sister Lu and I to bicker from time to time. Before he finished speaking, Director Lu suddenly walked in again. Suddenly, their eyes met and the atmosphere became a little awkward. I forgot to bring the meat, so I came back to get it. Director Lu smiled and explained. After saying that, she looked at Shu Tianxi again. Lily is right. It's normal for us to quarrel from time to time. That's right. I'll get the meat for you. Jiang Li also laughed and strode towards the backyard. Then I'll leave first. Come to the supply and marketing cooperative when you have time. After Director Lu got the meat, he left after saying a few words. Shu Tianxi glanced at Jiang Li and said, Sister Jiang, I'll go back too. Okay. Jiang Li nodded and suddenly remembered something. Tianxi, I haven't paid you for the eggs yet. Let's go together the next time. Shu Tianxi didn't look back and rode away on his tricycle. Jiang Li chuckled, turned around, and went back to the backyard to start cooking eggs. Here, Shu Tianxi had just returned to the village when a large group of villagers surrounded him. They ran after the bicycle and shouted at Shu Tianxi. They shouted, Tianxi, third uncle, Tianxi, third grandpa, is back. Someone said, is Tianxi back? The hunting team has caught prey. Someone else urged, Tianxi, go to the village chief's house and see how much food you can exchange for it. Shu Tianxi parked the car in front of his house and looked back at the villagers who had followed him. They looked either skinny or bloated. Shu Tianxi understood and guessed that they might be starving. Then when the hunting team caught the prey, they couldn't wait to exchange it for food. Shu Tianxi couldn't let them keep shouting, so he shouted, That's enough. I don't know if it was because of the previous incident involving Lu Yunying, but his status in the village has risen a lot. With his scolding, the scene suddenly became quiet. Shu Tianxi was a little surprised by this result, but he quickly reacted. He smiled and said, I know everyone is anxious, but don't worry. I can only exchange the food for it tomorrow after I take the prey to the city. Even if you're in a hurry now, I can't rush to the city overnight. After hearing these words, the villagers suddenly hesitated. Shu Tianxi struck while the iron was hot and said, Okay, go back and rest first. After I finish dinner, I will go to discuss it with the village chief. After saying that, he turned around and carried the bicycle into the yard. Third brother. Shu Tianyu came over with his younger brother and sister, their faces full of enthusiasm. Shu Tianxi smiled and rubbed the hair of the fifth and sixth brothers, then said to the eldest brother, Let's go home first. Several people walked into the hall together, and the fifth and sixth brothers touched Shu Tianxi's cotton jacket again and again. As soon as he sat down, Shu Tianyu asked curiously, Third brother, Did you buy new clothes? Yes, I bought a new set because people laughed at my previous clothes. Shu Qianxi explained truthfully and then took out the things in the car and the backpack. I bought a bolt of cloth and a few pounds of cotton and asked my eldest and second sisters to work hard. My second sister will have to go to the city to work soon, so I'll make her a set of clothes first. Wow! The three children couldn't hide their delight on their faces as they gently stroked the cotton cloth. Shu Qianxi ruffled their hair and said, "Second sister still has a lot of clothes left over from last night. I'll make one for each of you when the time comes." Real. Great. I'll have new clothes to wear. The three children were very happy and shouted in a suppressed voice. They shouted excitedly for a few words, then turned and ran into the kitchen. Who doesn't love new clothes? Especially if you've been wearing those patchwork plaids for a few years. You spent a lot of money again, right? Shu Tianyu also reached out and touched the cloth, asking curiously. Not much. I have enough money. Shu Tianyu pondered for a moment and didn't say much. Soon, Song Yuro and Shu Xianglian ran out of the kitchen upon hearing the news. So much cloth. Looking at the 40-foot-long cotton cloth on the table, both of their pupils shrank. Shu Xianglian grabbed Shu Tianxi and scolded him. Why did you buy so much cloth? How much did it cost? Spend what needs to be spent, and it doesn't matter how much it costs. Shu Tianxi shook his head and explained, except for you, my second sister, Shulian, and the others all need new clothes for the winter. I know, I feel sorry for you. Shu Xianglian shook her head and looked at Shu Tianxi with a distressed face. Chapter 136. Hello, salesperson. During this period, Shu Tianxi was the only one responsible for the family's food. Others can't even get enough to eat, but they have a full meal every day. The whole family saw all of this. Now I have to buy 40 fee of cloth and 10 kilograms of cotton. How much will it cost? How many times would he have to experience life and death in the mountains to get these things for his family? You have to know that the other party has been unable to lift a bucket or carry anything for the past 10 years. The third child, who had been loved by his family for more than 10 years, had to bear so much overnight. Shu Xianglian didn't know what her brother had been through, and all she felt was endless heartache for him. She reached out to touch Shu Tianxi's face, but was caught by Shu Tianxi. Second sister, I'm fine. Shu Tianxi shook his head and smiled, then said, I have good news for you. I'm about to work quota for you. Now, just say the word, and you can be assigned to the unit in 3 days at most. Real. Shu Tianyu and Song Yuro's eyes lit up, and their faces were filled with surprise. The three children were also happy and whispered, Second sister is going to be a city dweller. The experiences during this period also taught them the truth that wealth should not be shown off. Look, I don't dare to speak loudly now. You guys continue talking. I'll go prepare dinner. Song Yuro didn't join in the conversation, just smiled and walked towards the kitchen. Sister-in-law, let me help you. Shu Shuilian took a look at the scene and caught up with Song Yuro. The fifth and sixth brothers did not linger and followed after him. Sister-in-law, we're here to help you too. Shu Xianglian touched the cotton cloth, then looked at Shu Tianxi and said, Third brother, what do you need me to do? It's very simple. Just decide which unit you want to go to. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and then briefly mentioned the 3 units. 3 units for me to choose from? Shu Xianglian was startled and asked curiously, Does it cost money? It can't be given for free, right? When Shu Tianyu heard the news, his eyes lit up and he began to ponder. Shu Tianxi didn't pay attention to his expression, but took out a Dakiaman cigarette and lit it. He had obtained a lot of cigarette coupons before, plus 10 subsidies from the machinery factory. So, he has now switched to good cigarettes, such as the Qianmen. He took a deep puff, looked at Shu Xianglian and said, Second sister, you don't need money. Now we're trying to create some kind of bargain goods, and all units must increase production. So they have to recruit more employees so that there will be more work quotas left. I also gave away some wild game, and was able to get the quota by climbing up some connections. Now, you only need to tell me where you want to go, and I will reply. So, Shu Xianglian nodded, a little hesitant. Shu Tianyu, who was standing by, suddenly said, Third brother, I think the salespeople at the supply and marketing cooperative are all pretty awesome. If your second sister worked as a salesperson in a department store, wouldn't she be safe? Certainly. Shu Tianxi didn't hesitate and nodded decisively, saying, Those are the 8 great members. Who would dare to let them suffer? Also, now that supplies are scarce, salespeople can access products that others can't. Some wealthy people have to actively curry favor with the salesperson if they want to buy rare goods. Hearing this, Shu Tianyu immediately said, "That's good, that's good." Shu Xianglian didn't respond, but looked at Shu Tianxi and said, "Third brother, which one do you think is better? How are the workers in the food and sugar factories being treated? How should I put it?" Shu Tianxi pondered for a moment and helped his second sister analyze the situation. In terms of salary and benefits, factory workers definitely earn more than salespeople. After all, there are benefits such as free or low-cost housing, medical insurance, children's education, canteen meals. But factory workers are involved in production and manufacturing after all, so they are definitely a bit tired. Moreover, since factory workers stay in the factory every day, they rarely deal with people of all kinds. Therefore, in terms of social status, they are far inferior to salespeople. After listening to Shu Tianxi's analysis, Shu Xianglian said decisively, "Then I'll go to the factory. The factory has good benefits, and I can also contribute more to my family." "But Karen," Shu Tianyu frowned and reminded, "working in the factory is tiring, and the social status is not high. If you were a salesperson, you wouldn't have to work so hard. And once you have a high social status, no one would dare to bully you." "Brother, you're really joking. Who would bully a woman like me for no reason?" Shu Xianglian shook her head and smiled, saying, "Besides, I'm not afraid of being tired." This, Shu Tianyu was speechless for a moment, and finally could only look at Shu Tianxi. "Third brother, you don't want your second sister to be too hard, right?" "Huh?" Shu Tianxi was stunned for a moment, rolled his eyes, and said, "Isn't that nonsense? If my second sister is willing, she can even not go to work. That won't work. Why not go if you have a job?" Shu Xianglian quickly retorted, a little anxious. "Tianxi, my second sister can't let you make sacrifices for the family alone. You still have to get married, and my second sister will be able to support the family after she starts working. When the time comes, I'll find you a wife, and your second sister will be happy." "Good job." Shu Tianxi shook his head helplessly and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. Let the whole family vote and decide later. The reason why my second sister chose factory workers was not because she liked them, but because the treatment was better. But the factory is about to increase its production capacity, and it is impossible for the assembly line workers not to be tired." So, Shu Tianxi was actually a little hesitant. Not long after, Song Yuro prepared dinner with Shu Shuilian and others. The whole family sat at the table, drooling at the 2-in-1 rice and meat dishes on the table. Shu Tianxi also talked about work with his sister-in-law and younger brothers and sisters, and asked them to express their opinions. Song Yuro hesitated for only a moment before saying, "The salesperson is still the best. The work is easy and the social status is high. The most important thing is that you can meet many people, which makes it easier to find a partner." "Sister-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about?" Shu Xianglian blushed and said coquettishly, "I think this is good too. Second sister, you should choose this one." Shu Shuilian nodded and agreed with Song Yurua. Shu Tians called out softly, "Second sister, can you find a brother-in-law for us?" Okay, I'm going to have a brother-in-law." Shu Shuilian also clapped her hands. "Oh, I'm ignoring you." Shu Xianglian blushed and went into the house holding the cotton cloth and cotton. "Xianglian, think about it carefully." Shu Tianyu shouted, then looked at Shu Tianxi. "Third brother, your second sister's lifelong event is the most important." "Okay, I understand." Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment and nodded. "That's right, big brother. Do you want me to leave you one of the work quotas for the food factory and the sugar factory? Is it okay?" Before Shu Tianyu could answer, Song Yuro's eyes lit up. "No." Shu Tianyu shook his head and said, "If I go to work, what will happen to the land at home? There are only your sister-in-law and Shuilian left at home, as well as the 5th and 6th brothers to take care of. Even if I need to do some heavy work, there's no one to help me." Chapter 137. A pheasant, 2 hares, and 2 snakes. Shu Tianxi could understand why his elder brother refused the job. The other party's brain is almost recovered now, and he knows what is important. The land at home is not important. After all, it is public property. If he doesn't do it, someone else will. The main ones are Shu Tians and Shu Shuilan, who are 10 and 8 years old respectively. If he is a little naughty, Song Yuro and Shu Shuilian may not be able to control him. If Shu Tianyu was at home, he could take care of all the heavy work at home. Shu Tianxi didn't try to persuade her any further. Instead, he looked at Song Yuro and asked, "Sister-in-law, what do you think?" Song Yuro glanced at Shu Tianyu, then looked at Shu Tianxi and said, "I'll listen to your elder brother." Hearing this, Shu Tianyu immediately looked over with gratitude. Song Yuro chuckled, and when they looked at each other, she suddenly felt a little romantic. Okay, as long as you are happy. Shu Tianxi quickly raised his hand and said, anyway, I will come back to live here every day, so you don't have to worry about food at home. I might be going on a business trip in a few days, so I'd like to say hello to you guys first. He had mentioned this before, and Shu Tianyu and Song Yuro had nothing to say. Second sister, come out for dinner. We have already decided where you will work. After a while, Shu Xianglin came out with a serious face but a slightly flushed face. She sat at her seat and said calmly, okay, a salesperson is a salesperson. She had just heard the entire conversation outside. Since the whole family is so united, she has nothing more to say. Only, she looked at Shu Tianxi hesitantly and said, Tianxi, I don't know anything. It's okay. Someone will teach you when the time comes. Shu Tianxi smiled and comforted. Hearing this, Shu Xianglin finally felt relieved. After dinner, Shu Tianxi said goodbye to his family and went out. Tianxi, come back soon. Shu Xianglin reminded him as she watched the sky gradually darken. No, Shu Tianxi responded casually, then took out a big front door and held it with the corner of his mouth. With a crackling sound, a flame lit the cigarette. Hiss! Shu Tianxi took a deep breath and came to the village chief's house when he finished smoking his cigarette. Uncle Village Chief, Tianxi is here. Come in quickly. Shu Daqiang opened the door quickly, as if he had been waiting for Shu Tianxi. When Shu Tianxi entered the room, he saw Zhou Chuntao and Tai Dan sitting at the table. There was nothing on the table, just some cornmeal steamed bread and what seemed to be fried tree bark. Shu Tianxi frowned and called out, Auntie Tai Dan, are you eating? Yes, have you eaten, Tianxi? Zhou Chuntao smiled and handed over a stool enthusiastically. Third brother. Thank you, I ate it. Shu Tianxi took the stool, took out 2 fruit candies from his pocket, and handed them to Tai Dan. Tian's eyes lit up, and he grabbed the candy excitedly. Thank you, third brother. Zhou Chuntao spanked him on the butt and scolded him, eat first. Shu Tianxi smiled and sat down before looking at Shu Daqiang. Uncle Village Chief, I heard the hunting team got some results? It's not a big harvest. Shu Daqiang shook his head and took out a big cigarette and handed it over. What do you mean? Shu Tianxi did not refuse. He took the cigarette and put it between his ears. I don't know if it's because we made too much noise, but we didn't encounter any animals after entering the mountains. Your brother Dongzi was bitten by a snake, but luckily the poison wasn't very strong. He got much better after applying some herbal medicine. Shu Daqiang shook his head and sighed when he thought of his experience during the day. Well, Shu Tianxi was a little speechless, thinking to himself that you guys really died before you even accomplish anything. He continued, and then your Uncle Qing suggested that the hunting team shouldn't have too many people, and that too many people shouldn't rush up the mountain at once. First, ditches in the fields still need to be dug to ensure that the water from the melted snow can irrigate the fields. After all, next year's grain production depends on the amount of this snow water. Digging ditches is a physical job. We can't rely entirely on the women in the village, right? Also, the noise was too loud and would definitely alert the guys on the mountain, so hiding here would be a better option. If we alarm the beast tide, all our fellow villagers will die on the mountain. That's true. Shu Tianxi understood it deeply and nodded. Then Shu Daqiang continued to tell him about the villagers hunting, and the process was just like Tang Monk and his disciple journey to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures. Not only Shu Tianxi lit a cigarette, but Tai Dan was also fascinated by the story. Anyway, the final result was that the villagers went up the mountain 3 times today and only got a pheasant, 2 rabbits, and 2 snakes. Before going down the mountain, the villagers dug a few traps under the guidance of Shu Daqiang. I hope that when I go up the mountain again tomorrow, there will be a big one in the trap. After listening to Shu Daqiang's narration, Shu Tianxi stamped out his cigarette, but said, Village Chief, this little bit of stuff can't be exchanged for much food. Pheasants and rabbits are 10 yuan at most, but I don't know if anyone would want a snake. What? Shu Daqiang suddenly exclaimed and confirmed. Tianxi, how much do you think a pheasant or rabbit costs? $10, but it depends on whether it's fat enough. It's okay, $8 is fine. Shu Daqiang knew the quality of the prey, so he shouted quickly. No, $5 apiece is fine. Well, Shu Tianxi was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said, okay. In other words, today's prey can be exchanged for at least 10 or 20 yuan. If there are so many every day, it will be hundreds of dollars a month. If you get a big one, can it feed the whole village? Shu Daqiang was a little excited and asked quickly, Tianci, how much food can this be exchanged for? This. Maybe just a dozen kilograms of coarse grains. Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment, but still did not hide it. So little. Shu Daqiang fell silent. This was indeed very different from what he had imagined. In the past, a pound of corn flour cost less than 10 cents per pound, and I thought I would have to buy dozens of pounds. Village chief, please send someone to go into the city with me tomorrow. I'll take him for a tour then, and you'll know the current prices. Hearing this, Shu Daqiang was shocked. He quickly stood up and said, Tianci, uncle didn't doubt your intentions. I know. Shu Tianci pressed his hand and comforted her. What I mean is that villagers cannot just stay in the village. They need to learn more about the market situation. So, I arranged for someone to go into the city with me to investigate, which would also be an explanation to the villagers. Besides, if I need to go on a business trip, someone needs to make the connection with the city, right? After hearing what Shu Tianci said, Shu Daqiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then I'll let Ji Gang go with you tomorrow. Okay, then I'll go back first. Shu Tianci nodded, stood up, and walked outside. When Shu Daqiang was escorting him out, he suddenly pulled out 2 eggs from his cotton-padded jacket and handed them over. Chapter 138 Space Upgrade, Ocean Beach. Village Chief, take this. Looking at the 2 eggs handed over by Shu Tianci, Shu Daqiang's pupils suddenly shrank. He pushed back repeatedly, refusing. No. How can this be possible? There's nothing wrong with it. I don't have any more. Give it to the child. The child needs nutrition now. After some refusals, Shu Daqiang nodded gratefully. Tianci, uncle owes you. Don't say that. You have also worked hard for this village. Shu Tianci shook his head and said goodbye. Village Chief Shu Daqiang is quite nice to the villagers. For example, take the reporting of grain as an example. Other villages are trying their best to report higher figures just to get a few words of praise from the higher-ups. In the end, it was just this one compliment that made all the villagers take out all their stored food. But it's still not enough, so I have no choice but to sell everything I have. While others were starving to death, most of the villagers in Shujia village were suffering from malnutrition. Just like Shu Tianci's parents, when they died they looked like giants who had been drowning for a long time. That is a typical symptom of malnutrition, also known as 6011 disease. Compared with other villages, Shujia village is really much better. Shu Tianci shook his head, took the cigarette from his ear, and lit it with a match. It's hot. In the darkness of the night, a spark of fire moved slowly, and thick smoke rose from time to time. Tianci, you're back? Shu Xianglian had been waiting at the door and immediately went to greet Shu Tianci when she saw him come back. Second sister, what are you doing at the door? Shu Tianci frowned and asked with concern, Come inside quickly, it's so cold outside. Sister, I'm fine. The village chief didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Shu Xianglian shook her head and followed him into the house. Shu Tianci chuckled and said, Why would he embarrass me? Now, the whole village wants to worship me as a savior. Not to mention being embarrassed, they don't even dare to speak loudly. You're so talkative. Shu Xianglian rolled her eyes and shook her head. I'm glad you didn't cause any trouble. Go get some rest then. Okay, second sister, you should also rest early. After comforting his second sister, Shu Tianci returned to the room and heard Shu Tian's steady breathing. This little guy is sleeping soundly. Shu Tianci shook his head and smiled, then took off his cotton jacket and slowly got into the quilt. His spirit entered the jade pendant space and was immediately shocked by the scene inside. The space has indeed been upgraded. The area of the entire space seemed to be several times larger, and there was a very thick fog. Through the perception of his spiritual power, Shu Tianci felt that several fields seemed to have become several times larger. Not only have 2 acres become dozens of acres, but the crops on them have also all matured. And the original spiritual lake seems to have changed. What is that? Holy shit, is that a beach and a sea? Shu Tianci was a little excited and quickly withdrew his mental power and looked at Shu Tianci beside him. After making sure the other person was sleeping soundly, he immediately disappeared from the bed. As soon as he entered the space, Shu Tianci did not first observe the changes in the space. The fog in the space was very thick. With the previous experience as a lesson, he certainly knew what to do now. So he first sat cross-legged on the ground, then closed his eyes and began to breathe deeply. The spiritual mist began to move closer to him and was quickly absorbed into his body and began to seep through the pores of his body. I I can't stand it anymore. After a moment, Shu Tianxi suddenly felt a pain in his body. So he quickly lay on the ground, took a deep breath, and felt the changes in his body. The bones seemed to be starting to grow, and he seemed to be growing taller. Due to the long-term lack of food, oil, and water, Shu Tianxi was not very tall. It used to be about 1.65 meters tall, but after being transformed by the spiritual spring and spiritual mist, it reached about 1.7 meters tall. Now, he feels that he can grow to over 1.8 meters. However, growing 10 centimeters taller overnight could easily scare family members and villagers. So he stopped taking deep breaths and sat cross-legged again. He looked at the Qilin jade pendant that was already red with a hint of purple. In the jade pendant's projection, the perceptible range seemed to be several times larger. I used to only be able to see a few meters around my home, but now I can see over 100 meters away. The situation of the whole family is also shown on the screen. Shu Tianxi glanced at the sleeping Shu Tianxi and began to let the spiritual mist seep out. He saw with his own eyes that Shu Tianxi absorbed the spiritual mist with steady breathing. Shu Tianxi didn't stop until he saw obvious changes in his brother's body. Then, he turned his gaze towards his eldest brother and sister-in-law's room. I'm not peeping. Shu Tianxi tried to justify himself and found out that his elder brother and sister-in-law did not do anything shameful. They just slept in each other's arms. He breathed a sigh of relief and then began to transport the spiritual mist into the other party's room. After seeing the obvious changes, he turned his gaze to the rooms of his second sister and the fourth and sixth brothers. After helping the whole family nourish their bodies, Shu Tianxi withdrew his gaze and looked at the Qilin jade pendant. The red color of the jade pendant has indeed been filled in, and there's also a lot of purple. In other words, this space can still be upgraded. But to what extent can it be upgraded in the end, and how much jade and emerald will it cost? That's not certain. Shu Tianxi lowered his gaze and fixed it on the lake, which was originally only a few thousand square meters. No, at this moment, it can no longer be described as a lake, because it has turned into a beach. In front of the several thousand square meters of sandy beach is the huge lake. No. Now you can't use the word lake to describe that place, because you can't see the end at all. There are reefs on the water surface 100 meters away, and they are well organized. Thousands of meters away, all Shu Tianxi could see was a white fog. Beach, ocean. Now, the word sea can indeed be used to describe this original spiritual lake. Shu Tianxi didn't think about it anymore, but took off his shirt and pants directly. Then, with the picture blurred, I ran quickly onto the beach. The texture of the sand was no different from that at the seaside. Come to the edge of the beach and jump into the sea. After washing off all the stains on his body, Shu Tianxi felt the seabed and found no living creatures. In other words, at present, living organisms still have to bring themselves into space. After a refreshing swim in the sea, Shu Tianxi walked onto the beach naked. It feels great. He shook his head to get rid of the water and put on his clothes. He has almost figured out the transformation of lake water into seawater. Next is the planting area. This is difficult. Shu Tianxi felt a bit overwhelmed when he saw the empty planting area in front of him. There were originally 5 pieces of black soil in the space, which was only 10 acres. But now it has expanded more than 10 times, and there are only less than 10 acres of plants in the hundreds of acres of land, which looks a bit abrupt. Now we're busy. Shu Tianxi scratched his head and prepared to go forward and collect all the food. But as soon as he thought about it, he suddenly discovered something incredible. Chapter 139, 100-acre planting area, flow rate doubled. Fuck, this is such a great harvest, isn't it? Looking at the rice that was harvested with just a thought, Shu Tianxi's face was full of excitement. Just as the thought came to his mind, the roots of the 4 acres of rice seemed to be cut by a knife, and they all fell down. Shu Tianxi concentrated his mind again, and the rice floated up easily. Then, by throwing off the rice fruits, the harvest amounted to more than 7,000 kilograms of rice. Production has increased again. Shu Tianxi shouted excitedly, then grabbed a handful of rice and looked at it carefully. Each grain was plump and even better than the Wuchang rice he had eaten in his previous life. All the rice was stored in a warehouse that was also expanded dozens of times, and the 2 wolves were still frozen inside. Shu Tianxi ignored them and continued to harvest sweet potatoes, pumpkins, corn, potatoes, and other crops. 1 acre of sweet potatoes yields over 6,000 kilograms, and 1 acre of pumpkins yields over 10,000 kilograms. More than 3 acres of corn produced more than 3,000 kilograms, and the rest of the crops were also ripe. There are already tens of thousands of kilograms of grain in the warehouse. I wonder if there is so much food in the county's grain station. Shu Tianxi glanced at the warehouse and sighed. He has a lot to do and doesn't have much time to reflect on life. Except for the land where crops had just been harvested, the rest of the land had been deeply plowed. But he did not do it perfunctorily. Instead, he used his mind to deeply plow those acres of land. Then densely packed rice grains flew out of the warehouse and hung over the 20 acres of black soil. Fall. Shu Tianxi uttered a word lightly, and the rice grains fell into the black soil one after another. He did not rush to water the plants, but instead used his mind to control the production of densely packed corn seeds. It fell on an area of 20 acres of black soil and was then shallowly buried in the soil. Shu Tianxi still didn't water the crops, and he controlled the production of countless wheat seeds. It was still within the area of 20 acres, and it fell into the black soil like a rainstorm and was shallowly buried. Next up are 10 acres of sweet potatoes, 10 acres of pumpkins, 5 acres of potatoes, and 5 acres of soybeans. After one circle, 2 days have passed in this space. Shu Tianxi wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling that he had used too much mental energy. There are still 10 acres of land, and he didn't plant any plants in it. In a planting area of 90 mu, hundreds of thousands of tons of grain can be unearthed in just a few days. This grain production rate has exceeded that of a city, county, or even a province. Therefore, Shu Tianxi planned to grow some vegetables or something on the remaining 10 acres of land. If I could get some fruit seeds. Shu Tianxi touched his chin and shook his head. Supplies were so scarce in that era that ordinary people could never see fruit. Without giving it much thought, she began to irrigate the 90 acres of planting area with spiritual spring water. Of course, it's not seawater. He had just drunk some while swimming, and it was indeed a bit salty. Fortunately, there is an aquatic area on the other side, which is specifically used to raise freshwater fish. The previous small stream also split into more than a dozen streams, and 2 lakes of thousands of square meters flow into each other. Rise! Restraining the feeling of weakness, Shu Tianxi used his mental power to start extracting water from the lake. A large, clear mass of water hung over the planting area, and dense raindrops began to fall. Soon, the 90 acres of planting area were irrigated with spiritual water. Oh no! Shu Tianxi's eyelids were twitching, and he collapsed on the grass after shouting, "Oh no!" Soon the sound of steady breathing could be heard in the space. When Shu Tianxi opened his eyes again, it was already a day later. He stretched suddenly and rubbed his eyes. What the hell? Shu Tianxi shouted and glanced at the surrounding environment. He patted his head and muttered to himself, "I didn't expect to be so tired that I actually fell asleep in the space." He quickly got up and took a look at the projection of the Qilin jade pendant. Shu Tianxi was still sleeping, smacking his lips from time to time. I wonder what delicious food he was dreaming about. It was still pitch black outside, and it wasn't daybreak yet. Something's wrong. Shu Tianxi raised his eyebrows, as if he had discovered something unusual. He stayed in the space for 3 days, and 1/3 of the day should have passed outside. In other words, at least 7 hours had passed outside. But he now discovered that in the real world, only more than 3 hours had passed at most. Could it be? Shu Tianxi's eyes lit up, and he began to close his eyes to feel the flow of time and space in the real world. In just 10 minutes, he discovered that it was 20 times. Yes, the flow rate in space has increased from 10 times to 20 times. In this way, combined with irrigation from spiritual water and fertilizer from poultry manure, plant growth could be increased 30 times. Shu Tianxi suddenly covered his face with his hands, an unstoppable smile in his eyes. Wait a minute. Shu Tianxi suddenly put away his smile, and his expression became terrified. It's over. He immediately stood up and ran towards the breeding area. The poultry area in Shangyoping is overrun with poultry, including thousands of pheasants and rabbits and nearly 100 wild boars. But they look a little wilted, as if they haven't eaten for a long time. Shu Tianxi knew this was the case, and quickly took out thousands of kilograms of rice, sweet potatoes, and pumpkin leaves. Since the activity range is relatively large, there are hundreds of feeding troughs inside. After Shu Tianxi poured all the grain into the breeding area, pheasants and rabbits came running over. Shu Tianxi was not reluctant and filled all the troughs with food. Including the wild boars, he also released several thousand kilograms of sweet potatoes, pumpkins, and leaves. Based on that amount, it is enough to feed this group of poultry for 10 days or more than half a month. Of course, the premise is that they don't reproduce too quickly. There were still several thousand pheasant eggs in the pheasant breeding area, and Shu Tianzi stored them all in the warehouse. After doing this, he turned his attention to the 2 lakes and streams in the aquatic area. The aquatic area has been idle for a long time. I must get some fish when I go to my aunt's house today. After making up his mind, Shu Tianzi exited the space. Third brother, Tiansu, come and eat noodles. As soon as the sun rose, Song Yuro knocked on the door. Shu Tianzi put on his clothes and walked forward to open the door. Good morning, sister-in-law. Good morning. Song Yuro smiled, then looked at Shu Tianzi in surprise. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Shu Tianzi touched his face and asked knowingly. Famine. Song Yuro quickly came back to her senses, shook her head, and said with a smile, the noodles are cooked. Come out and eat. Okay. Shu Tianzi nodded and walked out. Tianzi, third brother. Good morning. All the brothers and sisters were there, holding a bowl of steaming 2-in-1 noodles. Looking at the changes in their bodies, Shu Tianzi smiled slightly and said, Good morning. Chapter 140. My younger brothers and sisters learning problems. Why do I have eggs in my bowl? Where are yours? Shu Tianzi sat down and was about to eat some noodles when he discovered that he was the only one in his family who had an egg in his bowl, while no one else had one. Shu Xianglian explained, We don't have much food at home, so we're lucky to have a bowl of noodles. I don't know why, but we feel extremely hungry when we wake up in the morning. Shu Yin and the others have grown a bit taller, and your sister-in-law thinks they are still growing taller. So, I cooked a bowl of noodles for our whole family. Shu Tianyu took a sip of noodles and explained, But you're the most tired one in the family after all, so just eat the eggs. Yes, Tianzi, I found that you have grown a lot taller. Shu Xianglian looked at Shu Tianzi and exclaimed, Well, Shu Tianzi paused, then laughed and said, This is the benefit of having enough food and drink and having oil in your body. Before, we ate less, and our stomachs were empty, so we definitely grew slowly. Now that I have a full stomach every day and can supplement nutrition, of course I have to grow taller. It would be strange if there were no changes, right? Shu Tianyu and Shu Xianglian always felt that something was wrong, but for now, that was all they could think of. Third brother, I feel my memory has improved a lot. Shu Tianzi walked over and said, I memorized all those first-grade texts after reading them a few times. Really? Everyone's eyes lit up and they asked in surprise. Really? Shu Shuilan nodded and then said, I can now recognize all the characters that third brother taught me. The whole family was very happy to hear the news. Shu Xianglian said excitedly, Tiansu and Shuilan's memory has improved, and they are both much smarter. If they go to school, will they be able to get into university? Hearing this, the whole family looked at Shu Tianzi expectantly. Shu Tianzi hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, I'm afraid it won't work. Why? Looking at the incredible expressions of the whole family, Shu Tianzi could only smile bitterly. It's good to use a smart memory for studying, but you have to have the opportunity, right? Nowadays, due to food problems, teachers and students in rural schools are too hungry to go to school. The schools in the city only have classes for the next 2 years, and classes will be suspended in the next 2 years. After all, when a group of lower-class people have supreme power, it is a disaster for society. By then, not only the teachers in the school, but also the leaders and ordinary people. Anyway, if you want to study steadily, it will take more than 10 years. But facing his family's doubts, he could only explain, because they don't have urban household registration. There are no teachers in our village. To go to school in the city, you need a town hoku. If my parents' household registration can't be changed, theirs can't be changed either. Everyone looked disappointed and could only sigh helplessly. Shu Tianzi also wanted his younger brothers and sisters to have a bright future, so he came up with an idea. He looked at Shu Shuilian's 3 younger brothers and sisters and reminded them, Don't panic. You don't have to go to school to study. Hearing this, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Shu Xianglian asked excitedly, Tianzi, you have a solution, right? I taught myself. Shu Tianzi took a sip of noodles and said lightly, Self-study? Third brother, how do you learn by yourself? Shu Tianyu swallowed the noodles and asked with concern, You're the most educated person in our family, but you only graduated from junior high school. Besides, you have to go to work now. So how do you have the time to teach them how to read and write? No one taught Qilin and the others, so they don't know how to do it. If there is no one at home to teach you, just find someone else to teach you. Shu Tianxi said patiently without any haste. Isn't Uncle Jianxi in our village the teacher in the school? Let Qilin and the others bring a pheasant and a few pounds of dry food to their home. From now on, we could just send him some food as tuition every month. For the sake of these grains, Uncle Jianxi will definitely raise Qilin and the others' education to junior high school. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. That's a good idea. Shu Xiaolian was overjoyed and shouted, when I get to work, I'll buy all the rationed food home. When the time comes, I'll give Uncle Jianxi some money every month, so Qilin and the others can have a place to study. Then can we go to school? Shu Tian's face was full of surprise, and his innocent pupils were full of anticipation. Yes. Shu Xiaolian pinched his face and said with a grin, you must study hard and not let down your second sister and third brother's efforts, understand? I know. I will study hard. And me. Shu Xiaolian was not far behind, raising her hand and shouting, I want to go to college and repay my brothers and sisters in the future. Okay. Everyone laughed and was very relieved. What's wrong? Why are you so happy? Song Yuro walked out of the room and asked curiously, Sister-in-law, we could go to school now. Shu Xiaolian rushed over and hugged Song Yuro. Really? Song Yuro's eyes lit up, and she looked at everyone curiously. Shu Tianyu nodded and explained Shu Tianxi's idea. That's great. Sister-in-law, second sister. Shu Tianxi coughed and reminded, Xiaolian and the others need to study in the future, so they cannot lack nutrition. So what I have, I must provide to them. Song Yuro and Shu Xiaolian looked at each other and realized that there was nothing wrong with what he said. So they nodded and said that they would make sure Xiaolian and the others had good food and drink in the future. That's right, third brother. Song Yuro suddenly looked at Shu Tianxi and asked curiously, where are the clothes you changed into? I wanted to wash it for you, but I couldn't find it. This. Shu Tianxi's mouth twitched, and he shook his head and smiled. No need, sister-in-law. I've washed it, dried it, and put it away. Hearing this, Song Yuro immediately scolded him. You are a grown man, and you have taken all the food in the house. How can I let you do something like washing clothes? Just give it to my sister-in-law from now on. Really, there's no need. Shu Tianxi shook his head and refused decisively. Sister-in-law, just take good care of my brother. Even Xiaolian and the others' clothes. Let them make them themselves. This. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding why Shu Tianxi suddenly said such a thing. Tianxi, is it that my sister-in-law didn't do well enough? Song Yuro asked nervously. That's not the case. Realizing that the other party had misunderstood, Shu Tianxi hurriedly explained. Sister-in-law, what I mean is that Xiaolian and the others should develop more self-care abilities. They usually have to help with housework, and even do small things like washing clothes. If you can't do this, how will you go out of the house in the future? Then Song Yuro hesitated, wondering what else she could do at home. But Shu Tianyu held her back and nodded, saying old 3 is right. Xiaolian and Xiaolian will both get married in the future. If they can't work, they will be looked down upon. Chapter 141. Bringing the villagers into the city. Sister-in-law, I can wash clothes by myself. Shu Xiaolian said to Song Yuro without hesitation. Shu Xiaolian echoed, Sister-in-law, I can wash my own clothes too. Shu Tian's hesitated. He had never washed clothes before. Shu Tianxi chuckled and looked at Song Yuro and said, Sister-in-law, did you see that? My eldest brother married you home to let you enjoy happiness, not to let you suffer. You just need to take good care of my brother and give him a son as soon as possible. As for the rest, you don't have to worry about it. Do what you have to do, and let's do our work together. What are you saying? I don't have a destiny to enjoy a good life. Song Yuro rolled her eyes and said with her hands covering her face. Having said that, her eyes quickly turned red. Enjoyment? How strange was this word to her? When I was in my mother's house, didn't I give all the delicious food and clothes to my brothers and sisters? If you fight with them for things, you will get beaten from time to time. But after marrying Shu Tianyu, I never encountered such a thing again. Not only was she well-fed and well-clothed, but her uncles and aunts were also very friendly to her. Why are you crying again? Shu Tianyu suddenly stood up with a distressed look on his face and reached out to wipe his tears. Shu Xiaolian ran over, hugged Song Yuro, and said, Don't cry, sister-in-law. Did your brother bully you? No, sister-in-law feels happy. Song Yuro shook her head and said happily. After breakfast, Shu Qianxi turned his bicycle around and said to Shu Xianglian, who had caught up with him, "Second sister, let big brother go to visit Uncle Jianxi. Just hurry up and make the clothes, and you can go to work in 2 days. You don't have to worry about food. I still have money in my pocket." Okay, I got it. Shu Xianglian nodded and reached out to pat Shu Tianxi's cotton coat. "You should ride slowly and carefully, okay?" "Okay, then I'll go first." Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and rode his bicycle straight to Shu Daqiang's house. Shu Daqiang and Shu Jigang had been waiting there for a long time and immediately went to greet Shu Tianxi when they saw him. "Tianxi, have you eaten?" Shu Tianxi nodded and said, "We've eaten. Let's get going." "Okowo," Shu Daqiang responded, and then started moving the goods with Shu Jigang. 2 hares and a pheasant are okay, but 2 snakes are really an eye-catcher. No matter whether Shu Tianxi was holding it in front or Shu Jigang was holding it from behind, Shu Tianxi felt itchy. In the end, it was Shu Jigang who carried me to the back. "Jigang, even though you are older than Tianxi, you still have to listen to Tianxi more about what's going on in the city, right? Don't worry, village chief. I promise to leave everything to God." After Shu Daqiang repeatedly reminded him, Shu Tianxi shouted, "Sit tight, let's go." After saying that, he exerted force on his legs and ran straight out of the village. "Tianxi, please give me a ride." Shu Jigang looked at Shu Tianxi and said gratefully. Shu Tianxi chuckled and shook his head. "It's okay, I'm just serving everyone." The 2 chatted and soon arrived at the town's health center. "Brother Gang, I need help from Dr. Jiang. Please wait a moment, and I'll be leaving after a few words." Shu Tianxi got off the bike and stood firm, asking Shu Jigang to help him watch over the bike. Shu Jigang didn't think much about it, and just stood outside holding the snake and the rabbit. Yeah. When Shu Tianxi ran into the clinic, he saw Jiang Li eating a boiled egg. Seeing Shu Tianxi come in, she quickly swallowed the egg and started to search her pockets. "Brother Tianxi is here. I'll give you the money for the eggs." "No rush. I have to go to the city." Shu Tianxi waved his hand and took out an envelope from his pocket. He handed the envelope to Jiang Li and explained, "Sister Jiang, do me a favor. Here is 500 yuan. Please give it to Sister Lu later. Ask her to help me get the salesperson's quota. If it's not enough, I'll come back and make up for it." Jiang Li picked up the envelope, glanced at it, and said with a laugh, "Brother Tianxi, you are really rich." Without waiting for Shu Tianxi to explain, she continued, 500 yuan is more than enough to buy a work indicator. Don't worry, I will definitely help you with this matter." Shu Tianxi sincerely thanked him, then waved and said, "Then I'll leave first. Brother Gang is still waiting for me outside." "Good." After leaving the clinic, Shu Tianxi asked Shu Jigang to get in the car. The 2 men continued to rush towards the city, and Shu Jigang didn't say a word the whole time. Soon the 2 arrived at the machinery factory, and Shu Tianxi shouted to the guard, "Uncle, good morning. Hey, is our advanced purchasing agent from the machinery factory here?" The old man's eyes lit up, and he came over enthusiastically. He took out his cigarette and wanted to give Shu Tianxi a cigarette. No, take mine." Shu Tianxi quickly refused and took out a Dacuman cigarette and handed it over. The security guard was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Your cigarette is good. Have yours." Shu Tianxi took the initiative to light it for him, and then said, "Uncle, please open the door for me." "No problem." The old man nodded and gestured to Shu Jigang. "Who is this?" "This is my brother from the clan, who came with me to deliver supplies. I brought him here to introduce him to the place, in case I'm away on a business trip for purchasing." Uncle Wenwei suddenly realized what was going on, and then said to Shu Jigang, "Young man, come here and register." "Brother Gang, go ahead. It's the normal procedure." After Shu Tianxi's explanation, Shu Jigang stepped forward and wrote a visit record. "Kid, keep an eye on your brother, and don't let him run around, okay?" "Don't worry." After signing the record, the security guard let the 2 people into the machinery factory. "Tianxi, that old man just now should have come from the battlefield, right?" Shu Jigang followed Shu Tianxi, looking back from time to time. After being glanced at by a passing employee, he quickly stood next to Shu Tianxi. It may seem silly, but it is actually the inferiority complex of being a rural person. Nowadays, anyone from the countryside feels that they are shorter than those in the city. Therefore, rural people feel inferior when they move to the city. Shu Tianxi glanced at Shu Jigang and explained, "I'm not too sure either." But the uncles who can become doormen are either from military backgrounds or have relatives who are leaders. When you see him next time, be polite. Don't worry, I will. Shu Jigang nodded and promised. Soon, the two arrived at the cafeteria kitchen. Brother Daju, Tianci, how did you find time to come here? Seeing Shu Tianci, Daju enthusiastically extended his hand. Shu Tianci shook hands with him and explained, let me introduce you to someone, my clan brother Shu Jigang. If I go on a business trip in the future, he will come and deliver supplies for me. It's the amount that should be paid. Please keep a record of it when the time comes. After saying that, he looked at Shu Jigang and said, Brother Gang, this is Daju, the chef of the machinery factory. Chapter 142, Ji Bing beats his wife? Dazui and Shu Jigang got to know each other briefly, and then began to hand over the supplies. Looking at the wild rabbit and pheasant handed over by Shu Jigang, Daju couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The pheasant's feathers are all scattered here and there. They're almost all falling off. This thing is really awful. Shu Tianci chuckled and explained, the villagers don't have much experience, so they shed more hair. I understand. Daju reacted and nodded. It's okay. It's the same after soaking in hot water. Shu Jigang was a little embarrassed and handed over the sack containing the two snakes. He warned, be careful. There's a white snake here. It's poisonous. I thought Daju would be frightened, but unexpectedly his eyes lit up after hearing it. He picked up the bag, looked at Shu Jigang in surprise and asked, is this a snake? Right. Shu Jigang nodded and explained, the villagers were bitten by the white flower snake, and then we caught them. The other one is a black snake, but that one is not poisonous. This is good stuff. Daju laughed and raised his eyebrows at Shu Tianci. Our factory director, the best things are snake soup and snake wine. If you process this thing and send it to him, he will definitely give you a raise. Huh, you want to trick me into catching snakes again? Shu Tianci didn't really like that thing, so he laughed and said, if the factory director likes it, just give it to him. Don't worry, I will definitely report this achievement for you. Daju patted Shu Tianci's shoulder and said with a smile. Shu Tianci wanted to say no, but the other party waved his hand and said, okay, go and do your thing. I'll be making braised dragon bones at noon. Remember to come and eat. Thank you, Brother Daju. Shu Tianci did not respond, turned around, and left with Shu Jigang. After leaving the kitchen, Shu Ji just thought about the food. He looked at Shu Tianci and asked, Tianci, the supplies have been delivered, but where's the food? The kitchen is not responsible for these things. We won't be short of food. Shu Tianci shook his head and said in a deep voice, Brother Gang, this matter is not fair. After all, the machinery factory is going to purchase grain under their own name if they are discovered. I understand. Shu Jigang nodded repeatedly and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said so much. It's okay, just take it to heart. Shu Tianci patted his shoulder and said, let's go. I'll take you to the black market. What are you going to do in the black market? I need to understand the market price of grain so that I can give an explanation to the villagers when I return. I know what you want to say, which is that I don't have to do this. The villagers trust me. But you have to understand that this is not a matter of one or two people, but a collective matter. As long as it's about the collective, you can't be careless. Shu Tianci took out the bicycle and talked to himself. Shu Jigang followed behind, just nodding without saying a word in rebuttal. Uncle will leave first. After saying hello to the security guard, the two of them walked out of the machinery factory. Afterwards, Shu Tianci rode his bicycle and brought Shu Jigang to the black market intersection. He took out 2 cents, handed it to Shu Jigang, and said, this is the black market. You need to pay 2 cents before entering. Just go and ask the price. It doesn't matter if someone sees you. No. Shu Jigang shook his head repeatedly and refused. Tianci, you have helped us enough. I can't take your money. Then do you have money in your pocket from the black market? Shu Tianci asked back. This? Okay, take it. Shu Tianci rolled his eyes and stuffed the money into the other person's hand. I have something to do at my second aunt's place, so I can't accompany you. Okay, Tianci, go get busy. After saying goodbye to Shu Jigang, Shu Tianci rode his bicycle straight to the accommodation area of the county winery. On the way, he found a deserted place and took out a lot of food and meat from the space and put them into a bamboo basket. Then put on your back and keep going. My second Uncle Ji Bing works in a winery and earns more than 30 yuan a month. However, when Shu Xiaoying married Ji Bing, he had no job and only had a city hukou. Later, after Ji Bing's father passed away, Bing took on this job, which brought him income. The couple currently has 4 children, and Shu Tianxi has no idea what they are doing. Soon he arrived at the distillery's accommodation area, and a strong smell of soju hit him in the face. The accommodation area alone has such a strong smell of alcohol. How pungent must it be to work in a winery? Shu Tianxi didn't dare to think about it, nor did he think about it too much. There seems to be someone talking nonsense at the entrance of the alley. He should be the intelligence organization of this area. So he hurried forward and said politely, "Sisters and aunts, may I ask you something?" The women immediately looked over, and their eyes lit up when they saw that it was a handsome young man. An old lady said enthusiastically, "Young man, if you have any questions, just ask us. If you have any questions in this area, just ask us." And Annie also agreed. "That's right, there is nothing in this area that we don't know." Haha, I really believe this. Shu Tianxi nodded and said with a smile, "I'd like to ask, where do Bing and Shu Xiaoying live?" Although it was his second aunt's home, he had only been there a few times as far as he could remember. Yibing. Hearing this name, several aunts and sisters suddenly hesitated. Shu Tianxi frowned immediately and asked in confusion, "Sisters, what's wrong?" An aunt asked, "Young man, who are you to them?" "I'm their nephew, and I have something urgent to discuss with them," Shu Tianxi said truthfully. Suddenly, they understood. Annie pointed ahead and said, "They live in number 16. Go find them." "Okay, thank you, sisters and aunts." Shu Tianxi smiled and took out some fruit candies from his pocket and handed them over. "Hey, how can this be so embarrassing?" Seeing the other party's reluctant gesture, Shu Tianxi laughed and said, "Of course I should. Look at you, young man. There's no need to be so polite." After the intelligence team members put away the candy, Shu Tianxi stood up and said, "I'll be leaving now. You guys continue with your work." "Okay, go ahead." "Thank you, young man." Shu Tianxi waved his hand and rode his bicycle deeper into the alley. The aunts and sisters looked at it for a long time before turning back and whispering to each other, "What's going on? Where did the G family get such a generous nephew?" "Yes, he's generous and generous. Look, he's even riding a bicycle. Could it be Erying's family?" Impossible. Erying was a rural woman, and Bing often scolded her for this. This time, Bing got drunk and hit her. If Erying had relatives in the city, would Bing dare to hit his wife? That's right, that's right. In the distance, Shu Tianxi's bicycle suddenly stopped. After a moment, he started pedaling again. Because of his heightened mental strength, he could hear everything the aunts and aunties said clearly. Chapter 143, Second Aunt Fell Ill. Soon Shu Tianxi arrived in front of bungalow number 16, and the door was wide open. He strode forward and shouted, "Second aunt, are you home?" Soon, a little girl of 5 or 6 years old walked out of the room. She was a little swollen, which seemed to be caused by long-term malnutrition. He glanced at Shu Tianxi with a strange expression and asked, "Are you the third brother from my uncle's family?" "Yes." Xiaojiu still remembers the third brother. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and wanted to go forward and touch the other's hair. Unexpectedly, Jijiu took a step back and avoided his touch. "Dad said that you are not a good person and will suck the blood of our family. Go away. I don't want you to come to my house." This. Shu Tianxi frowned. He couldn't imagine how many bad things his second uncle had said about him in front of the children. He did not show his dissatisfaction in front of the child, but took out some white rabbit snacks and fruit candies from his pocket. "Third brother is not a vampire. How could he suck your family's blood? Look, Xiaojiu, third brother even brought you some candy." "Sugar." Jijiu's eyes lit up. He swallowed and wanted to go forward to get it. But when she thought of her father's words, she took several steps back. "Xiaojiu, who's here?" At this moment, Shu Xiaoying's voice suddenly came from the room. Hearing the shout, Jijiu immediately turned around and ran into the house. Shu Tianxi did not follow in, but shouted inside, "Second aunt, I am Tianxi." A few seconds later, Shu Xiaoying walked out of the room. The other person's face was a little red, and there was a bruise at the corner of his eye, as if he had been beaten. "Tianxi, how do you have time to come and see my aunt?" Shu Tianxi didn't answer, but stared at the other person's face. He shouted angrily, "Second aunt, did Bing hit you? Where is that bastard? What are you shouting about? That's your second uncle." Shu Xiaoying glared at Shu Tianxi and scolded him. "He didn't hit me. He just drank a little too much yesterday. I lost my balance and bumped into the wall." After she finished speaking, she forced a smile and said, "Let's talk about you. Why are you here? Is there no food at home?" "No." Shu Tianxi was about to deny it when he saw the other party open the rice jar. At that moment, Shu Xiaoying's face suddenly showed an embarrassed expression. Jizhou walked up to her side, looked up, and said, "Mom, our family's food ran out 2 days ago." Shu Xiaoying rubbed her hair and looked back at Shu Tianxi with an apologetic look on her face. "Tianxi, I'm sorry. Second aunt, you misunderstood. I'm not here to ask you for food." Shu Tianxi hurriedly explained and took down the backpack. Under Shu Xiaoying's puzzled gaze, he lifted the top layer of oil paper. It was still a 5-pound piece of fat meat, greasy and looking very comfortable. Jizhou's eyes lit up, and he pulled Shu Xiaoying and said, "Mom, it's meat, big fat meat." Shu Xiaoying was surprised at first, but after she realized what was happening, she quickly stepped forward and closed the door. Fortunately, there are windows on the wall, so the room is not too dark. Shu Xiaoying turned and walked towards Shu Tianxi, subconsciously supporting herself on the wall with her hand. "Godspeed, where did you get such a big piece of fat?" "It was cut from a wild boar," Shu Tianxi said truthfully and reached out to pick up the piece of fat. Jizhou opened her mouth and looked at Shu Xiaoying in surprise. "Mom, there's still meat." Shu Xiaoying quickly covered her mouth and said in a deep voice, "Xiaojiu, don't shout." She looked out the window in panic, then stared at Shu Tianxi and asked, "Tianxi, have you violated the law?" "I don't." "Don't fool your second aunt. How could you get so much meat without breaking the law?" Hearing this, Shu Tianxi felt helpless and could only explain it patiently. All that speculation and profiteering has nothing to do with him. Finally, he took out his work ID, indicating that he was now a formal purchasing agent for the machinery factory. As long as he has this, he can go hunting in the mountains and transport pork openly. "What? You have a job?" Shu Xiaoying exclaimed and quickly reached out to take the work ID. She flipped open the ID and looked at it for a while, then looked at Shu Tianxi awkwardly and said with a smile, "Tianxi, second, aunt doesn't know many words. But I recognize this seal. It's only available in units." After saying that, she quickly pointed to the official seal. Shu Xiaoying attended a literacy class and knew a few words. However, this work ID was handwritten, and Shu Tianxi could not recognize many words except the name. He waved his hand and smiled. "That's not important. What's important is that I, your nephew, have a job. I am now a proper city dweller, with a salary and a ration of food. With my hunting skills, I can get you some pork, right?" Okay. Shu Xiaoying nodded repeatedly and said with satisfaction, "My nephew has grown up and knows how to respect his aunt. But the mountain is too dangerous. You have to be careful when you go up there, okay? Take this meat back and eat it with Tianyu and the others. Second, aunt doesn't need it. What about Xiaojiu? What about Axiang? What about Fei?" Shu Tianxi blurted out and said 3 names. Hearing this, Shu Xiaoying immediately turned her gaze towards Jizhou. Looking at the other person's pitiful and bloated appearance, a trace of heartache appeared on her face. "Second aunt, just take it with confidence." Shu Tianxi chuckled and persuaded again. "And this is not unique. I gave it to my aunt yesterday. I have to hurry up and go visit my aunt later." "Okay, then thank you, second aunt." Shu Xiaoying did not refuse again, and her face was full of gratitude. "Why don't you stay for lunch? I'll fry you some meat." "Mom, we have no food at home." You suddenly reminded. Shu Xiaoying looked embarrassed for a moment, but she quickly thought of a solution. "It's okay. I can cut off half a pound of meat and exchange it for some food with my neighbor. Now that everyone is short of meat, they will definitely be happy to exchange it. Tianxi, please keep an eye on Xiaojiu for me. I'll go change it now." Shu Xiaoying stood up immediately, but suddenly paused. The next second, her vision blurred and she fell backwards. "Second girl, mother." Shu Tianxi's face changed, and he quickly stood up and supported the other person. Feeling that the other person's body temperature was abnormal, he quickly reached out and touched the other person's forehead. "Is it so hot?" Shu Tianxi was startled and quickly picked up his second aunt. "Bad guy, what are you doing? Let go of my mother." "Xiaojiu, stop making trouble. Your mother has a fever. Go and get her a glass of water." "Oh." When he heard that it was related to his mother's illness, Jizhou immediately moved his short legs to pour water. "Bad guy, water." "Thank you, Xiaojiu." Shu Tianxi took the cup and added some spiritual spring water to it. Then he quickly helped the second aunt up and poured water into her mouth. "Second aunt, open your mouth." Chapter 144, Second Aunt, why don't you divorce him? After Shu Xiaoying drank the dueling spring water, her complexion soon improved a lot. Shu Tianxi put the back of his hand on the other person's forehead, felt the temperature dropping, and breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around to look at Jijio and found that he was looking at them with a worried look on his face. Third brother, how is my mother? Your mother's high fever has subsided, and she will wake up soon. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. Thank you, Xiaojio, for the water. Your mother's fever subsided so quickly. I'll give you some candies as a reward. Take them quickly. Really? Jijio was still a little unconvinced. Of course it's real. If you don't believe me, come and touch it. Hearing this, Jijio really lay down in front of the bed and used his hands to feel Shu Xiaoying's body temperature. In order to help her feel better, Shu Tianxi reached out and supported her. Perhaps because he was worried about his mother, Jijio didn't pay too much attention to those things. When she felt that Shu Xiaoying's body temperature had really dropped, her eyes suddenly lit up. Really, Mom's illness is really cured. She quickly jumped out of bed, clapping her hands happily and shouting. Shu Tianxi smiled and asked, Xiaojio, can you accept third brother's candy now? Jijio had actually been craving the candy for a long time, and only after hearing what he said did he reach out to take the candy. I couldn't wait to open one and put it in my mouth. Seeing his eyes curved into crescents, Shu Tianxi smiled and asked, Is it delicious? It's delicious and sweet. Jijio nodded repeatedly and suddenly realized something. She raised her eyes to glance at Shu Tianxi and said hesitantly, Thank you, third brother. You are a good person. Shu Tianxi was stunned, then burst into laughter. He never imagined that the first good guy card he received would be given by a child of a few years old. He shook his head, stretched out his hand to Jijio, and said, Third brother is of course a good person. Come here. Jijio looked puzzled and walked over nervously. Shu Tianxi didn't mind and asked, Third brother wants to ask you, why didn't your mother go to the hospital for treatment when she was sick? Perhaps because his trust in Shu Tianxi increased, Jijio did not hide it. She said, Dad said we had no food at home because Mom was from the countryside. That's why Dad doesn't give Mom money, because he's afraid she'll subsidize her uncle's family. So, your father beat your mother? Shu Tianxi asked impatiently. Jijio lowered his head and said softly, Dad drank too much yesterday and came home to find there was no food. He cursed and called me a vampire, sucking blood from our entire family. Mother got angry and beat father. This. Without Jijio continuing to speak, Shu Tianxi could already guess what happened next. It must be Shu Xiaoying who helped him vent his anger and then was beaten back by Jibing. What Jibing said was actually correct. Shu Xiaoying had a rural household registration and did not have a ration of food. It is precisely because of their rural household registration that the children they gave birth to cannot obtain urban household registration. As a result, the food supply for Shu Xiaoying's entire family depended on Jibing's ration alone. This is how you register your child's household registration these days. He or she must follow the mother's household registration. If the mother has a city hukou, she can have enough food to feed her children no matter how many they have. And this is also the reason why city men rarely marry rural girls. When Shu Xiaoying was able to marry Jibing, he didn't have his current job. Ahem. Shu Tianxi wanted to ask something when Shu Xiaoying on the bed suddenly started coughing. Mom! Jijio's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward and shouted. Shu Tianxi also turned around, looked at Shu Xiaoying, and said, Second aunt, how do you feel? Thirsty. Shu Tianxi immediately picked up the teacup, handed it forward, and said, Come, I'll help you. With his help, Shu Xiaoying drank half of the water in the teacup. Shu Xiaoying took a deep breath and said, Much better, thank God. Shu Tianxi smiled and saw that there was still a lot of water in the teacup. So he handed the teacup to Jijio and said, Xiaojio, drink the water in it. Jijio had just eaten a white rabbit tea and was feeling a little thirsty, so he took the teacup and started drinking without suspecting anything. Tianxi, what are you doing? I just used that teacup. If Xiaojio. It's fine. Shu Tianxi interrupted Shu Xiaoying and changed the subject. Second aunt, how have you been these years? Shu Xiaoying raised her head and chuckled. What are you talking about? How else can I live? Eat, drink, poop, urinate, and sleep. Second aunt, you know what I'm talking about. Shu Tianxi's tone became heavier, and his expression became serious as he asked, Does Jibing often scold and beat you? Don't shout, that's your second uncle. Shu Xiaoying glared at him and scolded. After that, she explained, Your second uncle never hit me before. I hit him yesterday in a fit of rage. She only responded with this one sentence, which means that Jibing still scolded her frequently. Shu Tianxi frowned and thought, Second aunt, why don't you divorce him? You. Shu Xiaoying glared angrily and was about to raise her hand to hit someone. But I don't know what I remembered, but I finally put my hand down. She sighed and said faintly, Tianci, you don't understand. If you want to blame someone, blame us, because we don't have urban household registration and can't eat the ration food. Your second uncle relied on a job at a winery, which gave him a ration of more than 30 kilograms of grain per month. But she has to support our family of 6. Can you understand the pressure involved? So it's normal for him to feel a little resentful, and I understand that. But, no buts. Shu Xiaoying waved her hand and said with a smile, I know you're doing this for second aunt's good. Your second uncle and I have been together for more than 20 years. It's impossible for us to get divorced because of such a quarrel. Besides, have you ever thought about your second aunt's future? What will happen to me after I get divorced? Actually, are you hungry? I'll cook for you. Shu Xiaoying lifted the quilt, stood up, and said. Shu Tianci made way and stared at Shu Xiaoying as she walked down the stairs. Second aunt, I can actually help you get your household registration changed to a town one. My nephew has really grown up and can brag now. Shu Xiaoying laughed and walked out of the room. Well, Shu Tianci sighed, unable to explain this to the other party. Since the other party is unwilling to divorce, the only way to help him is to find another way. When the work indicators were presented to Shu Xiaoying, she had no choice but to believe it. God's gift! Shu Xiaoying suddenly shouted, and Shu Tianci immediately walked over. What's wrong? Shu Xiaoying was seen holding a piece of pork belly in her hand, looking into the basket with a look of shock on her face. She found that in addition to a 5-gene piece of fat and a 5-gene piece of pork belly, there was something else inside. Are those eggs? Dozens of them. Jigio raised his head and said, Mom, do we have meat and eggs to eat? Chapter 145. Exchange meat for food? Tianci, did you get these eggs too? Shu Xiaoying did not respond to Jigio's words, but looked at Shu Tianci. Shu Tianci didn't tell the truth and said casually, This is not worth much. You can pick up dozens of them when you go up the mountain. I also gave dozens to my eldest aunt, and I'll give some to my youngest aunt in the afternoon. After hearing this, Shu Xiaoying finally breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled with relief, nodded, and said, I didn't expect that we could also enjoy the blessing of having a nephew. But you have to be careful when you go up the mountain. You must protect yourself, okay? No. Shu Tianci also smiled and said, Then second aunt, you should boil the lard first. I'm going out for a while to buy a pack of cigarettes. Good. Shu Xiaoying didn't think much about it and cut a piece of pork after Shu Tianci left. This piece of meat is about 1 pound and is strung together with straw. Then he rubbed Jigio's hair and said, Xiaojio, stay at home. Mom, go to the neighbor's house and exchange some food. Good. On the other side, Shu Tianci did not go to buy cigarettes, but rode his bicycle out of the winery accommodation area. Then he found a deserted area and took out 5 kilograms of rice, 20 kilograms of cornmeal, 20 kilograms of sweet potatoes, and 5 kilograms of white flour. After putting the food into the basket on his back, he turned around and rode his bike back. When the people in the alley saw him, they immediately started whispering. Someone asked, This must be Erying's nephew from the countryside. What's he doing going in and out? Another person replied, Who knows? Maybe Qilin gave him money again. He goes in and out just to buy things. Others shook their heads and sighed. If you ask me, Qilin deserved to be beaten. It was tiring enough for Ji Bing to support them and his mother, and he had to tighten his belt all day long. This spendthrift woman, she also subsidizes her brother with food and money all day long. Who says it isn't? Everyone shook their heads and made clicking sounds. Shu Tianci squeezed the brakes for a moment, then shook his head and continued riding. Soon he parked the car in front of second aunt's house. Jigio jumped over and shouted, Third brother. Children are easy to coax. They just wanted to chase me away. Shu Tianci smiled slightly and reached out to ruffle Jigio's hair. Where's your mother? As he was talking, he walked into the house again. Jigio followed behind and explained, Mom cut off a piece of pork and went to exchange it for food from the neighbors. This. Shu Tianci was stunned and put down the basket. Third brother, what is this? Jigio came over and blinked his big eyes at the backpack. This is food. Third brother bought it specially. Shu Tianci took away the oil paper, then took out all the food and placed it on the table. Rice. Jigio opened her little mouth, turned around cleverly, and closed the door. Shu Tianci looked back at her, shook his head, and laughed. After closing the door, Jigio came back and started rummaging through the sacks. Rice, cornmeal, wheat flour, sweet potatoes, potatoes, so much to eat. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and asked, "How about it? Third brother is not a vampire, right?" "No, no. Third brother is the best third brother." Ji Jiu hurriedly shook his head, as if he couldn't find any words to describe him. Shu Tianxi didn't mind and reached out to pinch the other person's nose. "Xiaojiu, we have food at home, so we don't have to exchange it for food, right?" "Yes, no need to change." Yi Yu nodded. "Then let's go call your mother back, okay?" "Good." So the two of them walked out of the room, one in front and one behind. They turned around, closed the door, and looked around. "It should be at the back." Shu Tianxi pointed to the back of the alley and said, when he came back just now, he came back from the front and did not see Shu Xiaoying. Ji Jiu did not object and followed Shu Tianxi obediently. The two walked towards the back and soon heard a quarrel coming from the front. "No, 2 kilograms of cornmeal is really too little. I won't exchange it." Ji Bing's wife, 2 pounds of corn flour is already a lot. It was only the middle of the month, and every household was running low on food. If my Huzi really wanted to eat meat, I wouldn't be willing to exchange it with you. Then I'll find someone else to change. Shu Xiaoying's voice was heard, and then she was seen walking out of bungalow number 22. Shu Tianxi was just about to pull Ji Jiu over when he saw a fat woman following them out. She stood in front of Shu Xiaoying and shouted, "No, you can't leave." Shu Xiaoying frowned and asked in confusion, "Fat sister, what do you mean?" "It's nothing." The fat woman shook her head and shouted, "You must give me this meat, or I will report you." "You, Ji Bing's wife, don't think I don't know. Your family is so poor that they can barely afford to eat. How can you afford to buy meat, especially such a big piece?" The fat woman waved her hand and shouted self-righteously, "So, this piece of meat of yours must have come from an illegal source. If you don't switch with me, I will report you to the street office and the public security committee. By then, Ji Bing will lose his job and your whole family will go to jail." Wow, I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone as arrogant as this. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, there is actually forced buying and selling happening. Shu Xiaoying knew the source of the meat, so she was not afraid of the fat woman reporting her. She snorted lightly and said lightly, "Whatever you want." After saying that, she turned and left. Seeing Shu Tianxi and Ji Jiu not far away, she immediately smiled. However, what they didn't expect was that the fat woman actually sat directly on the ground. "Oh my, it's unbearable to live in this day. Come and see, everyone, someone is going to stir-fry the meat. Everyone, come and judge for yourself." Ji Bing's wife openly snatched the meat. The screams were like those of a pig being slaughtered, and even Shu Tianxi, who was 10 meters away, found it piercing. Shu Xiaoying was furious. She stared at the fat woman and stomped her feet, saying, "Fat sister, what are you yelling about?" The fat woman ignored her and continued to yell in her hoarse voice. "There aren't many entertainment activities these days, and my biggest hobby is listening to other people quarreling and fighting." So after hearing the fat woman's screams, all the aunties, grandmas, old men, and old women in the alley came over. "Auntie Fatty, what's going on?" "Yeah, Fatty, why are you sitting on the ground in the middle of the day?" Hearing this, the fat woman immediately shouted, "Neighbors, please give us some advice." Shu Xiaoying was anxious. She didn't want to make a big deal out of this. If the factory leaders find out about this, Ji Bing will be angry again. So she quickly looked at the fat woman, thinking of giving her the meat. "Don't worry about her, let's go." At this moment, Shu Tianxi suddenly walked to her side. "I've already bought the food, so I don't need to exchange it with others." But Shu Xiaoying was stunned for a moment and looked hesitantly at the neighbors who had gathered around her. Chapter 146. Clarify your identity. "Look, neighbors, Ji Bing's wife is blatantly grabbing the meat. Huzi wanted to eat meat a few days ago, and my husband had to beg everyone to get him half a pound of meat. As a result, Ji Bing's wife was greedy when she saw it, and said she wanted to exchange 2 kilograms of corn flour with me. If I don't change, she'll grab it and run away." After hearing this, the neighbors immediately started pointing fingers at Shu Xiaoying. "Ji Bing's wife, I know your family hasn't eaten meat in a long time, but you can't take the fat guy's meat. It's illegal. Yes, if this gets to the factory, Ji Bing will be punished." I didn't steal her meat." Shu Xiaoying immediately retorted, her face flushed with anger. "She's talking nonsense. This is obviously my own pork. I wanted to exchange some food with her, but she only took 2 kilograms of cornmeal. Listen, listen, fellow villagers. The fat woman immediately got up and shouted loudly while gesticulating. Jibing's family can barely make ends meet, and they were still borrowing food from everywhere just 2 days ago. Today his wife said she had pork at home. Do you believe her? My goodness, some people nowadays have really lost all their shame just because of stuttering. Isn't she afraid of being falsely accused of possession so openly? When the people around heard this, they all shook their heads in disbelief. There are only a few hundred people in this alley. Basically all of them are family members of the winery employees. We see each other every day, so who doesn't know each other's family situations? Jibing's family really couldn't make ends meet, so no one believed that Xu Xiaoying could get pork. However, Aunt Peng and her husband both have urban household registration, and the family eats a ration of food. So it makes sense that her family can get pork. Seeing that everyone only believed the fat woman, Xu Xiaoying was about to cry. Compared with her elder sister, Xu Xiaomei, her personality seems much weaker. Ji Jiu couldn't bear to see her mother being wronged, so she immediately stood up and shouted, "Grandma Huzi is lying. The pork is not hers. The pork is from my family. My third brother brought it to me." After saying that, she shook Xu Tianxi's hand. Hearing this, a group of neighbors turned their attention to Xu Tianxi again. Is this young man the nephew of the Jibing family? He's quite handsome. I just saw him riding a bicycle with a big backpack on his back. I don't think he's an ordinary person. Maybe he really brought the meat. Not necessarily. The Jibing family has such a capable relative. Why haven't we seen him before? The crowd was talking about it. Some believed it, and some did not. Seeing that some of the neighbors were wavering, the fat woman quickly pointed at Ji Jiu and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about, you little beast? People start telling lies before they even have an asshole. Jibing really should take better care of you. What will happen to you in the future?" Pa! A clear voice suddenly rang out, and the scene suddenly became quiet. They stared at the thin woman in the field with wide eyes in disbelief. "Don't you dare scold my daughter. She didn't lie." Xu Xiaoying's eyes were red with anger, and her chest was rising and falling rapidly with anger. Xu Tianxi, who was standing by, was also seeing the other person like this for the first time, so he withdrew his hand. The fat woman was also confused for a while, until the child next to her reminded her, "Grandma, she beat you. She stole our meat and still beat you." The fat woman covered her face with her hands. Her eyes were red with anger, and her flesh was trembling. "Xu Xiaoying, how dare you hit me, you bitch?" Spit flew everywhere, almost spraying Xu Xiaoying and the others in the face. Before Xu Xiaoying could retort, she pinched her with both hands. "I'm going to fight you." Bang! Another crisp sound was heard, but it was much louder than before. The fat woman who was about to take action just now has been knocked to the ground. She covered her forehead and rolled her eyes, seeming a little dizzy. This guy is so shameless that his hand hurts. Xu Tianxi shook his hand and complained. Hearing this, Xu Xiaoying immediately asked with concern, "Tianxi, is your hand okay?" Ji Jiu also grabbed her clothes and asked, "Third brother, does your hand hurt?" "Pain." Ji Jiu immediately grabbed his clothes and shouted, "I'll blow on you, and it won't hurt anymore." As Xu Tianxi stretched out his hand, he saw the kid, named Hu Zi, rushing towards him. "You hit my grandma. I'll beat you to death." Xu Tianxi didn't tolerate him and slapped him lightly on the face. Bang! After 2 slaps, the neighbors around also showed a hint of anger on their faces. It's okay to beat a fat woman, but how can you beat a child? Xu Tianxi also knew his limits. If he didn't speak up, something bad would happen. So he quickly took out his work ID and shouted, "Dear neighbors, I'm a level 6 clerk at the machinery factory. My name is Xu Tianxi. Xu Xiaoying is my second aunt. I came to visit her today with some meat." After hearing these words, the neighbors suddenly became quiet. A few old men walked forward and stared at the work permit in Xu Tianxi's hand. It's really a work permit from the machinery factory. I've seen the work permit of their purchasing agent. This young man is also a buyer, and his rank is higher than that of a technical secondary school graduate who has been promoted to a full-time position. The other uncles also nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. After hearing the neighbor's confirmation, all the neighbors looked at Xu Xiaoying with envy. I have a nephew who works in the city. He is a level 6 clerk and earns more than 40 yuan a month. The most important thing is that the other party is a buyer, which is a lucrative job. Xu Tianxi put away his work permit and shouted, "Everyone in the neighborhood knows that the things we buyers deal with the most are fish, meat, and eggs. I bought some wild boar meat from a hunter a few days ago and brought it to see my second aunt today. My second aunt wanted to keep me for lunch, but she found that there was not enough food at home. My second aunt was kind-hearted and thought that this aunt's family might not have eaten meat for a long time. So they brought meat to exchange for food. Having said that, Shu Tianxi asked his second aunt to describe the specific process. Shu Xiaoying glanced at the fat woman and then immediately began to describe the whole process in front of everyone. The fat woman was a little confused at this moment and had no chance to make trouble at all. After a round of indignant accusations, everyone finally understood the truth. They looked at the fat woman angrily and shouted, "Bah! This face is so disgusting." Someone shouted, "This fat guy already lives much better than everyone else, yet he still likes to take advantage of others." Someone else shouted, "Her grandson is not a good person either. He even stole my grandson's fruit candy last time. In my opinion, we should let the people from the street office deal with her." "Sister, I support your idea." Shu Tianxi stretched out his hand and pointed at the sister who had just spoken. "Please help me call the people from the street office. My second aunt's reputation was almost damaged because of this incident. I will never tolerate this." Chapter 147. 1 ounce of meat and half a pound of corn flour. As soon as Shu Tianxi opened his mouth, some neighbors who couldn't stand the fat woman immediately went to call the street office. Shu Xiaoying pulled Shu Tianxi's hand and whispered, "Tianxi, wouldn't it be bad if this got out of hand? Your second uncle, and I still have to live here. Isn't this going to offend people?" "Second aunt, you are just too self-deprecating and cowardly." Shu Tianxi shook his head and sighed. "This fat woman wants to steal your pork and threatens you in various ways. If the origin of our meat is really unknown, you would be the one going to the street office now. Moreover, the piece of pork in your hand will eventually end up in the hands of the fat woman. Why would you sympathize with such a person?" Hearing this, Shu Xiaoying was immediately frightened. He didn't sympathize with the fat woman, but he was afraid that Ji Bing would be criticized and punished for this matter. Just as Shu Xiaoying was lost in thought, an old lady called out to her, "Arying, you are so blessed now. With such a promising nephew, no one in this area will gossip about you anymore." "No way." Shu Xiaoying laughed and looked at Shu Tianxi proudly. Someone else chimed in, "I wonder who dares to say anything bad about Arying. His nephew is a level 6 clerk in the machinery factory, a symbol of ability. Young man, you should usually buy a lot of fish, meat, eggs, and other supplies, right?" It's okay. Shu Tianxi laughed. Look at the ability of Arying's nephew. Fish, meat, and eggs are now rare commodities, more precious than food. Arying's nephew can be seen every day, but does that guy in our alley have the same ability? That's right, we have to be more polite to Arying from now on. As they were talking, a group of neighbors began to praise Shu Xiaoying and her niece. Their purpose was obvious, and Shu Tianxi knew what they were thinking as soon as he heard it. The job of a buyer is enviable, especially for a buyer who can purchase fish, meat, and eggs. As long as you can build good relationships with this kind of people, you might be able to eat fish, meat, and eggs in the future. As long as they have money, they won't get sick. Shu Tianxi didn't respond and let the second aunt enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. After all, it is not easy for a rural resident to live here for more than 20 years. She must have been looked down upon a lot over the years. As the neighbors talked, they began to reveal their intentions. "Arying, when you have something delicious in the future, don't forget us neighbors." "Yes, Arying, don't you want to exchange meat for food? I'd like to trade with you. Is 3 pounds of cornmeal enough?" 3 pounds of cornmeal, and you want to eat pork? I'll add half a pound of white flour. Hey, what the hell do you mean? Are you trying to snatch it from me? What's the point of this old lady? I want to eat meat. The doctor said my child needs an oil-water separator. Do you want our whole family to die of illness? What do you mean your family needs oil and water, but our family doesn't? Seeing the neighbors fighting over the meat in her hand, Shu Xiaoying suddenly felt uncomfortable. She waved her hands and wanted to say something, but the group didn't give her a chance. Seeing this, Shu Tianxi immediately shouted, "All right." The neighbors quieted down and looked at Shu Xiaoying and her niece. Shu Tianxi coughed, pointed at Shu Xiaoying and said, "Listen to what my second aunt has to say." The neighbors didn't want to fight, so they immediately turned their attention to Shu Xiaoying. Shu Xiaoying quickly said, "Dear neighbors, everyone knows that supplies are not easy to get right now. It was not easy for my nephew to get all this pork, so I couldn't exchange much pork for food. But everyone is lacking in nutrition and oil, and is in urgent need of a piece of pork to replenish their bodies. So my idea is to divide this pound of pork into 10 portions so that more people can try it. Those who get the pork only need to give me half a pound of cornmeal. Is that okay with you? After saying that, she glanced at all the neighbors, then looked at Shu Tianxi beside her. Shu Tianxi chuckled and gave a thumbs up without hesitation. I have to say that his second aunt's way of handling the matter was very appropriate. Now that his identity has been exposed, someone will definitely ask Shu Xiaoying for help afterwards. If she doesn't help, there will definitely be people who will continue to gossip about her behind her back. After all, if there is no benefit in it, there is no need for them to be too polite to you. But if Shu Xiaoying simply gave away a pound of pork, she would get the gratitude of some people. Soon after Shu Xiaoying finished speaking, someone nodded in agreement. Okay, Erying, this is a good idea. I'm willing to exchange it. That's really good. We don't have much food at home. Half a pound of cornmeal is enough to give us a taste of meat. It's very reasonable. Erying, I want a change. Give me a change. And me, Erying, leave me a copy. 1 pound of pork is divided into 10 portions, which is 1 ounce per portion. Although it is not much, it is a life-saving medicine for people with 6011 disease. Especially those who have children at home are more eager to help them replenish their income. Now that they have this opportunity, how could they let it go? In addition, there is not much food to begin with, and asking them to exchange several kilograms of food for meat is not a loss, but they will have to eat fewer meals. It's only the middle of the month, and they're still counting on this food to last until next month. Nowadays, you can taste meat with just half a pound of corn flour, so wouldn't people be rushing to buy it? Shu Xiaoying also did not lose out. Originally, she could only exchange for 2 or 3 kilograms of food. Now, it was incredible. She could exchange for 5 kilograms. Just as everyone was pushing to exchange meat, a serious rebuke came from the back of the crowd. Move aside. What are you all doing together? We are from the street office. What's going on? Several middle-aged men and women walked in and looked at everyone seriously. Just as Shu Xiaoying was about to speak, someone came up and pointed at the fat woman and her grandson. Director Li, Fatty brought her grandson to steal our meat. They are robbing us. Yes, she saw that we had some meat and wanted to grab it. Not only did they steal the meat, they also framed Ji Bing's wife and undermined the unity of the masses. I think they are enemy agents deliberately sabotaging the people. The more they talked, the more angry they became, and they began to accuse the fat woman of all kinds of deadly crimes. It may have nothing to do with them at first, but they have a share of the pork in Shu Xiaoying's hands. When they thought about the fat woman trying to steal their meat, they wished she would die. This is the power of unity. Something seems wrong? In any case, the fat woman and her grandson were eventually taken away by the street office. Maybe they will come out soon, but it has nothing to do with Shu Tianxi. Shu Xiaoying felt relieved when she saw the fat grandparents and grandchildren being taken away. Dear neighbors. Then she looked at everyone and said, bring your food and come to my house to exchange for meat. There are only 10 portions, first come, first served. After that, she took Ji Jiao and Shu Tianxi home. Chapter 148. Are you going to rebel against God? Erying, this is half a pound of cornmeal. Give me some meat. Erying, I brought the food. This is half a pound of corn flour. Don't push, or it will burst. Hey, which idiot is taking advantage of me? Chaos. The only word to describe the scene in front of Shu Xiaoying's house is chaos. Dozens of people came carrying cornmeal, wanting to trade it with Shu Xiaoying for pork. 2 boys carrying army green backpacks stood behind the crowd, their faces full of confusion. The shorter child asked, Brother, what are they doing at our doorstep? The tall boy shook his head and stared at the piece of pork in the hands of the departing neighbors. How come this group of people came with food, but left with an extra piece of pork? The boy frowned, but he could only prick up his ears to listen to what was going on. No more. Neighbors, the meat has been exchanged. What? How come it's gone? Who's so quick? Ji Bing's wife, can you give us another ounce? Erden is waiting for the meat to save his life. Neighbors, the 10 portions of pork have really been exchanged. Next time, maybe there will be pork when my nephew comes over next time. Really? Ji Bing's wife, please inform us next time your nephew comes. Don't worry, I will. At Shu Xiaoying's call, those who had exchanged for meat and those who had not started to retreat. Only some people who are unwilling to give up or who urgently need meat will stay at their house. But after Shu Tianxi shook his head, Shu Xiaoying sent them away. Shu Tianxi brought a lot of food, enough to last them for the next half month. He could even exchange food with the neighbors, purely out of social skills and to shut them up. It is simply impossible to treat Shu Xiaoying and her niece as saviors. After all the neighbors left, the two boys walked in. "Mom!" They just shouted, and suddenly saw Shu Tianxi sitting beside them, teasing Jijio. "Mom, why is he here at our house?" Both of their faces darkened, and the younger boy even carried Jijio away. "Little sister, don't play with him." Jijio began to struggle and shouted, "I won't. I want to play with my third brother." The boy didn't dare to hurt his sister, so he could only point the finger at Shu Tianxi. "What did you do to my sister?" Shu Tianxi shrugged, picked up a candy, and shook it provocatively, then handed it to Jijio. "Thank you, third brother." "You." The boy was furious, but he still swallowed his saliva when looking at the milky white candy. At this time, Shu Xiaoying, who was cutting fat, raised her head. "Yi Fei, Ji Xiang, how you talk to third brother? You can't even call out to someone. What have all those years of studying been wasted?" "Mom, why are you still speaking for him?" Ji Fei was a little confused and shouted, "It's all because of him that Dad beat you." "Fart!" Shu Xiaoying glared and shouted, "Your father beat me because I beat your father. What does it have to do with your third brother?" At this time, Jijio also jumped down and walked forward to pull the hands of his two brothers. "Second brother, third brother, the third brother from my uncle's family is very good. He brought us a lot of food, including big fat meat, eggs, rice, white flour, cornmeal. The fat lady bullied my mother, and my uncle's third brother even helped my mother beat her." After hearing what their younger sister said, Ji Fei and Ji Xiang's first reaction was that it was impossible. "My uncle and aunt died of hunger and illness, and the homes of my 6 cousins could not even afford to eat. In this situation, how could Shu Tianxi possibly bring so much food?" The two brothers looked at Shu Tianxi, who just silently lit a Dakium cigarette. Ji Fei frowned, squatted down, and looked at Jijio. "Little sister, you can't lie." "Brother, you are bad." "I didn't lie." Jijio reached out and hit Ji Fei, then grabbed Ji Xiang's hand. "Brother, come with me." The two brothers didn't understand why, but they still followed Xiaojio to the rice jar. When Jijio opened the rice jar, their pupils suddenly shrank. Half a sack, dozens of kilograms of corn flour. Ji Fei immediately reached out and picked up the sack. "There are also white flour and white rice." "There's more here," Jijio said, then opened the sack on the other side. A huge pile of potatoes and sweet potatoes, weighing dozens of kilograms. This. Mother." The Ji Fei brothers could no longer speak and could only look at Shu Xiaoying. It doesn't matter if they don't see it, but once they see it, they'll see the fat on the chopping board. The two brothers immediately came over and asked with accelerated breathing, "Mom, where did the meat come from? Didn't your sister tell you?" Shu Xiaoying rolled her eyes at them and gestured to Shu Tianxi. "Your third brother sent it. He is now a purchasing agent for a machinery factory and a proper city dweller. Thinking of taking care of our family, they sent us dozens of kilograms of food and 10 kilograms of meat. See, there are dozens of eggs there. So what did you two bastards do to your third brother?" The Ji Fei brothers looked at each other and basically believed this statement. After all, the rice jar at home was empty in the morning, but now it is full of food. Now Shu Tianxi has a relative here. So who else could it be if not him who sent it? The two brothers came to Shu Tianxi, smiled awkwardly, and said, "Third brother, don't call me. I'm not worthy of being your brother." Shu Tianxi waved his hand and put his right leg on his left leg. "Don't worry, third brother." Ji Fei immediately grabbed Shu Tianxi's arm and said sincerely, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like that just now." Ji Xiang was even more furious. He squatted down and hugged Shu Tianxi's thighs. "Third brother, we were wrong." Seeing his two brothers like this, Jijio also ran over and hugged Shu Tianxi's hand. "Third brother, can you please forgive my brothers?" Wow, these 3 siblings are really willing to use any tricks to deal with their stuttering. I want to know one thing right now. Shu Tianxi kicked Ji Xiang away and pulled out his hand from Jijio's embrace. He stared at the 3 siblings with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "What do you think about Ji Bing beating your mother?" "That's too much," Ji Fei said without saying anything, and nodded firmly. "My father went too far. It's unforgivable. Third brother, I wanted to stop him at that time, but my father was too fast." Quick move? I think you react quickly, right? This kid is worthy of being a high school student. His reaction speed is really fast. Seeing his elder brother's statement, Ji Xiang immediately nodded in agreement. That's right, Ji Bing really went too far. If he hadn't raised me for more than 10 years, I would have severed our father-son relationship. And me. Ji Zhou also raised his hand and called out softly. Hey! Shu Xiaoying suddenly slammed the knife and shouted angrily. Are you going to rebel against the heaven? Chapter 149 Confused Yi Bing. At the county winery, Ji Bing was stepping on the lees with his bare feet. He inhaled the rich aroma of wine, and his whole face turned red as if he had drunk it himself. At this time, a middle-aged man strode over. Yi Bing. Yi Bing. Quick, something happened in your family. Fuck, something happened in your family. Ji Bing was unhappy when he heard this. How could he curse someone like that? The man was also stunned after hearing this, and then shouted, Fuck your mother! What I said is true. Your daughter-in-law teamed up with her nephew to send Lao Lu's daughter-in-law to the street office. Erying's nephew? Could it be that Shu Tianxi came looking for me? Ji Bing frowned, and then he heard the staff member beside him persuade him. Ji Bing, why don't you go back and take a look? Hearing this, Ji Bing could only take off his gloves and walk out of the work area on the wine dregs. He glanced at the person who came and asked in confusion, What's going on? I don't know. I heard it was because of a piece of meat. Your wife and her nephew had a quarrel with Lao Lu's wife, and finally the people from the street office were alarmed. But your wife and her nephew are fine, but Lao Lu's wife was arrested. Now that Lao Lu has gone back, I guess he'll have to cause trouble for your family later. After hearing the visitor's brief narration, Ji Bing ran towards the accommodation area even more impatiently. The family has run out of food. Where would they get meat? Could it be that Shu Qianxi came and got greedy when he saw old Lu's wife eating meat? Erying is a woman who loves her nephew so much that she might really ask Fatty to borrow some meat from her. This spendthrift woman doesn't even know how to calm down, even though she's sick. When he thought of this, Ji Bing felt a headache. Soon, he ran to the accommodation area. Ji Bing is back. You really married a good wife. Yeah, such a good wife. How could you bear to scold her on weekdays? Ji Bing, don't hit your wife anymore. If you beat her and she runs away, you won't even have time to cry about your regrets. What the hell is going on? After hearing what the neighbors said, Ji Bing, who was originally a little annoyed, was suddenly confused. What's wrong with these neighbors? I never see them praising Shu Xiaoying like this on weekdays. Ji Bing was just thinking about how to teach Shu Xiaoying a lesson when he returned. What should he do now? Ji Bing frowned and stepped forward to ask, Sister Zhao, Aunt Lu, what are you talking about? Didn't Erying compete with Lu's sister-in-law for the meat? Why are you all praising her? Why are you grabbing the meat? That's the fat guy's own fault. Go home and you'll understand. Remember, don't scold Erying anymore, let alone hit her. You should be happy to have such a good wife and relatives. Ji Bing was sent away by the neighbors, and he couldn't wait to go home and ask, What on earth happened? Why am I so confused? Suddenly, he couldn't help but sniff twice more. Oh my goodness, whose fried meat is this? Ji Bing sniffed hard, then walked to the window of his neighbor's house. Old Chun, what day is it today? You're even cooking meat. Go away. Stop making fun of me. Old Chun said with an impatient look on his face, waving his hand to dismiss him. The woman beside him immediately hit him and scolded him. Be more polite to Ji Bing. You still have to rely on him for your meat next time. Yes, yes, yes. Old Chun suddenly realized what was going on and quickly said to Ji Bing, Old Ji, would you like to have a drink together? Is it okay? Although Ji Bing didn't understand, he still swallowed. Old Chin immediately laughed, stood up and said, Of course, we'll bring the food to your house. The woman immediately gave a thumbs up, stood up and said, Old G, do you think it's okay? If the other party invited him in to try a few bites, Ji Bing would be quite tempted. But now, Ji Bing hesitated. After all, once the dishes are served, the whole family will start eating. How could the Chin family be so generous? Ji Bing is no fool. I can't make the decision on this. I'll go home and ask my wife. Ji Bing laughed and turned away. Seeing this, Lao Chun and his wife immediately looked annoyed. Almost got a taste of Ji Bing's big fat meat. After leaving Lao Chin's house, Ji Bing swallowed his saliva and felt something was wrong the more he thought about it. Old Fu's family is also frying meat? He immediately stepped forward and looked inside through the window. Old Lu, where are you eating meat? Is Lao Ji back? How about going to your house for a drink? Damn, this again? This time, Ji Bing ran even faster. Walking all the way back to his doorstep, he found that 4 or 5 of his neighbors were eating fried meat. I was wondering what day it was today. Was it a festival, or was there meat being delivered on the street? But when he reached the door of his house, the rich aroma of meat rushed directly to the top of his head. My goodness, the meaty aroma coming from those shops is shit compared to this. Come, give our little Gio a piece of fat meat. Thank you, third brother. Can you come every day from now on? Shu Tianxi? Hearing the conversation coming from inside, Ji Bing finally confirmed who the visitor was. Shu Tianxi is indeed the lazy guy. Airing offended Lao Lu's family just because of him. Still eating fat meat? Ji Bing became angrier the more he thought about it. Then he strode into the house with his fists clenched. As for the neighbor's advice just now, he threw it out of his mind. As soon as he entered the house, he saw his wife and children sitting at the dining table, holding bowls of white rice in their hands. As for the table, boy, fried oil residue, stir-fried meat, and egg soup. The quality of this dish is even better than Chinese New Year. Seeing Ji Bing coming back, Shu Xiaoying immediately stood up. Boss, you're back. Ji Fei and the others also hurriedly shouted, Dad. Shu Tianxi didn't respond and just kept eating his food. Ji Bing clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, Airing, is this the end of our days? Boss, what are you talking about? Shu Xiaoying asked in confusion. Ji Jiu stepped forward, hugged Ji Bing's thigh, and shouted, Dad, our third brother brought a lot of food to see us. There's some fat meat. Come and eat it. Ji Bing was stunned and saw Ji Fei stand up again. Yes, Dad. Third brother brought dozens of kilograms of food, including rice, flour, and cornmeal. Ji Xiang also quickly added, There's also meat, 10 pounds of meat, and dozens of eggs. This, do you have a fever? Ji Bing suddenly reached out and patted his head, frowning and saying, Or, am I still not awake? After saying that, he pointed to Shu Tianxi and said, Do you think he can bring so much food? Do you think I believe this? If you don't believe me, you don't have to eat it. Shu Tianxi turned around and said lightly, Anyway, I brought it to my second aunt, and I didn't expect it to be cheap for you. God's gift, Shu Xiaoying said helplessly. Ji Fei hurried forward, grabbed Ji Bing and said, Dad, come with me. After a while, Ji Bing sat opposite Shu Tianxi, smiled awkwardly and said, Tianxi, I'm sorry. Second uncle admitted that the voice just now was indeed a bit loud. Chapter 150, Beating Up Ji Bing. Who's smiling so playfully with you? Shu Tianxi snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, Second uncle, are you worthy of it? Hearing this, Ji Bing's face darkened. Shu Xiaoying saw that the situation was not good and quickly shouted, Tianxi, what are you doing? Ji Fei and the other two knew what Shu Tianxi was going to do, and they immediately became a little nervous. Although they had expressed their stance before, they didn't really intend to do anything to their own father. I'm asking you, was it you who caused the wound on my second aunt's face? Shu Tianxi ignored Shu Xiaoying and stared at Ji Bing without moving his eyes. Answer me, won't you? Yes. Bang bang. As soon as Ji Bing finished speaking, a big hand hit him in the face. Ji Bing was careless and was knocked to the ground. Boss! Father! Shu Xiaoying and others exclaimed and hurried forward to check on Ji Bing's situation. Shu Tianxi was pushed away by several people, as if no one cared about him. He didn't plan to continue beating Ji Bing, otherwise these people really wouldn't be able to stop him. Do you know that my second aunt has a high fever? Looking at Ji Bing, who was helped up and served medicinal wine, Shu Tianxi questioned again. Ji Bing's eyelids twitched, a little afraid that the other party would attack again. He had just discovered that this kid's movements were so fast that he couldn't see clearly. Moreover, this kind of strength doesn't seem like something a lazy person can possess. So he looked at Shu Tianxi warily and said as a matter of course, It's just a fever. It will be fine in 2 days. That's enough. Shu Tianxi was so angry that he wanted to take action, but was stopped by Shu Xiaoying. Tianxi, your second uncle is right. It's just a fever. Who in our family doesn't just push through a cold or fever? Second aunt, did you know that you were so sick that you fainted? Shu Tianxi retorted, Isn't this all right? You are fine. Isn't it because I used the spiritual spring water in the space? Looking at the unconcerned second aunt, Shu Tianxi suddenly laughed out of anger. Tianxi, second aunt knows that you are worried about me and care about me. But your second uncle is the pillar of the family. He cannot be hurt. I still have to live with him in the future. You really can't beat him anymore. Shu Xiaoying discussed it softly. and reached out to hold Shu Tianxi's hand and said, "Okay." Shu Tianxi took 2 breaths helplessly, staring at Ji Bing, and said, "Ji Bing, this is just my second aunt's kindness. Otherwise, I'll have to beat you up. My second aunt is such a good woman. How could you have the heart to hurt her? You also had nothing in the beginning, so why do you now dislike her for being from the countryside?" The concerned cries and angry scolding attracted the surrounding neighbors. They gathered around, gossiping and wanting to see what was going on. When they saw Shu Tianxi scolding his second uncle, their expressions suddenly became interesting. "Shu Tianxi, that's enough. Ji Bing also has a temper, and he can't sit still when he is scolded by a junior." What's more, there are a group of neighbors gathered at the door. So, with Ji Fei and Ji Xiang blocking him, he pointed to Shu Tianxi and said, "I am your elder after all. What qualifications do you have to scold me? I work myself to death every day to support this family. What? Can't you have a little temper? Don't think that just because you have achieved something now, you can tell me what to do. Don't forget, you've been lazy and gluttonous at home for more than 10 years. Bang." Before Ji Bing could finish his words, he was kicked out and then slid down the wall. "Boss! Father!" Shu Xiaoying and the others were confused again and didn't see Shu Tianxi's actions clearly at all. But they didn't have time to think too much now, so they could only go forward and check Ji Bing's injuries. Shu Tianxi snorted coldly, straightened his clothes, and stared at Ji Bing, saying, "I'm telling you, it's useless to try to pressure me by relying on seniority. In my place, fists are the only way. If you are angry, come at me, not my second aunt." Ji Bing held his stomach and looked up at Shu Tianxi. Then he lowered his head again, knowing that he would definitely not be able to beat the other party. Shu Tianxi continued to scold. "And you have to work so hard to support the family. That's because you have no ability. If you have any ability, you won't just vent your anger on your wife and children. If you think you can, go get my second aunt's household registration changed to a town one. You can. Why don't you do it? You've been retorted bunting. What if I could get it?" Upon hearing this, Ji Bing suddenly sneered. He looked up at Shu Tianxi and said contemptuously, "Do you think it's easy to get a city hukou? That requires work quotas. If you can get your second aunt, you will be my elder from now on." Hearing this, the neighbors outside the door began to whisper again. They looked at each other, their eyes revealing both recognition and doubt. Recognition means agreeing with Ji Bing's statement and doubting that Shu Tianxi could not get it at all. After all, having a work quota is equivalent to having a city household registration and being able to eat ration food. But a work quota costs hundreds of yuan, and someone has to sell it to you. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I don't want to be your elder, and I'm not interested. Shu Tianxi took out a cigarette and lit it with a match. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and continued, "If I help my second aunt get a job, you can divorce her." "No." 5 voices sounded together, representing the attitudes of Shu Xiaoying's family. Shu Xiaoying stood up and frowned. "Tianxi, I said I won't divorce. Whether you get your work quota or not, I won't divorce you." "Yes." Third brother. Ji Fei also nodded repeatedly and said, "I know my father beat my mother, and you are angry. But you've beaten me now, my dad. Don't let my parents get divorced." Ji Jiu even stepped forward, grabbed Shu Tianxi's leg, and said, "Third brother, you are bad. Please don't let my parents divorce, okay? Look at this family. I have good intentions, but I have become a bad person." Shu Tianxi shook his head and smiled bitterly, and could only look at Ji Bing. "Don't you dislike my second aunt for being a country girl? Why are you not happy about getting a divorce?" Ji Bing also shook his head and coughed. "Old third, don't mock me. Let me put this here, if you can help your second aunt get the job. Not only will you let me off the hook today, but you can also hit me every time you see me in the future." "Not enough." Shu Tianxi shook his head and said dissatisfiedly, "I also want you to kneel down and apologize to my second aunt." "No, I don't want it." Shu Xiaoying quickly refused. Shu Tianxi ignored her and kept staring at Ji Bing. Ji Bing glanced at Shu Xiaoying, then looked at Shu Tianxi and said, "Okay. Hey, that's a pretty good attitude. Okay, then it's settled." Shu Tianxi patted his clothes and turned to walk outside. "Where are you going, Tianxi? We haven't finished our meal yet." "I'm full." Chapter 151 Food for Watches. "Arying's nephew, let's go." "Nephew Arying, do you have a partner? How about I introduce you to someone?" "Young man, next time you come, can you bring more meat?" On the way out of the winery, the neighbors greeted Shu Tianxi enthusiastically. Shu Tianxi also responded to all of them, and even kicked them hard a few times when he met the matchmaker. Now everyone in the alley knows that Xu Xiaoying's nephew is also a city dweller, and he is also a buyer who everyone has to have a good relationship with. Presumably, no one will bully her anymore. After these 2 visits to his aunts, Xu Tianxi suddenly realized that his aunts were not living as well as he had imagined. Rural people are the ones who suffer the most these days, although city dwellers aren't much better off. Nowadays, if men in the city want to obtain urban household registration for their children so that they can eat half of the ration, their wives must also have urban household registration. This way, the idea of city dwellers marrying rural women is eliminated. More importantly, the authorities are afraid that more people from the countryside will move to the city and enjoy the limited supplies and benefits they already have. This is going to drive people to death. Xu Qianxi shook his head and decided to go to Director Liu again to ask for work indicators for the sugar factory and food factory. Anyway, he can get it by delivering supplies, so it's not a loss for him. It's getting late, and I've wasted too much time at my second aunt's place. It's probably not a good idea to go to Hongxiao town to visit my aunt at this time. If I go back too late, I won't be able to contact Director Liu. So Xu Qianxi took out a backpack and put dozens of kilograms of sweet potatoes and pumpkins in it. After putting it on his back, he rode his bicycle straight to the black market. I parked the car near the black market and strode to the entrance of the black market. Buy it, or Brother Tian? A man came over and changed his tone suddenly. Xu Tianxi looked at him in surprise, then looked down at his own appearance. You can recognize me even when I'm dressed like this? The doorman chuckled and explained, people in our line of work have good eyesight and memory. Brother Tian has a physique that few people have. Add to that exquisite skin and sharp eyes, and I will never forget it. Okay, I'll take it as a compliment. Xu Tianxi nodded and pointed to the black market. I'm going to exchange something. How much is the ticket? Brother Tian, you're joking. How dare I charge you for your ticket? The gatekeeper quickly shook his head and gestured to the inside in a flattering manner. Brother Tian, please come in. Good guy, you still know how to behave. Xu Tianxi chuckled and took out a Dacuman cigarette and gave it to the other person. Amidst the other party's grateful flattery, he swaggered into the black market. The man at the door looked at him with admiration, then turned and greeted others. Go tell Brother Biao that Brother Tian is here. Xu Tianxi came to the black market, this time with food in his arms, and his purpose was very simple. He looked at the stalls on both sides, and more at the hands of the stall owners who were looking to buy food. He wanted to watch. It was really hard to not have time. During this period of time, he deeply understood what it meant to observe the sky and judge time. It's too troublesome. It's more convenient to just change a watch. Soon, his attention was attracted by a stall owner's watch. So he quickly stepped forward, stared at the other person and asked, "You want food?" The other party was stunned and looked up at Xu Tianxi's backpack. His eyes lit up and he nodded quickly, "Yes. You name the price." Xu Tianxi was about to speak when suddenly several people surrounded him. "Comrade, sell me the grain. I'll give you a high price." "Comrade, I'm willing to increase the price by 1/3. Please sell the grain to me." Seeing a group of people suddenly appearing to snatch food from him, the stall owner immediately refused to work. He immediately stood up and pushed the people around Xu Tianxi away. "Get out of here! Get out of here, everyone! Do you hear me? Are you still following the rules? They came to me first." When they heard the word rules, everyone could only stand by and watch for a while. They were hoping that Xu Tianxi would be dissatisfied with the price offered by the stall owner and then come to them. After pushing everyone away, the stall owner turned to Xu Tianxi and asked, "What kind of food are you selling?" "I have sweet potatoes and pumpkins, but I only want to exchange for watches." Xu Tianxi didn't hesitate and directly stated his purpose. "Change your watch." After hearing this, some stall owners who didn't have watches could only turn around and leave with regret. Some vendors who had watches gathered around him again, shouting, "Hey young man, I have a watch." Someone even stretched out his hand in front of Xu Tianxi and shouted, "Hey young man, this watch of mine is from the Mayday brand. What do you think of it? What's going on? What's going on?" The stall owner got anxious and waved his hands to disperse the crowd. "It's not like I don't have a watch. Why are you guys making such a fuss?" After saying that, he took off the watch on his wrist. He turned to look at Xu Tianxi and said, "Young man, this watch is an authentic Moda brand. I bought this for my wedding last year. It's still new." Xu Tianxi took a closer look and found that it was indeed quite new. He was very satisfied, so he asked, "How much food do you plan to exchange?" Just to make it clear, I only have sweet potatoes and pumpkins. The food in his space is now very complete, including both fine grains and coarse grains. It's just that he doesn't want to go through so much trouble, and there will definitely be someone willing to exchange sweet potatoes and pumpkins. The stall owner took a look at Shu Tianxi's basket and estimated 100 kilograms? Oh, if I carry 10 baskets, will you still ask for 1,000 pounds? As soon as he finished speaking, a man came up and pushed the stall owner away. That's right. Why are you so greedy? The man glared at him with disdain, then handed the watch to Shu Tianxi. Brother, I only need 80 kilograms. At this time, another shout came from the crowd. Little brother, I have a watch here, 70 kilograms will do. Shu Tianxi ignored them and turned to look at the others and said, 50 kilograms of sweet potatoes and pumpkins for a watch. Who wants to do it? As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere at the scene instantly quieted down. A watch costs at least 100 yuan. So how much do 50 kilograms of sweet potatoes and pumpkins cost? No matter how expensive food is now, 50 kilograms of sweet potatoes and pumpkins only cost a few dozen yuan. The difference was so big that everyone had to hesitate. Me, I'll trade with you. Suddenly, a weak voice sounded. Shu Tianxi took a closer look, pointed at someone, and said, it's you. Everyone made way and saw a skinny man walk out. He took off his watch and walked over to me and said, I'll trade with you. It's just that the watch is 2 years old, but I've kept it well. Shu Tianxi took a look and found that it indeed looked about 80% new. So he nodded and said, Okay, I'll switch with you. Thank you, thank you. The man looked at Shu Tianxi with tears of gratitude, his eyes full of expectation. Shu Tianxi was about to put down the backpack when a shout suddenly rang out from outside the crowd. Move aside. What are you all doing together? Chapter 152 was exchanged for 2 pieces. Following a few shouts, the crowd immediately dispersed and made way for a path. I saw a group of people walking in, their tiger eyes filled with anger. Shu Tianxi recognized it at a glance. This was Taitu, whose arm he had removed last time. Taitu walked in the crowd and glanced around. What's going on? Don't you know that gathering and making noise is prohibited here? Facing his gaze, everyone lowered their heads and dared not speak. Finally, Taitu set his sights on Shu Tianxi. Are you the one causing trouble? Shu Tianxi was stunned for a moment, then sneered and said, Yes, it's me. You. Taitu was about to curse, but suddenly realized something was wrong. He called out tentatively, Brother Tian? Seeing Shu Tianxi nod, he immediately laughed and opened his arms. Hey, my dear brother. Hey. Shu Tianxi held his face and said in a deep voice, Don't try to get close to me. I'm busy right now and don't have time to get close to you. Although he was very unhappy about being humiliated, Taitu didn't dare to lose his temper with Shu Tianxi. He chuckled and nodded. Brother Tian, do you need help? Just help me watch them and don't let them shout. Shu Tianxi waved his hand. He waved to the person who had just changed the watch. Come, let's change. The other party hesitated for a moment and looked at Taitu and the others with some caution. Don't worry about them. I'm not familiar with them. If you're worried, I'll have them escort you back later. It's okay if you don't say it, because once you say it, the other person will become even more worried. You don't want to change, right? If not, I'll find someone else. Shu Tianxi didn't bother to argue with the other party and chose to give up directly. I'll change. Since he's going to die anyway, the man might as well give it a try. So, with the support of Taitu and others, Shu Tianxi took out 50 kilograms of pumpkin and sweet potatoes and gave them to the other party. The watch on the other person's wrist naturally became his. Thank you. The man thanked hurriedly. Shu Tianxi waved his hand and patted Taitu. Hey, arrange 2 people to take him home. Taitu and the man were both shocked, and the man was even more frightened. No, I can go back by myself. It's okay, bro. Shu Tianxi waved his hand and said soothingly, I'm a very honest person. Since you're doing business with me, I have to make sure you get home safely. Taitu on the side said speechlessly, Brother Tian, it's not necessary, right? The black market has been operating for so many years, and they have never been responsible for anything that leaves the market. And you say escort. This is too outrageous. What's unnecessary? Shu Tianxi glared and said unhappily, I don't care about others, and I don't care either. But I've been followed 3 times in my 3 transactions here. I was very upset, so I couldn't upset the people I was doing business with. Who the hell dares to mess with my brother Tian behind his back? Taitu shouted angrily, pretending to be pretty good. Shu Tianxi slapped him on the head and scolded him. Just tell me if it's okay or not. Okay, if Brother Tian says so, then we must do it. You don't feel any resentment, do you? Taitu shuddered all over and quickly shook his head and said with a smile, I dare not know. After saying that, he quickly arranged for 2 people to take the man who had changed the watch home. Shu Tianxi also repeatedly reminded him that he must send the other party home safely. Good job, young man. You're awesome, young man. If everyone here were like you, we'd be relieved. Yeah, my husband came here last time to sell some things to supplement the family income, but they were all sold out the moment he saw them. At this moment, a warm feeling suddenly rose in the hearts of buyers and sellers in the black market. They have a love-hate relationship with the black market. What they love is that they can do business here. What's annoying is that there's a high chance of being tracked when you go out to the black market, so the safety factor is too low. Of course, these have nothing to do with Shu Tianxi, and he has no intention of changing the order of the black market. He picked up the basket and shouted, I still have more than 50 kilograms of grain. Does anyone have a watch to exchange? Me? I want to change. The first stall owner suddenly shouted. Shu Tianxi glanced at him, then looked at the others and asked, Has anyone else changed? As soon as he finished speaking, the stall owner suddenly knelt down. Brother, I know I shouldn't be greedy, but my mother, wife, and children are still waiting for me to bring back food to save their lives. So please trade with me. After saying that, he began to kowtow hard. Just when he kowtowed for the 10th time, a bamboo basket filled with grain was placed in front of him. The stall owner was stunned for a moment and looked up at Shu Tianxi. Give me the watch and the food is yours. Shu Tianxi said, stretching out his hand. Okay. The stall owner's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up, took off his watch, and handed it over. After the transaction was completed, Shu Tianxi put the extra watch into his pocket. All right, the food exchange is over. Let's all go. Upon hearing this, the group of sellers and buyers who were watching the show quickly dispersed. Seeing that the stall owner had not left yet, Shu Tianxi frowned and said, Why aren't you leaving yet? The stall owner hesitated for a moment and looked at Taitu and the others. Good man, he also wants someone to escort him home. Taitu rolled up his sleeves and waved his hand, saying get lost. The stall owner stumbled and hurriedly left with a bamboo basket on his back. Taitu chuckled and looked at Shu Tianxi and said, Brother Tian, do you want to go to Brother Biao's place? Brother Biao, have you collected enough jade and jadeite? Shu Tianxi asked back. No. Taitu shook his head decisively and said, There are quite a few ordinary jades and jadeite, but you definitely won't like them. Brother Biao wants to help you collect some good jade and jadeite, but those things are hard to come by. What's the point of talking about that? See you next time. Shu Tianxi waved his hand and turned away. Tell Brother Biao for me to treat him to a meal next time. After watching his back leave, Taitu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, the younger brother beside him asked, Brother Taitu, why are you so afraid of him? Bullshit. Taitu slapped him directly and shouted angrily. Am I afraid? That's called respect. If you don't show enough respect when you meet him in the future, you will die. Everyone trembled, a little surprised and a little unbelieving. After leaving the black market, Shu Tianxi threw the watch on his hand and was very satisfied. 100 kilograms of pumpkin and sweet potato can be exchanged for 2 watches. It's worth it. He only needs 1 piece, and the other one can be given to his elder brother. He hasn't given any gifts to his eldest brother and his wife since they got married. After finding a deserted place, Shu Tianxi took out his bicycle and rode there. Soon after, he came to a state-owned agricultural supply store. After asking about the varieties and prices of some vegetable seeds, he directly asked for all of them. The boss looked a little strange and reminded him, Young man, some vegetables cannot survive in this season. It's okay, I have my own way. Shu Tianxi waved his hand, not caring at all. Hearing this, the boss stopped trying to persuade. Chapter 153, 350 Work Targets. After buying the vegetable seeds, Shu Tianxi rode his bicycle to the town. On the way, he found a deserted place and hid in the space quietly. In less than a day outside, more than 10 days had passed in the space. All the crops that should have sprouted on the 90 acres of land have sprouted, and the green scene is spectacular. Looking at the green sprouts, Shu Tianxi couldn't help but sigh. How can I eat all this food? 100 acres of grain matures in about 5 days. Not to mention him and his brothers and sisters. Even if the whole village came together, they wouldn't be able to finish it. But these are all matters for the future, and there is no need to think about these issues now. Shu Qianxi didn't think about it anymore and kept his eyes on the 10 acres of bare land. He used his consciousness to renovate the 5 acres of land, and then he began to plant vegetable seeds. He bought a lot of vegetable seeds, although most of them were not suitable for planting in this season. For example, tomatoes, eggplants, peppers, cucumbers, these. However, some larger units have already popularized greenhouse cultivation, so agricultural supply stores also sell seeds of this vegetable. Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment, then took out the white radish seeds and scattered them directly. There are many ways to eat white radish. If you can't finish eating fresh one, you can dry it directly, but it may not taste very good. You can also salt it and then dry it in the sun, which will make the taste crisper. So Shu Tianxi was not afraid of planting too much, and he planted half an acre of land in a hurry. As for the other half acre of land, he planted some tomatoes and peppers. Cucumbers, bitter gourds, cabbages. After being planted, they directly occupied 5 acres of land. Shu Qianxi clapped his hands and said with satisfaction, "Now we can't even finish eating the vegetables. But you can also share some with the poultry." After smiling, he turned around and went to the breeding area to collect the thousands of eggs in the chicken coop. Then he took out another 1,000 kilograms of food and filled the trough again without any regrets. After dealing with these, Shu Tianxi clapped his hands and left the space. After a while, Shu Tianxi rode his bicycle back to the town clinic. It was late, and there were no other outsiders in the clinic. Sister Jiang. Jiang Li came out from the backyard upon hearing the sound, wearing a red flowered cotton jacket. She looked up and said sarcastically, "You're here on time? If you're any later, I'll be leaving get off work. Isn't this busy?" Shu Tianxi rubbed his hands and chuckled. "Jiang Jie, regarding the work quota. Even if your sister Jiang takes action, there is nothing she can't accomplish." Jiang Li raised her eyebrows and snorted. Then he turned around, walked into the counter, and opened a drawer. Shu Tianxi chuckled, thinking that the promotion of this matter must depend on Director Liu, but he didn't want to offend Jiang Li. So he gave her a thumbs up and said, "Sister Jiang is reliable." Jiang Li didn't answer, but took out an envelope from the drawer and placed it on the table. "This is what Director Liu sent me. It's the work quota for the sales clerks at the county department store." Shu Tianxi's eyes lit up, and he quickly reached out and took the envelope. When he opened the seal and took a look, he was stunned for a moment. Jiang Li didn't pay attention, but reminded, "Remember, the company only looks at the credentials, not the person. So you must keep this properly before your second sister starts working. Of course, this thing is just like a check. It only recognizes the voucher and not the person. If we only recognize people but not certify them, it will not be easy for those who sell work indicators." What puzzled Shu Tianxi was that there was actually 1 or 200 yuan in the envelope. So he looked at Jiang Li and asked curiously, "Jiang Jie, how much did this work indicator cost?" 350. Jiang Li locked the drawer and walked out of the counter. "Director Liu said he felt guilty about you and worked hard to help you get the price down." Why does this sound familiar? It sounds a lot like the rhetoric used by those unemployed vagrants on the internet in the 21st century. "My family, my brothers, I feel so ashamed of you. After a few days of hard work, we finally got the price down." "Hey!" Shu Tianxi shuddered, then looked at Jiang Li and said, "Sister Jiang, where is Director Liu?" Jiang Li shook her head and said, "She went to the city this morning to buy work quotas for you. After delivering the indicators this afternoon, he probably went back to the city." After she finished speaking, she looked at Shu Tianxi curiously. "Do you have something to do with Director Liu?" "Yes, but it has nothing to do with you." Shu Tianxi nodded, holding the envelope and preparing to leave. "Shu Tianxi," a sharp roar was heard, frightening Shu Tianxi back. "Sister, keep your voice down," screaming like that will easily lead others to misunderstand what I did to you. If you are caught having an affair with a man or a woman, you will be criticized and denounced. Looking at Shu Tianxi with a panicked look on his face, Jiang Li couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth. She snorted coldly, put her hands on her hips, and said, "What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? Explain clearly. What have I not done for you during this period of time? Now that things are getting better, you're going to start distancing yourself from me, right?" "Jiang Jie, you're overthinking it." Shu Tianxi touched his forehead and seemed to be sweating profusely. Having an affair could be a big deal or a small one. At the very least, you'll be condemned and criticized by everyone. In serious cases, you'll be dragged out by those red armbands and beaten to death in the next few years. Shu Tianxi is not afraid, but Jiangli is definitely going to die. Then tell me again. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? Jiangli asked. Shu Tianxi sighed softly and said, Didn't I go to visit my aunt these 2 days? I found that those with rural household registration had a very difficult life after marrying into the city. So I thought I'd ask Director Liu again to come up with some work targets for the food factory and the sugar factory. Jiangli suddenly realized, and then looked at Shu Tianxi with some heartache. Brother Tianxi, it's tiring enough for you to take care of your brothers and sisters. Now you have to take care of your aunts. Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself? It's okay. I'm young and strong. Shu Tianxi laughed and said, patting his chest. Okay, that's your business. Jiangli rolled her eyes and asked, But are you sure this has nothing to do with me? If you need to go to the city for business, do you want me to contact Director Liu for you? This. Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment, then laughed and said, Will this be too much trouble for you? If you find it troublesome, then go away. Okay. Seeing Shu Tianxi turning around and leaving, Jiangli was suddenly stunned. No, you really dare to leave? I promise, I will never help you again next time. At this moment, she saw the other party retreating back again. Jiangjie, I was just kidding you. After leaving behind a 2-pound piece of pork, Shu Tianxi left again. Jiangli chuckled, walked forward, picked up the pork, and looked at it. Yes, it's a piece of meat with both fat and lean parts. Chapter 154. Delivering food back to the village. After leaving the clinic, Shu Tianxi took out a backpack containing dozens of kilograms of food. If the villagers give them a pheasant and 2 rabbits, they can get them 30 yuan. As for the 2 snakes, Hideju said that the factory director liked them and might give a few more dollars. Collected together, we gave the villagers 50 yuan, which was exchanged for 60 to 70 kilograms of coarse grains. Anyway, Shu Jigang has already gone to the black market, and the villagers should already know the price of food, so they should be satisfied with 60 or 70 kilograms of coarse grains. Of course, even if he was not satisfied, Shu Tianxi would not indulge them. Shu Tianxi shook his head and rode his bicycle towards the village. As for Jiangli, he would never dare to offend her. Not to mention that the other party has helped me so much, there will be things in the future that I will need his help. Even Director Jiang would not allow anyone who offended his daughter to be under his nose. If he offended Director Jiang and his daughter, he would have no good days in the machinery factory in the future. As he was thinking, Shu Tianxi rode his bicycle back to the village. Tianxi is back. Uncle San, what's in that basket you carry? Food. I saw the food. Tianxi exchanged the food back. Don't shout. Don't shout. People from other villages will find out. As soon as he entered the village, all the villagers' eyes were on Shu Tianxi. Not only did they examine his entire body, but they even saw through the tiny gaps in his backpack. This group of villagers had not eaten enough for many days, and they immediately followed after seeing the food. Shu Tianxi didn't dare to go home, so he could only ride his bicycle to the village chief. Tianxi is back? Hurry, hurry. The hunting team had returned a long time ago, so Shu Daqiang was naturally at home as well. After seeing Shu Tianxi coming, he quickly opened the door to welcome him. Village chief, please don't do this. Shu Tianxi pushed his bicycle into Shu Daqiang's house, while a group of villagers stayed outside. Chun Tao, pour Tianxi a cup of tea. Shu Daqiang shouted into the house, then looked at Shu Tianxi. Tianxi, you are now the savior of our village. Because of you, the villagers of Shujia village have a way to survive. So no matter what I do, it's what I should do. Shu Tianxi didn't like this topic very much. It was obviously a compliment to himself. So he shook his head and said, Village chief, how was the hunting team's harvest today? Those pits we dug yesterday contained prey, right? This. Shu Daqiang paused and finally sighed. What? Not a single hair. Zhou Chuntao came out with a teacup in hand and complained, I dug 5 holes and only caught 1 rabbit. The rabbit dug a hole and ran away. Shu Tianxi wanted to laugh, but he forced himself to hold it back. Digging deep pits is reserved for big guys like wild boars and wolves. Forget about animals like rabbits that can dig holes and run away. As a woman, you'd better say less. Shu Daqiang glared at Zhou Chuntao and felt ashamed. Zhou Chuntao glared back, then handed the teacup to Shu Tianxi. Tianxi, have a drink of water. Is that food you're carrying? Thank you, Auntie. Shu Tianxi took the tea and placed it on the table, then took down the backpack. Uncle Village Chief, did you put any food in the trap? Shu Daqiang's eyes were fixed on the backpack, and he seemed a little absent-minded when he heard the question. What food? Where is there any food in the village? All right. Shu Tianxi shook his head and opened the sack. Uncle Village Chief, I exchanged the prey for about 70 kilograms of food. This pumpkin weighs over 20 kilograms. Take a look. After saying that, he took out the pumpkin from the first layer and placed it on the table. This pumpkin. It's a pumpkin. Yeah, look, Tianxi brought back such a big pumpkin. Great, great. We finally don't have to starve to death. The villagers outside the door were very excited, and Shu Daqiang also touched the pumpkin with trembling hands. How can there be pumpkins in this season? Have. Shu Tianxi nodded and said, those units all have greenhouses for growing vegetables. Pumpkin is nothing. I can get you tomatoes. Seeing the other party's expression of sudden enlightenment, Shu Tianxi started to take out sweet potatoes again. Village Chief, the pumpkin weighs more than 20 kilograms, and the sweet potatoes also weigh more than 20 kilograms. I was worried that the villagers would eat too much and poop too much, so I asked the unit to prepare 20 kilograms of corn flour. As he was talking, all the food in the bamboo basket was taken out. Shu Daqiang and Zhou Chuntao hadn't come to their senses yet. Their eyes were fixed on the bamboo basket. Seeing that Shu Tianxi didn't take it, Shu Daqiang asked in confusion, Gone? Good man, are you talking like a human being? Do you think my bamboo basket is a storage bag for cultivators? Or should you consider your prey as a big one like a wild boar, which can be exchanged for hundreds or thousands of kilograms of food? Zhou Chuntao rolled her eyes and reminded him, Boss, what are you thinking about? The game we exchanged was only a pheasant, 2 hares, and 2 snakes. I forgot what Jigang said when he came back, but it's good enough to have this food. Yes, yes, yes. Shu Daqiang suddenly realized and patted the back of his head a little embarrassedly. He looked up at Shu Tianxi with an apologetic look and said, I'm sorry, I really want food. Shu Tianxi simply rolled his eyes and was too lazy to argue with the other party. Since the food has been delivered, I will go back first. Tianxi, thank you for your hard work today. Shu Daqiang nodded and walked forward to hold Shu Tianxi's hand. You're too polite, village chief. I'm also a member of the village. Shu Tianxi withdrew his hand, held the bicycle, and walked outside. Tianxi, thank you. I kneel down to you. Third uncle, thank you. I kowtow to you too. Tianxi, you saved our entire family's lives. As soon as I walked out the door, the villagers outside began to kneel and kowtow. No, no, no. Everyone, please don't do this. I have something to do at home, so I'm leaving now. Shu Tianxi didn't want to shorten his life, so he quickly rode his bicycle away. Uncle Village Chief, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. You have to put food in the trap to attract the big guys to click in. Shu Shaoqing rushed over after hearing the news and was also stunned when she heard this. What's going on? Did Tianxi send the food back? Send it back, Captain. It weighs over 70 kilograms. We won't have to go hungry tomorrow. Yes, Captain. Will the cafeteria provide food tomorrow? Hearing the villagers' response, Shu Shaoqing's expression became a little serious. Don't worry, folks. I'll discuss this with the village chief first. After saying that, he strode into Shu Daqiang's house. Several leaders sat together and discussed for a while and decided to take out a small portion of food as bait. In this way, the chances of traps catching prey can be greatly increased. Chapter 155, I must get into college and repay my third brother. The village leader's decision had nothing to do with Shu Tianxi. He had taken the game from the village and now had to exchange it for food. As for how much prey they could exchange later, that was not something he cared about. Anyway, it is impossible to ask him to give out food to feed the villagers for free. He is not a saint and would never do such a stupid thing. The reason we can help villagers exchange food is that the environment in towns will be very bad in the next few years. He needs to live in the village and needs the support of these villagers. That's all. Third brother. Third brother is back. As soon as I walked into the yard of my home, Shu Tianxi and my little sister ran over happily. Looking at the unconcealed sincerity on their faces, Shu Tianxi couldn't help but smile happily. He stood on the bicycle, then bent down, picked up his little sister, and held her in his arms. Shuilan, do you miss your third brother? Think. Shuilan nodded decisively and said with a chuckle, Third brother, I have something to tell you. Go ahead, I'm listening. Teacher Jianxi taught us pinyin today, and I learned it in just this morning. Shuilan shouted with her hands and feet dancing. Her little face flushed. Really? Shu Tianxi showed surprise and touched the other person's forehead with his head. My little sister is so smart. Third brother doesn't believe it. Hearing this, Shu Shuilon suddenly became anxious. She started to become embarrassed and said aggrievedly, "Really? Teacher, Jianxi even praised me for being smart." Seeing her aggrieved look, Shu Tianxi couldn't help but burst into laughter. "If you want third brother to believe it, that's fine. How many times can you read it to him?" "Good." Shu Shuilon nodded vigorously, and then began to read seriously. Fish. Seeing his little sister reading pinyin seriously, Shu Tianxi suddenly felt a little distressed. Shu Shuilon is 8 years old this year and is just starting to learn Chinese pinyin. If it were in later times, people would have already started learning foreign languages and attending various art classes. When Shu Fuguwei and his wife were alive, they had no intention of letting their daughter go to school. Just like Shu Xianglian and Shu Lian, neither of them had ever been to school. It would be fine if they just had no education, but they have to do all kinds of work. A rural girl's life is to work for the family before getting married, and work for her husband's family after getting married. Want to study and become a successful person? Unless you can transcend class and become a city dweller. But Shu Tianxi won't do that. He wants his sisters to study. After Shu Shuilon finished reading the Chinese pinyin, Shu Tianxi took out a few white rabbit snacks and handed them over. "My little sister is really smart. She will definitely be able to go to college in the future. Third brother must give you a small reward, candy." "Thank you, third brother." Shu Shuilon's eyes lit up. She took the white rabbit and opened it immediately. She didn't stuff it into her own mouth, but handed it to Shu Tianxi's mouth. "Third brother, eat first." "Thank you, third brother, for not letting me go hungry and for allowing me to study in the future. Shuilon must get into university in the future and repay her third brother." Shu Tianxi glanced at his younger sister in surprise and saw that her face was serious. "Hey, my little sister is so sensible." Shu Tianxi laughed and opened his mouth to put the candy into his mouth. "Then third brother will wait until the day when my little sister is admitted to university." Shu Tianxi did not say anything polite to his sister and did not ask for anything in return. Although he really doesn't need his sister to do anything for him, he can't let her feel that everything he does is her responsibility. It's a good thing that Shu Shuilon is grateful and repays kindness, and she should be allowed to maintain this character. "Third brother, there's me too." Seeing that his younger sister had expressed her opinion, Shu Tianxi naturally couldn't fall behind. He raised his hand and shouted, "I will go to college in the future to repay you." Shu Tianxi slapped him on the head and scolded him. "What nonsense are you talking about? You go to college to learn more knowledge and improve your foundation. It has nothing to do with repaying me. If you really want to repay me, just finish college. Find a good job and use your salary to buy me 2 packs of good cigarettes, okay?" "I know." Shu Tianxi shrank his neck and said, "Oh." At this time, Song Yuro and Shu Xianglian walked out of the kitchen together. They glanced over here, and Shu Xianglian shouted, "Okay, stop bothering your third brother. Dinner is ready. Come and eat." "Third brother, put me down," Shu Shuilon said. Shu Tianxi put his little sister down and saw her turn around and hold his hand. Shu Shuilon said, "Let's go home and have dinner." A family of 7 sat around an 8-person table, with steamed buns, fried pumpkin, and scrambled eggs on the table. Song Yuro glanced at Shu Tianxi and said, "Third brother, we took 10 kilograms of sweet potatoes and a chicken to Uncle Jianxi." He agreed to tutor Shulian and the others. The 3 children are all of different ages, so it's hard to unify the content of their studies. Hearing this, Shu Tianxi fell silent for a moment. He looked up at Shu Shulian and said, "The matter of food is trivial, but we should not be stingy when it comes to giving. As for the inconsistencies in learning, doesn't fourth sister have a foundation as well? They're very smart now, and it will definitely not take 4 months to learn the content of 1 semester. Let Uncle Jianxi teach you from the beginning, it's okay." After saying that, he looked at Shu Tianxi again and said, "Tianxi, do you have any objections?" Among his 3 younger brothers and sisters, Shu Tianxi has only studied for 2 years, and starting from the beginning will definitely delay things. Shu Tianxi raised his head, still biting a piece of steamed bread in his mouth. "No problem, I can figure it out on my own. If I don't understand something, I'll ask the teacher. Look, my younger brothers and sisters are much more sensible now." Shu Tianxi smiled slightly, then took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Shu Xianglian. "Second sister, come with me to the city tomorrow." Everyone was stunned and then began to get excited Shu Xianglian was even trembling a little. She wanted to reach out to take the envelope, but then retracted her hand. She smiled, and then suppressed it, and finally looked at Shu Tianxi. Tianxi, what is this? Work indicators for department store salespeople. Shu Tianxi could understand his second sister. After all, this was about the opportunity to cross class boundaries. No matter what era, rural people are looked down upon. Don't say that labor is the most glorious and the working class is above everything else. This is not referring to the rural people, but to those employees with urban household registration. Take this time's negotiable goods, for example. All production units have expanded production and increased work targets. They're all recruited from the children of employees, and they must have urban household registration. What if I have a rural household registration and want to apply for a job? Sorry, that's impossible. And now the threshold of crossing classes is right before our eyes in this envelope. Shu Xianglian was excited, and her brothers and sisters Shu Tianyu were equally excited. Second sister, please open it and take a look. Seeing that Shu Xianglian was slow to move, her younger brother and sister couldn't help but urge her. Shu Xianglian nodded, looked at Shu Tianxi gratefully, and picked up the envelope. Chapter 156, Scolding the Eldest Brother. At the urging of her younger siblings and the expectation of her elder brother and sister-in-law, Shu Xianglian looked at Shu Tianxi and opened the envelope. She pulled out a piece of paper with a lot of writing on it and put it on the table. We gathered together and read it together. The general content is that you can get a job in the department store with this certificate. They only recognize the certificate, not the person. That's great. We will really have 2 city people in our family in the future. Song Yuro covered her face with her hands and said in surprise. Shu Shulian threw herself at Shu Xianglian and congratulated her. Really? Congratulations, second sister. You'll be a city dweller in the future. Okay, this is all thanks to Tianxi. Shu Xianglian pushed her sister away and looked at Shu Tianxi with heartache. Thank you, Tianxi. It must be difficult to get such a work quota, right? No. Shu Tianxi shook his head, gently twisting his thumb and index finger. It's just a little bit difficult. Just show off. Shu Xianglian rolled her eyes and complained. Do you think that my eldest brother, my eldest sister-in-law, and I, your second sister, are all fools? A certificate that can transcend classes. A work indicator that everyone desires. Can Shu Tianxi get it without encountering any difficulties? Shu Xianglian doesn't believe it anyway. Shu Shulian immediately stepped forward and held Shu Tianxi's hand and said, Thank you, third brother. You've worked so hard. Shu Tianxi and Shu Shuilan also put down their food and wanted to come over to hug their third brother. Okay, already an adult. Shu Tianxi refused and scolded. Sit down and eat. Shu Tianxi and Shu Shuilan stuck out their tongues, sat down, and started to gnaw on the steamed buns. And you? Shu Tianxi turned his head and stared at Shu Shuilian, who was standing close to him, and scolded her. Shu Shuilian chuckled, turned around, and sat back in her seat. Seeing that his younger brothers and sisters were becoming more sensible and closer to him, Shu Tianxi shook his head and smiled bitterly. At this time, Song Yuro asked curiously, Third brother, how much does a salesperson in a department store make per month? This. Shu Tianxi hesitated for a moment, then laughed and said, I forgot to ask, so I don't know either. But when I take my second sister to start work tomorrow, we'll all know. It's okay, I just asked casually. Song Yuro smiled comfortingly and didn't ask any more questions. Shu Tianxi ate a few steamed buns and suddenly looked at Song Yuro. By the way, sister-in-law, if I can get another position, would you be willing to work? Of course I do. Song Yuro's eyes lit up, and she pointed at herself hesitantly and said, But can I do it? Yes, of course I can. Shu Tianxi nodded repeatedly and affirmed. There is a period of apprenticeship when you join a job, and anyone can learn it. Besides, you're such a smart person, sister-in-law, you will definitely be able to get the hang of it quickly. No way. Song Yuro blushed a little, waved her hand, and said, But will it be very hard for you? How could that be? It's just a bit of social etiquette. No. Suddenly, an untimely voice of objection was raised. Everyone was stunned and turned their eyes to Shu Tianyu, who was sitting in the main seat. Shu Tianyu looked unhappy and raised his head and asked, What kind of job does your sister-in-law go to? There's so many things going on at home. Don't you want someone to take care of it? What about Shuilian and Tianxi? And what about Shuilan and the others? Brother, I can actually take care of myself. Shu Shuilian glanced at Shu Tianxi, then looked at Shu Tianyu. I will take my younger brothers and sisters to study and do the laundry and cooking when I come back. Brother, I can also wash clothes and cook. Shu Tianyu and Shu Shuailon said in unison. Looking at such sensible younger brothers and sisters, Song Yuro looked at Shu Tianxi with some embarrassment. Third brother, why don't you just forget it? My family needs someone, and as a woman, I won't show up in public. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianxi's face suddenly darkened. He finally discovered that his elder brother's temper had changed after his brain recovered. I didn't say I always obeyed my own advice before, but most of the decisions I made supported my own. But now, not only do they give suggestions, they also start to take the lead in opposing me. Shu Tianxi looked at Shu Tianyu and said in a deep voice, Brother, do you know what you're talking about? Nonsense. Shu Tianyu snorted and said as a matter of course. Of course I know. You know nothing. Shu Tianxi suddenly shouted. His voice was not only loud but also filled with anger. This voice startled the whole family, and Shu Shuailon's eyes instantly became moist. Shu Tianxi ignored him and became even more furious when he saw his elder brother looking dissatisfied. He suppressed his anger, stared at Shu Tianyu and asked, What do you say you know? Do you know that even if the grain supply increases next year, we ordinary people will still not be able to fill our stomachs? Do you know that it will take at least 65 years before people stop starving to death? Do you know that if I don't bring food home, you will all starve to death? Under the sole question in question, Shu Tianyu opened his mouth but did not speak. However, he couldn't help but mutter, What does this have to do with whether my wife goes to work? Fuck. Shu Tianxi cursed loudly, then suddenly picked up the porcelain plate on the table. God's gift! Shu Xiaolian's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly stood up and hugged Shu Tianxi. What are you doing? That's our eldest brother. Song Yuro also quickly grabbed Shu Tianxi's arm and shouted, Tianxi, don't do this. My sister-in-law is not going anymore. She is not going to work anymore. I apologize to you on behalf of your elder brother. Can you please not hit me? Shu Shuailian was afraid that her second sister couldn't hold her third brother, so she hurried forward to help. Third brother, we no longer have parents. Shu Tianyu and Shu Shuailon showed panic on their faces and burst into tears. Third brother, please don't hit the eldest brother, okay? Third brother, don't do this, Shuailon is scared. Faced with the obstruction of his entire family, Shu Tianxi had no choice but to smash the porcelain plate to the ground. There was a loud bang, and Shu Tianyu was startled. Third brother, are you crazy? Brother, just shut up. Shu Xiaolian frowned. Release. Shu Tianxi was afraid of hurting his family, so he used a little force to break free from all restraints. Under the vigilance of the whole family, he stared at Shu Tianyu with a gloomy face. Brother, think about it with your pig brain. Who brought the food you're eating now? What qualifications do you have to say what will happen to your family? I'm going to get married and start a family in the future. You can't let me support you for the rest of your life, right? You can't let your sister-in-law support the family. I ask you, it was you who said you couldn't go. Shu Tianxi shouted angrily and asked, Did you say you couldn't go? You keep saying you're doing this for your elder sister-in-law, your younger brothers and sisters. Then let me ask you, what have you done for your sister-in-law, your brothers and sisters? Shu Tianyu thought about it unconvincedly, but it seemed that he had not done anything. Chapter 157 Night Talk. Brother, do you think that now that you are no longer stupid, you can be the head of the family? I would like you to take on the responsibility of being the head of the family. Looking at Shu Tianyu, who was speechless, Shu Tianxi snorted coldly and said, You're not stupid anymore, but you really don't have any emotional intelligence at all. If I get married in the future, my sister-in-law will starve to death with you, you know? Tianxi, that's almost enough. Seeing that her elder brother dared not speak, Shu Xiaolian quickly pulled Shu Tianxi to sit down. After she finished speaking, she looked at Shu Tianyu again and advised, Brother, Tianxi is doing this for our own good. He's already worked hard enough for our family. Why do you always have to disagree? Yeah, God bless you. Song Yuro also nodded and said from a rational point of view, the third brother is a capable person, and his future achievements cannot be limited to Shujia village. Even if it's a county town, it's definitely just a stepping stone. Everything he does now is for our own good, so that we can have jobs that support ourselves. Just listen to his arrangements, okay? After she finished speaking, she stepped forward and took Shu Tianyu's arm. I won't go to work. I will stay at home and serve you. You will be the one to support the family in the future, and you will still be the head of the family, okay? Look, what a good daughter-in-law. Shu Tianyu must have been blessed for 8 lifetimes to be able to marry such a good wife. Under the persuasion of his wife and sister, Shu Tianyu glanced at Shu Tianxi. He said, I'm going to work. What did you say? Shu Tianxi finished his dinner and pretended to be confused. Shu Tianyu glanced at Song Yuro, then looked at Shu Tianxi and said, I promised you, I will go to work. All right. Shu Tianxi nodded and said calmly, although your brain is good, you are not so social enough. I don't know how to behave or do things, so it's a good opportunity for me to go out and practice my social skills. When it comes to going to work in the city, Song Yuro will definitely be much better off than Shu Tianyu. After all, if they have children in the future, the household registration will still have to follow Song Yuro. But there is no rush now. Shu Tianxi has the ability to help them get another work indicator. He had already cursed, so naturally he would not fight to the death with his own elder brother. Okay. After hearing Shu Tianxi's words, Shu Tianyu did not refute. His hand was still being held by Song Yuro, so he couldn't say anything. I'll go wash the dishes. Seeing that the two brothers stopped arguing, Song Yuro immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Sister-in-law, let me go. Shu Xianglian quickly took the dishes and chopsticks, and then gave some instructions to Shu Shuolian and the others. Keep an eye on the eldest and third brothers. Don't let them quarrel. Okay? With the assurance of her younger brother and sister, Shu Xianglian finally walked out of the door with peace of mind. As she turned and walked towards the kitchen, she saw several villagers eavesdropping at the wall not far away. Seeing that they were discovered, the villagers smiled awkwardly and said, Xianglian, are you washing the dishes? Shu Xianglian hummed and asked doubtfully, Is there something wrong with the uncles and aunts? It's okay, we're just passing by. Yes, passing by. The villagers laughed and turned away. In the evening, Shu Tianxi did not return to his room, but sat under the eaves smoking. The weather is getting colder, and there are no stars in the night sky. So in the pitch-black environment, there was only a dark shadow that looked very lonely. Following a hissing sound, wisps of green smoke slowly rose in the night. Smoke less. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind me. Shu Tianxi looked back and saw Shu Tianyu sitting next to him with a stool. Why did you run out instead of staying in bed with your sister-in-law? Shu Tianxi asked in confusion. Let's talk to you. Shu Tianyu didn't look back, but looked up at the sky. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianxi immediately sneered. He nodded, took another puff of cigarette, and said, Okay, go ahead. After a long time, a question suddenly sounded in the darkness. Third brother, do you think I'm like your eldest brother? Shu Tianxi pinched the cigarette butt and said with a click of his tongue, As for this big brother, I can only say that you are. But if you want to say it's similar, it depends on whether you can shoulder this heavy responsibility. If you can't feed your brothers and sisters and keep them warm, he relies on the title of Big Brother to dominate the whole family. Do you think you look like him? After the words fell, the darkness fell into silence for a long time. Suddenly, Shu Tianyu covered his face with his hands. I'm sorry. I'm not worthy of being a good brother. Shu Tianxi glanced at him and didn't say much. After a moment, he said, I know you want to control me. You think when your brain is not working well. But people have to know themselves. Do you think you can feed my family by controlling me? Since you can't, then just listen to me first. After saying that, he reached out and patted Shu Tianyu on the shoulder. Work hard and improve yourself in the future. Our whole family is very smart. You shouldn't be confused. When you are more capable than me, I will let you take charge. Real. In the darkness of the night, Shu Tianxi saw his elder brother's extremely serious face. He suddenly snorted, then covered his face and started laughing. What are you laughing at? Shu Tianyu frowned as he looked at his naughty brother. It's okay. Shu Tianxi waved his hand, his expression gradually becoming serious. What I said is true. As long as your ability exceeds mine, I'll let you take charge. Okay, it's a deal. Seeing that his elder brother agreed to such a promise so confidently, Shu Tianxi couldn't help but doubt the other party's brain. I don't know whether to say that the other person's brain hasn't recovered yet, or that he is too arrogant. However, he did not continue to attack the other party. Instead, he took out a watch from his pocket and handed it over. Take this, and don't miss your commute on time. Watch. Shu Tianyu took the watch in surprise and asked curiously, It's not cheap, is it? Then don't worry about it. Just work hard to improve yourself. Shu Tianxi waved his hand and stood up and said, I am sleepy. Let's go to bed early. After he finished speaking, he turned around and found Song Yuro standing inside the door wrapped in a quilt. The other party raised his hand, signaling him to be quiet. Shu Tianxi shrugged, walked into the hall, and returned to his room. Song Yuro smiled and walked out of the room to see Shu Tianyu holding his watch in a daze. She walked over and draped the quilt over him, saying with concern, "It's cold outside. Don't catch a cold." When Shu Tianyu saw her sitting next to him, he quickly put the quilt on her. Song Yuro smiled, stared at the watch, and said, "Is this a gift from the third brother?" Shu Tianyu hummed and said softly, "I used to be naive, but not stupid. The third child is a troublemaker, and his parents are worried sick about him. As the eldest in the family, I sincerely want to fulfill my responsibilities as a big brother. Suddenly one day, the third child became sensible, but I felt so useless." Chapter 158, Good Daughter-in-Law, Good Sister-in-Law. In the past, Shu Tianxi was a mediocre person who was lazy and good for nothing like a loser. Although Shu Tianyu is a bit naive, he still has the guts to scold the other person. But now Shu Tianxi is becoming more and more capable and takes care of the whole family more like an elder brother than Shu Tianyu. The strong sense of gap made Shu Tianyu happy and uncomfortable at the same time. He wanted to take care of his younger siblings more than Shu Tianxi did, and wanted them to have enough food and clothing. But he doesn't have the ability, so Shu Tianyu didn't know how to deal with this matter, and could only sing a different tune with the other party. Having said that, Shu Tianyu suddenly looked at Song Yuro and said, "Wife, do you think I'm useless?" Song Yuro remained silent throughout the entire conversation. Only after hearing this did she slowly shake her head. "How could that be? You are my husband, the most capable person in my mind. Really, isn't the fact that you're no longer stupid the best proof?" Song Yuro smiled and said gently, "My husband is a very smart, capable man. I believe in him. He will get the hang of it quickly after he goes out to work. In the future, I will continue to rise in the company with my outstanding performance." Looking at Song Yuro, who was blindly confident in herself, Shu Tianyu grabbed her hand with gratitude. "Thank you, daughter-in-law." Song Yuro shook her head and said softly, "We are a couple. What's the point of saying thank you or not? It's just that what you did today was indeed wrong. The third child is capable of taking care of his younger siblings, so you, as the eldest brother, should be happy. Since we don't have his abilities, isn't it also a way to contribute to the family by following his arrangements? After all, he is your brother and a member of our family. You shouldn't separate each other. Your parents-in-law in heaven will be very pleased to see the transformation of you and the third child." Hearing this, Shu Tianyu looked up at the sky. "I understand. I'll apologize to the third brother tomorrow." Hearing this, Song Yuro felt relieved. "Then let's go back to the room. It's a bit cold outside." "Okay." Shu Tianyu immediately stood up and wrapped the quilt around Song Yuro. It was not until the two returned to their new home that Shu Tianxi, lying on the bed, sighed. Song Yuro is indeed a good woman and a very qualified daughter-in-law. Although he is not well educated, he is kind-hearted and sensible. His personality is not distorted by the prejudice of his original family. As for my eldest brother Shu Tianyu, I hope he can grow in his future work. When a strange sound reached Shu Tianxi's ears, his face instantly darkened. Having good hearing isn't a good thing. It would be great if I could close my six senses. And do I also need to build a house and get married? With a hint of helplessness, Shu Tianxi slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Shu Xianglian prepared to roll noodles and cook them with her sister-in-law. But Song Yuro pushed her out and said, "Xianglian, you should take a good rest. When you go to work in the city, you'll be exhausted. So I can just let my sister-in-law do the housework from now on." But Shu Xianglian wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Shu Shuilian. "Second sister, don't worry. I'm at home. I won't let my sister-in-law get too tired." "Second sister, hear us." Shu Tianx and his younger sister also ran over and said. After that, they went to help burn firewood. Looking at their busy figures, Shu Xianglian suddenly felt a little bit at a loss. "I've been doing housework for this family for more than 20 years. How come I am suddenly no longer needed?" "Second sister, what are you daydreaming about?" Shu Tianxi suddenly appeared behind her and asked. "No, it's okay." Shu Xianglian quickly came back to her senses and shook her head. After saying that, she asked again, "Tianxi, why did you wake up so early today?" Shu Tianxi was silent for a moment, then finally shook his head and said he went to bed early. There was no way He couldn't say that eavesdropping was a little unbearable. Then you hide in the space and take a nap, and then come out to sleep again, right? Anyway, he must have gotten enough sleep. Shu Xianglian didn't think much about it, but asked nervously, Tianci, do I need to prepare anything? Hearing this, Shu Tianci immediately took 2 steps back and looked Shu Xianglian up and down. With my second sister's temperament, is there anything else she needs to prepare? You only need to go to that station to stun those leaders. Upon hearing this, Shu Xianglian's face suddenly turned red. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding either. Shu Tianci said with certainty, nodding his head. If it were before, Shu Xianglian would be just an ordinary rural woman. He was wearing clothes full of patches, and his face and hand were all black. But it's different now. She has fair skin, a tall figure, and no symptoms of malnutrition. Although the clothes are not very good-looking, the temperament itself cannot be concealed by the clothes. If I were to participate in the Miss Hong Kong pageant, wouldn't I definitely be first place? I'll take you to register for employment today, and you won't be able to officially start work until tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I don't know how the department store staff are arranged, so just follow your boss's instructions. As for the new clothes, are they ready? It's done. My sister-in-law made it with me overnight. Shu Xianglian nodded and said with a smile, Shall I put on for you to see? Okay. Shu Tianci nodded. As soon as Shu Xianglian entered the house, Shu Tianyu walked into the hall. Third brother, I want to apologize to you for what happened yesterday. I am sorry. Although Shu Tianci was prepared, he was still stunned for a moment. Shu Tianyu continued. You are right, since this family is now supported by you. Then no matter who I am, I should listen to your arrangements first. Hearing this, Shu Tianci immediately reached out and patted the other person's shoulder. We are brothers, so we shouldn't talk about each other. No matter what, our brothers and sisters' hearts are all towards this family. Shu Tianyu hummed and nodded vigorously. I understand. Where should I start work then? You. Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, Don't worry. I'll take my second sister to the job today, and then we'll talk about your employment after she starts working. Okay. Shu Tianyu nodded in agreement without thinking too much. It's time to eat. The noodles are cooked. Song Yuro walked over and called out to the two of them. Where's Xianglian? Here, here. The voice rang out in the room, and then Shu Xianglian came out. Shu Tianci and others looked over immediately and were immediately amazed by Shu Xianglian's appearance. Double ponytails and loose bangs are very suitable for the look of modern women, like a freshly peeled oval face, revealing a hint of redness. I don't know if it's because the sister-in-law feels sorry for her sister-in-law, so the cotton in the cotton-padded jacket is stuffed a little too thickly. So it looks a little bulky on Shu Xianglian, but it also adds a bit of cuteness. Chapter 159 Rejection of the Request to Purchase Grain. Brother and sister-in-law, let's set off. Shualian, take good care of your younger brothers and sisters at home and listen to your elder brother and sister-in-law. Remember, don't tell anyone about your second sister's job. After saying goodbye to his family, Shu Tianci rode his bicycle and took his second sister into the city. When leaving the village, Shu Xianglian's appearance amazed most of the villagers. Compared with the girls in the village, they are simply educated youth from the city. The villagers are all counting on Shu Tianci now, so no one said a bad word. Shu Xianglian felt embarrassed when she heard one flattering remark after another. Some people even set their sights on Shu Xianglian again, wanting to introduce her to someone. But Shu Tianci would not agree. After all, her second sister was going to become a city dweller today. Tianci, are you Xianglian? Passing by the village chief's house, the village chief greeted her and then looked at Shu Xianglian in surprise. Zhou Chuntao was also surprised and stepped forward, pulling Shu Xianglian's clothes and looking at her. Nizi, how come you are so beautiful? Auntie, you're not right. Shu Tianci shook his head and corrected her. My second sister has always been this beautiful. Huh? Yes, yes, yes. Zhou Chuntao was stunned, then reacted. She patted her lips and laughed. Xianglian, don't mind me. I'm not very good at talking. It's okay, Annie. Shu Xianglian shook her head, her little face red from the cold. That's good, that's good. Although she said so, Zhou Chuntao didn't think so in her heart. After all, how could she not know whether Shu Xianglian was beautiful or not? He never had any education, and he had to do housework and farm work since he was a child. Her skin is tanned, and her clothes are leftovers. How can she be pretty? It's different now. Now she's really beautiful, even prettier than the people in the city. Shu Daqiang shook his head and looked at Shu Tianci and said, Tianci, do you want to take your second sister into the city? Shu Xianglian didn't say anything more, but looked at Shu Tianci. Going to work in the city was a big deal, and she didn't dare to say it out loud. I plan to take my second sister to try her luck and see if she can find a job. I'd also like to trouble the village chief to issue an identity certificate for my second sister. Shu Tianci shook his head and looked at Shu Daqiang after explaining. What about the village? Is there any prey you want me to bring into the city? Shu Daqiang was stunned for a moment. Then he sighed deeply. We didn't get any harvest yesterday, so we decided to put some food in the traps. Hopefully, it will attract some big guys. After saying that, he took out a few dozen large black notes from his pocket and said, Tianci, can you help buy some food for the village? First, buy some food so that the villagers can have something to fill their stomachs. This way, I'll have the strength to climb the mountain. Hearing this, Shu Tianci shook his head decisively and refused. Village chief, no way. I've been to that black market before, and there's a lot of food being collected there, so it's impossible to buy it all at once. I also need to go to the countryside to help the machinery factory purchase supplies. You can't let me spend the whole day squatting in the black market, right? This. Shu Daqiang was stunned, then said with a guilty look, I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. I'll have Jigang go to the black market again later, and I'll get Xianglian a certificate first. As for the other party's job search, he didn't care at all. Thank you. Shu Tianci didn't think there was anything wrong with it, so he took the certificate and left. He has more food than he can eat in his space, but it's impossible for him to exchange it for money with the villagers. If the villagers give him prey, he doesn't mind helping to exchange it for food. But if you buy it with money, the risk will increase several times. After all, there are still many people in the village who have coffin money. After leaving Shujia village, Shu Tianci rode towards the town with his second sister. On the way, Shu Xianglian glanced at him and said, God's gift. Second sister thinks that what you did this time is absolutely right. Shu Xianglian said seriously with a serious expression on her face. We have food to eat, and many people are already worried about us. The village chief asked you to find a way to help the villagers, and you have already given them a way to exchange prey for food. But he still wants you to buy food on the black market, which is like putting you on the fire. If he makes this kind of request again in the future, just refuse it directly, okay? Understand? Shu Tianci smiled slightly and nodded. As they chatted, they soon arrived in town. Jiangli was standing at the door of the clinic with her hands in her pockets, as if she was waiting for him. Shu Tianci rode over and asked, Sister Jiang, is Director Lu here? Jiangli ignored him and looked at Shu Xianglian, who jumped out of the car with surprise. You are, Karen? Hello, Dr. Jiang. Shu Xianglian nodded and greeted politely. Oh my god, you look so scary. Shu Tianci and the other person were confused. Listen, is this even human language? Shu Tianci scolded. Jiang Jia, how can you talk like that? What's it to you? Jiangli rolled her eyes and grabbed Shu Xianglian's hands. Tell me, how do you take care of your skin on a daily basis? I remember you weren't this fair before. How come you suddenly look so fair? Shu Xianglian blushed, indicating that she wasn't very clear either. She just did her housework and ate and drank every day. Naturally, the skin becomes incredibly white. Jiangli didn't believe it and kept asking her questions. Oh, woman. Shu Tianci shook his head helplessly and could only wait patiently for the other party to finish asking. Dr. Jiang, I still have to go into the city with Tianci. Shu Xianglian knew that the third brother was anxious, so she quickly ended the topic. Jiangli finally came back to her senses and nodded. Yes, this guy got you a job as a salesperson. But don't worry. Director Lu said she'll come over after she takes care of the supply and marketing cooperative. As soon as she finished speaking, she pointed to a place not far away and said, Look, isn't it coming? Shu Tianci quickly turned around and saw Director Lu rushing over. Lily, Tianci, are you getting impatient? Sorry, there's a lot going on at the supply and marketing cooperative. Why should I be in a hurry? Some people. Jiangli snorted twice, a little sarcastic. Shu Tianci smiled bitterly, knowing that the other party was still angry. He didn't mind, but looked at Director Lu and said, Sister Lu, this is my second sister. Second sister, this is Sister Lu, the director of the supply and marketing cooperative. She helped get your work quota. Hello, Director Lu. Thank you for helping me so much. Don't be so polite, just call me Sister Lu from now on. Thanks to your good brother, I just need to say a word to achieve the work target. But you do have a good temperament, even better looking than the college students in the city. The two of them just shook hands politely, and Director Liu was also attracted by Shu Xianglian's skin. Shu Qianxi shook his head and smiled bitterly, and reminded, Sister Liu, I want to talk to you about the sugar factory and the food factory. Director Liu's eyes lit up, and he asked uncertainly, What do you mean? Chapter 160, Comrades, is my second sister beautiful? Qianxi, why do you need so many work indicators? Also, is Director Liu really that capable? On the way to the county town, Shu Xianglian in the back seat looked at Shu Qianxi curiously. Just now, she heard the other party actually ask Director Liu for 4 work indicators. It would be extremely difficult for an ordinary person to get one, but he actually asked for 4. What's more, Director Liu has already helped them get a work quota for sales staff. Second sister, the work quota is for my eldest brother and 3 aunts. Shu Qianxi did not look back, but looked straight ahead and responded to his second sister's question. 3 aunts, you even thought of them? Shu Xianglian asked in surprise. Shu Qianxi nodded and explained, Of course, they are one of the few relatives who are kind to us. Didn't I visit my eldest and second aunts during this period and give them supplies? I found out that their lives were not much better than ours. Afterwards, Shu Qianxi recounted to Shu Xianglian what he had seen and encountered at his eldest and second aunt's homes. In addition, the bet with Ji Bing was not concealed from Shu Xianglian, so this is why Mom and Dad never asked the aunts for help. After listening to Shu Qianxi's narration, Shu Xianglian suddenly understood her parents' original choice. Originally, there were 2 older sisters in the family who were married to the city, but Shu Fuguwei and his wife never asked them for help until they died. Perhaps they also knew that their 2 sisters were not having an easy time in the city. Suddenly, Shu Xianglian thought of something. She quickly looked at Shu Qianxi, and I asked, What about my aunt? My uncle doesn't have any rationed food. I don't know. I haven't been there yet. Shu Qianxi shook his head and explained. But it goes without saying that my aunt's life must have been even more difficult. I have been planning to go there, but never found the time. I'll accompany you to complete the job registration and household registration transfer in the morning, and I'll definitely go take a look in the afternoon. Shu Xianglian nodded, looked at Shu Qianxi, and said, So, you want to find a job for your aunts too, so that they and our cousins can also have rationed food? Right. Shu Qianxi nodded and said with a smile, It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Sending them supplies can only solve their temporary needs. We must enable them to be self-sufficient. Shu Xianglian suddenly understood and nodded. Then can Director Liu get so many work indicators? She definitely can't do it herself. She just has a wide network of contacts. Shu Qianxi shook his head and explained. The main thing is to rely on your third brother, but these are minor issues. Shu Xianglian could guess the meaning of his words without him having to continue. She raised her head and looked at Shu Qianxi with some heartache. Then she buried her face in his cotton-padded jacket. Qianxi, second sister really doesn't want you to work so hard. Sometimes I wish you were still the kid who did nothing before. But when I think about how the whole family needs you, all I feel is cheap heartache. If it weren't for the eldest brother and his wife, the younger brothers and sisters would need food, and now only Shu Qianxi can provide it. Shu Xianglian really didn't want the third brother to be so tired. After all, he was loved by his parents before, and they were reluctant to let him do any more hard work. But now, I have to bear the heaviest responsibility. Shu Xianglian felt distressed and felt sorry for her brother from the bottom of her heart. At the same time, I also feel sorry for him, letting a younger brother carry the burden of the family. Feeling Shu Xianglian crying on his back, Shu Qianxi immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. Second sister, take it easy. If my cotton-padded jacket gets wet, I'll have nothing to wear. Shu Xianglian quickly raised her head, wiped the corners of her eyes, and began to wipe Shu Qianxi's back with her sleeves. I'm sorry, Qianxi, second sister didn't mean it. It's okay, second sister, just stop crying. Shu Qianxi shook his head and smiled. Actually, I'm not as tired as you think. Don't be so stubborn. Do you really think your second sister is stupid? Shu Xianglian stopped crying and gave Shu Qianxi a glare and complained. So many people from a village went up the mountain, but I didn't see them catch any prey. But you catch pheasants and rabbits every day, and you bring back so many pheasant eggs. Second sister knows that the danger you are facing is definitely far greater than that of the hunting team in the village. Having said this, she suddenly paused. Qianxi, second sister didn't mean anything else. I just want you to be careful and protect yourself. okay? Don't worry, I will. Shu Tianxi smiled and increased his riding speed. Slow down. With Shu Tianxi's accelerated riding, the brother and sister quickly entered the county town. At the bottom of the department store, Shu Xianglian jumped out of the car and began to look around. At this moment, she was like Granny Lu entering a big manor, her eyes full of curiosity about new things. Shu Tianxi locked the car, walked side by side with her, and said, "Second sister, this will be your workplace from now on. Come on, let's go in and take a look." Okay. Shu Xianglian nodded and hurriedly followed. As passers-by looked at her, she felt a little inferior. So he wanted to reach out and grab Shu Tianxi's clothes, but he was afraid of causing any harm to the other person. In the end, I could only lower my head and follow silently. Shu Tianxi just stopped, and she bumped into him. Ah! Shu Tianxi quickly turned around and asked with concern, "Second sister, what's wrong with you?" It's okay, it's okay." Shu Xianglian quickly waved her hands and glanced at the passers-by around her with some embarrassment. "Tianxi, did my second sister embarrass you?" "Nonsense. How could that be?" Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes and reached out to grab the other person's wrist. "Do you feel like they're all staring at you and looking down on you? Actually, you think too much. They have never seen anyone as beautiful as my second sister." "Nonsense. Are you teasing my second sister?" Shu Xiaolian's face flushed, and she said angrily, "Look, you still don't believe it." Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes, looked up at the passers-by, and shouted, "Comrades, is my second sister beautiful?" "Ah, what are you doing?" Shu Xianglian was stunned. Her face quickly turned red and warm. Then she began to shake off Shu Tianxi's hand. Shu Tianxi understood that his second sister's appearance, clothing, and status were not inferior to those of the city people. But she hasn't changed her mind about herself and still thinks of herself as a rural person. "I feel inferior in front of city people and don't like being stared at." Shu Tianxi now wants to help her overcome her inferiority and social phobia. Passers-by were also stunned, and then their eyes lit up when they looked over. "Beautiful. Your second sister is indeed beautiful. But boy, you're also very handsome." "Young man, this is your second sister? Is she dating?" "Young man, you and your second sister should still be students, right?" Chapter 161, Revealing the Identity. After being teased by passers-by, Shu Xianglian's face was so red that it was almost bleeding. Seeing that she was struggling fiercely, Shu Tianxi let go of her hand for fear of hurting her. Shu Xianglian immediately covered her face and ran aimlessly towards the depths of the mall. "Let's go, comrades." Shu Tianxi smiled and waved his hand, then turned and chased after Shu Xianglian. Soon, Shu Tianxi caught up with Shu Xianglian at the bottom of the stairs leading to the second floor. "Second sister, why are you running?" "Oh, I'm so embarrassed." Shu Xianglian had no choice but to squat down with her face covered. "How am I supposed to work here in the future? What will they think of your second sister?" Hearing this, Shu Tianxi immediately laughed. "I guess after this incident, his second sister will feel ashamed to hold her head up here. But it's a good thing this way. Shu Xiaolian's personality will become more confident in this atmosphere." "You're still laughing." All right. Shu Tianxi waved his hand and explained, "They are not laughing at you when they look at you. It's just that my second sister is too beautiful." "Second sister, you don't need to be too self-deprecating. I will take you to the job later, and you'll have a job in the future. You're just like them, a city dweller, no worse than them. You will still be one of the 8 great members in the future, and they still have to look at your face." "What do you mean by look at my face? Then what kind of person am I?" Shu Xianglian rolled her eyes and complained. Yes, my second sister is the most approachable." Shu Tianxi nodded repeatedly, then reached out and pressed Shu Xianglian's shoulders. Let's go to work." Shu Xianglian slowed down, then followed Shu Tianxi to the Human Resources Department. However, neither of them was from a shopping mall world, and they didn't dare to wander around. So Shu Tianxi brought Shu Xianglian to the place where cloth and ready-made clothes were sold. Looking at the counter, which was not crowded with people, the salesperson dealt with customers calmly. Shu Tianxi stepped forward and greeted, "Sister Wan, are you busy?" Sister Wan turned around in confusion, looked up and down, and her eyes suddenly lit up. "Are you Ye's friend?" Shu Tianxi chuckled and nodded. "Sister Wan, do you still remember me?" "Yeah?" Shu Xianglian, who was standing behind, moved her ears, as if she heard something extraordinary. "Of course I remember." Sister Wan nodded and said with a smile, "Apart from Ye, who specifically mentioned you, You're the only one who can come up with dozens of feet of cloth coupons at once. After saying that, she looked at Shu Xianglian with a strange expression. When she looked at Shu Tianxi again, her expression looked a little ugly. Young man, do you have something to ask me? Shu Tianxi didn't think much about it and nodded, saying, I'd like to ask Sister Wan for a favor and take us to the Human Resources Department. What are you doing in the HR department? Shu Tianxi explained, a few days ago, I asked a friend for help and came up with a work indicator for salespeople. Look, I brought my second sister here to start working. Work indicators? Second sister? Chen Wan carefully savored the two words and soon smiled again. Is this your second sister? Yes, please help me, Sister Wan. My second sister will be back to work from now on, so please take good care of her. Shu Tianxi nodded repeatedly and took out a few eggs from his pocket and handed them over. Chen Wan was polite to Shu Tianxi out of consideration for Wang Yu. Now that there were a few eggs paving the way, her smile immediately became warm. Hey, what is this for? Take it back. Sister Wan, you must keep this. My second sister is unfamiliar with the place and will need your care from now on. If you don't accept it, I won't feel at ease. After a quarrel between the two, Chen Wan put the eggs away with a look of anger on her face. Afang, please keep an eye on it for me. After shouting to the salesperson at the next counter, Chen Wan came out with Shu Tianxi. This is your second sister, right? Yes. Shu Tianxi nodded, looked at Shu Xianglian and said, Second sister, this is Sister Wan. Sister Wan is a very kind sister. She has helped me before. Upon hearing this, Shu Xianglian immediately expressed her gratitude. Hello, Sister Wan. I'm Shu Xianglian. Thank you for taking care of my brother. You're welcome. I'm also indebted to someone else. Chen Wan waved her hands and suddenly froze for a moment. Wait, what did you say your name was? Shu Xianglian. Aren't you siblings? Chen Huanfronith. They're siblings. Seeing that the topic had reached this point, Shu Tianxi finally reacted. He laughed and said to Chen Wan, Sister Wan, I'll explain this to you later. No, this must be explained to me first. Otherwise, I won't take you to the HR department, and you can take the eggs back later. This is a big matter concerning Wang Yu, and Chen Wan doesn't want to let Shu Tianxi go. So she had to figure it out. Otherwise, she wouldn't help Shu Tianxi at all. Sister Wan, this is what happened. Shu Tianxi had no choice but to tell the story of how he met Wang Yu and the others. So you saved Wang Yu and the others' lives, but you didn't know their identities. So you also used a fake identity? Chen Wan suddenly understood and nodded. Right. Chen Wan continued to ask, then what is your identity? What is your real name? I'm a buyer at the machinery factory. My real name is Shu Tianxi. In order to have someone to take care of his second sister in the department store, Shu Tianxi had no choice but to tell the truth. A purchasing agent from machinery factory. No wonder you can get eggs. Chen Wan nodded and suddenly had an idea. You just said you were an excellent hunter. Can you still get some meat? This. Okay, let's go. Seeing Shu Tianxi hesitate, Chen Wan turned around and said, Where are you going? Human Resources Department. Aren't you bringing your second sister to join the company? Chen Wan did not force Shu Tianxi and decided to make friends with this person first. Shu Tianxi and the other two were delighted and quickly followed. Chen Wan glanced at the two of them and asked, Did you bring the certificate for your work quota? I have it, Shu Xianglian said quickly, and handed over her credentials and ID. Chen Wan took the information and glanced at it, then said calmly, Xianglian, the work here is very simple. When a customer buys a product, you just collect the money and hand it over to him. In our line of work, you can't be shy, just be open and frank. If you have any questions in the future, you can come and ask Sister Wan. Okay, thank you, Sister Wan. Shu Xianglian nodded and said gratefully. Soon, Shu Xianglian followed Chen Wan to the Human Resources Department. Shu Tianxi breathed a sigh of relief, took out a dakiamin and lit it with a match. Although her identity has been exposed, Wang Yu should be a friend worth making. So even if he revealed his identity, he wouldn't have anything to worry about. Shu Xianglian had just finished smoking a cigarette when she followed Chen Wan out of the Human Resources Department with a smile on her face. Shu Tianxi hurried over and asked, Second sister, how is it? Chapter 162, Urban Household Registration. Tianxi, I got my work permit and can start working tomorrow. Seeing Shu Tianxi coming over, Shu Xianglian immediately told her the good news excitedly. Really? That's great. Looking at the happy face of his second sister, Shu Tianxi's heart was also satisfied at this moment. Why did you do all this? Isn't it just to give your second sister a new life? Now that he has a job, He can live in the city in the future. When the time comes, I can find a partner or something, so I will have someone to rely on in the future. At this moment, Qinwan on the side suddenly said, Tianci, can I call you Tianci? Yes, of course. Shu Tianci nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, From now on, you can call me Tianci's younger brother or the third brother. I'm so happy to have a beautiful and kind sister like Sister Wan. Hey, you speak quite nicely. Sister Wan felt satisfied and looked at Shu Tianci with a closer look. She explained, Xiang Lian can start work tomorrow, so I'll take care of her first. During the 1-year probation period, the salary is 19 yuan a month. After becoming a regular employee, it will be 24 yuan a month. That's enough. Thank you, Sister Wan. Shu Tianci smiled slightly and said gratefully. Shu Tianci spent 300 or 400 yuan to buy this indicator. It would take him more than a year of work to make it back. However, the most valuable thing about this job is not the salary, but the urban household registration and food grain book. Next, Shu Xianglian can apply for urban household registration and eat 32 kilograms of ration food every month. Moreover, her urban household registration is much better than a man's because the household registration of her children will follow her in the future. Children are given a ration of food from birth, half of which is 16 kilograms per month. This is also the reason why many city men want to find a city girl as their wife. Okay, take your second sister to get her urban household registration first. Chunwan glanced at Shu Tianci and then hesitated to say, If you want to live in the city, come find me later. I'll take Xiang Lian to the dormitory. At first, she thought Shu Tianci was studying and was a classmate of Wang Yu. From the process of helping Shu Xianglian with her job application, I learned that the brother and sister are from the countryside. Shu Tianci got a job as a purchasing agent in a machinery factory and became a city dweller not long ago. Although Chen Wan guessed Shu Tianci's background wrong, his identity was still worth making friends with. It's just that the two of them just met, so she was hesitant to ask for some things. Shu Tianci didn't think much about it, just nodded and smiled. Thank you, Sister Wan. Then I will take my second sister away first. Next time I come to see you, I'll bring you something good. Hearing this, Chen Wan's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, go ahead. She didn't ask what it was because the buyer's good stuff must be made of fish, meat, and eggs. Chen Wan also knew in her heart that this brother was not recognized in vain. After leaving the department store, Shu Xianglian still couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. She pulled Shu Tianci and continued to share her thoughts. Tianci, I know this job is hard to come by. From now on, all my second sister's salary will be given to you. Shu Tianci shook his head decisively and refused. You should keep it for your future marriage. I don't want it. What marriage? Second sister doesn't want to get married. Hearing his second sister's words, Shu Tianci was stunned. He glanced sideways and found that the other person's face looked a little strange. He hesitated and said, Second sister, are you still afraid that others will gossip about you? No, I have nothing to be afraid of. Shu Xianglian shook her head and covered it up. I just don't want to get married. Second sister, we country folk have little education and love to gossip. City people are different. Although they also love to gossip, at least they have some brains. They won't believe what people in the countryside say. Shu Tianci chuckled. His mind is clear as a mirror. It is impossible for his second sister not to want to get married. She was so excited when she got married. It was just that her fiancé died suddenly, and the whole village scolded her for being unlucky, which put her under pressure. Okay, let's not talk about this. Shu Xianglian shook her head and urged, Let's go quickly. We'll go to my aunt's place later. Go to your aunt's place? You can't go. Shu Tianci shook his head and rejected it. What? Shu Tianci got on his bicycle and explained, I'll take you to register for urban household registration and get the grain certificate. We'll go to the state-owned restaurant for dinner later, and I'll help you get your dormitory ready this afternoon. Dormitory. Shu Xianglian was startled and quickly shook her head. I don't live in the city. She also wants to go home to help her sister-in-law with housework, as she has younger brothers and sisters at home. How could he live alone in the city and enjoy a peaceful life? Second sister, the city is too far from home. The brother and sister rode their bicycles to the Public Security Bureau. On the way, Shu Tianci explained why his second sister wanted to live in the city. First, it's too far, and it takes several hours to walk. Shu Tianci could buy a bicycle for his second sister, but it would definitely be too late for her to learn how to ride one. Secondly, now that the bargain goods have started, the department store will definitely be very busy. By then, Shu Xianglian would be very tired after a day's work. so how could she possibly go home to work? Even if she wanted to, Song Euro and the others would not give in. Third, the new year is approaching, the weather is getting colder, and it will snow in a month at most. Don't even think about going home at that time. How dangerous would that be? Okay, I live in the city. After listening to Shu Tianxi's explanation, Shu Xianglian could only agree. That's right. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and comforted him. You have a holiday, you can go home when the time comes. Shu Xianglian hummed and was quickly taken to the Public Security Bureau. The two of them went in together, and when they came out it was almost 10 o'clock. Shu Tianxi glanced at his watch, then looked at Shu Xianglian and said, "Second sister, shall we go get the food permit? I'm a city dweller too." Shu Xianglian held the urban household registration book in her hand, her eyes shining. After hearing Shu Tianxi's call, she nodded and said, "Okay, second sister will listen to you." Shu Tianxi smiled, and then took his second sister to the grain bureau. When the two of them came out, Shu Xianglian had another small notebook in her hand. "Tianxi, why did you pull me out?" Shu Xianglian looked at Shu Tianxi in confusion and said, "Let's buy all the food and take it home." "No need." Shu Tianxi shook his head and explained, "This food is for you to eat while you live in the city. Don't worry about the food back home. I'll take care of it." Shu Xianglian said angrily, "How can you be responsible? Are you responsible alone? I am also your second sister, so I must contribute. It was fine if you didn't have the ability before, but now that you have it, you won't let me contribute?" Okay. Shu Tianxi didn't argue with his second sister, but raised his hand to comfort her. "In this way, we will not take out all the grain from the grain bank first. You can eat it first, and if you can't finish it by the end of the month, you can buy some to take home. Okay?" Real. Chapter 163, They're All Poor People. With Shu Tianxi's idea, Shu Xianglian did not buy all the food on her own initiative. Commercial grain is not expensive, and rice is only 1 or 2 cents per pound. They have the ability to do so. But Shu Tianxi didn't lack that much, so he naturally wouldn't let his second sister starve in the city. After the conversation, Shu Tianxi took his second sister back to the department store. "Sister Wan, Xianglian, you're back? How's everything going? Have you finished your household registration and grain tax registration?" "It's done." Shu Xianglian took out a few notebooks and shook them. "That's good. I'll show you the dorms, shall I?" "Notarus." Shu Tianxi shook his head and said with a smile, "Let's go have lunch first. Sister Wan, let's go together? I'll treat you. Let's go to the state-owned restaurant." This is so embarrassing." Chen Wan looked hesitant, not wanting to let others spend money. "What's the big deal? I treat you like my own sister." "Yes, Sister Wan, let's go together." After the brother and sister persuaded her together, Chen Wan reluctantly agreed. "Okay, then I'll go tell them." Chen Wan said hello to her colleagues, and then left with Shu Xianglian and her brother. As soon as the three of them arrived at the state-owned restaurant, they saw a group of dirty-looking people squatting at the door. They were dressed in rags, staring at the restaurant with shining eyes. When they looked over, Shu Xianglian was so scared that she hid beside Shu Tianxi. "Tianxi, who are these people?" Shu Tianxi also frowned and looked at Chen Wan and said, "Sister Wan, do you know? They're all pitiful people. Stop talking." Chen Wan shook her head and walked into the state-owned hotel together. Just then, several customers came out. The next second, the group of people squatting at the door quickly rushed in. "Ah!" Shu Xianglian was startled at once, but fortunately Shu Tianxi protected her in time. When they came to their senses, they saw that the group of people had gathered around the table. They held the plates left by the guests in their hands and licked them with their tongues. Seeing this scene, Shu Tianxi suddenly lost his appetite. It's okay. Chen Wan waved her hands and consoled him. "I was also scared when I first saw it." Shu Tianxi nodded, took Shu Xianglian's wrist, and walked to the front desk. He glanced at the sign that showed today's offerings, then looked at the cashier. "Comrade, do you still have meat buns and braised pork?" "We have 6 meat buns and 1 portion of braised pork left. How many do you want?" Shu Tianxi breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "I want them all. Also, 3 pancakes, 2 vegetarian dishes, and a pound of rice." Shu Xianglian ordered several dishes worth several dollars and followed Shu Tianxi's instructions throughout the meal. Chen Wan's face changed when she heard this, and she quickly shouted, "Tianxi, enough. Shu Tianxi nodded and said to the cashier, "Okay, that's it. If it's not enough, I'll add more." The cashier withdrew his surprised look and calculated the price for Shu Tianxi. nearly 5 yuan, plus meat coupons and grain coupons. Braised pork is the most expensive. Although a bowl weighs less than a pound, it still costs 1 or 2 yuan. It sounds expensive, but it's actually not expensive at all. In this era of food and meat shortages, only state-owned restaurants can still provide meat dishes. But this thing and the meat buns are in limited supply, and only a few are sold a day. Sometimes when there's really no meat, restaurants will hang up a sign saying they are temporarily closed. This is because Shu Tianxi came early, otherwise he would have been gone. Shu Xianglian had originally followed Shu Tianxi's lead. After all, he knew more than her. But when she saw so much money being handed over, her facial muscles couldn't help but twitch. A meal costs $4 or $5. Is that a big deal? Second sister, Sister Wan, hurry up and eat. After the dishes were served on the table, Shu Tianxi looked at his two sisters and urged them. Chen Wan looked at it nervously, then laughed and picked up a meat bun. Well, then I won't be polite. There's so many dishes on this table, including braised pork and meat buns. Who can resist it? You're welcome, Sister Wan. My second sister will be looked after by you in the future. Shu Tianxi chuckled, picked up the meat bun, and handed it to Shu Xianglian. Second sister, you have some too. Okay. Shu Xianglian nodded, staring at the dishes on the table with a painful look on her face. This is not food, this is money. In the past, their family couldn't even earn these $4 or $5 in 3 months. Hey, this bun is quite delicious. When the rich oil filled her mouth, Shu Xianglian's eyes suddenly lit up. She glanced at Shu Tianxi, who was eating with relish, then took a big bite. Never mind, I've already bought it, so I might as well fill my stomach first. A bite of meat bun, a bite of vegetable, a bite of pancake, and a bite of braised pork. It is so delicious. The scene that happened here made those peeping outside the door drool. After finishing a meat bun and a pancake, Shu Xianglian looked at the vegetarian dishes on the table with some hesitation. She turned her head to look at Shu Tianxi and said, Tianxi, I can't eat anymore. Chen Wan was stunned by this and asked in confusion, Xianglian, do you have such a small appetite? These days, who doesn't eat 3 or 4 bowls of rice? You, on the other hand, are full after eating buns and pancakes? It's okay, just take a rest after you've eaten. Shu Tianxi smiled, then picked up the kilogram of rice and looked at Chen Wan. Sister Wan, let's have half of this rice each. Chen Wan could actually still eat. After all, she didn't usually eat much oily food. Now that she has meat buns and braised pork, she can really eat 2 bowls of rice. But Shu Xianglian didn't want to eat, so she felt a little embarrassed. Sister Wan, don't worry about my second sister. She just got involved in some bribery. Shu Tianxi saw Chen Wan's hesitation, so he decisively added more rice to her bowl. Chen Wan also understood that Shu Tianxi, the buyer, must have brought home a lot of fish, meat, and eggs. So she didn't hesitate and just expressed her attitude before eating. Xianglian, Tianxi, Sister Wan presents you with this meal. If you don't mind, I, Chen Wan, am your biological sister. If Xianglian has any troubles in work or life in the future, feel free to come to Sister Wan. I don't mind, I definitely don't mind. The brother and sister shook their heads repeatedly, and Shu Tianxi even shouted, 3 more bottles of soda. No, no, no. This time, Chen Wan took the initiative to wave her hand and advised, that's enough. Don't waste that money. Okay, let's eat then. After that, the 2 of them continued to eat half a bowl of rice. After the 3 of them had eaten, there were still some vegetarian dishes and half a bowl of rice left on the table. Shu Xianglian glanced at Shu Tianxi and asked doubtfully, Tianxi, you don't want to eat anymore? Let's go. Shu Tianxi shook his head and walked out holding his second sister's wrist. Chen Wan looked at Shu Tianxi with admiration, then followed him. Before the 3 of them even reached the door, a group of homeless people rushed in. However, this time they deliberately avoided Shu Tianxi and the other 2. Shu Xianglian glanced at them and felt relieved in her heart. Tianxi, if it wasn't you, we 6 brothers and sisters should be even worse off than them, right? Chapter 164 Staff Dormitory. After leaving the state-owned hotel, Chen Wan took Shu Tianxi and the others to the staff dormitory of the department store. There are several types of employee dormitories these days, most of which are bungalows built of bricks and wood. Of course, there are also courtyard houses and slums, but they do not belong to the department store. Chen Wan held a bunch of keys in her hand and said as she walked, Xianglian, Tianxi, the accommodation conditions in our department store are quite difficult. But I have to say, Sister Wan, it's much more comfortable here than living in a crowded village. This statement is absolutely not meant to look down on the countryside. It is the truth. In rural areas, as long as the couple is not married, the whole family will live under one roof. Especially those with many children, 10 or 8 of them are crowded in a mud house of dozens of square meters. Compared with the countryside, these bungalows in front of us are indeed much better. Xiaoan, who are these young people behind you? My cousin, Xu Xianglian, just started working at our company. The guy next to her is her younger brother. Xianglian, this is Sister Lu. When I lived here before, Sister Lu took great care of me. Chunwan greeted the women who came out of the bungalow and introduced the identities of Xu Tianxi and the others. This girl is really pretty. Your name is Xianglian, right? We'll be neighbors from now on. If you have any problems, come to Sister Lu. Thank you, Sister Lu. The word cousin made the neighbors feel a little closer and also made Xu Xianglian feel a little grateful. Soon, Chunwan stopped at room 6, unit 2. She handed the key to Xu Xianglian and said with a smile, Xianglian, this will be your dormitory from now on. You should open the door. Thank you, Sister Wan. Xu Xianglian excitedly took the key and inserted it into the keyhole. Then you guys watch it first. I have to go back to work. If you need anything, please let me know and I will contact the unit to coordinate it. Thank you, Sister Wan, the brother and sister said in unison. Second sister, please go in first. I want to talk to Sister Wan. Xu Tianxi asked Xu Xianglian to open the door and go in first, while he caught up with Chen Wan. Sister Wan, I have something to ask of you. Chen Wan paused, took a look, and then smiled and said, About Yi? Seeing that his thoughts were exposed, Xu Tianxi couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He didn't know the relationship between Chen Wan and Wang Yu, nor did he know Wang Yu's identity. But Xu Tianxi didn't want to have too much contact with Wang Yu, so he still hoped that Chen Wan wouldn't tell anyone. Chen Wan hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and said, Don't worry, she definitely won't tell me unless she asks me. Judging from what she said, Wang Yu had to tell her. Looking at the embarrassed Chen Wan, Xu Tianxi could only nod helplessly. Okay then. Wang Yu probably never thought that Chen Wan would know his identity. Tianxi, I have news for you. Chen Wan looked around and raised her eyebrows at Xu Tianxi. Yi's identity is not simple. You won't suffer any loss if you are with her. I think she liked you very much. You have to seize the opportunity. Thank you so much. Xu Tianxi chuckled and nodded. I see. Thank you, Sister Wan. Chen Wan waved her hand and turned away. Xu Tianxi retracted his gaze, shook his head helplessly, and turned around. Wang Yu's identity was not simple. He discovered it when he met her in the mall. Only families with strong backgrounds can get corduroy fabric. But Xu Tianxi would not target someone just because he has a strong background. That would be too ulterior motive. When Xu Tianxi returned to Xu Xianglian's dormitory, he saw that she was already cleaning. Tianxi, what did you say to Sister Wan? It's nothing. I just asked him to take better care of you in the future. Xu Tianxi shook his head and looked around the room. This bungalow is not very big, but it has a wooden table, a bedboard, an earthen stove, and other facilities. Not to mention a family. It's quite comfortable for one person to live here. However, apart from these basic facilities, there are no other daily necessities. Just when Xu Tianxi was thinking about what to buy for his second sister, Xu Xianglian came over. Tianxi, what's going on between you and Wang Yu? Nothing happened. Xu Tianxi glared and shook his head decisively to deny it. Didn't I just tell you? I saved someone's life while hunting. Then he did me a favor at the mall, that's all. Really? Xu Xianglian dragged out her voice and chuckled. Sister Wan said that Wang Yu is so beautiful. Don't you have any ulterior motives? Just stop it now. Xu Tianxi rolled his eyes and complained. He is still a junior high school student, still a child. You are only 17. What a perfect match. Xu Xianglian emphasized. I say, second sister, you've almost got it. She might still have to go to high school or college. She will be 23 or 24 by the time she graduates. You plan to let me wait for her for 7 or 8 years before getting married? Xu Xianglian hesitated, then shook her head and said, Forget it. Xu Tianxi smiled triumphantly, then began to help Xu Xianglian assemble the bedboard. Second sister, there are not many daily necessities here. See what you have at home that you can bring over. If you don't have any, we can buy some. Xu Xianglian shook her head and said, No, why waste that money? I just need to go home to get some clothes, a bowl, and a pair of chopsticks. You still have to go to your aunt's place, so go quickly. That won't work. You must buy what you need. It's too late to go to my aunt's place at this time. I'll take you to work tomorrow and then go. You clean up first. I'll go to the mall and buy everything for you. Shu Tianxi decisively refused, then turned and walked out of the dormitory. Shu Xianglian suddenly became anxious and quickly chased after him, shouting, "Tianxi, don't waste your money recklessly, do you hear me?" Seeing that Shu Tianxi just waved his hand, Shu Xianglian returned to the house helplessly and moved. The third brother not only paid for her job, but also helped her by daily necessities. He was really good to her as a sister. Shu Xianglian never thought that she could be cared for and loved by so many people. Even when her parents were around, they just told her to do this and that. Shu Xianglian suddenly burst out laughing, and then happily started cleaning the room. Half an hour later, Shu Tianxi came back carrying 2 sacks. "Second sister, I'm back." Shu Xianglian quickly put down the rag and walked over. "I told you not to spend money recklessly, so why did you buy so many things? These are your daily necessities." Shu Tianxi explained nonchalantly, and then began to take things out. Thermos, enamel pot, toothbrush, toothpaste, towel, and cooking utensils such as oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. In addition to daily necessities, there was also half a bag of food. 10 pounds each of rice, pure cornmeal, white flour, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. Shu Xianglian's pupil shrank, and she quickly held Shu Tianxi's hand. "Enough, enough. How much will this cost you? Spending money on your own sister is worth it." Chapter 165, Exposed by Second Sister. "Tianxi, thank you, second sister." Shu Xianglian was very grateful for Shu Tianxi's actions and was even more moved by his words. She turned around and hugged Shu Tianxi, saying thank you very seriously. When she thought about the fact that she had been labeled a jinx for the past 2 or 3 years in the village, the brigade, and the commune, she felt very uncomfortable and aggrieved. As a girl, how could she really ignore these words? Now that she has finally moved into the city, perhaps no one will gossip about her anymore. Thinking of this, Shu Xianglian couldn't help crying. "Woo-woo, this." Shu Tianxi was confused and didn't understand why she started crying for no reason. She held her hands stiffly until she felt a little tired. Then she smiled and said, "Second sister, it's almost done. I cried once when I came here, and my clothes are not dry yet. Phew." Shu Xianglian suddenly laughed, then pushed Shu Tianxi away and said, "Thank you. We're all talking about this as a family." Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes and complained, "Are you being polite to me and treating me as an outsider?" "No, Okay, let's clean up quickly." Shu Tianxi interrupted his second sister's explanation and chuckled. "We still have to go home early so we can help you pack." After hearing this, Shu Xianglian stopped being so pretentious and started to finish cleaning the house. Not long after, the two walked out of the dormitory together. Shu Xianglian turned around to lock the door, then sat down on the bicycle. "Okay, let's go home. Hold on tight." Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and stepped on the pedal. He didn't ride a bicycle like other people, pedaling and then swinging his other leg over. If you get used to it, it's easy to kick the person in the back seat off. Anyway, his legs were long enough, so he just lifted them up and took a step to the other side. "Xianglian, Tianxi, where are you going so late?" Sister Lu came out with a basin of water and greeted me curiously. "Sister Lu, I'm going back to pack my things and will stay here tomorrow." Shu Xianglian explained and rode her bicycle out of the alley. Shu Xianglian was in a good mood and was chatting and laughing with Shu Tianxi on the way back to the village. "Tianxi, how should I explain my work to the village?" "What the hell do you want to explain? Do I need to explain to them?" Shu Tianxi glared and cursed. "They control everything in the world, but can they control my shit and farts? If they behave themselves, I could still help them continue to exchange for food for the sake of our fellow villagers. If you don't behave, go fuck yourself." Hearing this, Shu Xianglian immediately rolled her eyes. I haven't seen this guy being so tough before, but now he starts to brag. "Tianxi, I know you must have sold the prey secretly and didn't hand over the money to the collective." Shu Tianxi's eyes widened. He looked back in surprise and asked, "How did you know? If you hadn't done this, where would the food in your home come from? I also already know that you spent money to buy work indicators for me. If you didn't secretly sell the prey, where did you get so much money?" Wow, my second sister has actually started her analysis? Shu Tianxi pursed his lips and said seriously, "Second sister, you know my secret. It seems that I can't keep you here. What do you want?" Shu Xianglian was just asking back in disbelief when the bicycle started swinging wildly. The country road was already uneven, and the shake almost threw people off. Fortunately, Shu Xianglian reacted in time and quickly hugged Shu Tianxi's waist. Tianci, slow down. Stop making trouble. The bicycle soon became much more stable, and Xu Xianglian was so angry that she slapped it. You're going to die. Do you really want your second sister to fall down? Xu Tianci laughed, indicating that it was just a joke. Xu Xianglian didn't argue with her brother, but said earnestly, Tianci, the villagers actually feel very sorry for you. If you do this, my second sister really doesn't object at all. But you also have to be careful not to let anyone catch you. They seem to be polite to you because you can get food. After all, they are not our brothers and sisters, and they will not tolerate people who are worse off than them living better than them. Second sister, do you think I'm worse than them? Xu Tianci asked. What do you think? Xu Xianglian asked back. This. Xu Tianci was speechless for a moment and could only smile awkwardly and said, Indeed, there was a little bit in the past. Anyway, you better be careful. Xu Xianglian showed concern and suggested, if there's too much, you can share some with the group. In short, we have to let them see the benefits. Xu Tianci clicked his tongue twice, gave a thumbs up, and said, My second sister is so smart. It would be a shame if his brain didn't work in an office. Hold the steering wheel. Don't worry, it's okay. Xu Tianci shook his head and didn't care. He didn't care about money. The food and poultry in the space were enough to make him a millionaire in an instant. In the 1960s, a person with a monthly income of 10,000 yuan was definitely the richest person in the city. The reason why we no longer give money to the village collective is because we are afraid that they will feel that the money comes too easily. Let them go up the mountain, and they will understand that hunting is not that easy. Knowing that Xu Tianci had his own ideas, Xu Xianglian stopped trying to persuade him. Soon, the two appeared in the town. Xu Tianci parked the car in front of the clinic and said, Second sister, go ask Director Liu about his condition. Xu Xianglian nodded, jumped out of the car, and went into the clinic. A few minutes later, she trotted out again. Dr. Jiang said Director Liu hasn't returned yet and asked us to come back later or tomorrow. Okay, get in the car. Xu Tianci was not surprised. He let his second sister get in the car and returned to the village. They simply said hello to the villagers who were surrounding them and returned home safely. Second sister, third brother, go back to the house and tell me. Go back to the house and tell me. Xu Shuoyan and the others surrounded them, but were sent away by Xu Xianglian. Watching them walk into the house, Xu Tianci put his bicycle against the wall and walked in. What? You said you're going to live in the city from now on? When they heard that Xu Xianglian would not come back to live with them, the eldest brother, his wife, and his younger brothers and sisters were all shocked. Xu Xianglian nodded and explained, The city is too far from our home. It would be too late to come back and live here. Besides, I don't have a bicycle. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Xu Tianci. Why are you looking at me? I'm a buyer. Xu Tianci knew what they meant and explained, I only need to complete the monthly purchasing quota, and then I can move freely. Second sister can't do that. She needs to be at her post. She has 1 day off every 7 days, so be content with that. Xianglian, go, and pack your things quickly. Song Yuro looked at Xu Xianglian and said, I'll make dinner. You go ahead and do your own thing. Okay, thank you, sister-in-law. We're a family, and you keep saying that. Third brother, Xu Tianyu came over and asked, What about my job? Chapter 166 Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's talk about it in a few days. Faced with his elder brother's urgency, Xu Tianci spoke calmly. What? Because I still need to give gifts and need others to run the show. Working targets are not that easy to come by. There are a lot of social interactions involved. Xu Tianci shook his head, looked at Xu Tianyu, took out a cigarette, and held in his mouth. Giving gifts. It costs a lot of money. Xu Tianyu asked, This is not something you should worry about. Just wait patiently. Xu Tianci took out a match and lit the cigarette without haste. Brother, although you are no longer stupid, your character has not changed to some extent. In the future, when I go to work, I will watch more, learn more, and do more, so as to understand the ways of dealing with people in the world. Okay. Xu Tianyu was silent for a moment, then nodded without objection. He would have definitely objected before, but after what happened yesterday, he restrained himself a bit. Xu Tianci nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Xu Shuilan and said, Little sister, did you learn anything new today? Hearing this, Xu Shuilan shouted as if to take credit. I learned the text. Teacher Jianxi praised me for being smart and becoming familiar with the pinyin alphabet in just 1 day yesterday. So today we are taught to read the text. and the first lesson is to love great leaders. I memorized it after reading it a few times. Am I smart? Our leaders are truly great. As she spoke, Shu Shualan's eyes were filled with admiration and respect for that person. Shu Qianxi smiled slightly and reached out to ruffle his little sister's hair. Yes, our little sister is the smartest. Shu Shualan was very happy to hear the praise from her third brother. After greeting his family, Shu Tianxi glanced at his watch and found that it was still early. So he decided to go see Director Liu and get the job done as soon as possible. Brother and sister-in-law, I'm going out for a while. Where are you going? We're going to eat soon. Shu Tianyu stood up and shouted. Go to town and talk to me when I get back. Shu Tianxi lifted the bicycle out and rode away. Song Yuro came out of the kitchen and looked at Shu Tianyu with a puzzled look. Are you guys arguing again? How is that possible? Shu Tianyu glared and shook his head in denial. After what happened yesterday, how could he still quarrel with Shu Tianxi? Just like what his wife said, the third son has already contributed enough to this family. It's bad enough that you, as the big brother, can't do anything, but do you have to make others suffer? Even if you want to take care of your younger siblings, you have to act like a big brother first. Shu Tianyu, who had figured it out, raised his right hand and said, he said he was going to town and would be back soon. Hearing this, Song Yuro immediately breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Shu Tianxi rode his bicycle and quickly arrived in the town. Seeing Jiang Li about to lock the door, he sprinted forward and then braked to stop beside her. Sister Jiang. Jiang Li was startled, and when she saw Shu Tianxi, she scolded him. What are you doing? You scared me. Excuse me. Shu Tianxi smiled awkwardly and said, you left because you were afraid we would be late. Jiang Li rolled her eyes at him and didn't want to argue with him. Didn't you go back? Why are you here again? Why? You came to see Director Liu. Right. Shu Tianxi didn't deny it and nodded to explain. It's because we're afraid that delays will lead to changes, so we want to finalize the work indicators as soon as possible. Although bargain price goods will allow factories to expand recruitment, how many people are watching those indicators? Maybe if you delay for one day, a few indicators will be reduced, and if you delay even more, they may all be gone. So, Shu Tianxi must confirm this with Director Liu as soon as possible. Jiang Li guessed Shu Tianxi's purpose, so she locked the door. She turned her head and said to Shu Tianxi, let's go, follow me to the supply and marketing cooperative. Director Liu should be arranging the final work right now. If it's any later, he might go home. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. The supply and marketing cooperative is in town, not far from the health center. After refusing Jiang Li's offer of a ride, Shu Tianxi rode his bicycle with her to the supply and marketing cooperative. As you walk through the gate, you can see that the supply and marketing cooperative has nearly 1,000 square meters of space. Rows of shelves and counters are placed along the four walls, piled high with supplies. Although it is not as big as the department store in the county town, it has everything you need. But there were not many customers here, and a few sales clerks were sitting there bored and gossiping. Hey, Dr. Jiang. Seeing Jiang Li walk into the supply and marketing cooperative, a man in his 30s immediately came over enthusiastically. Seeing this, the other salespeople immediately rolled their eyes and even started to complain. The man didn't care and still looked at Jiang Li happily. Dr. Jiang, how come you have time to come here? Want to buy something? Tell me, and I'll get it for you. After saying that, he glanced at Shu Tianxi and said, is this your brother? I'm not buying anything. Where is Director Liu? Jiang Li had no intention of chatting with the man and went straight to the point. Director Liu, he's in a warehouse. The man pointed to the backyard and said, thank you. Jiang Li responded politely, then took Shu Tianxi to the backyard. The man looked at it for a while, then reluctantly withdrew his gaze. The salesperson beside him jokingly said, old Song, do you really like this young widow? What widow? Don't speak so vulgarly. Song Ziqiang glared at him and scolded him. If Dr. Jiang hears this, he will definitely scold you. This not only failed to shut everyone up, but made them even more outrageous. Look, it hurts. Ha, look at old Song's face, it's all red. Go, be serious. Song Ziqiang waved his hand, stroking his chin in thought. I'm more curious, who is this man? He has a handsome face and clean clothes. He doesn't look like a villager from our village at first glance. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but become curious. Shu Tianxi followed Jiang Li to the backyard, unaware that he was also being talked about. The backyard is also very large, and Director Liu is directing two people to move things. Sister Liu, Jiang Li walked forward and shouted. Director Lu turned around and saw the two of them and understood what was going on. She waved her hand and pointed to the side and said, "Let's go and talk in the office." The three of them walked in the office together, and Director Lu picked up the thermos and poured a cup of tea for them. "Tianci, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. You need 4 performance indicators, and a sugar factory and food factory can each provide 2. Their leaders all agreed, but they also asked for 2 wild boars. "That's 4 wild boars. Can you handle it?" "Does the wild boar give money?" Shu Tianci asked back. "Nonsense." Director Lu laughed and explained, "Of course I give you money. As long as you can provide the supplies, we will pay you according to the price and give you the work quota. 4 wild boars for 4 work quotas, and the wild boars are also worth money. This deal is not a loss." Chapter 167, there are more people who know the truth. Yes, 4 wild boars are 4 wild boars. But I need some time. Shu Tianci pretended to think for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "No problem. Is half a month enough? If it's any longer, it won't work because it will be full." Director Lu was not joking with Shu Tianci. Everything she said was true. Many people are watching the current work indicators, and leaders are already arranging for their relatives to join the team. If they weren't afraid of the bad influence, they could arrange for all the aunts and uncles to go in one day. If Shu Tianci, the wild boar, had been sent too late, there would have been no hope at all. Half a month. Shu Tianci shook his head and said confidently, "It won't take. 3 days, at most 3 days I can prepare the supplies." There are hundreds of wild boars in his space, and he can take them out now if he wants. But he also has to pay attention to the impact. Even if it doesn't make it reasonable, at least it shouldn't be too outrageous. Even so, Jiang Li still thinks he is too arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Li pushed him. "Brother Tianci, don't be so reckless. Work indicators are important, but they are not as important as your safety. Catching 4 wild boars in 3 days is too dangerous." Shu Tianci was about to say it was okay when Director Lu nodded. "Yes, God-given. Work indicators are important, but safety is the most important. We will deliver the goods whenever you get them. I've already put in a call for you at work." Thank you, Sister Lu." Shu Tianci stood up and said gratefully, "You're welcome. You don't have to be so polite with your sister." Director Lu waved his hand and said warmly, "Are you free tomorrow? I'll take you to meet the heads of the 2 units first." "Tomorrow." Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "There's time." "Okay, then come find me here tomorrow." After confirming the time for tomorrow, Shu Tianci and Jiang Li got up and said goodbye. "Ah!" The 2 men stepped forward and opened the office door, and were almost hit by someone who fell in. Fortunately, Shu Tianci reacted quickly and pulled Jiang Li to squat beside the door. Looking at the people who fell into the office, Director Lu's face suddenly darkened. "What are you guys doing at the door? Eavesdropping on other people's private affairs." "Director, that's not the case." Song Ziqiang waved his hands quickly and laughed. "We're just curious. What does Dr. Jiang want to see you about?" "I promise, I didn't hear anything." Yes. The others nodded, indicating that they heard nothing. Shu Tianci and Jiang Lizai were too lazy to pay attention to them, and turned around and walked out of the supply and marketing cooperative. As soon as they left, Song Ziqiang looked at Director Lu and said, "Director, that brother is the one who sold the meat to you, right? What does it have to do with you?" Director Lu's face darkened as he warned, "If even a little bit of this gets out, none of you will be safe." "That can't be done. Absolutely not." "Brother Tianci, what's wrong?" Outside the supply and marketing cooperative, Jiang Li looked at Shu Tianci with confusion. He was fine just now. Why did he just stand there and not move after going out? Shu Tianci quickly came to his senses and shook his head. "Jiang Jia, can I ask you something? Are you being polite to me? Hurry up and tell me." After getting Jiang Li's consent, Shu Tianci immediately asked, "Director Lu, take the supplies I sold. Have you divided them up?" "This." Jiang Li glanced around and asked as she walked, "How did you know?" Shu Tianci did not tell the other party that he had just overheard the conversation between Director Lu and the salesperson. He glanced at the supply and marketing cooperative, then turned back and said, "Give it to those salespeople." "Brother Tianci, I can't help Director Lu explain this." Jiang Li coughed lightly and said slowly, "The supplies you sold to us are cheap, but a hare and a chicken both cost $10. And 5 pounds of pork every week, that costs more than 10 yuan. Even if Director Lu earns several dozen yuan a month, he can't afford to spend it this way. So, she's planning to take the 5 pounds of pork I sell her every week and share it with those salespeople." Shu Tianxi stared and pointed at the supply and marketing cooperative behind him angrily. Don't you know that the more people know about this kind of thing, the more dangerous it is? Tianxi, don't be angry first. Jiangli reached out and pulled Shu Tianxi's clothes, saying timidly, what Sister Jiang just said is just one of the problems. There are actually more serious problems. Seeing that Shu Tianxi didn't respond, Jiangli pursed her lips and continued speaking. Over the past 2 years, everyone's bodies have actually been very lacking in nutrition. When I got home, my mother told me that there is a disease called 6011 that is spreading very quickly. Every day, several people die in the city's hospitals due to malnutrition and swelling. In order to give them hope to live, my mother had to prescribe them a medicine that is not really a medicine at all. Jiang Li's mother is also a doctor, and she lives in a county town. This is the first time Shu Tianxi has heard of her. He didn't interrupt the other person and continued to listen to what he was saying. God's gift. The people in the supply and marketing cooperative were not in a better state before. Just a few days ago, the woman's feet swelled 5 or 6 times larger. They have worked with Director Liu for many years and have a very good relationship with him. Do you think Director Liu could bear to let anything happen to them? Shu Tianxi was silent for a while, then he sneered. He stared at Jiang Li coldly and sneered. What does it have to do with me, whether they live or die? I just know that if this gets out, I'll be the first one to die. No, no. Jiang Li waved her hands repeatedly, covered Shu Tianxi's mouth and said, don't worry, don't worry. That group of people feared death more than anyone else, and your existence is their lifeline. Don't worry, they won't betray you. After saying that, she wanted to reach out and hug Shu Tianxi, but Shu Tianxi was quick-witted and turned around with his bicycle. Anyway, I've said what I need to say, so let's leave it at that. After saying that, he got on his bicycle and rode towards the village. Jiang Li showed a hint of embarrassment on her face and shouted at his back. Don't worry, I will definitely let Sister Liu give you an explanation. Shu Tianxi did not look back, nor did he want to look back. What these two women did was really too much. It really lived up to the old saying. A man without beard on his lips cannot do things reliably. This kind of criticism and transformation is being made known to more and more people without their consent. But things have already happened, and Shu Tianxi can't do anything about them. After all, he still needs these two guys. When I got home, Song Yuro and Shu Shuilian had already prepared dinner. Tianxi is back. Please sit down and have dinner. Seeing Shu Tianxi coming back, Song Yuro hurriedly greeted him. Thank you, sister-in-law. After dinner, Shu Tianxi lay down on the bed early, his mental power penetrating into the space. Chapter 168, A wild boar was killed in the village. Shu Tianxi discovered that the food in the space grew very fast. In just 2 or 3 days, the food seemed to have grown as if it had grown for more than 2 months. I estimate that in a day or two, the 90 acres of grain will be ripe. 90 acres of grain would have to yield at least hundreds of thousands of kilograms. With so much food, Shu Tianxi really needs to plan what to do with it. If we just eat it with our family, we definitely can't finish it. Even if we give it away for free to the villagers, we still can't finish it. Of course, Shu Tianxi would not be so stupid as to provide food to the villagers for free. He still understood the principle of gratitude for a little bit of rice and hatred for a big bit of rice. In addition, the 5 acres of vegetables we planted will be ready to eat in a while. Shu Tianxi was extremely happy at the thought that he would soon have endless vegetables to eat. There was no conversation that night, and the next morning I could smell a refreshing fragrance. Shu Tianxi opened his eyes, raised his hand, and slapped Lao Wu on the butt. Still sleeping. Get up and eat. Shu Tianxi suddenly sat up with his eyes wide open, touching his but a little aggrieved. Shu Tianxi laughed, rubbed the back of Fu Fang's head, and said, Hurry up and get up, eat, and go study. After saying that, he swung his legs and landed on his shoes onto the bed. Shu Tianxi hummed, and suddenly reached out and grabbed Shu Tianxi's hand. Third brother. Seeing the other party turn around in confusion, he quickly said, Can you buy us a pencil? This. I know that my third brother works very hard, and every penny he earns is not easy. But my fourth sister, my youngest sister, and I didn't have pens, so we could only write on the dirt with stones. Okay. Shu Tianxi interrupted Lao Wu and showed a hint of apology on his face. This is the fault of the third brother for not considering these basic issues. Don't worry, I'll bring you pens and exercise books when I get home this afternoon. Real. Seeing Shu Tianxi nod, Shu Tianxi immediately threw himself on him excitedly. Thank you, third brother. All right, hurry up and wash up. The two brothers walked out of the room together and saw Song Yuro and Shu Shulian bringing breakfast to the table. Boiled eggs and 2-in-1 noodles. It's still so rich. Tianxi and Tianxi are awake? Go wash your face and have dinner. The two of them didn't waste any time. Simply rinse their mouths and wash their faces before sitting at the table. Second sister, are you all packed? Shu Tianxi looked at Shu Xianglian beside him and asked. It's packed. Everything that needs to be prepared is ready. Shu Xianglian nodded and patted the package beside her. Hearing this, Shu Tianxi didn't say anything more. After breakfast, Shu Tianyu and his wife and his younger brothers and sisters sent Shu Tianxi and his partner out. Song Yuro grabbed Shu Xianglian's hand and said with concern, Xianglian, take good care of yourself in the city. Come back during the holidays. My elder brother and sister-in-law and my younger brothers and sisters will miss you. Shu Shulian hugged her and cried, Second sister, I will miss you. That's enough. Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes and complained, It's just in the city, not very far away. If you really miss my second sister, I will bring her back when I have time. There's no need to cry. Hearing this, Shu Xianglian also smiled. She patted her sister on the back and said, Okay, we're leaving now. Just be good, okay? Seeing that her younger brothers and sisters nodded in agreement, she sat on the back seat of the bicycle. Shu Tianxi didn't waste any words. He stepped on the pedal and rode out of the village. Shu Tianyu and the others watched outside for a long time before patting their younger brother and sister on the shoulders. Okay, you guys should get ready to go to Uncle Jianshi. Shu Tianxi and the other man were already rushing to the city, but on the way out of the village they saw a scene that forced them to stop. I saw a group of villagers waving and jumping excitedly, as if they had nothing to do after eating. I don't know what they were saying, as if they were deliberately suppressing themselves. When they saw Shu Tianxi, their eyes suddenly lit up and they hurried over. Tianxi, hurry up and go to the village chief's house. Village chief, what's wrong with you? Shu Tianxi's face changed and he asked, Uncle Sam, we caught some prey. What a huge wild boar. Third grandpa, can we exchange wild boars for a lot of food? Damn, you scared me. It seems that prey has escaped into the trap dug by the hunting team. Shu Tianxi nodded and said, Okay, I'll go take a look first. Hearing this, Shu Xianglian also jumped out of the back seat. The two of them held their bicycles and followed the villagers to Shu Daqiang's home. God-given. The door of Shu Daqiang's house was full of people, and they immediately made way for him when they saw Shu Tianxi coming. Shu Tianxi glanced at them and found that their faces were filled with excited smiles. As soon as I walked into Shu Daqiang's house, Shu Daqiang and a group of leaders came to greet me. God-given, huh? Aye, huh? Everyone was very excited, and Shu Daqiang couldn't help laughing as he spoke. Shu Tianxi's face darkened, and he thought to himself that there was something wrong with this village chief. He looked at Shu Xiaoqing and heard her say, We killed 2 wild boars. Both ends, are you so lucky? Shu Xiaoqing explained, We took out a small portion of the food you brought back and threw it into the trap. I guess the wild boar was really hungry, so it fell into the trap. Shu Tianxi suddenly understood and nodded. Let me see. Stop laughing. Shu Xiaoqing pushed Shu Daqiang and scolded him in a deep voice. Shu Daqiang didn't want to keep laughing, but he was really happy. A wild boar costs several hundred yuan, and 2 wild boars cost thousands of yuan. How much food can this be exchanged for? With this food, the villagers can survive for another month or so. Shu Tianxi followed them and saw the 2 wild boars placed on the wooden board. The wild boar was not big, probably less than 200 pounds, and it was already dead at this moment. Shu Xiaoqing explained, We didn't put any sharp objects in the trap to prevent accidental injury. But we can't get the pigs alive, so we have to kill them in traps. We have bled them dry and must sell them as soon as possible. Otherwise, the meat will go bad. Okay, I'll get a tricycle. Shu Tianxi nodded, then turned and left. Tianxi, hurry up. Shu Tianxi waved his hand and left Shu Daqiang's house with his second sister. Under the expectant gaze of the villagers, he rode his bicycle out of the village. Soon, the brother and sister came to the supply and marketing cooperative. Since it had been agreed upon yesterday, Director Liu was waiting at the supply and marketing cooperative early in the morning. When she saw Shu Tianxi, she immediately came forward to greet him. Tianxi Xianglian. Shu Tianxi nodded and went straight to the point. Sister Liu, I need you to take my sister to the city first. What do you mean? You're not going? Director Lu asked, puzzled. Go. Of course. Shu Tianxi answered in the affirmative, and then explained, but I have to take 2 wild boars with me. You send my second sister to the department store, and then wait for me at the entrance of the sugar factory. Chapter 169, your question is a bit redundant. What? You only got 2 wild boars. When Director Lu heard that Shu Tianxi was going to bring wild boars into the city, he was stunned. Wasn't this just agreed upon yesterday? How come there are 2 of them today? Staying up late to catch it? It has nothing to do with me. They were all caught by the villagers in our village. Shu Tianxi waved his hand and said lightly, just tell me if you want it from a sugar factory or the food factory. If not, I'll give it to the machinery factory. Yes, definitely. Director Lu nodded decisively without hesitation. The sugar factory and the food factory only want pork, and they don't care where it comes from. Whether Shu Tianxi caught it himself or the villagers caught it, the effect was the same. Seeing Director Lu agree, Shu Tianxi nodded and said, that's fine. I'd also like to ask Sister Lu to take my second sister to the department store safely. Tianxi, you are too polite. I have to go into the city anyway. Director Lu waved his hand and took out his bicycle. Then let's go into the city first. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the sugar factory. Okay. Shu Tianxi nodded, looked at Shu Xianglian, and said, second sister, you go. Take this. I'll come to see you in the department store when I have time. After saying that, he took out 5 black coins and stuffed them into Shu Xianglian's pocket. Shu Xianglian's face changed, and she quickly refused. No. How can I ask for your money? Then do you have money to buy food? Are you prepared to starve for a month? Shu Tianxi asked back. Shu Xianglian really had no money in her pocket. After all, she didn't need to spend money at home. If you live alone in the city now, you will definitely have to spend a lot of money. Shu Tianxi smiled and said, keep it. Why be so polite to your brother? Shu Xianglian nodded gratefully and said, I'll pay you back when I get my salary. Okay. Shu Tianxi did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Then I'm leaving. Sister Lu, please help me. Under Shu Tianxi's gaze, Director Lu drove Shu Xianglian into the city. Only after the 2 men disappeared from his sight did Shu Tianxi turn around with his bicycle. After finding a deserted place, he stored his bicycle into the jade pendant. Then he took out the tricycle from the machinery factory and rode slowly back to Shujia village. He's back. Tianxi is back. This is a tricycle. It's so efficient. Tianxi, tell me, how much food can those 2 wild boars be exchanged for? It's not up to me to decide how much food can be exchanged. It's up to the unit, okay? Shu Tianxi shook his head and said perfunctorily, so don't ask me and don't get in the way. You'll find out once I get the wild boar back to the unit and bring back the food. Now get out of the way, or the boar meat will go bad. Upon hearing this, all the villagers immediately made way for Shu Tianxi. Some anxious villagers even put their hands on the tricycle and pushed it. Tianxi, how did you get a tricycle back so quickly? Seeing Shu Tianxi riding a tricycle home, Shu Daqiang and Shu Shaoqing were both surprised. Shu Tianxi had already thought of an excuse, so he said, there's a purchasing station in town. I said I needed to deliver supplies to the unit, so they lent me the car. Everyone suddenly understood, and no one wanted to ask further questions. Come on, quickly carry the wild boar up. Shu Daqiang immediately called Shu Jigang and others to move the 2 wild boars onto the tricycle. Fortunately, the machinery factory canteen purchases in large quantities, and the dump box space of his tricycle is large enough. So even though it was a bit crowded, at least the wild boar was put up there. Shu Tianxi took a look, then looked at Shu Daqiang and said, Village chief, is it overweight? Weighed it. Shu Daqiang nodded and said, one weighs 142.3 kilograms, and the other weighs 126.8 kilograms. 2 sets of pig offal, weighing over 50 pounds. Shu Tianxi frowned and nodded. Okay, as long as you have an idea. After saying that, he prepared to turn the tricycle around. Several people on the side came to help, and Shu Daqiang asked, Tianxi, can you exchange it for 1,000 kilograms of food? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Shu Tianxi expectantly. Village chief, your question is a bit redundant. Shu Shaoqing couldn't bear to watch any longer and immediately said, how much food should be exchanged for? Can Tianxi decide? The machinery factory is a formal state-owned unit, so there must be a list for purchasing these things. Even if we can't produce that much food, it could be converted into money. Uncle Qing is right. Shu Qianxi gave a thumbs up, nodded and said, "Village chief, you'd better not ask anymore. You ask one question after another. It seems as if I would withhold food from the village. If you are really worried, then let Brother Gang go to the city with me." "I won't go. I trust God." Shu Jigang immediately shook his head and expressed his opinion. "Qianxi, don't think too much." Shu Daqiang's face also changed, and he hurriedly explained. "Uncle was just a little anxious, but he never thought about it this way. Uncle apologizes to you, okay? That's not the case." Shu Qianxi shook his head and explained, "It's just the village chief, uncle. What we are doing is against the rules, and I'm taking a huge risk to help the village. You keep asking me to make promises. It's hard for me to do so." Yes, it's the village chief's fault." Shu Daqiang nodded repeatedly and admitted his mistake with a serious attitude. Shu Shaoqing, who was standing by, said helpfully, "Okay, Qianxi, everyone knows your difficulties and that you took great risks to help the villagers." The village chief was also devoted to the villagers, so in a moment of urgency, "Just calm down first, and then let him give you an explanation later. This wild boar meat cannot be exposed to the air for too long, so send it to the city immediately. Just confess and don't ask me to make any promises in the future." Shu Qianxi shook his head and rode his tricycle out of Shu Daqiang's house. The villagers were very proactive. A group of them pushed tricycles and ran. Then, under the expecting gazes of a group of villagers, Shu Qianxi slowly pedaled his tricycle towards the city. After riding out of the town market, Shu Qianxi glanced around. Seeing that there was no one around, he waved his hand and put the 2 wild boars into the space. Then I pedaled the empty tricycle slowly into the city. When they entered the city and were not far from the sugar factory, he got the wild boar out again. When I stumbled upon the sugar factory, I saw Director Liu and a middle-aged man watching at the factory gate. When Director Liu saw Shu Qianxi, his eyes suddenly lit up. She patted the man's arm with the back of her hand and pointed towards Shu Qianxi. The man's face lit up with joy as he followed Director Liu towards Shu Qianxi. "Qianxi, are you here?" Director Liu called out, then looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Section Chief's son, this is the brother I was talking about. Comrade Shu Qianxi, the purchasing agent of the machinery factory. Qianxi, this is Section Chief's son from the sugar factory. He will be responsible for the work targets you requested." "Hello, Section Chief's son." "Hello, Comrade Xiao Shu. You are young and promising. Young and promising." Chapter 170. What the hell is this registration? Shu Qianxi and Section Chief's son exchanged pleasantries outside the sugar factory for a while, and Section Chief's son then invited him into the office for a detailed discussion. Shu Qianxi did not refuse and was about to catch up with the other party on his tricycle. Unexpectedly, when entering the door, I was stopped by the security department. "Comrade, come over here and register first." Shu Qianxi was stunned and pointed at Section Chief's son and said, "I came with your Section Chief." Section Chief's son also turned around and pointed at the guard and said, "That's for me. Let him in." The guard said bluntly, "Section Chief's son, even if we're looking for you, we have to register first." Okay, I'll register." Shu Qianxi nodded and didn't make things difficult for them. The security department only has a sense of responsibility in this era. It is said that the doormen even carry guns with them. I can't say I want to make friends with this kind of person, but at least I can't offend him. "I'm sorry, Brother Xiaoshu." Seeing that Shu Qianxi also agreed to register, Section Chief's son could only say sorry. Shu Qianxi waved his hand nonchalantly and said with a smile, "It's a small matter." The guard pointed at the tricycle and asked, "Young comrade, what's on your tricycle?" "Wild boar. It's sent to your sugar factory," Shu Qianxi said truthfully. The guard was stunned for a moment, then quickly turned around and pushed the door open. "Okay, go in now." Shu Qianxi was stunned and asked doubtfully, "I haven't registered yet. What kind of registration is this? Just go in quickly." Seeing the guard's anxious face, with the corners of his mouth seemingly drooling, Section Chief's son was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He waved to Shu Qianxi and said, "Okay, come in then." "Thanks." Shu Qianxi thanked the guard. Then he and Director Liu followed Section Chief's son. "Sister Liu, my second sister went to the department store, right?" "Don't worry. I sent her in personally." Director Liu nodded and confirmed. After hearing this, Shu Qianxi breathed a sigh of relief. Section Chief's son walked in front and took Shu Qianxi and the other 2 to purchase wild boars. On the way, Section Chief's son called out, "Comrade Xiao Shu, I heard Director Liu say that before. You're a buyer for a machinery factory. You're trying to find a job for a relative of yours, right? Right. Shu Tianxi nodded and said truthfully, I have several aunts who married into the city, but because they have rural household registration, they don't live very well. I just want to help them find a job so that the whole family can have enough food. Okay. Section Chief's son showed an appreciative expression on his face, nodded and smiled. Your aunts are so lucky to have such a good nephew like you. Nowadays, if there is any benefit, who wouldn't put the man in the family first? Who would still think about married relatives like aunts and sisters? Not to mention work indicators which can transcend class boundaries. Who could be willing to give them up? But Shu Tianxi was able to find jobs for them, which shows that this guy has good character. Chief's son, you're joking. It's mainly because my aunts are nice to me. Shu Tianxi laughed and explained. Section Chief's son didn't ask further questions. He took out a pack of cigarettes, took out a cigarette and handed it to him. Want to smoke? Hit me. It's all the same, take it. Under Section Chief's son's repeated insistence, Shu Tianxi was no longer polite. Anyway, the cigarettes the other person smokes are not bad, so there's no need to offend him. It's just that the other party has handed me a cigarette, so I can't let him take the initiative to light it. So he took the cigarette and took out a match and lit it for the other person first. Section Chief's son nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, Tianxi, do you mind me calling you that? No, of course I don't mind. Okay, then don't call me Section Chief Sunday. It seems strange. Okay, brother's son. Shu Tianxi shouted hurriedly after extinguishing the match. Section Chief's son smiled and said as he walked, Tianxi, are you interested in working at the sugar factory? I heard from Director Liu that you were a level 6 clerk in the machinery factory. If you come to our sugar factory, I promise to raise you to level 5. Section Chief's son didn't look at Shu Tianxi's reaction and just continued to paint his own picture. You have to know that this is the salary that college graduates receive when they start working. If you can exceed your targets in the future, I will ask the factory director to promote you. Good job. I haven't even opened my mouth yet, so why are you talking about promotion to cadre? But it's normal to think about it. After all, these days, being able to get supplies is king. The unit doesn't care how you got them. As long as you have the supplies, you are their good comrade. It's just that Shu Tianxi has Director Jiang to take care of him in the machinery factory, and Li Xingbong is his little fan. I'm living well there, so there's really no need to change jobs. So he shook his head and refused. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Sunday. I am doing well in the machinery factory. Hearing this, Section Chief's son could only express regret. Director Liu, who was standing by, saw this and quickly said, Section Chief's son, are you confused? Tianxi is so capable. Shouldn't the machinery factory have a tight grip on him? Anyway, as long as you give the work targets, his 2 ants will come to work, right? If you treat the ant better, Tianxi will not lose money in the sugar factory, right? As they were talking, the 3 of them arrived at the purchasing department. Old Zhao, come out quickly. A tall and strong middle-aged man ran out, and it was obvious that he had eaten a lot. Section Chief's son, what's going on? Let me introduce you to someone, Comrade Shu Tianxi. He is incredible. He brought 2 wild boars to our factory. Section Chief Zhao glared and immediately stepped forward to open the sack on the tricycle. Wow, it's really a wild boar? Section Chief Zhao's face lit up with joy, and he quickly turned around and grabbed Shu Tianxi's hand. Comrade, you really helped our factory a lot. Chief Zhao, you're too kind. It's just a matter of mutual benefit. Shu Tianxi said modestly. I don't know whether it's profitable for you or not. I just know that if the canteen runs out of money, the workers will quit. Section Chief Zhao shook his hands excitedly, then turned around and held Section Chief's son's hand. Old son, you have done a great service for the factory. Let's stop talking about these useless things and quickly let Comrade Xiao Shu deal with them. Okay, I'll have someone handle it now. Afterwards, Section Chief Zhao asked the purchasing staff to handle it, which was quite quick. After all, the wild boars were handled by the villagers, and even the work of soaking them in water and removing the hair was done. Section Chief's son, what's the purchase price for this wild boar? Just follow the machinery factory's calculations. We can't let Comrade Xiao Shu suffer any loss. Shu Tianxi had never sold a pig by net weight, but he had heard about it from Jiang Li and Zhao Kong. The price that the machinery factory purchases net weight pork is 3.5 per pound. Section Chief Zhao doesn't care how much pork costs per pound, as he doesn't have to pay for it anyway. In order to prevent Shu Tianxi from getting tired, Section Chief Zhao invited Shu Tianxi to sit in his office. Section Chief's son was unwilling to go, so he said, Tianzi, come to me when you're done. I'll go get you a note first. Good. Chapter 171. Exchange of Notes. Tianzi, sit inuit. After entering Section Chief Zhao's office, the other party pointed casually and turned to get the thermos. Shu Tianzi glanced around and thought to himself that this office was really poor. There's a desk, 2 stools, a clothes hanger, and not even a chair. It was incomparable to the luxury of later generations, and Shu Tianzi could only put a stool under his butt. Section Chief Zhao brought over an enamel cup, handed it forward, and said, Tianzi, have some tea. Thank you. Shu Tianzi took the enamel cup and frowned at the dark edge. He casually picked up the teacup in his hand and looked at Section Chief Zhao. Section Chief Zhao, I want to discuss something with you. Why call me Section Chief Zhao? It seems distant. If you don't mind, just call me brother. Section Chief Zhao sat in his seat and took out another box of cigarettes and handed it to Shu Tianzi. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Shu Tianzi quickly put down the enamel cup and took the cigarette. Tell me, what are you discussing? Shu Tianzi lit a cigarette and said directly, I want to exchange some of the money from selling pork for living bills. Ever since he bought cloth for the family and daily necessities for his second sister, he has had no receipts in his pocket. It is really inconvenient to buy it on the black market, so it would be best if you can exchange it with your workplace. Section Chief Zhao was stunned for a moment before he chuckled and said, No problem. If you want some industrial ticket, sewing ticket or something, I may not be able to help you. If it's just some daily bills, I can still come up with some. After saying that, he opened a drawer and grabbed a handful of bills from it like grabbing candy. Come, take a look at what tickets you need. Seeing this, Shu Tianzi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurried forward to choose. If you want a whole family to have enough clothes to change into, cloth coupons and cotton coupons are definitely indispensable. I took more than 20 feet and picked out all the Class A and Class B cigarettes, alcohol, and money. As he was flipping through the pages, he suddenly saw 2 interesting things. Coal tickets. 2 tons of coal tickets. With this thing, my family doesn't have to go up the mountain to bundle firewood every day. Shu Tianzi was quick to take the 2 tons of coal tickets. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing that he had taken a coal ticket, Section Chief Zhao coughed a few times. Heaven's gift, that's almost it. Brother, I still have to make a living. Please leave some for me. Hearing this, Shu Tianzi could only smile awkwardly and handed over the selected bills. Brother Zhao, these are all I need. Have you picked it out? Section Chief Zhao sorted out the bills, a trace of pain on his face. Look at what you said. Isn't it you who has the final say on whether the choice is good or not? She looks so painful. She must be pretending. Shu Tianzi smiled and nodded. I've picked it. Section Chief Zhao hummed, and as he sorted them out, he said, It's really not easy for ordinary people to get these bills. Tianzi, if you need anything, just come and ask me for it in the future. For free. Shu Tianzi asked back. What are you thinking? Section Chief Zhao said in a louder voice, glaring at him. Exchange it for supplies. Old fox, you're setting your sights on this. Although Shu Tianzi did not lose out, he would not agree to the other party so easily. After all, as long as you have supplies, which unit can't you exchange for some daily necessities? So he chuckled, shook his head, and said, Brother Zhao, you're putting me in a difficult position. I'm a purchasing agent for the machinery factory, and these 2 wild boars were sent here without telling them. If I didn't want to set a work quota for my ants, hee. Having said that, Shu Tianzi shut his mouth. The meaning is very clear. If it weren't for the 2 work indicators, the wild boar would never be sent to your sugar factory. There are many bill machine factories, so there's no need to come to yours to exchange them, right? Section Chief Zhao also understood what he meant and thought to himself, what a little fox. He first took a deep breath, then chuckled and said, Tianzi, how about this? Let's not talk about anything else. Can you share your experience with me? What's going on? Are you organizing people to go hunting in the mountains? The villagers in the surrounding area rely on that mountain for their livelihood. How can we allow outsiders to interfere? Shu Tianzi is not that stupid, and he won't blindly impart any experience to others. So he shook his head and said with a smile, Brother Zhao, don't joke. In fact, the people in my village have no way to make a living and can only rely on the mountains to make a living. The 2 wild boars brought to the factory were actually hunted by people from our village. Section Chief Zhao was stunned and asked in confusion, No way out, what do you mean? City people are city people, so they don't care about rural affairs at all, right? Shu Tianxi shook his head and told the story of the commune transporting the collective grain away. Section Chief Zhao was shocked after hearing this and asked in disbelief, "Is it that serious?" "That's right." Shu Tianxi nodded and said helplessly. Section Chief, the wild boar has been dealt with. The 2 wild boars weighed a total of 269 kilograms, and the 2 pig offal weighed 52 kilograms. Okay, I understand. Section Chief Zhao nodded and said to Shu Tianxi, "Tianxi, would you like to stay for lunch?" "If nothing else, the cooking skills of our cafeteria chef are beyond reproach." "No, I still have to go to the food factory." Shu Tianxi shook his head and refused. "Food factory?" Section Chief Zhao was stunned and guessed. "Tianxi, you don't have any wild boars left, do you?" "Of course, our village organizes people to go up the mountain every day." Shu Tianxi did not deny and nodded. "Why would you send a wild boar to a food factory? How could our sugar factory treat you unfairly?" Section Chief Zhao was anxious and quickly grabbed Shu Tianxi's arm. "If you have any requests, just ask. I don't have anything else to offer. Just send the wild boar to the sugar factory. Look at what the scarcity of materials has done to the children." Shu Tianxi shook his head and smiled bitterly, explaining, "Brother Zhao, it's not that I don't want to give you face. I just asked Director Liu to contact the food factory and send 2 wild boars over. As for the food factory, they also gave 2 work quotas to my aunt and elder brother." Section Chief Zhao was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Boy, are you planning to get your whole family here?" Shu Tianxi laughed and said nothing. "Tianxi, do you think this will work?" Section Chief Zhao hesitated for a moment and came up with an idea. Under Shu Tianxi's puzzled gaze, he slowly said, "I will give you 2 more office quotas. 4 work targets, 2 offices, 2 factories. Wow, this is a huge investment. These days, if you have supplies, you really have the say." Shu Tianxi was secretly happy, but said with embarrassment, "Brother Zhao, this is not good, right? We'll have a negative impact if our family arranges for 4 people to work in the factory. That's no big deal. I have several relatives working in the factory." Section Chief Zhao told his secret without any hesitation. Shu Tianxi thought about it and said, "Brother Zhao, I can promise you this. Chapter 172, 1 more certificate for food exchange. Real." When Section Chief Zhao heard Shu Tianxi agreed to his promise, he was immediately excited. "Brother Zhao, don't be anxious." Shu Tianxi raised his hand and interrupted Section Chief Zhao's next words. "I can deliver the wild boar to the sugar factory, but I have a request. You say as long as it's not too excessive." Section Chief Zhao nodded. "I don't need the other 2 work targets. 2 office positions are enough. Shu Tianxi only needs 4 work indicators, and he's afraid of gossip if there are more." It was enough for him to get 2 office positions at the sugar factory. If possible, he also wanted to get 2 office positions at the food factory. This way, my 3 aunts and my eldest brother won't have to work too hard. It's just a matter of sending a few more wild boars, and there's money to be made. For Shu Tianxi, it's just a piece of cake. Section Chief Zhao knew that Shu Tianxi had more to say, so he didn't interrupt him. Shu Tianxi paused and continued, "Besides that, I want Brother Zhao to help me get a certificate." "What proof?" Section Chief Zhao asked curiously. "The sugar factory and our village collective exchanged grain for game." "What?" Section Chief Zhao was startled and quickly shook his head, saying, "No, absolutely not. If you want to exchange sugar or something, our sugar factory can exchange it with you. But food needs food stamps to buy, and our factory can't give you any extra to exchange with you." "Brother," Zhao misunderstood. "I don't want the food from your factory." Shu Tianxi waved his hand and explained, "Our village relies on the mountains for food, so we don't lack wild animals or other supplies. What we need more is life-saving food. After all, our food has been taken away by the commune. As the only city dweller in the village, this glorious task fell on me. I actually planned to use the money from selling the wild boar today to buy food on the black market." Upon hearing this, Section Chief Zhao suddenly understood. He looked at Shu Tianxi with great admiration and said, "He is responsible and capable. He is a really good young man. But even if I admire you, I can't exchange food for you." This, Shu Tianxi's face darkened, and he waved his hand and said, "Brother Zhao, you misunderstood. I repeat, I don't want the grain from your sugar factory. You also know that although the black market exists, it is always illegal. But I can't just ignore the lies of the villagers, so I still have to go to the black market. In order to protect myself, I can only ask you, Brother Zhao, for a certificate. The purpose of this certificate is just to prove the legitimacy of my giving food to the villagers. After listening to Shu Tianxi's explanation, Section Chief Zhao finally understood. He glanced at the other person and confirmed, "Really don't want food? No, just cover for me." Shu Tianxi shook his head. "Okay, I'll get you the certificate." Section Chief Zhao clapped his hands and made the decision. Shu Tianxi's face lit up with joy, and he was about to thank. Unexpectedly, Section Chief Zhao changed the subject and said, "I'll give you this proof about the wild boar. The wild boars must be delivered to the sugar factory within 10 days. If it is delivered too quickly, it may have a negative impact. My aunts need your help in getting into the office, Brother Zhao." Shu Tianxi also made the decision, then took out a document cigarette and gave it to Section Chief Zhao. "Don't worry, Brother Zhao, will take care of this matter." Section Chief Zhao patted his chest and took out a pen and paper. "I'll write you a note first. 3.5 per pound of clean pork and 50 cents per pound of pork offal." Hey, I heard it right. The cost of a pound of pork offal is almost as much as a pound of pork. In fact, pig offal has always been a delicacy on the table, but many people don't know how to cook it. Secondly, people in rural areas don't have that much ingredients and are reluctant to use more, so the food they make doesn't taste good. But it's different in state-owned units. The food in the canteen is almost free. The canteen chef is at the first or second level. He may even be a descendant of the royal chef. So with the pig offal in their hands, they can create a delicious meal in various ways. Shu Tianxi was a little surprised, but also felt it was reasonable. The 2 wild boars were sold for a total of 967.5 yuan, and Section Chief Zhao quoted 970 yuan. Although Shu Tianxi took a bill worth dozens of dollars, he still had to pay for it separately. The unit's bills must be submitted to the village collective, but the money from the bills cannot be included in the bills. Otherwise, there will be objections in the village. Section Chief Zhao handed the completed bill to Shu Tianxi and said, "Take this to the finance department and you can get the money." "Okay, thank you, Brother Zhao." Shu Tianxi took the list and continued to stare at Section Chief Zhao. Section Chief Zhao understood what he meant and took out a piece of paper and wrote down the proof of exchange on it. "Remember, you can't bring this to our factory to exchange for food." "Brother Zhao, don't worry." Shu Tianxi quickly took the certificate and put it into the jade pendant space through his pocket. "Brother Zhao, I'll leave first then? You're not staying for dinner?" "No, I have to go see Section Chief Sunday. I also have to go to the food factory." After leaving the purchasing department, Shu Tianxi turned around and went to the finance department to get the money. The big black coins are bundled together and look very pleasing to the eye. After throwing the money into the jade pendant, Shu Tianxi turned around and went to the personnel department. "Tianxi is here. Did you get the money?" "I got it. Thank you, Brother Sun." Shu Tianxi nodded and greeted Section Chief Sun and Director Liu. Section Chief Sun picked up 2 vouchers from the table and said, "I have also issued you the vouchers for the work indicators. Also, I want to ask you, how are your aunt's academic records?" Shu Tianxi was stunned and guessed what Section Chief Sun was thinking. He smiled and said, "I'm not very educated. I took a literacy class for a while, and now I know a few words." Section Chief Sun suddenly realized something and pointed at Director Liu. "I just had a chat with Director Liu. He said you need 2 more performance indicators." Shu Tianxi glanced at Director Liu and nodded. "Yes, I still have to go to the food factory with Director Liu later. If it were you, I'd say don't go. Just bring the wild boar to our sugar factory. I have given you 2 other work indicators. Also, I will help you get your aunts to work in the office." This guy really thought exactly the same as Section Chief Zhao. Shu Tianxi had no intention of working for both companies at the same company. That would be too dangerous. So he laughed and told Chief Zhao what he had promised. This old Zhao, he's really quick to act. Section Chief Sun slammed the table and cursed inwardly, then smiled at Shu Tianxi. "In that case, I won't say any more. Don't worry, as long as the procedures are completed, you will receive the necessary care." "Thank you, Brother Sunday. I'll be leaving first then." Section Chief Sun, Tianxi and I are leaving first. Shu Tianxi and Director Liu said hello to Section Chief Sun and walked out of the office together. "Thank you, Sister Liu. I'd also like to trouble you to take me to the food factory." Chapter 173, Fishing in Hongxiao Town. "Tianxi, you're being a bit mean to me when you say that." Director Liu shook his head and said with a hint of displeasure, Lily told me. You know, I distributed the meat to the employees. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you wouldn't agree, but I couldn't bear to see them get into trouble due to lack of nutrition. In this matter, I am indeed sorry for you. So no matter what I do for you, you don't need to thank me, because I owe you that. Looking at the other party's sincere attitude, Shu Tianxi shook his head while riding on the tricycle. Sister Lu, the incident has already happened, so I won't pursue it any further. But they are your people, and I hope you can tell them to keep their mouths shut. You can rest assured about this. If they leak this matter, they will not only disappoint you and me, but also cost themselves their lives. So, I can guarantee they won't do that. Even if something happens, Don't say that. I don't want anything to happen. Shu Tianxi interrupted Director Lu and shook his head. After hearing this, Director Lu also understood Shu Tianxi's attitude. She breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Don't worry. Let's go to the food factory first. In 2 days, I'll team up with them to treat you to a meal at the supply and marketing cooperative. Afterwards, Shu Tianxi followed Director Lu to the food factory. He briefly met the head of the personnel department and the head of the purchasing department, and promised to send 2 wild boars over tomorrow. After smoking another cigarette, Shu Tianxi and Director Lu walked out of the food factory again. Tianxi, Director Lu glanced at Shu Tianxi and said worriedly, Isn't it too hasty to get 2 wild boars tomorrow? It's okay, I know my limits. Shu Tianxi shook his head nonchalantly and explained, I'm going to take care of this matter now, so I won't treat you to dinner. That being said, I should be the one inviting you. Director Lu shook his head and said with a smile, Okay, go ahead and get busy. Be careful, safety first, okay? Shu Tianxi waved his hand, without looking back, and changed the tricycle into a bicycle in a deserted place. Then I rode my bike straight to Hongxiao Town. As early as when he first joined the machinery factory, he planned to go to Hongxiao Town. I was delayed for so many days just because of visiting my 2 aunts who live in the city, finding a job for my second sister, and other troublesome things. Now, my second sister has started working in the department store, and she has also received work quotas at 2 sugar factories. Now that I have time, I should go to Hongxiao Town to visit my sister-in-law. Also, I should try my luck and get some river fish to raise. Hongxiao Town is 20 kilometers away from the county seat, and there are no continuous mountains. However, there are 2 relatively large water resources, Yinshan and Yueliang Bay, which are connected to the largest freshwater lake in the province. There are not countless aquatic products, but there are not too few either. As for the reason why the monkey said that no aquatic products could be harvested, it is unknown. I just happened to take advantage of this opportunity to visit my aunt and learn more about. But to be honest, Shu Tianxi has never been to his aunt's house. He only knows that his uncle is called Gao Zhongyuan. After all, the Shu family is dozens of kilometers away from the county town, and the county town is another 20 kilometers away from Hongxiao. If there's nothing important, they really won't go back and forth. When Shu Tianxi arrived at Hongxiao Town on his bicycle, he happened to stop on a bridge. There's a turbulent flow of water under the bridge, which is 2 extremes compared to the Shu family side. After all, the river water on the Shu family side has been drained. No wonder Li Hao said that Hongxiao Town had the best harvest this year. With such abundant water resources, it is difficult to collect less. The bridge deck was less than 20 meters away from the water flow. Shu Tianxi closed his eyes and sensed it. There's a fish. Shu Tianxi's eyes lit up and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Although he did not sense the abundance of aquatic products, he still noticed the presence of grass carp and crucian carp. He didn't want much. Just 8 or 10 fish would be enough. The flow rate in the jade pendant space is enough for them to multiply rapidly in a short period of time. Shu Tianxi looked upstream and downstream of the river and found that someone was casting a net upstream. The downstream is also amazing. Many people are fishing there. Isn't it said that this is all collective? Is there anyone who dares to cast a net and fish openly? After hesitating for a moment, Shu Tianxi turned around and found a deserted place and put the bicycle into the space. Then I found a good spot and walked down. Someone is casting a net upstream, but that is definitely not something that a single person would dare to do. So Shu Tianxi didn't join in the fun. What if he offended the team or the village? There were many discarded sticks on the road downstream, and he picked up one. What a coincidence! There's a rope and a bent iron nail on it. It's obvious that some naughty kid threw it away in frustration after fishing. This is also good. It is a bargain for Shu Tianxi. Shu Tianxi smoothed the rope and quietly took out a bucket containing half a pound of corn flour and 2 eggs. Downstream, 100 meters from the bridge, the lake was quite still, so there were 7 or 8 people standing or squatting around fishing. After Shu Tianxi came over, they just looked back and continued to stare at the lake. Shu Tianxi closed his eyes and felt around, then came to a fairly spacious area. There were 2 men standing on the left and right sides, one middle-aged and the other young. Seeing them looking over, Shu Tianxi smiled politely and asked, "Can I fish here?" "Whatever." They shrugged and continued to stare at the lake. Shu Tianxi did not hesitate, put the sack on the ground, and took out a bowl from it. Then he grabbed a handful of cornmeal and put it in the bowl. The middle-aged man on the left frowned immediately when he saw this. He asked in a deep voice, "Little comrade, what are you doing?" "Mix the bait," Shu Tianxi said lightly without raising his head. "Mixing bait? That's a new term." The middle-aged man was full of questions, and then he saw Shu Tianxi take out a pheasant egg. Seeing that the other party was still going to break the eggs, the middle-aged man guessed his intention and immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Stop it now! Snap!" The eggshell was broken, and the yolk and egg white fell into the bowl. The middle-aged man's face was suddenly filled with heartache, and he covered his face and shouted, "It's over! It's over now!" Hearing the man yelling like that, the fishermen around him all looked unhappy. Shu Tianxi also looked up with a strange expression, then reached into the bowl and started to grab and knead it. "What a sin! What a sin!" The middle-aged man was furious, pointing at Shu Tianxi with a red face. You! Whose child are you? How can you waste food like this?" "Food? Is that food in his bowl?" Hearing the man shout, everyone looked at Shu Tianxi's hand curiously. "Cornmeal! That's cornmeal! Eggs! Are these pheasant eggs? Oh my God! He actually mixed eggs and cornmeal together." Hearing the shouts of the crowd, Shu Tianxi's face looked a little ugly. He looked up at the middle-aged man and said sarcastically, "Are you sick?" Chapter 174, I really caught a fish. I've already said I'm mixing the bait. What does that have to do with whether or not the waves are wasted? Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes and continued kneading the corn flour and eggs until they were firm. Seeing that the bait was still a little wet, he grabbed half a handful of cornmeal and threw it in. Everyone's eyelids twitched wildly when they saw this scene, and the middle-aged man was trembling all over. He pointed at Shu Tianxi with his right hand and said angrily, "What kind of bait is this? You want to use grain to make it? It's the bait that fish like to eat." "Nonsense! Fish can eat earthworms. Why do you need grain?" The middle-aged man beat his chest and stamped his feet, trying to teach him a lesson. "People have nothing to eat now, and you're actually going to waste it on the fish? Do you know that this bowl of cornmeal and eggs is enough to save a person's life? Don't make a big deal out of it. I didn't use your food. Saving other people's lives is what doctors do. What does it have to do with me?" Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes and quickly mixed the cornmeal bait. How could he not know that fishing can actually be done with earthworms? But since I came here to fish suddenly, how could I have time to dig for earthworms? Besides, there are not so many earthworms to make nests. Seeing that Shu Tianxi still refused to listen and acted like, "What do you care about?" the middle-aged man became angry and his face turned red. "Little comrade, which village are you from?" "What? Are you going to report me?" Shu Tianxi looked up and asked back, "If I don't report you, why should I report you?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I will ask your village chief and your parents to educate you properly. How on earth did they educate you that they would allow you to take out the food and waste it? Are you crazy?" Shu Tianxi was speechless and too lazy to argue with him. Fishing with your own grain is indeed a bit conspicuous in this day and age. But you don't use other people's products. Why do you care so much about other people's business? Instead of arguing with such nosy people, you might as well buy time and catch more fish. Why don't you say anything? Answer me. Are you still going to fish? If you are, can you please shut up? Shu Tianxi looked at the middle-aged man and said impatiently. Then he pointed at the people around him and put the blame on them. "Look, you're yelling so loudly that you scared away all the fish." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes on the middle-aged man changed completely. Their vicious, murderous gazes made the middle-aged man tremble in his heart. "Okay, I like to see it." He nodded unhappily and pointed at Shu Tianxi and said, "Can this so-called bait of yours actually catch any fish? If not, I must report your waste to the commune today." "That's too much." Shu Tianxi's face looked unhappy, and he decided to slap the other party in the face with facts first. He kneaded the bait into granules, picked up some, and scattered them on the lake. Stop! The middle-aged man was so shocked when he saw this scene that his pupils almost popped out. He wanted to stop Shu Tianzi, but it was too late. As soon as he opened his mouth, Shu Tianzi had already spread the bait for the nest. Just when the middle-aged man wanted to curse, the fishermen around him couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, old man, can you be more quiet? That's right. The yelling scared all my fish away. If people are willing to use food, let them use it. Maybe they have plenty of food at home. I didn't use yours, so why do you care so much? That's right. I think they are in cahoots with each other. They're deliberately trying to prevent us from catching any fish. Hearing the fisherman's complaints, the middle-aged man was angry and anxious. After Shu Tianzi spread another handful of bait, he stared at the middle-aged man and said, "Be quiet. I have a good temper, but their tempers are unpredictable. I'll throw you into the river, and you'll freeze to death in this cold weather." Okay, I won't tell you anymore. My fish are coming. Shu Tianzi waved his hand to stop the middle-aged man from speaking. He sensed that the fish had been attracted by his bait, so he quickly put the bait on the hook and threw it into the lake. The middle-aged man looked towards the lake, but saw nothing. He glared at Shu Tianzi and said, "You're playing tricks. How dare you waste food like this? I will teach you a lesson today." Hooked. Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, Shu Tianzi suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. Shu Tianzi said softly, then raised his stick. A huge grass carp was pulled out of the water and was struggling at the end of the rope. "Hiss! Did you really catch it?" Suddenly, there were several sounds of people gasping for air all around, as if they were all shocked by this scene. They gathered around and looked at the grass carp in shock. "This fish is so fat. It must weigh 2 or 3 pounds, right?" "What do you mean 2 or 3 pounds? It must be at least 3 pounds. This grass carp has a round head and a fat body. It must weigh at least 3 pounds. They caught such a big fish right after arriving. They don't get this kind of treatment, even if they fish for a whole day." The middle-aged man's pupils shrank, and he pointed tremblingly at Shu Tianzi, who was hooking the grass carp. "Impossible. How is this possible? Luck. This is definitely the luck that only comes with first-time fishing. Next time, you won't catch a single fish." Shu Tianzi didn't take the middle-aged man's roar seriously. He put the grass carp in the bucket and then put the stick bait on the hook again. "Go!" With a swing of his long rod, the fish hook instantly fell into the water and sank rapidly. The middle-aged man stared at the rope, not believing that he could catch another one. However, things went against his wishes, and the ending was not what he expected. Less than half a minute later, Shu Tianzi suddenly said again, "Hooked." Everyone's attention was drawn to him, and they saw him quickly raise the pole. A fat fish was pulled out of the water. It was a male fish weighing 5 or 6 kilograms. "What? You took the bait again? It's a male fish. What a big male fish." A group of anglers gathered around and commented on the male fish. Shu Tianzi had a calm expression. He took the hook off and threw the fish into the bucket. The middle-aged man next to him began to doubt his life. He frowned and didn't know what to say. He fished here for most of the day, but only caught 1 Qilin carp. But this guy caught 2 big fish in a short time. The middle-aged man didn't intend to blame him, but squatted down and looked at Shu Tianzi. "Comrade, is your bait really that useful?" Shu Tianzi glanced at him sideways, snorted and said nothing. "Bait is definitely useful. If you don't make a nest, the fish won't be attracted. But just making a nest is not enough. You also need to have something to hang on to." The middle-aged man thought Shu Tianzi was angry with him, so he hesitated for a moment and then decided to lower his posture. Chapter 175. Are you here to inquire about my skills? Little comrade, just tell me, is your bait of cornmeal and eggs really that effective? Looking at the middle-aged man's serious expression, Shu Tianzi snorted and laughed. No comment. After saying that, he threw the fishing hook into the water. Although the middle-aged man intended to be humble, this was the first time he was given the cold shoulder by a young person. His temper flared up again, and he snorted coldly, "I just don't believe that this cornmeal is better than earthworms." After saying this, he suddenly moved away from Shu Tianzi. He wanted to compete with the other party to see which was better for fishing, earthworms, or cornmeal. As long as you catch more fish, you can blame others with a clear conscience. Then he will have the confidence to accuse the other party and give him a good slap in the face. Looking at the much emptier Dai Tai, Shu Tianzi immediately laughed. Others don't realize at all that he can catch fish not because of his good fishing skills, But it's because he has a cheat. He used his mental power to cover half of the lake in front of him. Any fish outside the area that swam over would be controlled. Shu Qianxi's mental power can control objects of a certain weight, and as long as he can control them, they will be stored in space. So as early as the beginning, Shu Qianxi had already collected the fish in an area of the lake into the space. Grass carp, Crucian carp, mullet, silver carp, mandarin fish, there are hundreds of them in total. The 2 fish just caught were just a means for Shu Qianxi to deceive others. There aren't many fish in this area anymore. It'll probably take some time before some of the fish that have escaped the net from upstream swim down, or fish from other areas may swim over, but that is impossible in a short time. So Shu Qianxi used his mental power to control the fishhook again and slammed it into the mouth of a sea bass. The bass struggled in pain, and the hook and the rope began to shake. "It's hooked!" Shu Qianxi shouted in pretended surprise, then picked up the fishing rod. Seeing another bass weighing about 1 kilogram being pulled up, the eyes of the surrounding anglers began to turn red with jealousy. The middle-aged man, not far away, changed his expression and looked at his fishing hook. Looking at the calm float, he sighed helplessly. "Enough food, let's go." Shu Qianxi put the bass into the bucket, then put away his fishing rod and stood up. There were already hundreds of fish in the space, and he had no intention of catching all the fish in the lake. Hundreds of fish will quickly reproduce in the space, and by then we won't be able to eat them all. But this lake in front of us is the support of the villagers in Hongxiao Town, and they have to rely on these aquatic products to survive. It's fine if you don't benefit society, but you can't bring harm to society. Shu Qianxi picked up the fish bucket with satisfaction, turned around, and walked upstream. Seeing this, the young man beside him quickly picked up the fishhook. Then he stood where Shu Qianxi had just been and threw the fishhook down. Shu Qianxi didn't look back and climbed onto the road with the bucket in his hand. Just as he was about to find a deserted place to take out his bicycle, he heard shouting from behind. "Comrade! Young man!" Shu Qianxi quickly gave up the idea and turned around to look at the person who came. The person who came was the middle-aged man just now, wearing a Zhongshan suit. "Uncle, you called me?" The middle-aged man nodded and said with an awkward smile, "Young man, I have a question for you." "Sorry, no comment." Shu Qianxi decisively refused and turned away with the bucket. The man's expression changed, and he chased after him again. "Young man, wait a minute. I know my attitude just now was very unfriendly to you, and I apologize to you. But this doubt of mine is very important to me, and I sincerely hope you can answer me." After saying that, he even bowed to Shu Qianxi. Shu Qianxi didn't want to fall for this, so he quickly waved his hands and shouted, all right. Ask quickly, my time is limited." The middle-aged man's face lit up with joy, and he couldn't wait to ask, "Your corn noodles? Can you really catch fish by mixing it with eggs?" "Good guy. Are you here to inquire about my skills?" Shu Qianxi glared and complained. "Don't you know that learning technology requires paying respects to a teacher?" The middle-aged man hesitated. He knew he was being abrupt. No matter what technology it is, it will never be easily taught to outsiders. But you can't let a man in his 40s worship a teenager as his master, right? "Uncle, your thinking is too backward." Shu Qianxi shook his head and said in a pretentious manner, "Then no matter what walk of life, it can be said that the master is the one who is most accomplished. Even if a college student joins the company, he or she has to call the technician master. The literacy class is filled with people in their 60s and 70s, so shouldn't they also call the young people in their 20s on the stage teacher?" Speaking of this, Shu Qianxi shook his head and sighed. "Uncle, your realm is still too low. Go back and think about it carefully. Maybe you will figure it out." After saying that, he didn't stay, leaving the middle-aged man with a puzzled look. This guy was wearing a Zhongshan suit, and his every word and action was in an educating tone. Shu Qianxi was sure that this guy must be a leader in a certain unit. If we can make good friends with him, we might get unexpected rewards in the future. Of course, Shu Qianxi doesn't need to lick others with his current abilities, so he must first get into the right posture. Shu Qianxi stopped an old man and asked politely, "Uncle, can I ask you something?" "You say." The old man nodded, very approachable. "I'd like to ask you, where is Gaojia village?" "Gaojia village." The old man pondered for a moment and asked, "Aren't you from Hongxiao Town?" "No." Shu Qianxi shook his head and explained, "My aunt married here more than 10 years ago. I was still young at that time. I came to see her this time, but I don't know the way." The old man suddenly understood, then raised his hand and pointed to the intersection ahead. That's the intersection to Gaojia village. You go in from there. I won't lead you there. Just walk a little and ask someone. Okay, thank you, sir. Shu Tianxi thanked him gratefully, then turned and walked towards the intersection. Young man. At this time, the middle-aged man caught up again. Shu Tianxi turned around and looked at the other person with a strange expression. Anything else? Young man, I admit that what you just said is right. Looking at the middle-aged man's serious expression, Shu Tianxi suddenly sighed in his heart. What a guy. He really did not underestimate the fisherman's persistence. He would do anything to catch fish. So, you're ready to take me as your master? I thought the middle-aged man would nod, but unexpectedly, he just shook his head. That's not the case. I really can't accept a teenage boy as my master. I want to ask you, do you want to work? Chapter 176, What a High-Ranking Official. Work? What do you mean? Shu Tianxi raised his eyebrows and looked at the middle-aged man curiously. The middle-aged man immediately coughed and said, Let me introduce myself. My name is Wu, and I'm the deputy director of the county steel mill. The deputy director of the steel rolling mill. What a high-ranking official. Shu Tianxi thought to himself. As expected, he had long guessed that this guy was not simple. He nodded and said calmly, Hello, Director Wu. Well, Wu Changrong was stunned and asked doubtfully, Aren't you surprised? Surprised. Shu Tianxi nodded and spread his hands. But no one said we should show some expression of surprise, right? You're right, I'm obsessed. Director Wu smiled awkwardly and continued. Young man, I see that you have good fishing skills. Are you interested in working at our steel mill? Your steel mill recruits workers based on their fishing skills? Shu Tianxi glared and pretended to be stupid. This. Wu Changrong felt a little aggrieved and even a little angry at being criticized. As the deputy director of a factory with 1,000 employees, when have I ever suffered such injustice? But she was really jealous of Shu Tianxi's fishing skills. So he could only cough and said seriously, Young man, let me tell you the truth. Tell me your fishing tricks, and I'll take you to the steel mill. With your fishing skills, you could be a buyer. No need. Shu Tianxi shook his head, walked around the other person, and continued walking. Young man, Wu Changrong shouted, and hurried forward and shouted, Do you know what a job means? It means you can move into the city and become a city dweller. Did you know that in the future you can get a salary of a few dozen yuan a month and eat ration food? This is something many of your relatives and friends have been longing for, and you actually say you don't need it? Shu Tianxi glanced at Wu Changrong and chuckled. Introduce yourself. Shu Tianxi, a purchaser at the county machinery factory. Level 6 clerk, salary 43 per month. I am a real city dweller. Do I need a job? After saying that, he pushed Wu Changrong aside and continued walking towards Gao's house. Wu Changrong was stunned. He never thought that the other party had such an identity. He quickly chased after her, smiled awkwardly, and said, If you don't want it, your relatives and friends can also have it. It can be seen that this guy's desire for fishing tips has reached the extreme. It's like when you have an opportunity to move forward, you will do your best to grab it. This is the case with fishermen, and many people are like this. Shu Tianxi stared at Wu Changrong for a while, then said with a smile, Director Wu, you don't have to be like this. When fishing, all you have to do is make a nest. You can pretend to be cool, but don't overdo it. Wu Changrong's identity is not simple, so we can't push him into a corner. The other party gave me a step, and I can make friend by following it. Making a nest. What does that mean? Wu Changrong's eyes lit up, and he asked quickly. This is a new word. It is the first time he has heard of the term baiting for fishing. Director Wu, although the lake's aquatic products aren't as abundant as they used to be, there are still quite a few fish. Shu Tianxi turned around and pointed at the lake behind him and said slowly, Since there are fish, do you know why you can't catch them? Wu Changrong shook his head. If he knew, why would he ask a teenager? The main reason is that you didn't make a nest and didn't attract the scattered fish together. Shu Tianxi took out the bowl he used to mix bait, looking like an experienced person. As the saying goes, if you don't bait your fishing spot, you won't catch much. If you bait your fishing spot first, you'll catch more big fish. If you want to catch more and bigger fish, you have to learn how to make a nest. Wu Changrong's eyes lit up, and he stared at Shu Tianxi as if he had discovered a new continent. He had never heard of any of these words. He quickly asked, Comrade Xiao Shu, is making a nest the same as you did just now? Almost. It mainly depends on the bait that the fish likes to eat. Shu Tianxi nodded and said, Director Wu, don't think it's a waste to feed fish with grain. The reason you can't catch fish is that you don't know how to bait the water, and you're unwilling to use food to bait the water. In fact, as long as you catch a fish, it's worth it. After all, what's the reward without effort? Yes, Comrade Xiao Shu's teaching is... Wu Changrong nodded humbly, which was completely different from his previous expression. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and handed the bowl over. Director Wu, you could try again. With the method I just used, I'm sure I can catch some fish. How can I feel embarrassed? Looking at the bowl of bait, Wu Changrong blushed a little in embarrassment. You just accused others of wasting food, but now they're giving the food directly to you. And you still have to use other people's food to go fishing? It's okay, just 2 taels of cornmeal. Shu Tianxi waved his hand nonchalantly and said, Could it be that you brought food with you as well? No. Wu Changrong shook his head, indicating that he only brought 3 sections of rod and earthworms. That's it, you have no choice. Shu Tianxi shrugged and said lightly. Wu Changrong really had no choice. He couldn't wait to try the effect. So he nodded and said, Comrade Xiao Shu, I'll remember this favor. If you need any help from me in the future, please come to the steel mill and find me. Okay, I'll try my best. Shu Tianxi smiled and pointed to the other end of the lake, saying, Remember, don't fish where I was just now. Go to the other side. There are more fish there. Although Wu Changrong was a little confused, he didn't think much about it. After leaving a thank you, he couldn't wait to leave with the bait. Looking at his back, Shu Tianxi smiled slightly. I don't know what use the favor from the deputy director of the steel rolling mill is at the moment. He hadn't figured it out yet, so he turned and walked towards the Gao family. On the way, he took out a basket and put it on his back, which contained rice, flour, and cornmeal. After being taught a lesson twice by his elder and second aunts, he did not take the meat this time. The 3 big fish he had just caught and dozens of kilograms of food were enough to highlight his nephew's filial piety. The Gao family's house was a bit far from the main road, so Shu Tianxi asked 2 people on the way before he arrived at the place. Looking at the impoverished village in front of him, he found it hard to imagine why his aunt would be willing to marry here. Just then, an old man wearing clothes covered with plaid patches walked over, and Shu Tianxi hurried forward. Uncle, can I ask you something? He took out a Dacuman cigarette, pulled out one, and handed it over. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up and he rubbed his hands on his body again and again. Then he took the cigarette with both hands. Young man, just ask whatever you want. Uncle, do you know where Gao Gaoyuan lives? Upon hearing this, the old man immediately looked Shu Tianxi up and down. Young man, who are you from high school? Chapter 177. My sister-in-law must be allowed to separate. Uncle, Gao Zhongyuan is my uncle. His wife is my sister-in-law, and I came here to visit them today. Facing the old man's doubts, Shu Tianxi explained truthfully. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the old man's expression became even weirder. He looked down at the Dacuman in his hand and suddenly felt a little hot. Uncle, what's wrong? Shu Tianxi shouted again. He also saw the other person's expression and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Young man, let me tell you the truth. The old man glanced around and then said to Shu Tianxi, Zhongyuan's wife is not doing well in the Gao family. How do you say that? Shu Tianxi was a little impatient and quickly took out a pack of Dacuman from his pocket and stuffed it into the old man's hand. No. You can't do that, young man. Here, sir. A pack of cigarettes is nothing to me. Please accept it and tell me the truth about what happened to my aunt. After some excuses, the old man put the cigarette in his pocket with some embarrassment. After taking the cigarette, the old man did not hesitate any longer. He first reached out and pulled Shu Tianxi aside. Young man, Zhongyuan actually has quite a few brothers and sisters in his family. At home, he is not the most favored one. After his wife married into their family, she was responsible for serving the whole family. Some time ago, I heard from their family that Zhongyuan's daughter-in-law's 3rd brother suddenly passed away. Zhongyuan's wife took the food from her home and went to support his nephew and niece. Having said that, the old man suddenly looked Shu Tianxi up and down. Young man, I heard from them that Zhongyuan's daughter-in-law's family is very poor. I don't think you look like that. The brand new cotton-padded jacket and shirt are obviously not hand-sewn by ordinary people. And this fair skin, more like a child studying in the city. Besides, the cigarettes sold here are from Dacuman. So could this be a family so poor that they can't even afford to eat? Uncle, my family was indeed very poor before, but I got a job some time ago, so I became wealthy. Shu Tianxi smiled and explained. Don't you want to repay my aunt for her help in the past just to make our family richer? So that's it. The old man nodded in sudden realization and looked at Shu Tianzi with a little envy. Good boy. What a good boy who knows how to repay kindness. Zhong Yuan's wife has finally made it through to have a nephew like you. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Shu Tianzi took out a cigarette and put it to the corner of his mouth, then took out a match and lit it. He was about to help the old man light it, but the old man refused. No, no, no. I want this. The old man stuffed the Dakiaman cigarette he had just smoked into the Dashangshan cigarette box, and then took out a Dashangshan cigarette. Dakiaman is a Class B cigarette. Not only does it cost 30 or 40 cents a pack, it also requires a Class B cigarette ticket. Large-scale production costs only a few cents per pack, and no cigarette coupons are required. Therefore, the old man will not smoke such a good cigarette easily. At the very least, you have to show off in front of your relatives and friends. Shu Tianzi was stunned for a moment, smiled helplessly, and ordered it for the old man. After helping the old man light the cigarette, Shu Tianzi took a deep breath and took the cigarette out of the corner of his mouth. He opened his mouth and asked as thick smoke billowed, Master, how many people are there in the Gao Yuan family? Originally, there were more than a dozen people in our family. Several died during the anti-Japanese war, one died of illness some time ago, and one passed away. Right now, there are probably less than 10 adults and children. So many people. Are they all living together? Shu Tianzi asked in surprise. That's exactly what happened. The old man also took a deep breath and said without reservation, I'm poor and can't afford to build a new house. Zhong Yuan has 7 brothers and sisters. Apart from those who died in the war and those who got married, there are still 2 at home, including adults and children. The whole family lived in that adobe house. There are more than 10 people, but they all rely on Zhong Yuan's wife to serve them. Speaking of this, the old man couldn't help but shook his head. A family of more than a dozen people lived in an adobe house, which was even more difficult than the Shu family's previous life. Shu Tianzi frowned. He had never heard his aunt reveal anything before. He paused, took a puff of his cigarette, and then continued, Uncle, aren't the other brothers of Gao Zhong Yuan married? The old man nodded repeatedly and said, It's married, why not? If he hadn't gotten married, how could his family have gathered more than a dozen people? This was true, but also made Shu Tianzi even more curious. He continued to ask, since they're married, why is it my aunt who serves them? Where are Gao Yuan's sister-in-law and his younger brother-in-law? They're doing nothing. The old man made 2 poo sounds, spat out the tobacco in his mouth with heartache, then looked up at Shu Tianzi. Zhong Yuan was originally the 3rd child, but after the 1st and 2nd children died, he became the eldest. The wife he married was the eldest sister-in-law, and he had a youngest child. Tell me, who will Zhong Yuan's parents let do the work? Hearing this, Shu Tianzi suddenly fell into deep thought. Gao Xuan and Shu Xiaoxia have 3 children, and together with the couple themselves, there are 5 people in their family. There are also my parents-in-law, my uncle and his wife, and their children. This family is really big. As the eldest sister-in-law, Shu Xiaoxia is indeed not as favored as the youngest wife at home. But in this case, what about the half-pound of corn flour that the other party took from the Shu family? Thinking of this, Shu Tianzi hurriedly asked, Master, before that, my aunt took food to help me. The Gao family didn't do anything to my aunt, did they? Hearing this, the old man suddenly sighed. What else can I do? Just fight. Old Xingtao, what are you doing there? Just as the old man opened his mouth, a man suddenly walked out from the road nearby. Hearing the other party shout, the old man immediately responded, it's okay, just go ahead and do your thing. The man gave Shu Tianzi a strange look, then left. The old man turned around, stared at Shu Tianzi, and said, Young man, I'll accept your offer for this pack of cigarettes. But I've told you everything I need to say. In short, your aunt's life is really not a human life. If you are truly filial, take her to the city. Thank you, sir. I understand. Shu Tianzi nodded and said in a deep voice. The old man didn't say anything more, but turned around and pointed to the main road leading to the village. You go in from here. Turn right on the 2nd road, and walk a few dozen meters until you see Zhong Yuan's house. If that doesn't work, go find someone else to ask. Okay, thank you, sir. After Shu Tianzi thanked him, the old man waved and left. After watching him walk away for dozens of meters, Shu Tianzi turned around and walked into the village. I learned from the old man that my aunt seemed to have been beaten at home. Who will play, Gao Xiaoyuan or someone else? Knowing that his aunt was having such a hard time, he felt a little heavy-hearted. The other person's life is already so difficult, yet he still sends me corn noodles. With so much food, it would probably be much harder to get than what Song Euro got back then. Separate the family. My sister-in-law must be separated. Chapter 178, Cooking in Space. With the intention of getting his aunt out of prison, Shu Qianxi quickly arrived at the place the old man mentioned. Before he could think about it, a shout rang out from not far away. "Third brother, is that you?" Shu Qianxi turned his head and saw a man and a woman walking towards him with their bodies hunched. They were wearing clothes full of patches, and the patches were made from the sacks that Shu Qianxi often used. With his thin figure and dark skin, it is hard to tell his age. But Shu Qianxi knew, because these two were Shu Xiaoxia's children, his cousins. The girl is Gao Area, 15 years old this year, and the boy is Gao Xiaohu, 12 years old this year. Although they had not met many times, Shu Qianxi recognized her at first sight. He smiled and greeted, "Area, Xiaohu, long time no see." Hearing the shout, the two immediately confirmed Shu Qianxi's identity. They immediately stood up straight, held their heads high, and walked forward. Gao Area chuckled and shouted, "Third brother, is it really you? When did you grow so tall and handsome?" Gao Xiaohu then asked, "Third brother, why are you in our village?" "I just wanted to come and see your mother and bring you some food." Shu Qianxi avoided Gao Shuai's topic and went straight to the point. He even took out a male fish from his basket and explained, "I just passed by the Red Bridge and fished for a while underneath. There are 3 in total. I've brought them all to you." Hearing this, the brother and sister looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. "Didn't my third uncle just pass away? Isn't it said that my third uncle's third brother is lazy and good at eating? Why would you come and give them food? And 3 fish? What's wrong?" Seeing that the brother and sister didn't say anything, Shu Qianxi took the initiative to ask, "Where do you live? I'll take my stuff there. And your mother, is she busy?" "Third brother," Gao Area suddenly shouted, then put her hands on Shu Qianxi's shoulders. Under Shu Qianxi's puzzled expression, Gao Area turned him over. "Third brother, you can't go to my house. And you can't take this food home either." Yes. Gao Xiaohu also nodded repeatedly and put his hands on Shu Qianxi's shoulders. "Third brother, thank you for thinking about my mother and us. But we can't take this food back, otherwise it will only benefit my uncle and aunt." As they were talking, the brother and sister were about to push Shu Qianxi out of the village. Although Shu Qianxi was a little confused, he could still hear some clues from their words. He glanced at the two of them and said, "You mean to say that all the food in the house will be given to your uncle and aunt?" "Yes." Gao Area nodded and said truthfully, "Auntie is pregnant and needs nutrition. So Grandma gave all the delicious food at home to their family. We haven't eaten for a few days. Good job." In this season of famine, the youngest son of the Gao family actually has the energy to make his wife pregnant. Shu Qianxi admired this man a little, but didn't think much about it. He looked at Gao Area and continued to ask, "What about your mother? Has she not eaten for a few days?" Gao Area hesitated for a moment, but Gao Xiaohu said directly, "Our whole family hasn't eaten in a few days. Last time, my mother took away the food from home, and my grandmother found out. So Grandma blamed Mom and didn't allow us to eat. I do have some food, but I have to share it with my mother and sisters. So, our whole family was hungry every day." Shu Qianxi frowned, guessing that there would be problems if his aunt sent him food. "I just didn't expect that the problem would suddenly become so serious. But if you think about it carefully, it seems to be normal in this era. As long as the family has not been divided, all family affairs are decided by the vicious old woman. Some daughters-in-law are bullied because of this kind of mother-in-law. I just didn't expect that Shu Xiaoxia would encounter such a vicious mother-in-law." Shu Qianxi was not in the mood to think too much. The most important thing now was to ensure that his aunt and his sister and brother had food to eat. "I have been hungry for several days. If this continues, won't I starve to death? But I can't go to Gao Gao Yuan's house either, because his mother and brother will definitely cause trouble." So he looked at the two of them and said, "Area, Xiaohu, can you do me a favor?" "Third brother, tell me." Shu Qianxi immediately ordered, "Go find your mother. I will get you something to eat. It's definitely not possible to go to your house, so I will wait for you at the village entrance." "Okay." The brother and sister agreed without hesitation. Shu Qianxi smiled slightly and urged, "Go quickly." The brother and sister immediately turned around and ran to the village to call Shu Xiaoxia. Shu Tianxi stood there staring for a while, then found a deserted place and disappeared. Since the Gao family can't go, we have to find a place to cook a meal for my aunt and her family. There's a thatched house in the space, a building that existed when Shu Tianxi first entered the space. There are all kinds of furniture in the thatched house, even pots and pans. Shu Tianxi discovered this after he went in, but he had never cooked in there before. This time I'll take this opportunity to make a big meal there. Among the 5 acres of vegetables planted, green vegetables grew the fastest and are now edible. Shu Tianxi picked a handful, then took a few eggs and some meat. Thousands of kilograms of soybeans have already been planted and have been pressed into soybean oil. Soon, smoke began to rise from the thatched cottage in the jade pendant space for the first time. About 10 minutes later, Gao Area and her brother brought Shu Xiaoxia to the village entrance. Area, Xiao, didn't you say Tianxi came to see us? Where are the people? Why didn't I see them? Shu Xiaoxia glanced around and looked at Gao Area and her brother in confusion. Gao Area and her brother were also confused. Didn't they agree to wait at the village entrance? There! Suddenly, Gao Xiaohu pointed to a place not far away and shouted. Shu Tianxi was seen riding a bicycle and slowly stopped in front of the 3 people from not far away. Auntie, long time no see. Seeing her nephew again, Shu Xiaoxia showed a happy smile on her face. She nodded and asked curiously, Tianxi, why did you come to Hongxiao town? No hurry, I'll explain it to you later. Shu Tianxi shook his head and said, I brought you some food. Let's go eat downstream of the Red Bridge, shall we? The entrance to the village is full of pedestrians, so it's not a good place to have a meal. Shu Xiaoxia had heard about it from her children on the way here and was mentally prepared at this time. She looked back at the village, then looked at Shu Tianxi and said, Okay. Afterwards, the 4 of them went to the lower reaches of the Red Bridge together. It is surrounded by water and has a green meadow. Shu Tianxi took off the backpack, then took out 2 sacks and spread them on the grass. Under the surprised gazes of Shu Xiaoxia and the other 2, a plate of braised fish, fried pork, fried vegetables, and scrambled eggs was brought out. There was also a large pot of boiling rice, which left the 3 people stunned. God given. Shu Xiaoxia swallowed her saliva and asked in surprise, Where did this come from? Don't worry about where it comes from. Just eat it quickly. Chapter 179, The Eldest Daughter Was Sold. Hongxiao Town, on the grassland downstream of Moon Bay. Shu Tianxi took his sister-in-law and Gao Area camping and had lunch. Belch. The 3 of them obviously hadn't eaten for a long time, and they wolfed down the white rice. He took the fish, meat, and eggs from the plate and put them into the bowl with chopsticks one by one. His eating manners were very ugly. Shu Tianxi felt a little distressed and quickly took out the diluted spiritual spring water and handed it over. He said softly, Slow down, no one will snatch it from you. Thank you, 3rd brother. Gao Area took the enamel cup and said gratefully. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and said to Shu Xiaoxia, Aunt, where is Daya? Shu Xiaoxia has 3 children, 2 daughters and 1 son. The eldest daughter is called Gao Daya, and she should be the same age as Shu Tianxi this year. Since Shu Xiaoxia's family hasn't eaten, Daya should be hungry too. Shu Xiaoxia hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and smiled. She's busy, and her father needs help. Nonsense! Gao Xiaohu suddenly shouted angrily. Big sister was clearly sold by Grandma. Xiaohu! Shu Xiaoxia yelled angrily. Her eyes turned red and mist flowed in her eye sockets. Mom, what Xiaohu said is true. Gao Area was also indignant and echoed Gao Xiaohu. Shu Tianxi's face was a little gloomy. He stared at Shu Xiaoxia and said, Aunt, what's going on? Shu Xiaoxia put down her bowl and chopsticks, reached out and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Shu Tianxi frowned, looked at Gao Xiaohu, and said, Xiaohu, tell me. Seeing that Shu Xiaoxia no longer tried to stop him, Gao Xiaohu immediately told her the whole story. It turned out that Hongxiao Commune had also taken away the grains submitted by each production team, and all canteens were unable to provide food. Although Hongxiao Commune is surrounded by water resources, people at the purchasing station go there to cast their nets every day. They're fishing with a license, and it is impossible for ordinary villagers to do this legally. All I can do is grab a stick and try my luck fishing downstream. The food supply of Gao Gayuan's family was gradually decreasing, and the wife of the youngest son of the Gao family was pregnant at this time. Old man Gao had a hidden illness because he had been on the battlefield and died some time ago. He died shortly after Shu Xiaoxia returned from paying tribute to Shu Fugui. That time, Shu Xiaoxia stole half a pound of cornflour from home. Old Mrs. Gao didn't like the hard-working Shu Xiaoxia, so she took out her anger on her. It was during that time that the old bachelor from Wangjia village next door had some bad luck. When I went fishing, I actually caught 5 fish in one day. Knowing that Shu Xiaoxia's family was not welcomed by the Gao family, he brought 2 fish to propose marriage. After hearing this, Shu Tianxi suddenly understood. He was still a little bit incredulous, staring at Shu Xiaoxia and asking, "Aunt, you sold Daya for just 2 fish." 3. Shu Tianxi angrily scolded. "That's a living person. Even if there are 300 of them, it won't do." Shu Xiaoxia hesitated to speak, and finally could only wipe away her tears. "Third brother, this is really not my mother's fault." Gao Area suddenly shouted and started to defend her mother. "It's all my aunt's fault. She was the one who said she wanted to give my cousin some nutrition." "What do you mean?" Shu Tianxi asked puzzledly. "My aunt said she was pregnant and needed fish soup to supplement her nutrition. She told Grandma that my sister was a money loser and would have to get married sooner or later. It doesn't matter who you marry. Marrying Old Wang can get you 3 fish in return. I'm not able to eat enough now, and if I die of illness one day, I'll have nothing left." Gao Area told Shu Tianxi everything that had happened in one breath, which completely shattered Shu Tianxi's 3 views. "Listen, is this human language? Just because you want to have a sip of fish soup, you sold your husband's niece to an old bachelor from the neighboring village? The most outrageous thing is that the father and the mother just agreed to it. It's fine that Shu Xiaoxia has no status, but what about Gao Zhongyuan?" Shu Tianxi couldn't eat a single bite of rice. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked at Shu Xiaoxia. "Auntie, please stop crying. Let me ask you, where is that woman from Gao Zhongyuan?" He just watched helplessly as someone sold his daughter. "What woman? That's your uncle. What uncle-in-law? I don't have such a relative." Shu Tianxi waved his hand and cursed. He can't even protect his own daughter, and he has the nerve to say he's not a woman. "Third brother, actually my grandma has the final say in my family," Gao Xiaohu reminded. "I know." Shu Tianxi certainly knew that it was old lady Gao who had the final say, but what would happen if Gao Zhongyuan disagreed? The other party agrees, but Shu Tianxi disagrees. So he quickly stood up, looked at the 3 people and said, "Have you eaten?" The 3 of them took a look at the few dishes left and hesitated. "Okay, that's it." Shu Tianxi waved his hand and said anxiously, "Area, Xiaohu, take me to find your eldest sister." Gao Area asked doubtfully, "Third brother, why are you going to look for big sister?" Gao Xiaohu guessed, "Is it to snatch the eldest sister back?" "Nonsense." Shu Tianxi admitted decisively and said seriously, "It doesn't matter whether it's fish or not. The key is that Daya is only 17 or 18 years old. I really can't stand the thought of her marrying an old bachelor. I was lucky I wasn't there at the time, otherwise I would have kicked your grandmother and Gao Zhongyuan to death." Hearing this, Gao Area and Gao Xiaohu immediately became excited. They immediately looked at Shu Xiaoxia. "Mom, let's go get our eldest sister back." At this time, Shu Xiaoxia hesitated. She looked at Shu Tianxi in embarrassment and said, "Tianxi, this is not good, right? Daya was bought. I'm afraid they've already got the marriage certificate since yesterday. It's just 3 fish, I'll give him 30. Shu Tianxi snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "I must take Daya back. I can't just watch her suffer. Auntie, as a mother, can you bear to see your daughter being tortured by an old bachelor?" "I certainly can't bear it, but I can't stop it." Shu Xiaoxia shook her head, tears streaming down her face as she spoke. "You can't, but I can. Just listen to me," Shu Tianxi said with a serious expression, not allowing any rebuttal. "After you rescue Daya, go and divorce Gao Zhongyuan." "Ah!" As soon as these words were spoken, 3 exclamations were heard at the scene. "Tianxi, why should I divorce your uncle?" "Yes, third brother, why did my mother want to divorce my father?" Seeing the 3 people's puzzled looks, Shu Tianxi asked, "Because he can't protect you. Old lady Gao has the final say in your family. Does Gao Zhongyuan obey her unconditionally?" The 3 of them pondered for a moment, then nodded. "What do you call this?" "This is called foolish filial piety, a mama's boy. As long as Mrs. Gao opens her mouth, he can let his wife and children suffer injustice. He even sold his own daughter to an old bachelor. Such a man is not worthy of having a wife and children. So you have to divorce him." Chapter 180 Rescue, Gao Daya. Shu Tianzi looked at the three young ladies indignantly, complaining bitterly about Gao Zhongyuan's behavior. Although Shu Xiaoxia was also somewhat responsible for this matter, she was her aunt after all. In addition, in a family where the old woman has the final say, she does feel powerless many times. Therefore, Shu Tianzi must let her divorce Gao Yuan. Tianzi. Shu Xiaoxia looked at Shu Tianzi hesitantly, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Third brother, Gao Area, and her brother also raised their heads, hesitant. Divorce is a big deal these days, and most women still hold the idea that if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Therefore, most women would never leave their husbands, even if they were beaten to death. Shu Tianzi couldn't change his aunt's mind. He could only make her realize the seriousness of the matter. So he coughed and said in a deep voice, "Aunt, don't be silly. Today, old Lady Gao sold Daya to make a whole bowl of fish soup for her daughter-in-law. Tomorrow, I can sell Area to some disabled bachelor just to make a living. I don't want it." When Gao Area heard Shu Tianzi's words, her face changed on the spot. Shu Tianzi glanced at her and continued, "Aunt, Gao Zhongyuan can't give you any protection. If you continue to follow him, you will only lose your two daughters, and eventually even your son. Therefore, you must show your mother's courage and protect your children. A mama's boy like Gao Zhongyuan, who has no sense of responsibility, no ability, and is foolishly filial. Wouldn't you divorce him and keep him for the new year?" After a furious complaint, Gao Area held Shu Xiaoxia's hand tightly. "Mom, I don't want to marry a disabled, old bachelor." Shu Xiaoxia held the other person's hand, shook her head, and said, "Don't worry. Even if I die, I will never let you marry a disabled, old bachelor." "Okay, little aunt, think about it carefully." Shu Tianzi waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Now, take me to the Wang family to snatch people away." "Third brother, I'll take you there." Gao Xiaohu couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Good, Master Xiaoshu." Just as Shu Tianzi agreed and was about to leave, a shout came from not far away. Shu Tianzi turned his head and saw Wu Changrong running towards him with a bucket. There was water rippling in the bucket, and even some splashing due to his running. It seems that the other party caught the fish according to the method given by Shu Tianzi. But Shu Tianzi didn't have time to waste, so he shouted, "Director Wu, I don't have time to chat with you now. If we have the chance to meet next time, let's sit down and talk in detail." After saying that, he looked at Gao Xiao. "Xiao, let's go." "Good. Wait. Master Xiaoshu, wait." Wu Changrong put down the bucket and ran quickly to Shu Tianzi. Under Shu Tianzi's displeased frown, Wu Changrong explained, "Master Shu, I can help you. Did you hear our conversation?" Shu Tianzi asked. "I accidentally heard it." Wu Changrong waved his hand and explained. After saying this, he couldn't help but think to himself that he didn't want to listen either. "You guys are talking so loudly, it's hard for me not to hear you from not far away." Shu Tianzi didn't argue with him and asked directly, "You said you can help me?" "Yes." Wu Changrong nodded and affirmed. "If you just go to someone else's village to rob people, you will definitely be targeted by the villagers. You also know that the people nowadays can be united and fierce. What if they unite and try to stop you from taking the people away? What else can we do? Close the door and let the wolves out." Shu Tianzi alone could defeat 10 wolves, and the 2 wolves were invincible. It was a small village, easily taken. However, Shu Xiaoxia and the others have no security guarantees. Therefore, Shu Tianzi looked at Wu Changrong and asked, "Director Wu, what can you do? Take me there." Wu Changrong pointed at himself and said with a smile, "I'll go talk to the people at the commune and the village chief. Although I'm not from Hongxiao town, my identity still allows me to get by here. Maybe I can help you rescue the person without causing any conflict." This idea is a bit naive. However, it can indeed play some role. So Shu Tianzi nodded and agreed. "Okay, then I'll trouble Director Wu." "Master Xiaoshu, what are you talking about? You're my teacher." Wu Changrong laughed and tried to be close to him. After saying this, he put on a righteous expression and denounced, "Actually, I also strongly dislike this kind of behavior. For a little profit, he sold his own daughter to an old bachelor. This behavior is extremely shameful, even worse than those human traffickers." Okay, let's take action quickly." Shu Tianzi raised his hand and interrupted Wu Changrong's speech. He looked at Gao Area and her brother and said, "Who of you wants to go with Director Wu?" This Both the brother and sister wanted to save their eldest sister, so how could they leave with a stranger? Okay, Xiaohu, go. Seeing that the two of them didn't say anything, Shu Tianci made the decision directly. All right. Gao Xiaohu didn't dare to refute, and could only look at Shu Tianci pleadingly. Third brother, you must rescue my eldest sister. Shu Tianci didn't promise him anything, but nodded at Wu Changrong. Then he took Shu Xiaoxia and walked towards the shore. Gao Area glanced at Gao Xiaohu and Wu Changrong, then followed Shu Tianci. Wu Changrong retracted his gaze and looked at Gao Xiaohu and said, Xiaohu, right? Take me to Hongxiao Commune first. Good. The two groups began to act separately, and the sacks and bowls on the ground were thrown away. Shu Tianci was riding a bicycle, with Shu Xiaoxia sitting behind him and Gao Area sitting across the front. You know what? This is quite difficult. At the same time, 2 miles away in Wangjia village, in front of an adobe house covered with double happiness characters, 40-year-old Wang Ergu tiptoed to the gate, holding a rope in his hand. He placed his hand on the doorknob and slowly pushed it open. The environment of the room came into view, and his eyes went straight to the bed. I saw a thin figure sitting at the head of the bed, with dark skin and wearing a flowery dress full of patches. That was the wife he bought with 3 fish. She was only 17 or 18 years old. The other person was sitting at the head of the bed, breathing heavily with his neck tilted. Wang Ergu first breathed a sigh of relief, then glanced at the woman's hand again. Seeing that the other party had nothing in his hand, he slowly opened the door. His movements were so gentle that they did not wake the sleeping woman. Wang Ergu straightened the hemp rope in his hand as he walked, and then tied it into a knot. He held his breath and carefully approached the woman. He looked at the other person's figure and couldn't help swallowing. He didn't dare to delay and immediately put the woman's right hand into the knot of the hemp rope. Suddenly, just as he was about to pull it tight, the woman opened her eyes. Ah! Chapter 181, Gao Daya's Resistance. What are you doing? Get out of here. Damn, old man. Gao Daya, whose left hand was tied with a rope, suddenly opened her eyes and her face changed drastically. She quickly took out the large pair of scissors on her right and swung them towards Wang Ergu. Hold! Wang Erlao was also frightened and took 2 steps back, his face suddenly looking ugly. Gao Daya, your grandmother has already sold you to me. You are my wife now. Do you want to murder your husband? Wang Ergu had already found out that Gao Yuan's wife and her family were not favored in the Gao family. Now, it is a year of famine, and every grain of food has become extremely precious. I don't know what kind of luck I had. I actually caught 5 fish in one day. I originally planned to buy this woman with just 2 fish so that I could have children. Who knew that old Mrs. Gao was so greedy that she actually asked for 3? 3 is enough. This tall girl is only 17 or 18 years old. It's worth it. Unexpectedly, this bitch had a pair of scissors hidden in her arms and took it out when he was about to have sex. If Wang Ergu hadn't reacted quickly, he might have been stabbed to death by the other party. Wang Ergu was terrified and cursed at Gao Daya for a long time. After scolding Gao Daya and making her cry, he was ready to fulfill his husband's duties again. Unexpectedly, Gao Daya pointed the knife directly at his neck and shouted, "If you come any closer, I will die in front of you." This frightened Wang Ergu so much that he quickly raised his hand to comfort her for a long time. After all, it was a wife he had finally married, and he didn't want to lose her just like that. As a result, this compromise dragged on for the entire night. Wang Ergu had been hard all night and couldn't hold it back any longer, so he decided to take another risk and even took out the rope. Who knew Gao Daya would wake up so quickly and take out the scissors again? Wang Ergu was so angry that he couldn't bear it anymore. He saw Gao Daya shouting, "I don't care. Anyway, I haven't agreed to marry you, so you can't touch me. Don't touch me. Why did I marry you if you can't touch me?" Wang Ergu was also furious and shouted, "You married a bitch like you and brought her back to kill me. Or, are you wasting my food? You are my wife now, so you have to serve me, understand?" Gao Daya shook her head repeatedly, her hair draped messily over her forehead. At this moment, her eyes were red and tears could not stop flowing down. Seeing that Wang Ergu was about to move forward, she quickly put the tip of the knife against her neck. This kind of look, any man would feel distressed when seeing it. But Wang Ergu had been holding back his anger for a long time and had been hard all night. At this moment, he no longer had much patience and could only sternly say, "I'm warning you. Don't force me. If I push you too far, I'll kill you, believe it or not." The fierce tiger eyes glared at Gao Daya, frightening her so much that she retreated repeatedly. Then she huddled in the corner and sobbed. Woo-woo. Cry, cry, cry. Cry because your man died. Wang Ergu cursed angrily and accidentally cursed himself. He subconsciously swung the hemp rope, but found that Gao Daya's hand was also moved by him. Gao Daya was not paying attention and almost fell on the bed. Wang Ergu's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had found a good idea. So he hurriedly pulled the hemp rope, causing Gao Daya to lose control of her body. Gao Daya was extremely hungry and didn't have much strength left in her body. Pulled by Wang Ergu, she quickly rolled and pounced toward the other party. She subconsciously raised her right hand, and the sharp edge scared Wang Ergu. Hold! Despite his quick reaction, the knife still slashed across his face. Wang Ergu cursed loudly, then took advantage of Gao Daya's panic to hug her. Get out of here! The first time she was close to a man, and he was an old bachelor who was older than her father. Gao Daya couldn't stand it and wanted to stab him to death with a pair of scissors. But her arms were restrained by Wang Ergu, and she couldn't move at all. Wang Ergu was amazing. He was hard all night, and finally the beauty was in his arms. He couldn't wait to laugh, pout his lips, and kiss Gao Daya. Wife, let your man kiss you first. Get away. Don't come over here. The strong smell of foul breath was so pungent that Gao Daya almost fainted. She began to dodge frantically, but was still kissed on many parts of her face. Ha ha ha. Gao Daya collapsed and began to struggle violently. The head swung back and forth vigorously, giving Wang Ergu a strong impact. Wang Ergu cried out in pain and subconsciously covered his forehead. Go to hell. Finally freed from her restraints, Gao Daya angrily raised her scissors and stabbed at Wang Ergu. Hold! Wang Ergu was also angry. He raised his hand, grabbed Gao Daya's hand, and slapped her. Bang! A crisp sound was heard, followed by a scream of pain, and Shu Daya was knocked down on the bed. Looking at the thin figure, but that could give birth to a son, Wang Ergu immediately stepped forward. He first pressed Gao Daya's back, then lifted the hemp rope to control the other's left hand. Then he brought her to the right and tied Gao Daya's right hand into the hemp rope. When both of her hands were tied with hemp ropes, all Gao Daya could do was cry and scream. After waiting for a day and a night, Wang Ergu finally subdued his young wife, and he couldn't wait any longer. He looked from top to bottom, finally stopping at Gao Daya's lower body. At this time, Shu Qianxi had already brought Shu Xiaoxia and her daughter into the village and spent a few cigarettes to establish connections. Led by several men, they soon arrived at Wang Ergu's home. Young man, this is Wang Ergu's home. After he brought the girl back yesterday, there were constant cries and shouts from inside. I also can't bear it. Otherwise, I wouldn't bring outsiders to my village to snatch people. In response to the uncle's words, Shu Qianxi nodded repeatedly in agreement. At this moment, Gao Daya's exclamation suddenly rang out from the adobe house. Daya, big sister. Shu Xiaoxia and Gao Aria's faces changed, and they quickly ran into the adobe house. Shu Qianxi's expression also changed. He took out the few remaining dakiamen and stuffed it into the old man's hand. Thank you. Thank you. You can take it and divide it up. After saying that, he didn't even listen to the old man's thanks and turned around to chase after the two young ladies. Shu Xiaoxia and the other two knocked the door open and rushed into the house. They exclaimed in surprise when they saw the scene inside. Shu Xiaoxia covered her eyes with her left hand and helped cover Gao Aria's eyes with her right hand. Shu Qianxi chased in and cursed inwardly. How can you still cover your face at this time? Without hesitation, he rushed forward towards Wang Ergu. You guys are Wang Ergu was about to ask a question, but unexpectedly he was hit hard in the chest. The whole person flew out and hit the wall with a bang. Chapter 182. Surrounded by Wang's villagers. Wang Ergu was kicked in the face, but he didn't faint. He covered his chest and pointed in pain at Shu Qianxi, who was helping Shu Daya untie the rope. Who the hell are you? Let go of my wife. Before he could finish his words, a size 41 Shu soul appeared before him. Wang Ergu seemed to feel a hurricane tearing his facial features apart. Shu Qianxi moved his legs away and warned, This is my sister, not your wife. I'll settle your human trafficking later. Now shut up. Do you understand? Wang Ergu knew he couldn't beat the guy in front of him, so he could only grit his teeth and nod. Put your pants on. Aren't you ashamed of yourself for wearing a toothpick-like thing? Wang Ergu's face flushed with anger, and he bent down and pulled up his pants despite the severe pain. At this time, he saw Gao Dia also pulled up her pants and ran towards Shu Xiaoxia and her daughter. Mother, whoa, I'm sorry. It's my mother who's sorry for you. Dia, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Shu Xiaoxia hugged her eldest daughter with a distressed look on her face and kept apologizing with tears. Seeing her daughter suffer such a great injustice and seeing the slap marks on her face, she felt so sad. Gao Area also hugged her and said, Big sister, third brother brought us here to take you home. Gao Dia turned around and glanced at Shu Tianxi. Her cheeks instantly flushed. At this time, Wang Ergu finally understood. Is he going to go back on his word and bring people to snatch his wife away? He immediately asked, Zhong Yuan, daughter-in-law, what do you mean by this? It's meaningless. I want to take my daughter away. Shu Xiaoxia shouted immediately. If she was timid before, she has made up her mind now. No, your family has already sold Gao Dia to me. You've already taken the fish. Gao Dia is already mine. Wang Ergu decisively refused, and even felt a strong hatred rising in his heart. The Gao family is too much. They took the fish from me, and now want to go back on their word. This is a case of thieves robbing each other. I almost succeeded. I almost made Gao Dia my own. I ended up getting kicked against the wall, and it still hurts. Wang Ergu, Shu Qianxi suddenly shouted, staring at Wang Ergu. I want to take my sister away. Do you have any objections? Have. No matter how afraid Wang Ergu was of being beaten, he had to retort loudly at this moment. I spent money. Why do you take my wife away? Did Gao Zhongyuan and Shu Xiaoxia take your money? Shu Tianxi asked back. Anyway, it was taken by your Gao family, and Gao Zhongyuan and his wife also agreed to it. Looking at Wang Ergu, who was acting righteously, Shu Tianxi slapped him on the head. Whoever takes your money, you marry his daughter. As long as my aunt doesn't agree, you have no right to force her to marry your daughter. Then I don't care. Anyway, your Gao family has already sold Gao Dia to me. Wang Ergu shook his head and said firmly, Okay. Shu Tianxi nodded and threatened. I will destroy your third leg first so that you can't get an erection, then send you to the commune and file a complaint against you for involvement in human trafficking. As you know, the punishment for beating a beggar in our country is quite high. When the time comes, I'll send you to a farm for rehabilitation, and you won't be able to do anything to my sister. After saying that, he raised his leg and kicked Wang Ergu in the crotch without hesitation. Ah! Shu Xiaoxia, her mother and daughter screamed and subconsciously covered their eyes with their hands. Don't want. Wang Ergu closed his eyes in despair, and his whole body began to tremble. After a moment, he suddenly realized something. So he slowly opened his eyes and found Shu Tianxi staring at him expressionlessly. Wang Ergu looked down and saw a leg kicking him a few centimeters below his body. Call. Wang Ergu had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Shu Tianxi continue to warn him. Wang Ergu, if you continue to pester me, I'll kick you a few centimeters higher. Did you hear that? I heard it. Wang Ergu's face changed, and he said unwillingly. Shu Tianxi snorted coldly, turned around and looked at Shu Xiaoxia and the other two. Let's go. At this moment, Wang Ergu, who was lowering his head, suddenly noticed the scissors beside the bed. Suddenly, he became bolder and his pupils lit up with a fierce light. He walked forward without hesitation, picked up the scissors, and then pounced toward Shu Tianxi. You little bastard, go to hell. Ah, third brother, be careful. Tianxi, behind. Shu Tianxi's ears moved, and his body immediately moved 2 steps to the left. Wang Ergu's sneak attack was in vain, and he was about to stab Shu Tianxi again. However, Shu Tianxi would never give him a chance and launched a forward kick. Puff! Bang! 2 voices rang out one after another, and Wang Ergu was kicked directly and fell on the bed. The bed was made of wooden boards, and it couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed. Shu Tianxi had no intention of letting Wang Ergu go, but quickly stepped forward and grabbed the other's arm. I was planning to let you go, but I didn't expect you to dare to attack me. What do you want to do, ah? Wang Ergu was about to ask when sharp pain made him cry out. God-given. Shu Xiaoxia, who was not far away, wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a moment, she closed her mouth. Gao Area glanced outside the door, then turned back and shouted, Third brother, someone is coming. Hearing this, Shu Tianxi also realized that he had wasted too much time. So he let go of Wang Ergu's hand and walked towards Shu Xiaoxia and the other two girls. Walk. As soon as I turned around and walked out of the room, I saw a middle-aged man and a group of people coming to me. Fellow villagers, surround them. With his order, more than a dozen villagers surrounded Shu Tianxi and his companions with weapons in hand. Looking at the ferocious appearance of this group of people, the Gao Dai's sisters were frightened. Shu Xiaoxia quickly protected them behind her and looked at Shu Tianxi. God-given. It's okay, don't worry. Shu Tianxi shook his head and comforted. After saying this, he looked at the group of villagers in front of him and said in a deep voice, Fellow villagers, what do you mean? The middle-aged man ignored him and ran directly into the house. Soon, a concerned cry came from inside. Ergu, what's wrong with you? Shu Tianxi's expression darkened as he looked at the group of villagers before taking a tentative step forward. Unexpectedly, this group of people took 2 steps closer and raised their weapons. Shu Tianxi said in a deep voice, Everyone, I don't want to conflict with you. I just want to take my sister back. Get out of my way now, or don't blame me for being rude. Boy, are you crazy? You're the first one who dares to be so arrogant and come to our village to rob people. Looking at the mocking faces of the crowd, Shu Tianxi knew that a friendly discussion was impossible. I just don't know how long it will take for Wu Changrong to come over. I'm afraid he won't be able to delay them. Look, Wang Ergu was helped out. The middle-aged man shouted angrily. Fellow villagers, someone from our village had his hand crippled by an outsider. When has our Wangjia village ever been bullied like this by outsiders? P.S. New Year has arrived, good luck is shining, and troubles are put aside. I wish you meet noble people when you go out and hear good news at home. May this time come every year. May this day come every year. Chapter 183, If you don't let them go, we will shoot. Fellow villagers. We cannot just stand by and watch our fellow villagers being bullied. Ergu has lost one of his hands. How is he going to live in the future? The middle-aged man supported Wang Ergu and stirred up the emotions of the villagers with his bitterness and hatred. You can see that the eyes of these villagers instantly turned red. We villagers can't be bullied by outsiders. It would be so embarrassing if word got out. That's right, we must bully him back. Beat him to death. Yes, kill them. The villagers were extremely excited and were about to swing their shovels and hoes at Shu Tianxi and his companions. Shu Xiaoxia, her mother and daughter were frightened and hid behind Shu Tianxi. Nowadays, although most people have simple personalities, they are devoted to the collective after all. It is precisely because of this that the sense of collective glory is very sufficient. Once the hatred reaches this level, the villagers will really kill people. So Shu Tianxi didn't hesitate and put his hand into his cotton jacket. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the villagers of Wangjia retreated several steps in fright. Come on, what are you so proud of? Shu Tianxi held the pistol given by Su Jun in his hand, pointed at the Wang family villagers with a murderous look on his face and shouted, You villagers are forcibly abducting decent women. This is illegal, you know? If you help him vent his anger now, you will be his accomplice and will be taken to a farm for reformation. While making accusations, the gun holes were still pointing at the villagers. Anyone who was pointed at by a gun would raise their hands and step back. Although they are tough, they are also afraid of death. Seeing this scene, the 2 sisters Gao Dai behind him suddenly had stars in their eyes. In their eyes, Shu Tianxi's figure instantly became countless times taller. Shu Xiaoxia couldn't help but ask with concern, Tianxi, where did you get the gun? It doesn't matter. What matters is whether we can leave the village. Shu Tianxi shook his head without explaining. There are only 2 ways now. Either you leave the village now, but there is a high probability that you will be blocked by militia. They also have guns, and a pistol of mine is not enough. The other way was to wait for Wu Changrong to arrive with the commune staff, so that they could leave the village safely. Folks, he's talking nonsense. Gao Dai was bought by Ergu for 3 fish, so it was not obtained illegally. This little bastard doesn't dare to shoot. Hurry up and avenge Ergu. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot rang out, and everyone present's eyelids jumped, especially the mother and daughter standing behind Shu Tianxi. They all had tinnitus. The middle-aged man's instigation stopped instantly, and he looked at Wang Ergu beside him with horror. At this time, Wang Ergu was in trouble. He suddenly collapsed on the ground and couldn't be helped up. Wang Ergu's facial features were distorted, and he stared at his legs and cried out in pain. My legs! My legs! Ergu! Ergu! The middle-aged man's eyes widened, and he hugged Wang Ergu and cried out in pain. It can be seen that these two people should be brothers. Beast! How dare you shoot? The middle-aged man glared at Shu Tianzi angrily and shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly became terrified. Shu Tianzi pointed the gun directly at Wang Ergu's head and said in a cold tone, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll blow his head off with the next shot." Hiss! Hearing this, the middle-aged man was so frightened that he dared not say a word. Looking at Shu Tianzi's cold eyes, he had no idea whether the other party was joking or not. But judging from the other party's performance, it is probably not the case. The middle-aged man didn't dare to gamble, not even with his own brother's life. The villagers around with shovels and hoes did not dare to step forward, and the atmosphere suddenly fell into a deadlock. Dear villagers, I have no ill will towards your Wangjia village, because Wang Ergu was so lustful and foolish that he wanted to marry my sister with just 3 fish. This matter was entirely Mrs. Gao's own decision and had nothing to do with my cousin's biological parents. Now I just want to take my cousin away, and I will definitely give her the necessary explanations. I ask you again, can you please let us go? No. The middle-aged man wanted to refuse, but he shut his mouth under Shu Tianzi's cold gaze. A group of villagers did not want to let Shu Tianzi go, but they had to shut up under the threat of gunshot. Shu Tianzi was also in a dilemma, so he decided to try his luck. So he turned around, looked at Shu Xiaoxia, and said, "Follow me." Shu Xiaoxia nodded timidly, then pulled her daughter to follow Shu Tianzi. Hurry, hurry, it's just ahead." Suddenly, a steady sound of footsteps and shouts was heard not far away. Shu Tianzi had heard of this kind of noise before, and it was obviously the momentum that came from long-term training. Oh no, the militia is coming. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he shouted in surprise, "Fellow villagers, our village militia has arrived. You don't have to be afraid of this beast anymore. Stop him quickly." Shu Tianzi shouted, "Fuck your mother," and turned around to point the gun at the middle-aged man. Well, the middle-aged man's facial muscles trembled, and he swallowed back the words that were about to come out his mouth. "You're the only one who talks too much." Shu Tianzi was not polite at all and hit the other person on the head with the butt of the gun. "Ah!" The middle-aged man cried out in pain a few times and then saw a group of villagers holding rifles running over. They wore patched clothes, and their skin was as dark as coal. Seeing the villagers being held hostage, they all pointed their guns at Shu Tianzi and his men. "Stop! Put down the gun! Mother! Third brother! God-given!" Shu Xiaoxia, her mother and daughter were terrified when they were pointed at by dozens of black gunshot holes. The Gao Dia's sisters grabbed Shu Xiaoxia and Shu Tianzi respectively, and Shu Xiaoxia also grabbed Shu Tianzi's clothes. "Don't panic!" Shu Tianzi comforted him, then wrapped his left hand around the middle-aged man's neck and pointed the gun at his head with his right hand. This scene is very similar to the scene where terrorists take hostages. There is no way. Shu Tianzi can't think of a better way now. He held the middle-aged man hostage, stared at the militia, and shouted, "Don't move, or I'll shoot." Click, click. The sound of the safety being opened was heard, and this group of militiamen would kill. "Stranger, you can't escape. I warn you to put down your weapon immediately, or you will die." Facing the militia's warning, Shu Tianzi took a deep breath. It was my first time facing this kind of situation, and I felt a lot of pressure. He shouted again. I said, "I just want to take my cousin away." The militiamen seemed oblivious to his intentions and soon began threatening again. "Stranger, I count to 3. If you don't let them go, we'll shoot. 1. Fuck, are you guys that brave? I have a hostage in my hand. Don't you care whether he lives or dies? 2. Shu Tianzi could feel that the mother and daughter behind him had begun to tremble. He was also ready and tried to bring them into the space. 3. Open. Stop. Chapter 184. Debate. A loud shout broke the tense atmosphere. This interrupted the militia's idea of defending collective honor at all costs. It also interrupted Shu Tianzi's plan to hide in the jade pendant space with his aunt and daughter, even if they were exposed. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Wu Changrong striding towards them with a group of people. Seeing Gao Xiaohu and Wu Changrong appear, Shu Tianzi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Village head. Secretary, put your guns away. A man in a Zhongshan suit glanced at the scene and shouted at the militiamen. Who told you to point your guns at ordinary people? Ordinary people? A group of militiamen were stunned for a moment and looked at Shu Tianxi with strange expressions. Does he look like it? Mother, elder sister, Gao Xiao, who ran to Shu Xiaoxia, shouted, and then looked at Shu Tianxi. Third brother, you are so awesome. There's even a pistol. Where did it come from? Shu Tianxi did not explain, but listened to Wu Changrong coming over and talking. Master Xiao Shu, you released the person. Why did you even take out the gun? Shu Tianxi glanced at the group of militiamen opposite, then let go of the middle-aged man in his arms. The middle-aged man was so scared that he almost peed his pants, and hurriedly supported Wang Ergu and ran towards the commune secretary. Village head, secretary, you have to make the decision for me and Ergu. Shu Tianxi's face darkened, and then he looked at Wu Changrong to explain. Director Wu, look at those villagers holding shovels and hoes. If I didn't have a gun to protect myself, I'd probably have to trouble you to collect the bodies. But if you had come half a minute later, the result would probably have been similar. Wu Changrong looked Shu Tianxi up and down and said with a chuckle, Not necessarily. I see you're quite calm. Don't you have any hidden cards? Shu Tianxi shook his head repeatedly, wiped the sweat off his face, and said, Don't joke, I'm almost scared to death. Wu Changrong laughed and patted Shu Tianxi on the shoulder. Okay, no more jokes. Come with me. I need to give them an explanation for this matter. Okay. Shu Tianxi nodded and followed Wu Changrong to the commune secretary. He knew clearly that this matter could not be over just like that. Even if he didn't hurt Wang Ergu, he couldn't take out Daya away easily. Not to mention, he even used a gun to injure someone. However, with Wu Changrong here, he was also prepared to pay compensation. With Wu Changrong's introduction, Shu Tianxi met Secretary Jiang of Hongqiao Commune and Wang Dafa, the village chief of Wangjia Village. The place in front of them was obviously not a place to discuss things, so Wang Dafa suggested going to their house to discuss it. Secretary Jiang had no objection and sent Wang Ergu for treatment first. After a while, Wang Dafa's home. Comrade Shu Tianxi, so you mean you don't agree with Comrade Gao Daya marrying Wang Ergu? Of course. Facing Secretary Jiang's question, Shu Tianxi nodded decisively. It would be fine if they were of similar age, but he is already in his 40s, older than my cousin's father. Secretary Jiang, do you think my cousin can live happily with him? Hearing this, Secretary Jiang nodded in agreement. Wang Damao, Wang Ergu's brother, immediately objected. Bullshit. Why can't I be happy with my brother? Will my brother Ergu mistreat her, not give her food or something? What's more, the Gao family agreed and accepted the betrothal gift. You're not even a member of the Gao family, so why don't you agree? Comrade Wang Damao, don't get excited. Secretary Jiang pressed his hand and said lightly, We are here to solve the problem, not to be right just because of the loudest voice. Our commune will not take sides and will definitely resolve this matter in the most reasonable way. The secretary is right. Wang Damao nodded and sat down obediently. However, his eyes were staring at Shu Tianxi viciously. Secretary Jiang didn't care. After taking a sip of tea, he looked at Shu Tianxi and said, Comrade Shu Tianxi, do you have anything to say? Comrade Wang Damao's words make a lot of sense. Gao Daya's family all agrees with this. Besides, the Gao family has already accepted the betrothal gift. Secretary, this matter involves human trafficking. Shu Tianxi coughed and said in a calm tone. Oh, looking at Secretary Jiang's serious face, Shu Tianxi continued. First of all, my aunt, as her biological mother, did not agree to this. My cousin was sold to Wang Ergu by Old Lady Gao on her own initiative. As for the price, it's those 3 fish. Without the biological parent's approval, is this any different from human trafficking? What is even more reprehensible is, a living daughter who was raised with great care by her biological parents is only worth 3 fish? Which parent wouldn't feel bad about this? Nonsense. My brother married, not bought. Marry what? Shu Tianxi retorted directly, shouting, I want my uncle to marry your daughter. Are you willing? I. What do you mean by I? I'll give you 5 fish. Shu Tianxi pressed on step by step, leaving Wang Damao unable to utter a word of rebuttal. Wu Changrong also stood up appropriately, looked at Shu Xiaoxia and said, Comrade Shu Xiaoxia, are you clear about this matter? Clear. Then do you and your husband agree to marry your daughter to Wang Ergu? I don't agree. Shu Xiaoxia shook her head, but hesitated. Secretary, she lied. Wang Damao found an opportunity and stood up again and said, if she didn't agree, Why didn't she say it then? Now that the fish is finished, you're starting to disagree. Isn't that a bit of a rogue? My mother didn't eat the fish. My grandmother and aunt ate it all. Gao Xiaohu suddenly retorted. Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? Wang Damao looked up and scolded. Why are you so fierce? What's the big deal about having a loud voice? Shu Tianxi directly retorted. You're not letting me speak yet? Someone who doesn't know would think you're more senior than Secretary Jiang. You. What are you arguing about? Secretary Jiang knocked on the table and scolded. After the lecture, he looked at Gao Xiaohu and said, Young man, do you have anything to say? Gao Xiaohu looked at Shu Xiaoxia and Shu Tianxi hesitantly, and then heard Shu Tianxi say, Tell the truth. Tell your leader everything you know and see. Okay. Gao Xiaohu nodded and immediately looked at Secretary Jiang. Then he told the whole story. What about Wang Ergu, who is obsessed with lust and wants to eat young grass? What about the uncle and aunt targeting Shu Xiaoxia, who took advantage of her pregnancy to boss her around? Old Lady Gao was extremely partial, not allowing Shu Xiaoxia and her daughter to eat. How did she sell Gao Daya and stew soup for her daughter-in-law to help with her pregnancy? And that irresponsible father, why did he listen to Old Lady Gao and help his younger brother and sister-in-law bully his wife and daughter? As they talked about each and every one of these things, Wu Changrong, Secretary Jiang, and Wang Dafa all frowned. Chapter 185 requires extra money. What era is this? How could there be such an irresponsible grandmother, sarcastic uncles and aunts? The most abominable thing is, there is such a foolishly filial father? After listening to Gao Xiaohu's account of the whole process, Wu Changrong, Secretary Jiang, and others all looked furious. When he looked at Shu Xiaoxia and Gao Daya again, there was a hint of sympathy on their faces. No, what does this have to do with us, Ergu? Seeing that the situation was not good, Wang Damao immediately shouted. The Gao family's conflict is their business. They shouldn't involve my brother, right? That's because he's too lustful. He wants an old cow to eat young grass. Shu Tianxi slammed the table and retorted. You. Seeing that Wang Damao was speechless, Shu Tianxi suddenly came up with an idea. He suddenly smiled at Wang Damao and said, Uncle Wang, I have an idea for you. The main reason for this is that Mrs. Gao was unreasonable and violated the law. Since she accepted Wang Ergu's fish, you should let Wang Ergu marry her daughter. After saying this, he looked at Wu Changrong and Secretary Jiang. Am I right, leaders? This. Secretary Jiang hesitated, but Wu Changrong looked at Shu Xiaoxia decisively. Comrade Shu Xiaoxia, does your mother-in-law have a daughter? Yes. Shu Xiaoxia nodded and hesitated. But those who die, die, and those who marry, marry. Hearing this, Wu Changrong looked at Shu Tianxi and shrugged. Her meaning was very clear. She had already helped, and there was nothing he could do. Old Mrs. Gao has no daughter. What do you think we should do? Wang Damao seemed to be a little moved by Shu Tianxi's statement, so he continued to ask. That's even simpler. Shu Tianxi smiled cunningly and spread his hands, saying, Whoever eats Wang Ergu's fish will marry him. This. Wu Changrong and Secretary Jiang looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. Comrade Shu Tianxi, this is not good, right? Nonsense, of course it's not good. The one who ate the fish was Gao's young wife, who was pregnant. Is it okay to let her marry Wu Ergu? But Shu Tianxi didn't care and directly said, Okay, what's wrong with it? The Gao family's daughter-in-law ate the fish, so she has to take responsibility? After that, he urged Wang Damao, Uncle Wang, just listen to me. It's impossible for my cousin to marry, and I'll have to ask my aunt to divorce Gao Zhongyuan later. By then, my aunt and the others will no longer be members of the Gao family. So you took Uncle Ergu to find Old Lady Gao and took her daughter-in-law home with you. It just so happens that she's pregnant. So Uncle Ergu will become a father in a few months. When everyone heard this, their expressions suddenly became strange. Damn, how mean must one be to come up with such a trick? Only Wang Damao showed a touch of emotion on his face. He looked up at Shu Xiaoxia and said hesitantly, Do you want to divorce Gao Zhongyuan? Yes. How could I lie to you? Shu Xiaoxia was still not firm, but Shu Tianxi took over decisively. I found a job for my sister-in-law in the city, and she will be a city dweller from now on. When the time comes, she will also take her 3 children away and let them eat commercial grain. By then, they will have nothing to do with the Gao family. Besides, they didn't take Wang Ergu's fish, so what's the point of you nagging about it? What? Found a job for Shu Xiaoxia? Everyone was shocked, and looked at Shu Tianzi in disbelief. Wu Changrong understood Shu Tianzi's abilities, so he whispered to Secretary Jiang beside him. Secretary Jiang suddenly understood and said to Wang Demao, "Comrade Wang Demao, what Comrade Shu Tianzi said makes a lot of sense. This matter was originally done by Mrs. Gao on her own initiative and involves the illegal act of human trafficking. If Comrade Shu Xiaoxia divorced her husband and moved to the city with her children, then they will have no relationship with the Gao family, and you won't bother them anymore." This, Wang Damao hesitated for a moment and said unwillingly, "Then my brother's fish will be given away for nothing? Didn't I tell you that?" Shu Tianzi rolled his eyes and complained, "Go find old lady Gao and ask her to marry her daughter-in-law." Wang Damao knew there was no way out of this situation. He could only change the subject and ask, "What about you beating my brother and breaking his arm, or shooting him and breaking his leg?" "I'll pay you back," Shu Tianzi said decisively, with a serious face. "Although I was trying to save my cousin, I still admit my mistake. I admit to beating your brother, and I will pay whatever compensation is due. I still have some food, and I can compensate you with a few dozen kilograms of food." His goal was to rescue Gao Daya, and he would have as much money and food as he wanted. As long as this matter can be resolved, he doesn't mind spending money to avoid disaster. Seeing that he had a positive attitude and was willing to take responsibility for his mistakes, and had no intention of shirking responsibility, Wu Changrong and Secretary Jiang both looked at him with admiration. Secretary Jiang coughed, looked at Wang Demao, and said, "Comrade Wang Demao, what do you think? If you agree, discuss the compensation issue with Comrade Shu Tianzi." Hearing this, Wang Demao looked at Gao Daya unwillingly. He knew that he could not marry his sister-in-law. It was also his brother's fault for not being able to defeat the opponent in a whole day and night. Now if Shu Xiaoxia really wants to take them into the city, Wang Ergu really can't do anything to her. So Wang Demao nodded heavily and said unwillingly, "Okay, then I want 50 yuan and 300 kilograms of grain as compensation." "What the hell are you thinking?" Shu Tianzi rolled his eyes and shouted. "Director Wu, Secretary Jiang, this guy's asking for too much." Secretary Jiang coughed and said to Wang Demao, "Comrade Wang Demao, don't go too far. Who can afford 300 kilograms of grain these days?" Wang Demao naturally understood this principle, and speaking out only provided room for maneuver. He looked up at Shu Tianzi and said, "Then tell me, how much can you compensate?" 10 yuan. Shu Tianzi hesitated for a moment and said, "Plus 10 kilograms of food." "Impossible." Wang Demao refused directly and shouted, "At least 30 yuan, plus 50 kilograms of food." Shu Tianzi understood his intention, so he shouted out the compensation again. "One price, 10 yuan plus 20 kilograms of grain. If you don't agree, I'll leave now. If you can keep me, I'll be grateful for your kindness." "Comrade Wang Demao, this compensation is already quite a bit." Wu Changrong coughed and said helpfully, "Think about it, 10 yuan. An average person only makes a few yuan a month, right? There's still 20 kilograms of food. Is there anyone in Wangjia village who can provide 3 kilograms of food?" This, Wang Damao hesitated and could only grit his teeth and say, "I have to ask my brother." "Okay, then go ask first. Don't worry, they can't leave until this matter is resolved." Secretary Jiang knew Wang Damao's concerns, so he gave him a reassurance. Wang Damao finally nodded and stood up to go find Wang Ergu. "Uncle Wang." Shu Tianzi stood up and chased after him, taking out $5 and handing it over. Under the other person's puzzled gaze, he said softly, "The compensation is for your brother. You don't get a share, right? Why don't we just let it go? If we continue to make a fuss, it will be hard for everyone." Wang Demao glanced at Shu Tianzi and said angrily, "Who are you looking down on? You want to drive a wedge between me and my brother for $5? He's my brother." "What else?" Shu Tianzi asked back. "You have to pay extra. P.S. Happy New Year on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Every word is sincere. I wish you all a smooth life and a successful career." Chapter 186. The Wang family has problems and is preparing for divorce. "You have to pay more." When Shu Tianzi heard the 3 words, Wang Demao, he was stunned for a moment. $5 is not a small amount. After all, ordinary people only make $2 or $3 a month. But in order to make the other party handle the matter properly, Shu Tianzi added, "I will give you another 5 kilograms of food later." "Real?" Wang Damao's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly and said, "It's a deal." Seeing Shu Tianzi nod, he immediately turned around and walked back to the negotiation room. Secretary Jiang, village chief, let's proceed as we just discussed. As for my brother, I will definitely persuade him to agree. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at Shu Tianxi in surprise. Weren't you ready to fight to the death just now? Why are you agreeing now? Wu Changrong and Secretary Jiang were both smart people and quickly figured out the key. They didn't care. As long as Shu Tianxi could handle the problem himself, they could relax a little. Secretary Jiang nodded, looked at Shu Tianxi, and said, Comrade Shu Tianxi, please do your best to pay the compensation. Then you can go with your aunt and your cousin. Ah, that's great. Shu Xiaoxia and the children exclaimed and hugged each other happily. Ugh. Shu Tianxi glanced at them, then looked at Secretary Jiang and said, I brought some food with me when I came to Hongqiao this time. I'll get it now and be right back. Secretary Jiang glanced at Wu Changrong, nodded, and said, Okay, then we'll wait a few more minutes. Comrade Shu Tianxi, do you need someone to help you get it? No, I'll be back soon. Shu Tianxi waved his hands repeatedly, glanced at Shu Xiaoxia and the others, and turned away. He needs people to go with him. How can he get the food if people go with him? Just as he was about to take a ride on his bike, Shu Xiaoxia caught up with him. God-given. Shu Tianxi tapped the ground with his left foot, and then he saw the other party walk up to him and said, Tianxi, thank you. This compensation should be paid by my aunt, but... Okay, I know what you mean. Shu Tianxi waved his hand and smiled faintly. We are aunt and nephew, so let's not worry about so many things. Anyway, if you listen to my arrangements, your future will definitely be better than now. Your nephew. I have no other thoughts. I just hope that you can live a good life. After hesitating for a long time, Shu Xiaoxia finally made up her mind. She nodded vigorously and said seriously, Okay, I'll listen to you. Just wait. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly, stepped on the pedal, and left Wangjia village. I rode around the village for a bit, smoked a cigarette, and then swayed back. The only difference was that there was a sack on the back seat of the bicycle. Tianxi, third brother. Shu Xiaoxia came over with her 3 children, and Shu Tianxi immediately waved his hand. He glanced at Wu Changrong and others and found a few cigarette butts on the ground. It seems that these people have never left Wang Dafa's house. Shu Tianxi didn't waste any time and just picked up the sack and placed it in front of everyone. Then, under everyone's puzzled gaze, he took out a pumpkin weighing more than 20 kilograms. This pumpkin weighs over 20 kilograms. It's a bargain for Wang Ergu. Everyone looked at each other, then looked at Wang Damao, who was standing beside them. Wang Damao was a little hesitant. This was a little different from what he thought. 20 kilograms of food. He thought it was rice or cornmeal. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly, took out a big black note, and handed it over along with the sack. Uncle Wang, take it. Wang Damao took the money and the sack with suspicion, and suddenly felt something was wrong. The sack is very heavy, at least 5 or 6 pounds. He immediately rubbed the bottom of the bag with his hands and found a powdery substance inside. White flour, or cornmeal. Seeing the other party accept the food and money, Shu Tianxi smiled and said, Uncle Wang, can we go now? Wang Damao came back to his senses, hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand and said, Let's go. Okay, now that the matter has been resolved, we'll leave too. Wu Changrong nodded and stood up with Secretary Jiang. Several people walked out of village Chief Wang's house together and headed out of the village together. Shu Tianxi ignored the excited Shu Xiaoxia and the others, but took out 2 packs of cigarettes and handed them to Wu Changrong and Secretary Jiang. Director Wu, Secretary Jiang, I'm really sorry to trouble you two this time. When I was getting food just now, I accidentally bought 2 extra packs of cigarettes. Can you two help me beat him up? This excuse was lame, but Wu Changrong and the other man still looked down at it. Oh boy, China. This is a Class A cigarette, and Secretary Jiang has not smoked it many times. Wu Changrong is quite knowledgeable, but he also has to admire Shu Tianxi's work. He took the cigarette, then handed it all to Secretary Jiang and said, Secretary Jiang, I don't smoke often. If I keep this cigarette, it will definitely get damp before I can finish it. Can you help me smoke it with me? Director Wu, how can this be possible? Secretary Jiang is a section-level cadre and the top leader in Hongqiao town. But as the deputy director of one of the largest factories in the county, Wu Changrong is at least a section chief, or possibly a deputy division chief. He's a head taller than Secretary Jiang. So in some areas, Secretary Jiang needs to build a good relationship with Wu Changrong. So he refused repeatedly and didn't dare to take the cigarette. Old Jiang, just accept it. Wu Changrong pushed the cigarette over again and said with a smile, "How about you do my young master another favor?" "Little master?" Secretary Jiang was stunned, then looked at Shu Tianxi and smiled. "Comrade Shu Tianxi, is there anything else I can help you with?" Shu Tianxi looked at Wu Changrong with gratitude, thinking that this relationship was indeed worth it. So he coughed and said to Secretary Jiang, "This is what happened. You're also familiar with my aunt's family situation. So I would like to ask Secretary Jiang for a favor and help my aunt and Gao Zhongyuan complete the divorce procedures. Later, I will have to take my aunt and the others to the city and live there." Secretary Jiang suddenly realized what was going on. He then looked at Shu Xiaoxia and asked, "What did Comrade Shu Xiaoxia say?" Shu Xiaoxia took a deep breath and said, "I'll listen to God. In that case, I'll go again." Secretary Jiang accepted the cigarettes and agreed to help Shu Tianxi. So they packed up and headed towards Gaojia village together. Shu Tianxi walked with Wu Changrong and said, "Director Wu, thank you. You've helped me a lot today. How can I thank you?" "It's easy. Come to work in my factory." Wu Changrong raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Thank you for your appreciation, Director Wu, but this really won't work." Shu Tianxi shook his head decisively and explained, "The machinery factory has treated me well. I wouldn't do something like betraying them." Hearing this, Wu Changrong also sighed with regret. "Master Xiao Shu, I admire your character. Forget about thanking me. The fishing skills you gave me are the best thank you." Hearing this, Shu Tianxi also laughed. Chapter 187, Find a Village Chief First. After a while, Shu Tianxi and his companions arrived at Gaojia village. "Comrade Shu Tianxi." "Secretary, just call me Tianxi." Secretary Jiang nodded and said with a smile, "Tianxi, we should first go to the village chief Gao to report this matter." "No problem. It's all up to the secretary." Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and had no opinion. Seeing that Shu Xiaoxia was still a little nervous, he comforted her as he walked over. "Aunt, what's wrong?" "I'm nervous," Shu Xiaoxia said softly with a conflicted expression on her face. Nowadays, women don't have the concept of divorce in their bones. This traditional culture of marrying a chicken, following the chicken, marrying a dog, following the dog is deeply engraved in the bones of contemporary women. This has led to many women being beaten to death by their husbands. But the woman in front of him was Shu Tianxi's aunt, and he couldn't bear to see her suffer. So he urged again, "Aunt, why are you so nervous? Could it be that you still can't bear to let go of Gao Zhongyuan, that mama's boy?" Have you thought about it?" Shu Tianxi interrupted Shu Xiaoxia and continued to remind her. "Gao Xinyuan can listen to his mother today and sell daiji to Wang Ergu. Tomorrow, for a few grains of rice, area can be sold to Chen Ergu, Zhou Ergu. In the end, they might even sell you to an old man in some village in order to satisfy Gao Laoyao's family. Is a man like this worth you spending your whole life for? Even if you don't think about yourself, you should at least think about Daya and area, right?" After hearing Shu Tianxi's description, Gao Daya and Gao area turned pale with fright. They quickly hugged Shu Xiaoxia's arms and urged her, "Mom, let's get a divorce. If I stay at the Gao family, I will only continue to be bullied by my grandma, uncles, and aunts. I don't want to get married, and I especially don't want to marry an old bachelor like Wang Ergu. We are all grown up and can take care of ourselves and your mother." Looking at her two daughters crying with tears in her eyes, Shu Xiaoxia felt very distressed. She nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her face as she said, "Okay, mother, please leave. From now on, even if I die, I will never let you suffer this injustice." "Mother." Looking at the mother and her two children hugging each other, Shu Tianxi shook his head helplessly. He said, "Don't worry, you will not be wronged in the future. I found a job for my sister-in-law. Once she starts working, she will be a city dweller. The three of you can also transfer your household registration to the city with your aunt, and then you can eat commercial grain. Not only will I not be hungry, but I can also marry a city person in the future." Hearing this, the mother and her two daughters' eyes lit up. "Tianxi, is everything you said true?" Shu Xiaoxia asked in disbelief. Based on the nephew's previous character, this statement is really hard to believe. But everything that happened today refreshed her understanding of this nephew. He is taller and more handsome than before, and he does things with reason and logic, and he knows his limits. But he became so good at fighting that he even carried a pistol with him. Most importantly, He knew the deputy director of the steel mill and could get the secretary of Hongxiao Commune to help him with things. All of this made Xu Xiaoxia completely forget about her nephew. Auntie, I really didn't lie to you. Xu Tianxi shook his head and smiled bitterly, pointing at Wu Changrong and saying, I'm a buyer in machinery factory, so I do have some connections. I deal with fish, meat, and eggs every day, and many units want me to send them some supplies. Some units are even willing to exchange work quotas for it. If you don't believe me, ask Director Wu. He still wants me to work in the steel mill. Several people looked at Wu Changrong and found that he also had a thoughtful expression on his face. Seeing everyone looking over, Wu Changrong immediately nodded and smiled. Yes, Master Xiaoshu is right. I really admire his fishing ability, so I want to invite him to work in the factory. Hearing this, Xu Xiaoxia immediately looked at Xu Tianxi with a face full of relief. Tianxi, you have finally grown up. I never imagined that my nephew would be so successful one day. Your parents in heaven will shed tears of joy for your achievements. Gao Xiaohu and Arya also looked at Xu Tianxi with admiration and shouted, Third brother, you're so awesome. I want to be as capable and successful as you in the future. Okay, I believe you. Xu Tianxi smiled, patted their shoulders and said, but before that, you must protect your mother and not let her suffer any injustice. Don't worry, third brother. From now on, I will never let Grandma and Dad bully my mom again. The brother and sister promised solemnly with serious faces. Your mother wants to divorce Gao Zhongyuan. From now on, you don't have to worry about the Gao family's face. After Xu Tianxi gave the reminder, he looked at Gao Daya and found that she was looking at him with a flushed face. Sister Daya, are you feeling unwell? No. Gao Daya quickly shook her head and said awkwardly, I want to thank you. No need, it's just a small favor. Xu Tianxi waved his hand and didn't care. You must be firm and sever ties with the Gao family. Don't worry, third brother, we will definitely leave that home. After getting the assurance from the three people, Xu Tianxi also smiled. At this time, Wu Changrong on the side suddenly spoke. Master Xiaoshu. Xu Tianxi looked over in confusion and heard the other party ask, Can you get a lot of meat and eggs? Not bad. Xu Tianxi nodded and explained, My home is close to the mountains. There's not much else, just lots of wild game like wild boar and pheasant. If you need it, I can send you some next time if I have extra. Real. Looking at Wu Changrong with an excited face, Xu Tianxi smiled and nodded. Of course it's real, but the price is a bit higher than usual. As long as we have supplies, it doesn't matter even if the price is the same as on the black market. Wu Changrong waved his hand indifferently. That's a good feeling. As they were talking, they had already arrived at the home of the village chief Gao. Village Chief Gao. Is Village Chief Gao here? Who is it? Gao Ermei, the village chief of the Gao family, walked out of the room and was suddenly shocked after taking a look at the door. Secretary. He strode forward quickly and opened the door. Secretary, how come you have time to come here? Are there any instructions? Just send someone over to let me know. It's not business. You don't have to be nervous. Secretary Jiang waved his hand and said calmly, I'm here to take care of a small personal matter, and I need your help. Private matter? Gao Ermei was stunned, and then she noticed Xu Xiaoxia and others behind her. Zhong Yuan wife. Daya, why are you here? Never mind, it's not important. Zhong Yuan's wife. Do you know that your mother-in-law and Zhong Yuan are looking for you everywhere? Go back quickly, or you will be in trouble again. Secretary Zhang's face darkened, and he asked, Comrade Gao Ermei, it seems you know about Comrade Xu Xiaoxia's situation? Chapter 188. Beat up old Mrs. Gao. Hearing Secretary Zhang's question, Gao Ermei's mind raced. He glanced at Xu Xiaoxia in surprise, then looked at Secretary Jiang. Secretary, you came to Gaojia village just because of Zhong Yuan's wife? Yes. Secretary Jiang nodded and said, I heard that in order to make some fish soup for her youngest daughter-in-law, Mrs. Gao sold her eldest granddaughter to the old bachelor of the Wang family for just 3 fish. This. Gao Ermei hesitated for a moment, then looked at Gao Daya and said, Secretary, it's about marrying. Bullshit. Secretary Jiang directly and loudly refuted the correction made by village chief Gao. He stood up angrily, pointed at Gao Ermei, and said, Why don't you try marrying your daughter to a 40-year-old bachelor? Old Lady Gao sold Gao Daya to Wang Ergu without her parents' consent. What kind of behavior is this? Human trafficking. Exploiting beggars. Don't agree? Gao Ermiai looked at Shu Xiaoxia and Gao Daya in surprise, and then she suddenly realized. He quickly revealed a righteous look and shouted, "The secretary is right. We must deal with this matter seriously. I just don't know how the secretary wants to deal with this." Seeing that his attitude was quite correct, Secretary Jiang nodded with satisfaction. Comrade Shu Xiaoxia is afraid of encountering this kind of thing in the future, so she wants to divorce Comrade Gao Zhongyuan. Her children were also afraid that they would be sold by their grandmother one day, so they also planned to sever ties with her. I strongly agree with this point. After all, we have to consider the personal safety of the people. Divorce. Sever ties? Gao Ermiai was shocked, and then she thought of what Shu Xiaoxia had experienced over the past 10 or 20 years. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Zhongyuan's wife, have you thought it through?" Shu Xiaoxia grabbed her daughter's hand, gritted her teeth, and nodded, "I've thought it through. Have you ever considered how you and your children will live after the divorce?" Gao Ermiai's question was normal, and Shu Tianxi and the others didn't interrupt. Shu Xiaoxia glanced at Shu Tianxi, then nodded to Gao Ermiai, "I've thought about it. My nephew found me a job, and my children were able to transfer their household registration with me. After the divorce is finalized, I will take them to live in the city." She has a job, or was it her nephew who found it? Gao Ermiai looked at Shu Tianxi and was shocked by his temperament and appearance. Wasn't it said that her nephew was a lazy, good-for-nothing who was about to starve to death? This man is tall and strong, with an upright posture. He doesn't look like someone who is not well fed. Besides, doesn't he himself need help from others? How can he help others find jobs? Could it be that the other party has become different now? If this is true, the fact that the secretary was called here today must have a lot to do with him. Just as Gao Ermiai's mind was spinning wildly, Secretary Jiang spoke again. "Village Chief Gao, can you do this?" "Yes, no problem." Gao Ermiai immediately stood up and said affirmatively. "Secretary, I am very familiar with the situation of the Gao Yuan family. I also sympathize with Comrade Shu Xiaoxia's experience, so there is definitely no problem on my side. It's the high school area. He is the village chief. There is no reason for him to let his villagers divorce." At this time, Shu Tianxi spoke up and said, "Village Chief Gao, I will take care of Gao Zhongyuan's situation. Just go over and say a few words, and I'll help you with the paperwork." Gao Ermiai glanced at Shu Tianxi, then at Wu Changrong and Secretary Jiang. Finally, he nodded and said, "Okay, I agree. Then you listen to my instructions." Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and discussed a strategy with Gao Ermiai in a low voice. Soon after, they walked out of the village chief's house. Gao Ermiai called a few militiamen and asked them to follow Secretary Jiang. Then, a group of about 10 people marched towards Gao Gaoyuan's house. They met many villagers on the way, and some of them even came up to help Shu Xiaoxia. "Zhongyuan's wife, where have you been? Your mother-in-law and Zhongyuan are looking for you everywhere, saying that you didn't cook or wash clothes. Hurry up and go out and hide, or you'll be beaten to death." Someone looked at Gao Daya in surprise. "Daya, weren't you sold to the old bachelor of the Wang family by your grandmother? How could it be you didn't escape back?" Some people also expressed their sincere concern and said, "Don't worry about it. You should just leave the Gao family. Even if old lady Gao didn't beat you to death, she would have starved you to death. And Daya has also come back. Wang Ergu will definitely come to cause trouble too." Seeing the villagers' concerned expressions, Shu Xiaoxia said gratefully, "Thank you all for your concern. However, I'm here to settle things with the Gao family, so I won't run away." "And it? What do you mean? Zhongyuan's wife? You don't want to divorce Zhongyuan, do you?" "Yes." Shu Xiaoxia nodded and said firmly, "I want to divorce Gao Zhongyuan." "Shu Xiaoxia, what are you doing, you loser?" Suddenly, a sharp shout came from not far away, interrupting Shu Xiaoxia's words. The villagers trembled all over, looked in the direction of the sound, and then moved away. I saw a white-haired old man walking towards Shu Xiaoxia with a murderous look on his face and a ruthless pace. "Third brother, she's my grandmother." Gao Xiao looked at Shu Tianxi and reminded him. Shu Tianxi nodded and saw old lady Gao coming up to him and raising her hand to hit Shu Xiaoxia in the face. How could he tolerate this? He quickly stepped forward and stood beside Shu Xiaoxia. Just when Shu Xiaoxia subconsciously closed her eyes and the slap was about to hit her face, Shu Tianxi stretched out his hand and grabbed old lady Gao's wrist. Old Mrs. Gao was stunned. She tried hard but couldn't pull it out. "You, Bao." Old Mrs. Gao wanted to ask who Shu Tianxi was, but she didn't expect to be slapped in the face. I'm giving this back to you on behalf of my aunt. You. Bow. Just as old Mrs. Gao was about to speak, she was slapped on the other side of her face. I'm giving this back to you on behalf of my cousin. With just 2 slaps, Mrs. Gao's dark and wrinkled face became red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. The surrounding villagers saw this and shouted in delight. At the same time, I also admire Shu Tianxi's actions. Old Mrs. Gao was confused, her head was buzzing. She glanced at Shu Tianxi angrily, then glared at Shu Xiaoxia. Shu Xiaoxia, are you trying to make trouble? I provide you with food and clothing, and you ask a wild man to come and beat your mother? Bow. Another slap was given, and Mrs. Gao fell to the ground. Shut your stinky mouth, you old fool. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you go down early to accompany old Gao. Gao Ermei came over and reminded them. Just forget it. Don't let anyone get killed. Hearing this, Shu Tianxi temporarily let Old Lady Gao go. Old Lady Gao stared at second sister Gao, her eyes rolling for a moment, and suddenly she understood something. Chapter 189. I was scared to death. Oh my, I can't survive. Old Lady Gao reacted without hesitation and sat down on the ground to summon the spirit. The village chief teamed up with outsiders to bully me. They bullied me, an old woman half buried in the ground. Gao Yuan, your wife is not a human being. You really married a fickle and vicious woman. Seeing Old Lady Gao crying and shouting, looking like she was calling back the souls of the dead, everyone around her couldn't help but frown. When Shu Tianxi saw this scene, he suddenly felt familiar. Isn't this a classic scene from the Jia family? This is a tradition that has been passed down for thousands of years. It seems that everyone knows it in this day and age. Gao Zhang, stop talking nonsense. Who bullied you? Gao Ermei's mouth twitched, and she stepped forward and pointed at Old Lady Gao and argued. If I hadn't stopped your daughter-in-law's nephew, you would have been beaten to death. Now you're accusing me, the village chief, of bullying you. Can you please have some shame? Nephew? Old Mrs. Gao was startled and looked up at Shu Tianxi. Oh my, I can't survive. Not only did he marry a fickle slut, but her nephew is also an ungrateful bastard. You eat my food and you want to kill me, an old woman. Seeing the old lady crying again, Gao Ermei suddenly felt overwhelmed. Even Secretary Jiang, who was standing behind him, saw Wu Changrong and looked at him embarrassedly. Village Chief Gao, I told you that you can't do this. Shu Tianxi realized that Old Lady Gao recognized him, so he reached out and pulled Gao Ermei away. He rolled up his sleeves and chuckled. I have to do it again. You, what do you want to do? Seeing Shu Tianxi rolling up his sleeves and walking towards her, Mrs. Gao suddenly panicked. She quickly got up and shouted, You took my cornmeal, and you still want. Bow. Before she could finish her words, she was slapped in the face. Old Mrs. Gao cried out in pain and was slapped to the ground. This scene happened to be seen by a pregnant woman not far away. Her pupil shrank, and she went into the room. Boss, something bad has happened. Shu Tianxi glanced in that direction, then looked back at Old Lady Gao. Didn't you call me an ungrateful person? I'll show you what an ungrateful person is. God-given. Shu Xiaoxia suddenly grabbed Shu Tianxi and said in embarrassment, Stop hitting me, or you'll have to pay me again. The incident of beating Wang Ergu is still fresh in my mind. I lost more than 10 yuan and more than 20 kilograms of food. Pay compensation? You think too much. Shu Tianxi shook his head and explained, I'm teaching this law-breaking beggar a lesson. Not only am I innocent, I've even made contributions. Why should I pay compensation? After saying that, he kicked Old Lady Gao on the shoulder. Ouch, I'm dead. Old Mrs. Gao rolled her eyes, her body trembled twice, and then her limbs went paralyzed. This horrifying scene scared the villagers of Gaojia village. Someone's been murdered. Murder. Zhong Yuan's wife's nephew killed Gao Zhang. Some villagers suddenly started to riot, and Wu Changrong and others also looked unhappy. They hurried forward, took a look at Shu Tianxi, and prepared to check on Old Lady Gao's condition. Director Wu, Secretary Jiang, don't be impatient. Shu Tianxi pulled them back and strode to the side of Old Lady Gao. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, he chuckled and said, Don't get close to the corpse, or you might get infected with bad luck. I'll just kick it twice, just watch. Old Mrs. Gao's body suddenly stiffened a little, and her eyelids trembled uncontrollably. Shu Tianxi raised the corner of his mouth, hooked his toes on Old Lady Gao's back, and kicked her. Old Mrs. Gao fell out, and rolled twice on the ground before stopping. This old woman's ability to summon spirits isn't very strong, but she's quite good at pretending to be dead. Shu Qianxi smiled contemptuously and waved to a militiaman. Brother, can you lend me your rifle? Secretary Jiang saw Shu Tianxi's behavior and wanted to step forward to stop him. But Wu Changrong reached out and grabbed him, shaking his head and saying, evildoers need evildoers to deal with them. After hearing this, Secretary Jiang allowed Shu Tianxi to act recklessly. Seeing that the two leaders had no objection, the militia handed the rifle to Shu Tianxi. Shu Tianxi was not in a hurry. He squatted beside Old Lady Gao and looked at the militia and said, Brother, teach me how to fire this gun. Although the militia was puzzled, they squatted down and began to explain. Old Mrs. Gao heard every word of their conversation and felt like she had difficulty breathing. Shu Tianxi finally asked, if I shoot this old lady in the head, will she survive? The militiaman shook his head and said, I don't know if he can survive, but he will definitely die. Okay. Shu Tianxi responded and then took off the safety of his rifle. With the safety off, can I shoot her? Okay, the militia nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Tianxi put the gun hole on Mrs. Gao's temple. Bang! Shu Tianxi suddenly shouted, and the villagers around him couldn't help but close their eyes. Old Lady Gao's lower body trembled, and the liquid with white smoke quickly soaked the earthen bag. Fuck! Even a dead person could be scared to pee. Shu Tianxi shouted, then took a few steps back with a look of disgust. Ha ha! The surrounding villagers burst into laughter and looked at Old Lady Gao with some contempt. Old Mrs. Gao's face flushed red, and she couldn't hold it in any longer. She immediately opened her eyes and glared at Shu Tianxi angrily. I'm going to fight you. Get it? Secretary Jiang suddenly shouted, and a group of militiamen surrounded Old Lady Gao. Old Mrs. Gao was confused and didn't understand why everyone was pointing guns at her. I was beaten and scared by Shu Tianxi, and no one cared for me for a long time. I just wanted to fight back, so why was I pointed at with a gun? Stop! Stop! Don't shoot! Suddenly, several urgent voices came from not far away. Shu Xiaoxia trembled all over and nervously grabbed her two daughters' hands. Shu Tianxi raised the corner of his mouth, knowing that the real master had finally arrived. Haven't we been teasing Old Lady Gao for so long just to wait for the real culprit to show up? He looked up at the people coming, a man in his early 40s and a man in his 30s. The two men came in front of the crowd without hesitation, and Gao Zhongyuan even pushed the militia away. Then he stood in front of Old Lady Gao, raised his hand and smiled at the militia. It's a misunderstanding. There must be a misunderstanding. Mrs. Gao's youngest son came to Shu Xiaoxia and accused her, sister-in-law. What do you mean by this? I haven't seen anyone all day, and I don't come back to make lunch. So you came back with a bunch of outsiders to bully our mom. Shu Xiaoxia was about to speak when she was stopped by Shu Tianxi. Auntie, you only have one task today. No need to talk about the others. Shu Tianxi gave a warning and then looked at Gao Jinshi, the youngest son of the Gao family. Who are you? Bang! Just as Gao Jinshi was about to ask about Shu Tianxi's identity, she was slapped in the face. Chapter 19087 is called Early Death. Who are you? Why are you hitting someone? Bang! Village chief. How can you allow outsiders to bully the villagers? Gao Jinshi was stunned. He was slapped several times for no reason. He wanted to ask clearly, but unexpectedly the other party didn't say anything to him at all. His eyes fell on Gao Ermei, who was standing beside him, so he immediately started questioning her. Gao Ermei was also afraid that it would affect her prestige in the village, so she could only step forward and hold Shu Tianxi. Comrade, that's about enough. It's getting late. Why don't we get down to business? After hearing this, Shu Tianxi stopped attacking the Gao family. Okay, let's get started. At this time, Gao Yuankai came over with Old Lady Gao. Third brother, why are you here? Shu Tianxi glanced at him and said calmly, Of course I'm here to see my aunt and help you get a divorce. Divorce? Gao Shuiyuan was stunned, a little confused. Hubit Yusong, this little bastard was hired by your wife to bully your mother. Old Mrs. Gao slapped Gao Zhongyuan on the back of the head, then pointed at her own face and started crying. Look at my face. What did that little beast do to it? What? Gao Zhongyuan was shocked and looked at Shu Tianxi angrily and asked, Third brother, did you hit my mother? Yes. Shu Tianxi admitted frankly. More than that. Old Lady Gao grabbed Gao Zhongyuan and pointed at Shu Tianxi, continuing to accuse him. He even shot the militia's gun at me. He wanted to kill your mother. What? Gao Zhongyan was shocked again, staring at Shu Tianxi with anger on his face. You did this too? Done. Shu Tianxi nodded calmly in acknowledgement. I'll beat you to death. Gao Yuan slapped Shu Tianxi without saying a word. Shu Tianxi found Gao Yuan's behavior of overestimating his own abilities ridiculous. However, a figure suddenly blocked his way. Stop! Shu Xiaoxia stood in front of Shu Tianxi with a determined look on her face, staring at Gao Yuan. Gao Zhongyuan's movement stopped midair, and he shouted, Xiaoxia, get out of the way. The third child is becoming more and more rude. He even dares to hit our mother. We must teach him a lesson today, otherwise he will definitely kill someone in the future. Wow, a great prophet? He already knew about this before it even happened? Shu Xiaoxia ignored her and said, Gao Yuan, I want to divorce you. What? What did you say? Gao Shu Yuan frowned, thinking he was hallucinating. Old Lady Gao, who was standing by, stepped forward quickly and said, Zhongyan, what kind of wife did you marry? You eat and live in our house, yet you dare to ask for a divorce from me. I think she is not a faithful wife and seduces wild men outside. That's why you dare to team up with outsiders to bully your mother and even give us the cold shoulder. I didn't, Shu Xiaoxia retorted loudly. Still quibbling, Old Lady Gao also shouted, demanding, Why are you suddenly so stubborn? Gao Zhongyuan actually believed this nonsense and stared at Shu Xiaoxia angrily and asked, Is what my mother said true? I said I didn't. Then why do you dare to ask for divorce? Shu Xiaoxia wanted to explain, but was stopped by Shu Tianxi. Auntie, what can you explain to this kind of person? I'll do it. Pulling Shu Xiaoxia behind him, Shu Tianxi stared at Gao Zhongyuan and said, It was me who asked my aunt to divorce you. You? Yes, that's me. Shu Tianxi nodded and began to accuse. How can a man like you who can't even protect his wife and daughter be qualified to marry a wife? My aunt must have been blind to marry a mama's boy like you. How dare you talk to me like that? Gao Zhongyuan's skin was dark red, and his breathing quickened a little. Why not? Do you really think you are still my uncle? Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes and sneered. My aunt is divorcing you today. Your Gao family will have nothing to do with my Shu family anymore. I'm going to kill you. Gao Xun, this mama's boy, is not good at speaking and will start fighting again if he is scolded a few times. Who are you talking to? Shu Tianxi retorted and kicked him directly. Gao Zhongyuan's pupil shrank, his legs dangling in the air, his hips stretched back, and he flew a few meters before landing on his buttocks and rolling over. That's it. You still want to fight me? Shu Tianxi smiled contemptuously, then glared at Old Lady Gao. The other party was so scared after being beaten that he didn't dare to say a word. He could only stare at Shu Xiaoxia angrily. She was a bully who only feared the strong, so Shu Xiaoxia ignored her. Gao Yuan, is there any husband like you? Do you think it's easy to be a daughter-in-law or a son-in-law? My aunt has been married to your Gao family for 20 years and has worked hard without complaint for so many years to bear children for your Gao family, to serve you and your whole family food and drink. You bunch of ungrateful people. Do you think she owes your family something? For 3 fucking fish, you sold your own daughter. Tell me, are you still a human being? Shu Tianxi pointed at Gao Zhongyuan's nose and cursed him word by word. The surrounding villagers couldn't help but show a trace of sympathy when they thought of what Shu Xiaoxia had experienced in the past 20 years. Only the Gao family didn't take it seriously and even argued back. That's what she owes our Gao family. Suddenly, Mrs. Gao shouted, staring at Shu Tianxi and pointing at Shu Xiaoxia. Asked her how she got married into our family. Shu Tianxi rarely beat up Old Lady Gao, but instead looked at Shu Xiaoxia curiously. He had always been curious because Shu Xiaoxia could have married into the city with the help of her 2 sisters. Why did she end up marrying into this family in Hangxiao town? Yes, I owe your family. Shu Xiaoxia hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and shouted, But I've repaid you with all the hard work and dedication over the past 20 years, and I'm grateful for everything. It's not enough. Even if you give it back in 10 lifetimes, it won't be enough. Old Lady Gao waved her hand and shouted, If my old Gao had risked his life to save you, you would have died more than 20 years ago. If it wasn't for saving you, will my husband Gao have died so early? My goodness, there is actually another hidden secret here? Shu Tianxi looked at Shu Xiaoxia in surprise. How come he didn't know that the other party had such an experience? But I don't have time now, I'll ask later. Now I have to talk about the fact that old man Gao died early. Shu Tianxi looked at Old Lady Gao and asked, Old lady, how old are you this year? 82. Then your old man must be 84 to 86, right? 87. Listen, everyone, is she speaking human language? Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes and pointed at old lady Gao and said, did she say 87 died early? These days, living to 60 or 70 is considered a long life. She calls 87 an early death. Everyone looked strange and thought this was a bit outrageous. Chapter 1, 91 agree to divorce. What happened to 87? What happened to 87? Old Mrs. Gao screamed, glaring at everyone and saying, if I hadn't been injured saving her, my old Gao might have lived to be 90 or 100 years old. This is a bit unreasonable. Everyone knew in their hearts that old Gao couldn't live that long. After all, the family was so poor that they could barely make ends meet, and they were even willing to sell their own granddaughter for 3 fish. If there is no more food, Mrs. Gao and her family will starve to death. Old Lady Gao. Shu Tianxi didn't buy into Old Lady Gao's tricks and directly shouted, no matter what favors my aunt has received from your family. I have served your family for 20 years and have repaid all the kindness I have shown you. She and your son must divorce today and never have any contact with each other again. No, I don't agree. Gao Xuan immediately stood up and shook his head. You have to agree even if you don't agree. Shu Tianxi directly refuted and threatened. Otherwise, I will arrest your mother and send her to a farm for reform. What do you mean? Gao Shuyuan frowned and asked in confusion. Shu Tianxi smiled contemptuously and looked at Secretary Jiang and Gao Ermei. Since Secretary Jiang intends to make friends with Shu Tianxi, he naturally has to do as agreed. So he immediately stepped forward and said, Comrade Gao Zhongyuan, my surname is Jiang, and I'm the secretary of Hongqiao Commune. Your mother sold Comrade Gao Daya to Comrade Wang Ergu for the price of 3 fish. This behavior has already involved human trafficking, so they must be taken back for reformation. What? Old Mrs. Gao was shocked, and Gao Gaoyuan and Gao Jinshi were also shocked. Secretary, we are marrying Daya off. How can that be considered selling her? Mary. Secretary Jiang raised his eyebrows and asked, did Comrade Gao Daya agree? Did her mother, Comrade Shu Xiaoxia, agree? This. Gao Gaoyuan looked at Shu Xiaoxia and Gao Daya, a little hesitant. He did not forget that he had beaten and scolded the mother and daughter because of this matter. Secretary Jiang snorted coldly and said, since neither mother nor daughter agree, then we have to sell them. Human trafficking is a serious crime. They must be taken to the Beidawang farm for reform. Take away. As soon as the words fell, several militiamen came forward with guns. Wait. The 2 Gao brothers hurried forward and stopped the militiamen who were about to take action. Gao Zhongyuan even came directly to Gao Daya, grabbed her hand and said, Daya, say something. You agree to marry Wang Ergu, right? Say something. You don't want your grandma to be sent to the Beidawang farm, do you? I don't agree. How could I agree? Looking at her father, who was only concerned about old lady Gao, Gao Daya shouted directly. Wang Ergu is an old man in his 40s. How can I agree to this? You asked me to lie just to protect grandma. Do you know how much your daughter has been wronged yesterday and today? Gao Daya spoke louder and louder, feeling more and more aggrieved, and finally burst into tears. Gao Area was heartbroken and immediately hugged her and cried. You! Gao Gaoyuan was anxious, but helpless. So he looked at Shu Xiaoxia and said, Wife, look, Gao Zhongyuan, let's get a divorce. What did you say? Looking at Shu Xiaoxia's indifferent face, Gao Zhongyuan was stunned. In his impression, his daughter-in-law has always been timid and cautious. For 20 years, he has been serving his family diligently and uncomplainingly, rarely arguing back. What's going on today? Why are you so cold and tough? I said. Shu Xiaoxia took a deep breath and said again, I want to divorce you. Your father saved me over 20 years ago, so I agreed to marry his son. I gave up the city people my sister introduced me to and came to Gao's house with your father. I thought that someone with such a strong sense of justice like your father would have a good family. But I was wrong. Your character is completely opposite to what I imagined. I have worked tirelessly in your family for 20 years, taking care of your parents and your brothers and sisters. All the food and clothing we eat are what they have left over, and even my children have to suffer as a result. I've had enough of this kind of life, so let's get a divorce. As long as we get divorced, your mother will be fine. You, Gao Xuan was stunned for a moment and then wanted to refuse. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Gao shouted directly, Divorce! Divorce her! I don't know how she, a woman in her 30s, can survive if she leaves our Gao family. Does she really think she can get married at the age of 17 or 18? Gao Ermei, the village chief of Gaojia, thought it was ridiculous and wanted to tell them a cruel truth. But the look Shu Tianxi gave him forced him to remain silent. Shu Tianxi chuckled, looked at Gao Zhongyuan and said, Gao Shenyuan, aren't you a filial son? Your mother has already said that she agrees to your divorce. Now if you listen to her, you can still save her life, so make a decision quickly. Looking at the hundreds of villagers around him pointing and talking, Gao Shuwen suddenly felt ashamed. He finally gritted his teeth and shouted, Okay, I agree to a divorce. But I have a request. You can't take the child away. Shu Xiaoxia looked back at Gao Daya and the other two, then nodded. Okay, as long as the kids are willing to follow you. Gao Zhongyan immediately raised his head and paid more attention to Gao Xiaohu. Before he could even ask, Secretary Jiang stepped forward and said, Since the Gao family agrees, let's go through the formalities first. Things had come to this point, and Gao Shuan had no choice but to go back and get his documents. The so-called marriage certificate is actually just a piece of paper. It has the village chief's handwriting and the seal of the township department. On the way to the department, Gao Zhongyan looked at Shu Tianxi with gritted teeth. Shu Tianxi, you came here just to instigate me to divorce your aunt, right? You can think so. Shu Tianxi did not evade and nodded decisively. What? Didn't my aunt say that? It's because you're irresponsible and have no sense of responsibility. Shu Tianxi shrugged and took out a Dakium cigarette. Gao Zhongyan was shocked and asked, You smoke such good cigarettes? None of your business? You. Gao Gaoyuan was so anxious that he could only snort coldly. If you ask your aunt to divorce me, how are we going to live in the future? Don't worry about it. I won't be living any worse than you. Seeing that the third brother, who used a smile in front of him, now dared to turn his back on him, Gao Shuan was filled with resentment. But he couldn't beat him, and he couldn't understand how this kid had grown so much taller and was still so good fighting. Since the other party doesn't know what's good for him, I can only go to Shu Xiaoxia and persuade her. Shu Xiaoxia, have you really thought it through? If you divorce me, you won't be able to see your 3 children anymore. Shu Xiaoxia glanced at Gao Zhongyan, her pupils full of disappointment. Soon, several people came to the responsible department. When a marriage certificate was torn into pieces and a piece of divorce certificate was handed over, Gao Shuan and Shu Xiaoxia's marriage was completely over. Chapter 192. Wife and children separated. Daughter-in-law. Don't call me wife. I'm not a member of your Gao family anymore. Looking at Shu Xiaoxia's indifferent face, Gao Shuan, holding the divorce certificate, was a little angry. I wanted to be with him even if the marriage ended in friendship, but I didn't expect him to be so heartless. Since the other party doesn't want it, forget it. Gao Zhongyuan glanced at Shu Tianxi, then snorted coldly at Shu Xiaoxia. Okay, I want to see how well you can live after leaving our Gao family. I just hope that when you're starving to death on the streets, you won't think of begging me for help. Don't worry, this won't happen. Shu Tianxi raised his index finger and waved it left and right, then gestured towards the road. Our family has nothing to do with you anymore. You can leave. He could have told the other party that he had found a job for Shu Xiaoxia in the city. Although this would make the Gao family hate and regret, there are also many side effects. So it's better to have less trouble than more. Just let the other party go away. You. Good. Gao Zhongyan pointed at Shu Tianxi and nodded with gritted teeth. Then he looked at Gao Daya and others behind Shu Xiaoxia and hesitated for a moment. Area. Xiaohu, your mother doesn't want you anymore. Come home with me. Hearing this, the 3 of them immediately took a step back. Gao Zhongyan was stunned and his face suddenly darkened. What do you guys mean? Don't you want to go home with me? Go home? Go back to what home? Gao Daya stepped forward with a serious look on her face. Ever since you unconditionally obeyed Grandma and helped your uncle and aunt bully our family, I have been full of disappointment in that family. When you and Grandma sold me to Wang Ergu, I had no connection with that family anymore. You asked me to go home with you, and wherever my mother is, that is my home. But you and my mother have already divorced. What do you mean? You want to break up with me? Gao Shuyuan said in a deep voice. Dad, this is the last time I call you Dad. Gao Daya nodded, wiped her tears and said, From now on, I am no longer your daughter. I will follow my mother, no matter how hard or tiring it is, even if I end up living on the streets. Finally, I wish you good health and a long life. After saying that, She bowed deeply to Gao Zhongyuan. Shu Xiaoxia then took her hand and patted it, and they smiled at each other. Good, very good. I'm just waiting for you and your daughter to starve to death on the streets. A trace of anger quickly appeared on Gao Zhongyuan's dark face, and his teeth were almost broken. Otherwise, if he couldn't beat Shu Tianxi, he would have punched and kicked the mother and daughter. Now, I can only make harsh words. When Shu Tianxi raised his hand to warn him, he had to hold back the rest of his words. Just as he looked at Gao Area and Gao Xiaohu, Shu Tianxi became a little impatient. Shu Tianxi waved his hands and shouted, "Okay, don't ask anymore. Area and Xiaohu won't go back with you, so you should go back and let your younger siblings and children take care of you in your old age." Gao Zhongyuan's expression changed, and he quickly asked, "What do you mean? What else do you mean?" Shu Tianxi chuckled and said to Gao Area, "Area, can you tell your ex-father about this?" Gao Area hummed, stepped forward and said, "Dad, this is the last time I will call you Dad. It's not that I don't want to go back to Gao's house with you, but I really don't dare. Grandma is too partial to my uncle and aunt, and you listen to her too much. I was afraid that one day when my aunt wanted to eat rice or meat, my grandmother would sell me off too. You don't know what kind of torture my elder sister went through in the Wang family. I don't want that. No matter how hard or tiring it is, I'm not afraid. Therefore, I will not go back to the Gao family with you." Gao Xiuan wanted to say no. He would not sell Gao Area. But considering the personalities of his own mother and his youngest wife, could he really stop them? He couldn't stop it, so he looked at Gao Xiao. "Xiaohu, you're the only male in the family now. Grandma is always very kind to you. You will go home with Dad, right?" Although the family did not pay much attention to Shu Xiaoxia and her mother and daughter, they treated Gao Xiaohu very well. After all, he is the eldest grandson in the family, and Grandma Gao never thought of treating him unfairly. So Gao Xiaohu was the first one who could eat at the table with old lady Gao. However, Gao Xiaohu was going to disappoint Gao Zhongyuan. He was too vulgar in his treatment of his own children's sibling relationship. "I don't want it." Gao Xiaohu refused loudly and gave his reasons. "I am favored now because I am a boy. But if my aunt had also given birth to my cousin, I would not have been favored. I will definitely be bullied by my uncles and aunts and by their sons. Besides, my mother and sister are no longer in that family, so there will definitely be no one to protect me when the time comes." This guy, who hasn't been studying for many years, has a very clear logic. The well-reasoned and logical output made Gao Gaoyuan confused. He shook his head and shouted angrily, "No, you must come back with me. Not only you, Xiaohu, have to go back with me, but Daya and Area have to go back with me too. You are descendants of my Gao family. How could you possibly go with Shu Xiaoxia, an outsider?" "What outsider? I'm their mother." Shu Xiaoxia was upset and shouted angrily, "They're the flesh that fell off my body after 10 months of pregnancy. Even if they have nothing to do with you, they can't be separated from me. It is hard to say whether the child is the man's biological child, but it is definitely the woman's biological child." These words were so valuable that Shu Tianxi couldn't help but show an expression of surprise. Gao Yuan was not well educated and did not realize how valuable this sentence was. He refused to give in and came over to grab Gao Xiaohu and Gao Area and leave. "I don't care. They are my Gao family's offspring. You just promise me that you can't take the children with you if we divorce." Gao Daya immediately retorted, "It's not that Mom wants to take us away. It's that she wants us to go with her." Gao Area echoed, "Yes, we are the ones who want to sever ties with you." Rebellion. Rebellion. Gao Gaoyuan was extremely angry, and after yelling a few times, he raised his hands. Gao Daya and the other two closed their eyes tightly, but the slap did not fall for a long time. They opened their eyes nervously and found that Gao Zhongyuan's hand was being held by Shu Tianxi. "You're tired of being so arrogant in front of me, right?" Shu Tianxi snorted coldly, then slapped Gao Gaoyuan in the face. Gao Zhongyuan stumbled, spat out 2 bloody teeth, and fell to the ground. The slap was quite powerful, but it only broke 2 teeth. Looking at Gao Gaoyuan's rapidly swelling face, Shu Tianxi lit a cigarette and squatted down. "Senior high school Yuan, that's not right." Shu Tianxi shook his head and continued, "Former uncle-in-law, have you ever thought about it? In my own home, I can let my wife and children suffer every day. In the end, you force them to leave you. How much of a failure are you as a human being?" "Woo woo woo." Gao Xiuan glared with angry red eyes, and the swelling on his face made him unable to say a word. Chapter 193, Shu Xiaoxia's Story. Okay, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Looking at Gao Gaoyuan, who was speechless, Shu Qianxi said impatiently. In front of Secretary Jiang and Director Wu, you and my aunt got the divorce certificate. If the three children don't want to follow you, it's because of your own cowardice and incompetence. We are leaving now. If you continue to bother me, I will beat you up. After a warning, Shu Qianxi stood up and glanced at Shu Xiaoxia and the others. Just as he was about to speak, Secretary Jiang and Wu Changrong also came over. Secretary Jiang said, Comrade Xiaoshu, the matter has come to a successful conclusion. I hope I can have a chance to sit down and drink tea with you in the future. Thank you, Secretary Jiang. I'm really sorry to bother you today. Shu Qianxi extended his hand repeatedly to express his gratitude. Next time you come to the county town, I'll invite you and Director Wu to go to the state-owned restaurant to try their braised pork. Is it a deal? It's a deal. Secretary Jiang laughed and nodded. Okay, then I'll go back to the commune first. Secretary Jiang, take care. After watching Secretary Jiang leave, Shu Qianxi turned his gaze away and looked at Wu Changrong. Director Wu, you're the one I should thank the most today. I really don't know how to thank you for your generous help today. Shu Xiaoxia, who was standing by, also quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Director Wu. No, there's nothing to thank me for. Wu Changrong waved his hand, raised an eyebrow at Shu Qianxi, and asked, Any other fishing tips? Hee. Will I tell you that I rely on hooks for fishing? Shu Qianxi shook his head and said, Making a nest is the best technique. Use the most suitable bait to catch the biggest fish. Teach me. Wu Changrong nodded seriously, then looked at Shu Xiaoxia and the others. Master Xiaoshu, isn't it difficult for your aunt and the others to go to the county town? Indeed, it's getting late. Shu Qianxi also looked at Shu Xiaoxia and the others and agreed. Hanxiao town is more than 10 kilometers away from the county seat, and it was already late at night when they entered the city. Can I give them a ride for you? Wu Changrong suggested. Shu Qianxi's eyes lit up and he asked, Is it convenient? What's the inconvenience? I drove here. Wu Changrong smiled indifferently and walked towards the road. Shu Qianxi's face lit up with joy, and he looked at Shu Xiaoxia and said, Aunt, shall we go? Okay. Shu Xiaoxia nodded, with a strong feeling in her words. Several people glanced at Gao Zhongyuan, then chose to ignore him. Looking at their backs, Gao Shuyuan was filled with hatred. However, he thought he knew Shu Qianxi's family background well, and that his 6 brothers and sisters were almost starving to death. Now, with Shu Xiaoxia and the other 3 joining the group, they will only die faster. He wanted to see when these people would die. Shu Qianxi asked Gao Daya and the other 2 to get into Wu Changrong's car, leaving Shu Xiaoxia behind. Director Wu, please send my cousins to my village. Wu Changrong smiled and said, I'll drive slowly, just follow me. That's fine, but it's a bit of a waste of your time. It's no big deal, let's go. Wu Changrong waved his hand indifferently and closed the car door. Shu Qianxi also smiled, looked at Shu Xiaoxia and said, Aunt, take my bike. Shu Xiaoxia happened to have something to say to Shu Qianxi, so she nodded in agreement. The matter in Hanxiao town was temporarily dealt with, and the group set out on the journey back to the Shu family. Shu Xiaoxia sat on the back of the bicycle with a stiff expression as she could no longer bear it when crossing the Red Bridge. Wow! She suddenly screamed and lay on Shu Tianxi's back and started crying. Shu Tianxi paused and sighed. The sudden end of a 20-year marriage is something that no one can accept for a while. What's more, women of this era attach so much importance to family values. Shu Tianxi did not directly persuade Shu Xiaoxia, but let her cry on his back for a while. Seeing that they were almost in the city, he had to remind her, Auntie, we're entering the city. Hearing this, Shu Xiaogu raised her head and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her hands. Tianxi, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Aunt, what are you talking about? Shu Tianxi said seriously with a serious expression. We are aunt and niece. What's so funny about this? But I'm really curious. How did you marry into the Gao family? He had this doubt from the beginning. After hearing what old lady Gao said, he became even more curious. Shu Xiaoxia looked up at Shu Tianxi, hesitated for a moment, and then told him the whole story. In the beginning, our county was always occupied by the Japanese devils. Although it was the devils' base camp, most of the people were still safe, because they would rob nearby villages from time to time. So our village is even more dangerous. So your eldest and second aunts thought of marrying me to the city, which would at least be safer than living in a village. As a result, your grandfather was captured by the Japanese devils on my way into the city. Old Gao was a member of the army at that time and happened to be on mission here. So he rescued us, but was accidentally shot by the Japanese. Although he was treated in time, he was no longer able to fight. To repay him for saving our lives, your grandfather and I took care of him for a while. Old Gao thought I had a good heart, so he matched me with his son. Your grandfather and I agreed to this because of your life-saving grace. After listening to Shu Xiaoxia's narration, Shu Tianxi immediately exclaimed, "Wow, I didn't expect that my grandfather and aunt had such a thrilling experience." Only then did he understand why his grandfather agreed to let his aunt marry so far away. Shu Tianxi looked back with some admiration and said, "Aunt, is this considered repaying a favor?" Hearing this, Shu Xiaoxia laughed at herself. "I haven't met the person your eldest and second aunts introduced to me. It's all the same whether you marry anyone. Marrying Gao Zhongyuan is just a way of repaying a favor. What I didn't expect was that none of their family treated me as the daughter-in-law of the Gao family. I just felt that since old Gao saved me, I had to serve his family like a slave for the rest of my life. If I had known they were thinking this way, I would have died at the hands of the devils." "Well," Shu Tianxi laughed and comforted, "don't say angry words. Isn't everything fine now? Go back to the Shu family and have a good rest tonight. I will take you to start work tomorrow. From now on, you will be a city dweller. Maybe you can even meet true love." "Don't laugh at my aunt." Shu Xiaoxia rolled her eyes and said, "I'm almost 40. There's no such thing as true love." "What's wrong with 40? A woman is in her prime at 41. Go away. You're just making fun of my aunt." Shu Xiaoxia was amused and slapped Shu Tianxi on the back. The other party's hit didn't hurt much. Shu Tianxi just smiled and didn't care. Shu Xiaoxia asked again, "But if we go to the Shu family, will we be able to sleep there?" Chapter 194, The Enthusiasm of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. "Yes, of course." Shu Tianxi nodded and explained, "Aunt, you may not know yet. Some time ago, I gathered the whole village to build an adobe house for my eldest brother and his wife. They also have 3 rooms there, so it's no problem for you and Daya to stay there." "What?" Shu Xiaoxia was shocked and asked curiously, "Where did you get the money to build a house?" Although the villagers don't need money for their labor, they do need food to fill their stomachs. Shu Tianxi knew that his aunt would ask, but he had no intention of explaining it clearly. He chuckled and said, "Your nephew is now a purchasing agent at a machinery factory, a level 6 clerk. With my hunting skills, it would be easy to get some food, right? Tianxi, please don't do anything that violates discipline." Shu Xiaoxia said worriedly, putting her hand on the other person's back. "Don't worry. All our products are obtained legally and reasonably. You can stay at the Shu family for a few days first, and then go back to the city after you have arranged your work dormitory." Shu Xiaoxia looked up at Shu Tianxi's profile and said with relief, "Tianxi, you have really grown up." Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and said, "People always grow up." Shu Xiaoxia also chuckled and nodded. "When my aunt pays me my salary, I'll give you half." "No, your salary is barely enough to keep 4 people fed." Shu Tianxi was riding his bike and chatting with his sister-in-law, while Wu Changrong was driving slowly behind him. About an hour later, Shu Tianxi parked the car not far from the entrance of Shujia village. "Auntie, get out of the car." After letting Shu Xiaoxia get off the car, Shu Tianxi stood up and turned to Wu Changrong's car. "Director Wu, thank you so much today." "Master Xiaoshu." "Director Wu, you could just call me by my name or Lao San." "Okay, then I won't be shy with you." Wu Changrong nodded and said with a smile, "Tianxi, I just saw that your area is surrounded by mountains. I guess they usually get a lot of supplies up there, right? It was all done by the village collective, and it has nothing to do with us personally." Shu Tianxi smiled and covered it up. Wu Changrong didn't mind and went straight to the point. "Tianxi, what about the supplies you promised to deliver to our factory?" "Don't worry, I will keep my promise to you." Shu Tianxi nodded quickly and said affirmatively. 7 days. Deliver a batch of unplanned materials to the steel mill within 7 days. "Really?" Wu Changrong's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, "Then I'll wait at the factory. Don't let me down." "Don't worry. I'm just worried that you can't eat it." Shu Tianxi patted his chest and teased. "My steel mill has thousands of employees. What supplies can't we handle?" Wu Changrong glared at him and said unconvincingly, "Just get them. I'll take as many as you want." "Is it settled then?" After confirming again and again that Gao Daya and the other two had gotten off the car, Wu Changrong turned around and left. Shu Qianxi stared at them for a long time before turning back to look at Shu Xiaoxia and said, "Aunt, take Daya and the others into the village first." "What about you?" Shu Xiaoxia asked doubtfully. "I'm going to get the supplies I need for the village. I have to go to the supply and marketing cooperative. Buying supplies for the village. What? I won't explain it to you yet. You'll know when the time comes." Shu Qianxi shook his head without answering and urged, "Okay, you guys go back first. Dia must be starving too. She'll be able to eat when she gets home." After hearing what Shu Qianxi said, Shu Xiaoxia stopped talking. She gave Gao Daya and the other two a warning, then headed towards Shujia village empty-handed. This family got nothing after the divorce, not even change of clothes. Only Gao Xiaohu had a change of clothes, but he didn't bring it with him because he was afraid that old lady Gao would pinch him. Looking at their backs, Shu Qianxi sighed. Without thinking too much, he turned around and rode towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Soon, he leaned his bicycle against the wall and strode into the supply and marketing cooperative. "Hey, a distinguished guest has arrived. Brother Tianxi, welcome, welcome. Brother Tianxi, are you planning to buy something?" As soon as he entered the door, Song Ziqiang and 4 or 5 other sales clerks immediately surrounded him. Looking at their enthusiastic faces, the customers who were shopping inside were stunned. These salespeople usually either look up at the sky or eat melon seeds. What's going on today? Why are they all smiling and greeting a young man? Shu Qianxi was also stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had seen such an enthusiastic salesperson. But if you think about it, you will understand that this group of people already knew my identity. So he didn't say much and went straight to the point. "I want to buy some pencils and notebooks for my younger brother and sister, and some sacks." "Pencil, notebook, yes," Song Ziqiang shouted, then hurried back to the shelf and took out a bundle of pencils and a stack of notebooks. Zhonghua pencils, 10 for 10 cents. Exercise books, 10 for 20 cents. This thing is quite cheap. The most expensive thing is still the school bag. Just then, the saleswoman brought over an army green shoulder bag. "Brother Tianxi, do you want a school bag? The latest model?" "No, my brother and sister are not in school." Shu Qianxi shook his head and refused. "Take 50 pencils, 50 notebooks, as many as the sack has." "Okay, I've counted them for you." Song Ziqiang moved quickly and placed a pencil and notebook in front of Shu Qianxi. "Thanks." Shu Qianxi chuckled, then took out $1.50 and handed it over. "Brother Tianxi, forget about this little money. Let's get to know each other. My name is Song Ziqiang." "Brother Tianxi, my name is Mei Xiaohua." "Zhang Laifu." "Su Pingyan." A group of salespeople couldn't wait to introduce themselves, fearing that they would leave a bad impression on Shu Tianxi. Shu Tianxi glanced at them and chuckled. Everyone didn't know what to say and could only laugh. "Shu Tianxi." Shu Qianxi nodded and handed the money over again. "It's okay to make friends, but the money you owe still needs to be paid. If you don't accept it, we can stop being friends." "Okay, then I'll accept it." Song Ziqiang didn't dare to anger Shu Tianxi, so he could only give up this opportunity to show goodwill. "Thanks." Shu Tianxi picked up the pencil and notebook and then took the hundreds of sacks that Su Pingyan handed over to him one after another. He handed over the sack of money and then strode out of the supply and marketing cooperative. Looking at his back, Song Ziqiang and others quickly gathered together again. Zhang Laifu asked, "Hey, what do you think of his impression of us?" Su Pingyan shook his head and said, "I don't know, but it's definitely not the case that I need him to help me." "Do you want me to say that?" Mei Xiaohua rolled her eyes. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, Shu Tianxi rode his bicycle to a deserted place. After putting away the bicycle, pencil notebook, and sack, he took out the tricycle. Then he took out several 100 kilograms of sweet potatoes and cornmeal and piled them into the bucket. Ready, back to the village. Chapter 195. The eggs were not given in vain. "Tianxi. Tianxi is back. Tianxi, what are you carrying? Is it food? That's a lot. It must be several 100 kilograms, right?" As soon as he returned to the village, a group of villagers surrounded Shu Tianxi impatiently. Their expressions varied, but they were more concerned with the grain in the bucket. Shu Tianxi frowned, raised his hand, and said, "Okay, stop yelling. If people from other villages knew about this, they would report it to the commune in a matter of minutes. By then, you will starve to death." Hiss! Hearing this, the villagers immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. So they quickly covered their mouths and began to communicate with the villagers with their eyes. The woman raised her eyebrows and peered into the dump truck as if to say, "Look, how many pounds of food are there?" Another woman rolled her eyes and whispered, "I don't know, but it must be at least 500 or 600 kilograms." Seeing them like this, Shu Qianxi suddenly found it funny. He shook his head and explained, "I'm not asking you to stop talking, but to keep your voice down. Let me come first. If you have anything, go back to the village chief's house and ask." The villagers nodded repeatedly and then gathered behind the tricycle. They put their hands on the grain, helping Shu Tianxi push the cart while feeling the grain in the sacks. They whispered to each other and soon found out what kind of food Shu Tianxi brought back. Now Shu Tianxi doesn't need to ride the tricycle at all. He just needs to control the handlebars. Soon, the tricycle was pushed to Shu Daqiang's house by a group of villagers. Tianxi is back. Food, is this food? Don't shout, or people from other villages might hear you. Shu Tianxi didn't need to remind them at all. The villagers started to remind each other. He braked the tricycle and landed on the ground with his legs crossed. Looking at Shu Daqiang, Shu Shaoqing, and others who gathered around him, he handed the note over first. "Village chief, the price of 2 wild boars is 967.5, and the company gave 970. 970? That much? This, so much money. How much food can it be exchanged for? It must be several thousand kilograms at least. Will the people in our village never have to go hungry again? Great, great. We won't starve to death anymore." Before Shu Daqiang could speak, the villagers became excited when they heard the price. They remembered Shu Tianxi's words and did not shout loudly. They were just too excited and suppressed their emotions, which caused everyone's face to turn red. Shu Daqiang took the note without looking at it. After handing it to Shu Shaoqing, he looked at Shu Tianxi and said, "Tianxi, thank you for your hard work. Actually, I don't care how much it sells for. I care about how much food I can get in return. The village doesn't want money. It just wants the villagers to survive." Hearing this, the villagers were immediately moved. This is their good village chief who really thinks about them all the time. Shu Tianxi was too lazy to argue with the other party and went straight to the dump truck of the tricycle. He patted the grain on it and said, "The leader agreed to exchange it for 1,500 kilograms of grain for us. Because the unit is also facing difficulties, it is impossible to provide thousands of kilograms of food at once. This is 600 kilograms of food, but not all. As for the remaining money, I will keep an eye on the black market when I have time. As long as there is food for sale there, I will buy it back as soon as possible." I understand what you said. With these 600 kilograms of food, the villagers can eat one meal a day and still survive for several days. Shu Daqiang nodded repeatedly in gratitude, then looked at Shu Tianxi and said, "Tianxi, you don't need to explain to me the source of the food. The villagers and I completely trust you. You can rest assured." Shu Tianxi chuckled and nodded. "That's as it should be. It's better to settle the collective accounts clearly." He didn't take Shu Daqiang's words seriously at all, so how could he feel at ease? If there were no specific accounts, the villagers would definitely come to him if they were hungry again. If he is accused of embezzling money and food, it would be really terrible. So he just listened to Shu Daqiang's words, but didn't take them to heart. After the villagers moved the food away, Shu Tianxi said goodbye. "Village chief, then I'll go back first." Shu Daqiang nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work today. With the food you brought back, the village canteen will be able to open again tomorrow." Shu Tianxi smiled slightly, turned the tricycle around, and rode out. Just as I rode a short distance and was about to take out my pencil and notebook, I heard a familiar voice calling from behind. God-given! Shu Tianxi quickly stopped what he was doing and turned around to look at the person who came. "Uncle Qing, aren't you meeting at the village chief's house to discuss what to do with the grain?" Shu Shaoqing strode up to him and panted, "Tianxi, tell me the truth. Are you having trouble exchanging wild boars for food?" Shu Tianxi did not answer, but looked at the other party in confusion. Shu Shaoqing paused and continued, "Don't you work in a machinery factory? Why is it that the company selling wild boars this time has changed to a sugar factory? Did the machinery factory suddenly change their minds? Did they not do anything to you?" It turned out that this guy saw a note for selling wild boars, and the company that issued the note was from a sugar factory. "No, im überdenken." Seeing the other person's concerned expression, Shu Tianxi smiled and said, "It's okay, Uncle Qing, you're overthinking it." I'm doing fine in the machinery factory. Why are they making things difficult for me? As for sending the wild boars to the sugar factory, that was because the machinery factory could not produce much grain. It just so happened that the sugar factory also needed supplies, so I asked someone to get in touch and sent them there. After saying that, Shu Tianxi took out the grain exchange certificate that Section Chief Zhao had issued and handed it to Shu Xiaoqing. Shu Xiaoqing took the certificate and took a look at it, then looked up at Shu Tianxi with shock on her face. Tianxi, you are so amazing. It's not easy for others to get into the company, but you actually reached a cooperation with them. A lot of effort and money must have been spent on establishing connections, right? Shu Tianxi smiled and said, Uncle Qing, it's okay for me to put in some thought. As long as the villagers can survive, what does this little bit of hardship and fatigue matter? Hee hee. Hearing this, Shu Xiaoqing also laughed, raised his index finger and pointed, saying, You kid, there's no need to play tricks on me. I'm not the village chief, so I won't make it too difficult for you. The villagers are indeed difficult, but don't push yourself too hard. People were dying every day in the nearby villages, and the situation was getting bigger and bigger. I believe the government will definitely come up with a solution. Thank you, Uncle Qing. I also believe in the government. Shu Tianxi could see that Shu Xiaoqing's concern for him was very sincere. It seems that the eggs I laid before were not in vain. Shu Xiaoqing nodded and said, Okay, you can go back first. Okay. Chapter 196, The Strange Tall Girl. Shu Tianxi did not object to the government's action as mentioned by Shu Xiaoqing. As far as he knew, the famine killed tens of millions of people, forcing the government to take action. Later, it seems that some kind of food substitute and relief food were developed. Therefore, Shu Tianxi only needs to help the village for a while. After separating from Shu Xiaoqing, he continued riding his tricycle home. Most of the villagers went to the village chief's house, so there were few people on the road. So Shu Tianxi sensed the surrounding environment, took out the food, paper, and pen, and put them in the dump box of the tricycle. After packing up, he returned home. Third brother. Shu Shuilan was the first to run out when she heard the noise, and she smiled innocently when she saw Shu Tianxi. Shu Tianxi was playing with Gao Xiaohu, and when he heard the noise, he immediately ran over. Looking at his younger brother and sister, Shu Tianxi was happy from the bottom of his heart. He responded, then walked over, picked up Shu Shuilan and asked, Have you been good today? Third brother. I'm not a child anymore. Shu Shuilan pouted and shouted, I will be very good and won't cause any trouble for you. Shu Tianxi let out a long oh and nodded. So, Shuilan isn't a child anymore. Then you don't want third brother to hold you anymore, right? After saying that, he was about to let Shu Shuilan go. No, no, no. Shu Shuilan panicked and immediately used her hands and feet to grab Shu Tianxi. I want a hug. I want third brother to hug me. Shu Tianxi laughed and did not pick up the other person again. He pried the other person's hands and feet apart and said, Okay, stop making trouble. Third brother brought you a gift. Guess what it is? Pencil notebook. Shu Shuilan blurted out without looking at Shu Tianxi. Clever. Shu Tianxi gave a thumbs up and walked over to Shu Tianxi, who was standing next to the tricycle. What are you standing there for? Take the food back to the kitchen. Okay. After hearing the instructions, Shu Tianxi started to take the rice and cornmeal from the bucket home. Xiaohu, please help. Okay. After hearing Shu Tianxi's words, Gao Xiaohu also hurriedly started to move the soybean oil. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly, picked up the pencil and notebook, handed them to Shu Shuilan, and said, This is a gift from my third brother for you. Take it. Shu Shuilan looked around and then excitedly shouted, Great, I don't have to write on the ground anymore. Thank you, third brother, you are the best. The two walked into the house together, and Shu Shuilan happily went to find Shu Shuilian with paper and pen. She wanted to share this happy event with her fourth sister. Shu Tianyu walked over and said in a deep voice, Tianxi, did my aunt really divorce my uncle? Yes. Shu Tianxi nodded, glanced at the lobby and asked, Where are my aunt and the others? Daya and Shuilian are cooking dinner in the kitchen, and your aunt and sister-in-law are next door. Shu Tianyu explained, and then discussed, We have to sleep on the Kong tonight. Just sleep on the Kong. It's only a matter of a few days. Shu Tianxi nodded and said, Once my aunt is settled in the city, Daya and the others will also go. We now have 2 apartments at home, and there are enough rooms, but there are definitely not enough quilts. If Shu Xiaoxia and her family wanted to stay, they would have to sleep together on the Kong. That's not what I meant. Shu Tianyu shook his head and explained. He had no intention of driving his aunt and the others away, but he was really afraid that Shu Tianxi would think too much. I mean, you also arranged a job for my aunt in the city. Shu Tianxi hummed and said, otherwise, my aunt must have a place to stay after the divorce, right? Not only my younger aunt, but my older aunts have also found jobs. Hearing this, Shu Tianyu hurriedly asked, what about mine? Don't worry, you'll be there. Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes and thought to himself that he didn't see you so anxious at the beginning. He coughed and then told them the work indicators of a sugar factory and the food factory. What he meant was, which Aunt Shu Tianyu wanted to work in the same unit with. Of course, it would be best if Shu Tianyu and his Aunt Shu Xiaomei worked in the same unit. Shu Tianyu has not seen much of the world, so he would feel much more at ease if he had an older elder to take care of him. But Shu Tianyu was more stubborn and a little impatient. After hearing that the sugar factory's work targets had been obtained, he immediately chose to go to the sugar factory. Tianxi, I'll go into the city with you tomorrow. Shu Tianxi glanced at his elder brother, hesitated for a moment, and nodded, saying, okay, but let me say this first. When you get to work, listen to your aunt and don't argue with your colleagues. Don't worry. Shu Tianyu waved his hand, a little impatient. Shu Tianxi didn't want to talk about useless things with his elder brother, so he got up and went to the kitchen. Tianxi, third brother, your family actually has so much food? Gao Area jumped over and shouted with admiration on her face. Just keep these to yourself. Don't tell anyone else, okay? Shu Tianxi smiled slightly, then came to Gao Daya, who was cooking. Sister Daya. Gao Daya responded and looked at Shu Tianxi with a slightly evasive look. Thanks a lot. Shu Tianxi pointed at the ingredients he brought back and said, cook whatever you want to eat. Don't be afraid of wasting it. No, it's not hard. Gao Daya shook her head and spoke a little stutteringly. Shu Tianxi glanced at her with a strange expression and asked curiously, Sister Daya, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? As he was talking, he even touched the other person's forehead with the back of his hand. Hiss, it's really a bit hot. It was just ordinary concern, but to Gao Daya, it seemed like a life-threatening situation. Gao Daya, who had reacted, exclaimed, covered her forehead, and pointed at Shu Tianxi. What's wrong? Gao Area, Shu Shulian, and others gathered around and asked in confusion. What's wrong? What happened? Shu Xiaoxia also ran in from the door and ran to Gao Daya with a panicked look on her face. She touched the other person's head and then touched his back. Daya, why is your face so hot? Do you have a fever? Are you feeling unwell? No, it's okay. Gao Daya responded, then covered her face and ran away. Everyone looked puzzled and then turned their gaze to Shu Tianxi. Why are you all looking at me? I didn't do anything. Shu Tianxi was also confused, wondering what was wrong with this woman Gao Daya. Could it be that she was frightened by Wang Ergu's invasion and would be frightened when touched by the opposite sex? This is a mental illness. It's not easy to cure. After a lot of effort, dinner is finally ready. 2-in-1 rice, scrambled eggs, stir-fried vegetables, braised fish. Each dish is filled with oil and water. Shu Xiaoxia and the other three had never seen such a sumptuous meal before, and they immediately swallowed their saliva. Little Aunt Area, Xiaohu, are you all hungry? Shu Tianxi glanced at Shu Xiaoxia and the others, and chose to ignore them when they called Gao Daya. From now on, you can live here first, just like your own home. Don't be shy at home, just eat quickly. Chapter 197, nearly 200,000 kilograms of grain. Belch. After dinner, Shu Xiaoxia and the others burped repeatedly. Gao Xiaohu rubbed his stomach and said contentedly, I'm so full. Third brother is really capable. He can make sure the family has enough to eat. My dad used to say every day that my third brother was useless. I think he is the loser. Xiaohu, don't say such things. Even if we cut off ties with him, you can't curse him at every turn. Tian Su and Shui Lan are still here. Don't teach them bad things. Shu Xiaoxia glared and scolded. Gao Xiaohu shrank his neck, lowered his head, and dared not speak. Gao Area, who was standing by, pulled Gao Xiaohu's clothes and reminded him, Xiaohu, don't mention him anymore. Gao Xiao nodded, looked up at Shu Xiaoxia and said, Mom, I'm sorry. Apologize to your third brother. Okay, it's no big deal. Shu Tianxi waved his hand and said indifferently. He looked at Song Yuro and said with a smile, Sister-in-law, please tidy up the Kong. Our whole family has to sleep on it tonight. Third brother, you are just too polite. Song Yuro waved her hand and smiled, saying, "This is what I should do. What's the trouble?" Looking at Song Yuro, who was busy, Shu Xiaoxia quickly said, "Yuro, I'll help you." "No, Aunt, you're a guest. How can I ask you to work?" Seeing that both of them want to tidy up the Kong, Shu Qianxi reached out and patted Gao Xiaohu on the shoulder. "It's okay. Remember not to talk about people during the day and not to talk about ghosts at night." "Good." Hearing the response, Shu Qianxi smiled and lit a cigarette outside the door. "It's hot." He smoked half a cigarette and used his mental power to sense the situation in the space. After a few days, everything in the space was cooked. So he looked at Shu Tianyu and said, "Brother, I'm going to the toilet." After saying hello, he turned and walked out of the house. He didn't say he was really going to the dry toilet, but instead found a deserted place and disappeared. The moment he appeared in the space, he was immediately stunned by the scene before him. Within an area of 100 acres, the vast expanse of golden rice and wheat is particularly spectacular. Although Shujia village has more than 100 acres of land, the crops grown there are not as spectacular and beautiful as this. Because in reality, even when the crops are harvested, they may not all be golden yellow. It may still have a lot of green, and even a large area may be blown down by the wind. But it's different in this space. Every grain is straight and strong, and every fruit is plump. Cut. Shu Tianxi suppressed his excitement, pointed at the 20 acres of golden rice, and whispered a word. I saw the roots of the water plants on the 5 acres of land separated directly and then quickly piled together. Pile 5 acres of rice neatly on the grass and separate the rice grains later. Cut. He uttered the word again, and the 5 acres of rice were separated and floated up again. It's not that Shu Tianxi doesn't want to solve it all at once, but his mental power can only control so much. After a while, 20 acres of rice were neatly laid out on the grass. After spending some more time, all the rice was separated. It seems that it is because the black soil and spiritual spring water are rich in nutrients. Plus, there is enough poultry manure. The rice that originally could only produce a few hundred kilograms per moo now produces about 1,300 kilograms per moo. 20 acres of rice brought Shu Tianxi 26 to 27,000 kilograms of rice. I really can't finish this. Shu Tianxi sighed happily, put the grain into the warehouse, and continued to harvest other crops. The yield of 20 acres of golden wheat is much lower than that of rice, with an output of only about 1,000 kilograms per acre. But it's not bad. After all, a batch can be matured in 5 days. Finally, Shu Tianxi crushed it with his mind, put it into a sack, and stored it in a warehouse. It took several hours to harvest the corn, sweet potatoes, pumpkins, potatoes, soybeans. The corn yield per moo is about 1,000 kilograms, and 20 moo of land can produce 10,000 kilograms. The corn cobs and cores are crushed and put into sacks. Fortunately, Shu Tianxi had the foresight to stuff the sacks of unwanted tickets into the space whenever he had time. Otherwise, so much food would not be able to fit in. The sweet potato yield per moo was 7,000 to 8,000 kilograms, and the 5 moo of land yielded over 30,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes. The yield of pumpkin and potato per moo is about 7,000 to 8,000 kilograms, and we harvested about 40,000 kilograms of each. The soybeans planted are relatively small, mainly for oil extraction, so the harvest is not much. After integration, the 95 acres of land harvested about 200,000 kilograms of grain. 200,000 kilograms of food in 5 days. That would be over 1,000,000 kilograms in a month? Hiss. Thinking of this data, Shu Tianxi couldn't help but take a breath. Next, he should think carefully about how to dispose of the food. Is it to exchange it for money to accumulate wealth and lay the foundation for future reform and opening up? Or should it be used for greater good, handed over to the country, and serve the country and the people? Shu Tianxi was still unsure of his direction, so he decided to keep these 2 ideas for now. Then he looked at the 5 acres of vegetables: cabbage, tomatoes, cucumbers, radishes all ripe. Shu Tianxi directly collected half of it and put it in the warehouse for daily consumption. The remaining half, along with the sweet potato leaves and pumpkin leaves, were thrown into the pig pen, chicken coop, and rabbit hive. When the poultry saw the new food for the first time, they rushed over like crazy. The emerald green vegetables were scrambling for food, decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Shu Tianxi took out a cigarette, lit it, and smoked while watching the poultry enjoying the food. After finishing a cigarette, he turned back and started plowing the 100 acres of land. Not long after, Shu Tianxi reappeared in the real world. Ouch! He stumbled and almost fell to the ground, harvesting crops and farming exhausted all his mental energy. If he wasn't afraid of worrying his family, he would have wanted to take a nap in the space. Shu Tianxi drank some spiritual spring water and rested for a while before heading home. Third brother, why did you take so long? Are you okay? When they got back, Song Yuro and Shu Xiaoxia came to greet them with worried looks on their faces. It's okay. I just met a villager and smoked a cigarette. Shu Tianxi waved his hand and started talking. Sister-in-law, is the Kong ready? It's done. If you're tired, go to bed and rest. At night, Shu Tianxi's family and Shu Xiaoxia and their 3 children prepare to sleep on the same Kong. According to the discussion, Shu Tianyu and Song Yuro decided to go back to the room to sleep. There were several women sleeping on the left side of the Kong, 3 men sleeping on the right side, and Shu Tianx and Shu Shueilon in the middle. I have to say, this way of sleeping is quite interesting. If a southerner suddenly walked in, he might be startled by this scene. Although Shu Tianxi was sleepy, he didn't fall asleep immediately. His mental power was still in the space, planting all the food. After everyone in the family began to breathe steadily, he finally left the space and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 198. There are many people and many things to do. The next morning, Song Yuro discussed with Shu Tianxi. With 4 more people suddenly in the family, can the noodles still be cooked? After all, the food rations for 4 people will consume a lot of food. All the food in the house was brought back by Shu Tianxi, and Song Yuro didn't dare to make any decisions on her own. Do it. My aunt and the others are also our family. I added an egg for everyone based on the number of people, and I also brought back some vegetables yesterday. Shu Tianxi is not stingy. After all, Shu Xiaoxia and the others are his relatives. In addition, there is more food in the space than can be eaten. The only thing to worry about is whether Arya and Xiaohu will go out and talk big. Okay. Song Yuro glanced at Shu Tianxi, nodded and said, Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, go ahead. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and didn't care. When I turned around, I found Gao Daya walking out with a sleepy look on her face. Sister Daya, did you sleep well last night? Gao Daya raised her head and her face turned red when she saw Shu Tianxi. Not bad. After saying that, she turned around and ran back into the house. Shu Tianxi was a little confused, and just then he saw Shu Xiaoxia coming out. Good morning, Annie. How did you sleep? Tianxi, good morning. Shu Xiaoxia nodded and smiled, then scratched her scalp. I don't know if it's an illusion or what, but I feel like I haven't slept this well in the past 20 years. Maybe now that you've escaped from this sea of suffering, you feel more relaxed, Shu Tianxi said with a laugh. Shu Xiaoxia and the other 3 drank the spiritual spring water and ate the food in the space yesterday. Those are all nutritious, and it's the first time you're eating them. So how can you not feel relaxed? Shu Xiaoxia couldn't think of any other reason, so she nodded, smiled, and said, Maybe. After saying that, she looked towards the kitchen again. Is Yuro in the kitchen? Yes, sister-in-law is making breakfast. I'll go help. Shu Tianxi didn't object and went to wash up. After washing up and smoking a cigarette, the whole family got up one after another. Third brother, Gao Xiaohu, ran over and asked, Can my second sister and I go to school with Tiansu and the others? Gao Xiaohu could go to school at Gao's house, but he stopped going because classes were suspended later. He still likes reading and has always done well in school. So when he learned yesterday that Shu Shuoyin and the others were studying, he was extremely jealous, especially so many pencil notebooks. He used to only have 1 or 2 in a semester. I only use it at school. After I get home, I still use branches on the ground to review. Go ahead and join Shueilin and the others later. Shu Tianxi nodded without refusing. It's just a matter of staying for a few days. How could he be so stingy? Thank you, third brother. Gao Xiaohu was so happy that he turned around and shared the good news with Gao Arya. As the number of people in the family increases, there are more chores to do. Dealing with this and taking care of that, most of the morning was gone. It's time to eat. With Song Yuro's call, the whole family took their bowls and lined up in the kitchen. In the past, Shu Tianxi's portion was always served very well, so there was nothing special this time. Each person gets a bowl of hot 2-in-1 noodles, some vegetables, and an egg. There are a few oil stains floating on the soup surface, not to mention how tempting it is. Shu Xiaoxia took a deep breath, then looked at Shu Tianxi and said, Tianxi, it's hard to get food now. Even if you have a job, you can't be so extravagant. I know, aren't you guys here, my aunt? Shu Tianxi smiled and nodded. We usually eat corn porridge. How can we eat noodles every day? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Shu Tianyu and the others instantly turned strange. When have they ever eaten corn paste? The worst thing they have is steamed sweet potatoes. And pheasant eggs. Everyone in the family has one every day. But they did not expose Shu Tianxi, but just silently lowered their heads and ate the noodles. Shu Xiaoxia showed gratitude, with a hint of mist in her eyes. She pursed her lips and smiled, and said, Tianxi, you can't be so extravagant in the future. Xiaohu and his friends have become picky eaters, and I really can't afford to support them. Okay. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly and nodded. Eat quickly, and then we'll go into the city. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately started to eat with relish. After breakfast, Shu Tianxi prepared to take his aunt and elder brother into the city. Shu Tianyu was whispering to Song Yuro, and I didn't know what he was talking about. The younger sister-in-law then pulled Gao Daya and the others and asked them to listen to their sister-in-law Song Yuro at home. It wasn't until he finished his after-dinner cigarette that Shu Tianxi couldn't help but shout, It's getting late. Shu Tianyu and Shu Xiaoxia finally woke up from their dream and ran over quickly. They didn't rush to get on the tricycle, but helped push it towards Shu Daqiang's house. Village head. Tianxi, Xiaoxia. Shu Daqiang came out and noticed Shu Xiaoxia after saying hello. Xiaoxia, are you back to see your nephews and nieces? Shu Xiaoxia smiled awkwardly, neither admitting nor objecting. Shu Tianxi continued, Village chief, do you have any prey you want me to deliver? There are 2 rabbits, and the villagers decided to give them some nutritional supplements today. Shu Daqiang laughed and said truthfully, Come to think of it, how could a wild boar run into a trap every day? Shu Tianxi didn't ask any more questions and went straight to the point. Village chief, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Give me an ID card for my elder brother and younger sister-in-law. Proof of identity? Shu Daqiang was stunned, as if he understood something. He glanced at Shu Tianyu and didn't ask any more questions, but asked when he looked at Shu Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, you don't need me to issue you an ID, right? Yes, why not? Shu Tianxi took over the conversation and said directly, She has severed ties with the Gao family, so she is still a member of our Shu family. What? Breaking off relations with the Gao family? Doesn't that mean? Village chief, please stop asking. Shu Tianxi coughed and urged, We are in a hurry. Please help me get a certificate. This. Shu Daqiang hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay. A moment later, 2 identification documents were handed to Shu Tianyu and Shu Xiaoxia. Thank you, village chief. We'll be leaving now. After saying hello to Shu Daqiang, the 3 of them continued walking out of the village. Looking at their backs, Zhou Chuntao walked over to Shu Daqiang and said, Xiaoxia is divorced? Shut up. Shu Daqiang glared and warned, Don't gossip around. On the way to the county town, Shu Tianxi and Shu Xiaoxia repeatedly reminded, Aunt, I'd like you to take care of my brother at work. Although her mind is better now, she still has that stubborn streak. You must keep an eye on her. Shu Tianyu seemed a little unconvinced when he heard this, but he curled his lips and did not refute. Shu Xiaoxia shook her head and chuckled, saying, How could that be? Tianyu will definitely be obedient. After all, my aunt still needs his protection at work. Chapter 199, Joining the Company. County Sugar Factory. Shu Tianxi rode a tricycle and stopped at the door with his elder brother and younger sister-in-law. The 2 looked at the magnificent unit in front of them with surprise, their eyes filled with longing for the future. Comrade, is that you? The guard wanted to interrogate Shu Tianxi, but recognized his identity at a glance when he approached. Shu Tianxi smiled slightly, took out 2 cigarettes, and handed them over. 2 big brothers had a smoke. I'm bringing my family here to start work. Do I need to register first? The guard glanced at Shu Tianyu and Shu Xiaoxia, then looked at Shu Tianxi and said, Is it urgent? If not, you should register. This is very polite. Since the other party is polite, Shu Tianxi will naturally be more polite than the other party. She smiled and said, No hurry, let's register. Okay, come with me. The guard nodded, and while asking the 3 people to register, he couldn't help but get close to them. Comrade, when can you send more supplies to our factory? Hearing this, Shu Tianxi was immediately happy. He chuckled and said, Why, you didn't enjoy it enough. How can that be possible? The guard glared and gestured, I can't get enough of that soft, glutinous, and delicious braised pork if I eat it every day. Okay, then I'll send 2 more over in 2 days. Shu Tianxi nodded repeatedly to show his understanding. Real. Then can I lie to you? Shu Tianxi also glared, then pointed at Shu Tianyu and Shu Xiaoxia and said, My aunt and elder brother have started working at the sugar factory, and they will need your care in the future. Rest assured. The two guards immediately patted their chests and assured, Your eldest brother is my eldest brother, and your aunt is my elder. As long as they are in this factory, I promise that no one will bully them. You know what? These days the doormen really have the confidence to say that. After all, their powers are similar to those of the militia, and they can carry guns on duty. Anyone who dares to offend them will have to live in fear. Thank you. Thank you both, brothers. Hearing the guard's assurance, Shu Tianxi happily took out a handful of hard candies and handed them over. No, how can this be possible? The two guards refused repeatedly. You must accept it, just as a friend. My name is Shu Tianxi. From now on you can call me by my name or Lao San. At Shu Tianxi's repeated insistence, the two guards put the hard candies into their pockets. All right, third brother. My eldest brother and my younger sister have finished registering. You can go in. After smoking the cigarette and accepting the candy, the address and tone became much more intimate. Shu Tianxi said thank you again, and then took his elder brother and aunt into the factory. As he entered the factory, Shu Tianyu couldn't help but ask, Tianxi, why did you give them so much candy? Cigarettes and candy. That must be worth quite a few cents, right? What do you know? Shu Tianxi rolled his eyes at him and explained, This is called social etiquette, a necessary social skill when going out. Don't think they're just security guards. They have guns in their hands. Build good relationships with them, and if you have any conflicts with colleagues in the future, as long as it's not your fault, no one dares to bully you. Really? Shu Tianyu seemed a little unconvinced. Did the security guard have such great power? Of course it's true. Shu Tianxi glared and then sighed. You still have a lot to learn. In the future, talk less at work and learn more and do more, okay? Shu Xiaoxia on the side also nodded and said, Tianyu, Tianxi is right. Social skills are a skill you must learn in the future. In short, it's never wrong to talk less and learn more and do more. Okay. Shu Tianyu nodded and did not refute. After parking the tricycle, Shu Tianxi took them to the personnel department. Shu Tianyu and Shu Xiaoxia followed behind, looking around in surprise. Tianxi, what is that place? Logistics department, canteen. God, there's so much sugar there. That's the production workshop where sugar is made. Shu Tianxi answered his elder brother and aunt as he walked, and soon arrived at the personnel department. Tianxi, you're here? Section Chief's son was drinking tea and stood up immediately when he saw Shu Tianxi. Section Chief's son, I brought my family here to join the company. Shu Tianxi nodded and moved aside to make room for Shu Xiaoxia and Shu Tianyu. My aunt is Shu Xiaoxia, and my elder brother is Shu Tianyu. Auntie, brother, this is Section Chief's son from the sugar factory. Your work indicators are all approved by Section Chief's son. Thank you, Chief's son. Hey, you're welcome. Actually, I'm here to get the supplies sent by Tu Tianxi. Section Chief's son shook hands with the two men and said self-deprecatingly with a smile. After some pleasantries, Section Chief's son began to process the employment formalities for the two. As for why Shu Tianxi's aunt was replaced by his eldest brother, she did not ask in person. After a while, the two of them completed their employment procedures. Section Chief's son handed over the employment certificate and said, Tianxi, your elder brother and younger sister-in-law have already started working. But for the work ID, you have to bring their 1-inch photo. You are a buyer for the machinery factory, so you should know where the photo studio is, right? I know. You don't have to worry about it. Chief Sunday. Shu Tianxi smiled and nodded. It's about their dormitory. I wonder how the factory will arrange it. Section Chief's son was stunned and asked, Do they both live in the dormitory? Yes. Shu Tianxi nodded and said, My home is more than 10 or 20 kilometers away from the county town. It's a bit troublesome to go back and forth. Okay, take them to complete the account transfer procedures first. Once your household registration is done, I'll have someone take you to the dormitory street. Okay, thank you, Chief Sunday. You're too polite. This is all my job. Section Chief's son smiled and waved his hand. You guys should hurry up and try to finish the dormitory matter before dark. Oh, there's one more thing. Shu Tianxi smiled and suddenly took out 2 pheasant eggs from his arms and placed them on Section Chief's son's desk. Then he pulled out 4 pheasant eggs from his left and right pockets and placed them all in front of him. Brother son, these are some pheasant eggs I got in the mountains. It's not much. You could take it back for your sister-in-law and the children to try. How can I do this? Section Chief Son's eyes lit up, but he looked embarrassed. It's just a small token of my appreciation, not worth mentioning. Shu Qianxi waved his hand and said with a smile, Then we will leave first, brother Sun. You go ahead and do your work. After saying that, without waiting for Section Chief Sun to refuse, he pulled his aunt and brother out of the house. Looking at their backs, Section Chief Sun picked up an egg and looked at it. He suddenly laughed and murmured, This kid is quite good at being a human being. Old Sun. Suddenly a shout was heard, and he was so scared that he quickly hid the eggs in the drawer. Qianxi, when can we come to work? After leaving the sugar factory, Shu Xiaoxia asked curiously. Chapter 200, I don't have money to buy it. Don't worry, let's get our urban household registration and work permits done first. Shu Qianxi waved his hand and smiled faintly. After everything is packed up, wouldn't it be better to go to work without any distractions? You're right. Shu Xiaoxia smiled and didn't ask any more questions. The three of them walked out of the sugar factory together and greeted the guard at the door. Third brother, have you completed the entry procedures? It's done. I'll take them to take pictures first. Shu Qianxi smiled and took out 2 more cigarettes and handed them over. The guard took the cigarette with both hands and said kindly, Then go ahead. I won't waste your time. Afterwards, Shu Qianxi rode a tricycle and took the 2 to the Public Security Bureau. Qianxi, do I have to live in the city too? Shu Tianyu was silent for a long time and suddenly asked, What else? Shu Qianxi asked back and explained reasonably, Are you willing to get up early and walk for several hours in and out of the city every day? I don't mind. I'm just afraid of being late. Shu Tianyu nodded and said hesitantly, That's all. Shu Qianxi shrugged and said calmly, Work hard first, and then buy a bicycle when you have money. Shu Tianyu sighed, thinking that this was the only way. In fact, he and Song Yuruo have been married for only half a month, and they are still in the honeymoon period. They are about to separate, and he must be reluctant to do so. Shu Qianxi has money to buy a car for his elder brother, but he can't help him with everything. Brothers don't talk about favors with each other, but they can't do everything. There's a real shortage of food at the moment, and he certainly can't just ignore it. But now I have helped him find a job, so he will have a stable life in the future. What happens next, whether it exists or not, will depend on their own hands to create. Soon, the 3 of them walked into the Public Security Bureau together. It's still the same old procedure. Submit your household registration booklet and identity certificate, and then sign various documents. Shu Qianyu's application process was simple, but Shu Xiaoxia's was a little more troublesome. After all, she moved her household registration after divorce, and in a few days she would have to move Gao Daya and the others' household registration to her own name. After a long delay, the 3 finally came out of the Public Security Bureau. Shu Xiaoxia took her new household registration booklet and turned around to hug Shu Qianxi excitedly. Qianxi, thank you. Well, Shu Qianxi's expression froze, and he didn't know where to put his hands. Fortunately, Shu Xiaoxia knew her limits and quickly let her go. Her face flushed as she said, I never thought that I could become a city dweller one day. I never thought that all of this was given by my nephew. It's true that the treatment for urban residents is really good. These days, we can say that we have achieved class crossing, and there will be many benefits in the future. If you don't believe it, go to the square and see it in a few decades. Those old men and women who dance and receive retirement salaries of tens of thousands of yuan are people like Shu Xiaoxia today. Okay, what's the big deal? Shu Qianxi smiled and said, Let's go take some pictures. Shu Xiaoxia nodded, and she and Shu Tianyu got into the dump truck of the tricycle again. Afterwards, Shu Qianxi took them to the state-owned photo studio where they had taken photos last time. I took 2 black and white photos, and the owner said I could pick them up in 2 days. Qianxi, where are we going next? Shu Xiaoxia asked as they walked out of the photo studio. Get a food allowance. Shu Qianxi replied truthfully and suggested, After finishing the food permit, go to the department store. My second sister is working for the second day today. Let's go ask her how she is feeling. It's almost dinner time, so we can have a meal together. Upon hearing this, Shu Xiaoxia and Shu Tianyu's eyes lit up. The 3 of them didn't waste any time and immediately went to the grain station to get the grain books for the 2 men. Third brother, is there 32 kilograms of food in here? Looking at the records in the grain book, Shu Tianyu pulled Shu Qianxi and asked, Yes, 32 kilograms per month. Then take it out quickly and take it back. Shu Tianyu turned around immediately and was about to walk into the grain station again. I'm going too. Shu Xiaoxia nodded repeatedly and was about to follow. Don't be anxious. Why are you in such a hurry? Shu Tianxi quickly grabbed the two of them and shouted loudly. Take it all out. What do you eat in the city? The family doesn't need this little bit of food, so there's no need to take it all out now. Hearing this, Shu Tianyu immediately quit. Shu Tianxi was responsible for providing food for the entire family, and he had long felt uneasy. Now that he has finally obtained urban household registration and a food grain certificate, can he still continue to eat the food provided by the third brother? So he had to take out the food and feed the whole family. Okay, go ahead. Seeing that the other party was stubborn, Shu Tianxi simply waved his hand and was too lazy to care. Shu Tianyu didn't think much about it and walked towards a grain station. Shu Xiaoxiao wanted to follow, but seeing Shu Tianxi's gloomy face, she stayed. Tianxi, you're no longer the ignorant child you used to be. You now have your own ideas. If you have any ideas, why not tell me? Shu Tianxi glanced at her and smiled. How many days will my brother's 32 kilograms of food last for a family of 6? It won't last for a few days, and he won't have to eat when he works in the city. The same goes for you. What will happen if you take out all the food? If you starve for a month, won't I have to bring food to support you? Well, Shu Xiaoxiao was smart and quickly understood what Shu Tianxi meant. To put it bluntly, Shu Tianxi was thinking about both of them. She smiled gratefully and said, Tianxi, thank you. Shu Tianxi also smiled, and then saw Shu Tianyu walking out with a constipated look on his face. Shu Xiaoxia immediately went up to him and asked curiously, Tianyu, where's the food? Shu Tianyu's face flushed immediately, and he hesitated. I don't have money to buy it. Oh. Shu Tianxi shook his head and said, Okay, let's go. I also want to go and see if my second sister works hard. Afterwards, the three of them arrived at the county department store. Second sister, third brother, and Shu Xiaolian was already very surprised when she saw Shu Tianxi. I didn't expect to see my elder brother Shu Tianyu and my younger aunt Shu Xiaoxia. Shu Tianxi greeted her and looked at Chen Wan beside him. Sister Wan, Tianxi is here to see your second sister. Chen Wan was also very happy to see Shu Tianxi. Last time I brought the egg home, my child loved it. Therefore, she wanted to build a good relationship with Shu Tianxi. Well, I brought my family to the city to do some business. It's almost dinner time, and I want to call my second sister to go with me. Shu Tianxi explained and then invited, Sister Wan, do you have time? Let's go together. I won't go. You go with your sister. Chen Wan knew that he was being polite and naturally would not agree. She probably can't leave now. I'll go and help her for a while. Is it okay? Will it be too much trouble for you? Shu Tianxi asked in embarrassment. No trouble, no trouble. Chen Wan waved her hand and asked a colleague to take her place.